In the middle of a great city, the Ares Empire, two guards are walking amidst the crowds of people. One of them remarks on how peaceful everything is. At the same time, the other, older, being more cautious and skeptical, isn't fooled by this state of things, telling his partner the revolutionaries could strike again at any time. However, he then proceeds to disregard the danger, saying there are no revolutionaries, just some peasants fooling around, and his partner agrees. They continue their conversation by acknowledging once again that things have been really quiet lately, thinking that the so-called revolutionaries realized their rebellion was pointless, and they just stopped, or maybe they were taken care of by the Empire's knights, expressing their wish for things to remain this way. Unfortunately for them, a group of men in armor are plotting their next move in some other place that looks like a seemingly lit dungeon. They plan to kill the Emperor and bring down the Empire once and for all. One of them, who appears to be the leader, states that this is the only way to regain the kingdom, and it seems that the most important part of this rebellion falls on the shoulders of a red-haired, tall, and muscular guy, Logan McLain, to protect the sacred text at all cost. Logan says that he is aware when some other dude bursts into the room saying that Logan is for sure a patriot. He doesn't understand what he means by this, and asks the guy to explain himself. He does so by telling Logan that countless people were sacrificed to take and protect the secret text from the Empire, and that being in possession of that book makes you the #1 target of the Empire's military. And so by doing this horrendous job, he becomes a patriot. However, Logan cuts his expectations short, telling him that he didn't volunteer for that job, to which the other guy replies that his role is indeed given to him simply because of his proficiency in the ancient tongue. Still, the fact that he's doing it without complaining is also patriotic enough. Logan shouts at the guy, making him tremble in his underwear, telling him that what he's saying is an insult to his other comrades, and that his motives don't lie within patriotism, but revenge. He proceeds to tell his life story, how he was a good-for-nothing loser, always growing up in his brother's shadow. Ranyan, an image from his past appears, a fight between him and his brother, in which Ranyan emerges victorious. The crowd chatter about how it's only been 3 years since the young master has picked up a sword, while Logan has been receiving knight training for the past 10 years. This makes him the fool of the McLain family. Somewhere else, the aftermath of a disgraceful event takes place. Logan is schooled by his father for using paralysis poison on his brother, and is told that if Ranyan doesn't pull through this, the consequences will be severe. However, the patriarch doesn't finish his thought, and instead throws Logan out, telling him that for the deed he's committed, he's no longer his son. This event caused Logan to leave the family and become a mercenary, and so he says, it took him 2 years to realize how terrible of a person he was, but by that time, it was already too late. In the same city, a conversation between two women gets the attention of Logan, who travels with his identity concealed amidst the crowded town. A public execution is going to be held in the city square, and the prisoner's name is no other than Logan McLain. Hearing this, Logan starts running through the city, trying to get to the square in time, wanting to speak for one last time to his brother, praying that he's still alive. However, when he gets there, what he sees makes him sick to his stomach. A guard is holding Ranyan's head up for the crowd to see. The guard shouts for everyone to hear that this is the end of a fool who dared to stand up against the Empire, while everyone is cheering for the death of Ranyan. Logan decided to take revenge on the Empire for killing his family and taking away his chance to beg for Ranyan's forgiveness. At the palace, Logan is followed by a group of armed guards as he manages to steal the secret book, but it seems that now he doesn't have a way out. He fights and manages to kill some of the guards before he gets surrounded and his surrender is demanded. Logan looks around, realizing it might be where he meets his end, and thinking that he has no other choice, pops a magic marble that explodes, killing everyone instantaneously, himself included. A manifestation of Logan's conscience is shown, and what he's thinking is depressing. Looking back on his life, he can only see all the regrets he has, and how he lived with one purpose, the need for revenge, taking comfort in the fact that he at least got to fuck those Empire bastards over. However, his biggest regret, the one he won't even escape in the afterlife, is not begging for his family's forgiveness, and so he hopes that maybe he'll meet them again after his death, and get a chance to do that. Suddenly, he wakes up in his bed, with a tremendous headache, which he doesn't understand since he was dead just seconds ago. How could it hurt if he was dead? His thought is interrupted by his servant Rick, who asks him if he's alright. Logan, still unsure of his surroundings, asks Rick how he could still be alive since he died 30 years ago. Rick, scared for the well-being of his master, calls for the doctor. That's when Logan notices his family crest everywhere, and thinks that perhaps he is in a dream. However, this is not the case, as next, Ranyan enters the room and asks Logan if he's alright. So Logan recollects the memory of their first duel, and the scene when Ranyan came to visit him after he lost to him. He remembers throwing a pillow at his brother's face and putting him in his place, and being rude as always, calling him a bastard child, although he seems to handle things differently this time. As Rick tries to take Ranyan away, Logan says that there is no need for that, and tells Ranyan to get closer, leaving Rick in shock. Ranyan apologizes to his brother, saying that he should have been more careful, but Logan stops him and tells him there's no need for that, going on to say that he should be the one apologizing, but he doesn't get to finish his sentence, as he bursts into tears. Ranyan asks him if he's okay, telling him that he needs to rest. Logan starts thinking about his brother, how someone as kind as him was killed, how he fought on the front lines as ordered by the kingdom just to be butchered. Logan gets on his feet and tells Ranyan that he is sorry while jumping to hug him. Ranyan, a bit scared of his brother's behavior, asks him why he's crying, before starting to burst into tears as well. Next, Ranyan leaves, but not before telling his brother that he'll come to visit again. Logan smiles and tells him to take care and rest, happy that he got to see his brother gain. After his brother leaves, Logan looks out the window, thinking that if this is not a dream, and he was indeed transported back into the past, then he needs to change everything he did wrong. However, his introspection doesn't last long, as a maid enters the room and starts apologizing to Logan, to which Logan replies by asking why is she doing that. Then Rick comes to take Mary away, taking the blame by saying that he forgot to tell her that Logan was resting there and that he shouldn't bother him. Rick also apologizes, and that's when Logan realizes that he was such a big piece of shit, and that he also used to mistreat his servants as well. Logan proceeds to tell them that everything is alright, as she did nothing wrong, and asks Rick to bring him a pen and a piece of paper. Stunned, Rick asks what he's going to do to Mary with a pen and paper. Logan, annoyed, tells him to send Mary out and just bring him what he asked for. After he does, Logan thanks Rick and tells him that he can leave as he doesn't want to be disturbed. Rick, even more intrigued by the good way Logan is treating him, asks him if he's indeed alright and if his head isn't perhaps hurting. Logan proceeds to shout at Rick that he's fine and to get out. Rick happily obliges after hearing his master scream at him and advises him to rest. Then he proceeds to get out of the room and tell the other servants how he's just been screamed at and that he must be fine, telling everyone to get back to work. Even though annoyed, Logan acknowledges that these are the consequences of his own actions and that he must be patient. He continues by saying that the most important thing right now is to write down everything that will happen, more specifically, the war against the Empire that is about to start. 10 years from now, a disaster that will kill both his family and the nation, and preventing that from happening is his goal. However, a more imminent danger needs to be taken care of first, the war of the fiefdom that will occur a year from now. A war that will begin abruptly, and that is going to partially destroy his family, bringing it into dark times. Walking down the corridors of the castle, going to see his father, servants start bowing before Logan, and unexpectedly, one servant stumbles down, dropping the sheets she was carrying. She's trembling in fear, thinking how she could have fallen, from all people, right in front of the young master, thinking she is going to suffer greatly for her carelessness. Logan offers his hand and asks if she's okay. The servant, shocked and happy that she isn't getting her ass beat for what just happened, takes Logan's hand, but not before noticing the awkward grin on his face. Bro genuinely looks like a psychotic killer. Seeing this, she gets back on her knees and starts begging for forgiveness. Logan, stunned, asks her what's wrong, and realizes that changing his behavior overnight is strange, and that they may need time to adjust, concluding that he needs to take his time and actually show them that he's not the same sociopath madman he was before. After all, it can't just be because of his killer-looking smile. As he reaches his father's study, his presence is announced by Rick. Before entering the chambers, he remembers the events of that day again, the day when his father threw him out and told him that he's no longer his child. He remembers how in his previous life, he resented his father for years after being kicked out, for being a cold-hearted figure who gave up every expectation of his son and didn't even think to visit him after he collapsed in an official duel, of how cruel he was and how he heartlessly cast away his child. He then continues to acknowledge how stupid he was for thinking all of those things, and thinks how heartbroken a parent must be for them to kick out their own child. He simply greets his father, stating his presence respectably. Seeing his father, he starts trembling, thinking about how he wants to tell him he's sorry. However, he snaps out of it quickly, as his father, the patriarch of the House McLain, Patrick McLain, doesn't show to be in any way moved by his presence. After all, even though it's been 20 years for Logan, Patrick got to see his face every day. Logan continues to state his business, saying that he's there to ask for his father's permission to go into isolated training on the family plot, to which his father remains a little shocked. It appears that this is Logan's plan to win the regional war, to strengthen the whole territory forces, the forces of the knights and the soldiers, to reinforce as well as develop new weapons, and several other methods. For all of this to work out, he needs money. But there is one problem. The McLain clan is notorious in the kingdom as being the bigger family. However, Logan thinks there is a way to earn a lot of money at once, an incident set to happen in 3 months from now that could bring him a whole year's worth of the family's budget at once. But for that, he needs to build strength and have a voice at the court. His father, knowing the kind of man he is, asks if he wants to run away because he lost the duel to Ranyan. Logan replies by saying that he's not running away at all, but that he's realized how lacking he's been this entire time. So even if it's late, he wants to try and get his act together. His father, still not convinced, tells him that his lack of effort is not the only reason for his situation, and that even after all this time, he still hasn't come to his senses. Logan realizes he's not getting his father's trust so easily, so he continues by acknowledging that he also realized that his behavior has also been a problem. His father, tired of hearing the same thing over and over again, tells Logan to leave. However, Logan starts crying like a baby and says that all this time he has been putting the blame on others instead of acknowledging his own shortcomings, being foolish and immature, and says that through this training, he wants to get that immaturity under control and once again begs his father to allow him to go into training. After Logan's speech, his father acknowledges that everything he said this time sounds genuine and not like a lame excuse, and asks Logan for how long he's going to be training. He replies that his set time is around 3 months, and his father asks if he thinks this is enough time to catch up to Ranyan. This is not Logan's goal, but he simply chose a short amount of time to do his best. With a slight smile on his face, his father sees the change that occurred in Logan's behavior and allows him to go into training. Logan thanks and tries to leave the room, but his father stops him and tells him to keep in mind that it's still spring, so the family burial grounds can get too cold for sleeping, so he should take care to stay warm. Logan thanks him and leaves for his training. A few days later, Logan is on the training grounds, where only immediate McLain family members are allowed, so no one will come to disturb him. And besides that, the large area it constitutes makes it perfect for solitary training. It seems that the training method he plans to use is secret, and no one can know about it just yet. The Divine Sword Secrets. In his previous life, Logan memorized the entire book and then burned it, so the Empire wouldn't get his hands on it. A magnificent book with a golden hawk on its cover, being burdened with the sacred passed down by the hero of ancient times, who slayed the evil dragon that used to rule this world. He transcribed the book using the Independent Army's secret code, so that no one else except him could read it. If what they wrote in the Book of Secrets was true, then after mastering the power of the Divine Sword, not even Empire Aura Masters, or even Archmages would be scary anymore. He continues by saying that before he regressed, because of his age and talent, it was too late for him to learn all of this, but now he has a chance. The basis of this power is modifying the body itself using life force. Then he must focus this force on the heart to create a so-called core. He says that this is a hard task for an average talent, and that in his past life, his body would have already broken down by that stage. But just as he thought, after regressing, his force appears to have evolved in all aspects, and so, after 3 days and nights of hard work, he is stunned to see that the core is already being made. It seems that while the core is being crafted, tremendous amounts of dense energy are bursting forth as if his whole body is soaking in rain after a long drought. He proceeds to take out his sword as if the contents of the secret book are correct. His constitution and senses have taken a complete turn, and everything changed in a way that's suitable for wielding the sword. He says that even though he doesn't understand how the core of the force has been crafted so quickly, it means that at this rate, after 3 months, he can get even stronger, and so he goes back to his training. Until the last day of his training, it appears that Logan has learned only one of the 10 sword techniques recorded in the Book of Secrets, the sword that cuts through time and space, a technique called time-space slash. And with the single core he has in his possession, which is a 1-star core, this is the only technique he can use, so he swears to succeed at it at all costs. A slashing wave goes down. Logan is sweating like a horse, but he did it. He managed to learn and use his technique to its full potential and cut a big tree in half, and he is very proud of it. Logan says that this power is way beyond his imagination, and that isn't a technique that a newbie force user could pull off, and even though he is worn out after just one strike, it's going to be a good card to have up his sleeve. He's happy that he's accomplished the goals for his training, and that he'll be able to proudly report the results to his father. But before doing all that, he must take a shower because he stinks like a pig that shat himself twice. Back at the castle, as he tries to enter his father's study, a guard stops him, telling him that the patriarch cannot see him at the moment, and kindly asks Logan to leave. Logan, concerned for his father's well-being, asks if he's fine, to which the guard replies that the family law states that even direct blood relatives cannot see the patriarch without prior notice, mockingly asking Logan if he forgot about that rule. Rick, scared like a rat, with a trembling voice, tells his master that those rules are a few hundred years old. Logan replies to the guard that he had seen his father 3 months ago without any problem, to which the guard replies that in this case, the guard in charge at the time hasn't done his job properly. Logan thinks this is strange, and how this never happened in his past life. Thanks to his training, he overhears the conversation of 2 guards talking on a balcony, calling him a coward for running away after he lost to his little brother, and saying that the knight knows he can't let out a squeak, and even if anything goes wrong, the guard will easily manage it himself. Logan realizes his reputation has hit rock bottom while he was gone training, so much so that even the family's knights take him for a fool. The guard tells Logan that next time should give prior notice before coming. Logan is disrespected and thinks that the situation is troublesome because he wants to show everyone that he has changed and to continue this change gradually. He asks the guard what his name is while taking something out of his inner breast pocket. The guard, thinking about what he's reaching for, replies that his name is Dominan. Logan continues by restating the events that just happened, how Dominan stopped him from seeing his father by invoking an old family rule that is dead, and how he humiliated him with a consistently insolent attitude. The guard is shocked by what Logan is saying and thinks about the sudden change in his character. Logan then proceeds to challenge Dominant to a duel by throwing a glove at his face. Everyone is looking down on the scene amazed, while Logan is taunting Dominan, telling him that he couldn't believe that he would have his tail between his legs against a rumored coward, and how he must be all past his prime, and Rick is just standing behind Logan shitting his pants. Annoyed, Dominan picks up the glove that Logan threw at his face and accepts the duel. Next, Dominan and Logan are staring at each other, ready to face off in the Knights' training pits. 2 guards are talking about what's about to happen, not believing that Logan is going against a knight when it's just been 3 months since he lost to his younger brother, and say that this is going to end badly for Logan. However, thanks to his training, and the fact that now he's a force user, he can hear all the chattering about bets being made in Doinan's favor, how he's not going to last even 10 minutes and so on. Logan acknowledges that no one expects him to win. Suddenly, Sir Dominan tells Logan that he looks pretty relaxed for what's about to happen, and tells him that he should be careful not to get hurt, visibly mad about the situation. Logan thinks that even though he was brave enough to pick a fight with him, he still doesn't have the guts to say anything bad about the family in front of the other knights, since he is a little bitch. Next, an image of Rick shitting his pants pops up again, thinking that in the end, the young master has decided to fight with Sir Dominan, and that is probably their last day on Earth because they are screwed if he loses, then proceeds to stop breathing because of how scared he is. The referee appears and declares that the official duel between Logan McLain and Sir Dominan is about to begin, and that for the sake of safety, only wooden weapons will be used. The referee thinks introspects about whether he should be going through with this. However, there's nothing he can do, as Logan is being stubborn and isn't giving him any options, then proceeds to think that even though they are limited to wooden weapons, knights are mainly for users, so they could easily kill someone even with a wooden sword, then proceeds to start the duel, thinking that whatever happens isn't his responsibility anyway, and even though that is the case, he hopes for Sir Dominan to take it easy on Logan. As the duel begins, both fighters distance each other and take on their fighting stance. To the other knight's surprise, Sir Dominan starts charging his aura, and everyone is stunned by this move, using the force against a normal guy, which seems to be a rather brutal move. Rick thinks that this should even be considered cheating, and doesn't even want to think what would happen if Logan gets hit by that. The referee asks Sir Dominan to be gentle. However, Logan isn't intimidated by this move, saying that for the untrained eye, the force Sir Dominan shows could be frightening, but it is a sign that he's clumsy with the force, as leaking force is the sign of someone unable to control it. Logan starts taunting Sir Dominan once again, asking if everything is okay and if there's something that upsets him. Sir Dominan thinks of how he is annoyed by that one comment, the way Logan told him he is past his prime. Turns out Dominan was never a good knight. In fact, he was the worst knight in the order, and at the age of 40, he decided to retire, just going around, doing his errands, waiting for the day he could go home and not give a fuck anymore. Still, so prideful, that comment was something that hurt his ego. Sir Dominan angrily leaps forward with all his force, while Rick begs the referee to stop him, as the young master will die. But the referee says there is nothing he can do. Sir Dominan is about to strike Logan with his secret technique, Mighty Triple Kill, but Logan gracefully pins Domino's sword to the ground and mocks him, telling him that if dares to call himself a knight, he must do better than this. Everyone is stunned by what just happened. It was so fast that no one even saw the moment Dominan was defeated, and no one knew that Logan was a force user. Logan calls upon the referee and says that he wants to give Dominan a second chance. The referee is okay with this, and asks Sir Dominan if he's okay. Dominan thinks about how something like this is possible. How could he be weaker than that kid? He picks up his sword, and once again he tries to strike Logan, but he gets hit in the face like a rug instead and falls on his back. Logan acknowledges that even though he even gave him another chance, it's about time that he tucks his tail between his legs. And as Sir Dominan is about to admit his defeat, Logan strikes him again, saying that he has shown more than enough mercy for a vassal who tried to rebel against a superior, and that whatever is left now is punishment. He continues to strike Dominan repeatedly, as the others look in disbelief, thinking how cruel Logan is. The knights remain astounded, and don't understand how such a change is possible in such a short period of time. Both his force being awakened, and his sword skills appear to be the same as for someone who has been a swordsman for decades. Eventually, the massacre stops, and Logan is declared the winner. Later in his father's study, Logan and Patrick start talking. His father tells him that what he has seen is impressive, acknowledging his awakening, and asks what happened during his training. Logan thinks about the fact that his father was watching, not thinking that he would, and tells him that he just got rid of his greed and let go of everything. As he kept training with that mindset, at one point, he could just feel the force filling up inside him. Logan introspects that even though it might sound like a lie, this is a realization he gained in his past life, that only after giving up on avenging his family, he could become a force user, and how he only awakened after turning 40. His father seems impressed that the simple realization did that to him and says that he has truly changed, however, is mad at him that after this realization, his first action is to assault a knight. Logan argues that the man deserved it, and asks his father if he heard the full story from the other soldiers. His father tells him that he did, but still, he doesn't think that those measures were necessary. Logan says that it was, leaving his dad stunned, as that man was trying to fool the blood of his lord and make a joke out of him, and if left unchecked, he would have become a poison to the family's discipline. He then proceeds to think about how a hierarchy is the pillar that allows an organization to run, and when the hierarchy is shaken up, the organization itself falters. Besides, the one thing he realized after living as a mercenary for 10 years is that when it comes to a group of men with weapons, if you're reining them in, you have to make sure that you do it in one strike, and that today's event will be a lesson to the other knights. His father goes on to say that Dominan is definitely largely at fault since he forgot his duty in the first place and tried to fool Logan. But what Logan did was too much of a gamble, and that he should restrain himself for the time being. Logan is stunned to see that his father is forgiving him so easily, as this was not the case in his past life, and his father, seeing this, jokingly asks if he wishes a punishment, to which Logan replies that he's good. His father goes on to say that he's not accepting what he did as right, and that he also tells him that he is never to do something like this again without permission, since he hasn't even officially received his rank yet, and Logan respectfully says that he'll keep that in mind. After that, his father proceeds to tell him that his fiancée, Rena, is going to be visiting soon. Logan seems to be taken by surprise by this news. However, this is not the case, since what he's experiencing is not a surprise but actually excitement, as his payday is closer. Soon after, Princess Rena Wolf is presented to us. Every maid looking remains speechless, and all the guards are jealous of Logan. As she approaches, she gracefully greets Lord McLain, saying it has been far too long, and inquiries about his well-being. The patriarch, stunned by Rena's beauty, comments on what a beautiful lady she has become since the last time he had seen her. Rick also looks at her from afar, and is stunned to see her all grown up like this, and yet, he looks at Master Logan, who doesn't seem at all impressed by her presence. Rena says that she has a letter entrusted to her by the Count, her father, and so she begins reading it. The letter is addressed to Baron Patrick McLain, and it appears to be so boring that for the next 30 minutes, even the guards almost fall asleep. However, the conclusion the letter states brings everyone to their toes once again, as the final wish stated in the letter is that due to some unavoidable circumstances, for the arranged marriage between Rena and Logan to break off. After hearing all of these, Logan concludes that even though they've tried to go around it, the message is simple. They've thought that Patrick McLain would become an aura user, but instead, he has been stuck as a high-ranking knight for over 20 years, and to be honest, Logan is a loser, so it doesn't make sense for the Wolves clan to join hands with the McLains. Therefore, they just prefer to go their separate ways. After hearing this, Patrick is furious, since they are breaking the marriage without any proper reason, and he takes it that the Wolves are trying to humiliate the McLains. Rena replies that this is not the case, saying that she even asked to be the envoy, because she was concerned that Patrick would arrive at that conclusion, and so she wanted to clear the misunderstanding. Then she goes on to talk about how she still has vivid memories of her one-year stay at the McLain residence from when she was a child. Good memories that she had made alongside Logan in that beautiful and serene place, and that she does not wish to abandon those cherished moments that stayed with her for so long and that she considers so precious. However, even though that is the case, there is nothing she can do, as she is bound to her family, and she has no choice but to follow the decisions of the higher-ups. So the next best thing she can do is to come there and apologize to Logan and Patrick in person. Everyone is stunned by her words, saying that her heart is just as beautiful as her face. Everyone except for Logan and his stepmother, Marion Kairos. Marion asks Rina plain and simple what exactly is the reason for this breakup, saying that she would like to hear about those unavoidable circumstances. While this is happening, Logan thinks about his stepmother, how she is the biological mother to Ranyan, and how she has always regarded him as an enemy because of the matter of succession. Therefore, Logan thought she wouldn't involve herself in the matter. However, it seems that the family's honor is a different matter for her. Rina once again apologizes and dodges the question by saying that she is unaware of the reason for which this breakup is happening, and argues that she is only someone who shall marry and become part of another family. Therefore, her father doesn't discuss important family matters with her. Marion is furious, and she goes on to conclude that everything being said, she can understand that Rina has come to announce that she is breaking the engagement for no reason at all. Rina, scared shitless, with her white dress getting spots of brown, looks up at the McLains and announces that for the inconvenience created, the Wolves are prepared to pay 3 million gold as compensation for breaking up the engagement. Seeing this, Dwayne Filsner, McLain's financial manager, is about to have a heart attack, and Logan is happy to hear it as well, thinking that he can have the money, although this is not going to happen. Hearing all of this, Patrick almost goes on a murder spree, asking how she even dares to propose something like that. A knight from the House of Wolves jumps in front of Princess Rina to protect her and pleads for the patriarch to calm down and continue the conversation. Patrick asks him if he's a high-ranking knight like him, acknowledging that it's an impressive thing to achieve for someone his age, then goes on to say that perhaps the injury of the Wolves family's rising star would be a fair trade for the disgrace to the McLain's family's honor. The knight goes on to say that his master, Kyron Wolves, named Lord McLain an honorable man and said that he wouldn't persecute the young princess or a junior. Rina then goes on to speak, saying that she does not wish to buy honor with money either, and asks them to accept the gold as a gesture of sincere attempt to maintain the friendship between the two families, despite the unavoidable criticism that is to come from these circumstances. Lord McLain clenches his teeth, thinking that if he presses any further in the matter, he shall become a man without honor, and realizes that this is exactly why Kyron sent those young ones. Patrick goes on to say that a visitor is a visitor, be him a jinx as well, and that the McLains are not persecuting their guests. However, he's not going to accept the Wolves' one-sided offer either, and in exchange for breaking up the engagement, House McLain only requests one thing, for the envoy, Princess Rina Wolves, to courteously apologize to his son, and that he will also refuse any other type of compensation. After all this has been said, Logan intervenes, saying that as the person concerned in the breaking of this engagement, he has a request, and kindly asks to be heard. Logan ponders that they must take the money, thinking that letting them apologize with nothing more than words is insane, especially since 3 million gold is a whole year's budget for the House of McLain. Also, half of their current funding is support from his stepmother's maiden family, Kairos, and thinks that they will go bankrupt the second that support is cut off. And for what? For honor? He thinks that everyone is out of their mind, and that they must take those 3 million no matter what. Logan then goes on to speak to his father, and says that he would like to accept the terms of the Wolves' apology, and Patrick gets furious again, asking if Logan is going to make him go back on his word. Logan reflects on the pressure his father is under, thinking that even though he does not have an aura, he's still a high-ranking knight, but sadly, this is nothing compared to others in the kingdom, and thinks that if he's not going to be able to handle this, he'll never be able to go forward either. Patrick tells Logan that House McLain isn't so poor that they need to abandon their honor for the sake of money. Logan exhales deeply and says that they actually are that. He goes on to argue that House McLain owes the bank 3 million gold right now, and a year's interest alone is 150,000 gold, and that without the Kairos' support, they would be bankrupt right now. They are the kingdom's greatest beggar family. He says that they are broke as fuck, at least that is what he would like to say, but since this is an official meeting, he's going to keep it to himself and tell his father that the very reason he must accept the money is for the sake of honor. His father then asks if he would have him go back on his word for honor, to which Logan replies that House Wolves have a higher standing than their family, and that the Count is also a Margrave of the East. And even though the House of Wolves is a leading power in the East, they're not the family they serve as their lord, and so ending this matter with just an apology makes him fear that rumors would go around that they've bowed down to the Wolves. Rina intervenes and says that the House Wolves aren't such an irrational family, and that they have the utmost respect for McLain's honor. To this, Logan asks if she doesn't find it ridiculous how she talks about rationality, yet she one-sidedly comes to break off the engagement. A memory from Logan's past life appears, and he thinks about how he then believed that Rina was genuinely sad about the unavoidable breakup. However, that was before a certain event. Rina and Logan are alone in a dormitory, and Rena thanks Logan for coming, saying that they might have to break up that day, but still she wants to create a last memory with him. Logan, thinking that his life as a master is finished anyway, asks for Rena to accompany him and run away that night. That's when Rena throws a knife at his face, and Logan is forced to pick up his sword and defend himself. Rena then undresses, and trying to shame him, starts asking if he really thinks that someone like him truly belongs with someone like her, then tells him to learn his place and get lost. She asks him why he is even carrying a sword since lost it to a kid, and tells him that he just made things so much easier for her. Logan doesn't understand what's happening, and Rena starts screaming when night bursts in. Rena accuses Logan of becoming aggressive and trying to take advantage of her, and since his sword was already drawn, it was a lie easy to believe. Logan recollects that he was already at fault for so many mistakes that not even his family believed him, and as a result, the McLains were forced to apologize to the wolves and pay a heft compensation. He says to himself that because of her, he was never able to trust women, and calls Rena a hoe, and says that she belongs to the streets, but she's not getting away with it this time. After those events, Logan is thinking about his plan and how he was going to change his reputation within the family, figuring that by slowly showing how he's changed and convincing them, then they would also change. But it seems that his fight with Dominan made him come to a realization. The soldiers have turned a blind eye even when someone disrespected him, and the rumors of him losing to his brother have spread while he was away. Therefore, he can't transform the family by gaining acknowledgement from people like them, and there are only 9 months left until the regional war starts, and his reputation isn't important anymore. The only important thing is saving the family. Logan steps on his honor and tells Rena that he'll accept the compensation of the wolves' family, regardless of his family's wishes, to which Rena remains stunned. The patriarch is furious, and asks Logan how he dares to oppose to deny his will, to which Logan replies that he cannot be satisfied with lip service apologies, leaving his father astounded. He continues by saying that if their honor can be compensated for with words that will disappear in thin air, its worth will be just as light as those words. Hearing all this, Rena tries to make the best of the situation and says that the wolves' family wishes to obey the will of the Baron, the patriarch of House McLain, and asks Patrick what he is choosing. Logan sees through this and thinks that everything she's saying is for the sake of saving her father's face, and she's probably shitting herself at the thought of paying 3 million gold. The patriarch, looking down on Rena, says that as a representative of the McLain family, he is satisfied with just a sincere apology. However, he'll leave it to Logan to decide if the apology is sincere or not. Hearing this, Marion is furious. Patrick once again turns towards Logan and tells him to think carefully. As if he accepts money for his dishonor, he is opening the door for his honor to be traded in the future as well. Logan, without giving it a second thought, deliberates that he can't cave into his father on this matter, and says that as the person concerned with the breaking of this engagement, he accepts the compensation offered by the House of Wolves, which surprises Marion and visibly upsets Rena. After Logan makes his choice, his father, disappointed, says that he thought Logan had become a little better, but actually, he changed for the worse, and says that is his fault for not teaching him the true value of honor. Logan, even though he's not telling his father directly, ponders that everything he does is for the sake of the family. In his room, after he receives the hefty compensation from Rena, Logan is disturbed by a knock on the door, thinking that is Rick and inviting him in, but instead Dwayne enters the room, the financial advisor of the family. Seeing him there, Logan thinks about what he's up to. An inner monologue of Dwayne is presented, reminiscing how he, as the financial advisor, had to run the McLain estate on an ever-shrinking budget, dealing both with the soldiers who demanded new weaponry and also with the servants who were running low on winter supplies. How he had to make up for the lack of money by begging the patriarchs-in-law, not knowing if he was the financial advisor or a king of beggars, thinking that if this hadn't been his hometown, he would have resigned a long time ago. However, right now, he has the chance to be comfortable for at least a few years, thinking that the only person standing in his way is this clueless, foolish kid, saying to himself that Logan will have to share the 3 million with him. Dwayne tells Logan that he only stopped by to greet him, as he left a great impression on him yesterday through the way he stood up for himself, and how he didn't cave in the slightest bit to unwarranted outside pressure, being quite literally an amazing apprentice, truly fitting to be the heir of the McLain family. As he says all that, he thinks that his flattery must have touched Logan deeply, as he never received it since he only did stupid things before, imagining that it would be so simple to take his money. However, Logan is not at all impressed by whatever he says, so goes on to say that in these times of hardship, 3 million gold is like rain in a drought, and that his wits have allowed his family a huge sigh of relief. And once again, Logan stands unimpressed by Dwayne's words, saying that he doesn't understand why the family would breathe a sigh of relief as these are his money. Hearing this, Dwayne loses hope, thinking that Logan is really going to use all the money for himself but still tries to stay patient, since in the 20 years as a financial advisor for the McLains, groveling has already become a normal habit of his, and that this situation is no different. And so he starts crying, leaving Logan a little shocked, and making him ask if the family's situation is really that bad. Dwayne goes on to tell Logan that he doesn't know if he's aware or not, but the family does the Cooper's Bank 3 million gold, and wants to continue by saying that the interest alone is 150,000 gold. But he doesn't get to finish his sentence, as Logan intervenes and completes it for him. Dwayne, stunned, asks if he knew that already, and Logan replies that the interest shouldn't be a problem, as right now it's harvest time, and he should be able to pay that with the money made from the crops. Dwayne tries to persuade him that even just running the barony generally costs a lot of money, and that they are always on a tight budget, and tries to say that if he could help them a bit, things could change, but is again interrupted by Logan, who doesn't want to hear anything about it. Dwayne asks why wouldn't he help him, as he thought that he opposed the Baron for the sake of the family. Logan says that he agrees with him, and he'll use the money for the sake of the family, but not for the immediate costs of running the barony. Instead, he needs to prepare for the future. Dwayne, furious, thinks that Logan has no idea what he's talking about, and thinks that Logan should hand the money over to him. Logan then goes on to ask Dwayne if he's right when saying that even if he would pay off the family debts, that wouldn't change the family's situation much. Dwayne argues that having a bigger budget would make the estate easier to run for at least a couple of years, and Logan asks what happens after that, saying that even though that is the case, they will fall back into debt as they don't even have any specialty products to sell, concluding that it's a vicious cycle, and he's trying to break it by using a plan devised by him for which he also needs the money. Dwayne is stunned to hear all this, and thinks if this is really the same hooligan he used to know, saying that he thought Logan was just a kid who didn't care the slightest for the family affairs. Logan then goes on to say that he has a favor to ask of Dwayne, and that if he helps him, he might share part of the money with him, helping him to pay for some of the family's expenses. Dwayne asks what he needs, and Logan tells him that he needs to gather some mercenaries. Later, Logan speaks to Rick. It appears that he is preparing to leave again, and Rick asks where on earth he is going and says that it hasn't even been that long since he came back from solitary training. Logan replies that he is leaving to make money, to which Rick says that he already has a lot of money, but Logan says he needs more. Rick goes on to say that for sure the Patriarch won't allow him to leave right now, as the atmosphere in the castle is tense, to say the least, to which Logan replies that he's not going to ask his father, and that he's just going to snake out. Rick is mortified by what he hears, but Logan doesn't care, thinking that if he can't overturn his reputation right now, it's impossible to change anything, so he has to gather forces from the exterior. Luckily, he is familiar with what is happening on the outside right now, as if it's just around the time he was kicked out of the family in his previous life, and concludes that his first move is to seek out a certain man. Rick tries to talk some sense into him, saying that he's not thinking straight and that becoming a runaway at his age wouldn't bring anything good for him. Logan is annoyed by Rick's persistence, and Rick asks what is he supposed to do if he just runs away, and tells Logan that if he's really going to leave, he might as well step on him on his way out, which he is about to do since he doesn't really care. Logan tells Rick that everything is going to be okay for him, as he is going to write a letter to his father, so no one will blame him. Rick asks what he is going to write, but Logan only smiles at him, and Rick sighs in relief. After Logan left, Rick took the letter to the Patriarch, and he looks like he's about to make the beaches of Normandy look like a fucking joke. The letter opens with a greeting to the Patriarch, and goes on to say that heartbroken by the engagement, decided to leave for some air, and that he will be back soon. Signed by Logan McLain. After this, poor Rick just cries, and wishes for Logan to come back. A history of the McLain family is presented, and so it seems that even just 200 years ago, the McLain family wasn't in the position it's in now. The vast and extensive country stretched from the neighboring Turson Viscounty to the Sylvan and Perna Viscontis, as well as the Bifrost Plains were revered as the ruler and lord of the southwestern area of the Grandia Kingdom. But until the current Lord Patrick McLain, the useless work of the last 3 generations of ancestors caused their title to be demoted with the size of their territory greatly decreased. The vast storage of grain that was once called the McLain Plains was given to the most powerful vassal, and the useful land was divided among different vassals. The place that they ended up in as if chased out was the rough and dry land near the southern mountains, so the McLains were bound to financial hardship. There were no suitable regional products, and the copper mines that were common in mountain territories didn't exist. Logan thinks that in this state, even if they win the regional war, they would need to ask for help from Kairos continuously, and so to end this vicious cycle, they need a lot of money, much more than the 3 million he already has, and says that there is someone here that can help him. As he enters the Grandia Kingdom's greatest trading city, Kale, a lot of voices start calling for customers for different items like rings, shields, or even just fresh vegetables and fruits. And Logan thinks that coming here helps him remember just how remote the McLain barony is. He goes on to say that based on his memory, the person he is looking for spent their youth in Kale, and that the residents said he lives around the area he's in. The man he is looking for is Goldbug Philip Claude. A description of the Empire is being depicted. The strongest nation within the continent, the Ares Empire, is a strong centralist nation based on the merit system. Therefore, as long as you are talented, regardless of gender or age, you have the chance to succeed, being a nation where you can enjoy power and riches, even as a foreigner, a person who is not a citizen of the Empire. A perfect example of that is Grandia Kingdom's Philip Claude. He is one of the wealthiest merchants who moved to the Empire and is the continent's greatest war merchant, called the Trader of Grandia Kingdom. However, in reality, even while being called Goldbug, he would support those from his home country and use his money to create the miracle of Grandia sovereign dominion. As he's strolling the streets, Logan sees a person on the streets and wonders, could that be him? The kid in the middle of the streets has just been scammed and thinks about how he's going to live from now on, since he doesn't have any money left. Logan watches him thinking how he heard that his business failed because he got scammed, but seeing it himself is more horrible than he ever imagined. While the kid thinks about ending it, Logan approaches him trying to make his acquaintance, asking if he is Philip Claude. Philip replies that he indeed is, and asks who Logan is, thinking that by his future, red eyes, and strong gaze, he might be dangerous. Logan says that he would like to talk to Philip for a minute, but Philip is still skeptical of Logan, wondering how he knows him. At that moment, Philip feels a strong emotion in Logan's eyes, one that the businessman Philip had seen countless times, that being greed. Philip goes on to theorize that by his timing and how he's wearing old armor, he's a mercenary gangster. Logan tries to make his motifs known, but Philip loses it and starts screaming that his payment date is not due yet, and that his commercial property sale will proceed to arrive in 3 days, so he should come back then. Logan assures him that he's not there to receive any of his debts, but Philip barks like a mad dog and tells him once again that his sales haven't processed yet, and tells Logan to go away. Once again, Logan tries to calm Philip down and tells him that he's not there to collect any money, but instead to invest money, leaving Philip shocked, asking if by that, he means to invest in Philip, and Logan replied affirmatively. Then Philip goes on to think that if he's not there to receive money from him, then he must be a crazy bastard, crazy to want to invest in someone like him who completely failed, yet he's also wondering that maybe Logan is telling the truth, and asks him how much he wants to invest. And Logan asks him in return how much does he need, saying that he'll support him enough to repay his debts and make a comeback. Philip, still not convinced, analyzes the look on Logan's face and the dirt on his armor, saying that he must have come from far away, and so he realizes something. Logan once again tries to ask Philip how much he needs, but Philip replies by calling him a nasty bastard and says that if he wants to scam him, he should have prepared properly, just like the other bastards that just scammed him. He goes on to say that Logan is not an investor, and by the looks of that crest on his armor, he must belong to the Southwest McLain barony, calling them a beggar family that needs to live off the coattails of their in-laws. How could they want to invest when that family can't even repay their own debts? Also, he tells Logan that if he got caught impersonating a noble, he'd be executed, and says that anyway, he chose the wrong person, as he is really broke. Logan analyzes things from another perspective, thinking that even though he's at the bottom, Philip makes quite astute judgments, as expected from a future magnate, and wonders how could he appease him, while Philip is whining in the middle of the street that he doesn't even have enough money to eat or die. And at that moment, Logan gets an idea. He asks Philip to pay attention to him for a second, and shows him his aura, leaving him perplexed. Philip thinks that someone who's a genius like him, who has awakened force at such an early age, would be so stupid to throw it all away for the sake of a scam. Philip apologizes, saying that a lot has happened to him, and that he is a little sensitive, and asks what was his business with him. Logan says that he wants to hire him forever, paying his debt as a freebie. Philip is once again skeptical, asking if the McLain family even has the money for something like that. Logan asks how much his debt is, arguing it must be around $250,000, saying that he'll pay his debt and give him an additional $300,000, and reveals the money he had been carrying with him all this time. Philip looks at Logan and thinks he is an angel, so he goes on to sign the contract. The terms are that if the subordinate, Philip, ever tries to purposely harm the boss, they will feel excruciating pain as if their soul is being torn apart. Just a formality, really. The witch that sealed the contract tells Philip that if he doesn't like that, he should awaken force himself and become at least a high-ranked knight, or pay a 4-circle mage or hire several hundred times the amount of money as the contract that has just been struck, and ask them to lift the curse, leaving Philip astounded once again. She sends them away on a positive note, telling him to swipe by again, and Philip wonders if he just got fucked over. thinking that he was out of his mind when he thought of Logan as an angel, especially now when he realized that he just paid an expensive magic contract just to make him his salve, when just one page of the contract is worth 30 slaves alone. Logan goes on to say that they can't really trust each other now, since they've just met, so if he invests a fortune, he needs a reasonable guarantee, and assures Philip that once they get to build some trust in each other, he will get rid of the contract, and throws his hand in a sign of good companionship. Philip thinks that this contract is a mess, with no detailed period of time or conditions, but he has no other choice than to trust Logan for the time being. So he shakes his hand. Philip asks what Logan needs him to do, to which he replies that first, they need to buy some monster meat. Upon hearing this, Philip calls Logan a psycho. Logan thinks that Philip's reaction is normal, as monster blood and meat contain poison, so burning them would be common sense. However, in a few years, the situation will change drastically, as it becomes known that you can make a monster blood neutralizer with common ingredients, and some areas lacking in food begin consuming monsters. That winter, cases of disabilities were being treated upon consumption of the monster Kalok. Even those that had their private parts injured became physically sterile and saw the effect, and just a year after those events, the Royal Mage Tower validates them. Kalok becomes impossible to find throughout the continent, as once species disappear simply from the research results that they are good for virility, and so Logan thinks that knowing this, he can easily make 3 million, or even more than that. Seeing what he got into, walking around with a madman, Phillips looks at Logan disappointed and wonders if he wouldn't be better off just running away. In a tavern, Philip and Logan start discussing their next course of action. Logan tells Philip that he wants to buy 1 million gold worth of monster meat, and Philip thinks he's crazy. Logan tells him to calm down, telling him that he would make money even if he would spend even more on it. Philip says he's against it and asks Logan if he's sure about what he's doing. He replies affirmatively. Philip asks him what the price range per unit to buy Kalok meat is, and he says that Kalok meat isn't worth anything right now, and that people are mostly burning it because of the lack of buyers. So if he zero orders someone to bring him the corpses, it would be around 200 gold, as per the kingdom's transportation charges, and also the transportation fee is charged per unit. So if he were to bring a lot of Kaloks at once, it will be way cheaper to transport. Philip finds Logan's thinking impressive, as he even thinks of the transportation charges and says that he is right about the costs, asking if, with that unit price and the budget of 1 million in mind, he's going to hire a mercenary guild for a kingdom-wide hunt and then buy everything for them. Logan tells him that he's correct and asks if he finds anything wrong with that. Philip explains that his plan is completely wrong, and that since all the monster meat is being thrown away right now, he should just hire a merchant guild for the price of beef, and everything is solved. He goes on to say that there are merchants out there that would bring and sell anything for $1, and even if that's trash to be thrown away, they'll ask each other to acquire it for them, and he is so confident to even say that they will probably bring him all the Kalok meat in the kingdom as soon as he asks for it, all cut and ready. Logan is amazed by Philip's idea, thinking that his investment is already paying off, and being a little sussy, he calls Philip an adorable punk for some reason. Philip tells him to not overthink money matters from now on and leave it all to him. After all, his faith depends on Logan's future. Logan then proceeds to give Philip a list of things, cartridges made of ironwood, springs and glue, and tells him to stay in Kale and buy all those items in bulk. But Philip once again gets a little skeptical and asks Logan if he's trying to open a toy factory, to which he replies that he has something even better in mind. Actually, Logan made Philip buy the raw materials for weapons of war, and goes on to remember how weapons made of these materials were used in the Grandia Kingdom's invasion in his past life, and depending on the battle conditions, a mere soldier could even keep a knight in check with those weapons. He also thinks that he entrusted Dwayne to hire mercenaries before coming there, so just getting these weapons into their hands could be enough to get an upper hand in the regional war. But first he has to find a craftsman capable of making these weapons, and an instructor to train the mercenaries as well. 2 days later, in Harun, the city of mercenaries, Logan talks to Kaisalan, an A-rank mercenary, trying to hire him as an instructor, but Kaisalan says he's never productively trained anyone before. Logan tells him that the job shouldn't be too hard, as he'll just be training the C-rank mercenaries he'll hire. Still reticent, Kaisalan tells Logan that he doesn't know what he's heard about him, but all he managed to do is guide a few youngsters, and that he should entrust this mission to professional educators. Logan thinks that Kaisalan can't fool him as he knows all of this stuff since he worked with him in his past life, and acknowledges that Kaisalan can wield every weapon there is, and even has excellent horse riding skills. Moreover, Kaisalan's value shines when he becomes an instructor. After all, the mercenary squad he raised after he had been gravely wounded and thus retired boasted skills better than any other of their kind, but he doesn't seem to be in the mood right now, so Logan offers him 4,000 gold for it. Kaisalon is being difficult and wouldn't take Logan's offer, so Logan raises the pay to 6,000. But Kaisalon still refuses, so Logan raises again to 7,000. Once again, Kaisalon is difficult, trying to tell Logan that money can't bring him everything he wants. But Logan raises the pay again to 8,000, and that is when Kaisalon caves and accepts Logan's offer, even thanking him in advance. They talk, and Logan tells him that he is the first son of the McLain Baron family, and Logan asks him if he's not curious about why he's hiring mercenaries from the countryside, and Kaisalon says he's not interested as long as he's getting paid. While walking the streets, they witness a man whipping a group of men, shouting that if he's going to be late, he's going to kill all of them. Kaisalon goes on to say that, as Logan might already know, the name of the nickname of the city of Harun is the city of mercenaries and slaves, and that they will see a lot more of these things as they go forward, because from there on, the city becomes a slave market, to which Logan replies that he is familiar with the situation, thinking that he's also going to buy a slave at this market. One merchant notices Logan, thinking that he must be a clueless country bumpkin, and calls him to show his goods, saying that he offers slaves at the cheapest price. But once he sees Kaisalon, he gets scared shitless, and seeing this, Logan relaxes, thinking that it was definitely worth it to hire him. At some point, he reaches a shop with more guards than the others, and thinks that he has reached the right place, and the old man greets Logan and tells him that he assumes he knows what he gets himself into, and Logan says that he's there to buy a dwarf. The old merchant tells Logan that he has come to the right place, and says that other world races are rare, so they take special care of them, inviting Logan to step forward. He shows him a pair of elves, and tells him that they were very hard to acquire, and asks him if he has seen elves anywhere before. The old merchant tries to tell Logan about the two elves, but he does not care, and tells the merchant to give him the dwarf chained in the back of the room. The merchant says that he can clearly see he is a dwarf by the way he looks, and that he will find plenty of use for him, as even among dwarves who are well known to be great craftsmen, he's one of the few expert rank craftsmen. Logan remains a little amazed when he hears that, and thinks that dwarfs are innately skilled with their hands, a race that creates and fixes objects and finds meaning in them from their youth until old age. And an expert rank dwarf is even beyond what he was looking and doesn't even need to worry about the job he's going to give him. So Logan inquires about the price, and the merchant tells him that since he is an expert rank, the price starts from at least 200,000 gold. Logan looks down on the man and asks him if he looks like a pushover to him, and the old man almost shits his pants and lowers the price by 50,000 gold. Kaisalon thinks of how fast he made the old man drop the price. The dwarf looks at Logan and says that what he did was unrelenting, but Logan finds it basic. The dwarf goes on to ask where he's going now, to which Logan replies that he'll take him to the McLain estate in the southwest, and that he'll be making the things he requests of him, to which the dwarf replies, that is as he thought. Dwarves are known to be skilled with their hands, but that is not the case for slave dwarves, because despite being the race of craftsmen, without passion they can't create a true work of art. And Logan thinks that he wants to instill passion in this dwarf, and tells him that if he does his best for him for the next 20 years, he'll send him back to the mountains, saying that 20 years is nothing to his kind anyway. The dwarf is happy to hear that, and wants to thank Logan, when suddenly another slave cuts himself loose and starts running away from his master, and Logan sees all this. However, he doesn't get far, as a soldier manages to catch him. It turns out that Logan finds that slave familiar, a blue-haired and blue-odd-eyed slave, and suddenly he remembers and accidentally speaks his thoughts aloud, making Kaisalon wonder what he's saying. Logan is wondering how this could be possible, meeting the noble slayer here, reminiscing how in his past life there was an immensely famous aura user in the kingdom. Once a slave, he ran away after killing his masters, going on a murder spree, killing nobles and knights alike, and finally hiding for the next 10 years. When he reappeared, he used aura, proof that he had ascended past his humanity, making his life mission to kill every noble he could find in his path and earning the title Noble Slayer. Logan goes on to say that the slave escape incident happened about a year after he became a mercenary, and so according to the timeline, he indeed would still be a slave right now. If he rescues that boy right now, he'll have a future aura user on his side. But the problem is that this guy is an unstoppable homicidal maniac. Logan thinks that if he becomes a lethal weapon that will slash his own allies, he can just lock him up. As the master tries to hit the boy once again, Logan draws his sword and stops his leg, and gets the master by surprise. And when he notices the family crest, he tells him that he must be a customer and becomes a little bitch. The slave master goes on to say how embarrassed he is, and says that the goods weren't listening, so he had to train them, and asks Logan how he can be of service to him. Logan says that he would like to buy some slaves, meaning the two children, but the master tells him that because they are both rare red and blue odd-eyed children, the price is hefty, and asks him if he's sure about it. Logan asks for the price, and the master tells him that is at least 10,000s for each. Logan thinks that a sturdy young slave costs around 300 gold, and yet he dares to set the price 100 times higher for 2 kids that are barely skin and bone. Logan goes on to say that considering the worth of the noble Salyer, 10,000 gold is cheap, but there is no way this guy knows about that. And besides that, he doesn't want to let this scumbag make money behind his back. And so Logan says that 30 times the asking price for a sturdy slave for 2 kids that are about to collapse soon with one looking like he is on the verge of death is kinda expensive. The master goes on to argue that they are the only ones here, and Logan says that he'll pay 500 gold for each, a price higher than that of a healthy slave, which should be more than enough. The master haggles, saying that at that price, he's not even going to get back the money he has invested. Logan gets annoyed and asks the master if he thinks him that stupid not to know what a slave costs, and the master shits his pants. The master goes on to think that Victor is always causing him trouble, so he's sure he'll also do it in the future, and goes on to accept Logan's offer. Kaisalon carries the injured kid on his back, saying that it's impressive how he got up already since his injury wasn't one to allow such a quick recovery, and Logan goes on to say that he truly got back on his feet in no time. What actually happened is that Logan has been releasing force along the way to heal the kid, which is even better than the magic of most low-level priests. However, he is stunned to see that the other kid might have detected his aura, while even Kaisalon failed to catch it, but he dismisses it as a coincidence. Victor jumps from Kaisalon's back and tries to attack Logan, but he doesn't even manage to get a punch in, as Logan catches him by the neck and tells him that if he doesn't know if he's full of spirit or just plain stupid, he goes on to ask if he understands the situation he is in, and asks Victor if he looks as weak as that petty slave merchant to him. He tells Victor that it's great that he's full of fighting spirit, but he should learn to pick his opponents wisely, and tells him that he hopes this will be the last warning he needs. He goes on to say that if he obeys, he guarantees that he and his little sister will be safe, but if something like this happens ever again, he will get rid of them both. He drops Victor, thinking that should be enough, and tells him that he plans on fostering him as a knight. Victor asks if he refers to him, and Logan says that he does, and tells him that he should also know that knights are honorary nobles, and that naturally he should be able to escape his status of slave, and not just him, but also his sister. Hearing this, Victor looks at his sister and says he'll do whatever it takes. Logan looks at them and realizes that his assumption is correct, that his sister is the way to control the noble slayer's violent nature. He goes on to say that he'll start their training as soon as they get back to the house, and then proceeds to ask Hamar, the dwarf, to come closer for a second. He tells him that he'll start to write down the contract, a magic contract that will state the following. If Hamar works for him for the next 20 years, he'll send him back to the mountains. Hamar is stunned by this, not believing that Logan is actually going to send him back to his people. Logan goes on to say that it's hard to trust a promise that consists only of words in the air, and asks Hammer if there's anything wrong, or if he doesn't want to proceed with this, to which Hamar gratefully replies that he wants it with all his heart, and that he'll make anything he wants him to. He goes on to thank Logan again, saying that he didn't believe he'd do that. Seeing this, Logan thinks that if a contract was all that is needed to get him motivated, then he is the one in profit here, and goes on to acknowledge that he got everything he could possibly want from this outing, and even more, as he even manages to put his hands on the noble slayer, and says that the preparation for the war between the fiefs is going smoothly. However, at this point, Logan didn't know that rumors of his strange behavior had already spread in the entirety of the McLain grounds while he was away, that his reputation has hit rock bottom and was going underground, and that Rick was drowning in the mess trying to make amends, as he thinks what the hell is Logan up to. Next, it appears that Logan has returned home, and there's no one as happy in the world to see him as Rick. Logan looks at Rick, and asks him how he's been, to which Rick replies by asking Logan if he's serious while asking such a question, and almost having a stroke. Rick continues by asking Logan what he has been up to while gone, and if he's heard the rumors that have been circulating about him, that he is a perverted monster file that spends 150,000 gold on monster meat. As it turns out, just a few days earlier, Philip has gathered all the merchants he could find, and told them he wants to buy monster meat in the name of the young master Logan McLain. Turns out that even by then, people have already heard about Logan, and how his engagement was broken, and how he ripped off his fiancée. Philip himself started some strange rumors about monster meat, trying to increase the number of sellers, but he didn't know that his master Logan had such a past, going on by saying that he thought he was just a crazy scumbag. However, Philip saw an opportunity in those rumors, and set the price of monster meat as low as he could while still making the merchants run for it, like they would for hot bread, 1 gold per kilo, saying that no merchant would refuse to sell trash to a scumbag who is willing to pay money for it. Then he went on to say that if they want money, they should bring him all the monster meat they can get. It appears that Philip's aggressive salesmanship thus resulted in merchants gathering monster meat, and rumors about Logan spread all throughout the fiefs near Kale as well. Hearing all this, Logan comments that Philip has done his job perfectly, and Rick is stunned and doesn't understand how Logan can laugh in such a moment, and then goes on to say that he should take a look at the faces of those that came with him and think of how many of the rumors they must have heard for them to look in such a way. To all this, Logan simply replies that he shouldn't worry, as all will be over soon. But Rick tells him that he shouldn't be so calm as next. He has to face the patriarch, and he is furious. In his father's study, Patrick asks Logan if he enjoyed running away from home, to which Logan replies that it was indeed a rewarding trip. Patrick goes on to tell Logan that he has heard rumors going around that he has been doing all sorts of crazy things, but he is glad that it has at least been rewarding. Logan defends by saying that rumors are just what they appear to be, senseless lies, and that he has no shame whatsoever for his actions. His stepmother goes on to speak and tells Patrick that it is just as she has said before. Logan has no awareness about his position and how his actions can dishonor his family name. However, Logan doesn't let her finish, and cuts in by replying that what she says is a bit excessive, as he merely spent the money from his engagement breaking as he saw fit. Marion intervenes again, asking Patrick if he heard what he's saying and if he still sides with him after all that, but Patrick shouts that this is enough, and kindly asks her to leave, as he wants to speak to Logan alone for a moment. Patrick tells Logan that this will be the last warning he's given. Logan looks afraid as he stands before his furious father. Patrick asks Logan what he's thinking, and tells him that they need to have a frank chat about what is going on with him. Logan introspects, and says that his father won't let his actions slide this time, and goes on to tell Patrick that he wouldn't understand even if he'd told him. Patrick replies by asking Logan if by any chance it isn't him who doesn't want to be understood, and if Logan realizes what people around him are saying, that he is violent, cruel, money-obsessed, and even insane. He goes on to ask Logan how much longer he has to cover for him, and if there is such a time in the future, that he begs him to give Patrick a notice. That way he can at least make the excuse that he tried his best for the sake of Logan's dead mother. Logan thinks that he cannot believe Patrick brought up his mother in the conversation, since he never mentioned her in his previous life, not even when he was kicked out, and how maybe Patrick hasn't fully let go of his hopes for him yet. Logan asks his father to give him 1 year, and tells him that in a year, he will prove to Patrick the reasons for his actions, and once again asks him to grant him this last favor. Next, we see Patrick alone in his chamber, thinking about what just happened, acknowledging how strange the world favor sounds between a parent and child, and thinking that if Logan hasn't proven his words after a year, then he'll have to make a decision, as he is the patriarch of McLain before he is a father. A picture of Logan's mother appears, Raina, to which Patrick apologizes, saying that he does not understand what is going on with their son. Patrick monologues that he promised to protect him at all costs, and to raise him well, but in the end, he was too neglectful. As he walks the castle's halls, Logan meets his younger brother, and what he sees leaves him stunned. Ranyan has awakened the Force. Ranyan tells Logan that just as he thought, Logan caught up with him right away. Logan is happy to see that Ranyan has awakened the Force at such a young age, just 14 years old, and thinks that in his previous life, Ranyan's Force hasn't awakened until the war between the fiefs, but it awakened so quickly this time. Ranyan tells Logan that it's all thanks to him, and Logan doesn't understand what he means by that. Then Ranyan goes on to say that the knights were stopping him from meeting Logan when he returned, and that is when he awakened. It appears that he defeated the knights in the process of trying to meet with Logan. Logan starts laughing and tells Ranyan that he did a great job, and thinks that if he teaches Ranyan the divine sword secrets as soon as the Force stabilizes, then he can become much stronger than he was in his past life. At a cottage in the south of the McLain estate, Logan goes to meet Dwayne, and he tells Logan that the 35 C-rank mercenaries he was asked to recruit are all there. It appears that the mercenaries are mad at Logan, asking themselves if this whole thing isn't some kind of scam, since they were called there 10 days ago, and until then they've never met Logan. One of them ever remarks that a lowly baron family wouldn't dare to begrudge a mercenary guild unless they're crazy, and another one comments that they may never know, as the rumors about Logan have even reached them as well, and they are bad enough. Then they go on to comment on Logan's appearance, how he is carrying a sword and armor, trying to act like a soldier. Hearing everything, Logan thinks that he gotta pull on the reins with these rascals that fight for a living, or he will never get through to them. Logan then addresses one of the mercenaries and asks him if he thinks that wearing armor and carrying a sword is funny, to which the guy replies that he doesn't understand what he means by that, and thinks about how could Logan hear his comment from over there. Logan goes on to mock the guy by saying that you can for sure think that, but only if you have the skills to back it up. Then he tells the guy that he is only a lowly C-rank mercenary, and asks him what non-existent skills of his give him the right to look down on others. He then rhetorically asks if he offended him, acknowledging that even a lowly man like him has pride, and tells him to step forward. Logan then makes a bargain with the guy, telling him that if he manages to hit even a single blow on him, he will let him leave right then, and also pay him an entire year's worth of money, making it a promise with the honor of a noble at stake, and says that everyone there is a witness. The mercenary steps forward and tells him that everything being said is great for him, since now he can't go back on his word, and looks down on Logan, trying to scare him. How could you scare anything with that ape face, though? The crowd starts to comment on the mercenary's size and ask themselves if he might perhaps be a B ranker, to which another guy replies that he isn't yet, but he might get there after this job. Hearing this, Logan huffs and realizes that this must be the reason for which the mercenary is so confident. The mercenary tells Logan to take the first blow, and Logan replies by telling him that he will regret this decision. However, the mercenary disregards the danger, telling Logan that he has been using a sword so much longer than him, so he shouldn't worry about that, and asks Logan if he needs an upper hand by any chance. That is when Logan charges his force and punches the guy in the face. Everyone is stunned to see the sheer force of this blow, and it seems that Logan ended this duel in one blow, leaving the guy dead on the ground with his teeth flying into the sky. The other mercenary looks in disbelief, while Logan simply stretches his shoulder, huffs, and asks if there's anyone else who wants to run their mouth for no good reason. The mercenaries can't believe that Logan is a force user at that age, and think that this is ridiculous. Kaisalan looks at Logan and thinks that he thought him to be out of the ordinary, but he never realized he was this good. And then Logan goes on to say that no one will comment ever again from that point on. After that, he goes on to formally introduce himself as Logan McLain, the one who called upon them, and then says that many of them are probably wondering why is he throwing money around and hiring mercenaries, and tells them that he wants to train them to be crossbow cavalrymen. Dwayne and Kaisalam look surprised, and the mercenaries are not sure what to think of this idea, one of them even saying that they would just spend all their time reloading them. Kaisalan then quietly whispers to Logan that crossbows aren't efficient weapons for cavalrymen to use, but Logan says he already knew that, and Kaisalan asks why he'd want them to use crossbows if he knows. Logan goes on to explain that crossbows are far more destructive than bows, but for the inexperienced shooter it takes more than a minute just to load. But if you are on a horse, you're going to run out of firepower in just a minute, even if you're carrying 3 or 4 loaded crossbows, and it's no wonder they're baffled. Logan tells Kaisalan that even though he thinks that he is blowing money cosplaying as a soldier, he must train them thoroughly first, as he will find out the reason for this later, and as a last comment says, crossbow cavalrymen will be a great force for McLain, even for beyond the forthcoming war between the fiefs. Kaisalan is not sure what to think, but accepts his master's request. A few days later, Logan looks at a piece of paper in his room, and thinks that out of the 350 mercenaries they've hired, only 312 have passed the simple qualification test, and says that it's good enough. Then someone disturbed him. It appears to be Hamar, who wants to ask Logan what is on the piece of paper he has been given. Logan tells him that it's a schematic of the crossbow he's going to make for him, and continues by saying that it's probably crude to the eye of a professional. Logan thinks that it's a weapon he used for decades in his previous life, so he has roughly drawn all the structures he can remember, and since Hamar is an expert-ranked dwarf, he should be able to build it. Hamar acknowledges that he has to put a cartridge that holds bolts in the back of a crossbow and make it auto-load, and that it needs to be able to fire 3 shots in a row. Than asks who the hell came up with such a stupid idea, to which Logan replies that he did, and Hamar looks annoyed. After that, Hamar goes on to say that it is a marvelous idea, but with the twisted string in a structure like this, the strings won't hold up and they'll break. Also, if you put a wooden box like this behind it, it's going to be uncomfortable for the shooter as well, and asks Logan what he is going to do about that, to which Logan replies that this is not his problem, and that Hamar needs to solve it, and upon hearing this, the dwarf looks furious. Logan tells him that it was a joke, and goes on to say that he must reduce the size of the bolt to reduce the cartridge itself, and tells Hamar that he's right in saying it's a one and done, and instead, they can make the cartridges prefabricated and have them reload every time you shoot, and that they will call them magazines for convenience. Hearing this, Hamar is stunned, and says that even for a skilled shooter, a crossbow can't fire 2 shots in a minute, and that it would be like a weapon that's beyond our time, and Logan thinks that this is because that is a weapon created in the future. Hamar then tells Logan that to think all it takes to make something like this is a cartridge, spring, some wood, glue, and a bowstring. This is a motivating challenge for him, and he says he will give it a shot. Upon hearing this, Logan asks Hamar when will it be done, to which Hamar asks if Logan is asking him to build something he's never heard of or seen with a deadline. Logan then goes on to say that it's still a weapon humans have made, to which Hamar remains stunned, asking where and who has made it. Logan disregards the matter by telling Hamar that he doesn't need to know that, and challenges him by saying that if doesn't think he can do it, he should give up. Hamar says that all he'll need is 1 month, and that he will build something far superior in that time. Seeing this, Logan is happy to find out what happens when you mess with a dwarf's ego. Later on the training grounds of the castle, Victor is seen running, and Logan tells him that he is once again slowing down and that he can do better. And so Victor tries to pick up speed again. Logan then goes on to think how he's only been feeding and making him sleep for days since Victor arrived. But he can't believe what a difference that little food made. Then he commands Victor to rest, and so his little sister runs up to him. Logan once again thinks about the good investment he's made by purchasing Victor, how a 14-year-old who is much smaller than his peers ran 20 kilometers without rest, saying that he is really talented after all. But what he loves most is his grit and perseverance to the point where he feels no worries about nothing. It's now clear to him that he wasn't the noble slayer by nature, rather that huge change in his life was probably because of his sister. Logan swiftly ends his thought and tells Victor that the rest is over and that it's time for the next training session. He throws a sword in Victor's hands and tells him that from now on, they'll be learning the Grandia Kingdom's sword technique, which every knight trainee in this country learns. Then he proceeds to ask for Victor's attention to demonstrate. Logan grips his sword tight and slashes the air with power. However, Victor seems to be unimpressed by this and thinks that all he wants to do now is pass out and sleep. Still, he bites his lip and thinks that if the price for this good food and a good night's sleep is exhaustion, then he'll do everything he has to. He then picks up his sword, just like Logan did, and cuts through the air flawlessly. Looking at this scene, Logan thinks that what he did was perfect, just the same as his strike. Not just the movement, but every single breath, and he's only shown it to him once. So he is stunned to see how easily he was able to follow it, and says that not even Ranyan was that good, and they are the same age. Seeing this, Logan tells Victor that if he can build up his stamina and perform the sword technique perfectly for more than 1,000 times in a row, by then he could probably call himself a knight as well. Upon hearing this, Victor's eyes light up, thinking of himself in that posture. Logan then asks Victor if he can do it, to which Victor happily replies affirmatively. Logan goes on to tell Victor that if there's anything else he wants for his training, he can ask Rick, and that he can probably take care of most things for him. But Victor says he doesn't need anything. Logan asks Victor if he's sure, and Victor tells him that his only request is for Logan to look after his sister, and that will be enough for him, which Logan finds to be perfect. While training Victor, Logan introspects that Victor might not be able to go to war right away, but he will be a great help to McLain in the future. He also says that both the mercenary corps and the weapon Hamar will craft will be a formidable force, and yet he shouldn't be so hopeful, since Hamar may not be able to make a good crossbow, and even if he does, the mercenaries may not be able to use it properly. Since he's put everything in someone else's hands, he needs to come up with a different plan. Next, Logan goes into his father's study and tells him that he wants to join the Knights training, and it appears that he accepts this request. On the Knights training grounds, Captain Heinkel makes Logan's presences known to the other Knights, telling them that he will be joining the training from now on. It appears that the Knights don't take this news lightly, chattering to each other, thinking that Logan might take the Knights' order as a joke since he won against Dominion. A memory of the captain appears, setting him in the Patriarch's chamber, where they talk about Logan joining the order, and the captain doesn't seem to be happy about it. He indeed tells Patrick that if Logan joins the order, the Knights won't be happy. However, Patrick tells Heinkel that he's not asking for preferential treatment, and actually tells him to grill Logan through and through as he would foe to any rookie knight. In the present, Heinkel thinks that even though Patrick asked him that, he is still the Lord's son, and that it would have been easier if Patrick had asked him to treat Logan nicely. Logan sees the captain worried and tells him not to worry, as if he falls behind on any single training drill of the Knight's order during the next week, then he'll just pretend this never happened and get out of Heinkel's way. Heinkel is shocked by this and agrees with Logan. Upon hearing this, he decides that for the next week, the Knight's order training will be at triple the difficulty level. Next, a knight is seen carrying one of his peers on the back while running and wondering what the hell kind of training is this. Heinkel shouts at his pupils not to die on him and tells them that they are cavalry knights and they cannot be oblivious to what it feels like to be a horse. He tells them to feel what it feels like to be the horse that carries them through the battlefield while he's fully armored. The knights realize that this is the reason for which they have been training in full armor, and also say that all this is happening because of that damn troublemaker. They speculate for how long Logan might last with this training. A day, 2, or maybe 3. However, they all might be wrong as Bro is running at full speed storming through the crowd, leaving everyone astounded, even the captain, and to top it all off, he's also smiling while doing that. Heinkel is furious, thinking that at this rate, it will be the knights that fall behind instead of Logan. That being said, he tells everyone to stop and take a 10-minute break. He then goes on to ask Logan how's doing and asks if he is tired after that run. However, what he is actually thinking is that it's obviously tiring, and that all Logan's gotta do is give him an honest answer and he can ditch this crazy-ass training. but he doesn't get to finish his thought as Logan cuts in and tells him that it's doable, leaving Heinkel stunned. He asks Logan what he means, and Logan replies that it's great training, and if knights go through this every day, there's no way they're not strong. He then tells Heinkel that he looks forward to the next training, while two grounds on the ground look like they're about to give up. Heinkel thinks that this isn't what he was going for, and Logan once again looks unbothered. Late in the night, Logan looks around to find himself alone on the training grounds, and says that all of the knights must have returned home. He then goes on to reflect on his thoughts, thinking that training with the knights is his insurance policy, in case all of his plans fail, saying that if that happens, he'll join the knights and fight on the front line, so he might as well start hanging with them now and try to form a bond. Another reason for which he is doing this is his strength, as he can develop his force through meditation. But what is also important is to train his body. That's where the knight's order comes in handy, and just as he thought, as his force core is growing, he doesn't feel fatigued. He picks up his sword, and in one quick slash, he releases a slash of force, thus demonstrating his power. He thinks of how he has all this force, and it's just from a 1-star core, and thinks that once he reaches 2 stars, he'll have the power to rival a high-ranking knight like his father. In the morning, he tests crossbows, deeming all of them failures, and asks Hamar if this is all he can do. He then inquires about the thread he ordered, and says that this thing can only shoot 1 round, and he's not seeing the magazine either, and tells Hamar that it needs to be integrated. Hamar is furious, and Logan goes on to apologize, saying that he went a bit too far, to which Hamar replies that he is right, and even if Logan is his master, he should never insult a craftsman's pride. However, what Logan actually means is that if this is really Hamar's best, then there is nothing they can do about it, making him Papa vain. Logan goes on to say that maybe he expected too much of him since it's been weeks of work and there's nothing he managed to do right, thus Logan is at fault here. He taunts Hamar even more by telling him that he judged him incorrectly, saying that he was wrong and that he spent all that money on him for nothing. This motivates Hamar and tells Logan that he needs 1 more month and that he will come back in 1 month with something worth Logan's while, and furiously crushes the crossbow in his hand. Logan looks at Hamar as he leaves and thinks of how angry he got and about how that made him start all again from scratch, and then puts on a gruesome smile, wondering if Hamar will come up with something amazing if he grills him more. 1 month later, on one of the training grounds, Hamar demonstrates the power of his new and improved crossbow, which shoots 2 arrows at once. Hamar's invention leaves Logan stunned, and Hamar goes on to say that even though it has 1 less shot than Logan originally asked for, this one is easier to hold in one hand and you can change magazines. Logan, however, is amazed at how it only took him 2 seconds to load and fire, and thinks that it has less effective range than the weapon in his previous life, and it's smaller, but for a mounted soldier this one's much better, or actually it's outperforming, and he can't believe that they've already got so far, and they are still months away from the war between the fiefs. Hamar asks Logan if he is listening to him, and Logan picks Hamar up and tells him what a wonderful job he has done, continuing to boast about the dwarves, and wishing long life to Hamar and the dwarves. Hamar, however, is not as happy as Logan, since he thinks that someone might see them, and tells Logan that he is not a kid wishing to be put down. Logan peacefully looks into Hamar's eyes, prepared to ask him a question, and when Hamar asks what is it, Logan slips back into his psychotic self and tells Hamar that he needs 400 of these in 2 months. Next, Logan has given Kaisalan and the other mercenaries the crossbows, and they're all amazed by how far the dart goes, and by the fact that they shoot consecutive shots as well. Kaisalan looks down at the invention and asks himself, how could this be possible? How could a crossbow even do such a thing? A muzzle-loading crossbow of this range, power, and speed. With this, an army of 300 or more mounted troops could do such things that Kaisalan shudders just at the thought of it. Kaisalan then proceeds to tell Logan that he is truly amazing, and realizes that this was Logan's plan all along, and Logan tells him that he is correct. Logan goes on to think that Hamar went through quite a hard time. Even though Logan had extra craftsmen assist him, he never expected him to complete the order 2 months ahead of schedule and even make 100 extra crossbows, as expected of an expert-ranked dwarf. He is obviously superior. Logan says that he'd also like to share this with the knights and soldiers, but there is the issue of funds and the possible leak of technology, so he should hold off on that for now. Logan tells Kaisalan to equip the mercenaries with crossbows and clear out the monsters from outside the territory, but Kaisalan thinks that is impossible. However, Logan is sure they can do it. Kaisalan tells Logan that it might be possible, but Logan isn't satisfied with this, and tells Kaisalan to make it possible because if he can't do that, everything else is meaningless. Kaisalan thinks that Logan wouldn't have made a weapon like this to subjugate monsters, and realizes that Logan is preparing for war. At the knight's training session, one knight comments on what tremendous stamina Logan has, and someone else asks if that ridiculous physical ability is genetic, to which some other knight says that if Logan is anything like the patriarch, he must be good with a sword. Then they comment about Logan's fight with Dominon, and one of the knights tells the other he shouldn't even dare to compare this kid to the old man, as Logan even lost to his little brother before awakening. However, despite that, it's kinda amazing how he has been consistently enduring the training for over a month. The training that was initially designed to drive Logan away now solidified as the new symbol of the Knight's Order. It is tiring, but it's way more rewarding than just running, and this feels like the right level of training fitting for a Knight's Order. It became an unexpected stimulus for the low-ranked knights who had been taking it easy in the training. And also, the knights began to truly understand and empathize with their horses, and the bonds among the knights were strengthened as well. Heinkel thinks that he merely persisted with the training since the first young master wouldn't quit, but he can't believe all these results. His lucky charm walked in on his own 2 feet. At night, in his room, Logan thinks that after pushing his body hard with training, he will stimulate his internal consciousness with meditation. Therefore, the iterations are synergizing with each other, and he's making solid progress. And lately, he's been seeing signs of a shift in the Force. If he can improve his martial powers as per his expectations, he can surpass all the monsters he saw in his previous life. That's when something unexpected happens. Logan's core grows. Logan starts saying some gibberish, and Logan's core becomes a 2-star core. Logan says that now he has the basics to learn the next secret technique of the sword secrets, Iron Slash, Killer Iron Slash. Just considering the power that the first technique gave him, he is sure the second technique will be far more powerful than expected. And if he can just master that technique before the war, even a high-ranking knight wouldn't scare him. Next, Kaisalon and the other mercenaries are hunting a pack of goblins. His troops shoot the goblins, killing them instantaneously, and remarking upon how there's hardly any recoil on those crossbows, and one guy says that his dart went through one guy's head and plunged into the head of another guy behind him. Logan thinks that the swarm of over 100 monsters was wiped out in under 10 seconds, and thinks that the mercenaries' old habits of using basic crossbows have been broken quite a bit, and that they're much faster at changing the magazines, and tells himself that it was worth the effort to come for the hunt so far into the territory. Kaisalon asks Logan if he is satisfied, and Logan tells him that he is somewhat satisfied, and remarks how they were a complete mess during the first monster hunt, but they've gotten so much better. After that, Kaisalon asks Logan why he is doing all of these preparations, saying that he's never heard of a mercenary army with this much firepower, and asks Logan if he is planning on slaying monsters all over the continent. However, Logan does not get to answer Kaisalon as a mounted rider rushes to get a message from Rick through to Logan. It appears that yesterday Viscount Tesseron declared war against the House of McLain. In the McLain war room, Patrick and the other higher-ups of the family are looking through a crystal ball as Viscount Tesseron states that, for the grudge of his ancestor over his wrongful death, he blames the House of McLain, leaving Patrick stunned. Some nobles char, asking themselves if what he's saying makes cause for war. Heinkel and Marion ask Patrick what he's going to do, and Heinkel continues by stating that just the Knight's Order of Viscount Tesserons has numerous more soldiers than they do, and even with Patrick on the battlefield, the chances of winning are slim. That's when one of the other nobles comes up with the idea that they should choose to guard the city and call reinforcements. However, this is a bad idea, as if that happens, the knights who can use force will be pushed, and the inside of the city will be a complete chaos, while some other guy proposes sending an envoy to propose peace. Patrick outbursts into a fit of rage, tells everyone to shut up, and goes on to explain that even if the royal family's authority isn't as strong as it used to be, these people just instantly declared war without even asking for permission, so it's crystal clear that they've planned this out. Therefore, peace is completely out of the question. He tells everyone to prepare for war, and tells his generals to come up with a plan for victory, as he will not tolerate any dissent. After all this, in the tense atmosphere, some noble asks Patrick if the young master Logan will also go to war, to which Patrick replies affirmatively. Marion goes on to say that Ranyan's force has awakened, and Logan is of age as well, so he should do his part as well. Hearing this, Rick realizes Logan is not at the castle, so he rushes to send an envoy to inform him. After being put up to speed, Logan thinks that based on the memories from his past life, the war wasn't supposed to start for another 2 months, and wonders what could possibly had hasted the War of the Fiefs. The envoy rushes Logan to hurry, as apparently the Viscount is breaking very custom and has got on the move right after declaring war, so Logan must hurry to at least make it in the middle of the war. Kaisalon and the others shout that the Logan mercenary troops are ready any time, and seeing this, Logan tells Kaisalon how he doesn't appear to be too surprised about this situation, to which Kaisalon replies that for a mercenary, if there is no war, they want to start one. He continues by saying that they've got their hands on a great weapon, so it's natural that they'd want to use it. Logan looks at his army and says that these guys are much too confident, but doesn't think much about it and says that what they are feeling is valid, as they've trained hard the past months, and overwhelmingly massacred the monster flocks, and goes on to say that it doesn't matter when the war starts, because all they've got to do is win. He thinks that they've got enough combat power right now, so he commands his troops to march for the McLain Plains, certain that this war will conclude in a victory. Back at the barony, the war began sooner than the McLains thought. The day after the declaration of war, Tesran's troops showed up at the McLain estate, and their numbers exceeded the vassals' expectations. Captain Heinkel informs Patrick that the Viscount's army is formed of 100 knights alone, over 1,000 normal troops, and almost 10,000 conscripts, telling the Patriarch that it's an all-out war. Hearing this, Patrick thinks that Tesran has gone mad. He's not just clashing with a main force of knights, who are basically superhuman for the average person in this battle, but he's also using conscripts in a war not even between nations, but in a simple domestic fiefdom war, thus making Patrick ask himself, why is Haman, the Viscount, going so far? And it looks like the bad news just keeps on coming. As next, the captain informs Patrick that the House of Kiros has informed them that they will not be sending any troops, leaving both Patrick and Marion speechless. Marion tries to argue that this situation is not possible and that it must be a mistake. She goes on to think that both Mr. Duane and herself checked with them and everything was set out to be fine, and that this wouldn't happen. Left with no choice, Patrick tells Heinkel to gather all men who can carry a weapon, saying that they will respond to this attack with full force. Patrick thinks how their trusted Kairos has turned their backs on them, and so backed into a corner. McLain gathered as many men as he could to fight against Tesran, and thus gathered 53 knights, 552 regular troops, and 4,418 conscripts, for a total of 5,023 troops. But this force wasn't even half the numbers of the Tesran's army. On the battlefield, two soldiers chat, and one of them asks about where is the first young master, Logan, to which the other replies that he went out a long while ago and hasn't come back yet. Some other soldiers comment that he probably won't come back and that he must have run away after hearing the news. Hearing this, Runyon turns around and asks them, what are they talking about? Telling them that there is no way Logan would do that. He thinks that Logan already expected this war to happen, and that's why he taught him this secret move, and that there is no way he'd run away. Some other soldiers hear what Runyon said, and begin to think that the rumors are true, that the son of the fief's lord ran away. After this, Patrick is seen standing next to Runyon, and he tells his younger son that he must play the role of his brother on his behalf, and tells him not to waver at any cost. He goes on to think that he does not want to believe these rumors, but that doesn't matter right now, as the only thing that matters is the winning of the war. So he commands all of his troops to charge forward and crush those scums attacking their home. Next, Tesran is seen with a smirk on his face, thinking that Patrick has drawn his sword at last, saying that his knights are his sword, and shouts at Patrick to face them. Patrick charges his attack with aura and tries to break through the vanguard, but he doesn't manage to, as a knight with a shield blocks his attack, leaving Patrick astounded. Rick is discovered to be on the battlefield as well, and he doesn't appear to be enjoying himself very much since he witnesses people being slain and torn apart in front of his very eyes. Rick reflects on how they are losing this fight, how they were forced to send out servants like him because of their extreme disadvantage, and how, no matter what, they will lose if they get caged where they are. As he is thinking so, he is struck in the head by a Tesran army member who is about to kill him, but he manages to avoid the blow, and an ally soldier saves him by killing the enemy and instructing him to get back up and prepare his spear. Rick reaches out and grabs his hand, attempting to express his gratitude for saving him, but before he can do so, an enemy knight murders his comrade and splatters blood all over Rick's face. Rick understands that his only chance of surviving is to flee as far behind the enemy as he can. Suddenly, mounted soldiers charge toward him as he passes between the bodies of both his allies and adversaries. Rick knows that they have also been surrounded from behind, and fears that this may be the place where they will all perish. While fighting the knights who halted his onslaught, Patrick's adversary assures him that he lives up to his name, and that they have made several preparations, but he still finds it hard to trust his condition. While observing him, Patrick considers how this man resisted his deadly blows that also contained force, and how he was surprised Tesran also had a high-ranking knight. He continues, reasoning that the other knights must be at least intermediate rank knights, and wonders if this explains why they do not fear him. Patrick asks them if they are the ones prepared to deal with him, to which the other knight replies by asking Patrick how he likes the preparations. Seeing that he is surrounded by 4 knights, he thinks that if he gets blocked there, so will the knight's order, and so he picks up his sword and charges toward his enemy, vowing that this will never happen. He clenches swords with the high-ranking knight, but he is attacked by some other guy from behind with a spear, yet luckily for him, he manages to dodge it. Seeing that everyone is just attacking him from all directions, Patrick asks them if they have any honor as knights, and calls them bastards for fighting dirty. However, they don't seem to know the word, let alone care about it, and one of them even says that this is his last struggle before dying, so they should just let him be. Once again, Patrick charges full force ahead, clenching swords with one of his opponents, yet this time he's not so lucky, as he gets stabbed through the back of his stomach with a spear, leaving him gravely wounded. He goes on to think that while the high-ranking knight blocks his attacks, the others jump and attack him, an obvious trap, yet there is no way to escape it. And as the enemy even managed to take the rear, he thinks that Logan did well to run away, and staring his defeat in the face, he states his hopes that at least maybe Logan will be able to continue his family's legacy. As Tesrin looks from the distance at the battle between Patrick and the knights, he thinks that it was a smart, good choice not to let the word spread that he has a high-ranking knight at his disposal, as now, all he has to do is have Patrick crushed and to take over the McLain castle. He is about to continue his thought, but he hears a strange noise from behind. It is the sound of cavalry troops, and a servant comes to inform him that they've spotted a unit of cavalry troops in the rear, approaching the battlefield, around 300 of them or more. Tesrin thinks about this, and asks the soldier who came to inform him if the McLains had any other troops they didn't know of, to which the soldier replies that what's peculiar is the fact that cavalrymen are not even carrying spears, but instead, the only weapons they have are small crossbows. Hearing this, Lord Tesron bursts into laughter, asking if by crossbows he means the weapons that the hunters use, and tells the soldier to get the rear soldiers and archers to get rid of them, as they are no elite troops, just some trash soldiers. As he says that though, an arrow flies through the head of his soldier, making Tesrin shit his armor. It appears that Logan has joined the battle, and he is really pissed to see what is happening on the battlefield, so he gives his mercenaries the order to fire, raining arrows on the Tesron's army. The arrows of the mercenaries pierce the Tesron knights, decimating hundreds within seconds, slashing through shields and flesh alike. One soldier thinks of how all those who didn't ready their shields are dead, and how he would have been one of them if he were to be 1 second late. The archers of the Tesron are prepared to fire their arrows toward Logan's troops. However, they don't reach, as their bows are too weak, and so the mercenaries fire once again, killing more and more of the Viscount's soldiers. Seeing this, Tesrin wonders how this could happen, acknowledging that the rear has turned into chaos in seconds, and Logan's mercenaries didn't even use magic, just those damn crossbows, so he asks himself what the hell kind of weapon Patrick has made. He shouts for the cavalrymen, ordering all of them to get to the rear and catch those bastards. The cavalry is rushing towards Logan's troops, and Logan couldn't be more thrilled to see this, as he says they're coming to him on their own. Next, a fight between Ranyan and some other knight seems to be afoot. Ranyan dodges an attack, and his enemy tells him that he did a good job, trying to mock him. Two enemy soldiers start fighting, one of them telling the other to stop toying with this kid, as the battle is taking a strange turn, but the other replies that he's doing his best, and that Ranyan, even though a kid, is not to be underestimated. Hearing all of this, Ranyan thinks that he gets it now. After he's been exposed to an actual battle and not just sparring, he realizes that he's not actually a genius, but a simple kid who had his awakening. Regardless of that fact, he cannot lose, as there is too much at stake. Ranyan thinks of his father, and how he counted on him to do Logan's part as well in this war, and then says that he cannot crumble down there, no matter what. As he thinks about this, an opportunity arises that Ranyan notices instantly. He sees one of the soldiers with their backs turned, and asks himself why the hell would they do that, and thinks that whatever the reason, this is an opportunity that he cannot lose. So he swings the sword in one long stroke and slashes through the body of the soldier. He does so easily that even he remains stunned. Then he notices the arrows on the soldier's chest, and when he raises his head, he's happy to see his brother, shouting his name aloud. However, this happiness only lasts for a second, as the other cavalrymen storm from behind Ranyan toward Logan, trying to attack them at the Viscount's command. Seeing this, Logan remarks upon the kite shield formation the cavalry have adopted, saying that it's a remarkable defense formation, but that wouldn't stop him, as his evil plan is just now revealed. Logan instructs his soldiers to aim their crossbows diagonally toward the ground, leaving them to question Logan's judgment once again. That is, until Logan once again shows his psychotic smile and tells the mercenaries to aim for the horses. Bro is really playing every dirty trick in the book to win this war. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries are thrilled, sharing the same killer smile as Logan, and so a rain of arrows falls down on the cavalrymen's horses, leaving all the soldiers on the ground. Logan goes on to think that it appears he was there in time to be able to help Ranyan, but there's still the matter of his father. He thinks about how he vowed to save his family in this life, and how there is no point in winning the battle if he loses his family. Thus, he gives Kaisalan the command and rushes for his father. Seeing this, Kaisalan tells Logan that this was not the plan, and worries about what might happen. He thinks that victory is right in front of them, and wonders why would Logan try to get himself killed like that. He goes on to think that even if he's stronger than him, if he runs into an intermediate rank knight, things might not work in his favor anymore. Kaisalon finally takes command and tells everyone to cover Logan as he rushes through the enemy troops. Patrick is still dueling the high-ranking knight, and it looks like he might be losing. The high-ranking knight tells Patrick that he can't believe he ran at him even though he knew he would get stabbed. Patrick manages to dodge his attack in the last second and then jumps back to create some distance. He realizes that something is strange in the way his enemies have started to fight. They are all pushing themselves and basically throwing themselves at him, and Patrick wonders why are they so desperate when they have the upper hand. Once again, he manages to pair the two spears that are coming toward him, and in the next second, Logan jumps in front of his father, defeating two of the intermediate rank soldiers in a split second, leaving Patrick to wonder what has happened. Patrick goes on to think that he saw Logan coming with the mercenary corps from behind the enemy, but he's sure that place is pretty far off from where they are now, and as he's turning his head to look to the back, he wonders how Logan got all the way there through so many enemies. What he sees leaves him in shock, as behind him there's a sea of corpses, and wonders if Logan was the one to take all of them down. Patrick wants to ask his son how he got so strong, but says that this is not important right now, and that he doesn't understand what's going on. Instead, he asks if the fact that Logan is here means that they have the upper hand, to which Logan replies affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Patrick rests his hand on Logan's shoulder and tells him that he did a good job. The high-ranking knight is looking at Logan and wonders if he saw what happened right, how a mere 20-year-old country bumpkin pushed off to intermediate rank knights at the same time. He thinks that he was toiling to death at that age to become a knight, but none of that matters now, as he is going to kill Logan right then and there, and then he commands his fallen comrades to get back into position. Seeing what just happened, Patrick thinks that the attack Logan used was just enough to tell him that Logan might not be a high-ranking knight, but he is strong enough to handle most intermediate rank knights, and thinks that if Logan takes on the intermediate rank knights, and he tails on the high-ranking knight, they might have a chance to win. However, this is not going to happen, as Logan throws his hand in front of his father, and tells him that he will face the high-ranking knight alone. Patrick tells Logan that it's too much for him, and even though he acknowledges his progress, he's still a high-ranking knight. Patrick doesn't get to finish his sentence, as Logan punches him in the guts and makes him fall to the ground. Logan tells Patrick that in this state even he could win against him, and asks his father to have trust and leave this up to him, to which Patrick reluctantly agrees. He tells Logan to be careful, to which he replies that they should be quick and end this. The high-ranking knight is stunned to see Logan come at him instead of Patrick, and gets annoyed thinking how a whelp like him would even dare something like that. Logan storms through the battlefield, charging his force, and clenches swords with his opponent, pushing him a couple of meters behind with just one attack, leaving him stunned. The knight goes on to wonder how could this be possible, since even with his wounds, he doesn't sense any remarkable power from him or a high level. Yet the fact that he's being overpowered could only mean one thing, that Logan is pushing himself way too hard, and as he prepares to rush towards Logan thinks that otherwise, none of it makes sense. He attacks Logan with murderous intent, and they jump a couple of times from one place to another, dodging each other's hits. As their swords are clenched once again, the knight thinks that only if he wasn't injured, he would get the upper hand and kill Logan. But as he's thinking that, Logan sees an opportunity and manages to slash through his opponent, hurting him, and in a second, he jumps back to avoid a counterattack. Looking at this scene, the knight thinks that there isn't even a single opening and that he needs to grab a chance to attack him. He seems to notice something that Logan also acknowledges. The force from Logan's sword is absorbed into his and thinks that this is also an opening, and says that Logan fell for it. He prepares to attack Logan, and it appears that his attack will land this time since Logan has lost his center of gravity. However, this is not the case, as next Logan gets back on his feet, leaving the knight to wonder if he's too slow. Next, Logan is charging his aura again, prepared to use his sacred technique, and seeing this, the knight says that he needs to get away quickly. Logan reveals a slashing wave of force, killing his enemy instantaneously, and leaving everyone around him astounded by what just happened. Then he goes on to shout that he, Logan McLain, has killed the enemy general of the Tesseron army. Hearing this, the Tesseron soldiers get scared shitless, wondering how could the high-ranking knight fall. As they don't even see the Viscount's flag anymore, they start dropping their swords on the ground and ask to be taken as surrendering prisoners. Rick starts chanting Logan's name, wishing good health to his master, and everyone follows his example. The Viscount, however, seems to be fleeing the battlefield, asking himself where did it all go wrong, and saying that he prepared a whole 3 years for this battle, how he even asked for help from other nobles and gathered 100 knights, and that damn Ginger with his cavalrymen and their weapons have ruined everything for him. He thinks that he should get back to his territory first, that way at least he'll make it out alive. As he gets to his castle, he orders the guards to open the gates, and they're stunned to see him there. As this is happening, another guard sees something in the distance and states that they are cavalrymen, with Logan at their command. Seeing this, Tessorn shits himself. Logan gets down from his horse and tells the Viscount that he was pretty quick to run away, and then as he stands before the gates of the Viscount territory, he shouts for everyone to hear that Tesrin lost the war, and then commands the garrison to open the gates and receive the true winner of this war. Looking down on the scene, the soldiers on the walls ask themselves if this is really true, and think that this might be why the Viscount came back in such a rush. However, a general shouts at them, asking if they are cowering after hearing the enemy's words, and they get back to their senses. He goes on to say that there are only a little over 300 enemies, and as Logan is charging his aura once more, he goes on to say that they cannot be defeated by siege by such a small force. The soldiers guarding the gates ask what the hell is Logan doing, and Logan leaps above the tens of meters tall wall and tells the general to open the gates unless they all have a death wish, in which case he'll kill them all and open the gates himself. Inside the palace, Tesron is gathering his most valuable belongings and money, and thinks that he should at least take some gold coins with him. Logan shouts at Teston from behind that he's finally got him. Falling on his back, Tessorn asks Logan how he got in there, to which Logan replies that his servants gave it away even before he had a chance to put his blade to work, and that this is saying something about his reputation as a lord of this fief. Seeing this, Tessorn is furious, asking himself how could his own servants sell him out. Then he goes back to being a little bitch, and tells Logan he wants to surrender, and that he'll compensate him with whatever reparation and share as per the convention of fiefdom wars, and begs Logan to spare his life and his family. Hearing this, Logan mockingly asks him about the conventions, and then looks down on him, saying that he does not have the right to bring up any of the conventions, as he announced a war out of nowhere and just barged in within a day. Logan is pissed, and with a vein on his forehead popping, he asks Tesron if he even has a conscience. Tesron still tries to appeal to Logan, saying that he must maintain the honor of the nobles, and that all prisoners captured in fiefdom wars are guaranteed their lives by the conventions. Logan agrees to those terms and says that he will respect the honor and customs of his own house, the House of McLain, so he'll grant Tesron his life and give him time and permission to take a certain amount of wealth and leave. Hearing this, Tesrin wants to thank him. However, Logan interrupts him and says that if he were his father, would indeed do all that. He then says that Patrick is a man of honor, so much so that he'd accept a surrender without any conditions whatsoever. Then Logan notices a diamond-encrusted knife in a chest behind Tesron, and as he picks it up, he remarks upon its beauty. Tesron urges Logan to take the knife, saying that it has been made by the best craftsman in the kingdom. Hearing this, Logan denies Tesron's gift and tells him that he should take the knife with him and sticks it right through his chest. In his dying breath, Tesron tells Logan that he's a liar, as he promised him that he would spare his life, to which Logan replies that he never said that. Instead, he just remarked on what his father would have done. However, unfortunately for him, Logan is not at all like his father. Tesron wants to murmur something about the honor of the nobles, and Logan shuts him up by asking if he knows how many people died because of his greed, and tells Tesron to end his filthy life right there. Tesron falls lifeless on the ground, and Logan looks at him and thinks of how Tesron should thank God that he died such a simple death. As he makes a fist with Tesron's blood, he huffs and says that finally they are past the crisis, and he says that he has to wrap things up. To do that, he shouts that Viscount Haemon Tesron has ended his own life, and thinks that this should be enough. Just as he's finished, Kaisalon enters the room and tells Logan that he should take a look at the castle's underground prison. A few days later, on the outside walls of the Viscount Tesron's castle, Logan and Patrick are talking. Patrick tells Logan that he came straight to the Tesron castle as soon as he recovered. He asks Logan about the suicide of Haemon. Logan acknowledges this fact and says that Lord Tesron must have been in great despair to do such a thing. However, Patrick doesn't buy this and asks Logan if he killed Tesron. He then gets really close to his face. For some reason, they both look like they are mewing. Logan comes clean and says that he indeed deliberately killed Tesron, arguing that they must bring the Tesron fief back into their hands, and tells his father that he doesn't want to leave their bloodline alive to create future trouble. Hearing this, Patrick looks at his son and greets him, saying that he's an adult and that he must have had his reason. He then goes on to tell Logan that no matter what anyone says, he played the greatest part in this battle and thanks him. Hearing this makes Logan happy, and he looks toward his father with a great old smile. "Good job, big boy." Patrick blushes and tries to clear his throat and give Logan even more good news. Patrick goes on to tell his son that he'll be named the official heir to the House of McLain. Logan is happy to hear this, so he nods, with a smile on his face, and tells his father that he's sorry and that he'll have to refuse. After hearing this, Patrick remains stunned and asks Logan why he'd do such a thing. Is it because he's worried about his reputation? If that is the case, then Patrick reassures Logan that his feats in this battle are enough to turn it around. However, Logan says that this is not the reason, leaving his father to wonder. Logan goes on to say that since the McLains are a family of knights, Ranyan would be far more fit for the position. He then tells his father that Ranyan became a force user at the mere age of 14, which is 4 years faster than him. There's no telling what kind of feats he can achieve when he comes of age. Hearing all of this, Patrick is left speechless. However, he argues that even if what he says is true, your martial ability doesn't make you the lord of a family. Logan goes on to think that this may be the case according to the common knowledge of today. But if Ranyan receives the title of the youngest force user of the continent, like in his previous life, there won't be any problem whatsoever. And more importantly than that, there is no benefit to Logan becoming the successor. Neither does he want to waste his time to be the next Baron. Logan tells Patrick that as the older brother, he would like to give his younger brother a chance. So he hopes that his father will wait until Ranyan comes of age to choose his successor. Patrick replies that he didn't think Logan would be so mindful of his brother, and tells him that he will accept his wish and push the selection of the heir to 5 years from now, when Ranyan becomes an adult. And hearing this, Logan thanks his father. However, that being said, Patrick will still grant Logan another reward. They will go back to the McLain and calculate the exploits from this war, which will probably come out to a few 100,000 gold. Yet it seems that Logan already has something in mind for his reward. Next, a guard shouts for the gates to be opened as the knights of the McLain have returned. The people of the city remark on how they've returned within only a week of the war, and how they've heard that the war has ended in just 1 day. 2 guys begin to speak, and one of them wonders how that is even possible, and asks if their knights were always that strong-toe, which the other guy replies by asking him if he heard the rumors, that it's all thanks to the first young master, Logan McLain. He goes on to say that according to the soldiers who came back first, young Master Logan's mercenaries turned the battle around. They jumped out from behind the enemies as if they knew it would happen. Another guy comments that they've annihilated the enemies with some mysterious weapon, and that Logan has even taken down a high-ranking knight all alone. Then a girl asks if the young master was always such a great person, to which some other guy says that he always thought that Logan was just fooling around here and there. The citizens begin to wonder that maybe he has bought all that monster meat in the past for a good reason, and that he must have had a bigger picture in mind. The crowd begins to theorize that maybe Logan was just acting all this time, and they get goosebumps over it. They even begin to praise Logan, saying that prodigies are simply on another level. Thanks to the fact that he is now a mana user, Logan hears everything, and says that it is so embarrassing to hear people talking like that about him. Even Ranyan goes on to ask him how it feels for everyone to praise him, and Logan replies that all that is doing is making him red in the face, and tells his brother not to overdo it. But Ranyan tells his brother this is impossible, as everything he says is true, and that Logan should smile at the people, since they are so glad to see him. Logan thinks about it, and seeing all those excited faces, he decides to go for it, and gives them a killer smile. Literally, he looks like he's trying to keep the poop in until he manages to get to the castle. He's quite frankly fancy pants Rich McGee, or maybe Medusa, as they all turn to stone after seeing Logan's smile, making all of them believe that Logan wants to chop their heads off with his thumb. Yet Logan doesn't understand what he's done wrong, and Ranyan just pities him. Patrick turns his head to look at Logan, and he appears to be really proud, as next, he shouts that the next praises should be for the champion of this war, and to begin the grand welcome. Long live McLain! Long live young Master Logan! Next, the grounds of the castle are shown, and Logan strolls through the court, thinking that a welcome ceremony lasting till the morning is impressive, especially for people who just got back from war. However, his happiness is short-lived, as his mother shouts at him from behind and asks him what is he scheming. Ranyan pulls on her mother's arm, trying to stop her, but Marion goes on to say that she has heard everything and asks Logan if he's really rejected becoming the successor, and what in the hell is he plotting, as he might have fooled the others, but she doesn't fall in that category. Ranyan tries to de-escalate the conflict and tells Logan that the matter with the Kairoses really affected Marion, but Logan tells him everything is okay. He turns back to Marion and thinks that despite her long-lasting resentment, right now she's lost all real power because Kiros betrayed her and she can no longer be a threat to him. He goes on to think that as long as he's doing this right now, she might accept his apology sincerely. He acknowledges to Marion that his actions in the past few months were not at all trustworthy, and that he too is even regretful of his actions that were driven by jealousy and inferiority. Hearing this, Marion shouts at Ranyan that she was right, as Logan even admitted it himself that it was all his plan. However, Ranyan interrupts her and once again begs her to stop. He apologizes to Logan once more and tells him that she's not normal right now. However, Logan doesn't seem to care much about Marion, as next he appeals to Ranyan and tells him to listen carefully, because he's actually the one who deserves an apology. Ranyan is stunned to hear that, and asks Logan what he means by that. Logan goes on to say that he's been apologizing to him ever since he came back, but he could never say exactly what for. It seems that the regrets and cowardly nature he's built up over the years weren't so easy to overcome. Runyon asks his brother what on earth he means, yet Logan implies that Runyon already knows what he's talking about, that for the past years Logan actually detested Runyon. Logan goes on to say that he tried to avoid his own incompetence by hating Runyon, and that right now he genuinely regrets those pathetic years of his existence, and asks Runyon to allow for a formal and genuine apology. Logan bows down his head and tells his brother he is sorry. After all this, Runyon looks at his brother without saying anything, and Logan, still staring down, thinks that ultimately, your wrongdoings can't just be covered up by your good deeds, and says that he is just as naive as ever. Runyon finally breaks the silence and tells Logan that everything is okay, and Logan is stunned to hear that. Runyon goes on to say that he believed that as long as he was nice to Logan, even when Logan was cold towards him, someday the brother he knew would return, and smiled at Logan. I'm not gonna lie to you all, this is enough to make a grown man cry. Logan is happy, and wonders if maybe he hesitated to do something this easy for this long. He then goes on to speak to his mother. Logan tells Marion that he genuinely cares for Runyon, and that he honestly hopes for Runyon to become the successor. He goes on to say that he knows well that asking Marion to trust him immediately is a hard favor to ask, so he instead asks her to keep watching him, as everything he does going forward is for the greater good of the family. And as Marion leaves, Logan thinks that this apology should suffice for now. Next, in some forest, Logan and Hamar walk together, and Hamar asks Logan where on earth are they going right after returning from war, but Logan tells Hamar he had enough rest, and it's about time to get back to work, to which Hamar replies that he's only anxious about the task, and murmurs that he's actually anxious about how Logan is going to squeeze everything he's got in him this time. But Logan assures Hamar he will definitely enjoy this task, but Hamar is reluctant, thinking Logan has no idea what he's talking about. They stop in a clearing, both looking in the distance, and Hamar seems to be stunned. It appears that Logan wants to develop a mine. Next, the conversation from Tesron Barony is completed, and Patrick goes on to tell us what Logan wants as his reward. It appears that what he wanted is the chance to develop the hill near Tesron's border. Patrick says that they may call that place a hill, but it's actually a wasteland, as there's nothing there, and he asks Logan why it has to be that place. But Logan just smirks, and says that there might be gold buried underneath that wasteland. It seems that the real reason for which Tesron forcefully started a war came to light a year after the war ended. Tesron had begun exporting gold from a hill in the McLain territory they had taken over. The gold from that mine alone made Tesron far more influential than the average Count family. That was until Logan McLain massacred their family in revenge. In the underground prison of the Tesron Barony, Kaisalon says there are a few peculiar people there, so he thinks Logan should have a look. One of the prisoners states that they didn't do anything bad to get imprisoned, just what the Count asked, to bring gold from the mine as they were hired to, yet the Viscount locked them up anyway. Logan places his hand on his face in disbelief, thinks how stupid Tesron was, and doesn't believe he locked up 5 of those precious mine specialists. Seeing this, one of the prisoners asks Logan if he's getting mad on their behalf. But what's actually happening is that the businessman inside him came to light, and Logan thinks that he has found a way to some unexpected profit. The old man looks at Logan and wonders what even is the deal with this guy. We all wonder, Pops. Logan goes on to think that they've won in the fief war against Tesron, but that is the equivalent to barely making it past a small wave. If invasion by the Empire led to the collapse of the nation in the final hurdle, the event that will happen after 1 year will be the downfall of the nation. That is the death of the present king, Samuel von Grandia. The king's sudden death led to a clash over the crowd among 3 princes, leading to a 3-year-long civil war that drastically reduced the kingdom's forces. Before the kingdom could recover, the Empire invasion began. Actually, it was the first cause that led to the downfall of the kingdom. Since McLain isn't part of a specific faction, maintaining neutral stance like this could leave them as a mere spectator. But Logan thinks this is an opportunity as well, and he can't just let it blow. He says that he's going to use that unrest to regain the country's past territories and become the Lord of the Southwest once again, and if possible end the Civil War, and something else. But just when Logan is about to say it, somebody interrupts him. Hamar is asking Logan what is he daydreaming about after calling him there, since he didn't even answer when he called out to him. Logan thinks that he didn't even realize it, and that he has to get his act together, as he barely got through a crisis just now. With the future in mind, he's got to build up forces as quickly as possible, but right now that's just going to sound like he's crazy. So no matter what, he's got to do it with his own money. That hill will become the cash cow to fund his endeavors. Logan tells his servants that there's gold in the middle of this hill, and he wants to dig it up to develop a mine, and asks them what is the estimated cost. His servants look mesmerized, and Hamar thinks that this is another ridiculous request. The old man thinks that Tesron was paying them a lot, so he agreed instantly, but a gold mine might be too much, and asks Logan if he's sure there's gold in there, to which Logan says that he is sure, and tells them he saw the gold, and the old man asks how that is possible. Logan tells them that this is a secret operation, so only the 6 people that are there will do the drilling. And hearing this, the old man thinks that Logan might want to kill them. The old man asks Logan how can just the 6 of them do the drilling, and tells him that he is being excessive. He wants to say that even with a dwarf this is just too much, but he doesn't finish the sentence and prays for Hamar to do it instead. But Hamar looks him in the eyes and says that he might as well be prepared to die, to sleep a little less and give up on living like a normal human. And seeing that look, the old man thinks he is screwed. Logan thinks that as expected of Hamar, he's got the mindset of a slave, or better said, of a worker. Logan says that now Hamar and the old man are ready to work, and once again asks to hear for the estimate. The old man tells Logan that they need to drill to get an estimate of the gold deposits inside the hill, but only the initial investment will have to be 5 million gold. Hamar also says that the safe development of the mine will take a long time, and just the preparation will take 6 months, and the full force mining will take another 6 months. Just as he thought, Logan says that it's going to take a lot of money and time, but this mine made Viscount Tesseron richer than other Count families, and he needs to develop this mine at all costs. He argues that only if he were able to sell the monster meat right now, he would have enough money, but the effects of it will only become well known around 6 months from now. However, Logan realizes that maybe he doesn't need to wait, and that if he addresses its toxic nature, he can use it as medicine right away. He thinks that he has used neutralizing agents countless times when he was a mercenary, so he can make it as well. If he makes it himself and sells it, he will get a fortune. A week later, at the Southwest McLain villa, Rick brings Logan the shady medicine made by grinding nightgrass, plot herbs, and leaky grass. Logan tells Rick not to call it shady, as it's only a neutralizing agent. Logan then asks where is the monster meat, and Rick tells him it's in the villa's warehouse just as he asked. Logan tells Rick that this is great, and that they're going to put the medicine in the monster meat. Hearing this, Rick goes crazy, and asks Logan if he has to go with him, and Logan tells him that of course he has, but it seems Rick is not so excited, and tells Logan that he's never been there, so he doesn't know what he's up against. Logan is annoyed and wonders why is this brat fussing so much all of a sudden, but then he suddenly understands. The smell is so bad it could even make a sewer look more favorable. Logan says that he knew it smelled bad, but this is making him want to throw up, and it seems that Rick is already at it. However, Logan finds a solution. He uses his aura to block the smell of the monster meat. After that, he's prepared to go in, and he tells Rick that they need to get started, but Rick is stunned to see Logan is okay, while he's still about to barf, and when he asks Logan about it, Logan tells him that he paralyzed his sense of smell using force. Rick calls Logan selfish, and Logan tells him that if it bothers him so much, he should awaken the force himself, and do whatever he pleases. Logan gives Rick a white powder that is the neutralizer, and tells him to sprinkle it on the meat. He tells him that he should sprinkle enough to make the outer layer look white, and the black part that's left is the poison, so he should be careful. After that, he needs to mince it finely, and make it into small balls. After he prepares a sample, he asks Rick if it looks like medicine, and he replies affirmatively. Logan goes on to say that they're going to sell this as medicine. Rick is going to be the one making it, so he needs to pay attention so he can remember it. Rick protests, and tells Logan he won't do that at any cost. Logan tells Rick that he's going to pay him 100 gold for each pill made, and that makes him change his mind. However, Logan is sad, because he thought he could get it done for free. Logan tells Rick that he needs to test how effective it is, and Rick asks what it's used for, and Logan tells him that it's a medicine that's good for men, but Rick doesn't understand what Logan means by that. Logan tells him that he's so frustrating, and that he'll explain it only once, so he should listen carefully. A picture of 2 rabbits appears, a male and a female. The male seems unhappy because he is weak and can't stir his little stick inside the pot, so the woman taps him on the shoulder and gives him a chill pill. The chill pill turns him into a super rabbit and makes his stick 4 times the size it was before, so he can better use it to stir the pot. After hearing this, Logan asks Rick if he understands, and he says that he's got it, and tells Logan that there's a perfect person for him to test that. Logan asks who that is, to which Rick replies that it's Mr. Dwayne. Next, Dwayne is seen knocking on the door of Logan's study, and he tells him to come in. Dwayne tells him that he's sorry to bother him, and that he heard Logan called for him. As he enters the study, Dwayne can't see where Logan went. That's until he appears like a Dracula behind Dwayne and scared the shit out of him, as he tells him he was waiting for him. Dwayne jumps back like a professional basketball player almost having a heart attack, and tells Logan that he can't just pop behind people out of nowhere. Logan gets close to Dwayne and tells him that he was just going to massage his shoulders, as he has been so tired these days from cleaning up matters after the war. But Dwayne says he is fine, and that Lord McLain is having a much harder time. Logan remarks on how he even collapsed because he is so low on energy, but Dwayne says this happened because Logan surprised him. Logan tells Dwayne that he knows he has been having a hard time. He then proceeds to shout at him that they are broke since they dug up every last penny they had for the war, and the servants and knights don't even know that, yet they keep pestering him asking for money. Thus, the administration is having the hardest time ever. Dwayne says that he must have misunderstood Logan all this time, and that he didn't expect him to be so deeply considerate to even think about the administrators. However, Dwayne doesn't finish his sentence, because Logan intervenes and asks if this might be the reason for which he has trouble in bed, and upon hearing this, the poor man remains still as a statue. He charges for the door and wants to leave, but Logan asks him to at least listen to all he has to say, and then proceeds to give him the medicine made in the backyard of his villa. Logan tells Dwayne that it's a patented product from the Philip mercenary in Kale, and that it has guaranteed results even from just one pill. He then goes on to think that he never even tried the pill himself. Dwayne takes the pill reluctantly, and looks at it while Logan goes on to ask him what he thinks about this deal, as he is giving Dwayne the pill as a present, before giving it to anyone else. After some time, Dwayne is seen running the castle corridors towards Logan and Rick. They both turn when Rick hears Dwayne shouting after them, and Logan already thinks that his plan works, as Dwayne came back for more medicine. Rick starts to school Dwayne for running the corridors, but Dwayne doesn't care one bit about it, and jumps right to asking Logan how much he wants for the pills. Poor guy looks like he could murder for those pills. Seeing this, Logan puts on a killer smile, and says that the medicine is a hit. Rick looks annoyed at the scene because no one is giving him any attention, while Logan tells Rick to give him his hand. Dwayne huffs and sweats intensely, and kneels before Logan. Blood looks like he's about to propose, and Logan looks like he might accept, while Rick is just amazed by whatever is happening. Logan hands Dwayne a wooden box of pills, and Dwayne accepts them, as if he was just given the biggest honor there is. Turns out that after the first successful trial, men bowed their heads in front of Logan, and the experiments continued a few more times. Sometime later, in Logan's study, Logan talks to Heinkel, telling him that he had heard the rumors that he and his wife had been fighting every night. Yet Heinkel doesn't admit to these rumors, and asks Logan who dares spread lies like that. He doesn't get to say another word, as Logan tells him to stop the yapping, and shoves a pill in his mouth. He turns out to be Logan's second experiment subject. Heinkel swallows the pill, and instantly feels the effects. He turns his leg towards the door, and wants to tell Logan something, but he cuts him out, telling him to go to his wife, as he will straighten things out with his father for him. Upon hearing this, Heinkel thanks him with a smile on his face, and as the force of nature he is, leaves the room for what we can assume will be one good tumble. Later we see Patrick in his study. He was the third person he experimented on, and Patrick also seems to be satisfied with the results of the medicine. As Logan turns around to look at his father's room, he introspects that he feels bad for Ranyan, as they might get another baby brother soon, and he won't be the smallest anymore. Upon seeing everything that has happened, Rick is pissed, and asks Logan why he never asked him to try the pill. After all, he went through the most hard work. Logan stares him blankly in the eyes, and then reverts his gaze to his crouch, after which he just turns around and leaves, while Rick shouts after him, what was the meaning of that look he just gave him? Logan stops in his tracks, with his back turned to Rick, and tells him that he wouldn't get any opportunity to use the pill anyway, so it would just be a waste of product on him. He then tells him not to follow him, as he stinks. At this point, I truly believe Logan enjoys torturing this poor bastard. Logan is then seen talking to Philip through a magic globe, and Philip acknowledges the fact that if the medicine is as effective as Logan says, it will definitely be in demand. He asks Logan how much he thinks about pricing it, and Logan says that it will be 100 gold for one pill, and 10,000 for a set of 10 pills. Phillips looks reluctant to Logan's price point, and asks if he's not taking the nobles in the capital to be pushovers, and says that he will get in trouble at this rate. Logan tells Philip that he's not, saying that he's only confident in what he is selling. That is because in his past life too, the medicine sold so much the price got ridiculously expensive. He says that if Philip supplies only a small amount through limited production, it'll sell at even higher prices. Upon hearing this, Philip says that it makes sense, as he pays for 10 more minutes for the communication channel. Logan goes on to say that he is positive that great results will be afoot if someone famous tries it and gives a testimony about it. Someone famous who needs this medicine, that is. Phillips doesn't know what to say, arguing that no noble would advertise that his impotence got better after taking the pill. Logan then says that they don't exactly need to advertise it, as there are so many ears listening in on the nobles, that even if a secret rumor spreads, they'd still come flocking like bees to flowers. And after hearing this, Philip comes up with an idea, telling Logan to go to the party in the capital. But Logan is pissed hearing this, asking Philip if he's serious about this. He thinks that the only party he has ever been to is the mercenaries' party when they've won the war, and that the family didn't even have any money to hold a party. Philip goes on to say that parties are best for making connections, though for it to be of help in business, that would take some time. And it's not like Logan could sell the medicine at the party himself, but actually this gives Logan an idea. Philip proceeds to ask Logan if he's actually thinking about doing something like that, saying that his family will be ostracized by the high society if he does that. Logan tells him that this will of course not happen if he doesn't sell it. He then tells Philip about a grand informant in the capital and tells him to go to him and find out everything Logan needs to know. Hearing this, Philip is reluctant, asking Logan what informant is he talking about and what is he putting him up to this time. Yet Logan only replies by saying he will come to Grand soon and he'll tell him all the details when he gets there. Hearing this, Philip is having a bad feeling about it. A week later, Logan has arrived in the capital city of Grandia Kingdom Grand, and Philip looks at him in disbelief that he actually came. Philip asks Logan how he got permission from his family, a son of a noble coming to the capital to sell aphrodisiacs, not a sight you would want to see. Logan assures Philip that he didn't tell his family the truth, although bringing around 3,000 boxes without a servant was a bit of an issue. Logan goes on to think that his father also sent him way easier than expected, and thinks that it's because of his feats during the war. Philip says that if he thinks about it, Logan didn't have any servants the first time they've met either, and asks him if he's sure it's okay for a noble's son to go around like this. Logan replies that having a servant with him actually makes it hard to get anywhere, not to mention that that guy has got his own work to do. Logan thinks about Rick, and the fact that he gave him quite a huge task to take care of. Logan goes on to say that even if he treats him harshly from time to time, in his past life, and in this one as well, Rick has done everything for him, and he goes on to say that he is thankful for him, but not before a picture with Rick and his monologue being shown. How Rick stole a bunch of pills from Logan, and Logan telling Rick that if he shakes him and any pills come out, he will hit Rick for each one. This is what I call tough love. Logan goes on to say that he has made up his mind, as he saw something just now, a flashback Philip thinks. Logan says that to celebrate all the work Rick put into this, he will name the medicine Impo Rick. The best way to honor a man's legacy is to name an impotence pill after him. Bearing witness to what Logan just said, there's not a doubt in Philip's mind or mine. Logan must be a lunatic inside a dormitory. Philip tells Logan that he must be tired from the long journey, and that it would be great for him to recover from all that fatigue in a bar. Logan replies by saying he should really talk about people who can't get that up in a place where there are so many ears listening, and Philip tells him that the room is definitely a better place for a chat on that topic. Philip goes on to tell Logan that he has met with that informant Logan wanted him to see, and asks Logan if he is sure about giving him 900 gold for each document. Logan says that he is pricey indeed, but he's just as skilled too. He tells Philip that as long as he ordered correctly, they'll get the perfect information, and then Philip says that he has placed the order word by word as Logan told him. One document with the names of grand nobles who've been married in the last 10 years, yet don't have a child. Second, names of nobles who haven't taken in any second wives or lovers. And 3, names of nobles who often look for food that's good for stamina. Upon hearing this, Logan says that everything Philip said is right on the spot, and that they will be fine. He praises him for the great job, not just for this task, but for every single one he has told Philip to complete in the capital. Philip says that it wasn't that hard, and that the real crisis was the day he heard the news about the war later on. He tells Logan that he can't even imagine how worried he was until hearing the news that the war was over by the evening. Logan looks down on a sheet of paper, happy that Philip worries for the situation of his clients. His happiness is short-lived though, as next Philip proceeds to say that when he thought about the mountain of monster meat he'd have to take care of, he couldn't even swallow food down his throat. After Earth, who the hell would buy that garbage? Pissed, Logan throws a piece of paper infused with force towards Philip, telling him to stop yapping his mouth and read it, and upon making contact with the piece of paper, he wonders why it hurts so much. Scared shitless, Philip starts reading the piece of paper while Logan asks him who on that list he thinks fits to be their first customer. With a tear falling down from his right eye, Philip seems to notice something. Logan sees this and stares at Philip, waiting for him to say something. Philip points his finger at a name on the sheet of paper and asks Logan what he thinks about a certain person. Logan takes a look at the name Philip is pointing, and suddenly his face expression changes to wonder. He recognizes that name. Later, inside a ballroom with an amazing chandelier, people are drinking Dom Perignon, and the figure of a rather large man, with a red blazer and black suit pants, is shown talking to some beautiful women. This man is Count Davis, and his name has just been reverberated by Logan to acquire his attention. The Count looks back in disbelief, with a rather disgusted or frightened look on his face. Logan goes on to make his acquaintance, stating his name, Logan McLain, and his title, the eldest son of the southwestern region of House McLain. Count Davis tries to keep his manners and suppresses his laughter, acknowledging his new guest and welcoming Logan to the party. Looking at Logan's outfit, he thinks that it's really tacky and wonders what farm he came from, saying that it looks like those are the trendy clothes of the Southwest. Bro looks like a buffoon ready to do the most degrading things in existence just to be left alive. Logan goes on to think that he wore the clothes Philip recommended, and just as he thought, no one likes them, and says that these clothes were a good choice. That is because he doesn't have the time to be forming useless connections in a pointless party like that one, and that his only target is Count Davis. Fallon Davis, despite being an important figure in the treasury of the Grandia Kingdom, and having married at the age of 20, he's a pit bull man who still doesn't have a child. Logan says that he was shocked when Philip pointed him out in the name list, since in his past life he became quite famous. Not for a good reason though, but for being the Count, who offed himself because of his wife. A fight from the past between Count Davis and his wife is shown. His wife is shouting, asking him if he's done talking, calling him an impotent bastard in the middle of a party. Due to this incident, the bomb his wife threw in that party took him to death's door by his own hand. Logan says that his reputation and perception in others' eyes was just that important to him, and that anyhow, he fits all 3 conditions that he gave the informant. He is perfect to be the first customer of Impo Rick. Logan addresses the Count by telling him that he came to the capital on a business trip and heard of his prestige, so he came to give his greeting to him. The Count asks Logan what business could he possibly be conducting in the capital, as the city already has everything. He goes on to tell Logan that since he is from the outskirts, there must be fascinating goods there that are not available in the capital. This whole conversation is happening while 2 girls are chattering behind the Count's back. Logan is saying that he's sure that the good he is selling are not available in the capital, which is why he came here to sell it. He goes on to say that it is a specialized medicine for men. He gets right in the Count's ear and tells him that it's a sexual enhancer, and upon hearing this, the Count looks stunned. He bites his lip for a second, and then he shouts for everyone to hear, "How can the son of a noble sell sexual enhancers?" 2 girls look at the scene, thinking how embarrassing it is. The Count thinks how a country bumpkin like Logan dare to act up in the capital, thinking that he has put him back in his place, by the looks on Logan's face that is. Yet Logan huffs deeply, and then goes to say something else to the Count. Logan goes on to tell Davis that, as a sign of courtesy, he brought a present for the influential people of the capital, and kindly asks him to accept it. He gives him a small box, and says that this is the product called Impo Rick, and it will be sold for 100 gold each. He goes on to say that he especially brought these 3 for the Count as a gift, and tells him it is a great medicine without any side effects, a fact to which he can attest to with his honor as a noble on the line. Davis hears all of this, and sheds a sweat. A few days later, Logan's doorbell rings. It appears to be a servant of Count Davis, sent to purchase more of the Impo Rick medicine. Logan and Philip greet him, acknowledging he is the Count's servant, after which he can be seen leaving with a leather briefcase, and Philip behind him, thanking him for the purchase and encouraging him to come visit them again. Philip goes back into the room and tells Logan the money, how much money they've made. 10,000 gold for 10 boxes, saying it's not bad for their first sale. Logan, however, is not as happy, saying that they have to make more than this, as even the rent for this teeny little shop costs 10,000 gold. Philip, however, says that this is to be expected since it's the center of the capital city, and Logan can't even imagine the trouble he went to, barely managing to rent it. He then goes on to say that strategically they need a shop, as seeing people gather with one's own eye has far more impact. Logan tells Philip he is right, and tells him that he'll be going for a party now. Philip doesn't seem to be happy that Logan leaves again, saying that he has been going to parties almost every day ever since he came to Grand, and that sometimes he even goes to 2 parties a day. Logan tells Philip that having Count Davis as their first customer isn't enough, and says that he should go and promote it to as many people on that list as possible. 1 week later, Count Davis' servant is walking down the street. He doesn't believe the fact that the Count asked him to purchase that medicine again, and that in the past, no healthy food had any effect on him. As he gets to the shop, he seems to be shocked. That is because there's a long ass line in front of Logan's shop of men wanting to buy the medicine. Looking at the people in line, the servant wonders why the queue is so long, and then the realization hits him. He recognizes every single one of them. One of the men in the line is the Chamberlain at the Viscount Talon, and the man in front of Jim is Count Hamill's butler. He adjusts his hat to cover as much of his face as possible, saying that this is going to create useless rumors and that he should quickly buy the medicine and leave. Just as he does that, Philip comes out of the shop to inform people waiting in line. He says he is very sorry, but unfortunately they are all out of stock prepared for today. Upon hearing this, the servants waiting to buy the medicine for their masters are shocked to the core. One guy comes to talk to Philip about the matter and asks him what is this nonsense about being all out, as there was no mention of this before. Philip replies by saying he's sorry again and starts explaining that Impo Rick is highly popular, but the supply isn't enough, so the sale is restricted to 50 boxes a day. 2 guys are stressed after hearing this, begging Philip to sell them some medicine, as if they return empty-handed, their lords might not be so merciful. While this is happening, Another lord with his servant is walking down the street. Seeing all the fuss, the lord sends his own servant to check what is happening, and Logan is watching happily from behind a building's corner. He thinks that by limiting the supply, the customers are stimulated to buy, and seeing people gathered makes the other nobles curious. It's all going according to his plan. Regardless of the request, Philip shouts for everyone to hear that their stock for the day is all gone, and urges them to come back again tomorrow. The next day, Philip is sold out again, and the situation also continues for the third day, leaving the nobles to ask how many days in a row can he be sold out. Philip goes on to say that this is amazing, as the daily sales have been all full for over a month, and that they've even sold out today as soon as they've opened up. He goes on to say that at this rate 4.5 million gold in 1 month might not be that far-fetched. Hearing this, Logan ironically asks who knew that the capital city grand had so many impotent nobles. He says that they've increased the price by 3 times since the middle, yet there are people who would even pay extra to buy it, and that makes him worry about the future of his kingdom. After saying this, he looks up at Philip with a serious look on his face. He then smirks like a serial killer that has just found his next victim, and starts laughing so loud, his voice is heard from the outside of the shop, making people turn their heads on the street. Turns out he is just really happy. He takes Philip by the neck and starts playing with his hair, telling him he's an admirable brat, and that he did a really good job. As Philip starts to turn blue from the loss of air, he bows and tells Logan is all thanks to his efforts as well. Logan looks down on Philip and tells him that it's great he acknowledged Logan's efforts, as from next week, he will be getting 1% of the total sales for himself. Next, for some reason, Philip starts shouting that he'll give it all he has, and tries to kiss Logan. All this is happening while a mysterious figure is watching from the street. A man's witch face is covered by a hood, and his blonde beard. Next, at a witch's shop, Logan uses the communication line and shouts from the back of a room with a closed door, "At least 10 tons of gold every year?" Making heads turn towards his location. He quickly shuts himself up, looking at the door. He's asking the person he's talking to if he's serious, and that person turns out to be Hamar, telling Logan that this is the case, according to the miners, who are saying that there's a high chance the gold nuggets are in a deeper strata. Logan looks down on the communication globe like a madman, clenching his teeth and fists, thinking that even with a rough estimate 10 tons of gold corresponds to 100 million gold coins, going on to say that this is his jackpot, an even bigger lottery than he ever thought it was. Hamar goes on to say that the mining costs are no joke, and asks Logan if he has the means to pay for it, as it will cost a whopping 5 million gold to get started, and Logan assures Hamar that he has everything he needs. He tells Hamar to wait, saying that he will get all the money and workers needed in no time. However, Hamar doesn't really seem to care about us, and tells Logan that he'd just rather him be easy on them. Later that night, in the middle of the city, Logan is walking the streets, thinking that the initial investment costs for the mine are around 5 million gold, and if Impo Rick keeps selling as it is now, he can make around 4.5 million gold a month. He goes on to think that even if he only sells for 2 months, he'll still have plenty of money left, saying that he's got around 700 boxes of medicine left. He wants to continue his thought by saying something about going home to bring back more goods and starting the mine development, but something catches his eye, disturbing his thought. He looks towards the shop and senses someone is in there, and in an instant rushes towards his shop, thinking there might be thieves. He pushes the door violently against the wall and starts looking around, but it seems like the room is empty. Logan takes his sword in hand and thinks if the perpetrators might have disappeared, but he reminds himself there is only one door, therefore he must still be inside. Just as he thinks that, a cloak is passing behind him, which Logan notices a second too late, and swings his sword in the direction of the cloaked figure, but misses, while he shouts, asking for their identity. When turning around, there is no one in sight, and Logan remains still with his sword pointed towards nothing. He goes on to think this is impossible, as he definitely senses someone there. Once again he gets that feeling. He turns his head up, and asks himself if the thief is on the roof. He takes a leap, jumping towards the roof, aiming for the cloaked figure. He readies his sword, and is prepared to pierce the thief, but he moves at the last second. Logan is staring at the thief on the roof, with his sword in one hand, prepared to strike once again. Bro looks like a dementor. I wouldn't fight that guy for any pill. Logan once again asks for the man's identity, but he doesn't get a reply. Instead, the man just disappears instantly, without leaving even a trace behind. Logan is stunned to see what just happened. He goes on to think that there is no sign of any presence at all, yet he was right in front of him just now. He looks down at his hand, realizing he got a piece of the man's cloak, and asks himself what the hell just happened. Next morning, it appears that Logan has told Philip what happened, and it appears that they have come to the conclusion that it was an aura user thief that snuck into their shop. Logan says that he is just speculating, but he was at least an advanced force user. a term meant to describe those even more powerful than high-ranking knights. Logan goes on to say that it wasn't simply a feeling that he was a high-ranking knight, but he was on a completely different level. Philip is stunned to hear someone that can use aura is doing petty theft, saying that aura is enough to turn even a slave into a noble, and asks why would a person like that go around doing petty thievery. Philip asks what the men stole, and Logan says it's precisely what Philip thinks the men stole. Just 2 pills of the Impo-Rick medicine, that is all. After hearing this, Philip concludes that if he only stole 2 of the pills, it must have been that he wasn't after any money. Instead, he stole the pills just so he could use it for himself. Philip then asks if there are impotent people among aura users as well, and that is when realization strikes Logan. He tells Philip that he's right, and asks him if there was any name of an aura user on the list from the informer, but Philip tells him there wasn't any name, as the informant asked for extra charges for the information as it was top secret, so Philip declined the offer. But thinking about it, there might be one person that comes to his mind, an aura user in the capital who doesn't have a descendant. A noble, muscular, well-dressed man with blonde hair and beard is walking the streets with his wife, looking at some kids playing. His face is kind, and his pale blue eyes appear to be filled with desire for a child. Yet he is startled when his wife asks him what he's looking at. He turns around and tells his wife he was just appreciating the scenery outside for a bit. He is sweating all over as his wife doesn't seem to buy this lame response. She asks him if he was looking at the kids again. He tries to tell her that he was just enjoying the scenery and that he doesn't think about useless stuff like that. He then proceeds to hug his wife and tell her that they should head back home. However, his wife doesn't really mind what he's saying and tells him that she is really happy to have met him and asks him if he is aware of that. The man looks down at his wife, with happiness in his eyes and a slight smile in the corner of his mustache. He then hugs her tighter and tells her that he feels the same. This man is the kingdom's best swordsman, Felix Esperanza. It turns out that the deep-rooted sadness and regret in his heart has all started with an unjust injury he suffered as a young man. While fighting for his country, he suffered an injury between his legs of all places. It was just an honorable wound for a knight who was wounded in the line of duty, and as a young man, he didn't think much of it. However, Felix goes on to think, what is the point of having the title of a duke and being known as the strongest in the whole nation without having a child to take over after him? For him, it appears to all be in vain. A scene from the past is shown. Felix is explaining the situation to his wife that is much more appreciative and sympathetic to the situation than Felix probably anticipated, as he looks shocked. His wife acknowledges the fact that he must have been in agony, and asks Felix that if he is okay with this, she would want to serve by his side, all of this while crying crocodile tears. Seeing this, Felix thinks if there is any way for him to repay the overwhelming love that he's received. Next, Felix and one of the servants are walking down a path on what we can assume are the castle's grounds. The servant is telling him that the time of the family meeting is just around the corner and asks him if he is sure it's okay not to rush, to which Felix replies that there is no point in being early, as all that is going to happen is him being pressured to have an heir. His servant reluctantly looks towards Felix, not sure about what he is going to say. He then goes on to tell Felix that he is being very careful while saying this. But recently, a very effective medicine has been circulating in the capital. Hearing this, Felix ironically asks about that being the case, and his servant continues to say that apparently it even heals physical wounds as well. Once again, Felix doesn't pay much attention to it, and the servant goes on to say that he knows he doesn't believe in this, but there's a lot of word of its users having had great effects. Hearing this, Felix puts his head down, ashamed to admit to himself that he has already tried the medicine, and by stealing it at that. Even if his wife's tears bothered him, he can't believe he went around committing thievery, an embarrassment to all the discipline he has maintained. Not to mention that after taking that medicine, nothing happened anyway. Felix tells Luis, his servant, that he should take rumors with a grain of salt. He then goes on to think that what he said is completely right, that medicine working is a simple fake rumor, and there is no way that medicine can fix something that even Aura couldn't, and thinks that he should give up by now. At the gates of the estate, Logan is talking to a guard, which tells him that he cannot let him meet with Felix without an appointment. Logan only asks for the guard to tell Felix his name, as he is sure he will definitely meet with him after hearing who is looking for him. Before this event though, it seems that Logan and Philip talked it out, and Philip was amazed, asking if Logan was really going to personally visit the Duke. Logan replies affirmatively, and Philip is mocking Logan, asking if he will be going to the strongest man in the kingdom, and ask him if he stole from him, or if he is impotent. Philip shits his pants and asks if this is Logan's plan, yet Logan calmly asks Philip if he's mimicking him. Philip tells Logan that he should just act like nothing happened, otherwise he is just asking for trouble, saying that if things go wrong, they are screwed. In a hallway, seated on a chair, Logan is thinking that Philip is not wrong, but if the person yesterday really was the Sword Duke, he can't let this opportunity go to waste. A butler comes out of a room, opening the beautiful massive wooden door. He then tells Logan to proceed inside the room, where Felix is waiting near the window, behind his desk. As he is approaching the Sword Duke, Logan thinks this is the opportunity to form a positive connection with one of the strongest people of the kingdom. Logan gracefully greets the Duke, stating his name, and saying that he is the oldest son of the House of McLain. Logan looks up at the Duke and realizes something. Even though his age is around 70, he looks so much younger, and thinks that he must be repressing his aging using his strong aura. The Duke acknowledges that the House of McLain is in the southwest region, and asks why Logan has come so far from home. Logan thinks there's no need to bring up the reason right away, and instead he says that he has recently started a business in the capital, and so he brought the goods here as a present. Logan slides a small box across the table to the Duke, and says that it's an excellent medicine for men, and it has proven effective for countless nobles. The Duke is looking down to the box, asking if this is really the case, without giving any hint that he knows about it, or that he is impressed. Logan keeps his head down and thinks that this is confusing him, not knowing for sure if he was actually the thief from yesterday, and so he decides to proceed to the next level. He goes on to say that a superhuman like Felix wouldn't need stuff like this, and that is why he has brought something more special, making Felix draw a small gesture on his face. Logan is happy to see this, as the reason he was disinterested at first is because he didn't see any effect after using Impo-Rick. As in the current Impo-Rick, the poison in the monster meat is neutralized, for consumption as an aphrodisiac and treatment for dysfunction. But that trivial poison has no effect on the body of a superhuman like Felix, so he concentrated that poison over and over, creating a potent concentrate. He tells Felix that it's a limited edition Impo-Rick, and that seems to stir the interest in Felix. Logan goes on to think that he is calling it a limited edition, but in reality, it's just 50 Impo-Rick pills concentrated into one. After experiencing the power himself, Logan says that he can guarantee its effect, since that gut-wrenching pain alone could kill a regular human without a force core. But if an aura user takes it, the situation is really different. Logan tells Felix that if the pill is up to his satisfaction after using it, he will please to hear from him, and he'll ready another supply of however many pills Felix wants, and that he will of course be meticulous with the confidentiality measures. The next day, Felix is extremely happy, sign that the pill has properly worked, and he tells Logan that he will grant him any favor in his power. Seeing this, Logan is exploding with happiness inside, yet he manages to keep respectable and say that he doesn't understand what the Duke means by that. Logan Than goes on to explain that an aura user is the master of martial arts that moves the body, and the faster of force, the life energy. So Felix could know it with certainty. The medicine worked perfectly, not just as a one-time thing, but after 30 uses, the medicine's effect will accumulate and he can completely recover. His longest yearning and the pain in his chest may now be eased. Felix looks at Logan and says that he can't believe he was so considerate that he brought him a gift and didn't even mention his mistake, and also says that his sword skills that day were unbelievable for someone of his age, and therefore he is definitely someone you'd expect to be the owner of this miracle drug. He genuinely thinks this psycho-killer mastermind is impressive. Poor Felix has gone so long without getting any that he has lost his mind. Felix tells Logan that he might have been in a rush when talking, and says that he sees the possibility of being cured of a chronic illness thanks to Logan's gift, so he'd like to repay him for that, and then asks Logan once again what he wishes for. Logan stares with a cold gaze towards the ground, and states that in that case, he would want a useless book on swordsmanship. Felix looks through his library and picks up a book for Logan, saying that training in only the areas stated by the book will hurt his body, but it's worth a read since it has a few eccentric points. After this, Logan thanks Felix and asks one more service of him, to write a letter as proof that he has got the book from him, to which Felix says that this will not be a problem. Logan thinks that he now has what he needs, and says that it's a shame he's only taking a book on swordsmanship from the Duke when he's ready to give him anything, but his actual goal is something else anyway. Just as Logan is finishing his thought, Felix talks, and says that he has thought about it, and this situation doesn't feel right. Logan asks what he means by that, and Felix says that he will personally teach Logan a sword technique, leaving him astounded. The greatest swordsman of the kingdom will teach him. Felix goes on to say that he understands Logan's desire to be humble and not desire much, but giving him just a low-grade swordsmanship book won't put him at ease. Logan thinks that even if he has the divine sword secrets, he doesn't need to refuse when the kingdom's strongest man is offering such, and so he ecstatically thanks Felix for the opportunity, thinking that he has hit the jackpot once again. On the Duke's training grounds, Felix and Logan are staying face to face, and Felix says that judging the talent of remarkable young talents is one of the pleasures of an old man. He then tells Logan to focus, as he won't be nice while teaching this, and upon hearing this, Logan readies his stance. Felix tells Logan to draw his sword, but he is overwhelmed by Felix's aura. A huge force is pressing down on his body, to the point where he can't even grab his sword. This is what a true aura user looks like. Logan asks himself if all aura users can do this, the skill to restrain the whole body using force like magic. If that was true, all battles would end with aura users fighting each other. Logan says that is not simply force, but rather, this has to be a special skill, he thinks, as he finally manages to draw his sword a little. Logan says he has to use the force to boost the senses and not the body, and then analyze this force that's restraining him. Every time he tries moving the Duke's force stimulating its starting point, therefore he is scattering the strength he puts into the move. Logan thinks that he doesn't understand how such a thing is possible, but he knows how to deal with it, thinking that when Felix is about to scatter his strength, he has to move half a beat faster, thinks Logan, just as he gets into a proper fighting stance with his sword fully drawn. Felix is looking at Logan and says that just as he taught, he is talented. Logan is sweating like a pig, barely standing up, and Felix is telling him to look carefully at what he is doing. He appears to be concentrating his aura at the tip of his blade, preparing an aura blade attack. As Logan tries to withstand overwhelming presence, Logan is scared shitless. As looking up, he realizes what he is up against: Felix Esperanza's force blade. Logan is looking forward, acknowledging the force blade is coming towards him. However, he seems to have one very serious problem. Felix's aura is too strong for him to withstand. He thinks that the Duke's force is forcing itself onto his body, therefore disturbing his senses, and that red blade's force is becoming even stronger. He looks forward in despair, wondering if there's anything he can even do about it. Suddenly, he realizes something. Logan's force is neutralizing the Duke's force on its own. He introspects how his intuition is telling him that he cannot dodge this attack, but there might be another way. Logan conjures the force inside his body, shaping it into the form of a protection circle around him. Seeing this, Felix remains stunned, wondering if Logan is really going to use force in the face of Felix's attack. He goes on to take an aggressive stance, with the sword behind his back, charged with force, prepared to strike Logan down. He takes one step forward, and leaps towards Logan with a killer sight in his eyes. Logan, holding his defensive stance with his blade forward and surrounded by his protective aura, feels a surge of fear as he faces the imminent assault. Just as expected, Felix's attack connects, and sends Logan back flying. Logan hits the wall behind him, and even his sword appears to have taken some damage. Felix, however, doesn't seem to even break a sweat. He is calm and composed, looking towards Logan with a cold gaze. Using his sword as a cane, Logan tries to push himself up, but he is still trembling due to Felix's powerful attack. His sword is shattered, and he can only think about what happened, about Felix's aura blade. Felix turns to Logan and asks if he really thought he'd teach him something he couldn't figure out on his own. He then reveals that he saw everything, and points out that without even realizing it, Logan got serious toward the end. With a proud look, Felix praises Logan, marveling at how he faced the attack head-on, thinking that some are just destined to excel. As Logan faints, Felix remarks that it's going to be fun watching him grow even stronger. Sometime later, Felix's butler asks Logan if he's already leaving. He goes on to say that the Duke said he is welcome to stay until he is fully recovered, so there is no rush in him leaving. To which Logan replies that he is okay, and that thanks to the potion the Duke gave him, he is completely fine. Hearing this, the butler tells Logan that he will be escorting him to the door. Outside, the butler wishes Logan a safe journey, and Logan thanks him for showing him out. After that, he quickly leaves, rushing away from the butler's sight. Seeing this, the butler wonders where Logan disappeared so quickly. It turns out that Logan turned a corner and is still hurting after Felix's attack, saying that the pain is killing him. He says that however much it hurts, he couldn't just use an expensive potion for a facile wound like that, and that he can't believe he would hand over a superior grade potion that is basically unfindable, like it's nothing. Logan goes on to say that his force evolved all this time so he can heal the internal wounds himself, but the wounds that the Duke inflicted on him are going to be hard to deal with after all. He then looks at the potion and says that whatever the case may be, he still gained more than he lost. Logan then proceeds to take out a note from Felix, stating the coordinates of the communication channel of his mansion, and that if Logan ever faces any trouble while learning the skill of the Force Blade, he can get in touch with him. Logan is happy, wondering who would have thought that Felix would think so positively of him. Logan thinks that Felix is practically treating him like a disciple, so this relationship is going to prove greatly beneficial later on. Just as he says that, Philip appears from behind, taking Logan completely by surprise. Logan turns his head around, asking Philip what he's doing there, to which Philip replies that he was at a distance, waiting for Logan to come out. Then he goes on to ask Logan why he looks so pale. Philip, concerned, yells at Logan, asking if he didn't by any chance do something rude in order to infuriate the Duke, to which Logan replies that it's quite the opposite, as he just got a little swordsmanship lesson from the Duke. Logan then cuffs, and blood comes out of his mouth, which scares Philip shitless. Seeing this, Philip says that he will make preparations for them to run away, and that he will get the fastest horses. Logan tries to tell Philip that he misunderstands the situation, but Philip just keeps on mumbling. A week later, at Logan and Philip's store, a sign on the door reads that Impo Rick is currently out of stock, asking customers to check back later. Inside, Logan appears with a majestic gaze, announcing that the total profits from selling Impo Rick have reached a staggering 4.1 million gold. Philip, impressed, responds that if sales continue at this rate, surpassing 4.5 million gold in a month won't be hard either. They exchange confident glances, fully aware of their success, and share a joyful cheer that echoes outside the shop. However, the celebration is short-lived, as Logan, ever serious, asks Philip if he's so pleased that he won't need a bonus this month. Philip, quickly snapping back to reality, pleads with Logan not to ruin his daydreams. Philip then mentions that he ensured the monster meat he purchased in Kale would be handled smoothly, and Logan commends him for a job well done. Philip then suggests that Logan consider buying a house in the capital to offset the costs of lodging, noting the savings it could bring. Logan, however, dismisses the idea, explaining that they'll only be staying in the capital for another year and a half, so there's no point in making such a commitment. He advises Philip to focus on Impo Rick for now, adding that they'll have to move elsewhere eventually, even if they don't want to. When Philip asks what Logan means by that, Logan simply replies that it's something Philip doesn't need to worry about. Lastly, Philip asks Logan to take care of his health for the smooth running of the business, as he was shocked to see him cough up blood, to which Logan replies by saying that's why he stayed shut inside his room for a whole week. Hearing this, Philip asks Logan if he was really focusing on his recovery during that time, as every time he came in the room, he saw Logan at the desk doing something. But once again, Logan tells him that this is another thing he doesn't need to worry about. Philip tells Logan that he has too many secrets, yet Logan is happy that despite the fact that Philip is grumbling about it, he is not further inquiring in the matter. As if it were to be Rick the one hearing about this, he would have definitely gotten to the bottom of his secrets. Philip goes on to ask Logan if he's returning home now, to which Logan replies affirmatively, telling Philip to make sure he calms the customers down until he sends him more Impo Rick from home. And besides that, Logan has to tell Philip one more thing. He instructs him to send food rations worth 100,000 gold each month to Tesseron and McLain estates. And hearing this, Philip is stunned. He asks Logan if he plans on feeding the whole region with this much food, to which Logan replies by saying that's enough mumbling, and that they need to do that for a whole year, so Philip should start looking for a vendor. Philip realizes Logan is serious about this, and says that he didn't realize Logan cherishes his people so much. However, this doesn't seem to be the case. As Logan is about to leave the room, he thinks that he doesn't cherish his people, but this is just what he needs to do. This is because it's going to take at least a year for McLain's chronic food shortage to be solved. Even with the Tesseron plains in his hands, with McLain's infertile land, it's going to be a minus as always. He says that people's labor is a huge part of his plan, so he can't have them starving. Logan prepares to leave the room and casually tells Philip that he has work to attend to, so he'll be heading out. Philip, however, doesn't bother asking for details, knowing all too well that it's just another one of Logan's secrets. Elsewhere, a group of impoverished people huddle on the cold concrete floor of what appears to be a storage room, using whatever scraps they can find to keep warm. One man, bleeding from his cheek, stares down at the floor with a sorrowful expression. Meanwhile, Logan stands inside a magic shop, handing a piece of paper to a sorcerer. The sorcerer, glancing at the paper, asks if Logan truly intends to find the people listed. He hesitates, explaining that with only names, a few distinct features, and no idea where they live, the task would require searching the entire continent. Logan, unfazed, asks the sorcerer whether he can do it or not, adding that he will generously compensate him for the effort. The sorcerer, sweating and unsure, looks down at the paper again. After a tense pause, he reluctantly agrees to take on the job. As Logan leaves, he reflects that, as expected, it's likely going to be difficult to track them down. After all, even the names he has might be fake. Yet Logan knows he has no other choice. He must gather all the independent superhumans at any cost, those who reached the superhuman stage in his past life but never joined any organizations. Each one of them will be a crucial ally in the coming war against the Empire, especially one particular mercenary who once fought for the Empire. As he walks, Logan suddenly stops, exhales deeply, and realizes he's been rushing things. With everything progressing well in the capital, he's been moving too quickly. He glances peacefully at the sky and reminds himself that he has enough time. He can afford to go slowly. However, Logan's belief that he has enough time might not hold true. In a dark, dungeon-like room, a man tries to calm down a furious elder chief. The elder is livid, ranting about someone mistreating his disciples and demanding to know if the man has any other workers, specifically mentioning some tower master. The man explains that he's only there to relay information, but the elder doesn't care. His rage remains unchecked. The elder then asks why his disciple was summoned this time. The man replies that the disciple has been sent to the countryside, to the far southwest, to the McLain region, for a 6-month business trip. Upon hearing this, the elder places a heavy hand on the man's shoulder and declares that he won't let this magic tower master get away with it. This time he insists the matter must be dealt with once and for all. Next, we are introduced to the grand site of the Earth Magic Tower in the Kingdom of Grandia. Inside, a man approaches a desk where another man is fast asleep. The approaching man greets him, and the sleepy clerk squints, raising his eyes to see who it is. As soon as he recognizes the visitor, he stands up cheerfully and offers a warm welcome. Curious about the man before him, the clerk can't help but wonder what his deal is. At first, he had assumed the man was a noble, but seeing him now in a cheap suit, the clerk begins to doubt his initial impression. The man in question is indeed Logan, who has come to the tower to research magic scrolls. Watching him, the clerk behind the desk assumes there's no way Logan is here to meet their high-ranking mage. Instead, he expects Logan to purchase a few basic scrolls, likely similar to one another. With a smile, the clerk listens as Logan requests 150 destruction magic scrolls, which momentarily surprises him. However, Logan's expression remains stone cold. Logan then presents his account certificate from Cooper's bank and tells the clerk to take a look. As the clerk begins counting the funds, his disbelief grows. The total adds up to an astonishing 4 million gold, leaving him completely stunned. He looks down, visibly shaken, unsure of how to respond, but finally stammers out an offer to personally escort Logan upstairs. Logan listens calmly, acknowledging the offer. Destruction magic, a 4th circle earth-type range spell, has the potential to bring down rock walls depending on the caster's skill. However, due to its drawbacks, slow activation time, obvious signs of use, and limited effectiveness on only rock and dirt, it was rarely used in combat. Despite these limitations, Logan sees its potential in construction. He believes it could greatly accelerate mind development and address other issues he's facing. Logan is now speaking to an older man who asks him if he really wants to buy 150 scrolls, and Logan replies affirmatively. The man, Radio's great, is the master of the Earth Magic Tower, and he admits he's a bit nervous since they haven't had such a generous customer in a long time. Logan recalls how, just a few minutes earlier, the master had rushed over when he heard Logan wanted to buy 155 scrolls, an unusual reaction for someone of his rank. It turns out Radio's is a 5th-generation Magic Tower master, but only possesses 1.5 million golds, indicating the tower's bad financial situation. Logan reflects that the master's vulnerability works to his advantage. He then tells Radios that his own house McLain is just a small fief in the southwest, understanding if the master hadn't heard of them. Upon hearing this, the master apologizes to Logan, acknowledging that it seems his young trainee made a mistake. He assures Logan that he will give the trainee a strict scolding. However, Logan waves it off, saying it's unnecessary and not a big deal, to which the master replies by telling Logan that he is very generous. All of this while the guy at the counter thinks he is done for. The master, though, seems to be really annoyed by the whole situation, as he almost missed out on a pushover like Logan because of that trainee. Despite Logan's reassurance, the master silently reflects on the situation. In these peaceful times, earth magic is primarily useful for farming or soil construction, so he wonders what kind of noble would spend so much on expensive scrolls for something so mundane. Frustrated, he thinks to himself about the ignorant fools who gossip, claiming the magic tower has grown weaker since he became its master. He also seems to have diminished the tower's budget quicker than he had to. The master, assessing the situation, thinks to himself that it's fortunate Logan seems like an easy target. He decides he needs to handle Logan carefully and try to extract a large sum of money from him. With that in mind, the master tells Logan that, to be honest, there might be an issue with fulfilling his request. Curious, Logan asks what the problem is. The master explains that, as Logan may know, crafting a 4-the-circle scroll requires the leadership of at least a 5-the-circle mage. Unfortunately, the tower is currently lacking in high-ranking manpower, making it difficult to produce the scrolls at the scale Logan is requesting. However, Logan remains unfazed by the master's explanation, showing little interest in the details. He simply looks at the master and bluntly asks him what he's going to do about it. The master glances back at Logan, surprised by his lack of reaction. This wasn't the response he had anticipated, but he decides to press on and test the waters anyway, hoping to gauge how far he can push Logan. The master continues, explaining that, as Logan might be aware, the per-unit cost of crafting a scroll is quite high, making it impossible to produce them in advance. Upon hearing this, Logan calmly stands up from his chair and tells the master that it's too bad there's nothing that can be done about it. As Logan heads toward the door, he informs the master that he had intended to purchase 150 scrolls every month. However, if the tower cannot even produce that many in an indefinite time frame, he will take his business to the royal family's magic tower. Hearing this, the master panics and leaps in front of Logan to block his path. Desperate to retain Logan's business, the master asks if Logan really plans to buy 150 scrolls every month. Logan confirms this and adds that over the next 6 months, he will need a total of 900 scrolls. Upon hearing this, the master looks as though he has been transported to the 9th circle of heaven. He gazes at Logan with awe, as if he has seen an angel. Logan then remarks that if producing 150 scrolls at once is too much for them, handling an order for 6 months' worth would be an even greater challenge. Just as Logan is about to leave through the door, the master makes a dramatic move, throwing himself onto the floor and grabbing onto Logan's boot. He desperately shouts that they will take care of the order. As this happens, Logan asks the master if he thinks his order is possible, to which he replies that it's 100% doable, all while dusting off Logan's shoes with his robe. The master continues, informing Logan that each 4th circle scroll costs 10,000 gold. Therefore, 150 scrolls would total 1.5 million gold. As he processes this, the master's eyes light up with greed, his pupils turning into gold G's, and his face transforms into a picture of avarice. He quickly realizes that with Logan's planned purchases, he stands to make over 9 million gold in the next 6 months. After finishing his dramatic display of enthusiasm, the master stands up and proposes an alternative to Logan. He acknowledges that the 9 million gold is a tempting sum, but suggests that hiring a mage might be a better option than continuously buying scrolls. Confused, Logan asks which mage the master is referring to. Logan reflects that aloof mages usually prefer to avoid dirty work, opting to sell scrolls instead, and wonders why the master would suggest lending him a mage, who would be even more expensive. He considers that with a 4th circle mage, he could achieve the effect of 300 scrolls each month. He then asks the master if they have a 4th circle mage willing to work at a construction site in a rural area. The master responds, clarifying that there may have been a misunderstanding. He explains that not even he has the authority to command a 4th circle mage as he pleases, which Logan had anticipated. Instead, the master offers to deploy 9 2N circle mages and 1 3 RD circle mage. He explains that these mages are disciples who have extensive experience working in teams at various construction sites. In return, the master requests that Logan reduce the number of scrolls. Logan considers this offer and thinks it might be a good deal. Given the long-term nature of the construction work, deploying a team of mages could be more beneficial than hiring a single 4th circle mage. However, Logan is reluctant in hiring mages specialized in construction, wondering what kind of people they are. Suddenly, a group of worn-out and battered men appears before Logan, led by the 3 RD circle mage named Grick. These guys look like they've just came back from war. Stunned by the condition of the men, Logan struggles to find his words. Just then, the master interrupts, telling the group that now that the formalities are over, they can return to their quarters. The men quickly flee, visibly frightened, leaving Logan bewildered and wondering what just transpired. Infuriated, Logan turns towards the master and tells him that they look like they are about to pass out. The master responds, acknowledging their disheveled appearance but assuring Logan that they are young personnel with the most construction experience in the magic tower. They are specialists in their field. Logan reflects on the master's words and thinks that, despite their appearance, the mages seemed quite capable when he roughly assessed them with his senses. With a 3 RD circle master and several 2 N circle experts among them, and all in their 20s, they represent promising talent regardless of their condition. Despite the success, Logan remains suspicious. He doesn't fully trust that the master will actually send his disciples to the countryside as promised, and wonders if he should somehow test the master. Logan confronts the master, saying that even if he follows through on his promises, the scrolls are of a higher grade, which reduces the overall count. He adds that swapping out 2nd circle mages in exchange doesn't seem like a fair deal, and the master responds, assuring Logan that the team of 10 mages should be sufficient, especially with a 3rd circle mage leading them. He insists that their combined abilities will more than make up for any reduction in the scroll count. Upon hearing the master's response, Logan once again flashes his signature killer smile. Every time he puts on that expression, it sends a chill through my spine, and I remember the guy is still a psycho. Logan, still smiling, begins to negotiate with the master. He proposes that for 120 destruction magic scrolls and the deployment of 10 mages, the price should be set at 1.2 million gold per month. The master tries to keep his calm upon hearing Logan's decision, but he is visibly struck by what he just said. Logan then goes on to think that this is a dirt price considering the talent of those mages, and that he wouldn't send any normal mages at that price. Not that Logan would mind if it works. However, he is still stunned to hear the master agreeing to the price Logan set. The master then pulls out a contract and urges Logan to sign it right away, so as not to lose the opportunity. Logan looks down at the piece of paper and wonders how could someone actually agree to those terms, and in such a rush nonetheless, as not even the ink had time to dry on the page. Just as Logan thinks that something is off, the Elder Chief comes bursting through the door behind Logan, while two of the disciples hold on to him. The Elder Chief tells the master that he has heard everything he has been doing with his disciples, and that they will have a chat right there and then. While the disciples try to stop the Elder Chief, begging him not to do whatever he is about to, Clayton just rushes forward, like an unstoppable force of nature. Logan turns his head around to see what the whole fuss is about, and he is amazed by his sight. The Elder Chief, a 5 the Circle mage, is visibly furious and confronts the master, demanding to know if he's sending his disciple off again. The master responds, asserting that everything he does is for the benefit of the tower, and that his disciples are the most talented available. The Elder Chief then questions why only his disciples seem to be assigned to the tough tasks. The Elder Chief, still fuming, points out that the master is not just sending any disciples, but rather young ones who have just returned from previous assignments. The master responds by reiterating that the young are capable of enduring hardships and emphasizes that all his decisions are made with the well-being of the tower in mind. The elder accuses the master of mistreating his disciples ever since Clayton became an elder and a 5 the Circle mage last year. The master, however, dismisses the complaint, claiming that Clayton has lost his sanity and that such behavior is unacceptable, especially with guests in the tower. As Logan observes the scene, he begins to understand the underlying dynamics. Clayton, having advanced to the 5th Circle and becoming an elder at a young age, seems to be a source of threat for the Tower Master, and in order to undermine Clayton, the Master is taking out his frustrations on the young disciples. Despite the tension, Logan remains indifferent to the internal conflict. He's simply pleased that the discord within the tower is working to his advantage. The Tower Master then turns to Clayton and coldly declares that if Clayton is unwilling to follow his orders, he doesn't care about their fate. He tells Clayton and his disciples that they can leave immediately if they wish, and the elder asks if he is serious with this comment. Upon hearing the Tower Master's ultimatum, Clayton begins to channel his magical powers, clearly ready for a confrontation. Despite the impending clash, the old man remains unfazed and calmly asks Clayton if he truly wants to go through with a fight, while at the same time also charging his own magic. The earth around them starts to shake, and objects are almost falling apart in the room. One of the disciples acknowledges the danger of the situation and says that they need to stop those two. Clayton then shouts at the Tower Master, telling him that he'd better be ready for what's coming, while the Tower Master just looks at Clayton, taking his fight stance. Out of nowhere, Logan a hand bangs the table with a stamp. Their attention is drawn towards Logan, who doesn't seem to care even the slightest about their confrontation. The two remain stunned at what Logan is doing, and the young disciples are also amazed by what just happened. Logan shows the other man the piece of paper he just stamped. It's the contract he was going to sign with the Tower Master, now completed. He then simply tells the 10 people waiting in the room to follow him, and also addresses Clayton and the Tower Master. He tells them to sort it out themselves, and that the contract is still valid even if the Magic Tower Master changes, so there will be no issue with the business. The Tower Master acknowledges how they have shown a pathetic side of themselves in front of their guest, and tells Logan that he will send the scrolls his way as soon as they are done. Yet Clayton tells him that he isn't done talking to him yet. The Master asks Clayton if he's saying that he will force the official contract of the Earth Magic Tower right now, and scolds him, telling him to know his place. Clayton then proceeds to tell the Master that if he's going to ask this way, then his decision is final. Clayton will follow his disciples as well. Both Logan and the Tower Master look amazed at Clayton. The Master then says Clayton must be mad. An elder following his disciples to a construction site is unheard of to this day, and Logan shouts that he has never hired a 5th Circle mage. To this, Clayton replies by saying he doesn't want Logan to pay him separately. He only plans to cooperate with him to help his disciples and get the work done sooner. And upon hearing this, Logan bows before the elder and says that he shall serve him devotedly. All Clayton asks is that Logan will postpone his disciples' dispatch by a day, for they need to recover before they leave again, and Logan gracefully agrees to the request and tells Clayton to meet him tomorrow at noon at the west gate. The next day, a carriage is seen leaving through the tower's gate. Logan stands outside, leaning against a wall with a backpack slung over his shoulder, waiting for Clayton and the others. As he waits, he reflects on how yesterday's contract turned into an unexpected jackpot. Hiring a 5 the Circle mage through a standard contract would have cost him 1 million gold alone, yet he secured much more for far less. Logan thinks about how he wants to return to his home territory as soon as possible. He needs to send more Impo Rick to the capital and take care of some other matters. However, his thoughts are interrupted when someone calls out his name. The person calling Logan's name turns out to be Rena, who acknowledges that quite some time has passed since they last saw each other. As Logan greets her casually by name, Rena points out that they weren't close enough for such familiarity, calling the situation a bit embarrassing. Logan, understanding what she means, quickly corrects himself and addresses her more formally as Princess Wolves, adding that indeed, it's been far too long since they've met, also saying that she's simply being rude as always. Rena looks down at Logan from her luxurious carriage, while holding a fan to cover half of her ugly ass face. She says that there have been rumors circulating in the capital, and that she's heard Logan was getting into some quite an embarrassing business these days, and asks if the House of McLain is facing troubles by any chance. What she actually means, though, is to ask if his family finally went under, and if Logan isn't embarrassed to walk around looking like a poor person. Logan, keeping his cool, replies graciously that, as Rena might be aware, he is quite ambitious when it comes to making money, and that his family's situation is nothing for her to worry about. Of course, what he really means by this nicely arranged words is that his family situation is none of her fucking business, and she should just stop bothering him and go her way. Once again, Rena steps on Logan's nerves and says that she knows the amount of money she gave him when they broke off the engagement wasn't that small, yet this is probably normal for a barren fief like Logan's. I swear I would slap her just for fun. Logan, eager to get rid of Rena as quickly as possible, agrees with her comment and attempts to walk in the other direction, making a dismissive remark about her being so filthy that he'd rather avoid her. However, just as he's about to leave, Rena stops him by mentioning that she's heard about his impressive feat in the feudal war, where he used a special weapon. She then asks how he would feel about selling it to her. Trying to remain polite but wanting to escape the conversation, Logan downplays the weapon's significance, saying it's not that great, and though he's embarrassed to refuse her offer, he will have to decline. Logan then basically runs away from Rena's carriage, which seems like the best he could do in this situation, and Rena looks at him disgusted from the window of her carriage. As he walks away from the gate, Logan thinks how even after he got famous in the capital for selling the Impo-Rick medicine, not a single noble showed any interest in the feudal war in the countryside. But Rena, no, rather the wolves, are too invested in, and says that this is quick, even for a relation with history. He thinks that the structure of the crossbow that he's made is quite simple, so can only hope to use it a couple more times before the blueprints get out in the open, and it's going to be built by everyone. This is when a voice interrupts Logan's thoughts. This is Clayton and his disciples, which tells Logan that he thought they would meet at the western gate, and asks Logan what is he doing coming their way. Logan starts pushing Clayton and the others the way he wants to go, and tells Clayton that he ran into someone annoying earlier, that being the reason for which he was walking towards them. 3 carriages are then seen making their way through the woods. Of course, Logan is riding with Clayton and one of his disciples, and Clayton seems to be mad about something. Clayton turns his head around to look at Logan, and says that this carriage is big enough to carry at least 5 or 6 people, and that the coachmen seem pretty experienced as well. Therefore, Logan must have spent quite a lot for their comfort. Clayton then gets grumpy, telling Logan that he didn't have to bother with all his doing, and that he spent all this money for nothing, while his disciple tries to keep him in check. Hearing this, Logan looks at Clayton, and thinks that this wouldn't be the first time a mage has a high sense of pride. He then tells Clayton that he is honored to attend to such great mages, so everything he does is just basic, while thinking that he's hired a 5th circle mage for free, so buttering him up is no big deal. However, Clayton doesn't reply to this. Instead, he just looks out the window and keeps acting grumpy. After the night has fallen, Logan and the others seem to have set camp in a clearing in the woods, and Logan says that it's pretty late to travel now, so they will rest there for the night and continue towards their destination tomorrow. After this, Logan sets up a campfire and starts to meditate. Out of nowhere, a man holding a knife appears, and he seems prepared to strike. He throws his knife at Logan, but he senses it and lowers his head in order to dodge it. And then, without breaking his meditative state, he asks who is there. One of the men gets out of the shadows and praises Logan for the way he dodged that, saying that it's pretty impressive for a young master. Logan gets up, and the man goes on to say that he's heard all the rumors about him in the capital, and asks Logan if he isn't the one that gathered a ton of cash by selling some strange drug. Logan is surrounded by 5 men, and he is wondering if they might be thieves. He annoyedly huffs, and tells the man that all he wanted was to practice what he last learned by meditating freely. Yet this is the perfect opportunity since they interrupted him. He then grabs his sword and tells the bandits that they will have to act as his practice partners to pay for the intrusion. One of the bandits scoffs at Logan, laughing and mocking him, asking what nonsense he's rambling about. Logan, unfazed by the taunts, remains silent. Without hesitation, he swiftly slashes the bandit's throat, ending the man's laughter in an instant. 2 of the men look down at their companion and can't understand how Logan moved so fast. and call him a bastard. One of them then jumps to attack Logan. Seeing this, Logan takes an aggressive stance and prepares to strike. Just as the bandit gets close to Logan, prepared to drive his knife through him, Logan dodges and slashes his gut in one swift motion, and also sends him flying through the air. Seeing this, the other bandits lose their composure and are amazed by his strength. The guy landed with his back hitting a 3, and he appears to have lost his consciousness. 2 of the men are down, and 3 remain. One of the bandits realizes there is no way they can take down Logan, so he urges the others to flee as fast as possible. But that's when the staggering realization hits him. He cannot move his legs. Logan then appears to charge his aura, and the way he holds the sword and how he looks at his enemies seems familiar. He mimics Felix's movement from their training. Logan manages to charge his sword with enough mana in order to replicate the attack Felix taught him, the aura blade, and it seems like a whole ass execution is going to take place. Logan places his foot forward for a more sturdy grip, and then slashes through the air with tremendous force. He manages to hit 2 of his opponents, and downs them instantly. Then something odd happens. He loses the aura he managed to conjure, which confuses him a bit. He then thinks that this skill must be hard to maintain over a long period of time, while he is looking at the last bandit that fell down on his butt and is scared shitless. Logan is happy. He managed to use the move taught by Felix. While he is not paying attention, the last bandit crawls away to safety, trying to escape the imminent danger that Logan poses. Logan then goes on to think that focusing and compressing the force through the new authority gives birth to aura. That day, along with the pressure blade he's learned from the Duke, he also showed him the force blade, which is a weaker level attack, considering Logan aura core level. However, he thought it impossible to imitate at his current level. His cheeks then blush, and he says that he cannot believe he managed to use the force blade even for a short moment. He then realizes that the last bandit is trying to escape, so he turns his head around to him. Logan looks towards him, while he is crying and asking what the hell he got himself into, trying to attack and kill this guy. And Logan then prepares to attack once again, which seems to terrify the poor bastard. While walking towards him, Logan explains to himself that using the force exuding from the sword to forcefully disperse and overpower the opponent's enemy creates the skill known as the pressure blade. And just as he's about to stab and kill the last bandit, Logan puts on his killer smile again and says that this skill should be good enough for him to use in a fight. He then looks around at the bodies surrounding him and asks himself if he might have gone a bit overboard. A voice is then heard from behind, which really takes Logan by surprise, telling him that he has witnessed everything that has happened. The person that spoke these words is Clayton, and he seems extremely furious and prepared to take Logan down. Logan glances at Clayton, puzzled by the source of his anger. He wonders if perhaps Clayton believes he went too far, even though the attackers were thieves. Whatever the reason, if Clayton chooses not to work with him anymore, Logan will be in serious trouble. But that's not the case. Clayton looks down at Logan and, to his surprise, praises his skills, calling him amazing. Stunned, Logan is momentarily speechless. Still as gruff as ever, Clayton adds that, while he doesn't know much about force users, what he just witnessed isn't typical for someone of Logan's age. Logan thanks Clayton for the compliment, admitting he's being too generous, and realizes that Clayton wasn't actually angry. It's just how his face always looks. Clayton and Logan walk together through the forest, and an uneasy silence fills the air. Logan glances to his side, reflecting on how he had intentionally distanced himself from the campsite to avoid exposing his abilities to anyone who wasn't an ally. He wonders if Clayton had come all this way just to find him. Breaking the silence, Clayton remarks that his disciples are struggling because they don't have the best teacher, so he's trying to teach them as much as he can while they're still together. Logan responds, reassuring him that he's already doing a good job, then asks why Clayton felt the need to share this with him. Hearing this, Clayton then stops in his tracks. He turns his head towards Logan, telling him that even after they get to Logan's territory, he wants his disciples to take breaks and shifts, and also have a chance to train with him. Clayton then tells Logan that he will work as much as it's needed for them to have this chance, and asks Logan if they can have an understanding, to which Logan immediately agrees. Then Logan looks down and realizes something strange. He looks behind Clayton and sees mana flowing out from the ground, and asks himself where it is going. It turns out that the mana goes towards the tent where the mages are sleeping. Once again, Clayton is looking at Logan, asking him if they have an agreement, all while Logan is left to ask himself, why would he go so far to share his mana with his disciples? Logan acknowledges that Clayton is cherishing his disciples greatly, and Clayton replies that, as their teacher, he at least has to do the minimum. Logan then asks Clayton if fighting with the Tower Master for their sake wasn't doing the bare minimum, but Clayton says that the Tower Master was the one asking for it. The next day, the flags of the McLain estate flow majestically in the wind, and the estate looks beautiful on this sunny day. In his father's study, Logan talks to Patrick, who seems to have heard the story of Logan's travels, and asks him if he gained a lot of experience during his time in the capital. Logan replies by informing his father that everything he learned was immensely helpful, to which Patrick says that it's all good in that case, and asks Logan if he wants to report anything else. Hearing this, Logan thinks there could have been a better way to approach the subject, rather than being so direct. He casually mentions to Patrick that his business in the capital is thriving, and that profits will soon start rolling in, which leaves Patrick astonished. Rising from his desk, Patrick asks Logan what business he's referring to. Logan explains that he's been commercializing the medicine he had previously given him. Patrick looks as if he's about to faint, and asks if Logan really went all the way to the capital to sell sexual enhancers. Placing a hand on his forehead, Patrick sighs, reminding Logan that, despite his promise not to interfere, this is still quite the surprise. Patrick then asks Logan to be more mindful of the family's reputation and dignity the next time he takes action like this. Logan quickly promises his father that he will, feeling relieved that Patrick is handling the situation better than he had expected. Patrick, however, raises an eyebrow and asks if Logan answered his question without giving it much thought. Once again, Logan gives the same swift affirmative response. Logan then informs his father that he's also made the acquaintance of the Sword Duke and has established a strong connection with him. Upon hearing this, Patrick, stunned about the information, immediately asks if he's referring to Felix Esperanza. Patrick, fuming, then asks Logan if he also sold the medicine to Felix. With a grin, Logan replies that he did exactly that. Furious, Patrick shouts at Logan, demanding to know how far he plans to drag the family's reputation down. Unfazed, Logan calmly pulls out a book Felix gave him and says that in return, he received a valuable intermediate sword technique. Patrick, now calmer, takes the book from Logan's hands and reads the title aloud, The Iron Blood Sword. He remarks that it's a genuine intermediate sword skill, guaranteed by the Sword Duke himself. However, Logan knows this isn't entirely true, as he had written that comment during his stay at the Sword Duke's mansion. Logan then reflects on how an imperial merchant had unearthed the Iron Blood Sword from ancient ruins. It was considered one of the top intermediate sword techniques of the time. Initially, the merchant had copied and sold the book to only a select few, but eventually, it was leaked, and copies of the entire technique began circulating throughout the market. Over time, it became so widespread that knights across the continent, and even common folk, could learn it. However, he also thinks that this event is only bound to happen 10 years from now, so having the knights of the family learn this skill right now will greatly help their forces advance. Logan goes on to think that if they also add in the mixture the sword chi, and even the divine sword secrets, his father and Ranyan could use those as their trump cards. Yet all that being said, the Iron Blood Sword technique moves force to an extreme, so it could inflict internal damage during training, and there is no way Patrick would allow for something like that to happen. But adding the Sword Duke's name to the book will definitely make Patrick accept it. Patrick reads the contents of the book and says that this is on a completely different level from the worn-out records the family has passed down, and that this book is of a far superior quality. As his hands tremble on the book, Patrick thinks that in reality, gaining proper intermediate sword skills for a noble is hard, and that he even considers this the reason for which he was stuck in level for the past 10 years. Patrick then goes on to tell Logan that properly mastering this technique will raise their Knight's Order's overall strength by at least 30%, and wonders how they could ever repay the Duke's kindness. Hearing this, Logan thinks that it's great he thinks that, as he has a proposal for his father. Logan should also properly master the technique in order to show it to Felix and repay him. However, Patrick suddenly rushes out of the room, cutting Logan off before he can say anything. He tosses a stamp at Logan and tells him that mastering the Iron Blood Sword technique is now his top priority, leaving Logan in charge of everything until he succeeds. It's at that moment Logan realizes the gravity of the situation. Patrick has just thrown him the family sigil, symbolizing his temporary authority over the family's affairs. Patrick bolts through the door, calling back to Logan to assist Dwayne with the family matters in his absence, promising to return once he has mastered the Iron Blood Sword technique to perfection. He hastily thanks Logan and departs, not giving him a chance to bring up the matters he wanted to discuss. Logan is left standing alone in his father's study, holding the family sigil, completely at a loss for what to do next. Logan stares at the family seal, realizing that having it in his possession means he can now act freely without needing anyone's permission. As this thought sinks in, Dwayne bursts into the room, exclaiming that he's heard all about Logan's accomplishments in the capital. Logan, now determined, silently vows to accomplish everything he desires before Patrick returns from his training. Dwayne quickly begins pleading with Logan for money to help with the family's financial situation. Logan, skeptical, asks if Dwayne didn't already receive funds from the battle with Tessrin. Dwayne shouts in frustration, explaining that those funds are nowhere near enough to maintain both fortresses. The battle caused a severe labor shortage, and because of this, production will drop significantly this year. To make matters worse, the Kairos have also cut off all aid, leaving the family in an even more precarious position. Dwayne, desperate, drops to his knees and begs Logan for money, pleading since he's heard about the fortune Logan made in the capital. But Logan simply smiles and says that he is sorry, but he's already spent all the money. Hearing this, Dwayne can't believe what Logan is saying, so he replies by telling him that he heard Logan has made at least a couple of million, and asks him where on earth could he be able to spend all of that money in so little time. However, Logan just looks down on Dwayne, smiling, without saying a word. Dwayne looks up at Logan and tells him to stop these shenanigans, as it's not funny. Yet Logan just keeps his composure, maintaining the same exact look, looking down on Dwayne. And seeing this, Dwayne starts sweating bullets. He then asks Logan if he is serious about all this, and Logan nods affirmatively. He then bows back down in despair and asks Logan where on earth he managed to spend all of that money, to which Logan replies that he has spent 1.2 million gold on magic scrolls and images. Plus, he also bought construction materials and food to support the people of their regions, so there's nothing left. Dwayne looks at Logan, reiterating what he just said. He said that buying a little food and giving it to the people is not going to make a difference, but that's when Logan tells him that he spent 1 million gold on food alone. Dwayne isn't sure he heard that right, and asks Logan to tell him once again, and Logan obliges, by telling him that he will distribute food worth 1 million gold every month for a year among the people. Hearing this, Dwayne starts shouting, asking Logan if he ate something to make him crazy, and Logan thinks that this is a normal reaction, as him becoming a bit of a war hero isn't going to change Dwayne's view about him. Logan then tells Dwayne that he is completely in his right mind, and asks him if the food he has bought is enough to feed the people. Dwayne tells him that it is indeed, and asks him what he plans to do with the construction materials and the scrolls, and then proceeds to ask him if he is starting some construction, and Logan tells him that they will be constructing a dam. 2 weeks later, a note starts circulating the city, and it reads the following. The feudal lord calls upon everyone eligible for statutory labor, for those in the McLain Fortress and the West Gate in their city, to those in the Storm Fortress and those in the East Gate in the outer city. Seeing this, a man from the Tesran Fortress declares that they've finally reached this point. The nobles are exploiting them without restraint. One commoner from the McLain Fortress adds that forcing them into statutory labor during the peak farming season is madness, as it will leave their children starving. Another voice chimes in, lamenting that they barely survived the battle, only to find the feudal lord now trying to crush them. They furiously question whether the message they received leaves them with a choice, to die fleeing, to toil in labor, or simply to starve. They realize that in the end, all paths lead to the same result. With determination, they grab their pitchforks and any tools they can find, seemingly ready to rise up against the feudal lord in rebellion. Everyone has gathered in front of the McLain estate, and Logan asks if everyone is present. A young man turns to an elder and asks if they are really going to go through with this. The elder replies firmly that the lords are treating them like dogs, while they barely scrape by, living off grass just to survive. Also, the nobles can thrive. The elder observes the large crowd gathered and declares that this time, it's truly worth picking a fight. A bead of sweat trickles from the younger man's forehead to his cheek as he looks at the elder and agrees, saying he'd rather seize this opportunity to fight and drag those miserable nobles out of their stronghold. Just then, the castle doors swing open, and the people, fueled by determination, take their stances, ready to confront whatever lies ahead. As the gates swing open completely, the silhouettes of several knights become visible behind the rows of prepared fighters. One of the knights shouts to his comrades to get ready for distribution. The gathered crowd, initially tense for a fight, calms down and begins to wonder what the knight means by distribution. The elder steps forward, cautioning the people that it's a trick and reminding them of the true nature of the nobles. Just then, a man places a bag in front of him. The knight explains that, per young Master Logan's orders, those who participate in the compulsory labor duty will receive a month's worth of grain suitable for a family. He instructs everyone to form a line at the gate for the distribution to begin. Hearing this, the crowd drops their weapons and rushes to line up for their share. The old man clutches his bag tightly, looking down at the ground in silence. He trembles for a moment, then lifts his head and shouts for all to hear, "All hail Logan McLain!" Then as the other people turn towards him, he does it once again, and the people let out a smile, thinking that the old man is right, and so they all start hailing for Logan. On the walls of the estate, Dwayne and Logan are talking, and Dwayne asks him if he really needed to force a compulsory order to have them gathered here, as he could have just asked them to gather there. Logan replies by saying that if he had done that, not even 1/4 of them would have come, since after all, they don't trust the nobles. He explains that nobles consider their people as their property, and any nobles with sense consider it their duty to protect their people. But living as a mercenary and an ordinary person in his past life, has taught him that for the commoners, between good and bad nobles, there is only one difference, that being which one takes away more from them. Logan tells Dwayne that even his father thinks about knights more than the people, as after all, he thinks the knights are the strength of a nation. This is why, despite the lack of budget, he still maintains a knight order of 50 people. This is why Logan has forced them to gather here and let them see it, so they can actually believe it. Logan then turns his head towards Dwayne and asks him why he is staring. Dwayne replies by saying that he was just surprised, and that Logan is surprising him quite a bit these days. Logan tells Dwayne that he is being silly, and that anyway, since Dwayne listens and trusts Logan like this, he can go ahead and start the construction. Dwayne is annoyed to hear about that damn dam again, and asks Logan to think it over one more time, as there's no point in spending 2 million gold on that construction, and then proceeds to ask Logan if it is even possible to construct it, to which Logan replies by saying that Dwayne sounds just like Hamar and Clayton. Logan has revealed his plan to Hamar and Clayton, who are amazed by the idea of constructing a dam. While having dinner, they ask if his intention is to draw water from the dam and build a floodgate. Logan confirms, stating that it's not only correct, but also entirely feasible, and he insists that the project be carried out exactly as planned. He then adds that the McLain territory is surrounded by dense mountains and wastelands, making the land barren and in need of this transformation. Logan explains that even the relatively shallow mountains to the north are blocking the flow of the Luther River from turning south. To achieve the transformation of the land, he instructs Hamar and Clayton to create a large hole through these northern wild mountains, allowing the river's water to flow through. Hamar, irritated, retorts that it would be more believable if Logan had asked them to simply knock down the mountain. Logan clarifies that they will instead build a tunnel, connecting directly to the Luther River, with a diameter of 30 meters at ground level, which will act as a floodgate. He adds that this method is used in the western part of the continent, where it is known as a dam. In truth, Logan knows this isn't entirely accurate. It's actually a flood control method that will become popular in the Empire about 20 years into the future. He also doesn't fully understand the principles of its construction. However, with a master-level dwarf and a fifth circle mage at his disposal, Logan believes this ambitious project might be possible. If the two successfully complete the construction, Logan will be able to turn the barren wastelands of western McLain into fertile, arable plains. Clayton is about to comment on Logan's plan, but Hamar interjects, stressing the importance of carefully selecting the location. He explains that the ground composition is critical, and they must also consider the water levels and channels. To prevent the tunnel from collapsing, they'll need to construct an arch structure and enlist the help of mages. After hearing all this, Clayton turns to Hamar and asks if Logan's idea is truly feasible. Hamar, surprised at himself for having said all that out loud, can hardly believe it either. Hearing all of this, Logan, holding his glass of wine with a glimmer in his eye, confidently acknowledges that the plan is indeed possible. This makes both Clayton and Hamar break into a nervous sweat. Hamar, trying to explain, begins to tell Logan that he's already busy with other tasks, including the newly started mining operation. But before he can finish, Logan cuts him off, saying that this is exactly why he has prepared magic scrolls and mages to assist in the project. Logan then tells Hamar that he will leave finding the right mountain up to him, and hearing this, Hamar reluctantly says that he knew there was something off when Logan decided to treat him to some delicious meal out of nowhere. And seeing all this, Clayton just asks himself if everything that's happening is really okay. At the construction site, Clayton stands ready, channeling his magic as he prepares to cast a spell. A safe distance behind him, two workers watch nervously, wondering if they might still be in danger. One of them dismisses the concern, assuring the other that since Logan is present, they should be fine. Hamar then shouts to Clayton, letting him know that if he's ready, he can go ahead and begin his work. Clayton presses his magic-infused hand against the mountain, and with a sudden surge of power, the mountain's surface shatters into millions of pieces. The people present immediately scramble to dodge the falling debris and rocks raining down from the sky in chaotic bursts. Seeing the chaos caused by the shattered mountain face, Hamar scolds Clayton, reminding him that he had instructed him to go easy and questioning why he felt the need to show off his strength unnecessarily. Logan, observing this, begins to explain that besides physical force, there is another supernatural power that humans can wield: mana. In his previous life, Logan could only faintly sense mana, but now he can see it clearly. He marvels as the Earth's power, originating from the mana circle within Clayton's heart, intricately weaves constant patterns to stimulate and break the rock wall. Astonished by what he's witnessing, Logan realizes that the development of his force core has enhanced his senses to a transcendent level. Clayton turns to Logan with a smirk and tells him to watch closely for his next spell, insisting that what Logan saw was just the beginning. Logan, unimpressed at first, observes as Clayton raises his hand and suddenly clenches his fist. In an instant, All the rocks from the earlier explosion pile up and begin to float in front of him. Logan quickly realizes what's happening. The debris from the shattered cliff is gathering into a massive shape. The sheer size of the newly formed structure makes Logan look up in awe, while Hamar, overwhelmed, hides behind Logan's leg like a frightened child. Clayton has transformed the scattered rocks into a towering rock golem. Logan, astonished that Clayton could create such a colossal figure without any tools, begins to contemplate the possibilities. He mutters to himself that if they could make a few more of these golems, not only would the construction be completed much faster than anticipated, but they could even be used in warfare. Overwhelmed by Clayton's power, Logan excitedly grabs Clayton's hands, his face filled with a mad intensity, and asks how many golems he can create. Excited by the potential, even asks Clayton if his students are also capable of creating golems. Clayton confirms, explaining that since they hail from the Golem School of the Earth Magic Tower, they can indeed create golems. Logan is thrilled by this revelation, but Clayton quickly tempers his enthusiasm by pointing out a significant limitation. He explains that the spell formula required to create a golem's core with mana can only be performed by 5th Circle mages. His students, while skilled, aren't strong enough to form golem cores on their own, and instead require mana stones. Even with those, the golems they create will be much smaller and considerably weaker than the one Clayton just summoned. Hearing this, Logan's facial expression changes drastically. He explains that mana stones are a mineral as rare as orichalcum or mithril, imbued with the natural energy of mana, making a rare ore. It cannot be artificially produced, and since it is used for magical assistance or artificial creation, it is also quite expensive. And that makes Logan think that mana stones aren't that cost-effective for this job. Yet Logan can't be looking at cost-effectiveness in a war, since if he can win by investing some money, that is good enough. He then proceeds to ask Clayton if his golem would also get stronger if he uses mana stones, to which Clayton replied affirmatively, saying that its strength and speed would increase, and it would last many times longer. However, since he is a 5th Circle mage, he'd need the highest grade mana stone for that. Even so, for a 2nd Circle mage, golem spell a low-grade mana stone is good enough. It can last for about 24 hours, and it can become many times stronger compared to an adult man. Hearing this, Logan goes on to think that a low-grade mana stone costs about the same as a piece of gold. Their cost-to-cost benefit ratio is too low for all that money, but for a short war like the last war between fiefs, it could easily bring a much greater result. Dwayne arrives at the construction site, and upon seeing the massive golem punching away at the mountain, he is utterly terrified. His eyes widen in shock as he assumes that the golem is trying to destroy the territory. Logan quickly tries to calm him down, explaining that the golem isn't destroying anything but is actually digging a tunnel as part of the plan. However, Dwayne is too overwhelmed by fear to listen. Without hearing Logan out, he panics and runs off, shouting that he must inform the Patriarch about what's happening. Logan turns to Hamar and instructs him to take the workers to start on the water channel, noting that there's no need to leave anyone behind for the tunnel construction, since the golem is more than sufficient for the task. Hamar, nodding in agreement, turns his back to the group and begins ordering the workers to stop being scared, telling them to gather their tools and leave. Meanwhile, Logan reflects on the fact that he now has 3 construction projects underway, feeling a mix of excitement and determination about the progress they are making. First is the tunnel and the dam. Second is the water channel that'll distribute the river water to every place in the wasteland. And third is the mine, for which Logan already got the results from the drilling while he was in Grand. Therefore, he already deployed workers there before anywhere else. Logan then thinks that after coming back from the capital, he's been busy with the dam construction, so he couldn't keep watch over the mine, so he will pay a visit there tomorrow. The next day, people are seen coming in and out of the mine, with Hamar among them, looking particularly grumpy. Logan approaches Hamar and comments that they haven't seen each other in a while. Hamar retorts, asking what Logan is talking about. Clenching his fist, he accuses Logan of making him run back and forth between the mine and the water channel, expressing his frustration. In a fit of rage, he tells Logan that he can't keep up with the workload anymore and suggests that it would be better to just kill him instead. He laments that he can't even take a break and questions whether work will stop if he's not there. Hamar then demands to know why he has to shoulder all this hard work alone. Throughout Hamar's outburst, Logan stands speechless, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, one of the other workers notices Hamar's explosive frustration and warns the others that they need to intervene before things escalate further. As Hamar slumps back onto the ground, tears in his eyes, Logan gently places a hand on his shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. He acknowledges the hard work Hamar has been putting in, assuring him that he understands and appreciates everything he has accomplished. Logan tells Hamar that from now on, he will let him take care of and manage everything on his own. Hamar's expression shifts to one of disbelief, his face paling as he asks Logan if he is serious. He wonders if Logan truly intends to dump all the chores onto him. Logan feels a twinge of sadness that Hamar has caught onto his intention. With a playful yet earnest gesture, Logan extends his pinky finger, promising Hamar that once the construction is complete, he will allow him to take all the rest he needs. Hamar, feeling overwhelmed, tries to push Logan's hand away, insisting that he won't accept such an arrangement. But Logan firmly catches hold of Hamar's finger, almost causing the poor dwarf to yelp in pain as he threatens to break it. As Hamar is standing on the ground, annoyed by the whole situation, Logan just turns his back and brushes his hair with his hand, saying that he is just trying to act all cheeky. He then looks at the mine, saying that now the mine will be developed faster than in his previous life, and even though he is not sure about the dam, he hopes it will work out. In the end, that is the only way his plans will succeed. Logan activates a communication channel to speak with Philip, who informs him that the construction materials will be delivered without any issues. He also mentions that he has secured an agreement for the lumber they've been trading, which will bring in an additional 100,000 gold per month. This news brings a smile to Logan's face. Pleased with the progress, Philip, filled with excitement, tells Logan that once they finish building the mine and clear the land, the territory will be completely transformed. He then tells Logan that he would like to come and see it for himself one day. Logan glances at the globe for a moment, deep in thought, before responding that Philip should visit next year. Curious, Philip asks why next year, but then quickly adds that he probably won't get an answer, even if he asks. Logan then shifts the conversation, revealing to Philip that there have been rumors circulating in the capital that there is a problem with the royal family. Philip asks Logan what problem he is talking about, and Logan replies that he heard about it when he was at the Sword Duke's house, and he doesn't know the details, but it seems like a big issue. He tells Philip that he should try to find out about the rumors while he's doing business. Logan reflects on his memories from his past life, recalling that next winter, the king suddenly dies, leading to a civil war. However, he acknowledges that the information he has as a low-ranking mercenary may not be entirely accurate. If the king's death is indeed sudden, it will follow the same pattern as it did in his previous life. Otherwise, the timing could vary. Just like the war between the fiefs, the onset of the civil war could be influenced by unforeseen factors. Logan understands that he cannot begin to prepare until he has confirmed the situation. His primary focus is to ready the McLain family for the impending chaos that will upend the kingdom's order. Logan instructs Philip to allocate the remaining budget as an emergency fund and to purchase as many weapons and armor as possible, specifically enough to equip 1,500 men. Upon hearing this, Philip breaks into a sweat, expressing that this is no small undertaking. He questions why Logan needs so much equipment when the McLains only have around 100 knights. Logan clarifies that the equipment is not intended for the knights, but for the soldiers. This revelation sends Philip into a frenzy, incredulously asking Logan if he has truly lost his mind. He argues that no one fully arms their soldiers in war, deeming it a waste of money. However, Logan refuses to entertain the objections. Internally, Logan reflects that while his actions may seem unusual, they are driven by necessity. The last war resulted in significant casualties among his territory's people, drastically reducing the expected output. To counter this, he needs to minimize conscription while maximizing the strength of his knights and regular soldiers. Arming the most vulnerable regular soldiers is a crucial part of that strategy. Logan then asks Philip if his judgment was ever wrong, to which Philip reluctantly says no. Then he puts a smirk on his face and tells Philip that this being the case, they should proceed as discussed. Philip says that he understands and that he will discreetly find out more about the rumor. With this, Logan says that from securing funds through the mine, ensuring food supply with dam construction, and improving the soldiers' armament, the basic preparations for a leap forward are progressing smoothly. An enormous stack of papers sits on Logan's desk, overwhelming him as he fumbles through the documents. Dwayne stands beside him, directing his attention to specific papers and explaining what he needs to do. Read that, sign the other one, and so on, before adding that he will bring the next set of documents for Logan's review later. Reading one of the documents, Dwayne informed Logan that he had once again signed a document without properly checking it, questioning whether he intended to continue this carelessness. Meanwhile, Logan could only think about how long he had been buried in paperwork. Dwayne noted that this had been ongoing for nearly a month. He emphasizes that acting as Lord required more than just a day or two of work, and Logan reflected on how he had never seen his father work this much. Dwayne continued to explain that he had been handling most of the work for the Patriarch, leaving him astonished at the revelation. Logan questioned why Dwayne had dumped all the responsibilities on him, to which Dwayne asserted that as the future successor, Logan needed to thoroughly understand the affairs of the territory. Just then, the door opened, and Logan shouted at Dwayne, insisting he was not the successor, and Dwayne simply asked if anyone else agreed with that. At that moment, Kaisalan entered, looking troubled. He hesitated before speaking, finally managing to relay that Hamar had become trapped in a collapsed mine. The news sent a wave of fear through Logan, who was instantly alarmed by the urgency of the situation. Logan rises from his chair and asks Kaisalan how it happened. Kaisalan explains that one of the mine tunnels has collapsed. Concerned, Logan immediately inquires about the extent of the damage and whether they've found Hamar, while Dwayne interrupts to ask when their territory even had a mine. Ignoring Dwayne, Kaisalan reports that over 50 meters of the tunnels have collapsed, making it impossible to locate Hamar's exact position. Upon hearing this, Logan rushes toward the door, saying there's no time to waste and that they need to head to the mine immediately. Once again, furious, Dwayne asks where the hell did a mine come from. Logan arrives at the mine on horseback and quickly asks the workers which tunnel collapsed. One of the men points to the middle of the 3 paths, explaining that it's the deepest one. He tries to warn Logan about how dark it is inside, but Logan doesn't care. He storms past him and heads straight into the tunnel. Inside, Logan channels his aura into his eyes, giving himself night vision. What he sees unsettles him. Massive boulders are blocking the tunnel, and a few people are struggling to move them. The elderly foreman overseeing the mine notices Logan and Logan instructs the workers to step aside. Logan places his hand on one of the boulders and infuses it with mana, sensing the presence of 10 people trapped beneath. One of them matches Hamar's size and shape. Logan tells the foreman they've avoided the worst, but there are still many casualties. The foreman, puzzled, asks how Logan knows this. Logan brushes the question aside, insisting it doesn't matter right now, and instead asks how long it will take to clear the rocks. The foreman estimates at least 3 days, assuming everything goes smoothly. This worries Logan. He knows even the toughest dwarves can't survive long with severe injuries trapped under the rocks. The longer it takes, the slimmer their chances of survival. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Logan knows he has no choice but to act quickly if he wants to save them. Outside the mine, Logan and Clayton are talking, and Clayton asks Logan why they were called to this place. Logan tells Clayton that he will get straight to the point, and begs the mages to rescue Hamar and the workers that were trapped in the mine. He tells Clayton that they will be properly compensated, yet Clayton doesn't seem to care much about money. He realized that this was the reason for which Hamar was so busy, going back and forth between the mine and the dam. He tells Logan that since people are hurt, they will gladly help, and Logan thanks him, and tells Clayton that he will make sure to repay the favor. Clayton thinks that he was curious why Logan bought a destructive magic scroll and never used it, and realizes the mine was the reason. As Logan points them into the direction of the mine, he thinks that since he has been so secretive about it, it must be really valuable, and yet Logan told him about it. All in order to save a slave and some workers. Inside the mine, Clayton uses his magic to hold up the tunnel, and tells his disciples to use the golems to clear up the rocks, and they seem to be using mana stones for this to work. Clayton's disciples, holding their mana crystals tightly, began chanting their spells. With swift motions, they cast the mana stones into the rubble, and as the magic took effect, Logan watched in awe. The collapsed rocks stirred and transformed into towering stone golems, each lumbering into motion to clear the debris. The sight terrified the mine workers, who were not accustomed to witnessing such raw displays of magical power. Logan, observing the efficiency of the mages, marveled at how they had managed to clear several meters of rubble in mere moments by creating the golems. Clayton, however, remained focused, urging his disciples to hurry. The urgency in his voice reminded them all that there was no telling the condition of Hamar and the trapped workers deeper inside the collapsed mine. The golems, controlled by Clayton's disciples, methodically cleared the rubble, effortlessly carrying massive chunks of rock from the mine entrance. Logan, however, didn't just stand back to supervise. He joined in, hauling rocks alongside the mages and workers. Clayton, noticing Logan's involvement, was momentarily stunned. It was an unusual sight, a noble, engaging in manual labor to save commoners, and a dwarf. It was unheard of for someone of Logan's rank to do such work, especially when most nobles wouldn't think twice about the lives of those beneath them. Watching Logan's determined efforts, Clayton couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. Perhaps the world, despite its flaws, hadn't completely gone to ruin. Next, the mine master breaks a sweat from his forehead and shouts for everyone to hear that he's found the injured. Hamar is seen being hurt, half under the pile of rocks. Seeing this, the mine master shouts his name, scared, and Logan tries to assess his situation. It appears that despite the magnitude of the accident, the injuries Hamar and the others have are minor, and that they've just fainted due to shock. Looking down on the scene, Logan is grateful, thanking the gods that everyone got out with just some minor scratches. Later, in the infirmary, Logan asks Hamar what happened. Hamar explains that he dozed off while using a destruction scroll, admitting he's been overworking himself lately. Logan, visibly upset, remains silent. Sensing this, Hamar tries to reassure him, saying that despite the accident, everything is fine and he'll be back to work soon. Just as Hamar is about to add that the workload isn't too hard and he can manage it in a day or two, Logan interrupts, telling him to take as much time as he needs to recover. However, when Hamar realizes what Logan just said, he stops speaking, unsure of what he's heard. He then asks Logan if he really wants Hamar to rest, and Logan replies by asking him if he will be fine without doing so. Hamar then shouts at Logan that he will rest. Even if the world burns on fire, he will rest. Even if the aliens come, he will rest. Whatever happens, his rest won't be interrupted. As Logan leaves Hamar's room, he marvels at the power of magic, impressed that the rescue operation was completed and everyone saved within just 2 hours. He begins to consider something he desires, but his thoughts are interrupted by Clayton, who appears beside him like a ghost from Christmas past. Clayton startles Logan by shouting, "You have a truly wonderful mind," leaving Logan speechless. Clayton nods knowingly, and Logan wonders if he has discovered that the mine is filled with gold. He realizes this could be troublesome, as he's unsure if Clayton would keep it a secret. Clayton then asks Logan why he went so far as to reveal the mine and ask for his help. Logan remains silent, but he reflects on the real reason. There's no one else skilled enough to replace Hamar at the moment. He thinks saving Hamar was worth the risk, as the mine's development would have been delayed without him, which would disrupt Logan's future plans. However, there's a deeper reason, which Logan voices to Clayton. If he can't protect his people, there would be no one left around him. This response piques Clayton's interest. Clayton then asks if Logan would like a magic tower in his territory. Logan is stunned. Clayton explains that it's time for Logan to part ways with that awful tower master, and that his territory seems capable of supporting a small magic tower. He asks Logan what he thinks of the idea, and Logan can see that Clayton is serious. Overjoyed, Logan tells him he would be honored to have a magic tower in his territory, his eyes lighting up and his cheeks flushing like a child seeing candy for the first time. Logan then asks if Clayton's disciples would join him there and what kind of support he would need. Clayton tells Logan that his disciples coming along is a given, and that when it comes to financial support, his demands are low. Clayton would only ask Logan for what's necessary, telling Logan that he trusts in his character and abilities. Seeing what just happened, Logan drools like a hungry dog while looking at Clayton. Also being a witness to what was just discussed, Hamar asks Clayton if he also perhaps hit his head, but Logan tells him to go back to rest. 1 week later, Hamar presents himself before Logan, telling him that he is fully recovered, so he will resume the construction. He goes on to tell Logan that he will try to make up for the delay, and Logan wishes him luck. Just as Hamar leaves and the door closes, there is another knock that disturbed Logan. It appears that Dwayne creeps in from behind the door with a scary look on his face, asking Logan if it isn't about time for Logan to tell him about that mine. Dwayne shouts at Logan, demanding to know how long he's been developing the mine without telling him. Logan simply apologizes, saying it slipped his mind. Frustrated, Dwayne questions how something so important could possibly slip his mind. He presses Logan, asking why he kept the mine a secret and what kind of mine it is. To answer Dwayne's question, Logan puts on a big old smile, revealing that it's a gold mine. Dwayne doesn't believe him and tells Logan to stop joking around. There's no way people like them would have a gold mine. Annoyed, Logan asks what's so unbelievable about it, calling Dwayne a rascal. Then, regaining his serious tone, Logan informs Dwayne that the mine is expected to generate around 100 million gold per year, and asks if Dwayne really thinks he'd joke about something like that. Hearing this, Dwayne is left speechless, asking Logan if he is serious about what he's saying. Next, Dwayne just stands there, and Logan looks at him dead in the eye, but something is wrong. Logan touches Dwayne, wondering if he is okay, and Dwayne almost falls on his back. It appears that the information he has received is making Dwayne faint, as he cannot comprehend the amount of money that mine is going to bring in, and Logan is sweating, trying to make Dwayne snap out of it. Despite the minor incident with Hamar's injury, the plan proceeded smoothly, much faster than Logan had anticipated. In the forest, a group of people walks along, puzzled as to why they've been called together again, especially now that the dam construction is complete, and in such an unusual place, the mountain peak. One man asks another if they're sure the dam is finished, as it was supposed to take 6 months, yet they completed it in just 3. Another confirms that the construction is indeed done. These men seem to be the administrators Dwayne has gathered for a final inspection, all brought to Logan's side. Logan greets them warmly, expressing his pleasure in having them there. Acknowledging their busy schedules, he asks them to stay and witness the opening of the dam. One of the administrators looks on skeptically, thinking it's a waste of time. In his mind, bringing water from the Luther River to sprinkle over the wasteland won't make any difference. He feels Logan should have invested the money more wisely, perhaps on repairing the southern wall. The other administrators also question why Logan went to such lengths. Unable to come up with an answer, one of them asks Dwayne. Meanwhile, Dwayne is once again amazed by what he sees. He stares at the dam, realizing it wasn't built merely to sprinkle water on the wasteland. It's actually connected directly to the underground channels of the Luther River. If they can continuously supply water through the canals, this vast wasteland could indeed become fertile land. Logan looks around and notices that everyone has gathered, construction workers, mages, and administrators alike. Concluding that it's time to begin, he turns to Clayton and gives the signal. Clayton obliges, preparing to start the process. Seeing this, Hamar becomes grumpy and asks if they really have to do it this way, complaining that they put in all the effort so the workers could open and close the floodgates themselves. However, this won't happen, as Logan thinks that the first time the dam is open, it should be grand and memorable, as he wants to show everyone in the McLain estate what they have created with their own hands. As he says the last part, an image of the dam is shown, and it appears that there are some golems that stay before the floodgates, prepared to lift them. Seeing this, the administrators are stunned. One of them even remarks the presence of the monsters towards the other two, but just a second later they seem unfazed by this event. Even the administrator in question realizes that he has seen quite some magic lately, and that he shouldn't be impressed by it. Next, Clayton shouts loudly, for everyone to hear, giving the command to the golems to open the floodgates. They reach towards the gates and start lifting them up. Seeing this, Logan looks happy, as his plans unfold just as he imagined they would. The event leaves everyone speechless. Both the administrators and the common workers are amazed by the sheer display of magic and force, but something strange seems to happen. The golems are struggling to lift the floodgates. With a murderous smile on his face, Clayton looks down on Hamar, murmuring, asking Hamar what the hell is he doing. Yet it seems like Hamar also doesn't know what's happening, as he definitely told the workers to open the gates when the golems start lifting them. Seeing this, Logan starts sweating, as he needs to come up with an idea fast. An event from the past is shown, a chat between Clayton and Logan, where Clayton informs Logan that the lifting the gates would be too much for the golems, and Logan tells him to just pretend. It looks like the golem's strength was purely meant for show, and that in reality, it takes about 100 workers turning the pulleys to open the floodgates. Logan thinks that this wasn't a part of his plan, and wonders what he could do. Clayton shouts at Hamar that if his golem's reputation for strength gets tarnished, he will be holding him responsible, and Hamar replies by saying that it's just a fact that the golems are not strong enough. While all of this is happening, it seems that Logan has got an idea. He suddenly tells Clayton to command the golems to break down the gates. This leaves both Hamar and Clayton speechless, making Clayton ask if Logan is really serious about this. Logan tells Clayton to do as he says, as they can just rebuild the gates later. And even though hesitant for a couple of seconds, Clayton does as Logan wishes, and the golems start punching through the gates. Seeing this, the workers are wondering if they are really going to break them down. After all, their hard work was just done. Next, the gates break, and water starts flowing down, taking the golems with it, and everyone remains perplexed when they see this. Even Logan lets out a big old blushy smile of happiness. For the first time, I can see that bro might actually be genuinely happy and have a heart. The townsfolk that have worked on the construction are letting out tears of happiness as the water flows down, acknowledging its presence and their success. Logan then thinks how this will solve the food problem during the Civil War, and that they don't need to rush the reclamation as they can start farming next spring. Even Dwayne is happy and jumps on Logan's back, scaring him, telling him how wrong he was about the dam and asking for forgiveness. Logan then tells him that everything is good and mocks him in a friendly manner, asking why such a big guy like him is crying so much. However, not everyone is so happy with this outcome, as Hamar is crying in the corner, asking how much time is going to take him to rebuild the gates again. But Clayton steps in, saying that he will help him rebuild them once again. Logan then tells them that they don't need the gate urgently, so they can just take a week off, and that they will finish the mine construction after that, telling Hamar that they will once again get a long vacation once that project has also been completed. This once again brings joy to Hamar's eyes, asking Logan if he really means what he's saying. Logan replies by reassuring Hamar, but what Hamar doesn't know is the reason behind Logan's thought, that being that they are going to be busy again soon. Many farmers will come to reclaim the now fertile land, but it will be hard for them to travel from the city to the plains every day, so they will build a totally new village for them to live in. Logan turns to Hamar, preparing to tell him how great he is at construction, but realizes that this isn't the proper way to do it. He utters Hamar's name, making him turn around in order to inquire. He then tells Hamar that construction must be difficult even for him, as after all, he's never even heard of dwarves being good at construction. This makes Hamar go crazy, asking Logan what in the hell is he even talking about. He tells Logan that after weapon making, construction is what dwarves are best at. Hearing this, Logan realizes that he has Hamar right where he wants him. Logan tells Hamar that this is really impressive and that it's great to hear that. Hamar replies by telling Logan that even if he praises him, he's not getting anything from him, and proceeds to ask Logan why he's even interested in construction all of a sudden. However, Logan just dismisses the question, telling Hamar that he was just curious. But as Hamar turns away, Logan thinks that after he has his 1 week rest, the thrilling experience of house construction will start, and he won't be laughing then. He once again shows his true psychotic and sadistic nature. I would honestly be scared to see his face at night. After his discussion with Hamar is ended, Logan addresses the people that came to the inauguration, telling everyone to listen up. He restates the promise he made when they gathered to open the floodgates. First, that everyone will be able to cultivate the McLain Plains. Second, they will receive tenant rights equivalent to their labor, and taxes will only be 30%. He then turns his head to look at the vassals. He thinks that if he announces it like this, even the vassals won't be able to oppose it. In fact, they seem overjoyed with the appearance of the river, realizing that their territory might be finally changing. 4 weeks later, Logan is in his study talking to Rick, revising a schematic sent by Hamar, in which he's already completed the village layout and a model house, saying that he knew he picked the right person for the job, and Rick replies by saying that Hamar is amazing. Logan then thinks how he never thought Hamar would actually take the job when he came by a few weeks ago, as he was hesitant at first. But just as always, once he starts, he does a good job. In the background, the events from 4 weeks ago are shown, in which Hamar asks Logan if he is crazy, wanting to build a village, and Logan mocking him, saying how he taught dwarves were supposed to be good at construction. It seems that Hamar has laid out the roads in a cross pattern, and placed houses of the same size at regular intervals, created communal wells and toilets in each section, and built sewers to dispose of waste outside the village. Watching the piece of paper, Logan thinks that he's also put down the planned city he saw in his previous life as best as he could remember, and that with this, they can successfully establish the large settlement McLain Town. Logan thinks about what he wants to have half of the population doing, but suddenly a smell strikes him. He turns towards Rick, where the smell is coming from, and asks him why he smells so bad, to which Rick replies that it's all Logan's fault. He asks Logan why in the hell is that drug selling so well, saying that if it weren't for that, he wouldn't be suffering like this. All of this while Dwayne just burst into the room shouting for Logan. Logan asks Dwayne if he isn't even going to knock from now on, and if he thinks this is his room now. However, Dwayne doesn't seem to care about that one bit, and proceeds to start telling Logan something about Hamar. All of a sudden, Dwayne's expression turns into pure joy, and he tells Logan that Hamar has sent word that they can start mining the gold. He shows Logan a couple gold nuggets, telling him that it has been brought from the mine. He tells Logan that usually, you would have to extract small amounts from the minerals, but they've already found this, making them both drill over the site of their treasure. Next, Logan tells Hamar that he's done a great job, and Dwayne hugs him, asking how they've managed to get so lucky as to have Hamar with them. However, Hamar doesn't seem to care about any of this, and he just wants to go rest, as his eyes look like he's been awake for eons. Logan then asks Hamar how much they can start mining, and he tells Logan that it's just as they've estimated, 1 ton of gold a month, and that even with a low estimate, it should last for at least 10 years from there on, and once again asks Logan if he can go rest. Logan is reluctant to Hamar's request, saying that they still have much to do, as they've just started the town construction, and they need more crossbows, and the knights need new weapons, asking Hamar if it would be possible. This strikes Hamar like a hatchet, making him sweat and grab his head with his hand, as Hamar lays down on the ground to rest, and Dwayne bows to him, calling him the treasure of their territory. Logan proceeds to think about how he's sole proceed going forward, since there's still a lot of work left to do, but Hamar really needs a break, so he thinks that he should be recruiting another dwarf later. Just as promised, Logan tells Hamar that he will keep his promise, and that he can go have his break, and just as he wants to say that a month seems a little too much time, Hamar starts shouting of happiness. He then runs away like Flash when he turns back time, and shouts for Logan to hear that he shouldn't be looking for him, as he will be sleeping for the next month. Seeing how fast Hamar was running, Logan asks himself if he managed to awaken force, as he is too damn fast with those short legs. Behind Logan, Dwayne starts crying of happiness, and Logan asks him what happened. It appears that the reason behind his happiness cry is the amount of money that the mine is going to bring them, as 1 ton of gold per month adds up to a staggering 100 million gold per year. Dwayne tells Logan that the Kairosis can screw themselves, and that our territory is saved, as they don't have to worry about anything anymore. And seeing this, Logan mocks him, saying that he cries even more than when the dam was complete. Logan then calmly looks down on Dwayne and states one crucial fact, the only one he should be afraid of. Logan tells Dwayne that he should be aware of the fact that this mine is his as well. Hearing this, Dwayne's gaze turns into one of terror, as Logan continues to say that of course he will pay 30% taxes to the family, but that will be it. Understanding what's happening, Dwayne doesn't see anything and just raises from the ground. He then gracefully kneels before Logan and tells him that he trusts in his judgment to handle the money well, as after all, the dam project went well, and he hasn't made any mistakes so far. He then tells Logan that he trusts him, making him wonder if Dwayne really just accepted this so readily. Logan then tells Dwayne that they of course have to keep the mine a secret, as if news of the gold mine spreads, the Befros, Kalia, and the Margrave will all cause him trouble. To this, Dwayne simply replies that he will take care of it, which makes Logan feel uneasy, since he isn't used to this yet, but still thanks Dwayne for the deed. However, he disregards this concern, since his mind is bothered by another one. He thinks that his father will be a problem, since he has made a lot of changes before his returning from the training. A week later, Logan and his dad are walking on the edge of the river, admiring its beauty. Logan looks at his father from behind, remarking something different coming from him. Patrick has become an advanced knight. Logan thinks that he has been expecting it when he handed him the book of the Ryan blood technique, but to think his skills would progress in such a short time after stagnating for a decade is amazing. Patrick then acknowledges that while he was away, Logan has managed to accomplish a great deal of things. Logan wants to defend his actions and tell his father about his plans, but Patrick just reaches downwards for the water in the canal. He puts his hand in the water and grabs a handful. He then tells Logan that to have water flow through this wasteland is truly amazing. He says that him reaching a higher level, and even the transformation of the wasteland, are all Logan's feats, and that Logan is far better at running the estate than he ever was. Logan wants to stay humble and tells his father that these accomplishments are only based on recent actions, but Patrick cuts him off, saying that he has managed to do more in 3 months than he has done in the past 10 years. He then tells Logan that he feels blessed to have such a son, and thanks him. I think someone is cutting some onions around here, or there might be something in my eye. Logan wants to tell his father that he is thankful, but he is once again cut off, and Logan tells him that from now on, he will be handling all the Lord's duties, as he wants to focus on training the Knight's Order from now on. Hearing this, Logan is left in shock, not knowing how to react or even what to say. Logan once again wants to tell his father that he doesn't plan on becoming the Lord of the estate, but Patrick just cuts him off again, and asks Logan if he knows what he has realized during his training, the answer being that he has grown old. He tells Logan that even though he has managed to grasp the basics of the iron blood technique Logan has given him, he couldn't master the secret techniques at all. If he had learned the secret technique when he was younger, when his force had just awakened, it might have been possible. But with his current force, which has already formed its own flow after all these years, it is impossible for him to even create a core. He tells Logan that as he gave up on that, it might be the time for young kids like Logan and Ranyan to try. Thanks to Logan, he could finally break through the barrier that had blocked him for years. Now Patrick wants to step back and be a guide that opens the path for them. Logan takes a good look at his father, thinking about what he said. He then nods and thinks that if he puts it like that, there is no way that he can refuse, so he just agrees with his father. Patrick then turns around and says that she should know that as well. It appears that he was addressing Marianne, and he continues by telling her to help Logan in order to make sure he fulfills his role properly. Marianne nods and keeps her head down. Then Patrick pushes Logan forward, encouraging him to talk to his mother. Logan approaches Marianne, who is dressed in a beautiful long dress, holding a sun umbrella. Marianne starts by saying that the achievements Logan has shown are enough to prove he is capable of being the successor, addressing him as young master. She then continues by saying that she now only wishes for Ranyan's success, that being the only reason she has clashed with him before. Hearing this, Logan apologizes to Marianne, but she stops him, saying that if anything, she should be the one apologizing. She acknowledges that Logan has once before apologized to her, and that pathetically enough she couldn't accept it, stating that it was narrow-mindedness from her, and that she hopes Logan can be generous and understand. As Logan sheds a sweat from his cheek, Marianne continues by stating that she heard about Logan teaching Ranyan how to fight with the sword. Filled with passion, Logan tells Marianne that maybe it's because Ranyan might be a prodigy, but it only took him 1 week to form a force core, and that he has already mastered some technique. Looking down, Marianne comments that it's been years since she had seen Ranyan that happy. She then asks Logan to also continue caring for his younger brother Ranyan in the future. She then turns her back and says goodbye to Logan. However, Logan seems to be displeased with the direction in which things were going, so he feels the need to shout that parents shouldn't use honorifics when talking to their children. From now on, Logan wishes for Marianne to comfortably speak to him as she did when he was young. He then proceeds to call Marianne mother as well, which makes her stop in her tracks and even shed a tear. Logan's mother then continues her walk back towards Patrick, who is looking at Logan from a distance. Patrick nods at Logan as a sign that he did well, and Logan nods back as well, acknowledging his father's thought. Yes, man can communicate telepathically. Logan then watches as his parents walk away from him and towards the castle's grounds. Next, at what seems to be the Tesron estate, Logan and Patrick are talking. Logan tells his father that once the town is completed, they will start clearing the weeds and reclaim the land for farming before spring comes next year. He tells his father that they are hoping for a much greater yield than the McLain plains that their ancestors lost, and Patrick is concerned, asking if the residents will readily move their homes. Logan replies to his father by saying that they will, as they plan to give priority in reclaiming rights to those moving into the town, and the new houses will also be better than the thatched houses most of the residents are living in now. Logan informs his father that he has had Dwayne put up a recruitment notice for soldiers, and asks Patrick if he will take charge of their training if they become regular knights, to which Patrick instantly agrees, as he sees them as potential knight candidates. Patrick tells Logan that he has been doing a great job, but on the other hand, there's still a problem, and then proceeds to turn his head around towards the left side. He takes a wooden stick and strikes it against his hand, as if he is prepared to beat someone to death with it. Patrick stands before the Knights of the Order and tells them that they are hopeless, asking since when do they have 2 knight orders. His facial expression alone sends a shiver through my bones. Looking at the scene, Logan acknowledges that these are the McLain Knights, and those who defected from Tesron after losing the war between fiefs. They've been part of the same knight order for a while now, yet they still act like they're on opposite sides. Patrick then speaks, telling the knights that he knows it is hard to get close with someone you once fought to the death, but he thought that they'd find a way to realize what the duty of a knight is. However, that didn't happen because they have no hunger at all. Patrick states how he has been training to death in order to become stronger, and how Logan has been running around tirelessly for their territory, all while the so-called knights are fighting over their pride like children. He says that he has been far too neglectful of them all, and that he is entirely to blame. He is at fault. As the captain of the order looks at them, they shout in unison that this is not true, and wish for Captain Heinkel to somehow get them out of this shithole they are about to be thrown in. Heinkel turns his head to the right and shouts Patrick's title, and seems prepared to confront him. In reality, he tells Patrick that he looks much more spirited, and asks him if he has become an advanced knight. Patrick replies by saying that he will straighten out the attitudes of the knights for him, while charging his wooden blade with so much aura that it shatters. He then screams at the knights to feel and learn swordsmanship firsthand as he chases them. He tells the knights that when they are being grilled like dogs, they won't have time for silly thoughts. While doing this, Patrick thinks that he will make sure to discipline them and hand over a proper knight's order to Logan. In his study, Dwayne is signing documents as happily as ever, thinking that 20 years in administration, he has never known signing documents without worrying about the budget could make him this happy. Behind Dwayne, 2 vassals are speaking, one of them asking what is wrong with Logan. Ash A has been monopolizing the budget for the past couple of days, and in just a split of a second, Dwayne jumps in the discussion in order to protect his master, saying that there is a good reason behind whatever Logan decides to do. He then asks the vassals why they are questioning Logan, mocking them, asking if the increased budget blinded them. He then proceeds to answer his own question with another question, rhetorically asking where they think the budget has come from in the first place. He tells the vassals to just do as the master says as he skims over a paper. All of a sudden he drops his pen and starts sweating as he reads the contents. Just minutes later he is in Logan's study, asking what he's going to do with 10 million gold worth of gold bars. To this, Logan replies that he is going to buy mithril, 100 kilograms of it to be more specific, a statement which leaves Dwayne astounded. He then pushes Dwayne into a wall towards the back, in a sussy position, telling him to just sign the damn document, asking him if he doesn't trust him anymore. Dwayne replies that he cannot sign that, and asks Logan what he's going to do by buying something 1,000 times more expensive than gold. A chat between him and Philip is then shown, and it appears that Logan wants to buy mithril for the knight's war equipment, which leaves Philip stunned, saying that what Logan wants to do is impossible. Hearing this, Logan goes into shock, looking at Philip with a lost gaze. Annoyed, he asks Philip why it is impossible, and Philip replies that mithril isn't something you can buy just because you have money. It's a metal that contains mana, has 10 times the strength of steel, and only 1/3 of the weight, often called the silver of the gods. You can't just buy something like that even if you are rich, as even the wealthy can't obtain it. Philip goes on to say that not to mention 100 kilograms is a huge amount, and for such a large purchase, you would need not only money, but also power, which gives Logan an idea. If it's power Philip needs to do the deed, he might have a way. Inside a castle, a guy looking through a communication channel seems a bit disturbed by what he sees. Another servant asks him what seems to be the matter, and he replies by saying that he received a message from some countryside region, the McLain estate, and asks where that is. The servant that seems to be in charge tells the lower grade that for now he should pass it on to the Duke, even though he might be too busy for that kind of message right now. It appears that this was Felix's house, and 30 minutes later, he has come straight to the communication channel, asking his servants if they really got a message from McLain. Seeing this, one of the servants remarks on how fast the Duke came, and wonders if there might be someone important in that boonies. Sitting on his chair, Felix greets Logan, saying that it's been far too long. Logan asks Felix if he's been doing well, and Felix replies that he has been indeed doing good. Except for the lack of news from someone he has taught personally, he has been doing fine. Logan remains humble, and tells the Duke that he could have never sent a personal message to him, as he knows his place, and Felix replies that he is still a smooth talker, and tells him that regardless, Logan has called at perfect timing, as he was thinking about expressing his thanks anyway. Hearing this, Logan doesn't understand what the Duke means by this, and wonders if he did something for him unknowingly, or if this might be a threat disguised as a thanks. However, this is not the case, as Felix blushes, smiles, and informs Logan that his wife is pregnant. Logan shares the joy, and congratulates Felix on his success of becoming a father. Felix once again thanks Logan, telling him that is all thanks to him, and Logan asks how could that be, as Felix did it himself. Logan goes on to say that it must be a blessing from the heavens. Felix tells Logan that he is still as cheeky as ever, and acknowledges that it is indeed a blessing from heaven, and also thanks to his efforts. But before all that, it is thanks to Logan, and he is truly grateful. Felix tells Logan that when the child is born, he would like him to come to the capital again, as his wife also wants to thank Logan personally. He then tells Logan that while he is there, he will also teach him his next technique as well, which leaves Logan amazed, as he wasn't expecting an honor like this. He bows to the Duke and thanks him. After that, Felix acknowledges that not refusing is more like Logan, and tells him that this was all the business he had planned to tell him, and asks Logan what was the reason for which he contacted him. Logan then directly asks Felix if he could get him the 100 kilograms of mithril he needs. Hearing this, he is amazed, asking Logan if he really said 100 kilograms and not 100 grams. He states that Logan needs someone with power. Felix then asks Logan if he really made that much money, and says that his medicine must really be something. Felix then goes on to say that even he doesn't invest that much in his own knights, and that he has underestimated his generosity. Hearing this, Logan thinks how he feels that the misunderstanding is getting bigger. Felix tells Logan that he will be taking care of everything for him, and Logan gracefully thanks him. Felix goes on to say that it's not a difficult task, but Logan should make sure to attend the party when the child is born, and also has one more request. When that happens, he would like for Logan to call him teacher instead of all those distant-feeling titles. He tells Logan to let him know when things are organized on his side, and then promptly proceeds to hang up the communication channel, leaving Logan to look into an empty ball. Just seconds later, he starts shivering, and then he lets out a scream that scares even the Mane at the other end of the hallway. Logan is really happy, as to be the disciple of the Sword Duke must be the most awesome thing that has happened to him so far. He was only going to ask for a small favor, but Felix has handed him the golden rope. He then says that he should go to Hamar now and talk about the mithril equipment. However, he then reconsiders the idea, saying that he should let Hamar have his vacation first, as not everyone can keep going just looking at the future like him, and thinks that Hamar will be more efficient after a short rest. Logan then boasts himself, stating what a benevolent employer he is, and how blessed Hamar must be. In reality, Hamar had nightmares of Logan for weeks after he received his vacation. Next, on the McLain Castle outskirts, we can see a gathering of men. These are the men under 20 who came for the soldier recruitment process, and passed a simple test. Dwayne asks Logan if he really needs to recruit this many people, as traditionally, the lord of the estate would only need to recruit about 10 times the number of knights. But Logan tells Dwayne that he is going to handle this himself, and so Dwayne shuts his mouth. Logan thinks that no matter what anyone says, expanding their forces is a crucial endeavor, and that he will personally select them, even if they suffer from some drawbacks. A territory's power is symbolized by their knight's order, and supporting them from behind is an elite force. These elite forces are often amended regular soldiers, or knight trainees. Most fiefs test the physical abilities of boys just before they become of age, and they accept and train only those that surpass a certain physical standard. Those with talent among the selected soldiers undergo rigorous training that tests the limits of human capability, resulting in the awakening of their force and then becoming knights. But the Empire had a new theory and tried something different. An elder says that physical capabilities and force awakenings are two separate matters, and what really counts are senses. With this theory, the Empire used an overwhelming force of 50,000 knights in the war, to crush its neighboring countries 9 years later. Logan thinks that they gather all existing soldiers and select from them again to form a trainee knight unit. By doing this, the Grandia Civil War, which is about a year away, might be tough to handle, but they will have a strong force against the Empire's invasion in 9 years. Logan thinks how he would wish he could gather people over the age of 20 as well, but then there wouldn't be enough manpower for the upcoming town construction. One of the vassals screams at the boys to be quiet, as they are in the presence of the young Master Logan. Logan then asks the vassal how they picked out the soldiers before, and he replies that they had all of them run and selected them in the order they finished the race. Thinking about this, Logan realizes that this is simply a crude selection method based solely on physical strength, and that there is no wonder the number of knights has barely increased. He then tells the vassal to select only those with good eyesight, hearing, and quick reaction time. Hearing this, the vassal doesn't know what to think, wondering if this is the test. The first test that Logan devised was to walk towards a picture until they can see it clearly and stop when they do. Some of the kids stop right away and shout for Logan to say that he has chosen a weird picture and that he is very handsome, while others struggle to see it at all. It turns out that the picture was of a chicken, and Logan says that they don't need flattery right away and tells the knights to get rid of that one kid that called him handsome. One kid from really far behind raises his hand. He tells Logan that seeing he has a comb, the bird must be a rooster, and asks if this is so. Seeing this, Logan is impressed, asking himself if he really saw that small comb from that far away. For the second test, Dwayne shouts that he will be repeating the same word over and over, and tells the participants that they should walk until they can understand the world, and stop when they do. One of the kids says that he cannot hear anything, and another one tells Dwayne that his voice's volume keeps changing. Just then, another kid shouts towards Dwayne that the answer is the world sparrow. He then tells Logan that Dwayne has also just called him a son of a bitch, and asks if that is also part of the test, which it wasn't, as Dwayne shits his pants. Thinking how he was talking to himself when saying that, Logan tells Dwayne to select the kid that just spoke, and tells Dwayne that he needs a beating. Looking over some documents, Logan can't believe that 250 people have passed with flying colors just by testing their eyesight and hearing, and thinks that they should generously select about 500 to make up a force of 1,000, including the ones from the Tesron territory. However, Logan thinks of how there were a lot of notably small and thin kids, which probably happened because they grew up malnourished. Making them like Victor might be a stretch, but they can feed and train them well until they become sturdy enough. Come to think of it, Logan says that he should check on Victor, and as this happens, Dwayne and the vassal inform Logan that they are leaving. On the castle's training grounds, Victor can be seen practicing his swordsmanship, forcefully swinging his sword from left to right, even catching the attention of some knights. One of them acknowledges Victor's diligence, while the other asks if his swordsmanship isn't perhaps a bit aggressive. On the other hand, Victor only thinks about what Logan has told him, how if he can perform the sword technique 1,000 times flawlessly, he can become a knight. Yet the most important thing is to awaken his force. Victor strengthens his grip on the sword's handle and says that he needs to become a knight quickly. While his sister is looking at him worried, Victor can only think that Logan is not going to wait after him forever. Just then, Victoria turns around and sees Logan. He gestures to her not to say anything, as he wants to check on Victor. Looking at him, Logan thinks that Victor has definitely got great talent. A 16-year-old boy who's only been learning swordsmanship for a year is maintaining proper basic stance, even while swinging the sword wildly. Moreover, the momentum of the sword when he swings wildly is actually higher than when he's using standard sword technique. Logan goes on to wonder if his martial arts skills still resemble his nickname Noble Slayer, even though his personality doesn't. Anyhow, Victor can't go much longer perfecting that style of swordsmanship by practicing alone, so he will be in need of a partner soon. Logan shouts Victor's name, and Victor acknowledges his presence by turning around. Logan goes on to tell Victor that tomorrow he is planning to leave the McLain Castle estate to train soldiers in the Turson territory, which will probably last until the winter. However, Victor doesn't understand what Logan wants, so Logan explicitly tells Victor to come with him to the Tesron territory. That is, of course, only after he discusses this with his sister. While his sister pets his head down with a cloth to get rid of the sweat, Victor asks if he cannot take Rhea along. Logan asks Victor if he really wants to take his sister to a training camp full of men, and asks him if he really thinks that is a good idea. However, Victor doesn't want to hear it, so he screams at Logan that he wants to take his sister along, and Logan thinks of how he is usually very composed, yet he turns into a child whenever the matter involves his sister. Logan huffs and tells Victor that Rhea can tag along, and Victor thanks him. Anyhow, he then points his finger at Victor in a menacing manner and tells him that if any problems arise, he is the one responsible to take care of them. To this, Victor instantly replies that he is aware and that he will be taking good care of his sister. Logan then goes on to ask Victor if his sister is really that precious to him, and he replies that Victoria is his only family, but Logan isn't convinced, asking if this is the only reason. Hearing this, Victor bites his lip, hesitates, but in the end gets it out of his system. He tells Logan that their parents are dead because of him. He tells Logan that Rhea has no parents because of him, so he needs to protect her, his only remaining family. Logan looks down on Victor without saying anything. He is left speechless. He then regains his composure and places his hand on Victor's shoulder, telling him that it's all right and to keep up the good work he has been doing. A few days later, we are at the Tesron castle, and it seems that Kaisalon is grilling the kids selected by Logan. He tells them to take 5 laps around the inner castle wall, and as a punishment, the last 100 to finish will do 2 more laps. Hearing this, the kids are frightened and don't know what to reply to Kaisalon. However, Kaisalon isn't at all touched by this, and shouts again, this time louder, to stop playing with him and start running. In just a split of a second, they do as they are told and run away as quickly as they can. Seeing that just happened, Logan praises Kaisalon, telling him that having experienced people around him is great and that he suits the role of being a drill sergeant. Kaisalon replies that since he is treating him like a knight, he accepted the offer to renew his contract. So yeah, the job does seem to suit him well. Kaisalon goes on to tell Logan that he was surprised when Logan offered to renew the contracts of the mercenaries as well though, and Logan says that he cannot have the crossbow's information leaking out. Hearing this, Kaisalon gets close to Logan's ear and whispers, asking him if he plans to start some kind of war in the next 2 years. But Logan remains silent, looking towards the ground. With a smile on his face, he tells Kaisalon that he is not a warmonger. However, inside, he knows that war is something that will be unavoidable in the future. Then they are both distracted when one of the trainees yells something about someone else being a monster. It appears that they are talking about Victor, as he is the first one in the race. 2 other guys stop, asking what the hell is that guy made of, and another one replies by saying that Victor is a slave, Logan's slave nonetheless. Hearing this, the first guy gets ambitious, and says that if a slave can do it, then he must be able to do it as well. He starts running again, shouting that he won't lose to Victor, while the other one remains still, about to throw up. Seeing this, Kaisalon realizes that once again Logan was right. The Victor effect, as they've named it, is really making a difference. Logan says that he doesn't expect them to have exceptional physical abilities right away. Instead, he thinks that if they have the will to not give up, that is enough to turn them into warriors. Victor is definitely absorbing force, and it won't be long until his force awakens. And when that happens, he will become the soldier's strongest motivator. However, something awful will happen. Contrary to what Logan hoped for, in the not-so-distant future, Victor has done it. Next, the kids are brought to the Tesron barracks, where tables are piled high with food to help them replenish their energy. They eat heartily, repeatedly thanking Logan for the meal. One boy comments on how delicious the food looks, while another admits he endures the grueling training solely for these meals. He jokes that he's gained weight from eating so well over the past few weeks, and says if he could eat like this forever, he'd have no other wishes. Rhea is also in the barracks, busily preparing and serving meals to the trainees. All the boys are utterly captivated by her. As she turns to leave, some of them whisper about how cute she is, while one boldly calls her an angel. One boy asks his friend if he should try talking to her later, but the friend doesn't respond. He's still mesmerized by the sight of Rhea. This trance is short-lived though, as Victor, seated at a nearby table, emanates a menacing aura. He points a finger at the boys and warns them to look away before he gouges their eyes out. The boys quickly quiet down, dropping the subject entirely. As Rhea hurries from table to table, serving everyone, Victor wonders if she even had time to eat before starting her work. Meanwhile, behind Victor's table, another boy stares at Rhea with a lustful gaze, licking his lips. Outside the barracks, Victor sprints with a piece of bread in his hand. He had asked one of the older women preparing food where Rhea went, and she told him she'd use the back door to take out the trash. Concern grips Victor. Rhea shouldn't be wandering so far from him this late at night. Suddenly, Victor hears a noise coming from a back alley. He heads over to investigate, intending to ask his sister what she's doing out so late at night, alone. But what he sees leaves him speechless. The trainee who had been licking his lips earlier is trying to take advantage of Rhea. Tears stream down her face as she whispers Victor's name, and the bread in Victor's hand falls to the ground. The trainee stammers, attempting to explain, but Victor is already leaping into action. With a single powerful knee strike, he shatters the man's nose and sends him sprawling onto his back. Victor fearlessly steps in front of Rhea, shielding her. Standing over the fallen man, Victor is poised to strike again, his expression dark with fury. Behind him, Rhea trembles, terrified of what might come next. The commoner trainee sneers at Victor, calling him a bastard and demanding to know how a mere slave dares to lay hands on him. He tells Victor to know his place, but the words barely leave his mouth before Victor lands another blow, nearly knocking him unconscious. Rhea gasps in fear, frozen and unsure how to respond. Victor grabs the man by the hair and begins punching him relentlessly, snarling for him to die already. From behind a nearby corner, another trainee witnesses the scene, his face pale with shock. Panicked, he runs to get help, muttering that this is really bad. Victor, meanwhile, sees nothing but red. Each punch brings flashes of his past, fragmented memories of the night he and Rhea lost their parents. He remembers his father's desperate command, "Run away, protect your sister, no matter what, take care of Rhea." Suddenly, a voice shouts from behind, breaking Victor out of his rage. He turns and sees Logan standing there, his expression calm but commanding. Logan tells Victor to regain his composure and take in his surroundings. A maid steps in, gently guiding Rhea away, her face pale and her movements shaky. Kaisalon remains rooted in place, struggling to process the chaos unfolding before him. Logan gestures toward the lifeless body and instructs Kaisalon to deal with it. He adds that Rhea should be allowed to rest, as the ordeal has clearly left her in shock. Victor stands before Logan with his head bowed, waiting silently for his punishment. He apologizes, admitting that he is sorry. Logan looks at him and asks if he regrets what he has done. Victor, keeping his head low, says he doesn't regret his actions. Logan, raising an eyebrow, questions what Victor is apologizing for, prompting Victor to explain that he is sorry for killing one of Logan's soldiers without permission. Logan acknowledges that Victor isn't entirely wrong, but points out there's more he should regret. He reminds Victor that bringing his sister to the camp was a mistake. Logan explains that Victor's stubbornness nearly led to Rhea being hurt, and that blindly dragging her around under the guise of protecting her isn't always the right choice. He asks Victor if he plans to take her onto the battlefield too, leaving Victor silent, unable to respond. Logan continues, explaining that it's better to leave Rhea in a safe place rather than bringing her into danger and trying to shield her. Despite knowing this, Logan allowed Victor to bring Rhea because he wanted him to learn the consequences of his actions. Logan reflects on how he hadn't wanted the situation to escalate so far and feels deeply sorry for what Rhea had to endure. Once again, Logan asks if Victor understands the lesson, but Victor only nods quietly. Logan hopes this will teach Victor to temper his overprotective nature. Victor eventually speaks, asking what his punishment will be. Logan counters by asking if he's scared. Victor replies firmly that he isn't, and will accept whatever punishment Logan decides. After a brief pause, Logan tells Victor that while killing someone is undoubtedly a crime, Rhea was an innocent victim in all of this. He acknowledges that Victor acted well in protecting her, but warns him that next time, he must seek permission before taking such drastic action. Victor, puzzled by this, asks what Logan means. Logan clarifies, saying he doesn't want his future nights to be delayed or compromised because of some worthless pervert. Hearing this, Victor nods and promises to keep it in mind. Inside the castle, Kaisalon and Logan are deep in conversation. Kaisalon questions whether Logan should really decide this matter alone, especially since it involves his own slave killing a commoner. Logan calmly replies that Victor is his property, and thus the responsibility lies entirely with him. He adds that he has heard troubling stories about the deceased trainee, how he was notorious in the village for his perverse behavior, even before joining the camp, and how he had made inappropriate remarks about Rhea. Kaisalon listens but remains confused about Logan's point. Logan explains further, framing the incident differently. He states that he merely used his property to rid the world of a heinous criminal. Logan then asks how this version of events sounds. Kaisalon hesitates before asking if Victor killed the trainee under Logan's orders. Logan nods, affirming the interpretation with a subtle smirk. Logan proceeds to outline his plan, saying the trainee's crimes will be exposed publicly, and his body will be hung on the castle gates as a warning. He instructs Kaisalon to inform the soldiers of this decision, ensuring the narrative is clear. Kaisalon shifts the topic, noticing Logan marking something on a map. Curious, he asks what Logan is plotting. Glancing at the map, Logan replies that it's a surprise, even for the soldiers. The markings on the map highlight areas where monsters have recently been sighted. News of Victor's actions spread quickly, leaving the soldiers in shock. However, when they learned what the dead trainee had intended to do to Rhea, their shock turned to fury. Many were so enraged that they expressed a desire to dig up the body and desecrate it further. Overhearing a conversation among the trainees, Logan listened as one of them admitted he had always felt something was off about the man, while another remarked that he'd long suspected he might commit such an act. Logan couldn't help but think the situation had resolved itself rather neatly. Time passed, and 3 months later, snow blanketed the trees and the ground, signaling the arrival of winter. Logan and Kaisalon stood in conversation, watching the serene landscape. Logan noted the approach of the new year, and Kaisalan, with a reflective tone, remarked on how quickly time had flown. It had already been 2 years since their first meeting. During the 90-day training period, the initial group of 1,000 trainees had dwindled to 987. One death and 12 failed recruits had thinned the ranks. Kaisalan, however, seemed pleased as he observed the remaining group, remarking that no more trainees were dropping out. Only those with sufficient stamina and determination had endured. Logan, watching the scene, reflected on how basic training was now complete. He had already tasked Hamar with crafting an additional 400 crossbows, not enough to arm all the soldiers, but sufficient for another purpose. Turning his attention, Logan asked if the trainees were ready for joint combat training. Patrick stood nearby and confirmed that they were. He suggested the forest at the base of the mountain range as a suitable location. Patrick added that it was about time to advance their training, as the knights would soon require practical combat experience. Logan then asked Patrick if the knights had mastered the iron bloodsword technique. Patrick, giving Logan a sharp look, replied that while they had learned the basics, true mastery could only come from real combat. Logan's smile widened, his expression taking on a disturbingly psychotic edge. He agreed with Patrick, stating that improvement only comes through the crucible of battle. The two men exchanged smiles and shook hands, united in their plan. Meanwhile, Kaisalan stood in the background, pale and uneasy. The scene made it clear where Logan had inherited his intense and slightly unhinged tendencies. A bead of sweat trickled down Kaisalan's cheek as he thought grimly about the challenges ahead. A few days later, deep in the southern mountain range of McLain, Patrick stood fully armored, exuding authority. He instructed the knights to draw their swords and steady their breath. The air grew tense as the knights charged their aura, the energy rippling around them. At Patrick's command, they slashed forward in unison, their blades slicing cleanly through the massive trees in front of them. Even the knights were stunned, marveling at the sheer power they had just unleashed. Cutting down such enormous trees in a single strike felt surreal. Logan, standing beside his father, watched with satisfaction, but Patrick remained composed, as though unimpressed. The trainees, however, were left in awe. They whispered among themselves, amazed by the knight's strength and wondering if they could ever reach such a level. Logan, breaking the moment, shouted at the trainees to stay alert, ensuring their guard was up. He reminded them that this was no ordinary forest. They were standing in a monster forest. As if on cue, goblins began to emerge from the shadows, their grotesque forms moving toward the group. The knights, itching for combat, wasted no time. They charged forward, striking with precision and ferocity, cutting through the goblins like a storm. The goblins, overwhelmed by the knights' power, tried to flee in panic. Logan, anticipating this, commanded the troops to ready their crossbows. At his signal, a hail of arrows rained down on the battlefield, swiftly taking out any goblins attempting to escape. The cavalry laughed, mocking their earlier fear of the creatures. In the face of their newfound strength and coordination, the goblins seemed pathetic, a reminder of how far they had come. However, their happiness might be short-lived, as their expressions change in an instant. A massive, terrifying paw appears before them. The knights take their stance, ready to attack. A pack of wolves charges toward them, poised to strike. But these are no ordinary wolves. They are horned wolves. The knights quickly form a defensive line, bracing themselves against the horned beasts. In an instant, one of the wolves clamps its jaws onto a knight's sword with murderous intent. Swords slash through the air, flying left and right, but the situation grows dire for the knights. Suddenly, Kaisalan orders the cavalry to deploy their crossbows. Arrows streak through the sky, striking the wolves. The creatures let out horrific cries of pain, but the arrows seem ineffective, breaking upon impact. One soldier, trembling in fear, exclaims that the arrows have no effect on the beasts. Logan shouts for the knights to hold formation. Their task is clear. Not a single wolf must break through. They must protect the cavalry. At the forefront of the line stands Victor, ready to heed Logan's command. He leaps forward, prepared to clash steel and teeth with one of the wolves. Swinging his sword with fierce determination, he strikes with enough force to hurl the wolf back several meters. But there's no time to celebrate. A blood-curdling scream pierces the air behind him, grabbing Victor's attention. He turns to see a wolf sinking its teeth into a trainee's leg, while another trainee stands frozen, trembling in terror at the gruesome sight. A fiery slash cuts through the air. Logan unleashes his fury on the wolf attacking the trainee. He intervenes just in time, ending the beast with a single, decisive strike. Turning to the terrified trainee, he commands him to get a grip on the situation. Logan orders him to fall back and carry the injured to safety. The trainee responds immediately, rushing to follow the orders. Logan reflects grimly that, as he suspected, most of the trainees are unprepared for chaotic skirmishes. However, Those who ranked in the top 100 during the census test stand out. One such trainee finds himself locked in a fight with a wolf. As he struggles, he notices a second wolf closing in from behind, ready to attack. Just as he braces for impact, Victor leaps into action, appearing out of nowhere. With a swift strike, Victor slashes the second wolf's neck cleanly. Victor glances down at his bloodied sword, a small smile forming on his face. The other trainees stare at him in disbelief, their eyes betraying a mix of awe and fear. Logan, however, sees the moment differently. He recognizes that Victor has finally broken free of his limitations. Logan knows it won't be long now before Victor steps into the realm of aura users. As the battle nears its end, the final wolf is felled by Patrick himself. Turning to the captain, Patrick asks if that's all of them. The captain confirms with a nod. Patrick remarks that it's been a month and a half since the combat training began, and clearing out all these places has taken far longer than expected. The captain agrees, explaining that discovering 3 towns infested with thousands of monsters was a monumental task. Patrick shudders at the thought of all those monsters swarming the castle at once. The mere idea sends chills down his spine, and he silently thanks God they found the threats in time. He wonders briefly if Logan had somehow foreseen this danger, or if something else is at play. Logan is seen directing the knights and soldiers, urging them to hold on just a bit longer. He points to a group handling a massive tree trunk, instructing them to finish cutting it down and carefully transport the felled trees to the town construction site without damaging them. The knights, however, are far from pleased. They grumble about how they've been chopping down monsters and trees non-stop without a break, complaining that this endless labor is far removed from what they trained in the Iron Blood Sword technique for. Logan, unfazed by their protests, brushes off their complaints entirely. He remarks that it's absurd how such valuable trees were left unused simply because monsters were nearby, calling it a waste of resources. With his signature killer smile, Logan adds that this situation is perfect. He's managing to train the soldiers and gather timber for the town at the same time, a classic case of hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Patrick, observing this, can't help but think that Logan seems more interested in acquiring timber than in training the troops. Logan reflects that while there were more monsters than anticipated, which delayed their efforts, they managed to gather plenty of useful information. During the census test, he recalls, some cadets ranked between 200 and 500 were weakly absorbing force. Others swung their swords with desperation to survive, revealing raw determination, while a few displayed exceptionally strong survival instincts. He ponders whether Force Awakening might require a 6th sense, survival instinct, or perhaps sheer fighting spirit. Logan muses further that if they achieve the expected outcomes during the Grandia Civil War this winter, they could rapidly bolster their forces for the inevitable conflict with the Empire. His thoughts are interrupted when Hamar notices the faint smile on Logan's face and asks why he's laughing. Logan, as usual, dismisses the question, saying it's nothing of concern to Hamar. Shifting topics, Logan tells Hamar that with enough timber now secured, they can proceed with the construction of McLain Town. With only 1 month left before spring, he asks if Hamar can complete the project in time for the cultivation season. Hamar nods confidently and replies that he can. Logan, visibly pleased, presses him again, asking if he's truly certain, as he initially assumed it might be a stretch to finish everything on time. Hamar explains that with the support of the mages, the workers' high motivation following the dam construction, and their current food supplies, the task should be manageable. He adds that building similar houses repeatedly will only improve their efficiency. Logan listens, a rare look of appreciation crossing his face. He wonders to himself if Hamar has always been this dependable, then silently credits the vacation for this newfound reliability. But just as Hamar's confidence seems to reach its peak, Logan throws in a curveball, reminding him of another task, the magic tower that also needs to be built in the center of town. Clayton casts a spell, summoning an impressive earth wall that rises steadily from the ground. The workers beside him watch in astonishment, momentarily frozen by the display of magic. Noticing their reaction, Clayton urges them to stop gawking and start gathering the soil as planned. The workers quickly snap out of it and get to work. As they continue, Logan approaches Clayton, thanking him once again for accommodating his seemingly unreasonable requests. Logan acknowledges that building a magic tower in a new town, rather than an established city, couldn't have been ideal. However, Clayton dismisses the concern, saying Logan is merely flattering him. He points out that with Logan's promise of an annual support fund of 10 million gold, it hardly matters whether the site is in a city or a town. Clayton adds that, considering the size of McLain, it's even larger than many cities in the kingdom, and this fact excites him. His enthusiasm brings a rare smile to Logan's face. Clayton goes on to explain that if everything proceeds as planned, this town will become the central hub of the entire territory. surpassing even the McLain estate and the Tesron estate in importance. He begins to suggest that building a castle in the middle of so much open plain might not be the best idea, but Logan cuts him off. Logan questions the necessity of a castle, stating that his only goal is to make the town a convenient place for people to farm and live in peace. That, to him, is good enough. Clayton considers mentioning that a large town like this could attract many people, potentially increasing the risk of rebellion. But before he can, Logan dismisses the idea, saying rebellion won't be an issue as long as the people are not exploited. Hearing this, Clayton is momentarily stunned. He marvels at Logan's perspective, exclaiming that McLain truly is a territory for the people, ruled by a noble who refuses to exploit his workers. Grinning, Clayton shouts dramatically, "Vote for candidate number 0, Sir Logan McLain!" He laughs, declaring that no matter what, Logan has his vote. Logan, confused by Clayton's sudden outburst, dismisses the comment, not understanding what he meant. Clayton then asks if Logan is sure these earthen walls are good enough, and what will happen if this place gets invaded. Logan replies that they are good enough, as this place will never become a battlefield, because he's never going to allow that to happen. After all, he plans to invade someone else before that happens. Looking up to Logan, Clayton says that he really cares for his people, and Logan replies that this is nothing compared to Clayton's care for his disciples. In the stillness of the night, Logan stands in the woods, gripping his sword in an unusual stance. His right hand firmly holds the handle, while the blade rests upright, aligned with his chin, and his left hand supports the underside of the blade. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, he thrusts forward with immense force. A single radiant beam of light streaks out from the sword, tearing through the darkness. Moments later, the beam explodes, illuminating the night sky in a dazzling flash. As the light fades, it becomes clear that Logan was aiming to shatter a massive boulder. Though the attack wasn't powerful enough to completely break it apart, Logan's expression reveals satisfaction. He inspects the results, and notices the beam didn't just pierce the boulder, it continued through the trees behind it. Looking down at his sword, Logan mutters to himself about the technique he just executed. This was the second form of the divine sword secrets, the killer iron slash, a small but devastating strike capable of penetrating even steel. With his sword still in hand, and the echoes of his strike fading into the night, Logan's focus sharpens. The territory is developing steadily, the progress undeniable. But for him, one objective remains paramount. He needs to grow stronger. 2 months later, the village construction is finally complete. Families begin moving in, and the houses, crafted with care and precision, look remarkable. Soon after, early summer arrives, bringing a sense of vibrancy to the newly built settlement. In his study, Logan sits with Dwayne, discussing the town's progress. Dwayne reports that the town reclamation is proceeding smoothly, but notes a shortage of manpower due to the vast size of the land. Logan reassures him, mentioning that refugees have been arriving steadily after hearing rumors about the flourishing town. He instructs Dwayne to accept all newcomers to address the labor shortage. Logan then inquires about Hamar, and Dwayne informs him that there's no news since Hamar is still on vacation. He adds that this vacation is unusually long, implying it will be some time before Hamar returns. Logan briefly wonders if he gave Hamar too much time off, but quickly dismisses the thought. With the town construction and crossbow production complete, he figures things should run smoothly in Hamar's absence. Dwayne hesitates before asking about a rumor he heard, that Hamar received a large quantity of mithril before leaving. Logan confirms it, explaining that he gave the mithril to Hamar so the dwarf could experiment with it during his vacation and create new weapons for the knights. Dwayne raises an eyebrow and remarks that this doesn't sound much like a vacation. Logan responds with an awkward smile, arguing that handling rare metals is a dream for dwarves, and that Hamar should be thrilled with the opportunity. Dwayne, unconvinced, remains skeptical, but doesn't press the matter. With a satisfied nod, Logan concludes that the town settlement is complete, the land reclamation is under control, and there's only one remaining concern to address. Elsewhere, Viscount Max Peretta is seething with anger, slamming his hand on the table. The cause of his fury? The McLains have successfully reclaimed the wasteland. He scoffs at the notion, declaring that barren land like that couldn't possibly be cultivated. The vassal explains that rumors are circulating about the source of their wealth. Some say the McLains' first young master made a fortune through business. Others claim he discovered a gold mine, and there's even talk of money raining from the sky. The Viscount dismisses the gossip, instructing his vassal to focus on verifiable facts. He then inquires about the potential yield from the reclaimed land. The vassal estimates conservatively that it will produce at least double what their own territory yields. This news only fuels the Viscount's frustration, as he realizes they can't afford to sit idly by while a neighboring territory grows wealthy and powerful. The Viscount bluntly asks his vassal if they can fabricate an excuse to invade. The vassal hesitates, then suggests there might be no need to fabricate anything. He reveals that some people from their territory have fled to the McLain town, and they could use this as a pretext to infiltrate. He proposes they claim either the reclaimed land or the neighboring Tesseron plains as compensation. However, the vassal admits a potential issue, which the Viscount immediately identifies. It would be too risky to act alone. The primary obstacle is a man named Soto Silvan. Recognizing this, the Viscount devises a plan. He instructs his vassal to contact the Silvan Viscounty, noting that their people might also have fled due to similarly high taxes. By uniting their forces, the two Viscounties could overpower the McLains. The vassal, impressed, kneels before the Viscount and praises his wisdom, declaring it a sound and strategic choice. Inside Logan's study, the atmosphere is tense as Patrick, Logan, Dwayne, and Heinkel discuss matters of training and military expansion. Logan states that they've selected about 300 particularly talented recruits, and they are training them separately without any immediate assignments. Patrick, raising an eyebrow, questions whether Logan truly believes that 300 recruits are worthy of becoming knights. Logan nods affirmatively, without hesitation. Dwayne, surprised by the number, remarks that it seems quite a lot, while Heinkel goes further, calling it an absurd number. Heinkel argues that even if soldiers were trained intensively for 10 years, only 1 in 100 would awaken their force. This would mean only about 10 knights out of 1,000 soldiers, a ratio that astounds Dwayne. Logan remains unbothered by these statistics, asserting that they will maintain the current training system. He adds that they will continue bringing in new soldiers every year and annually reinforce their horses and weapons. Dwayne, unable to contain his frustration, exclaims that Logan is wasting money in such peaceful times. Patrick, weighing in, reminds Logan that their family is in a period of significant development, and any excessive military expansion could provoke neighboring territories. But Logan remains resolute, replying that those territories will provoke them regardless of their peaceful intentions. Patrick, puzzled, presses for clarification. Logan explains that now, with the McLain town fully operational and the wasteland transformed into fertile land, there's no way the greedy Viscounties of Sylvan and Parita will remain silent. He adds that these Viscounties already have ample excuses to act. Heinkel interrupts, stating that they have no excuses. They haven't done anything to provoke these territories. However, Dwayne suddenly shouts, cutting off Heinkel. He insists the real issue is the influx of refugees. Logan calmly urges his father to consider the unusually high number of refugees they've received recently, and to ask himself how many of them might have come from Parita or Sylvan. He suggests that if he were in their place, he would use this as the perfect excuse to act. Dwayne, now furious, shouts at Logan, demanding to know why he didn't prevent the situation if he was aware of it. Patrick, however, seems to piece it together, his expression darkening. He asks Logan directly if he was aiming to start a war from the very beginning. Logan's answer is blunt. They are enemies they will need to deal with eventually. So why wait? The room falls silent. Everyone, from Heinkel to Dwayne, is disappointed in Logan's cold pragmatism. They ask how he could even entertain such thoughts. Patrick, with his hand on his head, quietly wonders if he gave away his authority too hastily. Suddenly, Rick bursts into the room, looking for Logan. Logan turns his head, and Rick states the first part of his urgent message. Sylvan and Parita. They have sent envoys, leaving everyone in the room besides Logan puzzled. Hearing this, Logan puts on a cold gaze and says that things have already begun. He then tells everyone that they should discuss how they will handle this moving forward. Just outside the city gates, 2 flags flutter in the breeze, one bearing the image of a flame behind 2 crossed swords, and the other featuring a bird soaring above the same flame. These banners belong to the envoys of 2 rival Viscounties, who are being escorted toward Logan's estate. As the envoys stroll through the city, they marvel at its unique beauty, commenting that they've never encountered a place quite like this before. They note how the houses are neatly arranged around a vast crossroads. While the city lacks the refined elegance of a major metropolis, it possesses a rugged freshness that is distinctly appealing. Most strikingly, the commoners appear unusually clean and cheerful for a place of this kind. Observing all this, the envoys conclude that this city is certainly worth taking over. One of the envoys attempts to strike up a conversation with a soldier, remarking on how pleasant the city is. He adds that he doesn't know who came up with the idea for its design, but calls it an impressive effort. The soldier agrees, affirming that the credit belongs entirely to the first young master. The envoy, surprised, expresses disbelief, pointing out that the first young master is barely 20 years old. He asks if the soldier truly means to say that all of this was the young master's vision. The soldier confirms with pride, praising Logan's extraordinary abilities. He explains that Logan is far more advanced than any other prince of his age, consistently prioritizing the welfare of the land and its people. While he is strict in training his soldiers, Logan is also fiercely protective of them, using his exceptional strength to shield them in times of crisis. Moreover, he has brought remarkable development to the land, earning the loyalty and admiration of all who serve him. The soldier keeps on going, telling the envoys that he will tell them an anecdote to keep them from getting bored on their way to the castle, and he starts saying something about Logan's feats in the last war, but the envoys don't even want to hear it, almost wanting to tell the soldier that he is a maniac and that he should stop. In the meeting room, the envoys have appeared before Logan and Patrick, who greet them, thanking them for coming such a long way. Logan then remarks upon the fact that the envoys seem quite exhausted, and asks them if they are all right, to which they reply that they are, and with some pale expressions on their faces, they tell Logan that he has truly splendid soldiers. However, it seems that the envoys want to get right to business, saying that they can't keep all those people in the room waiting, so they should get straight to the point. The envoys state that they demand the return of the escaped refugees, and for recurrence prevention, they demand control over the Tesseron Plains, along with the southern part of the reclaimed wasteland. That is the land adjacent to Parida, of course. Hearing this, Logan and Patrick just look down with an unimpressed look on their faces. As Logan prepares to reply, he thinks of what the envoys really mean by what they've said. Give up the entire castle and half of the developed land. They're basically asking for a war. Realizing this, Logan turns on his father, thinking how he told him this would happen, and Patrick is looking back with a sweat dripping from his cheek. Realizing Logan is right, he just nods in agreement. While Logan and Patrick mumble something on the balcony, Heinkel sees they are distracted, so he decides to take control over the situation for the time being. With an authoritarian stance and no fear in his voice, he turns to the envoys and asks if Sylvan and Parida really want to go to war with McLain right now. After saying this, everyone in the room goes mad, calling the envoys and their masters madmen, saying that they have gone crazy and telling them to get out of the palace right then. One of the envoys gets so scared that he points his finger at Logan and Patrick, telling them that they cannot intimidate envoys like this, and if they don't want war, they should have the knights retreat. Hearing this, Patrick gets furious, but keeps his composure, staring at the envoys with a cold gaze, and telling them that they are the only ones who are declaring war, and that the McLains are not fearing war. The envoy goes even further, telling Patrick that if it gets there, the McLains will be left with nothing but ashes, asking Patrick if he really wishes for destruction. Hearing everything that has been said, Logan gets sick to his stomach, so he intervenes, asking how refugees fleeing tyranny can be a bargaining chip. He then turns to his father, telling him that these envoys have forgotten their obligations as nobles. Therefore, there is no need to negotiate. Thus, the knights gather around the envoys, pointing their swords at them. Seeing this, the envoys are asking if Logan and Patrick are seriously intending to go to war, and if everyone in that room has a death wish. Logan, stepping down the stairs, tells the envoys that this is really all-out war. He then tells the envoys that they've got some nerve, coming into his castle, calling everyone crazy. He stands before them, asking how they dare point fingers and use foul language against the ruler of this land. He pulls his sword out, telling them that they are the ones who seem out of their mind. The envoy wants to call Logan out of his mind, but he doesn't get to finish his sentence. Seeing that Logan approaches, he tells the guards to stop him, so they rush to attack Logan. With murderous intent in his eyes, Logan prepares his sword, raising it above his head. In one swift motion, he strikes one of the guards. Blood splatters from his mouth, and it seems it's over for him. He is now dead on the ground, with his face towards his former comrades. Logan then uses his formidable speed and kills all the remaining 5 soldiers in just seconds. He menacingly approaches the envoys, telling them that if they intend to draw their swords on another's land, they should be prepared to die as well. One of the envoys, scared shitless, tells Logan no tot come any closer. As Logan continues his approach, the envoy asks Logan if he thinks McLain will be safe after touching him, as he is an envoy of the Viscount. However, Logan couldn't care less about it, so he just swings his sword, killing the man instantly. Seeing this, the other envoy drops to his knees, telling Logan that he will serve McLain's will, and that he will convey each and everything to his lord. He then asks Logan to forgive his rudeness, which Logan calls a wise decision, as the envoy keeps his head down, trembling in fear. Logan then turns to his father, nodding in agreement. His father returns the gesture, nodding back, after which he tells the knights to get ready for war, and everyone starts cheering, prepared to fight and die for the McLains. Next, it appears that on the very day they killed the Sylvan envoy, the McLains also sent a magical transmission to the 2 Viscounts. Hearing about what happened, Viscount Soto Sylvan is furious, hitting the table with his fist, asking if everyone in the McLain has really gone mad. The vassal of Sylvan informs his master that the McLains have also demanded compensation for the envoy's insolence, and asks Sylvan what they should do. Sylvan, stirring a glass of wine, mocks their demands, asking if just because those beggars got a little better off, they are fearlessly going to act up now. Viscount Sylvan goes on and says that the McLains don't have the force to fight them anyway, so they will show mercy one more time. Inside the Tesron barracks, Logan and Patrick are looking down on a magical transmission globe, summing up the Sylvan demands, returning the runaway serfs, paying a compensation of 10 million gold and handing over the Tesron plains. It seems that this is their reply after 2 days, and after everyone ran to Tesron as soon as they've sent the message. Patrick asks Logan if there even was a reason for rushing so much, since even though Parita and Sylvan might not be aware of it, the McLains do possess the forces of easily crushing a single viscounty. Logan tells his father that they have to occupy Sylvan as quickly as possible, as the more overwhelming force they show, the less of these petty taunts they'll have to see in the future. Also, there's no need to mobilize the conscripted soldiers. If they quickly occupy the Sylvan castle with just their regular troops, Parita won't dare make a rash move. Hearing this, Patrick says that the key is how quickly they can capture Sylvan, and Logan tells him that he is correct. As they talk, a knock on the door interrupts them, which seems to be coming from Kaisalon, who states his presence, wanting to talk to Logan, which Logan indulges. Kaisalon enters the room, excusing himself, and taking a respectful stance before Patrick and Logan. He then informs Logan that the counting is done, and he has 1,389 regular soldiers, excluding the 100 stationed at the McLain's main stronghold, and 313 mercenaries, all standing by for Logan's orders. Logan tells Kaisalon that he has done an amazing job, and then asks him what is the status of the soldiers' armaments, to which Kaisalon replies by telling Logan that armor, spears, crossbows, and cavalry have all been supplied, and that he is confident they won't be outmatched by any force. Logan turns his head slightly towards his father and starts to think. He has 5 times the crossbowmen compared to the war with Tesron, and his father and the knight's levels have improved by mastering the iron bloodsword. He thinks to himself that they will not lose to Sylvan and Parita even if they attack together, but they mustn't engage both of them right now. If they merge both those territories, his family will give 5 fortresses. That will give them territory comparable to the Margrave. If that happens, both the first and second princes, vying for the throne, will become desperate to draw McLain into their ranks, so he mustn't attract the attention of those factions now. That is because the person he intends to make king is the third prince. The fourth prince became king in his previous life, but threw away the McLain after using it, with his purges during his reign also significantly weakening the kingdom's power. The second prince isn't much different either. Therefore, the only reasonable choice left is the third prince. Despite being the third prince, he's the son of the current queen. Even though young, the king considered him for succession of the crown due to his outstanding talent. Unfortunately for him, he was a prince of misfortune, ousted before he could establish himself because of the king's sudden death. Right now, he is the only one who can avoid the tragedy he saw in his past life. Knowing all this, he will win the civil war and make the third prince king. And in order to do that, he has to remain unnoticeable, maintaining just enough territory to keep 3 fortresses, similar to a large viscounty. However, it seems there might be something else standing before Logan's plans. Logan leaves the matter away for now and asks Kaisalon if he has some good news, since he is so cheerful and smiley, to which Kaisalon replies that he indeed has. Victor has awakened his force, and he's been waiting to report it directly to Logan. Hearing this, Logan is extremely happy and excited, and tells Kaisalon to bring him in at once. As Victor steps into the room, he excuses himself. With blushing cheeks and the repercussions of training still showing on his clothes, he wants to tell Logan about what happened. Logan, however, is too excited to wait, so he tells Victor that there is no need for a long explanation, and that Victor should just show him instead. And Victor agrees. Victor stares down, concentrating, and what seems to be gray smoke appears around him. Suddenly, his force shows at full power, and it seems magnificent. However, when they see it, Logan and Patrick remain astounded, as they've never seen a gray aura before. Logan is happy to see it whatsoever, saying that in 2 years, Victor has done something that others need decades to do. It seems his talent as an aura user is just the same as in his past life. He tells Victor that he has done a great job, which lights up his face. Logan then gives Victor his slave document, telling him that he will become a knight now, so he won't be needing that anymore. Victor asks Logan if he has been carrying that around all the time, and Logan tells him that he had a feeling Victor was going to awaken soon, so he kept it with him just in case. Logan then tells Victor that, however, his promotion to a knight will be postponed until after the war, which seems to strike Victor unpleasantly. Victor asks Logan why, and Logan tells him that he cannot have someone that just escaped his slave status clashing with other knights. He then tells Victor that he will burn his slave document immediately, so he just has to be patient a little longer. Logan then asks Victor if he doesn't trust him, and Victor shouts that this is absolutely not the case. He wants to tell Logan something, but it seems that Logan has already anticipated it. This is not what Victor is upset about. As he burns the document, Logan thinks that Victor just wants to fight right now. He wants to clash swords with powerful opponents. Logan then thinks that he has already prepared an opponent for Victor to face, and that he'll let him fight to his heart's content when the time comes, and that opponent seems to be Runyon. After burning the document, Logan dismisses Victor's situation and tells his father that they should send a reply to Sylvan, and Patrick asks him what he plans to say. Logan says that he will question their legitimacy for protest and state that their envoy's behavior was extremely rude. However, Patrick thinks this is not the proper way to handle it. Instead, he tells Logan to skip the formalities and get to the real point. Hearing his father say this, Logan smiles in approval. It seems that Logan cut right to the crap, and he prompted the soldiers to move towards the Viscounty. In front of the Sylvan Viscounty, Logan's banners stay tall, and he shouts for Soto Sylvan to come and face his sword. The soldiers on the wall shout for someone to inform the Lord that someone with a burning banner has come to occupy the castle. At once, Soto Sylvan comes to see what the fuss is about, recognizing McLain's banner and asking if these lunatics dare mock him. Sylvan's captain asks Soto Sylvan for permission to lead the charge, stating that he will stop Patrick McLain and that all 120 knights of the Sylvan Order are ready. The captain tells Soto Sylvan that the 2,512 soldiers have also been on standby ever since they heard of McLain's outrageous demands. Hearing this, Soto Sylvan feels relieved, as even though the head count of McLain's forces is higher than he taught, they still have the advantage. Besides that, the captain of the Sylvan Knights Order, Callian, has also become a high-ranking knight, so Patrick McLain isn't the only high-ranking knight in the region anymore. Sylvan stays quiet for a couple of seconds, then asks his knights if they have any information from Parita. One knight informs him that they're silent, and it looks like they're still negotiating internally, to which Callian replies by saying that even if Parita sends reinforcements, it'll take half a day, and that there's no need to wait. However, this is not what Sylvan is afraid of. He thinks about what happens if they take down McLain, and then Parita betrays them. Sylvan then turns his head around, asking his advisors if they don't find it strange how a declaration of war has been stated right after sending a message of protest, with the McLains rushing in as if they were waiting for it, and Parita remaining silent. Something doesn't add up. Sylvan asks Callian if he thinks this is normal, and Callian replies that it's probably not. Soto Sylvan concludes that McLain and Parita have joined hands against him, as otherwise, none of this makes sense. Just as Sylvan thinks they are trash, and trembles in fury, someone screams from behind him. They ask if Sylvan is scared, which catches his attention. This was Patrick, it seems, mocking Sylvan, telling him to keep hiding in his castle like the fox he is, and informing him that he will personally cut off his head. Hearing this, Sylvan is even more annoyed, so he makes a decision. He turns to Callian and orders him to contact the barony of Bifrost and tell them that after they take down McLain, they will offer them tribute worth half of its value. Callian doesn't understand why he should do this, and Soto Sylvan screams that he tells him to do whatever it takes to keep Parita and those scums from making a move, and destroy the McLains completely, and that it must be done before Parita's reinforcements arrive, so the captain confirms the orders. Sylvan is mad with fury, asking himself how Parita dares betray him, saying that after he takes down McLain, Max Parita will be the one to follow. In front of the castle, Heinkel, Logan, and Patrick are discussing their strategy, with Heinkel asking if it wouldn't be better to provide covering fire first, before charging into the castle. Patrick tells him that they can't do that yet, since they can't afford Viscount Sylvan escaping, and Logan nods, telling Heinkel his father is right. Logan states that Sylvan thinks their forces are superior, so they'll come out soon. He says that he knows Soto Sylvan, and he cannot stand being insulted, so they should wait a bit longer. Hearing this, Heinkel gets suspicious, asking himself how could Logan know Soto Sylvan, since he has stayed in McLain all his life. Next, the gates of the Sylvan Viscounty open. The Knights of Sylvan rush on horses towards the battlefield, and they establish a front line before the gate. Patrick quickly assesses the situation and says that Sylvan has 3,000 regular troops, with Heinkel intervening, saying that is 1.5 times more than the McLains have. In front of the Sylvan troops is Callian. He tries to say something about the McLains, calling them shameless. However, Patrick doesn't seem to be in the mood for listening, as in the same instant he prompts his soldiers to move forward. Seeing this, Callian calls them insolent, asking himself if Patrick can even count. Besides that, he takes a look at Patrick's soldiers, saying they're all just a bunch of ragtag soldiers with decent armor, all new though, so the McLains must have made a lot of money. Callian thinks that they have the knights leading and cavalry supporting them, with all of them being in standard formation, and the fact that it's standard means it's proven to be effective. Seeing the insolence the McLains show towards them, Callian says he will show them to their place. As the soldiers and cavalry move forward, Kaisolon gives the mercenaries the order to lift their crossbows. They listen and prepare to strike. Seeing this, Callian asks himself, what the hell is Patrick thinking? Even going as far to say that he is disappointed and telling his soldiers to raise their shields as the McLains are preparing to shoot arrows. Kaisolon gives the order to the soldiers to fire their crossbows. They comply, and arrows start raining above the Sylvan soldiers, who have now raised their shields. Callian smiles behind his shield, thinking there is no way these arrows will have any effect. That changes though when the tip of the arrow makes contact, as it seems to pierce through the shield. And not just pierce, but actually go right through their shield. Callian charges his force, realizing something is wrong. He turns his head to the soldiers, telling them to gather and maximize their force, as this is no ordinary attack. He instructs them to protect their bodies with force and charge forward. Callian is furious, asking himself how could crossbows be so powerful, as even knights would be dead if they'd react a little too late. They get into formation, prepared to go forward, thinking that the McLains have been hiding something so powerful for so long. He gets more and more furious, shouting that he will kill every single one of them as they charge forward with force. Seeing this, Kaisolon gives the order for everyone to spread out. This confuses Callian, as he doesn't understand what is happening. The crossbow cavalry divides, going on each side of the unit controlled by Callian. As they move away, Kaisolon shouts for the cavalry to ignore the enemy knights and instead target the soldiers. Seeing this, Callian gets scared, calling the McLains bastards. Callian thinks that they should maybe take that change and retreat, but it seems it's already too late for that, as Patrick wants to tell them something. Callian turns his head in disbelief, not sure of what he sees. It seems that Patrick has charged his force blade and tells the Knights of Sylvan to face him if they dare. When Callian realizes what happens, he remains stunned by what Patrick can wield. Just as Patrick is prepared to strike, Callian realizes the danger he is in. He jumps away from his force just in time to avoid Patrick's attack, an attack so brutal that he has managed to down 4 knights in one go. Only now Callian realizes what he is really against. Patrick has reached the advanced rank. He even goes as far as to ask Patrick when he managed to reach advanced rank. Just after breaking their ranks, Patrick gives the order for the brave soldiers of McLain to annihilate the enemy, and the McLain knights start charging forward. The McLain soldiers clench swords with the Sylvan ones, and they clearly have the advantage, as you can see the desperation and struggle on the enemy's faces. Callian looks around, trembling, asking himself how could that happen. The McLain soldiers are slaying the Sylvan enemy left and right, with no intent of leaving anyone alive. On the battlefield, even Heinkel acknowledges that just a couple of months ago, the Knights of Sylvan were at the same level as them. But that has clearly changed. They are overwhelming them in every aspect. Moreover, some of the McLain Knights are advancing to the next level right then and there on the battlefield. Seeing this, Heinkel puts on a smirk, happy to see his knights becoming more and more powerful. He then takes a look at Logan and Patrick, and says that their lord's training wasn't in vain after all. Just as Heinkel thinks of all of this, he has his sword clenched with a knight from the Sylvan army, and it seems that some more are coming to his help, asking Heinkel how long he will be able to laugh after this. They don't anticipate Heinkel's brute force though, and it seems that he has managed to disarm 2 of them in an instant. Looking down at their hands, the knights realize that the captain is also a high-ranking knight like Callian, but he is not as fast. However, Heinkel doesn't care, and thinks that with learning the Iron Blood Sword, he overcame the wall he was stuck behind for a long time to become a high-ranking knight, and that intermediate-rank knights are no problem for him now. Right now, the only real threat to them is that one high-ranking knight, Callian. Heinkel smirks and says that there is no need to worry. Logan then charges towards Callian as fast as he can. Seeing this, Callian realizes he is in trouble. The fear on his face gives away the fact that he is surely weaker than Logan. Next, an image from the past appears, with Logan thinking about his training. Having completed the second style of the Divine Sword Secrets, he had progressed almost to the level of a high-ranking knight, but the wall he had assumed would be easy to overcome had remained impenetrable for the last few months, and a period of anxiousness where he felt like he could glimpse beyond it. He thinks that if it's a high-ranking knight from another fief, he hasn't learned the iron sword like his father or Heinkel that he fights. Maybe he could be able to surpass that wall. Seeing Logan come towards him, Callian realizes he is in a pickle. Logan and Callian clench swords, and it looks like Callian might be overpowered by Logan. Every single attack that follows seems to favor Logan, with Callian stepping back each time. Seeing this, Callian calls Logan a numbskull, thinking that every time he attacks, He does so by clashing with brute power. No technique whatsoever, just brute force. With his next attack, Callion was even pushed back by Logan. Seeing this, he gets furious, and Logan stands before him, prepared to attack once again. Standing before Logan, Cannell says that he has let his guard down, but that won't happen again. He tells Logan that he won't go easy on him anymore, calling him a brat. But Logan simply thinks this is bullshit. However, the look on his face changes, realizing this might not be the case. It appears that Callion has his own aces under the sleeve, as out of nowhere, 2 aura swords appear at his sides, floating, and Callion seems much more prepared for a fight now. He engages Logan with full force, prepared to strike him down. Logan looks composed, and awaits his attack, thinking the other 2 swords might be fake, and regardless of the number, the only sword he should be watching for is the one in Callion's hand. On second thought though, he thinks that might be too obvious for a high-ranking knight. Callion strikes, with full force and a killer look on his face. Fortunately, Logan manages to move his head and dodge most of the attack. It seems that Callion has only managed to cut his ear, and Logan realizes that all of the blades must be real. Preparing to strike again, Callion turns towards Logan and tells him that he is lucky he aimed for his neck. Otherwise, he would have been dead already. Logan turns towards his enemy and applauds his stunt, acknowledging how he didn't think all of those swords were real. Right after, Callion tells Logan to enjoy the show while it lasts, and jumps to attack him once again. It appears that Callion has conjured yet another sword, but Logan doesn't seem bothered. Callion notices that, and wonders what Logan might be thinking. Logan thinks that he has some tricks up his sleeves too, and suddenly Callion seems to be at a disadvantage. He realizes this has something to do with Logan's strange aura. The closer he gets, his swords seem to be failing, like they are entangled in Logan's aura. Realizing this, Callion releases his own aura to counter Logan and tells him not to fuck around. Seeing this, Logan is intrigued, boasting Callion for creating more swords even under the influence of the Force Blade. Callion, however, isn't in the mood for talking and tries to slash Logan down once again. He thinks that he has the advantage, as Logan's aura has faltered. And this might be true, as Logan has gone into a defensive stance, trying to dodge Callion's attacks. He even says that he feels like he is fighting with 5 men at once. Logan thinks that he must calm down, as he only needs to restrain 1 or 2 of his aura blades with his own Force Blade. This way he can create a gap in Callion's defense. Even if he takes a few steps back, he only needs to take it slow. Logan tried to infuriate Callion even further, asking if this is all he can do, calling him so weak that it bores him. Callion, definitely annoyed, prepares to attack Logan once again. With full force, he raises his sword above his head, prepared to strike Logan down for good, shouting for him to die. Suddenly, Logan's heart seems to be surrounded by aura as well. Logan stares at the aura blade coming towards him. He looks death in the eyes and prepares for the worst. He closes his eyes, and the blade is just millimeters away from his face. However, his core seems to change, becoming a 2-star core. In an instant, he dodges Callion's attack and gets behind him. And not just that, but it seems the battle has turned around once again into Logan's favor. He even managed to injure Callion quite badly. Callion realizes that something has changed, but he cannot tell what. The only thing he can be sure of is that in that instant, Logan's speed far exceeded his. He thinks that the worst that could happen actually did happen. Logan tells Callion that he must give him a present for becoming his experience, which scares the shit out of Callion. Logan raises his sword, pointing it to the sky, and charges his aura. Seeing this, Callion realizes what happened. Logan has become a high-ranking knight. Logan uses his sheer force and leaps high into the air. He's prepared to strike Callion down for good with his next attack. As Callion looks in disbelief, Logan thanks him for playing, telling him it's been a pleasure. Logan decides that he will take down Callion as flashy as possible, to raise the morale of their troops, and at the same time, to make his enemies despair. Logan charges his aura and prepares one of his secret techniques, the Divine Sword Secret's first style, the Rippling Divine, releasing a huge wave of aura. Callion tries to block the attack, but it seems to be pointless. Logan has far surpassed Callion and brought him to his knees for good. Seeing this, the Sylvan soldiers realize the battle is basically over. Logan raised tall, holding his sword with both hands, looking majestic. He gets up from the rubble and shouts for everyone to hear. He has slain the enemy leader. Seconds later, another voice shouts from the walls of the barony, saying that they've captured Soto Sylvan. This is Patrick's voice, who tells everyone that they will show mercy to those that throw their weapons and kneel, telling everyone to surrender. Looking at his father, Logan smiles, asking himself, when did Patrick even get up there? After the war, it seems that the Sylvan fief has lost 42 knights, 1,223 soldiers, Soto Sylvan and Callion. On the other hand, it seems like the McLains have only lost 5 knights and no soldiers at all. The battle that began in a day took only a few hours, before ending with the overwhelming victory of the McLains. A victory which is bound to start another war. Somewhere else, a man is informed that Sylvan lost to McLain by one of his vassals. The vassal, even though he thinks he might be overstepping, tells his superior that he believes it might be time for him to make a move. This man is the Lord of the Southwest region. Back at the Sylvan Viscounty, Soto Sylvan is kneeling before Patrick, which tells him that he is giving him one last chance. He must apologize for his sins, take the minimum of his belongings, and leave this land along with his kin. Soto Sylvan, looking up in fear, tells Patrick that this sort of courageous overtake of control will not be tolerated by the royals. He goes on to say that it will be impermissible by the Lord of the Southwest, Count Bifrost, which seems to upset Patrick deeply. Logan, behind Patrick, hearing what Sylvan just said, thinks that this is the worst thing he could have said to Patrick. The fall of the McLains can be attributed to the mismanagement of the Count at the time, but the one who caused a rebellion to profit off the chaos was Bifrost, one of McLain's vassals. McLain's former bountiful lands became the Bifrost Plains, and it naturally made Bifrost the Lord of the Southwest region. Logan thinks that thanks to the royal intervention, Bifrost didn't get the authority to order the McLain house to serve under him, nor would he have gained much from doing so anyway. But hearing that name is enough to ruin Patrick's mood whenever. Therefore next, Patrick asks Sylvan if he wishes to die without taking the opportunity he's just been offered. With a tear in his eye, Soto wants to say something, but he doesn't get to finish the sentence. Logan slashes his throat and leaves him to bleed. With his sword full of Sylvan's blood, he turns to his father, prepared to hear anything he might have to say. Logan tells Patrick that he respected his wishes for an honorable death and finished him off painlessly. Patrick nods with a smile on his face and tells Logan that he's done a good job. Seeing what just happened, Logan thinks that they've at least tried to give him a choice, so hopefully other nobles won't use this as a means to attack them, especially Bifrost, as they need to be careful, since he is an enemy they cannot handle just yet. A few weeks later, at the Sylvan Castle, Patrick and Logan are talking in what seems to be Soto Sylvan's old study. Logan tells Patrick that they are keeping watch, yet it seems that Parita hasn't made any moves yet, and Patrick asks if there are any reasons for him to do so. Logan asks what would happen if Parita decides to attack the Tesseron Castle, but Patrick dismisses it, saying that Clayton is there, so he should be able to hold them off, even if something happens. While Logan replies to his father that he is right, he also thinks that brute force wasn't the only thing that caused their victory against Sylvan. Instead, they've won because Viscount Sylvan underestimated them, while the McLains have brought as much force as they could. That is with one trump card they've left behind, which they keep hidden at the Tesseron Castle. Clayton and his rock golems. However, he realizes that managing 3 castles like this won't work, so they need to make things more efficient. Logan asks his father about shifting the center of their land. He thinks that if they set towns as the center, it will make it easier to manage all 3 castles. 2 of the vassals present at the meeting also think that Logan is right, since they've cut down the monster woods, leaving the minimum amount of forces in McLain's won't be an issue. They should keep the knights stationed in the towns of McLain and leave them ready to be able to march to Tesseron or Sylvan on command. Hearing this, Patrick also agrees that it would be a good idea. Logan is also happy, saying that now he won't have to take care of the things himself. Patrick then asks Logan how many knights they've captured, and Logan says that they've captured 75 knights, which are all imprisoned in the cells, 8 of which are intermediate knights. Logan asks his father if he could maybe try and pressure them to serve under the McLains, as no man would have sworn absolute loyalty to Soto Sylvan, so it shouldn't be a problem. Logan even goes as far as thinking that a single battle brought them so many knights, it might be more efficient than picking out young talents. However, he also thinks about the other side of the story, how if Sylvan had moved even a little more cautiously, they would have had quite more casualties, and they'd only have been able to capture a quarter of the knights. He thinks that this is most likely not going to happen again in the future, so they shouldn't dwell on this victory, and that he should warn his father to remain vigilant. Patrick, however, is happy, telling Logan that with this forces, even Parita doesn't seem fearsome, saying that it's all thanks to Logan, and smiling like the proudest father in the entire world. Seeing his father's reaction, Logan blushes and stays quiet. He turns around and says that he should let him enjoy it at least for today. Unfortunately, their happiness is about to be over, since a vassal comes in with news from no other than Bifrost, which leaves both Logan and Patrick stunned. The vassal looks at the piece of paper and informs everyone that he will read it aloud. Bifrost writes that, as the Lord of the Southwest, he expresses deep discomfort with the yearly wars by McLain, and just as he hears Bifrost calling himself Lord of the Southwest, Patrick almost has a crisis. The vassal continues to read the following. With a request from Viscount Sylvan, Parita and McLain must cease their conflict immediately. With every word that is read, Patrick seems to become even more and more mad, saying that they've started it, and now are asking for intervention, calling Sylvan shameless. But Logan thinks they should finish listening to what is said in the letter. Bifrost acknowledges in the following sentences that the reason for this constant conflict is the fact that he hasn't properly performed the duties of a lord, and hasn't properly pushed for the coexistence within the region. Therefore he, Roger Bifrost, on his 50th birthday next month, invites the heirs of each family of the Southwest to come discuss the future goals for the region as a whole. And hearing this, Patrick's composure breaks, calling everything Bifrost wrote bullshit. His scream is so loud that it breaks the clothes on the vassal reading the letter. Patrick goes on to say that there will be no heir going to discuss any goals, as the McLains do not serve under him. Finally, Bifrost says that not participating will signal an inability to discuss together, which Patrick interprets as a seemingly polite way of making a threat. Patrick says that no matter what, the McLains will not bow to threats, but Logan goes against his father this time, and says that the invitation sounds interesting. Hearing this, Patrick asks Logan what he means by that, to which Logan replies that it might be good to visit. Patrick looks at Logan with a face I've never seen before. He seems prepared to disown him or something. He then says that he respects his son's will. However, he starts screaming again, this time even tearing the last piece of paper covering the vassal. No matter what happens, they can't let themselves kneel to Bifrost, as he won't allow for that to happen if he dies. Hearing this, Logan takes a plant from somewhere and asks his father if he wants a burial now, but one knight stops him, saying there won't be any patricide now. Patrick then calms down and huffs. He tells Logan that he will hear him out and asks him what he's thinking, while the knight behind is happy there's no murdering. Logan tells Patrick that no matter what they do, there is no way they can beat Bifrost now, which Patrick acknowledges as true. Patrick states that they have around 2 advanced knights, 15 high-ranking knights, and a total over 300 knights, that being just part of their revealed forces. Logan tells his father that is correct, and even though things may seem to be going well for them now, they are crossing a fine line, since now that they've overtaken Tesrin and Sylvan, Bifrost is watching closely. If they try to flaunt themselves when they are next to them, they might end up trampled. They also need time to unite the Knights of Sylvan and have Parita serve under them, time to reorganize the forces. Logan thinks that he also needs time to properly learn the Divine Sword Secret's 3rd style, and time for the other knights to train. Patrick understands all this, but he says the Southwest is different from other regions, because unlike the lords of other regions, Bifrost cannot demand the allegiance of other nobles of the region. He says that the reason for which he can't is complex, but true. If he attempts to exercise his right as a lord, other nobles will undoubtedly express discontent. However, Logan says that this is not true, because when he went to the capital, Percival and Roofman to the north of Bifrost have done something unexpected. They had long sworn loyalty to Bifrost, information which leaves Patrick in shock. Logan thinks that he in fact saw this in his previous life, but Patrick doesn't know about the information he has received. He looks down in disbelief, sweating. He then tells Logan that he has to face shame because their family lacks power, and says he is sorry. Yet Logan is smiling, unbothered about this, happy that he has got permission to go. Logan tells his father that he shouldn't be worried, since he knows the skills Logan has, so there shouldn't be any issue. He tells Patrick that they should see this as a chance to see how the lands of their ancestors have changed. Next morning, as Logan gets back into the McLain town, a voice calls him from behind. This is Hamar, asking Logan if the rumors he has heard are true, that he's being sold off to the enemies. Logan, however, doesn't know anything about these rumors, and asks Hanar what he's talking about. Hamar wants to say something about Logan's death, and hearing this, Logan interprets it as Hamar thinking they are close enough to be worried for each other. But actually, Hamar just wants to know what will happen to him and the promise Logan has made towards him, and asks him if he'll ensure it's kept. Realizing what really happened, Logan punches Hamar's face in, and tells him that he is not going to die or be sold off, and that he should learn to ignore stupid rumors like that. To this, Hamar replies that most of the rumors about him are true, so it's not his fault, and Logan doesn't know what to say anymore. Hamar then takes off the thing he has been carrying around on his back, and tells Logan to take it with him wherever he goes. He unwraps it, and tells Logan that he didn't have time to decorate it properly, but it's a gift for him, and also that he assures him of its quality. It appears that Hamar has made Logan a sword of pure mithril, leaving Logan astounded. At the Bifrost estate, a guard informs a man in a carriage that they've arrived at their destination. He is telling the young man in the carriage that they've been told to wait there until someone comes to receive the men. This man is Plone Parita, the heir of the Parita estate. As he stands in the carriage, Plone notices something strange. He sees a man in armor, traveling alone, with a cloak covering his appearance. However, he realizes that this is Logan McLain. Seeing this, He thinks of how he cannot believe that the McLains have managed to occupy the Sylvan barony and wonders why he came all alone, with no guards. He then concludes that they must have taken quite a bit of losses in the war with the Sylvans, and that must be the reason for which he is all alone. Looking at Logan, he even thinks that if it weren't for Bifrost, they, the barony of Peritas, would have easily taken their heads. Trying to start a conflict, Plone gets down from his carriage and asks why he gets the same treatment as someone that looks like he is a nobody. A guard tries to intervene, trying to quiet Plone up, but he doesn't care, saying it's not like Logan is going to hear him. He says that if it weren't for the Count, then they'd be on their knees, begging for him to save their lives. Plone goes to Logan, introducing himself, stating that he is Plone Perita, and saying that he has heard everything about him from Rehalt, especially how Logan managed to kill 6 knights in an instant. Plone then looks down and notices something strange. Logan is wearing armor under his clothes, but the hilt of his sword is clean. Logan greets him, shaking hands and stating his name, and Plone thinks that maybe what he has heard might be just rumors. Trying to shame him, Plone tightens his grip and says that he looks much younger than he imagined, and that he is starting to think that what he has heard are just exaggerated rumors. Hearing this, Logan looks down without saying anything, and an instant later, he let out a smirk. He clenches Plone's hand so hard he almost breaks it. That is when Plone realizes that Logan is actually much stronger than he thought. They release each other's hands, and Logan apologizes, with Plone's hand trembling and looking like it was just crushed by a rock. Logan says that he misunderstood Plone's intentions and that he thought Plone was trying to initiate a contest of strength. Hearing this, Plone tries not to cry and calls Logan an asshole. He then goes to take his sword out, calling Logan an insolent bastard. Standing before Logan with his sword pointing at him, Plone tells Logan that he will teach him the despicable McLain family a lesson on manners. The guard behind Logan tries to tell him that personal fights are forbidden in the Bifrost territory, yet Logan just takes down his cloak and tells Plone that he keeps spouting out bullshit he can't take responsibility for. He then tells Plone that since he is an heir of a territory, he should know his place and not start fights like a little entitled kid. Hearing this, Plone gets mad, prepared to attack Logan. He then gives the order to his knights to attack Logan, telling Logan he shouldn't dare insult him like this. Seeing this, Logan prepares himself. He charges his aura and navigates through each of Plone's guards in an instant, ending up behind them without a scratch. It appears that he has managed to break all their swords with his bare hands. Logan is holding his sword to Plone's neck, while Plone thinks that he didn't feel any force coming from Logan, which means that he has managed to do that with just the power of his sword. Looking at Logan's sword, Plone thinks that he didn't feel any magic power either, so that means Logan isn't using a magic artifact either. The guard stationed at the Bifrost gate tells Logan that he has an incredible sword, and if he is not too rude, he wishes to ask where he bought it, yet Logan tells him that this is indeed rude. Hearing the conversation, Plone thinks that Logan is just lucky, and that he has found a good sword somewhere. From the Bifrost gate, a man in full armor steps out, and the guards seem to be on alert seeing this. Logan and Plone also look back, realizing this must be someone of importance. It appears that this is Sir Franz, the Knight of Moonlight. Seeing this, everyone is stunned. As the upper advanced knight, Sir Franz has come to receive someone in person, something that was unheard of before. Looking at him, Logan realizes that he is one of the 2 upper advanced knights of the Bifrost. With silver hair and eyes, Sir Franz definitely stands out. Seeing that Bifrost has sent an upper advanced knight to receive them, it could only mean 2 things. Either Bifrost really cares what they think about him, or something else. In the next second, Plone introduces himself to Sir Franz, and Sir Franz acknowledges his presence, telling him that it's nice meeting him. Sir Franz, looking down on Logan, says that since he is Perita, he must be McLain. Seeing this, Logan wonders if he might want to put pressure on them. Composed, Logan introduces himself, and Sir Franz says that this makes things clear now, and says that he is surprised. He asks Logan if he is an intermediate knight at such a young age, which stuns Plone and his knights. Hearing this, Plone realizes that this must be the reason for which Logan was so strong, and not just his good sword. However, Logan thinks that what he wanted to do worked. Starting from a high-ranking knight, there's a unique sharp energy about them, which can't be hidden, and can only be detected by knights of the same rank or higher. But as he reached the level of a high-ranking knight and achieved a 3-star core, he is able to control the faint energy that he has. He thinks that it's better to show only this amount of strength for the current Bifrost, to lower their wariness, this also being the reason for which Logan didn't bring any guards. Logan places his hand on his chest as a sign of respect and tells Sir Franz that he is working hard in order to someday become someone as powerful as he is. Hearing this, Sir Franz tells him that he should not be satisfied with becoming just like him, but with his talent, Logan should aim to become a superhuman at least. In any case, Sir Franz tells Logan that it's nice meeting him, and that he will bring them into the castle now. He then turns around and tells Plone and Logan that this is the VIP building of Bifrost. He says that the heirs of Percival and Ruffman have already arrived, so he asks them to wait there and rest until tomorrow night's party, to which Plone and Logan agree. After Sir Franz leaves, Plone once again tries to mock Logan, saying that there is no way someone who came without any servants would have clothes for a party, and asks him if Logan wants to borrow some pajamas from him. Logan, however, doesn't mind Plone, and just asks a servant where his room is, and the servant tells him that he will show him. Seeing what just happened, Logan thinks that he already guessed it when he led his knights to fight despite being warned not to, but Plone really doesn't understand his situation, and if that's the level of Parita's heir and knights, then occupying them won't be difficult. While this is happening, Plone is just getting angrier and angrier. Logan looks up at the building and thinks back to what Plone said about the party clothes, thinking that he doesn't intend to take off his armor in this place anyway. He looks up and thinks that this is the land his ancestors lost. Therefore, he must not let his guard down, since he doesn't know what could happen. Next, Logan is staying before Lord Bifrost, which tells Logan to unsheath his sword immediately. Logan, once again placing his head on his chest, lets his head down and tells Bifrost that he, son of McLain, is honored to greet the ruler of these lands and wishes Bifrost a happy birthday. The people looking around find the way Logan came to the party stupid, asking if that country bumpkin doesn't know any manners. Looking at Roger Bifrost, Logan thought that since he is a potential enemy, he might have had to fight a few days before he arrived at the castle. However, he looked around the nearby castles and towns, and he expected it to be as discontent as Sylvan or Tesserun, but that was not the case. The people are actually quite friendly, with people saying that Bifrost is a good man, and that taxes are low. That can only mean that they are sufficient to the point where they don't need to extort their people. Bifrost also welcomes Logan, and tells him that since he came here, he assumes that the McLains intend to follow his wishes. Logan tells him that if Bifrost's wishes are for peace, McLain will always be ready to lead the march. Hearing this, Bifrost tells Logan that he has expected more resistance, but a young man like him is really enlightened. Bifrost then tells Logan to enjoy the party, and Logan says he will do as told. However, Logan isn't concerned with the party. Instead, he realizes Bifrost is also pretty amazing, as is a fifth circle mage. There's a rumor from Logan's previous life that Count Bifrost showed incredible martial prowess in battle. Bifrost was on the side of the second prince who lost, so Logan didn't pay much attention, but the fact that he's in the fifth circle is true. A fifth circle mage is treated as the same level of power as an advanced knight, especially in war. When that power extends far beyond individual battle, it's considered even more formidable. Logan thinks that he also has 2 advanced knights, but his thought is interrupted by someone announcing that Count Bifrost wants to give a speech. Bifrost starts by saying that he first must thank all of them that came there and gathered for his birthday, the birthday of a still insufficient man like himself. Also to a man that hasn't come himself to the party, but has also thanked him, the second prince, for bestowing him with the Tear of the Sun. Hearing this, people can't believe Bifrost is talking about the prince himself, as they knew Bifrost was trusted, but to be that close is stunning. Bifrost goes on to say that for a long time, the nobles of the Southwest have spent their time scattered, unlike the other regions. And hearing this, Logan thinks that he might be saying the same thing as in his message. Bifrost raises his hand and says that it's time to put their meaningless traditions and customs behind them and bound together as one, as their highness, the second prince, the most likely to succeed the throne, wishes for the support of the region. Longa, sipping from a glass of wine, thinks this is just a fancy way to say shut up and come under the second prince and himself. Bifrost goes on to say that, coincidentally, they have start and the end of the Southwest from 200 years ago, with them today, the heir of the McLains, which leaves Logan stunned. Bifrost says that Logan is a great young man, and the highlight that led the McLains to victory in 2 recent wars, and a genius who has become an intermediate knight at the age of only 21. Bifrost saying that even the advanced knights he knows have failed to reach such prowess, making Logan wonder what Bifrost tries to do by complimenting him. He goes on to throw forward his hand, and says that he does not intend to force or bind such a talented man, but merely wishes to make him an offer. He addresses Logan, and Logan answers, listening to what Bifrost has to say. Bifrost tells Logan that Count Valtermine, the grandfather of the second prince, is searching for talented men like him, and is okay with it. Bifrost would like to recommend him to Valtamir, in order for Logan to become his student. Hearing this, Logan has no idea what to reply. Logan goes on to reply that he is honored by the offer, but he already has a teacher that he has devoted himself to. Bifrost asks if he is referring to Patrick McLain, his father. Logan tells Bifrost that it is not, and that he was fortunate to be able to receive training from a great man, so he is sorry, but he has to refuse. Bifrost tells Logan that the young truly do things quickly, yet the blazing heat sword himself will be visiting soon, so he asks Logan to receive just a little teaching from him. He tells Logan that he intended to provide this offer to all the heirs that serve under him present today, and not just him, and that Logan can even call that teacher of his. Hearing this, Logan doesn't seem to care about the teaching anymore. Instead, he thinks that Bifrost has sneakily phrased it as if it was official that the McLains serve under him. Therefore, he wants to rope in the McLains in whatever way, that being his ultimate goal. Logan thinks that it will be hard to refuse Bifrost again in this situation, but thankfully he has made preparations beforehand. He tells Bifrost that he is grateful for his compliments, and that he cannot refuse him if he wishes it so strongly. Therefore, he will keep himself anticipated. Bifrost thanks Logan for accepting his request and tells him that the choice of the McLains will be the first step towards reuniting the Southwest. He also adds that before this event that took place today, his old friends Percival and Roofman had agreed to unite under the flag of Bifrost. In thankfulness for their deep loyalty, he intends to gift those heirs something personally. As he says that, some vassals bring into the room a table on which there are two objects. These objects seem to be two artifacts, a sword and a hammer. Artifacts are magical tools that hold or are injected with magic power, in order to make them have magical properties almost permanently. And it seems that these artifacts made by the mages that are called the Department of Wizards are more versatile than circle mages. Because of that, artifacts are defined into classes, based on the magic they are imbued with. Seeing these artifacts, Logan thinks that, of course, the Count must gift at least 12 million golds worth considering his status, as expected of the treasure collector, but their prices are absurd. Even one of the cheaper materials used is mithril, and to not waste the material, typically at least third-class magic is enchanted. And in order to make a third-class artifact, you need a gift-class mage, 2 classes above. So it's no wonder the prices surge so high. Seeing this, Logan wonders if Bifrost is really giving something like that as a gift. Just as he thinks that, Bifrost tells Ramon Percival and Eric Roofman to step out of the crowd. He asks them if they will swear loyalty to him. The two kneel before Bifrost. The Percival heir states that since he is representing the Percival family, he will pledge loyalty to him, and the Roofman heir does the same. As Logan sips some more wine, Count Bifrost says that he will accept those pledges. Thus, he will bestow Ramon Percival with the sword of Lambton and Eric Roofman with the hammer of Charkson. Hearing this, they say that they are honored. Going on, Count Bifrost says that he is not stingy with his gratitude, and that those that serve under him will be granted appropriate gratitudes. It appears that while he says this, he is staring at Logan, and so Logan puts down his glass. Seconds later, it appears that the heir of Parida comes from the crown, drunk as a pig, and asks the Count if Logan's sword doesn't seem better. He spills the wine, and says that to him. It looks like the Count is blowing things up, and asks everyone if they don't think the same. As Bifrost looks down on him, mad at what's happening, Parida says that he thinks Logan's sword looks a lot better to him. As a servant tried to take him away, saying that Parida is drunk, he insults the Count further, saying that he cannot recognize real talent. Seeing what just happened, Logan looks at Parida, calling him an idiot, and asking himself if Parida didn't just dug his own grave now. Logan thinks that the sword made by Hamar, named Lux, meaning twilight or hope in ancient words, certainly has a force to match that of most artifacts. He thinks that a master craftsman dwarf crafted it to fit him specifically, so it's a masterwork filled with soul. Logan thinks that it's not hard to get a proper item from dwarves, but greedy nobles never seem to be able to figure it out. He thinks that in the worst-case scenario, if his plans didn't work, and the Count was forcing him in, he was planning on using the sword to negotiate or buy time. But that damn Parida idiot just jumped in and ruined everything. Hearing what Parida said, Count Bifrost asks Logan if his sword is indeed that great, and Logan replies by saying he was lucky to get a dwarven craft. Bifrost says that if that sword really is a dwarven craft, that rarity alone makes it match artifacts. He then looks down on Logan and asks if he could inspect his sword. Hearing this, Logan thinks that if he gives his sword to Bifrost, he's not getting it back, so he tries to calm things down, saying that even if he is young, as a knight, he finds it hard to hand over his partner to others. Hearing this, Bifrost says he has never heard such old words from a young man, and instead of giving it to him to inspect, he proposes to Logan to display his might as a knight. Bifrost suggests an exhibition match, saying that with these men that have artifacts, it will be a good comparison, and then asks Ramon and Percival if they are intermediate knights. One of them answers that he might still be insufficient, but he did become an intermediate knight a few years ago. Bifrost, hearing this, says that it's settled. Ramon and Logan will fight, not in a normal match as this won't be much fun, so they should put something on the line. If Ramon wins, Bifrost will take the dwarven sword, but if Logan wins, he will bestow him with a suitable artifact. He then asks Logan how that sounds for him. He tells Logan to draw his sword if he agrees, and Logan smiles, saying that this situation is heading in a way he didn't expect. but there is no reason for him to refuse. Logan then draws his sword and tells Bifrost that he will follow his command. Inside the training room, Ramon and Logan are facing each other, prepared to fight. Ramon tells Logan that since he is older, he offers Logan the first strike. Logan refuses, saying that there is no need for that, as he doesn't want to hear later that he had an advantage in this fight, thinking that he will be the victor either way. Hearing this, Ramon tells Logan that being called a genius has made him arrogant, saying that he will show Logan that there are skies above the heavens for his own benefit. Ramon then starts charging his aura. Seeing this, the women in the room say that Ramon's sword looks exquisite and ask if all artifacts let off such a beautiful glow. Seeing this, Logan asks himself if he is trying to attract more attention or something, which would make him perfect for being targeted and dying. Logan thinks that this might have been exactly what Bifrost wanted, giving him an artifact more focused on flashiness than actual use. In contrast to that, Hamar's Lux is rather plain, but has perfect balance, sharpness, and durability. A sword only needs to serve its purpose well to be called beautiful. Ramon goes on to ask Logan if his pretty sword can handle an artifact, and Logan thinks that it doesn't seem like that dolt has the brains to know that, but he is actually worse than that idiot Parida. Ramon leaps forward, prepared to strike Logan down. Seeing this, Logan looks in the audience where he sees Franz, the Knight of Moonlight, and thinks that he can hide his full strength from him, but he needs to be careful to hide his confidence even more so. Realizing this, Logan thinks that he must match him somewhat. He must stumble a few times, let himself get scratched a bit, and occasionally pull off a nice counterattack. He must show a little vigor, and after he defeats him, he must end it with a line. And as he holds the sword to Ramon's neck, Logan says that he was lucky. Logan also says that upping his metabolism with Force Core to make himself swear also made everything more convincing. Seeing himself defeated, Ramon shouts to the Count that what happened was a mistake, and that he was not used to the sword. Hearing this, Count Bifrost says that this is enough, and that Ramon disappointed him, then asking if Ramon intends to say that his gift caused him to lose. Ramon apologizes, and Logan looks rather disappointed in Ramon too. Following Ramon's downfall, Count Bifrost says that he apologizes for making him such a sorry sight. He tells Logan that his men have wronged him, so he will especially open up his treasury and allow Logan to pick any artifact he wishes. Hearing this, Logan thinks that Bifrost is planning to keep him there at any cost, since he is confident that no matter what Logan takes, he'll be able to retrieve it. However, Logan won't allow him to do as he wishes. Next, a servant rushes in, telling the Count that the Sword Duke has contacted him for his birthday. This information leaves Bifrost stunned. Through the communication channel, the Sword Duke Felix Esperanza tells Bifrost that he deeply congratulates the birthday of one of the kingdom's most reliable pillars, and says that he is sorry to say he couldn't make it. However, he says that he is sure that those of them that attended are deeply appreciative of the Count's goodness, and Bifrost thanks him back. Seeing this conversation, Logan thinks that Bifrost is really getting down from his high horse and sucking up to Felix. Felix then notices Logan in the background and asks Bifrost if it's really him. Seeing this, everyone in the room is stunned. Logan thinks that this was the perfect timing for Felix to call. Bifrost is shedding a sweat, not knowing what to say, and Logan thinks that he has made the request, so he needs to follow along. Logan then steps forward, telling Felix that it has been a long time, addressing him as teacher. Once again, everyone remains astonished by what happened, understanding that this must be why he refused the Count in the first place. Felix huffs and says that he is at a loss of words to suddenly see the face of his student who never contacts him. He asks Logan when he is coming to the capital, as he wants to host a banquet for him. Logan says that he is sorry, but due to the troubles between families, he might have to remain at the Bifrost castle for some time, as the Count has made Logan an offer he cannot refuse. Hearing this, Felix turns to Bifrost, asking him if that is true. Bifrost changes his mind, saying that if the Sword Duke himself wishes for Logan, he can delay his needs at any time. After this, Logan thinks that he has made the right move asking for Felix's help. Despite being a neutral party that is not associated with either of the princes, he's the superhuman who holds up the royal family, thus, even the Count can't refuse such a man's orders. Felix then winks at Logan, saying he can't wait to see him in the capital. Logan lets his head down and thanks Felix, once again addressing him as teacher. Seeing this, Bifrost almost breaks a vein on his forehead. The next day, Logan is in Bifrost's artifact room, and a guard tells him that he has an hour to look around. The Count has guaranteed a single treasure, only one, so Logan is free to choose from the bunch. Logan looks around thinking that there's about 30 treasures, so Bifrost must have removed the most important ones. However, each one of them is still worth 10 million gold, so he should try to pick a good one. Logan thinks that his enhanced senses from learning the Force Core allows him to sense the differences in the energy contained within artifacts, so that alone lets him judge their power. He skips the weapons, saying that Lux is good enough, and even at a glance, none of them are better than what Logan has seen at the banquet yesterday. He then sees an armor that's enchanted with fire and electric magic, but that will fry the wearer alive. He thinks that all of them are mediocre, yet something catches his eye. All the force is converging somewhere. He looks at one of the glass cabinets. Inside, there is a pair of armor boots. Logan looks at them, but he is skeptical, saying that he does not feel any magic from them, and asks if they are even artifacts. He notices something strange though. They continue to absorb Logan's force. He asks himself if anything will happen if he continues supplying them with force. Doing this, Logan is shocked. His force is being sucked in like a wave. Logan says that at this rate, he will suffer from damage. He then screams, saying that he wants to see who will win. He continues giving more and more force. Suddenly, a wave of force unleashes from the boots, and Logan is being pushed back. It turns out that his force has returned to him. That is when he realizes something. In the evening, Bifrost asks if Logan McLain has already left, with 3 days left until the party. He concludes that Logan really wanted to screw him over. Mad, he tells his knights to follow him and retrieve the artifact, and that sword of his, telling his knights that they can do whatever they want as long as he survives. In the forest, Logan chills next to a fire. Suddenly, he senses something, a killing intent which makes him stand up. Looking at the trees, he realizes it has to be a pursuer sent by Bifrost. A man steps from the bushes, telling Logan that he has got keen senses. He is using a distorted voice, which makes Logan think that he has to be trying to hide his identity. It appears that Bifrost has sent a group of 4 people. Logan asks the man if it isn't stuffy going around like that, and that it must have been tough to get there from Bifrost. The man in front tells his accomplices that they can do anything they want, as long as they don't kill Logan. The 3 men jump Logan, prepared to bring him down. However, Logan doesn't just wait for their attacks. Instead, he moves faster, attacking them himself. Seeing this, the man panicked. Logan's attacks seem to be too much for what they can handle. They ask themselves how an intermediate knight could move so fast. Seeing this, Logan thinks that he has made a good choice in choosing these boots. When the boots expelled the force he has pushed into them, he thought it might have been a flunk, but only after putting them on he saw their true value. The boots seemed to give him enhanced reaction time and a triple jump in the air. And on top of all that, they also have self-mending and adjustable size. Logan concludes that they must be at least an artifact above the 4th rank, and a suitable name for them should be the boots of the wind god. Seeing that they cannot bring Logan down, they ask for the permission to aim for vitals, saying that otherwise, they cannot suppress him on their own. Hearing this, the cloaked figure lets out a sound of disgust, saying it's embarrassing. The man jumps from the back, with a silver aura around his blade, prepared to strike Logan down. Seeing this, Logan remains astounded. The cloaked figure lets out a wave of aura. Logan manages to block it, but you can see him struggling. He is pushed back, and he charges his own aura, prepared for what seems to be a brutal fight. He then tells the man that he never knew that the title of Moonlight was earned through sneak tactics. He then acknowledges his true identity, calling him Sir Franz. Uncloaking himself, Sir Franz says that Logan has not only hidden his true strength, but he has also exceeded it, telling him that he has an extraordinary artifact. It appears that this was indeed Sir Franz. Seeing this, Logan thinks that in the end he really chose to reveal his sense, and presumes that there was no point in hiding his identity now that he has shown his iconic force blade. Sir Franz tells Logan that he will be taking those artifacts as payment for the lesson he is about to give him, and Logan asks him what lesson he refers to, since he should be ashamed of his title, the Moonlight Knight. Hearing this, Sir Franz says that this is why he intends to make this a harsh lesson, and that he is grateful Logan came so far. Logan looks at Sir Franz, and wonders what is up with that peculiar stance of his, as it looks just like he's holding a whip. Sir Franz then starts using his force, attacking Logan. It appears that his force blade can actually move like a whip, which leaves Logan stunned. Blocking his attacks, Logan says they are relentless, and that he has been using his force blade since earlier, but it isn't working, so he doesn't know how long he can withstand it. Now that it has come to this, Logan must use everything he has got. Logan charges his aura, and manages to attack Sir Franz back. To no use, however, as Logan didn't feel any impact from the attack, even though he has used the first and second forms of the divine sword. Logan then notices something. In an instant, he does a black flip. Thanks to that, he manages to dodge one of Sir Franz's attacks. And as Sir Franz rises from the ground, Logan says that this attack was pretty close, and that he would have died if he wore it to let his guard down. Seeing Logan's dexterity, Sir Franz asks Logan how he manages to dodge his attacks, as it can't all be the artifact's doing, and asks if those were the secret arts of the Sword Duke. Logan, however, doesn't seem to be interested in what Franz says, and thinks that he is still standing. so his attack wasn't good enough. He thinks that if he wouldn't have had those amplified abilities thanks to the boots of the wind god, he would have taken that attack just head on. Therefore, he is just not strong enough to take on someone like Sir Franz yet. But doing this well against an advanced knight is decent. Logan then goes on to answer Sir Franz's question from earlier, telling him that he wasn't using any secret arts. He tells Franz to give him a moment, and he will show him a secret technique. Logan says that he is still a little unproficient with it, and Sir Franz tells him to go ahead, and that he will wait. Seeing this, Logan thinks that an arrogant man like him being excited as well makes things easier. In the end, all Logan can do now is believe in this secret art he has barely grasped even after a month of spending time as a high-ranking knight. Logan charges his aura, concentrating on his sword. He thinks that if he loses now, he won't just lose Lux and the boots, but Sir Franz will also make sure Logan will lose the ability to ever hold a sword again, so he must get a grip on things. He opens his eyes and says that now is the time. Just as he does that, it appears that Sir Franz is attacking. He screams at Logan, saying that he trusts his enemy too easily. Just before Sir Franz drives his sword through Logan's heart, something happens. Everything explodes around them. Seeing this, Sir Franz says that with this much impact, even Logan couldn't have escaped. However, Sir Franz didn't account for how strong Logan can actually be. With all his might, he has managed to conjure an aura blade. This is the third form of the divine sword secrets, and Logan is prepared to strike Sir Franz down with it. And seeing this, Sir Franz realizes he is actually in danger. The impact of the attack is great. Seeing the destruction and the flames, the knights that came with Sir Franz start looking for him. It appears that he is on the ground, coughing blood. He has managed to dodge the attack. However, he says it would have been better to die alongside Logan than go back defeated. Logan left on horseback, thinking how he let his guard down. He thinks back to the moment Sir Franz came at him while he was charging the third style. He saw the coin-sized hole pierce through his right chest, which must have been from the rippling divine. His excited expression and all that chatter was just for show, but Logan was unable to look through all of that. At least he knows one thing for sure. With his skills and treasures, he can definitely defeat a high-ranking advanced knight. He wants to say how that alone is worth a lot, but it appears he's going to fall from his horse. He remained on the ground and the horse kept going. At the McLain estate, Rick and Dwayne are stunned to see Logan. They ask what has happened to him, and he tells them that he has fallen from his horse. Logan's return caused quite a fuss in the McLain household. After all, the heir who returned from Bifrost after 2 weeks looked completely disheveled. There wasn't enough proof to file a formal complaint to the Bifrost, and they might try to pick a fight under the pretense of defamation, so this incident was put to rest. However, Patrick is ashamed, telling Logan that he is enduring all of these hardships because their family lacks power, and that he cannot even bear to look at Logan's face. Logan tells his father that they will be able to pay them back soon, but for that he needs to reorganize their forces. On the training grounds, Ranyan is swinging his sword, using force. He thinks back to what Logan told him before he went to fight with Sylvan, how this war will end easily, and there is no need for Ranyan to come with them. Instead, he should be honing his skills. Thinking back to this event, Ranyan realizes that he can't allow Logan to keep treating him like a child, since he is also a sword of their family. He thinks that Logan had to suffer such humiliation in Bifrost because of something, but he is interrupted before finishing his thought by someone that is acknowledging his hard work. Ranyan turns his head and remains stunned to see his brother, who tells him to take a break, as he wants to introduce him to the person he'll be training with from now on. This person appears to be Victor, who's dressed in a new shiny armor, and stating his presence and title, one of the new knights. Ranyan strikes a conversation, asking Victor if his armor fits well, but in reality, he can only think of how Victor looks his age, but asks himself if he is also a force user. Logan tells Ranyan that it hasn't been long since Victor has awakened, so he's been spending time adjusting to his force until now. He tells Ranyan that Victor is indeed his age, so it should be a good motivator for both of them. Ranyan asks Logan what exactly he means by training together, and Logan replies that he means sparing. Then, as Ranyan and Victor are staying face to face, he asks them if they want to try it right now. Logan then gives the signal for them to start fighting. Victor attacks, trying to strike Ranyan's neck, but he manages to dodge the attack. Seeing this, Ranyan realizes that Victor is using the Iron Blood Sword. He then looks at Victor and asks himself he has really just awakened force recently. Seeing the sheer force in Victor's attacks, Ranyan decides he must do something. He decides that he will pay Victor right back, and so he charges his force, prepared to strike Victor down. Victor sees this and realizes he's in trouble if Ranyan's attack hits. Ranyan strikes, releasing a powerful wave of force, yet Victor manages to dodge it, leaping high into the air. He then prepares his next attack, from high above, trying to take Ranyan by surprise. Victor plunges his sword into the ground, leaving a crater behind. But luckily, Ranyan manages to move at the last second. Ranyan looks in the direction of Victor and tells him that he is a monster. Victor, however, doesn't seem in any way bothered by this. Hearing this, Logan starts laughing, asking Ranyan who's calling who a monster, and it seems that Ranyan is embarrassed. Ranyan then takes his stance once again and thinks that he should try his best. Victor on the other side is smiling, looking pretty relaxed. Next, Ranyan has also put a smirk on his face, looking confident. Logan looks at the fight from a safe distance and realizes that his thought was true. They have synergy. He thinks that Victor had not only perfected learning the Iron Blood Sword, but he's adjusting it to fit his style better as well. And Ranyan, who could outclass intermediate knights with his limited knowledge of sword styles, is moving freely, unbound by forms. Logan thinks that the Violet, Free Blade, and the Pure Precise Blade should reflect qualities they mutually impart to each other as they fight. Just as he thinks that, Ranyan shouts that Victor can't use his punches, and Victor states that everything goes in a fight, which makes Logan laugh once again, telling them not to fight too hard. Logan goes back to thinking that there are 7 more years before the War of the Empire begins, and those two, meaning Ranyan and Victor, might be completed in 5 or 6, and that it would be good if Victor could also learn the divine sword secrets right about now. The question is, however, if Logan can really trust Victor that much. He then thinks that some sort of catalyst that will bind him there would be nice. In Logan's study, it appears that Logan has informed Clayton of something that leaves him and his disciples stunned. He told everyone that Victoria can see the band of mana. It appears that Logan has tried to make Victoria learn something that she likes in order to keep her at the castle. And when Victoria told Logan what she wants to learn, he remained stunned. She asked Logan if she could learn things like how to move clay dolls with that yellow string. Logan thinks how he had his suspicions when he first met her, but thinks she can actually see the band of mana. Clayton then jumps in, telling Rhea that he is sending his mana in a certain direction right now, and asks her if she could tell her where it's connected to. Rhea looks at Clayton's palm, and then she speaks. He points to one of the disciples, calling him an old man, and tells Clayton that this is the place where he's sending his mana. They try once again, and this time Rhea tells Clayton that he is sending his mana to the water bottle, and to another disciple. He then takes Rhea by the shoulders and tells Logan that she is the real deal. He starts shouting that not even the grand mages of legends could see mana with their eyes, and hearing this, Logan wonders if seeing mana is really that impressive, and thinks that it might cause a fuss if he admits he can see it too. Logan asks Rhea if she is sure she wants to learn magic, and Rhea says that if this is how she can control the giant doll, she does. Logan then asks why she wants to control the doll, and Rhea tells him that if she could control the doll, she would be able to do more things. Hearing this, Logan tells Rhea that this is a good goal. Logan then wants to tell Clayton that he will entrust Rhea to him, but he is already gone, telling Rhea that they don't have a robe meant for kids, and that he will need to have one tailored for her, and then shouts for someone to bring him a tape measure. While Clayton is measuring Rhea, Logan thinks that she has the talent of becoming a grand mage, and that both the siblings are geniuses, which raises even more questions about their parents. Logan then thinks that their forces are getting stronger at a good pace, so it might be the time for him to head to Grand, since he's made a promise to this master. He thinks that he's going to leave alone, as bringing an aid would only slow him down. However, not everything goes according to Logan's plans, as next, a few days later, a man shouts that it's his honor to serve him. It appears that 7 knights are surrounding Logan, prepared to defend him, while shouting that they will serve him with all their hearts. Logan, though, only seems annoyed by this, and tells them to get lost. This man is Captain Henderson of the 18th Squad of the McLain Knights, reporting for duty at Logan's command, stating that it's an honor to serve Logan. Just after saying that, Henderson thinks that being able to accompany the young master to the capital means that he is serving a future legend, therefore is his chance to claim his place as one of his trusty hands. Logan then looks in Henderson's direction and tells him to go gather some firewood. Instantly, Henderson does as he is told, and Logan can be seen huffing in the background. Logan thinks how he wanted to go by himself, but Patrick told him it would be impolite to the Sword Duke, and that Logan will take at least the minimum number of aides. Logan thinks that a few knights are fine, but then asks Rick why he is there, and he shouts at Logan, asking him what he means by that, asking what would people think if the heir of a noble family would walk around without a personal servant. Logan, however, doesn't fall for this, and asks Rick if he came because he wanted to visit Grand, but he doesn't reply, and a sweat is falling from his cheek. He then turns around and tells Logan that this is indeed the reason. He says that nobody in their fief will talk to him now, because they think he stinks, and that he also needs to get married, and prompts Logan to take some responsibility, as this is part of his doing. Hearing Rick yapping, Logan puts his finger in his ears, and says that they will only drag him down, as he is not only visiting his teacher in the capital, he has 2 goals for this journey. The first is to identify potential changes to the future, and the second is to meet the third prince to form a connection with the hill. Next, a history of the royal family is shown. It appears that the current king, Samuel von Grandia, had no heir until the age of 40, so he called forth 2 women to be his concubines from 2 dukes and had 2 sons. But after 10 years, the queen gave birth to the third prince over the age of 40. The third prince, with his innate talent for swordsmanship and a good attitude, surpassed his troublemaker brothers to become the next king. The king also held him in high regard, but the families of the 2 princes did everything they could to stop the expansion of their prince's influence. From here, what Logan is about to say are the events of the future. This winter, just before the third prince becomes an adult, the civil war begins with the sudden death of the king. The first prince, Juan Douglas, a 6th circle mage, receives the support of his grandfather, as well as the second prince, Jordan Valtermine, the young superhuman. And just as the third prince, who is unable to match the political power if either faction is about to be executed, someone steps in. This is Felix, saying that is the will of the king for the third prince to live, and if the second prince will spare his life, Felix shall be the newfound king's blade. The most prominent of neutral nobles gave a statement that has managed to save the prince's life. Logan thinks that after that, the third prince gained the upper hand, but drove the country to ruin over the next 5 years, until the Empire attacked. That king used Ranyan as bait during the war with the Empire. Therefore, Logan's goal is to never allow that man to become king. He thinks that the second prince is cut from the same cloth as his brother, and he needs to see with his own eyes if the third prince is worthy of becoming the king. While he thinks that, a man states that his identity has been verified, and that he can access the castle now. Inside the castle's grounds, Logan's servants are stunned to see the grandeur of the place. Rick, on the other hand, seems to be more preoccupied with one of the maids passing through. He then goes to Logan and asks if he doesn't think that him getting things going with the Duke's maid would benefit his family, and then asks Logan if he could help him to get closer to that maid. But Logan looks annoyed by this request. He bumps Rick in the head, leaving him dead on the ground, and steps away. A man comes to greet Logan, and Logan seems intrigued by his presence. The man tells Logan to follow him, while the other can follow Sir Ermin, and that's when Logan realizes who that is. Logan asks for the man's name, and the man iterates that he must have forgotten to introduce himself. The man introduces himself as Luis Hayan, the Duke's overseer. This is when Logan realizes he is exactly who he taught, Captain Luis of the Grandia Liberation Front. Unlike Logan, who was burning with vengeance, he was a man with ideals. Logan thinks about how he still remembers the last time they met. It was when Captain Luis gave Logan the divine sword secrets and asked him to interpret it. He's told Logan to memorize everything, and even if he must burn the book, Logan must remember everything and pass it down to someone with talent. There was something else that the captain had given him along with the secret text, but Logan cannot remember what. As he cannot remember, Logan wonders why, as it should be an important memory. Seeing his struggle, Sir Luis asks Logan if he is alright. Logan almost calls Lucy captain, but fastly corrects himself, calling him overseer, and thanks him for the concern, saying he must have not rested well last night. Luis tells Logan that he must take good care of his body while he's still young, as even if it feels alright now, when he ages, it will all come back to Logan, and so he must take care. Hearing this, Logan remembers that Luis used to say that a lot in his past life as well, so it must be his saying. Thankfully, Logan has got a grip on things now, and regardless of what that memory was, it's now in the past, so he just needs to ensure it doesn't happen in this life. Inside the manor, Luis brings Logan in front of Felix's study and tells him that the Duke is waiting for him inside. He then tells Logan he will see him later, and Logan thanks him for showing him the right path. Just as Logan turns around, a voice shouts from behind, asking him what is he waiting for. Logan smirks and turns around. Logan prompts his feet in the other direction and says that it feels very nice to see him again, and that he is overjoyed that he seems as good as ever. It seems that Logan was addressing the Sword Duke and his wife, which acknowledges Logan's presence, and states that she has heard a lot about Logan from Felix. She tells Logan that they owe him immensely, and Logan replies by saying it's nice to finally meet the Duchess, and congratulates her on the birth of her heir. The Duchess says that on that note, there is something she wants to ask Logan, and Logan says that is open to anything she might want to ask him. She places her hands on her stomach, and prompts the question. She asks Logan if he could choose the name of the baby for them, and Logan remains stunned when hearing this. Felix steps in and says that he and the Duchess have been discussing it for quite some time now, and it's all thanks to Logan, so they wish for Logan to choose the name of the child. He then rhetorically asks if Logan is going to refuse this proposal, but Logan is still speechless. Logan then thinks about how a name decides and illuminates the path a child is to walk. This is the belief the people of Grandia have held since ancient times. Nobles seek out well-respected individuals the moment their children are born to name them. They even hold feasts in celebration of their children's names. But to leave such an important task on Logan is something else. They've only met twice, and he can see that he and the Duke have had a significant influence on each other's lives. Logan thinks that it's a heavy responsibility, but he sees no reason to refuse, and so Logan states that it would be an honor for him. Hearing this, both Felix and the Duchess are overjoyed and thank Logan. Felix then tells the Duchess to go get some rest, as he has told her already that there is no need for her to strain herself since she is with child. But the Duchess says there are still manners to be had, and that this is a request. Looking back, Felix says that this is still beneficial for Logan, thinking that the one who named the Sword Duke's child would be a good title for Logan. Felix then manages to get his wife out of the room, and as he leans on the closed wooden door, he says that he is not that good with words. He then tells Logan that they should talk about their bodies, but Logan doesn't understand what he means by that. Felix looks at Logan and tells that he is surprised by how quickly his level has risen, and all in such a short time. He then tells Logan that he wants to see how strong he is now. Inside the training grounds, Felix and Logan are once again facing each other, prepared to fight. Logan leaps forward, prepared to attack Felix with all he has. In an instant, however, Felix dodges the attack and gets right behind Logan, prepared to counterattack. Seeing this, Logan huffs and turns his head around. He redirects his attack, but Felix manages to block it. Seeing this, Logan thinks that Felix blocks his attacks easily. Therefore, if it's a battle against his master, he can test his own limits. However, something interesting happens, as Felix tells Logan to stop. He then asks Logan what in the hell he is doing, and Logan is left speechless. He rhetorically asks Logan if this is his full power. Knowing quite well Logan has been restraining himself, and Logan replies that indeed he wasn't giving it his all. Felix then tells Logan to give it his hardest, and Logan starts charging his aura. Logan stares at Felix, taking his stance, and thinks that this is the first training they've had since they've become teacher and student. Therefore, he cannot let Felix down now. Logan uses a powerful attack, which shakes the Sword Duke, but still he manages to easily block it. The explosion is so great you couldn't even see them from the light. Logan thinks that after the rippling divide, he must use one more move. That is the Killer Iron Slash, which Logan charges and directs towards Felix. However, Felix calls this nonsense, and Logan seems shocked. It appears that Felix has easily dodged all his attacks and got behind him, with his sword up to his neck, stating that since Logan is so weak, he probably intends to fall down after only 2 attacks. Felix then punches Logan's knee in, which makes him fall to the ground. He stands above Logan, asking him if wasting his force like an idiot is all he knows to do. Logan clenches hard on his sword, getting mad, after hearing that Felix called his divine sword's secrets combo idiotic, as he even wounded the Moonlight Knight with it. Felix stares Logan down, telling him to show him everything he's got, his true swordsmanship, prompting Logan to not disappoint him any further. Logan clenches his teeth and says that he will demonstrate properly this time. Logan leaps away from where he was standing. In an instant, he has prepared his attack, once again charging his Killer Iron Slash. However, doesn't seem to be impressed at all, saying Logan has misunderstood him. He then moves so fast, not even Logan was able to see him. Logan sees that he has disappeared and thinks how he didn't even hear him take a step and wonders where he could have gone. The next instant, Felix appears behind Logan, stating his position, and prepares to strike Logan down, leaving Logan to tremble in fear. Logan turns his head around in shock, but it is too late. Felix uses the handle of his sword to punch Logan in the face. Logan is downed instantly. Next, it appears that Felix and Logan are still sparring, with Logan trying to attack Felix once again. To no extent though, as Felix disarms Logan with ease. Logan is left with no sword in his hand, and probably a sprang wrist. Felix stares Logan down, asking if he really calls that swordsmanship, and if he is even really trying. Logan can't understand what Felix really wants continuously going on about swordsmanship. Felix tells Logan that he might have made gains in sheer power since they've met, but his swordsmanship is unchanged, or actually, it has worsened. Felix then turns his back towards Logan and tells him that his fundamentals have broken. He tells Logan that instead of putting all his force into one special move, he should train his fundamentals to be the basis of him getting stronger. Even if Logan will manage to get to the next level with luck or talent, it will merely raise the height of the next wall. Hearing this, Logan realizes this might be true, as he easily gained power because he regressed, along with the memories he had from his past experiences, and spent all his time on the divine sword secrets, and acted all arrogant with just that. After he'd come back from the past, he misjudged himself, because things were going his way. Logan asks Felix to spare him one more try, and Felix seems to be intrigued. As Felix turns towards Logan, He's already taken his stance and asks Felix for one more change, saying that he will repave his fundamentals from the start. However, it seems that Logan had no chance and is now lying conscienceless on the ground. Two knights come and state that he is an emergency patient and that he must be taken to the medical ward as fast as possible, all while Luis and Felix are watching from the training grounds. Felix tells Luis that the sword is learned with the body and that the more painful it is, the better one learns. Hearing this, Luis says that Felix has taken a liking to Logan. Felix replies that this would be the case if Logan wouldn't be wasting his talent. Still, he likes his determination. Next, it appears that someone is interrupting the Sword Duke and Luis by excusing themselves. Felix asks who this is, and it appears to be Rick, stating his name and the fact that he is Logan's servant and holding a letter in his hand. He gives Felix the letter and tells him that it's from Baron McLain. Felix reaches to take it and acknowledges this is Logan's father, and they could have done so virtually. However, Rick says it wouldn't be appropriate for Logan to know about it. Felix opens the letter and starts reading it. The letter starts with a formal introduction, with Patrick addressing Felix as Count Esperanza, who he dearly respects, and to whom he must make this request. Patrick states that he understands that they are in debt to him for a favor they could never repay, but thanks to the secret bestowed on them by Felix, their family's knights have grown stronger, and they were able to make it through many hardships. Patrick says that he also understands it may be shameless of him to ask anything further, but knowing how dearly he has bestowed Logan with these great secrets of the swords, he must make this request. Reading this, Felix doesn't really understand what is happening, as he thinks he only gave them one low-rank manual, and wonders what great secrets of the sword Patrick is referring to. Patrick goes on to say that Logan has suffered a small pain last year, and if Felix were to take this request, the McLains would forever be in his thanks. Reading it, Felix thinks this is an interesting request, but doesn't state it aloud. Felix then turns towards Rick and asks if Logan doesn't know anything of this request, and Rick replies that he indeed doesn't, as Logan believes it's not the time to worry over such things. Looking back on the letter, Felix is furious, asking himself, how could a 20-year-old not be interested in women? And he tells Rick that he will do his best, and Rick thanks him. 1 week later, after training, it seems that Felix has proposed to Logan to go on a date, and he is not sure what to say about it. Felix states that this is a step Logan must take as an heir with no fiancé at the age of 21 is shameful. Therefore, Felix tells Logan that he intends to find him a match, and Logan asks Felix if he didn't want him to focus on training while he is there, and asks why this is so sudden. Felix tells Logan that a calm heart is needed to train properly, saying that this is something he has realized only after he has met his wife. Logan, however, thinks of what he wishes he could say to Felix now, how a war is about to break out in a few months, and how this leaves him with no time for any engagement. Logan then tells Felix that this is too sudden, and asks him why he brought this matter up now. And Felix tells Logan that he can only say he has received a request, and also that he worries for the future of his beloved pupil. But Logan seems to still be concerned with the request. Logan then asks if the request was received from his family, and Felix states that his family is rightfully worried, as a grown heir should be engaged by now. Hearing this, Logan thinks this is pointless, but still, he cannot just ignore his teacher's words, so he lets his head down and prepares to tell Felix that he will meet the girls, and that one day wasted should be fine. The next day, on the manor's grounds, a beautiful woman stands before Logan, saying it's nice to meet him. She then states her full name, Eileen Floyd. Standing behind Logan is Rick, and seeing the girl, is freaking out when seeing how beautiful she is, and Logan also seems shocked. Rick looks at Logan and says that Eileen is almost too good for Logan, and that even he, who typically would show no interest, seems surprised. Logan looks at Eileen and wonders how this could be. To think that his potential fiancé is a force user, and a pretty one at that. He looks at Eileen and thinks that it's incredible to see the pinnacle of a low rank, almost intermediate, and that at the age of 18, which is unbelievable. Logan then recognizes her name, Floyd, from his past life, the talents of Grandia that died so easily in the 3 years of war, and one man who stands out from the rest, the one who guarded the doors to the inner castle and cut down 100 knights, the rose of steel who bloomed from a fallen family. That is Eileen Floyd. Realizing this, Logan thinks that this is an unexpected meeting, and that it would be nice to get her into their family before the war breaks out. Logan thinks that if it was a proper marriage instead of just engagement, he could bring her to the McLain using that. However, he's never heard of a noble who actually married their fiancée within a few months of meeting her, and wonders what he should do. Eileen is looking at Logan, with a sweat breaking from her cheek, with the intention to speak. After Rick and her own servant have left, Eileen tells Logan that it seems he was also forced to come there, and asks if that is true. But it seems like Logan wasn't paying attention. Eileen tells Logan that he feels the shame, and that she would like not to waste any time. Logan apologizes to Eileen, saying that he was caught up thinking about something else, but she doesn't seem to care about it. She then gets close to Logan and tells him that they should go and spend some meaningful time together, at a place that seems to be the Floyd training grounds. Eileen is talking to her father and asks him if he hadn't yet given up on the thought of her getting a fiancé while she has taken a break from her sword training. Count Robert Floyd states that Eileen's beauty still calls for popularity, and that this time it's a recommendation from Felix Esperanza himself. Hearing this, Eileen asks if her father means the Sword Duke, and thinks that this is interesting, as Robert states this possible match is actually Felix's pupil. Robert tells Eileen that not many people know that yet, but he's heard he is soon to become renowned, although he thinks not as much as Eileen, who attained force at only 12 years old. It appears that Eileen's first fiancé has broken up the marriage after being beaten up by her. After that, Eileen was banned from training, but only for 2 years. Soon after, she beat up her new fiancé, who was qualified to become a knight, and proved her superiority to most knights. She became known as the maiden who beats up knights. Robert thinks that with a name like that, coupled with her will to be a knight, word about marriage soon disappeared, so they need to seize this opportunity, especially with a man that the Duke himself has proclaimed to be talented, since that means he could be a man who could handle his daughter. Once again, she asks Logan to spend some time doing something meaningful, and Logan is left speechless. As Eileen is bringing her hands together, Logan asks what she means by something meaningful, and Eileen continues, saying she has heard Logan was the Sword Duke's pupil. She then scays Logan if he would cross blades with her. Later, on the Knights' training grounds, it appears that both their servants have heard the news and wonder what the heck is going on, begging them to stop this nonsense. Eileen's servant asks if she is going to beat up her potential fiancé again, as the Count has begged her not to, but Eileen says that it's different this time. Those two looked down on her and were acting rude, saying that she has force, so she'll be great at laying healthy babies, or that they could take her down with their bare hands. So Eileen decided to teach them a lesson, saying she wished she could have beaten them up even more. However, she turns his head towards Logan and once again says that this time it's different. Across the grounds, Rick is begging Logan to listen to him, asking why he is warming up so seriously, as if the word spread that he has hit a woman. The Lord will have Rick flogged. Logan tells Rick not to worry, as this won't happen, as he has requested for the training area to be sealed off. Logan thinks that he has been wondering about Eileen's power ever since he has heard about her, asking if it was really true that she had slain 100 knights by herself. Logan says he will check it out, and Eileen's servant shouts at her, saying that since this is inevitable, she should make sure to win. As Eileen takes a breath and prepares for the fight, Rick and her servant can be seen fighting in the background, with Rick asking her if she knows how skilled his master is, and Eileen's servant replying that he has no idea how skilled her miss is. As Eileen approaches Logan, she tells him that she has been training alone for 10 years. She tells Logan that she's beaten a knight before, so she hopes Logan won't underestimate her. Logan replies that he doesn't plan to underestimate her one bit. In fact, he tells her that he won't go easy on her, so he hopes she'll understand if he is rather harsh, and hearing this, Eileen starts to blush. Eileen and Logan are facing each other, with totally different stances. Logan with his sword pointing towards Eileen, and Eileen with her sword pointing towards the ground behind her. In a split second, Eileen leaps from her place and attacks Logan, yet he manages to easily block her attack. He then counterattacks and manages to hit Eileen. With only one attack, he brings Eileen to the ground and tells her that he only used the flat side of the sword. As Eileen tries to rise from the ground, her servant tells her that her sides are open, so she should watch out for that. Eileen clenches her teeth with determination and tells herself that she will hit Logan at least once. The carnage then starts, as Logan manages to down Eileen constantly, and at the same time giving her tips, telling her that her grip is too loose, that she needs to move faster, and telling her that her sides are once again open. Eileen stands defeated before Logan, and Logan looks down on her. Seeing this, Rick is stunned, and Eileen's servant is crying for her lady. Logan tells Eileen that she seems tired, so maybe they should take a break. However, Eileen doesn't share his thoughts, and instead attacks Logan once again, this time almost hitting him, as Logan tells her that she should wipe off her sweat. Just as Logan stops her attack, Eileen realizes that not even her sneak attack will work on Logan. Logan, however, praises her for trying, and hearing this, Eileen remains stunned. Eileen looks at Logan and asks herself how come he is not mad, and Logan prepares to say something. Logan tells Eileen that she needs to move more concisely, and then smacks her in the head. No wonder lad has no cheeks. Eileen looks up and starts crying, and says that Logan is not to be played with. Looking down on Eileen, Logan thinks that seeing her bad habits, it looks like her learning swordsmanship alone is true, yet she has managed to improve with just a few pointers. Thus, she is really talented. Logan goes on to say that she is not able to use her talent yet though, and wonders if this is how Felix felt when he saw him, and says that this is rather unfortunate. Next, Eileen lets out a battle cry. She then starts running towards Logan. This time though, she is switching things around, moving from side to side instead of attacking head-on. Logan tells her that this is some interesting footwork, and an upgrade from the simple charge from earlier. Eileen once again prepares to attack, yet once again Logan easily blocks her attack. Seeing this, Eileen gets mad, stating that Logan keeps deflecting her attacks whatever she does. In the next instant, Logan gets behind Eileen and strikes her in the back. Logan, however, says that her talent is more than enough, and as Eileen once again tries to rise from the ground, Logan acknowledges that she has good potential. Once again, Eileen says that she will try one more time, and Logan thinks that her grit is a pass too. Seeing that she is injured, Logan gives her his hand, says that he will help her, but she is eager to try again. She eventually caves in, grabbing Logan's hand, and Logan tells her that he will give her the opportunity to try again next time they meet. He then yoinks her, pulling her close to him. They look like they're out of a telenovela or something. I honestly love this. Logan gets close to her ear and tells Eileen that she has amazing talent and invites her to come with him back to McLain. Later, in Felix's study, a discussion takes place, and it seems like Logan asked Felix why he chose Eileen from all people, and it seems that Felix has done that for 2 reasons. Logan asks what those 2 reasons are, and Felix states that one reason is that, while the Floyds aren't involved with either of the Prices, they still have quite the influence in the capital. Felix says that they are a family that can represent the McLains in the capital. Thus, Logan thinks this is one more reason for which Bifrost needs to wait. Logan goes on to introspect that he wasn't too worried since the Civil War breaks out soon, but this is a reasonable choice from his point of view. However, Felix goes on to say that the second reason is much more important. Hearing this, Logan stays quiet, prepared to listen. It turns out that Felix was wondering how a wild guy like Logan would do with a troublemaker maiden like Eileen, but he never thought Logan would actually like her that much. As Felix laughs his ass off in the background, Logan thinks that he's quite strange sometimes. But what's good is good. Felix tells Logan that he saw how his face turned red when he met Eileen, and that now he finally looks like a boy his age. But Logan doesn't understand what Felix means by that. Felix gets up from his chair and tells Logan that he doesn't know how heavy the burden on his shoulders is. But someone as young as Logan with the face of someone who's had to hold up the entire world on his shoulders wasn't too enjoyable to watch. Felix tells Logan that he can share his burden if he wants, to spread his heart wide, trust the people around him more, and relax. Felix thinks that he might be overstepping, but tells Logan that from what he has heard, Eileen could give him that room he needs. Logan wants to tell Felix that his burden is one that only he can carry. However, it seems that Felix interrupts him, telling Logan that he shouldn't wait to have a kid, as he is speaking from experience. Next, it seems like there's a beautiful autumn day outside. Inside, however, Logan is sparring with some of the knights he had brought over with him. As the knight he is fighting loses his balance, Logan asks him how come he wasn't able to block his attack, and tells him to get a grip next. Logan thinks that it's been 3 weeks since he has arrived in the capital, and aside from that one date he had been training daily, or at least sparring with these guys, but he thinks this is also training. Logan then asks himself why he feels more pressure from these guys now that they are in the capital, and wonders if he didn't perhaps beat them up too much. Henderson then looks at Logan with a look of, I can't even describe it, appreciation maybe, or perhaps even love. Earlier that day, it seems like the Knights of Esperanza and those of McLain did some sparring, and Henderson and the others lost. One of Felix's knights states how he said the Esperanzas require their knights to be mid-ranked. He then tells Henderson and the others that someone like them should still be learning how to swing a sword. He says that Henderson might have some potential, but his friends should go ask some knights in training to spar next time. They also say that sparring on the first day is really energetic of them, which Henderson found weird. Henderson then tells his friend that they are strong, but not as strong as the Iron Blood Sword, and his friend agrees. He then thinks back to what Logan told them, that he had received the Iron Blood Sword from the Duke himself. So are these knights using a weaker blade style. Seeing this, Henderson thinks that maybe Logan didn't get the technique from the Duke, and maybe he created it himself. In any case, they think that their young master had bestowed them with skills better than the Duke's. They are then calling him their great young master, and falling to their knees. Next, Henderson and the other knight are looking towards Logan, and he seems to be weirded out by it. He then turns his back, and thinks that he is not sure what's up with them, but they aren't causing any trouble, and that they seem to be focused on training. Logan then asks himself if he should maybe give them something to do. Somewhere else in the capital, a wooden sign states that the McLain special product is on sale. It turns out that the one holding this sign is none other than Philip, and he yells that this is a rare opportunity, as the essential vanity product that made nobles gasp is now on sale. He then approaches a man, saying he sees the worry in his expression, and telling him that his medicine can solve all his problems. He then yells for another young man, telling him that he looks just like his master. That is before he realizes that this is actually Logan, who is really pissed to see what Philip is doing. Philip then seems to be bowing before Logan, explaining that there were too many competitors. In reality, Philip isn't actually bowing down. Instead, Logan is sitting on his back while he's forced to do push-ups, and Logan tells him that his form is dropping. Logan tells Philip that he will make sure Philip will earn even more money, so he doesn't need to pull this kind of stunt for sales. Logan rises from Philip's back and tells him to get up, as he is going to leave him with another business, and Philip asks what business that is. Logan then introduces Philip to the knights, telling him that they are the 18th squad of McLain Knights, and that they will be in charge of guarding him, and Captain Henderson also tells Philip that he feels honored to meet him. Philip acknowledges the guard's salute, and returns it, and then asks Logan what he's trying to make him do, that he needs guards, and 6 of them at that. Logan tells Philip that there is no need for him to worry, as it's just a larger version of the business he's already been doing. Logan then tells Philip that before this year ends, he must get as much weaponry, war horses, and lumber as possible, which leaves Philip stunned. Hearing what Logan just said, Philip loses it, and asks Logan if he's trying to wage another war, but Logan calmly responds that this is not his plan, and that he is just being careful. Philip wants to say something, that every time Logan has done that, they've ended up in a war, but he stops mid-sentence, and thinks that he shouldn't say that, since it could be bad luck. He then asks Logan what's the budget, and Logan tells him that it's 30 million gold, and that Philip should try to get as much as he can within that range. Hearing this, Philip thinks Logan has gone mad. In reality, Logan thinks back to the war with Sylvan, and what he's learned from it. If they increase the number of their crossbow cavalry, soldiers will be able to take on low-rank knights. Individual soldiers can defeat a group of force users. If it succeeds, it will change the norms of the battlefield. It may not be on par with the crossbow of the Empire from his previous life, but it should come close. Philip then tells Logan that he doesn't think Logan quite understands how this works, and that he won't be able to get half of the supplies he wants, and Logan asks why that is. Philip tells Logan that if the demand suddenly goes up, then the prices will also skyrocket, especially for horses. Philip tells Logan that more money doesn't mean horses suddenly birth triplets or ponies grow up faster, and Logan now wonders if he's made the request too late and thought it'd be fine before the war. Hearing this, Philip asks Logan if he really spoke before the war, and then accuses him of planning to wage another war, but Logan denies it. Philip then shoves 3 fingers in Logan's face and tells him that he will break it down for him. He says that the price will likely triple. Philip thinks that he must stop this crazy act. Logan says that he guesses it can't be helped, and Philip wonders if this worked. Logan then tells Philip that it should be fine for him to go up to double the current market price. Hearing this, Philip realizes that Logan is not giving up, and like he said, the price will most likely triple. Once again, Philip prepares to tell Logan something, but Logan interrupts him. He tells Philip that if he successfully buys them cheaper than double the current market price, he will get an equivalent bonus. Hearing this, Philip asks how much money they are talking about. Logan states that his bonus will be equivalent to 3% of the price difference, which leaves Philip stunned. Philip tells Logan that he will do his best, while Henderson wonders if 3% is a lot, as he was never good with numbers. Philip, overjoyed, jumps on Logan's back, and Logan thinks that money really solves everything. He then thinks that he has got a tip for how he should train better from his teacher, and also that he has gained Eileen, a talent he had never expected. Things are going well, he says, but there are a few things he's still stuck on, that being the matter of King Samuel. He still doesn't hear any bad news about the king, nor does he see signs of internal conflict. Thus, Logan can only wonder if the king's death was truly a sudden death that no one expected. As Philip places his hands on Logan's shoulders, thinks that this is fine. His next course of action is to get his teacher's trust. He thinks it would be better if he would have had the chance of meeting the third prince, but forcing it would make him look suspicious. He thinks that Felix's child will be born soon, so after he names him, he'll return with Eileen to the McLain estate. However, Logan's course of actions might suffer some altering, as next, Felix tells Logan that His Majesty called for Logan, and that Logan needs to come with him. Hearing this, Logan is left speechless, not knowing what to expect. At the royal's palace gates, a guard says that Duke Esperanza's identity has been verified, so he can follow the guard to the throne room. Felix and Logan are strolling through the court, following the guard towards the throne room. While they walk, Logan wonders why would the king want to meet him, as he is only the son of a countryside baron, and that typically he would have no chance to meet the king. Seeing Logan's face, Felix asks him if he is worried, which catches Logan's attention. Felix tells him that there is no need for him to be worried, as His Majesty only wishes to see the face of Felix's pupil. He tells Logan that His Majesty places high value on talent, so this will benefit Logan and won't hurt him in any way. Looking up, Logan tells Felix that he understands and starts to think of something completely different. He looks up at the palace and says that even the Empire was hesitant to destroy it and ordered for it to be preserved. That is the beauty of Grandfia. After the war with the Empire, it was designated as the headquarters, a symbol of the kingdom that caused as much trouble as its beauty. Looking up, Logan says that that future should never happen again. The doors to the castle are opening, and a lot of flags can be seen on the walls. Felix and Logan are walking through the beautifully decorated hallway towards another tall wooden door. As they reach the throne room, they both kneel, and Felix salutes the king, saying he greets the master of this nation. The old bearded man addresses Felix as friend, and says that he has always told him that he doesn't need to keep his manners in front of him. Hearing this, Felix goes on to rhetorically ask who would fulfill their responsibilities if the superiors don't, and that courtesy must be upheld. Hearing this, the old man says he sees that Felix is the same as ever, and that unwavering sight does assure him. The king waves his hand, telling Felix to raise his head, and that he also wants to see the face of his pupil. Hearing this, Logan can only think that he is really about to meet him being the King of Grandia, King Samuel von Grandia. That old man eventually comes to be known as the Worthless King. Looking at the king, Logan thinks that he's looking quite healthy, and that there is no wonder nobody expected him to die. He goes on to say that if he had shown any signs of weakness, the power struggle would have been sorted out, and there wouldn't have been a civil war. Logan thinks that the things are still going as he has thought. That is when the king makes a comment about Logan, saying that he seems to have the grit sufficient for Felix to teach him. He then tells Logan that he is the first youngster to stare at him so intently, and hearing this, Logan bows his head back down and apologizes. The king, however, tells Logan that there is no need for him to learn any more of his teacher's excessive manners, and that he is quite fond of energetic young men. Felix then steps in, saying that Logan's prowess is as strong as his will, and that since he has the bravery and wisdom to lead his fief to victory despite the odds, Logan will for sure become a good foundation for the kingdom to progress. Hearing this, the king says Logan does seem worthy of being Felix's pupil. The king then asks how the two have met, and Felix mentions his wound from the past, and the king says that he refers to the one from back when Felix was still a prince. After the king hears the whole story, he bursts into laughter, and says that is the most curious string of fate, and that he would have never expected it. The king then turns to Logan, acknowledging his name again, and Logan is at a loss of words. The king then tells Logan that he is very grateful to Logan, which leaves him stunned. King Samuel states that he has felt deeply indebted to his friend because of that wound, and it was one that he felt so sorry that he couldn't even bear to bring it up. He then looks down and tells Logan that to have resolved Felix's problem, for him, is the same as resolving the problems of his heart. Thus, he is very grateful to Logan. Hearing everything that has been said, Felix tells the king that he is speaking too highly of him, but Samuel doesn't want to hear it, saying that if it wouldn't have been for Felix, he wouldn't have been the king right now. The king then says that he must express his gratitude to Logan somehow, now that he is the king. As he is taking one of his golden bracelets off his wrist, he tells Logan to come closer. Seeing this, Felix almost goes mad, telling His Majesty that he cannot give a royal family treasure, and that he will take care of Logan's compensation personally. It turns out that this is no ordinary bracelet, but one that's brimming with mana. It must be at least a 5th-class artifact, which the king now holds up for Logan to take, telling him to think of it as a compensation for resolving their troubles. While Logan looks scared shitless, the king tells him to hurry and take it before he changes his mind. Logan takes the bracelet and tells the king that he will carry this overwhelming gratitude in his heart. Seeing this, Farlix shouts from behind that Logan cannot accept this gift so lightly, and the king asks Logan if he also finds his gift to be excessive. Logan, however, replies that as overwhelming as it is, he will use it meaningfully. Seeing the expression on Logan's face and hearing his words, the king concludes by saying that Logan's ambitions are better than his teacher's for sure, while Felix seems to be dying in the background. The king then throws his hand forward and tells Logan that this meeting is the result of a good acquaintance, hoping that this gift will lead that connection to a better future. Logan looks down and Samuel tells Logan to serve his teacher like the sky, and to work for this nation just like his teacher. Hearing this, Logan thinks that he is not sure if what he's about to do is for this nation or for himself, but he can say one thing for sure: he will stop the Empire at all costs. Logan then kneels before the king and says that he will gladly do everything he is asked, with undying gratitude, addressing him as His Majesty. Next, while strolling through the palace's gardens, Felix says that His Majesty must have grown quite soft. He tells Logan that he was never the type to talk as much, and also the request to meet Logan. This events worry Felix that His Majesty might be hiding his worries in his heart. Hearing this, Logan tells Felix that he shouldn't worry. He goes on to say that it was a short meeting, but he could tell that if the king would have had a problem, he would have told Felix right away. If he hasn't said anything, it's probably something he doesn't need to know. After this reassurance, Felix looks at Logan, calmer, and smiles. He then tells Logan that he is right, and that he must have gained more worries with age. His heart wavered just because his pupil took a royal treasure so lightly. And hearing this, Logan is sweating, not knowing what to reply. Felix then tells Logan that the name of the bracelet he was gifted is the Bracelet of Regeneration. It's an artifact imbued with the 5th class magic of rapid healing. Since it only has a single magic imbued, it's quite powerful, so it should have the strength of a high-ranked priest's holy spell. Hearing this, Logan can only think of the potential it has, as a spell of this level has the power to change critical wounds into scratches. That bracelet has as much regeneration as you could get from a spell. Felix then tells Logan that he feels reassured he got that kind of magical object, and Logan tells him that it's all thanks to him. However, Felix interrupts him, saying that now he can push Logan to the brink of death and that bracelet can just repair him, so Logan should brace himself. Until I saw this face of Felix, I thought Logan was the only man this mad in Grandia, but it seems like Felix might be surpassing him. Hearing this, Logan looks like he might have shitted his pants. However, he thinks that this will also help him grow, so he tells Felix that he will try his best to meet his expectations. The harder he works, the more progress he will make. It also appears like Felix is keeping his promise. While on the ground, almost unconscious, Logan thinks that he can recall this scene happening before, and Felix asks him how long he's planning on lying around and orders him to get back up. While this is happening, a servant of Felix runs and screams for him. These events are happening a week after meeting the king, and the news this servant brings marks the news everyone had been waiting for. The Sword Duke finally had his child, and he threw a grandiose party that some nobles even found very large for a daughter. Therefore, Felix must really love this child. While at the party, people are talking, saying how they've heard the Sword Duke's pupil is participating as well. And seeing Logan, they ask if he is him, saying he is much younger than they would have anticipated. A man comes to greet Logan, saying that he is honored to meet him and wanting to make his acquaintance. Seeing this, Logan can only think that the title of being the Sword Duke's pupil draws a lot of attention, and that his days of selling Impo Rick at parties feel like ages ago. Logan then turns around and sees Felix. He is holding his Abby in his arms next to his Duchess, and he looks like the happiest man in the whole world. Next, a servant announces the presence of an important quest, the Bishop of Grandia's United Holy Order. This man is Crimson Matthew. The bishop goes to congratulate Felix on the birth of his descendant, and Felix thanks him, saying that he is honored he's come all the way there himself. The bishop says there is no way he would have sent a servant in his stead when the foundation of this country, the Sword Duke, had his first child, and it seems that the bishop's presence leaves the people around astounded. Logan then thinks that most nobles receive a holy blessing at birth, among which is the blessing of the 5th god of the 9, Agna, goddess of trees and life, a blessing that all parents wish for the sake of their child's health. On top of that, a blessing from the bishop himself. Leaves no wonder why Felix is so happy right now. Everyone gathers around the steps where the bishop, Felix, his duchess, and the baby are. The bishop takes the baby in his hands. He raises him high above his head and says that this mere servant requests the great 9 gods that oversee this world to bless this child. Looking at this scene, Logan realizes now the difference between holy power and mana. It's closer to the root than force and less visible than mana. That's why other people can't feel it at all and only see a bright light. The bishop goes on to say that in the name of the goddess of life, Agna, he blesses this newly birthed Esperanza. As he does so, tens of thousands of powerful streams of blue light shoot from towards the bishop and the child. Those who see this are astounded. Everyone then congratulates the Duke and tells Felix that, with such a powerful light, she is bound to grow up well. But this is not what actually happened, and the only people that seem to realize it are Logan and the bishop. The holy power was deflected off the baby's body. Seeing the bishop's face, Felix worries and asks the bishop what's wrong, to which he replies that nothing is wrong, and that it seems he is quite tired from giving a blessing after so long, so he apologizes, but now has to make his return. As the bishop descends the stairs, the Duke and his Duchess are looking towards him, and their expressions seem to say that this event is quite unusual. Looking at the scene, Logan thinks that given the nature of holy power as one of many powers, it's possible that the baby has a peculiar constitution that resists it. However, Logan still has an uncomfortable feeling, and it seems that this feeling comes from Lord Bifrost, that was staying before Logan, and that is now saluting Logan. Bifrost is then telling Logan that it's a shame that he appears to be rather unwell. Logan responds to Bifrost's greeting and tells him that he has been quite well, thanking him for the concern. Bifrost tells Logan that he is as cheeky as ever. Logan, however, tells him that this is one of his many charms. In the next instant, Bifrost clenches his fist and shatters the glass in his hand. That makes everyone around him turn to look at what is happening. Bifrost says that it's the first time he makes a mistake like this, but given his age, he finds his hands slipping now and again, and his servant gives him a wipe to stop the bleeding and clean himself. Bifrost then tells Logan that the only reason for which he is alive is because, by some chance, he has become the Sword Duke's pupil. He gets close to Logan and tells him that thanks to that, he has managed to attract the attention of many higher nobles, telling him he is quite a lucky man. All of this, as he shoves the bloody wipe in Logan's hand. Logan takes the wipe and thinks that for a count, before is quite immature, and tells him that he is of course aware of how lucky he has been, thinking that he has even managed to regress after all. Bifrost tells Logan that he hopes he will be maintaining that attitude of his even after meeting the higher nobes. But Logan doesn't understand what Bifrost is talking about. Bifrost tells Logan that Romain von Grandia, His Highness, the second prince, wishes to meet with him, which of course Bifrost hopes Logan won't accept, which Logan interprets as Bifrost saying that he will kick his ass if he doesn't take the second prince's side. Logan tells Bifrost that it would be an honor for him to be introduced to His Highness, the second prince by Bifrost, and that he will carefully deliberate on this suggestion. Hearing this, Bifrost finds Logan's words arrogant, saying that he cannot take the prince's orders as mere suggestions. Logan gets close to Bifrost and tells him that he believes it is just a suggestion, and that Bifrost doesn't perhaps wish for him and his teacher to do something foolish, something like joining the other side, saying this while putting the bloody wipe in Bifrost's breast pocket. Bifrost clenches his fist and tells Logan that he will soon notify him of the date. He then tells Logan that if this is another deception of his, then he will be paying a debt far greater than he could ever imagine. Logan just smiles from the crowd and tells Bifrost that he will be waiting for his message. As Bifrost is leaving, Logan thinks that he can run his mouth all he wants now, since once the Civil War begins, Bifrost won't have the time to even think about Logan. There are only a few months left, so he just has to push off meeting him until then. Logan thinks that, anyway, despite having power equal to that of a Margrave, he's acting as a messenger for the second prince. Therefore, Count Bifrost has become quite the laughingstock. No, more accurately, that would be Bifrost's destiny. It then seems that Bifrost is talking to Jordan Valtermine, the Blazing Heat Sword, one of the 5 dukes of the kingdom, a superhuman aura user, and also the second prince's maternal grandfather, which seems to notice Logan. However, only a couple of seconds later, he turns his head around. Logan thinks that he is openly ignoring him, and that he probably thinks nothing of someone like Logan. After all, what they want is not him, but Felix. While he was thinking about this, a man comes from behind Logan, telling him that it would be good to make his decision carefully, addressing him with his full title, Young Master Logan. This man is Lord Varen Kairos, Logan's uncle, who laughs at Logan, happy to see him, acknowledging it has been a long time since they've last met. Varen tells Logan that seeing him all grown up like that makes him proud as an adult of the family, but Logan asks him what the hell is he talking about. Varen Kairos is Logan's mother's elder brother, and the successor to the Kairos family, related to the McLains by marriage. However, says Logan, not once has he acted as his uncle. A memory from when Logan was a kid appears, and it seems that Logan has addressed Varen as uncle during some kind of gathering. Looking down on him, Varen mocks the young Logan, telling him that they shouldn't cross any lines. He was looking down at Logan like he was some kind of vermin. In the present, Varen tells Logan that they might not have any blood ties, but there isn't a single house who wouldn't know that the McLains and Kairos are families bound by marriage. Hearing this, Logan asks Varen if their ties aren't already severed. Varen laughs, telling Logan that he shouldn't use such hard words and say something so sad, as mistakes may have been made in the past, but kin is kin, and that Logan should think of the support they, the Kairos family, has provided to the McLains over the past decade. He then asks Logan if he couldn't turn a blind eye to a single mistake. Remembering his mother's face when the Tezzeret attacked and the Kairos abandoned them, Logan says that it's a shame. He tells Varen that if that mistake weren't closing his eyes to his kin as they fell off the edge of a cliff, then perhaps he may have been able to forget it, but not under these circumstances. Hearing what Logan said, Varen finds it impudent, thinking that Logan has grown so audacious after gaining only a bit of fame. He then thinks that Logan hasn't grown out of his recklessness, acting without thought, but coaxing a fool like him shouldn't be a difficult task at all. Varen then tells Logan that what his family has done was indeed an atrocious mistake, and even though it's long overdue, he would like to formally apologize on behalf of his family. Hearing this, Logan tells Varen that he seems well aware of the fact that it's too late for an apology, and Varen calls Logan a bastard. He then tells Logan that if it's an apology that he wants, he shall do as he wishes, and proceeds to take something out of his pocket. He tells Logan that it might be better for kin to reconcile than never see each other again, and gives Logan a blank check. Logan takes the check and asks Varen if he's really not going to say anything after handing him a compensation, since after all he has come to apologize. Hearing this, Varen clenches his teeth in disgrace. He then bows before Logan and asks for his help, saying that he shall do whatever wants, hoping to look not at the past, but at the future. Seeing this, Logan thinks that he cannot believe that the successor of Kairos cannot believe that the master of never reflecting on himself is acting this way, and realizes that something putrid is going on. This must be because of pressure from above, and Logan notices a man in the back. That man is the first prince's paternal grandfather, Duke Juan Douglas, the man standing in stark opposition to Jordan Valtimir, the only sixth circle magician in the kingdom. Logan thinks that, whether it's Kairos or Befores, 2 of 3 richest men in the kingdom are brought to heel in the end by the Duke's plans. But if it's the 3 richest men of the kingdom, then he has something to entrust to them. Logan tells his uncle to raise his head. He tells Varen that there is nothing so difficult about small favors between kin, and asks him if he agrees. Logan then gets close to whisper something into Varen's ear, and Varen thanks Logan. But after he hears what Logan wants, Varen's expression suddenly changes to despair, and Logan is left with a big old grin on his face. Logan tells Varen that if he does this one thing he has asked, the meeting with His Highness the First Prince wouldn't be hard at all. Hearing this, Varen says he understands, sign that he will do whatever Logan wants. Next, someone interrupts them, asking for everyone's attention. The man who interrupted them is Lefman, a vassal of the Esperanza family, who announces that the most important ceremony of this party will now begin. With the safe return of the young lady, they shall now welcome the person that will give the young lady a name. As he wants to read the name, Lefman turns to the Duke and Duchess to make sure it's correct, as he cannot believe it, and they nod their heads in agreement. Lehman then announces that His Grace, the Duke's pupil, young Master Logan, will be the one to name the lady. And just as Logan passes Lefman asks him why he is the one to name the young lady, which annoys Logan. Logan climbs up the stairs where Felix awaits him. Logan takes the baby in his hands, and you can just see how precious her little eyes are. And Logan thinks that he has received an aura shower from Felix as soon as she was born, as her vitality is overflowing. As Logan takes the baby in his arms, she seems happy. She even reaches with her hand towards Logan's face. Logan blushes, thinking that he has already thought about plenty of names. But as of this moment, he cannot recall any of them. Logan then states that this child's name will be Stella. This name carries the meaning of star in the ancient language. That being said, Logan hopes for her to become a beacon of light, shining radiantly in the night sky. Logan then holds the baby, and both Felix and the Duchess seem very excited and pleased with the name Logan has chosen. Felix then lets his head down, with an appreciative and proud look on his face, and tells Logan that they will accept this name for their daughter. As he stays on the stairs alongside the Duke and the Duchess over the eyes of those invited to watch, Logan still thinks it's strange that the holy power was deflected off her. However, he seems too happy to think of the consequences this might have, and so he says he is sure it's nothing much. Next, Rick comes with his hands full of letters, prompting Logan to look at the amount of messages they've got, informing Logan that the nobles have sent them as they wish to meet Logan after the naming ceremony. However, Logan doesn't care about them, telling Rick to leave them in his room, as he will refuse them all, and Rick can't understand why. Logan tells him that they must return to their fief, and thinks that the civil war will break out soon. He thinks that it's unfortunate that he has never got the chance of meeting the third prince, but he needs to head back and prepare. The fief also seems to be progressing well, as Dwayne contacted Logan, telling him that this year's harvest will be 20 times greater than they've expected, and that it will last them at least 3 to 4 years. Thus, Logan thinks he must return and see it with his own eyes. As he is talking with Rick, someone interrupts them, asking Logan if he's heading back. This can't be anyone else than Felix, which tells Logan to stop his training for now. He then tells him that he has a final secret art to teach him, which leaves Logan stunned. As they stand before each other, Logan tells Felix that he is surprised, as he is teaching him a secret art out of nowhere. Felix tells him that he knows Logan possesses something even greater, which leaves Logan speechless. It seems that Felix is talking about the ancient secret art. He acknowledges that he has spoken badly about it once, but when used right, it would be even better than Felix's. However, Felix tells Logan to not forget one thing, and then asks him what's more important than that. And Logan replies, saying it's the fundamentals. Felix tells him that he is correct, and that he will now pass on to him the art that can amplify his fundamentals. Hearing this, Logan is not sure what to think about it. Felix goes on to explain that the basis of the martial art style that he's built restricts the movement of the opponent and maximizes his own, leading him to ultimately control the area of battle. Felix clenches his fist and tells Logan that the heavy sword is the first proper manifestation of that thought. He then says that what he's about to teach Logan is the purification of his martial arts, which led him to become an aura user. He tells Logan to watch closely as he disappears like a shadow. Seeing this, Logan is astounded. He thinks that he didn't even see Felix take a step, and it seems like Felix is not approaching Logan from the back. He manages to grab Logan by the neck without him even noticing his presence beforehand. Logan says that this strange movement Felix is using, that he cannot chase with his eyes, he has seen this movement in their previous sparring matches. Felix then asks Logan what he thinks about it. Logan, however, is still speechless. He thinks that it's quite impressive, but wonders if this alone can make someone an aura user. Of course, a superhuman like the Sword Duke would be impossible to track, but what about the normal people? Felix, however, tells Logan that he can see what he's thinking. Felix asks Logan what is the basis for all martial arts, and Logan states that it's the legs and steps you take. Felix says that it's correct, but only applies to non-force users, or that is what it seems like Logan wants to say. However, Felix tells Logan that the reason for which he is considered higher than other aura users of the kingdom is because of the technique he's just used, the Spirit Shadow. Hearing this, Logan thinks that this is a pretty creepy name, but since Felix is so proud about it, it's probably worth learning. Felix tells Logan that he has heard about him having trouble with that knight called Franz. He then takes a goofy and sarcastic pose on his face and says that this wouldn't have happened if Logan would have learned this technique. Felix asks Logan if he wants to learn the technique, and it appears to me that there isn't one single sign of hesitation on Logan's face. They all have been burned by the flames engulfing his resiliation. Next, Felix is teaching Logan how to use the technique, telling him that he must take lighter steps, and that his heels should only touch the gourd the moment he jumps, while also thinking Logan has amazing talent. Not only has he almost mimicked the move in just a few hours, but he's also internalizing it as if he can learn it completely. Felix is happy to see that those decades spent waiting for someone who could learn the technique have finally paid off upon meeting Logan. He then proceeds to shout at Logan, telling him that he is still slow, and that he must make lighter movements and leave his force stronger. He does this because he thinks that excessive praises to a genius are poison, and Logan still seems to think of himself as inadequate, though a little humility isn't a bad thing. After some time training, Felix tells Logan that he should stop. He tells him that he has done a good job, and that he must practice it more to internalize the move. He then sees the expression on Logan's face, and asks him what's up with it. Logan says that this is for sure an amazing movement, and that he feels like he is already moving twice as fast than he was moving before. But this doesn't feel like a method that a knight could have created, but almost like something else. Felix completes Logan's thought, and tells him that it's perhaps an assassin's technique. Logan doesn't want to say anything, but it's clear for Felix that this is what he was thinking. Felix then tells Logan that he is not completely wrong. He tells Logan that when the king was still a prince, he had made Felix a fresh knight and his personal guard. His Majesty had always had plenty of enemies. Even before his rise to the throne, he has experienced many horrors that are hard to speak of. The young man, excited to have been appointed as a royal knight, faced more bloodshed than even the knights on the front lines. That was in order to protect a person against a horde rushing towards them. That young man continued to imagine, more so than other assassins, that he needed to move faster and more stealthily. He needed a martial art that can control space with a single slash. That would be the solution. Felix tells Logan that when he had learned the Spirit Shadow, he felt like he had somewhat reached that goal. That is when he was finally able to awaken his aura. He then tells Logan not to get cocky simply for having understood the theory, and train his whole life with the sword. Logan says that he understands, and then bows his head before his master. He thinks that this is the path the greatest swordsman in the kingdom took to become a superhuman. Felix goes on to say that there is one more reason for which he has called Logan there before he left. He then tells Logan that the third prince wishes to meet with him. In the night, Felix and Logan seem to use the newly learned technique to move quickly and freely through the town and towards the palace. Logan asks Felix if traveling in this manner is why he has taught him the Spirit Shadow, and Felix replies that this is indeed part of it. Then they step down to the ground, and Felix states that they've arrived. It seems like their destination was an abandoned house in the woods. As they enter the place, Logan looks around, asking himself if the third prince would really live in an abandoned house on the outskirts of the outer castle. Felix then knocks onto the floor. Suddenly, some hidden underground stairs appear from the floor. As they go down the stairs, Logan asks if he needed to venture so far just to meet with them, and Felix says that there are a lot of eyes on him right now. Besides that, he is meeting the Sword Duke's pupil. Felix then asks if he has heard of the third prince before, and Logan is not sure what to say. He tells Felix that he has heard rumors about the third prince being the only one fit to become king, and Felix tells him to never say such things in public. This could cause issues for everyone. At the end of the stairs, Felix knocks on a door. He then states his presence, which catches the attention of the man inside. The men tells them to come inside, and Felix opens the door. They take off their hoods, and Felix says that it's been a long time, happy to see the prince. The prince also says it's nice for them to finally meet again, and then he acknowledges Logan's presence. With a bright smile on his face, he asks if he is the Duke's pupil. Logan goes on to step in front of his teacher, and Felix has a serious expression on his face. Logan kneels and formally greets the third prince, saying it's an honor to meet with him. As this is happening, Logan thinks he can finally see for himself. He can see if the third prince is really fit to be king. Next, it seems that the three men are enjoying a cup of coffee together, and the prince asks Logan how he has managed to become a high-ranking knight at his age, saying that it's a pretty impressive feat. And Logan replies by telling the prince he is praising him too much, and that he had merely gained a small insight from having a great teacher. The prince tells Logan that since this small insight brought him this far, he must truly be destined for far greater things than someone mediocre like him, which makes Logan spit his coffee, telling the prince that he didn't mean any disrespect, and the prince tells Logan that he was only jesting with him. He then tells Logan that he has heard of his tales, not only how skilled he is in combat, but also about how Logan managed to save his deteriorating family and even expand their influence. He tells Logan that he is truly an individual fit to be called a hero, and Logan thanks the prince for his praises, while he also thinks that the prince knows what's going on in the outskirts, which most nobles would consider unimportant. Logan then looks at Felix, who is nodding his head from side to side, signaling Logan that he wasn't the one who told the prince about these events. Seeing this, the prince tells Logan that since the Duke had praised Logan so highly, he had to conduct his own research, and then asks Logan if he offended him in any way. Logan tells the prince that this is not the case, and says that he is grateful for his deep interest. While looking at the prince, Logan thinks that he expected him to be just a little better than the other princes, but he might far surpass his expectations. Then the prince tells Logan that they should get to the point. He tells Logan that he might not be aware of this fact, but the fate of the country is at risk right now, as the nobles have split the country into two and are now fighting to eat the other half. He says that for now, there haven't been any explicit physical conflicts, but the situation is a ticking time bomb. The prince tells the Duke and Logan that those two idiots, without an inch of care for the common people, are the poison that will bring this country to ruin. That is why he needs talented men. He needs power to drive out those leeches that are sucking the country dry. Hearing this, Felix is stunned. The prince tells Felix that he understands his point and knows that he, a powerless prince, cannot command the Sword Duke's pupil to join his cause, but that is not what Felix meant. The prince tells Logan that he is the genius of the century and the kingdom's treasure. This being said, he hopes that talented men like him will fight by his side when the time comes. He then gives Logan his hand and asks him if he could do that for him. Logan thinks that this is exactly what he wanted and tells the prince that he deeply agrees with his opinion, and after meeting him in person, he realized something. He tells the prince that sees no fault in the rumors of being the only candidate fit to be the king. However, there are some obstacles that prevent him from serving under him right now. The prince says that as he thought, he has no change. Yet Logan says that this has nothing to do with it, as his potential alone is more than enough. He tells the prince that at the very least, it's a widely known fact that his brothers are displaying heinous behavior, which leaves Felix stunned. Felix steps in, telling Logan that he is not in the position to speak about the princes, but the third prince stops Felix, saying that what Logan said it's fine, and that Logan should in fact continue his thought. Logan tells the prince that his fief is currently at odds with Count Bifrost, saying that he is a fierce foe and hard to oppose at their current capabilities. So he must handle his own problem before he can heed the prince's call. Hearing this, the prince thinks for a second and asks the man if Bifrost isn't on the second prince's side. Logan tells the prince that if he gives him a little time, he will take care of Bifrost and aid him with the restored power of the McLains. The prince will be his sword in return. Hearing this, the prince finds it interesting, saying that such confidence is expected from the Sword Duke's pupil. The prince throws his hand forward, telling Logan that he will also prepare him a gift for the moment this happens. As Logan throws his own hand forward, the prince tells Logan that he should feel free to look forward to it. Then they shake hands in agreement. Next, as they exit the old abandoned house, Felix asks Logan what he was thinking when he swore his allegiance to the third prince. Hearing this, Logan asks Felix if he came off as very direct, as he only meant after he takes care of Bifrost. But Felix isn't fooled, calling Logan a tricky brat and saying that he knows exactly what he meant. Logan then laughs and tells Felix that he did it because he trusted him, and Felix replies by telling Logan that he warned him he cannot guarantee anything. He then tells Logan that he knows this is not all of it, and that Logan can spill his worries to him if he wishes to, who knows. Maybe Felix will be able to help him. Hearing this, Logan looks up, without saying a single word. He then asks Felix who he believes should be king out of the three princes. Felix dodges the question, saying that it's not his place to decide, as this is his Majesty's choice. Logan then tells Felix that he's heard a saying that went something like this: the first prince will become a tyrant who will ruin the royal family, and the second prince will become a terrible king who will ruin the nation. Hearing this, Felix asks who dares say such things, but it turns out he's the one who said it in Logan's previous life. But he doubts that Felix's thoughts are very different from that, even now. Logan goes on to tell Felix that he believes in those words, and that he thinks the third prince will be better than the other two. He asks Felix what he thinks about this, but once again Felix is reluctant to answer the question. Seeing this, Logan tells Felix that what he actually wants to hear is Felix's own opinion. Felix looks down at Logan and thinks about what he should say. He then tells Logan the truth, that they share the same sentiment. Hearing this, Logan thinks that now he has his full agreement. It may be just a seed in Felix's thoughts for now, but when that unexpected situation breaks out, that seed will finally bloom. He then tells Felix to protect the third prince until he comes of age, even though he knows chaos will ensure before that. Felix tells Logan that he always knew he was quite intriguing, but says he has no clue what he is thinking right now. As they leave the castle's grounds, Logan starts thinking. In the past 2 months, he's accomplished many things. He checked on the king and became acquainted with the third prince. He gained trade routes and networks from Kairos and received a promise of cooperation. This should make his acquisition of supplies for the Civil War way easier. Thus, Logan thinks it's the time for him to return to the McLains, and this is exactly what he does, as next we can see a carriage with 4 horses and knights on the sides that protect it. While strolling the fields, Henderson says that this trip was beneficial to them, as they've dedicated their time in Grand to training. His comrade also states that they even had the chance of crossing swords with the Knights of the Sword Duke, so it was worth accompanying Logan on this trip. However, he says that the greatest gain from this expedition should be that, as the soldier calls it, and Henderson agrees. It appears that they are referring to Logan's engagement. They discuss the matter, as Henderson would have never believed for Logan to find his match in the capital, and the knight says that he has heard rumors of Logan being decided on it from their first date. They then ask what Logan likes so much about her, and he can hear everything. He replies to himself with the answer to this question, which is Eileen's power and combat ability. Logan then looks at his new fiancée. He thinks that he is bringing her to use as a knight, but it's still an engagement on paper. Because of that, he had some trouble convincing her father. It appears that he was really concerned about her sweet little daughter becoming a knight, and the fact that Loga is taking her away just the day after they were speaking. He then concludes that if Logan touches her in any way before the wedding, he will personally behead him. Eileen then asks Logan to keep his promise towards her, but Logan asks what she is referring to. Eileen tells Logan that she can't leave without results after coming all this way, so Logan must keep his promise towards her. Seeing this, Logan looks down at Eileen, who is now clenching her skirt. He realizes that this is the feeling of leaving the place where you've been leaving your whole life. He tells her that he will honor his promise no matter what. Eileen then says that she hopes they will arrive soon, and just as they approach the McLain's castle gates, Logan agrees with Eileen. Inside, Logan and Eileen are standing before the other members of the family, and Logan states that he is back. However, they don't seem to care so much about Logan being back, while they care about the fact that he has brought a girl with him, leaving everyone astounded. Even Patrick looks down and thinks that this is unbelievable. Yet, look at them. They look so cute together. Patrick welcomes Logan back and asks, who is that lady he's brought? With this, Logan states that the girl's name is Lady Eileen Floyd, and she is his fiancée. Hearing this, all the servants go mad. They can't believe it. Patrick is overjoyed, thinking that when asking the Sword Duke, he was only expecting a courtship, but an engagement is more than everything he could have wished for. Patrick welcomes Eileen, wanting to say that he will be his father-in-law, but Logan interrupts him, telling everyone that Eileen is also going to be a part of the Knight's Order. Eileen then presents herself, once again stating her name and house, and saying that she shall serve them to the best of her abilities, both as a daughter-in-law and as a knight. Patrick turns white, looking like he is going to have a heart attack, and Ranyan is just happy. It appears that as the news of Eileen becoming a knight spread, there were different reactions to the announcement. For example, Patrick would murder Logan if it weren't for Dwayne that is holding him back, asking why he would wish for his fiancée to be a knight, saying that this is utter nonsense. Heinkel steps in and says that something like this never happened before. But in the end, who exactly is going to stop Logan? Runyon also comes to introduce himself, welcoming Ellie into the family. Or so he wanted to, since in just a couple of seconds, his mother comes and pulls him away, leaving both Eileen and Logan stunned. Someone else then comes and tells Eileen to run, and that catches her attention. This is Hamar, and he tells Eileen that he doesn't know what's going on here, but Logan is for sure fooling her. With the coming of Eileen, this whole court of nobles has turned into a bunch of crazy people. Even the commoners of the land have heard, with one person telling another that the young master is doing something weird again. Hearing this, the man asks what's happening now, and his friend tells him that Logan has brought home a woman to become a knight, and his fiancée at that. After finding out this news, the man calms down, saying that he thought his friend was about to tell him that they were going to flatten another mountain or something, and that this is not even surprising. Next, Eileen is on the training grounds, dressed with the McLain armor, standing among the other knights, prepared for training. Seeing this, Patrick can't believe Logan was serious about this, and Logan tells his father that he's never joking about these kinds of things. Patrick once again tries to reason with Logan, like that has worked before, telling him that Eileen is a woman, and that there's never been a female knight in the history of their kingdom. And Logan replies that she's a force user, and they're in a situation where they need to recruit as many useful people as they can. Patrick then says that the training regimen of the McLain Knights are much more intense than other knights, and even if she may be talented, she is still a woman. A lady of noble birth cannot join a knight's order. Hearing this, Eileen screams from a distance, saying she can handle it, leaving both Logan and Patrick speechless. She tells them that she will erase all of their doubts about her abilities. She will make them acknowledge them as a knight and as a woman. A couple of hours later, Eileen can be seen unconscious on the ground, with Logan and one knight asking themselves if this is her will. Eileen, after seeing what the knight's training consists of, says that they are all crazy bastards. She asks herself if all of the knights do this kind of crazy training, with others having even weaker auras than her. She almost cries on the ground, saying she is still weak, and as she clenches the ground with her hands, Logan asks her if she regrets it. She looks up at Logan, who has an unfazed expression on his face. Logan thinks that they have 2 months at most before they need to finish preparations for the war against Bifrost. He thinks of how he was going to make Eileen join them, but he can't wait for her at this rate. Eileen then states to Logan that she does regret it, not joining the order, but she regrets the fact that her training hasn't been up to par. This is what she regrets. Hearing this, Logan is left without words, and Eileen goes on to say that Logan has promised her a battlefield of glory. That being said, she is aware of something. She is aware of the fact that he cannot keep his promise if she doesn't work by herself. She needs to realize her honor as a knight herself. Seeing her determination, Logan smiles, thinking might still be hope. Bro genuinely looks in love. Logan then strikes a tree with her fist and says that just as he promised, he will also deliver. He shall provide Eileen with a battle to prove her honor. And as he says that, the apple above their heads falls into Eileen's hands. He says that the rose of steel is not going to stop at one tiny apple. He then tells Eileen to eat that apple and start marching alongside him until the very end, and Eileen agrees. 1 week later, the knights are doing some kind of science training, where they need to escalate a cliff and defeat another knight at the top of that cliff. As one of the knights tries to clear the exercise, he is hit in the head with a wooden sword, and then falls violently to the ground. However, he is saved by Patrick, who catches him just in time. He then shouts that Karen, the knight that just fell, is excluded, and that guy looks like a little princess in Patrick's arms. Some other knights discuss the situation, saying that they are known for brutal training, but this is really insane. He then asks who even thinks of this kind of exercise, and the other replies by rhetorically asking who else, as of course this Logan's doing, who is now shouting that whoever is next should prepare. Patrick tells Logan that this is good siege training, and it also serves as good defense training, with its only downside being that it's a little dangerous. It appears that the next person who must attempt to clear the exercise is Eileen, as Logan calls for her. He tells her to start, and Eileen prepares to head towards the cliff. In only 2 jumps, she almost reached the end of the cliff. Seeing this, one of the knights comments on how fast she is, while the other says that while her speed is good, it's not going to cut it. He then says this exercise is heavily favoring the defender. As Eileen prepares to strike, he goes on to say that the striker needs to be much stronger, or have more of something else. Just as he wants to finish the sentence, Eileen spits the defender in the eyes, blinding him. This is how she managed to safely land at the edge of the cliff. With her formidable speed, she then approaches the knight defending. In just a split of a second, everything is over, as Eileen has her blade at the knight's neck. Seeing this, Logan shouts that Eileen Floyd is successful, and Patrick is stunned by what he has seen. and Eileen is cheering for her success. Patrick then asks Logan if he didn't say Eileen was of noble birth, and Logan says that she probably is, but she is quite something. Logan then asks Patrick if he acknowledges her, and Patrick replies to Logan by saying that she has been trying her best to keep up with the training, and that her swordsmanship is excellent. Therefore, how could he not acknowledge her? However, seeing what just happened, the other knights start screaming, asking how this could be allowed, and saying that they will play dirty then. And hearing this, Logan asks if they should talk about that spit with her, as she is not a good example for the knights. And Patrick doesn't say anything. Logan looks at his father and says that the knights are getting used to the training, and their logistics are being handled by Philip. So there's just one more thing to take care of. Logan then puts on a serious face and tells his father that they need to talk about something. At the McLain estate, Philip is stopping people left and right, starting with Administrator Lugal. He tells him that he has just checked the storage, and it seems like they have a lot of wasted space. With this, they can reduce costs and increase the shelf life of their production. And hearing this, Lugal thanks Philip. He then turns to Dwayne, telling him that there's something about the upkeep of the town and the payroll that he wants to discuss, as there is an error there. So he prompts Dwayne to take a look, and Dwayne says he will do it. He then turns to Mr. Ferran and tells him that while the armaments are in very good shape, cleaning oil from Kalia is only half the price of Kale's, and Ferran tells him that a merchant really does know the prices. Seeing everything that is happening, Lugal asks Dwayne if Philip didn't arrive at the fief only yesterday, and Dwayne tells him that he knows the young master ordered Philip to assist in running the fief, but he certainly works differently than everyone else. He then says that he heard about Philip also being the one that procured all the weapons and the lumber that's been arriving at their fief, and Lugal asks, what is the young master planning to do with it? Hearing this, Dwayne breaks a sweat, and that no matter how you look at this, there is but one reasonable explanation. Back on the training grounds, Patrick is furious, since Logan just broke him the news that they are preparing for war. Patrick tells Logan that he cannot believe this is the thing Logan wanted to discuss with him in private. Seeing Patrick's reaction, Logan keeps his mouth shut for a second. Patrick then asks if Bifrost will be invading soon, but Logan says that is not it. He then tells Patrick that they will be the ones to instigate it. Patrick is once again getting mad. He clenches his fist and tells Logan to tell him what is the reasoning behind his actions. Logan starts to say that, just as Patrick knows, the reason Bifrost hasn't invaded them yet is because of Logan's teacher, and then asks Patrick how long he thinks that will last. Patrick tells Logan that they can keep growing their forces until then, as they still lack in many ways compared to Bifrost. Yet Logan intervenes and says that if he were in Bifrost's shoes, he would make sure that day would never come. He then tells Patrick that it needs to be done now. Patrick then inquires further. He asks Logan if he knows something he doesn't, and if so, to please tell him the truth. Logan looks down and thinks for a second. He then asks Patrick if he would believe him if he were to say he knows when the king is going to die, and that it will be soon. And hearing this, Patrick sheets his armored pats, thinking Logan might want to commit high treason. Logan tells his father that it's nothing of this kind, reassuring him that treason is not his plan. He then asks Patrick to assume that what he's told him is true, and how he thinks the situation will play out. Patrick says that it'd cause issues in the battle of succession for the throne. Logan tells him that he is indeed right, and that the fight between the first and second princes would escalate, and that Bifrost is one of the core supporters of the second prince. So he asks Patrick what he thinks will happen if they wage war against him once that happens. That is when Patrick realizes that they would essentially wield their blades against the second prince himself. Logan once again states that his father's reasoning is correct, and says that if they want to fight against Bifrost without outside interference, now is their only chance before the king dies. Logan goes on to think that once Bifrost is out of the picture, the flow of battle will begin swinging towards one side. This is when he will place the third prince in the war. Patrick tells Logan that he understands his point of view, but then asks if they cannot wait until one succeeds the crown, as this way they can bide their time until then. Logan thinks that after the Civil War, the Empire will take over immediately, but it's not like he can say that, so instead he simply tells his father that by then, it will be too late. He goes on to explain that if the second prince is victorious, Bifrost would become one of his most trusted aides. If the first prince wins, the territory that Bifrost has will no longer belong to them. Bifrost will become a region that they will never be able to touch either way, and they will never be able to recover their rightful land. Patrick says that he understands what Logan means, and that there are still a lot of questions that he has, like how Logan knows the king will be passing away soon, and hearing this, Logan wants to say something in order to explain himself, but Patrick cuts him off. He then tells Logan that whatever will happen, he trusts him. All the things Logan has done until now had many peculiar points in them as well. They then look towards the castle, and Patrick says that it's almost like Logan knows the future. Patrick says that he understands this much, that he might be in a situation where he cannot tell other people what he knows. Therefore, he will only ask one more question, and after that he shan't inquire any further. He then asks Logan, with all of the things he's done, and all the ones that he intends to do in the future, what is he doing everything for? Logan then thinks for a second, and then replies to his father. Everything he's been doing has always been to make their family prosper, and that is all. Hearing this, Patrick looks down and stays silent for some time. He then tells Logan that he trusts him, and that he should leave convincing the aides to him. Logan asks Patrick if he is sure he will be fine with this task on his own, and Patrick asks Logan if he doesn't trust his old man, but Logan says this isn't it. Patrick tells Logan to worry not, and entrust this task to him, as he can do at least this much as his father. A few days later, Patrick has summoned the people of the family, and told them that on the day of the new year, they will wage war. Hearing this, everyone jumped as if they were electrocuted, a natural reaction, considering how their fief just became habitable. However, Patrick did not give up. He reminded them of the same as losing their land, the assassination attempt from Bifrost, and lastly, the danger that will inevitably come. As their blood continued to chill and boil, they soon realized the necessity of this war. Logan thinks that since they cannot mention the knight's death, he decided to take an emotional approach. They need to push forward, even if this is what it takes. Only 2 weeks later, 3 days before the end of the year, they left for war. There stood 152 knights, 1,000 crossbow cavalry, including trainees, and 1,532 infantrymen. Patrick yells for everyone to advance, and so they do. As they ride towards their destination, Patrick asks Logan if he has a specific plan. A conversation from the past appears, and Patrick says that Logan must have thought about some basic strategies before suggesting a war, and Logan says that he indeed has. As for now, they have no chance at a full frontal assault against Bifrost, so instead they will not declare war against them. And hearing this, Patrick gets lost, not sure what Logan means by that. Logan raises his finger, suggesting he has a brilliant idea. Somewhere else, a servant, scared shitless, goes to inform his lord of something. He tells his lord that the McLains have declared war, as they wish to seek revenge for the shame of 6 months ago. This lord is no other than Max Peretta, the one Logan is going to wage war upon. And hearing the latest news, his face turns into the one of a ghost, and it looks like his soul left his body. At the Bifrost estate, Bifrost has been told of the McLains declaring war against the Peritas, and he doesn't seem happy about it. A servant tells Bifrost that the Peritas have requested aid, and asks Lord Befors what they should do. Hearing this, Bifrost calls the McLains fools, saying he was barely able to hold back because of his sword duke, but it seems they've gone and made a pretense for them. He thinks that their military strength is roughly double that of theirs, although it all depends on the rumored crossbows. He then turns back and asks Aslan and Franz if the preparations are complete, and they reply that everything is in order. Bifrost rises from his chair and tells them to prepare for war. He states that they will crush the Peritas when they're drunk of their victory, and drop them from heaven to hell. On the battlefield, Patrick is riding his horse as fast as he can. Heinkel shouts at him, saying that at this rate, they will reach Peritas Castle within a day. Patrick says that this is good, and then gives the order for everyone to change directions. At the Peretta estate, Max Peretta is shitting himself, asking why the McLains are not coming yet. A knight comes to tell Max Peretta something about the McLain army, and Pereira asks what it is. He then informs Peretta that the McLains have disappeared. As Bifrost is riding towards Peretta, a knight also informs him of the same thing, that the McLains have disappeared from Peretta and instead appeared at Bifrost, their territory. That is when Bifrost realizes what the McLains' plan is. They are not where they are, at the first castle. Therefore, they must be at the second one, Castle Tomoto. Heinkel and Logan are talking, with Logan saying that this is it, and Heinkel agreeing. They have arrived at Bifrost's second castle and its massive granary, Castle Tomoto. Heinkel tells Logan that this is Bifrost's lifeline, where they store the majority of their provisions, and if they were to occupy it, the Bifrosts would suffer long-term consequences. However, he then asks Logan if they will really be able to win just by occupying this castle. Another conversation from the past appears, with Logan telling his father that they will declare war on Peretta, but his true target is Castle Tomoto. Once again, Patrick doesn't understand Logan's plan. Patrick asks Logan if he is planning to lure out Bifrost using Peretta, and Logan says that this is exactly what he's going to do, saying that they will do their utmost to avoid clashing with Bifrost's forces, and in the meantime, they will occupy Castle Tomoto. Patrick says that even if that happens, eventually they won't even have 2 days before meeting them, but Logan says that this is fine, as they only need to hold out until His Majesty passes away. And hearing this, Patrick is stunned. Logan explains that once that happens, all nobility in the kingdom will be forced to drop what they're doing and attend the national funeral. It would be a direct decree from the royal family, which holds immense authority. Enough authority to stop a war. Patrick realizes that Logan is once again right, as if Bifrost transgresses against the royal family, then he would immediately be convicted of treason. Patrick says that even if Logan said that he knew when the king will pass away, he still can't believe he came up with this, and then asks if he is absolutely certain of the date. Logan replies that he is indeed sure, as it's a date he could never forget. The death of the king will be announced at midnight on New Year's Eve. We are back in the present now, and Logan states that there are 2 days left until then, and that they have to occupy Castle Tomoto before then. On the walls of Castle Tomoto, high-ranking Knight Jerome, captain of the Castle Tomoto Guard, is mad, asking where the hell has everyone come from. His brother, Adjutant, high-ranking Knight Jerix, tells Jerome to calm down, as they've already reported the situation towards the main castle, and they only have to hold out for 1 day. Jerome turns towards his brother, and then towards the horde, saying that there are 3,000 of them. The Knights of the McLain alone number roughly 200, asking his brother just how they are supposed to hold out. Jerome says that if only this was the main castle, it would have been pretty easy, but fending them off with just Castle Tomoto's military strength is almost impossible. And his brother Jerix replies, saying that they just need to guard the rampart and hold out, and that if they all work together, they can persist for a day. He then turns to the 3 ranking knights of the castle, Gale, Teres, and Typhon, saying that they will earn their keep now. And just as Jerix says that, a battle cry disturbed them. This is Patrick telling all his forces to advance, and it appears like this is exactly what they are going to do, with Logan holding a crossbow in the first lines. Seeing this, Jerome tells his archers to take aim. At the same time, Logan tells his crossbowmen to prepare. Just seconds later, he also prompts them to fire. The arrows imbued with force are flying towards the castle's walls. Seeing this, even Jerome gets scared, saying that they are really fast. Unfortunately, they all hit the walls. They don't have enough power to go over the walls, which is something that Jerix acknowledges within seconds. Seeing this, he laughs. He then prompts his own archers to return the fire. A rain of arrows is heading towards the McLains. Luckily, they fall just at the point where they've stopped marching. Kaisalon, standing before Logan, says that it seems like this is the limit of even a longbow's range, and Logan says that the same goes for their crossbows, and that however much force they pour into it, it barely reaches the ramparts. Kaisalon then asks if they should cease fire, since otherwise they are just wasting arrows, but Logan says they should not, as it's worth keeping their enemies in check like this. Besides, if it's about the supply of arrows, Hamar has made more than enough of them, and hearing this, Kaisalon asks Logan to please give Hamar an adequate vacation. Logan then turns his head around to Clayton, who has also been brought to the battlefield, telling him that he has a request. Clayton said that he never thought they would have to join the war. He then turns towards his pupils and tells them they have to get to work. The arrows keep flying towards the rampart, simply hitting the walls. Seeing this, the 2 in charge of the castle are asking themselves just what in the hell are their attackers doing, as they are not getting any close and just firing arrows from there. Jerix wants to ask what they are doing when something literally shakes him. They ask what that sound is, and the other brother says that even though it's so subtle, even the ground is shaking. It seems that at the base of the rampart, a golem is punching the ground. Realizing this, the brothers don't understand what is going on anymore. They realize that Logan also has a magician, but they don't understand what that golem is doing. Another memory appears, this time from the newly constructed McLain town. Logan and Clayton are speaking, and Logan has told Clayton that he wants to use golems in the war, which Clayton finds peculiar. Logan says that they could use the golems to defend themselves from arrows, or easily wipe the enemies. He then tells Logan that if it's mana stones he needs, he's also got that covered. And hearing this, Clayton asks if it's that important of a battle. Clayton then proceeds to tell Logan something he's not going to like. That sort of operation is impossible, and Logan asks why. He states that if the mana stones are the issue, it can be easily solved. But Clayton stops Logan, saying it's not that. Clayton says that this concerns their lives. Logan doesn't understand, so Clayton proceeds to explain. It isn't a well-known fact, but when the golems receive a certain amount of damage, that damage is transferred to the caster. He goes on to say that they've of course been searching for ways to improve this. He then hands Logan a research paper which says that by disrupting the flow of magic sent by the mana stones, something happens. However, Logan isn't listening anymore, thinking that his dream of having a golem army is gone, and Clayton asks him if he is paying attention to him, but then Logan is just sad about it. Therefore, Clayton proposes something else. On the battlefield, the golems are digging a hole and are going underground alongside the mages. Seeing that the McLains have also stopped shooting, the brothers are asking themselves what are they planning, and one of them even thinks that they want to dig a tunnel all the way under the wall. Jarek, however, is not troubled by it. He tells his brother that they've started digging in the morning and it's already getting dark. So at this rate, reinforcements will arrive before the golems get to them. This calms Jerome a little, saying that then they just need to wait there until that happens. However, the calm goes away immediately, as the ground beneath them shakes, and they have no idea of what's going on. Jerome realizes that the structure of the walls might be in danger. He then turns to his brother and asks what would be the chances of the walls collapsing. Jarek says that this would be impossible. Jerome, scared, asks his brother if he doesn't feel the ground shaking under them, but Jarek keeps his composure, saying that they should not make any moves yet. Hearing this, Jerome goes mad and asks what will happen if the walls fall. He then asks why he thinks they haven't been attacking, as the McLains must be plotting something. Jerome looks down and says that they must do something. He tells his brother that they need to strike their mages with something, and that he will be personally going down and taking care of it. Seeing this, Jarek tells him that Jerome is the captain, so he can't just leave and go anywhere he pleases. Therefore, Jarek will take some knights and go instead. Hearing this, Jerome looks at his brother. He tells him that he agrees with this plan, and Jarek is happy that Jerome has finally calmed down. Jarek then tells his brother that he panics too easily, and Jerome apologizes for it. Outside the castle's grounds, Jarek is leading a unit of knights, and one of them tells his captain that the sun is setting already, and Jarek replies that it can't be helped. He goes on to say that the forest surrounds them to the south and the west, so it's safer to make their way around the southern forest in order to attack. Minutes later, Jarek tells his knights that they've arrived. Looking at the McLain army, Jarek assesses the forces, 5 regular knights that he can see. He then spots something that scares him. That something is actually someone, Heinkel, and Jarek says that the level of force emitted by that guy is on a completely different level, so he must be a high-ranking knight just like him. He thinks that it's impossible for the McLains to have that many high-ranking knights, so if he manages to kill Heinkel, it will turn the tides in their favor. A knight then asks Jarek if he really plans to attack, as what they are seeing is an obvious trap, but Jarek doesn't care, saying that even if it is, there is no point in turning back now. He then says that they need to take care of them and return to the western castle walls. Hearing this, another knight says that Jarek must be worried about Jerome, since he's been panicking ever since the McLains have invaded. Jarek then goes on to think about his brother. He says that he and his brother are special. Hailing from a commoner family, while also being high-ranking knights, was a rare occurrence, even throughout the entire nation. Thanks to that, they were awarded the glorious title of Guard Captain of the Second Castle. It may have been because of their background, but Jerome has always been nervous that this position would be taken away. The unnecessary mistakes and his loss of composure at the slightest problem. His reputation is already declining among the other knights. Even if Jarek tries his best to help him, there are limits. Thus, this fight could be their last chance, so he needs to win at all costs. Next, Jarek and his knights are charging into battle. Turning their backs, the McLains realize they are being attacked from the back. Then they start running for the tunnels. Seeing this, Jarek wonders if they plan to escape through there. He thinks that they have more men, but they also have a high-ranking knight, so it's strange they didn't hesitate to run. Thus, Jarek realizes that this must be a trap. However, he tells his troops to keep chasing them. As they approach the tunnels, the McLassons start shooting arrows. One of them even misses Jarek's head by inches. He barely gets scratched, and thinks that this must be why they've entered the tunnel, planning to shoot arrows from the dark. However, as a high-ranking knight, he says that these mere arrows won't be able to stop someone like him. He rushes forward, thinking that he can use his force to keep deflecting the arrows. Suddenly, one arrow strikes his horse in the neck. He jumps away, and manages to keep his stability. Then he sees a flashing light coming from the end of the tunnel. The McLains start raining arrows towards his troops, killing all the horses and even some of the knights within seconds. However, Jarek doesn't stop, and continues to rush forward, deflecting the arrows with his force, thinking that he doesn't have the luxury of helping the regular knights who can't deflect arrows on their own. He then shouts for everyone that can block arrows with their force to advance. Jarek thinks that if he just handles this one high-ranking knight, the remaining are just regular knights and mages that are weak in close combat, so at this rate, they have a chance. However, their hopes are about to be shattered, as Clayton uses a spell to conjure an earth wall. Jarek looks at this, and realizes that Clayton has just blocked their exit. Clayton then uses another spell and creates a swamp. This way, it is hard for the knight to move at all. Heinkel then steps from the shadows, stating that their horses have been killed with arrows, and that their way out is now blocked. Thus, the only thing that remains now is for him to have some fun fighting. Heinkel then looks at Jarek, with a smirk on his face, prepared to kill him. Jarek looks back, scared, thinking that this is a failure and that they need to preserve as many of their men as they can and regroup immediately. He thinks that while he stops them, the other will break down the wall. He then hears a sound coming from above, which breaks his line of thought. Logan has just ordered his troops to charge towards the castle. Realizing this, Jarek can only think about what is going to happen to his brother. Logan and Clayton were discussing how to best utilize the golems. Clayton proposed using them to dig tunnels beneath the enemy wall, suggesting that collapsing it by undermining its supports would be relatively easy. Logan agreed that it was a viable strategy, but cautioned that they would need to begin digging far from the wall to avoid enemy archers. Even with the golem's strength, it would take a significant amount of time to reach the wall's foundations. Lost in thought for a moment, Logan suddenly devised a new plan. He announced that they would lure the enemy into the tunnels to divide their forces. Clayton, understanding Logan's intent, questioned whether the enemy would fall for such a simple trick. Logan admitted that the tunnels alone wouldn't be enough, which is why he intended to use earth magic to shake the ground. Clayton pointed out the difficulty of creating a full-scale earthquake, but Logan assured him that a single powerful tremor would suffice. The resulting disturbance would sow fear and confusion among the enemy, prompting them to split their forces to investigate, creating the perfect opportunity for Logan to launch his attack. On the rampart, Jerome is shitting his pants, not knowing how to react to the charging herd. He thinks that after holding for so long, they choose the exact moment when Jarek isn't there to attack. He realizes that they must have planned for it. Yet, he chose to trust his brother, thinking that he was indeed panicking too fast. Jerome takes his finger out of his mouth and gets furious. He turns towards his archers and gives them the signal to fire. As they shoot their arrows towards Ranyan, Jerome shouts not to let them approach. However, this won't be enough, as Logan charges his aura above. Because of this, none of the arrows hit them. Eileen and Ranyan rush towards the wall, prepared to attack. They leap from their horses in order to get to the top of the rampart. While doing this, Eileen even thinks about the training she's been doing for the past 2 months. The cliff she's been trying to climb over and over. She leaps high above the enemy soldiers and prepares to strike them down. As she reaches for the ground, she states that these walls are easy compared to the height of that damn cliff. Looking above, one of the knights can't believe a woman is the one attacking him. Eileen, on the other hand, can only think about how she will ensure to find glory in that battle, letting out a powerful war cry. She then strikes the enemy down in one swift strike. She then tries to catch her breath. This proves to be a mistake, as she also lets her guard down, and an enemy soldier stays behind her, prepared to end her for good. She turns her head around, in disbelief. In the next second, the tip of a sword stops just millimeters away from her pretty face. Seems like an ally has managed to pierce the soldier through his liver and right lung, thus saving Eileen. This was no other than Ranyan, telling Eileen to get a grip, as spacing out is dangerous. Looking at the scene, Eileen remains petrified, and asks herself if she might perhaps be scared. She thinks that she's only realized what it truly means to be in a battlefield after slaying a person for the first time. Realizing this, she clenches her fist, then she smacks herself on the face, leaving Ranyan astounded. Eileen tells Ranyan that she is sorry to show him such a shameful sight. Then she thanks him. Eileen regains her composure and looks towards the battlefield. Seeing this, Ranyan is proud of his sister-in-law. As he turns his back, Ranyan tells Eileen that he's heard she wishes for glory on the battlefield, and then he tells her that this is also his desire. Ranyan tells Eileen that he wishes to contribute to their why and become even stronger. To become stronger so that he doesn't lose to him, who grows stronger at a scary rate every day. Hearing this, Eileen also turns her back towards Ranyan and smiles as he does. They are now back to back, prepared to fight the enemies that have now surrounded them. They both let out a battle cry, and with murderous intent in their eyes, they command the enemy to approach. Then they leap in opposite directions, swinging their swords in every direction that has an enemy. From the base of the rampart, Logan hears all the fuss. He looks at the wall and thinks that those two are way too excited for what is happening. He wonders when did Ranyan become an intermediate rank and got a new sword, stating that he is proud of him. However, he quickly gets his feet back on the ground, saying that now isn't the time for praises, as it's still dangerous to run so wild right now, and that at this rate the high-ranking knights will be drawn to those two. Realizing this, Logan also leaps towards the rampart, prepared to join the fight and help his kin. Seeing him, the soldiers are scared shitless. He even manages to do a superhero landing that seems to unbalance some of the enemy. He then uses his aura and keeps them from approaching. It's clear that they are no match whatsoever for Logan. He then raises Lux, imbued with mana, and prepares to attack. In one swift motion, he takes the neck of one of the soldiers and thinks that this is the way in which he can attract the attention towards himself, as he needs to take down the guard captain of the Tomoto castle. As he thinks that, Patrick starts shouting for the Bifrost Knights to pay attention. He states his name and raises his sword, full of fury. As he unleashes a powerful slash all around him, he tells the soldiers to run if they can. As he does that, he notices something from behind. This is Jerome, who has come to attack and stop Patrick. As they clench swords, Jerome tells Patrick that he will take his head for this. Patrick blocks his attack and mocks him, stating that in the end, he is the captain of the castle. As they fight, Jerome assesses the situation, acknowledging that Patrick is an advanced knight, but also taking account of the fact that just until recently, he was a high-ranking knight like him. Keeping this in mind, Jerome takes some distance and says that he can do it. He can take down Patrick. However, in the next second, Patrick unleashes a powerful attack. It unfortunately seems like Jerome wasn't able to stop this, as his head appears to be falling towards the ground. Jericho looks up and sees this. It appears like Jerome's head has ended right at his feet. A knight comes to ask what that golden flash just now. That is when he realizes what has happened and shuts his mouth. Looking down at his brother's head, Jericho can't comprehend what's happened. Patrick, however, seems unhinged as he just walks away and on to his next opponent. Seeing this, Jericho shouts that reinforcements are coming. He tells his soldiers not to give up, and they are stunned to hear their captain's voice. Jericho screams that he will be the one to take over command and tells his soldiers to fight till their last breath. Yet one of the knights tries to calm him down, yet Jericho seems to be blinded by rage as he just keeps screaming to not let their comrade's death be in vain. This is when Logan jumps down from the rampart and says that there are no reinforcements. He then asks Jericho if anger has clouded his eyes as he prepares to strike him down. Seeing this, Jericho looks at Logan and shouts that he will kill every single one of them. However, I don't think he will manage to do so in the 30 milliseconds left before Logan cuts off his head, although it seems like Jericho has managed to dodge the fatal part of Logan's attack. Yet Logan looks back at him and instead says that Jericho is going to be the one to die. Next, Heinkel and Clayton are talking to Logan and laughing, saying that thanks to Logan and Patrick, they were able to win without much effort, and that they didn't do much. Logan then places his hand on Clayton's shoulder, startling him. Clayton asks Logan why he is doing that, and Logan says that on that note, he's going to ask for one more favor from Clayton. Hearing this, Clayton is not sure what to expect. That is when Logan asks Clayton to create a large pool of water around the castle. That is before the enemies manage to arrive, of course. Bro is jumping from madmen to noble to a complete loony house with these faces. Nonetheless, a couple of hours later, the deed seems to be done. Clayton and his disciples are standing dead on the ground with no vigor at all. Seeing that they've managed to finish, Logan praises them, saying that not only have they completed the moat, but they've also managed to fix the castle walls as well. Logan goes on to say that earth magic really is incomparable to other types of magic, and Clayton replies by telling Logan that he is praising him too much. Clayton starts crying and starts having the strange feeling that their magic is starting to specialize in construction, and hopes for this not to be true. Logan looks over the walls and smiles. They have a moat that is 5 meters deep and wide, thinking that if you fall in with armor, even a knight would have a hard time walking out of it. Logan then turns to his soldiers and tells them not to spare any oil and to pour so much that they slip the moment they step on it. As Bifrost and his soldiers approach, Logan thinks that the defensive preparations are done and that it will soon be noon, which is well into their expected time frame of the arrival of the Bifrost army. And seeing the gloat, Logan thinks that it's perfect timing. As they rush towards the castle, Logan states the presence of the enemy and prompts his man to be ready for a fight. Logan, Heinkel, and Patrick look over the rampart, prepared to take on Bifrost. Bifrost and Sir Franz are also looking towards the castle, preparing to start their attack. Seeing this, Logan looks over at the army and thinks that the king will die at midnight, so they only have to stake it out there until then. Before, however, sees something that gets him mad. It appears that Logan has planted his house's flag in Bifrost's castle, which makes him ask how they dare to do something like that, and also dirty the surroundings of the castle so much. Bifrost then asks Sir Franz about Jerome and Jericho, and Sir Franz informs him that they appear to have been slain. Hearing this, Bifrost realizes that this must be the reason for which the McLains were able to make a moat, and thinks that those damn fools weren't even able to hold the fort. Bifrost then shouts for Aslan, and Aslan reports to duty. Bifrost asks Aslan, also named the Super Speed Knight, Aslan Liar, the Bifrost's Knight's Grandmaster, what are the numbers of the enemy forces? And he replies that by what they've confirmed from their men that managed to get away, the McLains have under 150 knights and less than 2,500 soldiers. Bifrost asks if there are any variables, and Aslan reports that their lord seems to be an advanced knight, and around 10 people that appear to be earth mages. Hearing this, Bifrost thinks that Logan has prepared his sacred weapon. Bifrost then asks for the expected results, and Aslan starts thinking for a second. He then puts on a big smirk and starts laughing, saying that the only possible result is their overwhelming why. Looking over the rampart, Patrick states that the enemy has over 300 knights, and their number of soldiers easily exceeds 5,000. Logan acknowledges that, and says that they also have mages of the Wind Magic Tower, and that Roger Bifrost himself is a mage. Even though he is publicly known as a 4th Circle mage, in reality, he is in the 5th Circle, so caution must be taken. Patrick then looks at the crowd, and he doesn't seem happy at all. He says that on top of that, they also have Aslan Lyre and France, the Moonlight Knight. Seeing this, Logan thinks that Patrick must be getting nervous from the difference in forces. This is when Bifrost starts talking, and startles Logan, saying that in the lands that belong to their lord, he announces this to the filth that invaded without knowing their place. This is when Logan realizes that Bifrost has amplified his voice using magic, and tells everyone to be ready to fire. Bifrost then shouts for everyone to hear that he will personally uproot the McLains. Then he prompts his man to charge forward. Seeing this, Heinkel realizes that they are charging without shields, and asks Logan if they are really that confident. Seeing this, Logan says that they will have to find out. He then tells his cavalryman to fire their crossbows. The arrows fly towards the enemy. However, they seem to be stopped by some kind of shield or force field. Seeing this, both Logan and Heinkel are stunned. The enemy soldiers, however, gain even more confidence. The mages next to Bifrost seem to be the one responsible for that magic defense. Bifrost even states that no matter how good their peculiar weapons are, they are nothing compared to magic. Logan, mad, looks down at the scene and realizes that the crossbows have been weakened by magic, and that aiming at the knights with this will have no effect. Patrick shouts for the cavalry to aim towards the soldiers, and for the knights to take their designated spots and prepare to fight. Logan then also screams for his soldiers to bash their heads in before they reach the top of the castle, and thinks that war has long been a fight decided by force users. As Aslan and Franz are approaching, Logan says that if his crossbows are not working, then he will just take them on himself. He prepares his sword and asks himself, how will those two proceed to attack him? It seems that the first one to attack is Aslan, who leaps from his horse and tries to climb the rampart just like Logan and his knights have done. An image from the past appears, at a banquet, where some nobles ask how could that midget ever become a knight, and ask if he could even pick up a sword. With a short stance, the looks of a monkey, long arms and a peculiar face, Aslan was always disregarded. He reminisces about the past, saying that his appearance has always caused him to be preyed upon wherever he went. But things are different now. He did not listen to those idiots, and with bone-breaking effort, he has become an advanced knight. As he approaches the top of the rampart, he thinks that now, everyone else is the prey. Just as he is about to reach his destination though, something happens. He realizes that Logan and his man have done something to the walls. However, he is not going to let that stop him. Eileen looks down and sees Aslan. With a poker face, he asks herself if that thing climbing is a monkey. Hearing this, Aslan is stunned, especially since it's coming from a woman knight. That is when he loses his composure and slips. He falls violently to the ground, and a knight announces his fall. Looking down, Eileen almost appears to be concerned about him. As Aslan is rising from the ground, a knight shouts for everyone to be aware of the walls. He says that not even an advanced knight was able to climb it, and hearing this, Aslan tells him to shut his worthless mouth. He then looks back towards the rampart. He is looking at Eileen, who is now preparing her sword. Aslan gets mad and tells Eileen that he will enjoy her thoroughly. On the rampart, Sir Franz has managed to climb to the top and is now standing before Patrick, who is acknowledging his feats, saying he has heard tales about the Moonlight Knight. Sir Franz is also unhinged, prepared to fight, yet Patrick seems mad to the bone, stating that he has heard of how Logan owes him a grudge. Next, on the rampart, the knights of the McLain are clashing with those of the attackers. On the same rampart, Eileen also seems to be fighting with someone, and not doing too well against them. As she rises from the ground, the person she is fighting even acknowledges her skill, saying she is not bad. This person is Aslan, who now asks if all the bitches in the McLain family are this daring. Seeing this, Eileen realizes that Aslan doesn't really care about the others, and instead is just focusing on her. More specifically, she realizes the fact that Aslan is just having fun with her. Aslan then mocks Eileen, asking her what is wrong, and if she is pissed because she is being toyed with by a monkey. Hearing what, Eileen realizes she was right, and says that this is actually a relief. By Aslan giving her all his attention while toying with her, she is keeping an advanced knight busy. Aslan then laughs and tells Eileen that he will take his time playing with her. At the same time, Logan is fighting with 3 of the Bifrost knights. One of them even tries to irritate Logan, asking him what is wrong, as he has heard that the eldest son is a high-ranking knight, so there should be no problem for him. However, It looks like this mocking is only meant to be a distraction, as they haven't managed to push Logan back even an inch. The knights start discussing among themselves, and the one with the silver hair asks if the rumors about Logan wounding Sir Franz might be true after all. However, Logan interrupts him, asking what he is mumbling about. He goes on to say that the Knights of Bifrost must be fighting with their mouths instead of their swords, making fun of the attackers. Hearing this, the silver-haired knight calls Logan an arrogant bastard and says that he shall see how long he can hold out for. The three of them then charge at Logan with full power. Logan doesn't even flinch and keeps his feet steady and his blade pointing towards the enemy. He then closes his eyes and prepares his counterattack. In an instant, he manages to get behind his enemies and also wound all of them at once. And these wounds seem to take a toll on the Bifrost Knights. Looking at Logan over his shoulder, the silver-haired knight can't believe his speed. As Logan also looks towards them, he wonders when he managed to move behind them, as he couldn't even see Logan lift his feet off the ground. The man thinks that Logan had used his force to move faster, yet Logan closes his eyes and tells the man that what he is thinking is obvious for him. Seeing this, the knights get annoyed. Logan turns his head and once again mocks the attackers, asking if they can't move because their legs are trembling in fear. One of the other two knights tries to calm down his silver-hair companion, saying that Logan is an amazing foe and that they have to be careful. Seeing this, Logan thinks that the high-ranking knights have this title for a reason, so they won't fall to the same shallow mockery twice. On top of that, all of them have also done something remarkable. As Logan was attacking, they've managed to protect their vitals with precise and minimal force usage. Logan then sheds a sweat. He clings harder to his sword, saying that he should forget the Knight of the Moonlight for now, as he is more worried about Aslan, the Swift Knight. He decides that he cannot waste any time fooling around with these guys, so he leaps in to attack and get it over as fast as possible. Seeing this, the knights prepare to withstand Logan's attack. However, they might be no match for Logan, as in the same instant he uses the spirit shadow thought by Felix and gets right behind the silver-haired knight, prepared to strike him down. The knight quickly realizes what is happening, but doesn't have the time to react. Thankfully for him though, his green-haired comrade sees through Logan's movement and attacks him in order to save his friend. In the same second, Logan places his foot on the silver-haired knight's head and prepares to move once again. He leaps through the air, aiming directly for the green-haired knight. The man he attacked seems to disappear after blocking Logan's attack, and the mustached knight calls Logan a bastard. Logan hears this and turns towards his mustached opponent. He then slams his sword into the ground and imbues it with force. He does that in order to release a powerful wave of force going from the ground up and towards the silver-haired knight. Seeing this, the mustached knight remains stunned. After Logan does this, he rushes towards the place where the explosion caused by force left behind a cloud of dirt. Just as he does this, the green-haired knight appears behind Logan and prepares to slash him from behind. As he unleashes his power, he clenches his teeth and puts everything he has in this power. He then smirks, full of sweat, and with some blood in the corner of his mouth. He thinks this is it, that he's got Logan. Unfortunately for him, this is not the case, as Logan once again moves quickly behind his back and prepares to strike him down. Logan easily takes down his green-haired opponent and then lets out a sound of relief. Seeing the power and precision Logan has, the silver-haired knight asks Logan just who he is. Barely standing on his feet, trembling and bleeding, he asks Logan what is up with those movements of his. He means to continue the sentence, saying that Logan mows like a ghost, when all of a sudden, the tip of a sword drives right through his chest. Even Logan is stunned to see this. It appears that this is Runyan's doing, who is happy to see his brother is unharmed. Seeing his brother, Logan places his hand on his shoulder, and Runyan says that as soon as he saw Logan fighting 3 high-ranking knights, he came running to help. He then says that it seems he had managed to stab the enemy in the heart just in time, when appears behind Runyan, and argues that he was the one to cut their heads off first. Hearing this, Runyan gets annoyed and turns around to contradict, saying that he was the one to stab them in the heart first, then continues, saying that he was the one to cut off their heads first. These two act more like brothers than Logan and Runyan do. They start fighting in front of Logan, with Runyan telling to stop spouting lies, as this is very unlike a knight, and replying by telling Runyan to listen to his own advice, and stating that, with the way Runyan is acting, Rhea is twice the knight Runyan is. They then both turn towards Logan, with Runyan asking his brother if he hasn't seen him killing the knight, and saying he asks for a proper judgment. Seeing this, Logan smirks and starts laughing. He then bumps both of them in the head. Logan then says that there is no judgment to be done, as from what he's seen, they've both done what they've said they've done at the same time, and instructs them to maintain their sense of tension on the battlefield. After hearing this, they both quiet down and apologize to Logan. He then turns his feet and says that thanks to that, he now has more freedom, and says that he has to hurry. Next, Eileen is still fighting Aslan, and she seems to be trembling, losing hard. However, she does not give up, sticking her sword deep into the ground and using it to keep herself standing. Seeing this, Aslan is impressed, telling Eileen that at least her spirit matches up to a good man's, as she didn't even let out a single cry of pain. He then goes on to say that this is good, as this is what makes it fun. Eileen, however, is not that thrilled, as she thinks that she is losing strength in her sword arm. She then asks herself if it was arrogant of her to think she could stand against an advanced knight. If Aslan had intended to kill Eileen outright, she would have been dead a long time ago. In the next instant, Aslan leaps towards Eileen, aiming to grab her by the neck, and his speed is incredible. He grabs Eileen by the neck and lifts her up into the air as she grasps for air. He even mockingly tells her how she looks terrified. Aslan then smirks and tells Eileen to resolve herself, as he is going to take good care of her. He clenches Eileen's neck tighter, and she tries to hold onto his arm with her trembling hands. Then she spits right in the middle of Aslan's face. As Aslan raises Eileen even higher into the air, she tells him to go fuck himself, as she'd rather kill herself than do what he is saying. Hearing this, Aslan laughs and puts on a creepy smirk. His facial expression then completely changes to one of seriousness, and he asks Eileen if she thinks she has any choice in the matter. He then tightened his grip, hurting Eileen, and telling her that he will take his time showing her hell. He then laughs, enjoying Eileen grunting and gasping for air. This moment doesn't last long though, as something seems to bother him. That is when he turns his head over his shoulder, in order to see Logan prowling at his back, with a swift smile on his face, prepared to strike him down in the next instant. Seeing Logan's blade approaching, Aslan doesn't even flinch, and instead asks Logan why he doesn't want to play with him. Just as Logan hits Aslan with his attack, everything is engulfed by an explosion. Aslan managed to parry the attack, however. He was sent back several meters. Seeing this, Aslan is intrigued. Logan then goes on to help Eileen rise from the ground in order to take her to safety. Logan asks her if she can stand, and Eileen tells her that she is fine. Seeing this, Logan tells her to go to the military doctor, and Eileen agrees. Aslan looks at the scene and tells Logan that he is getting in the way of his fun and places his sword on his left shoulder. He then puts up a scary look on his face and says that since Logan is taking away Eileen, it means he wants to be the one to replace her. Logan looks at Asla, and a sweat breaks from his forehead. He looks down at his hand and says that even though he was the one to ambush Aslan, it's his hand that is feeling sore. That's when Logan realizes that this won't play out the way he fought with the high-ranking knights. Aslan and Logan are fighting, and their speed is so incredible, they can't even be seen by the other soldiers standing around. They only have one question. They knew Aslan was fast, but they wonder how Logan is keeping up with him. Aslan then tells Logan that his speed is not bad, and it seems like he has a good artifact in his hands. Hearing this, Logan thinks that his master is the one that gave it to him. They both then clench swords, letting out a whirl of wind. They are both pushed back by their strength and prepare to strike again. Looking towards Aslan, he realizes that he must have an artifact as well. It was only after fighting him, but those quick movements are made with the power of an artifact. Seeing the way Logan looks at him, Aslan says that he can hear Logan's thoughts. He says that all of them, our noble young masters, are the same, that even though their enemy is standing right in front of them, they all space out, hesitate, lost in thought, and when they can't keep up with his speed, that is when they all fall. He then tells Logan that he will be no different, and jumps to attack him. He wields his sword forward, striking Logan with all his force. He then lets his sword fall down with a look of disgrace on his face. However, what he sees surprises him. Logan countered his attack, injuring his right shoulder. Unfortunately, Logan is not in a good spot either, as he coughs blood after his attack. Seeing Logan's force, Aslan says that Franz was right, and Logan is really using a strange secret technique. Aslan then jumps once again to attack Logan, and their waves of force clench with each other. Aslan looks frightened, as he can't get to Logan anymore. Logan, on the other hand, is smiling. Logan thinks that he already knew Aslan would hear about his secret technique from Franz, so it will be impossible for him to land something unexpected. That's when Logan thinks that he must defeat Aslan as quickly as possible. Looking at his situation, Aslan realizes that Logan is trying to corner him. This being said, Aslan gets mad, as no one should be able to corner him, the highest-ranking knight. Logan looks at Aslan with a murderous intent in his eyes, preparing to destroy everything that stays in his way. Things don't appear his way though, as in the next second, Aslan has his sword millimeters away from his eye. Lucky for Logan, his attack misses. Logan looks behind him and notices the hole left in the ground by the attack. He looks towards Aslan and asks himself if it was really luck. That is when he realizes it wasn't luck, rather it was Aslan slipping up. The ambush on Castle Tomoto, the injury he sustained from an opponent he underestimated, and the persistent McLain soldier whom he's fighting with in Bifrost. Logan concludes that Aslan has become impatient because of his unexpected situation. Logan calms down and thinks that he can use all of this against Aslan. He then leaps forward with all his speed and strength, prepared to attack Aslan once again. Seeing this, Aslan prepares to counter, asking Logan if he's going to use another trick. They face each other, and Aslan has a strange look on his face. Seeing Logan's stance, he must have realized something. He thinks that Logan is not going to dodge his next attack, and it seems to be true, as Logan seems to be heading right towards the tip of Aslan's sword. Even Aslan calls Logan a crazy bastard for this. Aslan asks Logan if he wants for them to die together, while Logan mockingly asks him if there is something wrong. He asks Aslan if he is scared, which makes him even more angry, and he looks like he is losing control. Aslan points his sword forward and asks Logan if he really thinks that he will just stay there and take it. From their silhouettes, it looks like they managed to impale one another. In reality, this might not be the case. Logan seems to fall to the ground, while Aslan is still standing. Aslan is hurt, but alive. Seeing what just happened, Aslan starts laughing. He has managed to defeat Logan, calling him an idiot, as he came at him ready to die, yet they merely scratched his rib. Aslan screams that this is his win against McLain. Then Aslan is disturbed by a sound coming from behind him. This is Eileen, who has come to help Logan. Seeing this, Aslan calls it good timing. He tells Eileen that he is going to also take care of her now, as she puts on a look of terror and disbelief, seeing Logan's body. Aslan even goes as far as saying that he's going to take the sword out of Logan's stomach and use it on Eileen. Things don't seem to go as per his plan though, as next, a light shining from behind catches his eye. This is the bracelet of resurrection at work. Seeing this, Aslan wonders why is that bracelet glowing, thinking that only priests are able to emit a light such as that, and then he realizes that there is now way this is happening. He tries to once again attack Logan, saying that he must destroy that bracelet right then. Thankfully to Logan, Eileen stops him, pointing her sword at his neck. Aslan, however, manages to parry it. Eileen then shouts that she has no idea what is going on, but there is no way that she's letting him get into Logan's way. Aslan doesn't seem to care much about this though, only thinking that if it weren't for the state he is in, that attack of Eileen's wouldn't have done much damage. Aslan then pushes Eileen away, using only one arm, and as he turns back he remains stunned. Logan calls him a monkey and tells him that it's now time for round 2, but this time, with different weapons, as Logan also took Aslan's blade. Seeing this, Aslan realizes that he is in trouble now that Logan has his sword. He then sees Lux on the ground and goes to pick it up. This is when Logan realizes how Aslan's artifact works. He looks at Aslan and says that when he injected force into his sword, the mana within heightens his senses, and it makes him feel like everything around him is slowing down. Logan then says that this must be what allowed Aslan to become the super speed knight. He then licks the sword, just like Aslan used to do, and tells him that now the sword is his. Seeing this, Aslan is stunned. He shouts at Logan that that is his weapon, and asks him if he truly believes that he can handle it like he used to. He doesn't get to finish his sentence though, as Logan seems to be on track with using the sword, and coming for Aslan fast. In one swift strike, he manages to break through his side armor, and injure his ribs even further. However, Logan says that this was not his intention, as he actually aimed for the heart. He then smiles, looking back, and says that this is unfortunate. As the blood falls to the ground, Aslan tells Logan to go fuck himself, and asks him how he managed to recover that hole in his stomach. He looks towards Logan, and asks him how a kid like him has managed to get an artifact like that bracelet. The bracelet of regeneration he has received from the king has a magic that can change any mortal wound to a mere light scratch. As long as Logan is not instantly killed, he can still recover. That being said, Logan does admit it was a gamble to bet on it, as he almost died. In any case, Logan says that now is the time to remove one of Bifrost's key men. He says that he will end things there, and prepares to cut Aslan's head off. Seeing this, the Bifrost knights attack Logan from behind in order to save their advanced knight. Logan looks back and realizes he must do something about it before he kills Aslan. He then manages to parry all their attacks at once with his sword. He even struggles, saying that now is not the time for something like this to happen. Aslan looks at Logan's uncovered back and thinks about what he has to do next. He thinks that whatever happens, Logan must die here. Unfortunately for Aslan, Eileen is not going to let that happen, as she also jumps to attack him. Once again, he manages to parry her attack with ease, yet Eileen remains just as confident. He shouts for Aslan to not even dare think about striking Logan behind his back. That is when Aslan's wound from earlier opens, and blood spills all around. As Logan battles the other knights, something catches his attention, a voice from behind, ordering someone not to move. When Logan turns back, Aslan is being helped by some other knight away from the wall. Aslan jumps and runs away from the battle. Seeing this, Eileen asks Logan if they shouldn't follow him, yet Logan tells her that Bifrost and his Wind Tower mages are waiting down here, and that following him would only cost them more than it would be worth. That is when Logan gets annoyed and grips his sword hard. He then raises high into the air and shouts for everyone to hear that he, Logan McLain, has defeated the super speed knight. He does that by holding Aslan's sword, which the Bifrost soldiers and knights immediately recognize. Seeing this, Bifrost calls it a sorry sight. A mage then asks him if they should join in, but he states that even if they strike now, Logan would still manage to defend the castle. On top of that, his shout has destroyed their troops' morale. He then asks a knight how Aslan is doing, and he tells Bifrost that reports indicate his life is not at risk. That being said, they didn't bring advanced potions for this war, so he won't be able to participate any further. Hearing this, Bifrost calls it a nonsense, and acknowledges that the McLains have really prepared themselves for this war. The longer this goes, the more it troubles them. That is when Bifrost says that they should see how long the McLains can last. That is when Bifrost shouts for all his troops to retreat, and they do so. Seeing this, the McLains wonder why are they doing this, asking themselves if they win. While this is happening, Franz seems to have been fighting Patrick, who doesn't seem to be in a good shape. Hearing that they should retreat, Franz is not happy about it. He tells Patrick that he is in luck, and then turns to leave. He tells Patrick that the fight was going to come to a close soon, and he doesn't seem to be wrong about it. He then mocks Patrick, saying that he has figured it out now, and that even the McLain's advanced knight isn't much. He then leaps off, leaving Patrick alone. That is when Logan steps in, to check on his father. Patrick asks Logan if he is alright, and he replied affirmatively. Patrick then apologizes, saying that he was only able to hold Franz there, but to defeat him. Hearing this, Logan thinks that even though they are both advanced knights, there was bound to be a difference, as Patrick only rose to that level recently. Logan places his hand on his father's shoulder, asking him to rest, as the enemy is tired, so they have some time before they invade again. Patrick agrees, telling Logan that he should do the same, and they fall down, leaning against the wall next to each other. While this is happening, Island is patching up Victor, and Ranyan is talking to Heinkel. Logan and Patrick are standing still, waiting for the enemy to attack, saying that they hope they will wait until midnight. Unfortunately for them, this is not going to be the case, as one of the soldiers looking out notices something strange. A different flag, rising over, with an eagle over a flame. That is the army of Parita that has come to help Bifrost in taking down McLain. Seeing this, both Logan and Patrick are left speechless, as they could have never anticipated this. Bifrost and Parita are talking, with Bifrost asking if Max bringing his army there himself means that they are joining his war effort. Parita says that he knows this is not much for the Lord of the Southwest, but he rushed there as fast as he could, hoping to be of some help. Saying this, Parita thinks that with his army and Bifrost combined, McLain's defeat is guaranteed. On the wall, looking at the scene, Logan realizes that the reason for which Parita is doing this is only to get on Bifrost's good side, and Patrick calls them filthy bastards for this. Seeing what is happening, Patrick tells Logan that they have no other choice than to do it, referring to some backup plan, and Logan agrees. Logan says that they've got everything ready. Inside the castle's town, a family is hiding inside their house, at the corner of a room. The kid asks his mother how long they have to stay there for, and his mother says that it will only be a little longer, and that it's still dangerous to go outside. The kid nods, and the mother looks down at him. The father then says that they should pray together, and they all gather and hug. They pray that when the new year dawns tomorrow, this war ends. Outside the walls, Bifrost shouts for his man. He tells his man to attack, and brings him the heads of the McLain. On the walls, the McLains shoot arrows towards their enemies. However, only some of the soldiers are affected by the arrows. Kaisulun sees this, and tells Logan that only the Paritas are being taken down by the attacks, yet Logan says that it doesn't matter, and that they should keep firing. Franz is deflecting everything with his ship sword, and calls the McLains pesky fuckers. He then screams for his man to hear that the McLains are prepared for a siege, so they shouldn't relax until their feet touch the walls themselves. Franz and his knights then jump in order to claim the walls. Seeing this, Logan tells his soldiers that the enemy is climbing, and instructs everyone to drop them into the moat. Franz sees this, and thinks of something clever. He uses his whip sword to strike the wall. He clinches to the wall, and uses his sword as a rope. As he is above everyone, he sees Logan, and aims to take him down first. As he lands before him, he tells Logan that he will end him for good this time. However, an attack is coming for him from the side. He notices, and realizes he has to do something. A big explosion engulfs everything, to the point where you can't even see the fighters anymore. However, it seems like Franz has managed to parry Patrick's attack with ease. He even acknowledges that Patrick was much faster than before, and also that he has a great sword now. Hearing this, Patrick tells Franz that the sword had the name Velocitus inscribed on it, and goes on to polish it with his glove. This is when Patrick remembers Logan's words, as he gave him the sword, with Logan stating that it didn't suit him well and that Patrick would use it better. However, Patrick thinks that Logan was just being kind. He then tells Logan to go. He may be weaker than the Moon Knight, but with the sword Logan has given him, he is confident he can handle him now. Logan nods his head and leaves. Franz looks at Patrick and realizes that he has taken Aslan's sword. He then leaps forward, going head-to-head with Patrick, saying that he will take the sword back in no time. Logan then uses his force to move faster. As he goes away, he thinks that he can trust his father with this. He then notices something with the corner of his eye, is battling with some knights all by himself. He is ambushed from the back, and he prepares to defend himself. That is when Logan lands from the air and takes one of them down as he does. Victor is stunned to see Logan like this. Logan then defeats another knight without even looking at him, and he asks Victor if he can still fight. Victor says that he is good, and that he could have taken those guys down himself. Logan is glad to hear that, and then tells to drop as many people climbing the walls as he can. He then tells him that doesn't work. He has a plan B, which catches Victor's attention. Logan looks him dead in the eye, and then tells him that if that doesn't work, to just let them climb the walls. From a distance, Parita and Bifrost with his mages assess the situation. Bifrost states that there's something strange going on, and Parita asks what seems to be the matter. Bifrost continues to explain that their people are climbing the walls much easier than earlier, and that they aren't putting that much effort into defending as they did before, and Parita says that maybe they are getting tired. However, Bifrost isn't satisfied with this, and knows that something is afoot. As he looks at Logan and fighting, he states that if that is not the CSE, they must be plotting something. Logan then looks over the edge of the walls, and realizes that there's almost no enemies below anymore. He then uses his mana to amplify his voice and prepares to shout for every single one of his soldiers to hear. He tells everyone to retreat. Hearing this, everyone from Ranyan to Eileen and Patrick are stunned, and Befores is looking at the scene unsure of what is going to happen next. He then looks down, and he feels an earthquake, and says that this is impossible. That is when he realizes that this must be Logan's doing. Clayton and his disciples are the one creating this earthquake, and it only has one purpose. Clayton pushes through with everything he has, and says that Logan is really asking for something ridiculous. As this is happening, the troops of the McLains are retreating, and telling the knights to guard the normal soldiers and let them descend. Looking at the scene, the Befores knights don't know what to make of it, asking themselves if the McLains perhaps got scared of the earthquake. That is when Clayton's magic can be seen taking its toll on the walls, carking them all around. In the next instant, the walls are falling down, burning everyone that was still near them. Seeing this, Bifrost is blind with fury. Parita, however, simply doesn't understand what is happening. With the walls down, Bifrost calls the McLain's rats for how they are fighting this war. Amidst the rubble, Clayton is kneeling, with all his energy depleted. Logan comes running to check on him, shouting his name as he is running. Clayton then looks up and tells Logan that just as he has ordered, he and his disciples have used the last of their energy to topple all the walls. Logan tells them that they've done an amazing job, as a significant portion of their enemies must have been buried together with the walls. Clayton then says that with the physical capabilities of the knights, they should be okay, and Logan agrees. Logan then looks over to Bifrost and says that this will all be over soon. Bifrost comes near the collapsed walls and says that what Logan had done is complete nonsense, as he has destroyed his last line of defense with his own hands. He then goes to conjure up a spell, telling Logan that all he has done is to speed up his demise. He then prepares to unleash a powerful attack over Logan and his people. Seeing this, Logan tells Clayton to take his man and back off. Victor, Ranyan, Patrick, and Logan seem to be in the first line of defense, and Patrick wishes to ask Logan one more time if he is sure his plan will work. Logan looks at Bifrost and tells his father not to worry, and just as Bifrost is prepared to unleash his attack, something happens that disturbs him. A great red light appears above the city, which makes everyone stop. Everybody looks up in disbelief, not sure what is happening. That is when a memory from Logan's past appears, and he states that he remembers it clearly. That day, when on every tower of the nation, a red light appeared notifying people of the news flashed brightly. Seeing this, Bifrost looks up, with a crazy look of fury and terror, saying that this is really bad for him. Two laser-like beams shot forth from the highest towers of the palace. Ranyan, witnessing this spectacle, wondered at their meaning, while Patrick inquired if some calamity had befallen the royal family. He then turned his gaze toward Logan. Logan, glancing over his shoulder, offered a smile and a nod to Patrick, who returned the gesture. Logan then attempted to reason with Bifrost, insisting he must grasp the significance of the light, that something had clearly transpired at the palace. Logan shouted at Bifrost to cease the war and establish communication with the king, but Bifrost, sweating profusely, remained indecisive and hesitant. Clutching the reins tightly, he lamented the unfortunate timing of this event, occurring at what seemed a perfect opportunity to utterly crush the McLains once and for all. Sir Franz observed his commander, inquiring as to their next course of action, awaiting his command with anticipation. Bifrost, however, remained lost in thought, his head bowed in contemplation. Then, to Sir Franz's utter surprise, Bifrost prepared to launch his attack anew, urging his men to ready themselves for battle with renewed vigor. Franz, incredulous, hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to draw his sword and join the fray. He ultimately did so, and they once again prepared to attack, intent on finally and decisively destroying the McLains. Patrick, witnessing this madness, cried out, calling him a madman, while Heinkel questioned whether he would truly continue this folly, even after witnessing the signal from the palace. Patrick demanded to know if Bifrost would dare defy a royal order, but Bifrost retorted that he didn't understand their nonsensical ramblings. Preparing his final assault, a crazed look gleaming in his eyes, Bifrost declared that all he saw were them, the imbeciles foolish enough to attack his seemingly impregnable castle. Observing the unfolding situation, Logan realized that Bifrost had completely and utterly lost his senses. He remarked that he hadn't believed Bifrost would attack, despite the immense risk of being branded a traitor, and concluded that their only viable option now might be to fight for their very survival. Bifrost again issued commands to his soldiers, rallying his men to fight with a singular, unified purpose. As his drool splattered and the veins on his forehead bulged menacingly, he exclaimed that his sole objective was to execute the red-headed filth that dared oppose him. Just then, a voice, one he recognized, interrupted him, cutting through his rage. Bifrost stopped, trembling slightly. Looking behind him, Logan saw someone running towards them with urgency. It was Clayton, carrying a communication orb, its light flickering. Reaching Bifrost, Clayton, panting heavily, informed the person on the other end of the communication channel, the Minister of Defense, that they were at Castle Tomoto, and that Bifrost was refusing to halt the ongoing war. The Minister of Defense, his tone almost nonchalant and unconcerned, inquired of Bifrost if he intended to commit high treason against the crown. At that moment, Bifrost realized he was truly and utterly cornered, with no escape. The minister then announced, for all present to hear, his voice ringing out across the battlefield, that the king had passed away, and that all nobles of the empire were required to attend the funeral, as this solemn occasion took precedence over all other obligations. He then fixed his gaze on Bifrost and stated, his voice unwavering, that this of course included any ongoing wars. Count Bifrost looked away, his gaze falling to the ground in defeat, leaving Franz once again wondering what his next move would be. Logan and Patrick watched him intently, prepared to fight if necessary. However, the conflict appeared to have reached a temporary cessation, as Bifrost bowed from his horse, declaring that his house would abide by the royal will. The minister smiled, a hint of mockery in his tone, remarking that he had better, implying he had no other choice in the matter. Even Clayton seemed surprised by this sudden and unexpected capitulation. As Bifrost turned to leave, he addressed the McLains, calling them rats, and warning them not to think for a moment that this was truly over for them. He then commanded his men to retreat and departed from the scene. Patrick was stunned into silence, while Logan remained uneasy and apprehensive. Clayton and Heinkel were also in shock, watching Bifrost ride into the distance. Only Ranyan and Victor seemed genuinely pleased with this turn of events. The other soldiers erupted in cheers, overjoyed to be alive and to have avoided further bloodshed. One even fell onto his back in relief, exclaiming his joy, while his friend admitted he had feared the worst. Patrick approached his son, acknowledging their victory with a broad smile. Logan, however, pondered what might have transpired had events unfolded differently, a sense of unease lingering within him. If Clayton wouldn't have brought the communication orb, Roger Bifrost would have attempted to wipe them out with his magic. He clenches his sword hard and says that he would have never thought that human anger could be such a variable, and that he shouldn't be relying solely on the past from now on. He then realizes something. Logan turns towards Clayton and asks him how he knew the orb would come in handy, and Clayton states that he was actually taking shelter in the tents, but he brought it because the palace contacted the orb there. Clayton continues by saying he didn't know the situation was that urgent, yet Logan simply places his hand on his neck and thanks Clayton, telling him that his tower truly had the largest contribution in this war. Hearing this, Clayton asks if it would be okay for him to ask for additional funding, considering Logan's thoughts, and Logan tells him that this is all right and that he will let Dwayne know. As Logan turns away, thinking that he should also check on the others, Clayton signals an okay to his disciple, who calls him the best. Eileen stood alone amidst the jubilant soldiers, a look of disbelief etched on her face. A prominent bruise or smudge of dirt marred her cheek. She struggled to comprehend that the battle was truly over. Just then, Logan broke her reverie, walking towards her and calling her name. Eileen's face instantly lit up at the sight of him, her cheeks flushing crimson, her beautiful blue eyes widening. Logan, taken aback by her reaction, admitted he had expected her to be angry, not happy. Eileen, confused, asked him why she would be angry. Logan questioned her about her fear, pointing out that she had nearly died facing an advanced knight in her first real battle. Eileen simply crossed her arms, closed her eyes, looked away, and nonchalantly told Logan that such experiences were simply part of a knight's training. However, her bravado seemed to falter, as Logan noticed a slight tremor in her hands. Eileen, attempting to conceal it, brushed off her shoulder as if dismissing the matter, but her trembling was evident. Seeing through her facade, Logan smiled and let it go. He then praised Eileen, telling her she was amazing, confessing that in his own first battle, he had barely managed to avoid fleeing in terror. Eileen, hearing this, protested that it was nonsense and apologized, saying she hadn't intended to insult him. Logan continued, a memory from his past surfacing, an image of himself trembling before an enemy, frozen in fear, on the verge of tears. He confided in Eileen that few knew of this, but that was the reality of his first real fight. He had been paralyzed, rooted to the spot. He then explained that this was why he had been so worried for her, but she had far exceeded his expectations, accomplishing more than he could have ever imagined. His words filled Eileen with joy. He reached for her hand, intending to address her as lady, but then rephrased, calling her sir, and expressing his hope to witness many more great feats from her in the future. Eileen, completely captivated, her entire face now a vibrant shade of red, was left utterly speechless. Moments later, her familiar broad smile returned, her eyes shining like glass. She clasped hands with Logan and earnestly assured him that she would always strive to do her best. The following day at sunrise, Patrick commanded the troops fit for duty to announce to the populace that Castle Tomoto now belonged to the McLain family. Discussions then arose regarding the necessity of an immediate return to the capital for the king's funeral. Logan, however, suggested that no one would particularly notice if some obscure baron was slightly delayed. Heinkel concurred with Logan's assessment, but Patrick appeared less certain. Patrick emphasized the importance of recouping the losses incurred during the war, adding that while it was wise not to be excessively late, they should expedite matters and depart as soon as possible. For the moment, their priority was rebuilding the castle walls, a task that Logan promptly delegated to Clayton, much to Clayton's apparent displeasure. While overseeing the golems, Clayton's disciples expressed uncertainty about their roles, questioning whether they were mages or laborers, with one disciple even doubting his ability to survive the arduous work. Witnessing their distress, Clayton turned towards his disciple, Grick, and encouraged him to persevere a little longer, reminding him of the promised extended vacation awaiting them afterward. Just then, an extraordinary event occurred with the mana within Grick's heart. His core appeared to be evolving. He had ascended to a fourth circle mage. Clayton was overjoyed at his student's progress, musing that perhaps the arduous labor had somehow contributed to this advancement. This fortuitous incident later became the foundation for the McLain's golem mages to embark on the path of war engineering. The narrative then shifts to Grand, the capital city, where Logan's teacher Duke Felix stood gazing out through the glass doors of his balcony. A servant approached him, informing him of the arrival of Logan and Patrick McLain. With a menacing look crossing his face, Duke Felix instructed the servant to admit them. In the hallway, the servant inquired of Logan and Patrick whether they had come directly to see the Duke upon arriving in the capital, suggesting they might be weary from their journey. Patrick, however, asserted that no knight worthy of the name would succumb to fatigue from such travel. Both Logan and Patrick, dressed in their respective attire, followed the servant toward the Duke's chambers. Logan then asked the servant how his master fared. The servant replied that the Duke seemed deeply affected by the news of the king's death, noting that no one had anticipated His Majesty's sudden demise. As they continued walking, Logan inquired if the servant knew the cause of the king's death. The servant explained that His Majesty had collapsed while attending to national affairs, with the temple attributing it to a cerebral hemorrhage brought on by overwork. Upon hearing this, Logan stopped abruptly, incredulous. In his previous life, the king had died of sudden cardiac arrest due to old age. Yet now, the cause of death had changed. While he acknowledged that a cerebral hemorrhage was a common cause of death in old age, something about the situation felt amiss. Inside the room, the men were seated around a table. Logan stood directly before Felix, who appeared deeply troubled. Observing him, Logan reflected on how only a few months had passed since their last meeting, yet Felix seemed to have aged considerably in that short span. Felix then looked at Logan, commenting that he didn't look well, which Logan denied. Felix then admitted that his aging body was finally catching up with him. At this point, Luis, his servant interjected, stating that his lordship had overexerted himself due to his investigations into his majesty's death. Felix, however, cut him off with a sharp word. Observing the interaction, Logan realized the king's death had affected Felix profoundly. Felix then seemed to remember something. He turned to Patrick and apologized for the delay, explaining that Logan had already told him much about Patrick. Patrick responded by placing a hand on his chest and saying that he had heard his incompetent son was indebted to him and that it was an honor to meet this esteemed grace, whom he had long admired. Felix looked away, apologizing that he couldn't greet Patrick in a better frame of mind, given the circumstances. Gazing at his hands, Felix lamented that during the past week, his aging bones had never felt so powerless. Hearing this, Logan asked if the situation in the capital was truly so dire. Felix lowered his head and confirmed that it was indeed grave. He then became visibly angry, denouncing Juan and Jordan, calling them bastards. Both Logan and Patrick were taken aback by this outburst. Logan's thoughts raced, recalling what Felix had said about Juan Douglas, an influential figure in the First Prince's faction, and Jordan Valtermine, a similarly influential figure in the Second Prince's faction. Felix placed a hand on his forehead, lamenting that at this rate, the nation might fracture, as the two dukes had abandoned any pretense of balance between their factions and had descended into open hostility. They had even dared to pressure him regarding the Third Prince's safety. Patrick, unable to contain himself, exclaimed that it was a shameless act. Logan acknowledged that this was all because Felix was the patron of a prince yet to come of age. Felix confirmed this, adding that if he wished to safeguard the prince's life, he had to align himself with one of the factions. Logan then realized that if Felix continued to resist their demands, something terrible would happen. The Third Prince's life would be in danger. However, Logan reasoned that in reality, no faction would risk drawing unwanted attention by having the prince die suddenly at this juncture, though it could happen in the future. In his past life, there had been numerous assassination attempts on the Third Prince, and Logan was determined to prevent those incidents from recurring. As Logan pondered these matters, Felix declared that he could not comply with their demands. He then turned to Luis, instructing him to escort the Third Prince to his estate. Logan, however, interjected, stating that Felix could not do that. He argued that no matter how much Felix desired to keep the prince by his side, he could not remain with him constantly. Instead, Felix should publicly declare that he would not involve himself in the factional struggles. He explained that what they truly feared was not his refusal to join their side, but the possibility of him joining the opposing faction. Witnessing Logan's actions, Patrick whispered to him to wait, reminding him that they had come to request aid from the Sword Duke because of the incident with Bifrost. Logan replied that they could resolve their family's problems independently. Hearing this, Patrick fell silent, refraining from further comment. He then apologized to Felix for his shameful outburst, saying that Logan was right. Felix, however, seemed unconcerned by the interruption. He simply stated that he had been too stubborn and had failed to see the bigger picture. Felix then rose from his seat, thanking Logan and stating that since he could fulfill his duty with a single word, there was nothing more to add. He then walked towards the window in his study and declared that the fate of their nation would unfold as heaven decreed. Observing his teacher, Logan reflected that, unlike in his previous life, Felix, instead of being pressured into neutrality, had proactively chosen his own path. This was a definite, practical advantage for Logan. As Logan was departing Felix's study, Felix called out to him, saying that he couldn't assist his family at that moment, but if Logan feared things might go awry, he should seek him out. Hearing this, Logan's characteristic smirk appeared. Recognizing this as an opportunity too good to pass up, he inquired of the Duke if he was implying he was willing to grant any request Logan might make. Glancing at Logan over his shoulder, Felix realized the trap he had inadvertently set for himself, but merely laughed it off, telling Logan that if he was capable, he would fulfill whatever Logan asked. Logan, astonished, couldn't believe his luck. He had been half joking, never expecting such a boon. He then surprised Felix by saying that he had no immediate request. He continued, placing his hand over his heart in a gesture of respect, and telling Felix that if he ever did have a request, he would ask him to deeply and carefully consider it, thinking it would be best to save this favor as insurance for something more significant. Felix agreed with Logan's prudence and nodded. He really does look so much older. I almost feel sorry for him. A man burst into the room, breathless, with urgent news for the Duke. Apologizing for the intrusion, he relayed his message to Felix. Two superhumans had entered the estate. One from the First Prince's faction, known as the Tempest Blade, Wicked Kalia, addressed the other, calling him Musclehead and expressing surprise at meeting him there. The other, Marquis Luther Kale, from the Second Prince's faction, known as the Half-Giant, retorted that Kalia had stolen his line and called him Bones. Wicked then taunted Marquis, asking if he was there to receive a beating from the Sword Duke, as he doubted Felix had any interest in factional politics. This provoked Marquis, who told him to mind his own business. They then stood face to face, poised to fight. The servants present trembled in fear at the escalating tension. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them, demanding to know why they were carelessly displaying murderous intent within his house. As the speaker rose, he questioned them if they were looking for a beating, addressing them by their familiar names, Luther and Wicked. It was, of course, Felix. Upon realizing this, the two men immediately bowed before him, stammering that they had no such intention. Still bowed before Felix, Luther stated it had been a long time since their last meeting. Felix, however, dispensed with pleasantries, asking them if they dared to show him respect, while neglecting their duties to engage in factional squabbles. Luther placed his hand over his heart in a gesture of respect, asserting that he would never do such a thing, as the lessons Felix had imparted were things his dull body had yet to forget. Moreover, he clarified that he had not come to see Felix, but rather his guests, the McLain family. The Duke inquired as to their purpose, a question that seemed to discomfit Luther. Wicked also interjected, stating that he had come for the same reason, and that he had no desire whatsoever to displease Felix. Felix, turning his back, relayed Wicked and Luther's words to Logan, asking if he wished to meet them. Stepping forward, Logan replied that it would be an honor. He then placed his hand over his heart and courteously greeted the two men, saying it was an honor to meet two individuals he had long admired. Seeing Logan, the two men reacted strangely, showing no interest and appearing to have no idea who he was. They exchanged glances, clearly thinking the same thing. They addressed Logan, their tone dismissive, saying they had heard much about the Sword Duke's disciple and that it was a pleasure to meet such a talented man. However, they clarified that this was not their reason for visiting the McLains. They had actually come to see Logan's father, Patrick McLain, leaving both Logan and Patrick stunned. Patrick, stepping forward, coughed to announce his presence, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He greeted the two men, acknowledging them as superhumans of the kingdom. He then explained that Logan was currently managing the family affairs, and that they could continue their conversation with him. Luther and Wicked refocused their attention on Logan, their initial disinterest replaced by a calculating glint. Luther remarked that since he was managing the estate at such a young age, he was clearly not only strong, but also intelligent. Wicked added, with a touch of insincerity, that it was always a pleasure to converse with a young talent. Logan, maintaining a polite facade, thanked them for their compliments and asked what business they had with his family. The two men exchanged another look, a silent communication passing between them, and proceeded. Luther expressed admiration for Logan's straightforwardness, saying it suited his youth. Wicked suggested that since they were all rather busy, it would be best to avoid beating around the bush. Wicked then stated that since Logan had recently fought against Bifrost of the Second Prince's faction, he should seize this opportunity to pledge his loyalty to His Highness Reuter. He asserted that if Logan did so, the Second Prince would support his family, adding that his uncle-in-law, Kairos, was also part of the faction. Logan, however, remained unconvinced, his expression carefully neutral. Luther then addressed Logan, arguing that there was no point in hostility between neighboring territories. He suggested that if Logan swore his loyalty to His Highness Romain instead, he would achieve a favorable outcome in his arbitration with Bifrost. Luther placed a hand on Logan's shoulder, a gesture that felt more like a claim than a friendly touch, and urged him to make his choice, asking if it wouldn't be preferable for neighbors to live in peace. Logan's expression changed subtly, recognizing this as a veiled threat. He knew there was some truth to it, as the Tomoto castle they had taken bordered Luther Kale's trade city of Kale. Thus, Luther could easily exert his influence if he chose, disrupting trade, inciting unrest, or even fabricating a reason for open conflict. However, Logan had no intention of joining any faction, at least not yet. He realized that, with a little consideration, joining the First Prince's faction could inadvertently pave the way for the Second Prince to conceal the war against Bifrost and ignite a civil war. And even if he joined the Second Prince's faction, although Bifrost and he would be forced to reconcile, Marquis Kalia might subsequently invade, claiming to have been slighted, using the situation as a convenient excuse for expansion. Either way, it was the perfect scenario to create a pretext for conflict, a carefully orchestrated trap. Therefore, refusing both offers was the best option, a delicate dance of diplomacy and strategic patience. Logan lowered his head, placed his hand in front of the two men, and apologized, saying it would be difficult for him to make a hasty decision, given the complexities of the situation and the need for careful deliberation. At this point, Felix, his patience clearly at an end, intervened, demanding to know what they thought they were doing, his voice resonating with barely restrained anger. The two men appeared visibly shaken, their earlier arrogance replaced by nervous apprehension. Felix called their behavior pathetic, acknowledging that Wicked and Luther had dropped all pretense and chosen to issue an outright ultimatum, attempting to bully his ward into compliance. Moreover, they had dared to involve his disciple, a line they should not have crossed. Wicked stammered that it wasn't because Logan was his disciple, but rather that they were simply making a proposal to the McLain household, a business proposition. Luther added that they had no intention of disregarding his wishes, but simply wished to discuss the future with the McLains, their voices now subdued and respectful. Felix asked if they were absolutely certain this wouldn't involve him in any way, his gaze piercing. Both Wicked and Luther stood at attention, like soldiers receiving a direct order, and swore that it would not. Felix observed them silently for a moment, his expression unreadable, then turned his back, saying that this was as it should be, as he was leaving for his study. He added that he had no business involving himself in factional disputes. Wicked, sensing an opening, asked him what he meant by that. Felix then informed them of his decision. From that day forward, he would no longer participate in the factional war. Therefore, whether through Logan or anyone else, they should abandon all thoughts of involving Felix. The two men exchanged another look, their minds racing, considering their response to this unexpected development. They then stated that they would convey His Grace's intentions to their highnesses as they were. Logan, inwardly, breathed a sigh of relief. However, Wicked, before leaving, turned to Logan and told him to think carefully and make a decision, adding that he would see him soon, a hint of menace in his voice. Logan nodded, acknowledging the veiled threat. Luther also addressed Logan, saying that in a way, this could be good luck for the McLains, which piqued Logan's interest. He explained that if they had attacked Bifrost after the funeral, His Highness wouldn't have even bothered with negotiations, implying that the timing of the attack had forced their hand. Hearing this, Logan realized why he had attacked Bifrost before the funeral and replied to Luther that this was truly a relief, feigning gratitude. As they departed, Logan watched them from a distance. His eyes narrowed. He lowered his head, genuinely relieved that they were finally gone, admitting to himself that simply talking to them had been draining, their presence a suffocating weight. Felix then asked Logan if he planned to involve himself in the faction war, as he hadn't refused them outright. Logan replied that this was a choice he might consider if necessary, a carefully crafted ambiguity. He apologized to Felix, saying that they didn't have the strength to adhere to their ideals in the face of such pressure. However, regardless of the path he chose, he intended to do whatever he could to retain his honor. Felix was left speechless by this display of pragmatism and resolve. He then nodded, a hint of respect in his eyes, and told Logan that this was enough. Felix then turns away from Logan and tells him to return and rest for now, as the funeral will begin soon. Outside the palace, the king's coffin was carried through the gardens toward the grand entrance. As the pallbearers carefully maneuvered the casket inside, a somber voice announced the arrival of His Majesty's remains. The coffin was then solemnly carried toward the altar, where the 8 pallbearers gently placed it down. The archbishop, clad in his ceremonial robes, ascended the steps toward the podium, his disciples flanking him. They were prepared to begin the funeral rites. The archbishop raised his head to address the assembled crowd, but his facial expression instantly shifted from solemnity to dismay. The scene before him was one of blatant disrespect. Instead of mourning the deceased king, the attendees whispered amongst themselves, their conversations filled with political machinations and veiled threats. The two princes, their faces etched with boredom and barely concealed contempt, glanced at the coffin with undisguised disinterest, making it clear they would rather be anywhere else. Their grandfathers mirrored their expressions of disgust, some even openly yawning. The only 2 individuals who seemed genuinely affected by the king's death, their faces etched with grief, were the Sword Duke, Felix Esperanza, and the 3rd prince, whose youthful face was a mask of sorrow. Observing this disgraceful spectacle, Logan sat beside his father, a mixture of disbelief and disgust churning within him. He couldn't fathom how everyone had chosen to engage in political maneuvering and power plays instead of paying their respects to the departed king. As the archbishop announced his intention to begin the prayer, Logan noticed that even the archbishop seemed shaken by the blatant disrespect displayed by the attendees. The archbishop began his eulogy, recounting the king's life from 40 years ago until the present day, a chronological account that seemed excessively long given the circumstances. Suddenly, a voice startled Logan, whispering in his ear, "You only have 1 week." It was Bifrost, his face a mask of smug satisfaction. "Enjoy yourself while you still can," he hissed. "It won't do you any good to despair in your final moments after all." Logan, taken aback by Bifrost's presence, wondered about the seating arrangements, incredulous that he had been placed next to such an unprincipled man. As the Archbishop continued his lengthy eulogy, Logan leaned toward Bifrost and casually dropped a bombshell. "I haven't told you yet, but I've been approached by their faction," he said, a smirk playing on his lips. "We might end up on the same side, so it would be best for you to watch your words." Bifrost's initial reaction was disbelief, sputtering and indignation. Logan then added, "If you don't believe me, ask Marquis Luther Cale himself." Bifrost's anger intensified at the mention of Cale's name. Logan then chuckled. "Just kidding." Bifrost's face contorted with rage, trembling as he barely restrained himself. "How dare you do this?" he seethed, clenching his fists. He reminded himself that he had to maintain composure until the funeral was over, after which he would immediately go to see Duke Felix. He glared at Logan, calling him an arrogant boy and vowing that no one touched what was his and escaped unscathed, a threat veiled in a promise of retribution. Around the room, the reactions of the attendees remained divided. The first and second princes, though outwardly composed, were clearly bored, their attention wandering. Their grandfathers continued to yawn, completely unconcerned with the proceedings. Only the third prince and Felix seemed genuinely distressed, refraining from tears but radiating an aura of suppressed anger at the disrespectful behavior of the others. Finally, the Archbishop concluded his extensive eulogy, announcing that the first day of the national funeral rites was complete. Inside Logan's house, in the Grandia Kingdom capital, Logan says that the first day of the national funeral rites has concluded. Logan and Patrick seem to be wiping themselves out of sweat. While he is doing this, Logan thinks how he cannot believe that the rites would start in the morning and end in the evening. Besides, even though he expected something like it to happen, as soon as it was over, vassals from both factions started gathering around them, bothering them till the bitter end. Logan even says that turning them down every time even started feeling like a chore. While Patrick is looking at him from behind, that is when he speaks up and asks his son if he intends to make use of either of the factions. Hearing this, Logan turns to his father and remains silent for a second. Then he asks Patrick if he is worried, and Patrick replies by telling him that, honestly, if things continue as they are, their family will be at risk. Regardless of which faction they use, the strength of either one is needed in order to stop the Bifrost invasion, their top priority at the moment. Logan replies that if need be, they have the option of relying on his master to resolve things. That won't be necessary though, as Logan says that they will resolve themselves before then, which leaves Patrick speechless. Hearing this, Patrick asks Logan what he has planned, and Logan tells him to go inside a certain room. A door opens, and a voice greets Logan, saying that it's been a long time. This is no other than Philip, who's sweating like a pig. Seeing this, Patrick is not sure what to think, and he asks Philip what he's doing there, while Logan just smiles behind him, telling his father that he will now see what he has prepared for the national funeral. Next, 4 days of the national funeral seem to have concluded, the fourth giving Logan a neck pain, and being so boring that he cannot even tell if it was the fourth or the fifth. As Logan is massaging his neck, a guy passes him by, and as he does, he murmurs something, calling Logan a politic bat, someone that takes to whichever side was winning. The man then turns towards Logan and says that Count Bifrost was right. Looking at the man leaving, Logan thinks about Count Bifrost. He then huffs and says that he has been wondering why the envoys from the factions weren't coming, saying that it looks like Bifrost has been working hard running his mouth left and right. Even so, Logan has no intentions of joining every faction. While all of this is happening, someone disturbs Logan, calling him son-in-law. That is not other than Eileen's father. He looks around, asking Logan why he is alone, and inquiring about his relatives, asking if they didn't come, and Logan replies by telling him that his father had to return to their lodgings first. Hearing this, Eileen's father sends Patrick his regards. Then he pops the one question no man wants to hear from his in-laws. He asks Logan if he has decided on a wedding date. Logan tries to escape the question, telling his in-law that, as he must know, his territory is in crisis right now. But Eileen's father replies by saying that publicizing the bond between their families would help keep Bifrost in check. Hearing this, Logan tells his father-in-law that he cannot make that decision now, as Eileen would scold him again for it. Eileen's father then asks Logan if this is his first time, and Logana asks if he refers to this being his first wedding. His father's in-law's response is genius, telling Logan that if it weren't, he wouldn't be seeing him sit by quietly. What Eileen's father really meant to ask, if this is Logan's first assembly of nobles, the grand noblesse. While they are discussing this, some other guys are talking, with one asking how long has it been since the last assembly, and his pal replies by telling him that they, referring to the officials, have said that even those below the Viscount title are allowed entry, and that it has been a long time since he was last there. Hearing this, Someone else says that this only shows how taken aback even the royal family was by His Majesty's passing. This is when someone smacks the guy's shoulder. This someone is Logan, who doesn't seem to have done it on purpose, but still made the guy fall to the ground. Logan apologizes to the man while he screams from his ass, telling Logan to watch where he is going. Logan offers his hand, telling the man it wasn't on purpose, yet the guy rejects it, hitting Logan's palm away. As he leaves, he calls Logan so full of himself. Present at the scene, Patrick calls the guy irrational and tells Logan not to worry about him, and Logan says that Patrick is right. Even so, he still looks at the guy, thinking about something. As they prepare to enter the assembly, Logan thinks how in his past life, the event happened 2 weeks after the funeral. Thanks to Felix's declaration of neutrality, neither faction no longer has anything to hide. This is when Logan says that the grand noblesse in his past life ended in chaos. The trigger was a Viscount from the First Prince's faction. He was swept up in the rising tension during the assembly. He started cursing at Jordan Valtermine. As a result, the middling aristocrats ended up fighting, which went out of control and led to even the superhumans clashing outright. It was called the split of the tongue that felled the country. That incident became the starting point of the Civil War, and the Viscount that started it all would be criticized for a long time. And it seems that everything is also on track in this timeline, as one Viscount is fighting with another, asking who should be king, if not His Highness Romain, and the other says that this cannot happen, as His Highness, the First Prince, is well and alive. The Viscount supporting the First Prince asks the other if he has no honor for a superior, but he replies that there is no such thing, as he is only older by mere months, and the first Viscount tells the other to curb his tongue. While this is happening, the two princes just seem to be annoyed by the whole situation, not even looking at each other. Hearing the debate, a judge lets his head down, unsure of what to say. Logan even thinks that at this rate, it wouldn't be odd for anyone to pull the trigger. In his past life, after the fighting during the assembly, there was a period of preparation, and a month or two later, the first battle of the Civil War had begun. However, this is too long for Logan, as Bifrost would be able to crush them during that period of preparation. Logan then clenches his fist and says that the Civil War must begin sooner without any time to prepare. While Logan thinks that, he looks at the Viscount he hit on his way to the assembly, who is arguing for the second prince, saying that it's been so long since they've done away with the tradition of prioritizing the eldest son. He then asks what decides the right to the throne is ability. As such, given how he has resolved the issue of trade with the Empire, His Highness, the great Prince Romain, is most suited for the throne. Hearing this, Prince Romain smiles, while the others praise him, acknowledging what the Count said is true. Hearing this, the other Count asks Count Clet what nonsense this is, and the Count replies that there is no one as invested in state affairs as His Highness. That is His Highness Prince Romain, and as he says that, he starts bleeding from his nose. Seeing this, he gets scared. His debate opponent is also left speechless, asking him what is wrong. The Count then places his hand on his head, and his eyes start to change their color. Suddenly, he seems to faint. He starts going from left to right, losing his balance. Eventually, he stumbles and ends up on the ground. Everyone then gets up, and his supporters ask for a priest to cure the man. Logan and Patrick cannot believe what is happening, or actually it seems that way, as Logan only thinks that he is not breathing, so the poison he infected into him is really effective. Lethe grass. After injecting it with force and frying it out for 3 days to concentrate it, its medical properties will be greatly enhanced, and it becomes a deadlift poison that triggers cerebrovascular hemorrhaging. This truth will be revealed 15 years into the future, and it's something that the Grandia Liberation Front will discover for the purpose of assassinating the upper echelon controlling the Empire. Logan asked Philip to bring him the necessary herbs several days in advance, and by attaching a small needle to his ring, Logan was able to inject the poison into the Count before the meeting began. Although neither a knight or a magician would be fazed by it, against a normal aristocrat like the Count in question, it is incredibly effective. This guy was also the 9th assassination target of the Grandia Liberation Front, codename Parasite, and Logan says that in this life, he will cut that tenacious life short before he can sell out the country. Logan then looks at the princes, thinking about the only question that stands now. What will they do now? Especially since Romain finds what happened infuriating. Next, 2 men come, prepared to take away the lifeless body of the poisoned Viscount. Seeing this, the first prince is unsure of what is happening, while the second one is furious. Everything being done, Romain turns to his brother and asks him if he really dares poison his subordinate. Hearing this, Reuter says that there was nothing for him to gain by killing his traitor, so it wasn't him. He then accuses his Romain of the same thing, asking who he thinks would fall for a farce like this. Romain remains stunned by this, unsure of Reuter's choice or worse, a farce. Suddenly, another Viscount raises, saying that Romain's accusation is an unreasonable one, as they aren't even aware of the reason behind Count Clet falling unconscious. Another person then interrupts the men, asking why he is angry. In the end, it was His Highness Romain who initially accused His Highness Reuter of poisoning the victim, or perhaps the man was provoked upon hearing the word traitor. Hearing this, the man remains stunned. He tells the other guy to shut up, asking him where he thinks he is right now. It seems like chattering is being heard all around, and people are talking. Logan thinks that those two in particular are butting heads first after all. Just like Logan and Bifrost, the two of them are famously hostile northern families. And another similarity is the fact that the family heads are a knight and a mage. The blonde guy asks Count Roxina if he is courting death, and the guy tells Count Chloe that this is exactly what he wants. Overseeing the scene, the judge bangs his hammer, as if it holds any power at the time, telling the man that they would be mad for fighting in the assembly. That is when he sees the bigger picture. Everyone is riling up their aura, prepared for a fight. Seeing this, the judge asks what is happening and drops his gavel. Suddenly, someone yells for everyone to halt. This voice makes everyone turn around, wondering what is happening. As the man enters the room, he tells everyone to calm down, as they must properly investigate this situation to unveil what truly happened. This man is no other than Felix himself, and he says that this is not a matter to be dealt with through emotions alone. Seeing this, Logan thinks that Felix barged in with good timing. However, it won't be easy this time, as the princes themselves started screaming, with Romain saying that the situation is clear as day, asking Felix what other proper procedures he wants. The first prince, however, says that he strongly agrees with the Duke's words, as Romain had no real justification for it, so he decided to get rid of a useless puppet by staging this farce. Hearing this, Romain asks if Reuter really dares say that after such an underhanded assassination, and Reuter says that Romain shouldn't be opposed to an investigation if he is so forthright. Felix then steps forward and asks both of the princes to calm down. Yet as he does, two people are blocking his path. These are Jordan and Juan, who seem to have taken Felix by surprise. Jordan tells Felix not to intervene, and Juan continues, saying that even he won't have an easy time against the two of them. Felix turns to them and asks if they even understand the situation they are letting unfold. Yet both of them remain unfazed by this question. Seeing what unfolds, Patrick asks how this could be. The three sole dukes of their kingdom are in conflict. Juan then tells Felix that he must also be acutely aware of just how pointless an assembly like this is. And Valtimir says that simply coming to a conclusion like this wouldn't be so bad. Looking at the two princes fighting, Felix says that everyone has gone mad. Suddenly, Romain clenches his teeth. He then points his finger at Reuter and tells him that he is no longer his brother. With his finger in his brother's face, he says that there is but one way for them to prove their right to the throne. This is, of course, by force, as Romain says. Hearing this, Reuter starts laughing. He raises his hand and tells all those who follow him to call forth their men. Romain does the same, saying that they will be patient no longer, and prompts his men to take up their arms and prepare for war. As this is happening, Juan and Jordan are kneeling to their distinct lords, and Felix is standing behind them. And I'm not even sure what his expression and little tremble says about this. You can tell me in the comments. After the assembly is over, a carriage waits outside the palace. Inside is Jordan, talking to someone. That someone is Bifrost, who seems to be asking Jordan for time to finish with the McLains. As he acknowledges this, Jordan is hardening his grip on his own arm. He tells Bifrost that war could break out at any moment, and he is asking for time. Hearing this, Bifrost realizes the mistake he has made and gets into an upright position. He thinks that Jordan's name as the blazing heat sword truly signifies only his strength. In reality, he is an exceptionally cold and calculating man, so if he gets one wrong answer, it might mean the end for everything. Bifrost puts his head down and tells Jordan that it wouldn't take long, as he would only need 10 days. But Jordan tells Bifrost he is inefficient, leaving him unsure of what to say. Jordan then explains that the most efficient solution would be to bring the McLains under their faction. Then, their forces would be added to their intact, and upon hearing this, Bifrost is left speechless. Jordan then says that he even sent Luther to do that, but someone warned that the McLains were too rotten to take in. Hearing this, Bifrost starts asking for forgiveness from Jordan, saying that he lost himself in his greed and did something unforgivable. Seeing this, Jordan remains silent for a second. He then tells Bifrost to wrap up his greed just for now, as after he wins the war, he will wrap up the McLains and deliver them to his doorstep. Jordan turns around his head, saying that he will give the McLains a light warning, so he shouldn't worry, but go summon his best troops instead. Right now, that is. They must look at the bigger picture. Several days later, at Castle Tomoto, things seem to be going afoot. Logan and Patrick are talking to someone through the communication orb, who tells them that he will respect Logan's desire to maintain neutrality. However, if he goes back on his word and takes any provocative action, he will prioritize imposing a severe punishment, says a servant, informing Patrick of his grace's words and asking Patrick if he understands. Patrick bows slightly and tells the servant that he has taken his grace's words to heart. As he truly terminates the communication, he tells Patrick that he hopes to continue seeing him keeping up this attitude. Patrick seems annoyed, saying that the man didn't even say goodbye, and wonders what's a messenger doing behaving so arrogantly. And Logan says that he is the Valtermine Duchy after all. Logan then says that, even with the situation as it is, they won't have anything to worry about, and that they won't have to depend on Felix for anything either. Patrick, however, starts stroking his beard, and thinks that if it's as that man said, rather than attacking them, Bifrost is gathering forces and heading to the capital. He then states that with the current state of affairs, they will be able to rest for a while. Logan agrees, and says that they should focus on what they can do for now. The civil war that arose because of Larry Klett's death resulted in physical confrontation just 1 week later. At the beginning, both sides were thinking of taking action to assassinate the other prince, but an unexpected incident arose. While the conscripted forces of both factions were in motion, they just happened to cross paths. In the end, a long line was drawn from the initial point of contact in the north to the territory under the direct control of the crown, and all armies began to battle spontaneously all across the kingdom, a sign that the war would end up being prolonged. As things progressed, the leaders of both factions began to draw out every last bit of strength they could muster. As a result, Bifrost, of course, had no choice but to move to the central front. In the end, he left behind only a minimal number of men at his main castle. Going towards the war, Bifrost thinks that it's fine. As long as they haven't lost their minds, they won't ignore the Duke's warning. He then restates, as long as they haven't lost their minds, not being so sure about Logan's sanity, I wouldn't be either after all. Back at Castle Tomoto, Logan bangs his hand on the table. He tells everyone that they must take this chance and occupy Bifrost. Hearing this, Heinkel, Dwayne, and Patrick say that undoubtedly, Logan has lost his mind. Hearing this, Dwayne asks if Valtermine didn't just warn him not to do that. He asks Logan if he is going to ignore a warning from a superhuman, and Logan tells him that this is exactly what he is going to do. Dwayne proceeds to faint, and as Heinkel catches him, he tells Logan that even if Bifrost doesn't have the luxury of fighting back because of the Civil War, this may be taken as a challenge to the second prince. As a result, they might be made an example of, in order to keep the other neutral forces in check. Logan then bursts out of Heinkel's imaginary coffin, scaring the imaginary people, and tells Heinkel that he is wrong. Logan says that they were at war before the Civil War began, so this is merely a fight between families. Taking it as a challenge to the second prince would be too broad an interpretation, and both the second prince and Duke Valtermine are aware of this. Hearing this, Heinkel asks Logan if he predicted this, and took Castle Tomoto for that very reason. He then leaves the idea aside, saying that there is no way Logan could see in the future, and Logan laughs it off. Patrick then intervenes, saying that even if Logan is right, Valtermine is the kind of man that will hold him accountable later, if not now, and asks Logan if he thought about that possibility. Logan says that he didn't, letting his head down, and surprising Heinkel. He then says that he didn't, because there is no way that Valtermine would hold them accountable. Of course, that is assuming they will take over Castle Bifrost, and become strong enough to be a bargaining chip for both factions. Become strong enough for both factions to want them, an idea that leaves everyone astounded. Patrick then turns to Dwayne and Heinkel, and tells them to leave him and Logan alone for a second. As they leave, Dwayne wonders if they are going to fight, tightly clenching some sheets of paper. Patrick then turns to his son, addressing him. He asks Logan if he realizes that there is a fatal flaw in his reasoning, which leaves Logan speechless. For this plan to end, the Civil War must not end before they occupy Bifrost, and grow stronger for it to work. Patrick then says that Logan seems to be absolutely certain that the Civil War will be prolonged, which Logan didn't expect for Patrick to figure out. As Patrick Sluck looks at Logan, Logan thinks that if you look through history, there are very rarely any cases where a civil war lasts longer than a year, and the fact that the Grandia Civil War lasted 3 years is what made it a special case, a detail that Logan overlooked. Patrick then lets out a sigh of relief and closes his eyes. He tells Logan that he said this before the attack on Castle Tomoto, and that he will say it again, but he has no intention of prying into his mind. Patrick says that he believes that everything Logan does is for the sake of the family. However, it would be best for Logan to make up for these kinds of blind spots, and Logan says that he will keep this in mind. Looking towards the massive glass windows, Patrick says that the only thing left now is occupying Bifrost, or rather, taking back the land of their forefathers. At the gate of the main castle Bifrost, two guards are looking in the distance as they've spotted something, and the one holding a binocular is left speechless. A whole army is storming the castle, and not just any army, but the man of McLain. One guy from the walls tells people to hold out, while another says that they've sent a message to Parita, so forces will be arriving soon, so they only need to hold out until then. Looking at the scene, Logan says that they do not seem to have any intention of surrendering peacefully, and Patrick says that there is no need to draw this out. As someone steps forth on the walls, Logan says that they will capture the castle at once, and everyone says that they understand. Logan is then disturbed by a voice, telling him that his lordship has left this land for the same as the war that will decide the fate of the nation. He has left it unto him the honorable duty of standing there as the last line of defense. The man says that he has heard many things about Logan, and that he will repay him for the disgrace of having Castle Tomoto stolen. This is Lentor, a high-ranking knight, and as he swings down with his sword, he challenges Logan to a duel among knights. He tells Logan that if he is a knight himself, he will answer his call, otherwise shame himself. But Logan thinks that Lentor is the one shaming himself. Next, a punch seems to connect on Lentor's purple-haired face. His nose bleeds everywhere, and Logan seems to be the one that threw that punch. Seeing what just happened, Logan says that he ended the guy using his fist without even knowing it. Standing behind Lentor is Heinkel, whom Logan asks how Lentor is doing, and Heinkel tells Logan that he has fainted, pushing his face with his boot. Logan cannot believe that guy fainted just from that, and asking himself if Lentor is really a high-ranking knight, and Heinkel says that it seems like Bifrost has really lost itself, asking how could he leave a man that's all talk to command his defenses. Logan then turns towards his father, telling him that they are finished, but he doesn't seem to be paying attention. Once again, he tries to get a hold of Patrick, but he seems mesmerized. Patrick says that this is it, the land of their forefathers, from which they were chased out of 200 years ago. Looking down on it, Patrick asks who would have thought that they would reclaim it so easily. Logan looks at his father and smiles. He then turns away and says that it wasn't easy. They both look behind at their people. Heinkel, Ranyan, Victor, and every other soldier is smiling under the radiant sky. Looking at Ranyan and Heinkel, Patrick realizes something. He takes in a big breath and says that he now understands. He tells everyone that they've done a great job. They, the McLains, have reclaimed the land of their forefathers, and all of this, thanks to everyone's hard work. He tells everyone that he is blessed to have them as his vassals. He continues by saying that this place is here to recognize their efforts, but it is also to cherish the men that have fallen in the process. Patrick then bows his head and says that he will never forget the knights that brought them there. He then starts reciting names: Caleb, Nil, Ethan, Curtis, and Rariner, Andreas, Piero. The list goes on, and Logan cannot believe Patrick remembers every single one. He then sees Patrick clenching his sword harder with emotion as he speaks the names. Seeing this, Logan smiles. As the sun sets down, Patrick says that he will engrave these names onto his heart to remember them forevermore. He then turns towards Logan, saying that regarding the events that are to come, it would be best to ask the future of the McLains. Hearing this, Logan turns to Patrick, wanting to say something, but he waits. Patrick nods at Logan, and Logan sheds a sweat, unsure of what he should say. Logan then steps next to his father. He starts speaking, telling the man that he is sure they've all surmised as much, but they've descended to an era of chaos. This being said, the McLains will ride the winds of chaos to soar even higher. He then rises Lux to the sky, asking the man to become the wings of McLain. Hearing this, one man hails everyone else to salute. As Logan stays with his word pointed towards the sky, everyone has placed their hands on their hearts, hailing glory to McLain. In the war camp, Bifrost cannot believe that his castle has been taken, asking what Parita and Lentor were doing. The man informs Logan that the castle had already fallen before the forces of Parita could be dispatched. Smacking the air, Bifrost calls Lentor a fool. Bifrost, infuriated, says that they will return at once and crush the McLains limb for limb. That is when Jordan Valtermine comes and tells Bifrost that he won't. Bifrost starts defending his cause, saying that his land, his very home, was attacked by those savages, and he asks Valtermine why he insists on Bifrost not going. Valtermine tells Bifrost that the forces deployed to the central front on both sides are currently nearly equal, and asks Bifrost what will happen if he removes his forces at this time. He then asks Bifrost if he is saying that his lands are above their mission. Bifrost says that this is not what he means, and starts to sweat out of fear. He then tells Valtermine that these crazed men ignored his warning, and Jordan says that he will tear them apart himself. After their mission is over, that is, which Bifrost cannot seem to understand. However, before that, he will send a notice that they must join their faction. Hearing this, Bifrost asks why Jordan would do that. He replies that he will drag the McLains to the front lines and use them as meat shields, as they won't have the right to refuse. After the notice has been given, Logan starts laughing it off through the communication channel. He tells the two men that if they threaten the McLains, they will have no choice but to support the first prince, which makes Jordan clench the cup in his fist so hard that he turns into a cup holder, and Bifrost seems to be shitting his pants. Hearing what just transpired, Before thinks that Logan is insane. No matter how bold he is, Logan shouldn't dare make such threats in front of His Excellency. Jordan also seems to be infuriated, saying that not only Logan disregarded his warning, but now is also rejecting his offer as well. He then looks right into Logan's eyes and asks him if he realizes that this means rejecting Prince Romaine's will. Jordan then starts releasing his aura. Bifrost cannot believe what a fierce presence Valtermine has. Logan then says that he is well aware that he is overstepping his bounds. However, he tells Jordan that this grudge between them and Bifrost began long ago. Logan says that it's not because he disrespects His Excellency or the Valtermine Highness, and Jordan tells Logan to prove it. He tells Logan to lead his troops to the front lines and achieve military success. Then the prince and himself will spare Logan from their wrath. However, Logan says that, regrettably, he cannot do that. Jordan breaks the ground underneath him, and Logan says that he has heard a strange noise, asking him if he is all right. Logan tells Jordan that he intends to remain neutral as per his master's wishes, yet his loyalty to the royal family remains unchanged, so he asks that Jordan not doubt his intentions. Jordan then calls Logan an arrogant fool, asking if he even hears himself. Suddenly, a soldier comes, telling Jordan that the first prince's faction is making a move. Turning around, the look on Jordan's face makes the poor soldier rethink his whole existence. Logan also hears the soldier and tells Jordan that it seems like he is busy, and tells him to tend to his affairs. Jordan then goes to pick up the communication globe. He holds the globe in his palm and tells Logan that even at the cost of some losses, he should end their lives there, and that it would serve as a morale booster. Hearing this, Logan asks Jordan if he is sure that this is a loss he can afford, saying that he's heard the front lines are quite evenly matched. As Valtermine's face once again turns into one of pure anger, Logan tells him that he believes His Excellency is not one to be blinded by petty anger, and Jordan calls Logan a thunderous fool, saying that he will soon realize what he has done. He then throws the communication globe to Bifrost and calls for his lieutenant. Jordan tells his subordinate to take a few men and keep watch on Logan, calling him the arrogant brat from earlier. Hearing this, Bifrost thinks that those foolish McLains are hastening their own demise, and that this actually works out well for him, as it wouldn't be bad if they were crushed by His Excellency's hands. Somewhere else, a blonde man is laughing his ass off. This is Juan, who tells Logan that it's been a while since he's heard good news, and thanks him for that. Logan says that just as his communication with Valtermaine ended, Juan Douglas contacted him personally, and Logan thanks Juan, saying it is an honor for him to reach him directly. Juan then says that since Logan attacked Befores, he must intend to join his faction. However, Logan just pauses and smiles for a second. He tells Juan that this was merely an old grudge of their family. He tells Juan that is sorry, but they are not yet ready to pledge support to anyone, thinking that that's quite a headache waiting to happen. Juan then tells Logan that with Jordan's ruthless nature, he will likely try to swallow his entire family whole. That is when Juan asks Logan what he intends on doing then, but Logan remains silent. Logan tells Juan that he just received word from Jordan, as he begged, and managed to smooth things over, leaving Juan to ask if this is all. Logan then tells Juan that his family doesn't have the resources to do anything but maintain a firm neutral stance. However, he will be supporting His Excellency in spirit. He then asks Juan to make sure that the remaining Bifrost forces are crushed, and Juan laughs, saying that Logan really does speak his mind. He then tells Logan that he will give him some advice just in case. He tells Logan that if he deceives him, he won't let it slide so easily, and Logan thinks that everyone is threatening him from all sides. But with this, McLain's neutrality has been officially recognized, so there's only one thing left to do. At the Parida estate, Max Parida seems to just have been informed that the Bifrost castle has been occupied. Parida goes crazy, saying that they didn't even dispatch reinforcements yet, and asks his vassal what is happening now, and his vassal tells him to calm down. His vassal tells Parida that McLain has gone this far acting recklessly, and that the Count will not sit idly by. That is when his vassal tells Parida that he is sure the Count will punish them harshly. A soldier then informs them through the communication channel that there will be no retaliation, and that the McLains' neutrality is approved. This leaves both Parita and his vassal speechless. His vassal tells Parita that they shouldn't worry, as if they are neutral, they at least won't touch them, and Parita asks if they can really trust that. A servant then rushes to the room, saying that a notice has arrived from the McLains, making the vassal jump from his feet. The vassal reads the letter, as Parita is asking him what they are saying. It looks like the McLains have sent over some sort of demand list that needs to be carried out in order for them not to attack Parita. Those demands are a monthly tribute of food and supplies worth 100,000 gold, monthly internal inspections by the McLains, the right for McLain to conscript troops freely whenever needed, and a tenant tax reduced to 30%. The letter also reads that given the current situation, they can attack directly, and no matter who becomes king, they will still be the lords of that land. That being said, if the Parita don't want to die, they will kneel to the McLain. Back at the Bifrost main castle, even the flag has been changed to one of McLain's. Inside the castle, Dwayne informs everyone that, as expected, the Parita family has requested to become vassals. Logan says that this is good, and that now, all they have to do is to slowly strangle them dry and absorb their entire military power. Logan says that it's a shame they cannot touch Percival Ruffman yet, but Fwain tells him that they've achieved more than enough. Logan says that for now, all immediate threats are gone, so there is but one thing to do. That is to party, and he does seem to have a party inside the castle. Logan tells everyone that the war is over, so everyone should eat, drink, and enjoy themselves. And people really seem to do that in small groups like Dwayne, Heinkel and Kaisalan, or Hamar, Philip and Clayton, laughing and having a drink. Even Rick with another female servant and Patrick with Marianne seem to enjoy themselves. Victor, however, seems to be really furious about something. Patrick then goes to Logan, asking him if it isn't about time they do it, and Logan says that he is right. Logan asks Heinkel to come forward, addressing him as Sir, which means that something formal is about to happen. Patrick, drunk, goes to scold Heinkel for not saluting the call of his next lord, but Marianne seems to keep him in check. Logan then goes to say that for leading the Night Order and bringing victory in the war, Heinkel deserves a reward. Thus, Sir Heinkel will be rewarded with 1 million gold and land of equal value, which leaves Heinkel stunned. Everyone in the room is astounded, with one guy asking if they are sure their territory wasn't broke just a while ago. They say that the young master completely emptied the castle's treasury, and that there is no wonder he was pouring wine like water. Logan, however, thinks of how good it would have been if the Bifrost forces wouldn't have looted the entire artifact vault. Logan then turns to Clayton, addressing him as Lord. He tells him that the greatest achievement in the defense of Tomoto Castle was by the Golem Tower. Therefore, he also deserves a fitting reward. The Magic Tower will be granted permanent ownership of its land within McLain Town, with no taxes imposed. Additionally, a reward of 10 million gold will be granted. Bro turned into the Great Gatsby real quick. Hearing this, Clayton falls to his knees with his head bowed. He starts crying, and he thanks Logan again and again and again. He calls Logan his benefactor, or actually his Logan, while Victor notices the fact that Clayton is smiling and crying at the same time, as Patrick and Marianne enjoy the party. Logan Gatsby says that rewards will also be given to others separately, so they should relax and enjoy themselves. After this, Logan says that using someone else's money to play the generous lord feels amazing. Logan then looks at Eileen, who is dressed in a beautiful cherry red dress next to him. Logan turns to her, asking if she really loves the rewards so much, and saying that the Floyd family isn't exactly poor. Eileen turns to Logan and tells him that it's not just the money, but the fact that this is the first money she has earned on her own. She then asks if women in this country even have the chance to make this kind of money, and says that just this much makes her feel like she's accomplished part of his dream. Ranyan then goes to catch Logan's attention. Ranyan asks if Logan is not also going to take care of their blacksmith, and Hamar seems to be waiting for a reward. Logan laughs, thinking that ever since he got a sword from Hamar, he's been really looking out for him, and says that of course he will. He says that he has already got the perfect gift for Hamar, making Hamar wonder what that is. Outside the castle, a carriage stops. A soldier of McLain tells a dwarf to get off as they have arrived. The dwarf, having instead a left hand, says that he cannot believe a human is cramming up slaves into a carriage like cargo. He gets out of the carriage and says that it looks like this time, the master is a real twisted pervert. Inside the city, people are cheering, walking kids are playing, and overall, people seem to be having a good time, and to be happy. Seeing this, the dwarf wonders if this is the place where they will be working from now on. And it seems he is not the only one, as more dwarves are getting down from the carriage. acknowledging the high number of humans around, which they don't seem to like so much. Then they start talking among themselves, saying that this time, the master is really strange, as they didn't expect sending such fine carriages to transport them over. One even says how nobles only perceive them as livestock to be hauled around, while his friends say not to expect much, as in the end, all nobles are alike, and some just love flaunting their wealth around, as they have enough luxury to even provide carriages for slaves. Hearing this, the dwarf with red hair, who seems to be going by the name of Timar, tells his pal to shut his mouth, as someone might hear them. Yet his friend asks Timar if a proud dwarf like he is, plans to grovel down before humans. He then looks at his left hand, and asks if losing it also made him lose his pride. A guard then shouts towards the dwarves, telling them that if they're all of the carriage, they should move, startling Timar. Turning his head around, Timar thinks about what his pal said, calling him a fool, and asking himself if they don't realize that clinging to pride only makes things worse. Looking at the hook acting as his hand, he says he indeed lost his pride when he lost his hand. The single thing keeping a dwarf like him who can't even forge properly is his lack of pride. The dwarves then follow the McLain guard. Timar seems to be the first one before the soldier, strolling through the city. However, he keeps his head down, unsure of what's to come. Looking at the ground, he asks himself if life is even worth living anymore, and if he shouldn't just die and end all the suffering. A cheery man with gray hair and beard then greets them, happy that they've arrived. He starts counting the dwarves, and realizes that there's 10 of them. A perfect count. The man then shouts for someone to inform Lord Hamar that the kin he has requested have arrived. Hearing this, the other dwarves can't grasp the idea. One of them, a dwarf, being a lord. Timar even goes to ask the men if he's really just said Lord Hamar, and the man asks Timar if he knows Lord Hamar. The man then goes on to boast about Hamar, calling him the greatest craftsman in their territory, saying that the things he's created transformed this land. He then tells Timar that because of this, they also have high expectations from them as well, and this makes his face light up. Hearing the way the human talked about Hamar makes him wonder how remarkable of a dwarf and craftsman must he be for a human territory to respect dwarves. Hamar then gets to the scene and says that finally, the long wait has concluded and that HSI kin has arrived. Hamar tells his people that he is glad to see them all in good health, and Timar seems happy to see the situations unfold, finally having a caring and nice master. As Hamar speaks, the man starts drawing a smirk in the corner of his mouth, and Hamar says that since they're all in such good shape, they can start working. In fact, he says that he can start working them like dogs right away, since they are all so healthy and prone for labor. Hearing this, the expectations on Timar's face and the other dwarves seem to have shattered, as this is not at all what they have expected, as Hamar tells them to get inside as fast as they can, since they have mountains of orders to fulfill. Timar's mental image of his new master then shatters before his eyes. A few days later, Logan appears out of nowhere and asks Hamar if he has received his gift. Hamar greets Logan and tells him that he has received it indeed, and that thanks to him, the crossbow production has sped up, all while Logan looks around, asking, where are the dwarves? Hamar then points his finger to the left and says that they are all working diligently as the gears of this workshop. Even so, looking inside at Timar, and all the others in fact, they look tired and completely unhappy. Seeing them work, Logan says that Hamar's system is certainly efficient for mass production, with every person making a single part, but he is sure that the dwarves' pride didn't take that lightly, and it seems like he was correct, as an image of the dwarves shouting at Hamar is then shown, with them complaining that they can't even make the whole product, and another says that this diminishes their craftsmanship pride. However, once Hamar told them how much they need to deliver, they all shut up. He then says that there even was one troublemaker aiming for a leadership role, referring of course to Timar. That being said, Hamar put him in his place peacefully enough, and by that he means he literally made him stay face down to the ground while acknowledging he is just a gear in the workshop, while asking Timar if he plans a mutiny or something. Hearing this, Logan laughs, saying that this is Hamar for everyone, handling things so efficiently, and Hamar says that he's of course learned everything from his master, while the dwarves watching the scene call them both devils. Still, Timar thinks about something. It seems that Hamar has made them the same deal Logan made with him. If they work their hardest for US 20 years, he will grant them their freedom. Looking down at the part he is making, Timar acknowledges that this is the deal his master made to all of them, and that it's a chance they will never get again. Hamar then looks at the dwarves as they work diligently. He then turns to Logan and asks him why they need so many crossbows, as what Logan asked is enough for 10,000 people to use and still have leftovers. And Logan tells him that this is because 10,000 people will use them. Hearing this, Hamar is stunned and tells Logan that they are making a 10-year supply in advance, telling Logan that this is some excessive preparation. Logan, however, starts laughing, telling Hamar that he's wrong, and that he's in fact creating a militia of about 10,000, which is already being recruited. After hearing this information, Hamar screams so loud he can be heard from outside the workshop. His body language suggests his anxiety and astonishment for what Logan has said, while thinking that he is preparing yet another war, and Logan says that he can see exactly what Hamar thinks. While Hamar places his forehead between his fingers, Logan thinks that the Civil War had just begun. Most people don't realize this war could last 3 years. Not that an imperial invasion awaits at the end of it. A war once fought by elite soldiers will soon turn into a war fought by mercenaries, paid with whatever wealth can be gathered. And in the end, it will become a war fought by desperate peasants forced to take up arms. Logan thinks that it will be a horrific sight, nothing short of hell descending upon this world. And so, they need to prepare for that moment. Hamar then asks, knowing that he shouldn't be the one asking, if it's really okay to arm that many commoners. Logan replies, telling Hamar to just make sure the people live well. Then even if you give them bombs, they won't rebel. Speaking of bombs, Logan tells Hamar that there is something he would like for Hamar and Lord Clayton to secretly develop, and Hamar has a bad feeling about this. At the Magic Tower, Logan seems to have shared the same information with Clayton as well. He wants them to develop a bomb that detonates with a time delay. Logan says that Clayton is correct, but that this is not all, as it should also detonate upon receiving a certain level of impact, and that the force gripping it tightly should be enough. As Clayton writes everything down, Logan tells him that it should also give a light vibration as a warning before it explodes. Otherwise, some might forget to throw it. And it would also be good if it would change color upon detonation. The detonation should happen about 5 seconds later, and the explosion should be the equivalent to a second circle explosion spell. All of that, while maintaining the production costs at a maximum of 50 gold. Logan then asks Clayton if he thinks it's doable. Hearing all of this, Clayton asks Logan if he is sure something like this even exists, and Logan says that of course it does, as he has used it before. Hearing the same thing, Hamar asks where the hell he got something like this, and that it feels like a deja vu. Logan goes on to say that he's even roughly told them what materials go into it. Yet Clayton is not convinced, saying that even Logan wasn't 100% certain. Besides, Clayton says that chemical compounds can behave completely differently depending on the mixing ratio. Plus, something that produces a second circle effect at 1/10 the price of a first circle spell scroll. If something like that would have existed, their industry would have exploded with excitement. Clayton then tells Logan that if he's actually used one, it would be faster to find the Persian who made it. So he prepares to use the communication channel to do just that. He calls Felix's advisor, and the general from his former life, who also asks him if there is someone around him that knows how to make such strange items. The man tells Logan that he doesn't have any close ties with a mage, and Logan can't believe it that he really doesn't know. What he's trying to create is liberatio, a bomb named after the ancient word for liberation. It was a weapon that dealt a significant blow to the Empire during the Grandia Liberation Front. However, only a handful of people knew how to create it, and unfortunately, Logan wasn't among them. Even so, he thought that if anyone had a clue, it would be Commander Lewis at the time. The creator of Liberation, supposedly, was an earth mage that drew inspiration from the ancient dwarven weapons. So if anyone can figure it out, it is sure to be those two, Hamar and Clayton. Hamar tells Logan that at first, he thought Logan just dreamt all this up, but the vivid way he describes it makes him doubt himself. Hearing this, even Logan thinks that strangely, his memories of Liberatio are strangely clear, almost unnaturally clear, which makes him behave strangely. He lets the thought go, saying that in the end, it's normal, since he died because of it in the end, so it all makes sense in a way. Then he proceeds to once again explain everything to Hamar and Clayton, as they ask if Logan hasn't yet given up on it. Inside a bar, a man strikes down on the table with his fist and a pint of beer, spilling it everywhere, while asking what did this country end up being. Another 2 men in the bar curse the war, saying that now it's spread all the way to the south. One man starts shouting, saying that if they want to fight, they should do it among themselves, and asking why are they dragging small territories like theirs into it and getting them killed, while his friend calls him a drunk and tells him to lower his voice. The guy at the table from across raises his head and says that he is right. If they want to fight, they should do so among themselves. He then says that just because his great-grandmother was the second daughter of House Kalia's Marquis, this shouldn't mean they have to be dragged into this faction war. He then continues, saying that this is why small provincial nobles like them end up completely ruined. He laments, saying that their family is probably the first one to be destroyed in the Civil War. He was forced to run away, without even being able to retrieve his family's bodies, calling himself a pathetic man. A man wearing a long cape and a hood then comes behind the speaker, asking him if he is Mr. Damien Nadal. Hearing his name spoken by an unknown person, Nadal gets up, clenching his sword and preparing for a fight. He asks the man who he is and how he knows him, as the man pulls you a letter, saying he is from the Information Guild, and that a client of theirs asked him to deliver this letter to Nadal. Looking at it, Nadal wonders who could have sent that letter. The sigil on the crest seems to be resembling a red flame emblem. Inside the castle, our most beloved and loyal servant, Rick, talks to Logan, asking him what all of those papers are. Looking at Logan writing, he asks him if he plans to throw a party or something, and Logan asks him if he is crazy, and why would he be throwing a party in times like this. He then tells Rick that those are letters to be sent to talented people who lost their masters in the Civil War. He asks Logan if he plans on recruiting them, and Logan asks him how he knew that. Rick tells Logan that he has been watching him for years, and then proceeds to ask if there are any famous knights in this ruined territory, as he hasn't really heard of any. To which Logan replies by telling Rick that right now they are just heirs of small lands or ordinary soldiers, and if left alone, they'll probably become wandering mercenaries. Hearing this, Rick asks him why he would recruit those kinds of people, and if they are really that short on troops. That is when Logan tells Rick a saying, a pearl in the mud, yet he knows that this is just information from his past life. Most of them will eventually become Force users, but the one receiving this letter will never awaken Force. Even so, Logan says, he's one of the most important ones. Therefore, he hopes he will accept. He then starts addressing the letter to Mr. Damien Nadal. He starts writing that he, the eldest son of the McLain family, was deeply moved by his poem of the Drunken Moon, left at the academy. He tells Nadal how he thinks he is an exceptional talent, and he's heard that recently, Nadal went through misfortune, so he reached out. Damien reads the lines written by Logan saying that his family continues to grow even in these hard times, and that he needs someone like him. At last, he courtly asks Damien to consider the McLain estate and family, if he needs a new place to reside. However, reading it, Damien asks what kind of nonsense this is. 2 months later, at the McLain estate, a crowd of people seem to have gathered at the gates. One of the guards standing at the gates asks his colleague where did all these people come from, but he does not know the answer. The guard then reveals that they are all saying they got letters from the young master, and as Damien stands behind a guard, he confirms the crest on the letter is the McLain sigil, so he tells the men to follow the guard inside. Damien then steps forward and shows the guard his own letter, barring the same sigil, and says that he has received it from Logan. The guard takes a look and says that the seal is definitely McLain. He then takes a look at Damien. He looks shy and anxious about the whole situation. He tells Damien that it's been verified and that he should follow him, while wondering why would the young master send a letter to a vagrant like him. They then proceed through the pathways of the city and the castle. Looking around, Damien starts to wonder. He asks himself if McLain is trying to grow their territory by taking in war refugees. Even so, he wonders why he would get a letter. Looking around the city, Damien finds it peaceful and wonders if Logan didn't perhaps send the letter to the wrong person. Inside the castle, Logan and Damien seem to have met, with Logan taking Damien's hand, introducing himself, and saying that Damien must be tired from such a long journey. Damien says it's nice to meet Logan, wondering once again if Logan got the wrong person, while he tells Damien to take a seat and talk. He gives Damien a cup of tea, saying that it's still chill, and Damien thanks him. Damien starts sipping from the cup, while at the same time looking at Logan. He assesses Logan's appearance, wondering if he knew him before, but then quickly saying there is no way he would have forgotten red hair and red eyes like his. However, looking at Logan's face, he cannot understand why he is so happy to see him. Looking back at Damien, Logan thinks that even the genius of the Liberation Front had a clueless side. It appears that in reality, or in Logan's past life actually, Nadal was a master of encryption systems and a genius of information management. For more than 20 years, he thoroughly protected the identities of the Liberation Front members. Logan thinks that without saying, his talent goes beyond impressive, but above all, it's his upright character that makes him most desirable as an ally. Even after losing his whole family in the Civil War, he fought for decades for the future of this struggling country. Logan thinks that if he can win Damien's heart, he is someone he can trust unconditionally. Logan then proceeds to strike a conversation with Damien, saying how he has heard that Damien has graduated from the Academy's Public Administration Department. He then asks Damien if he would like to start as an assistant to their chief administrator, telling him that if he proves his ability, he might oversee an entire city someday, which shocks Damien. Damien asks Logan why he'd go so far for someone like him. and Logan asks him if he is not already aware of it, to which Demian replies that he isn't. Logan tells Demian that just as he had mentioned in the letter, he was truly moved by his poem. He tells Demian that having talent in poetry, he can understand context and express things concisely, which is a great skill that could help in management and administration as well. Yet once again, Demian thinks that this is nonsense. While Logan gracefully drinks from his cup of tea with his little finger raised, as English royalties usually used to do, Logan himself then goes to also acknowledge that what he said is nonsense. But he had to secure him no matter what. He thinks that maybe not now, when they're just a small house, but someday, when McLain becomes more than just a noble family, Demian will be a great asset as an information manager, even if it's not his specialty. Right now, he will have to endure the role of an administrator for now. 1 week later, Dwayne and Logan are talking, and with his face all lit up, he tells Logan that this kid is amazing. He points his finger to Philip, grabbing him by the shoulder, and tells Logan that he and Demian together managed to do the work of over 10 people on their own, and asks Logan where he has managed to dig these kids of people out from, and Logan cannot believe that this was actually a good fit for Demian. Logan tells Dwayne that this is great, and to make sure to help Demian adjust smoothly, and Dwayne tells him that there is no other choice but to treat talents like them with the utmost care. Dwayne then goes on to bring a separate matter to Logan's attention. It seems that because of the Civil War, a flood of refugees is coming in, and that the town will reach its population limit much sooner than expected. Hearing this, Logan asks if they should speed up the plans for a second town, and asks Dwayne if the budget will be okay if they do that, to which Dwayne says that he has made some early calculations. It seems like the price of lumber has skyrocketed due to the Civil War, so once town construction is done, the budget will be very tight until the yearly harvest. Hearing this, Philip asks why they would need to be short on money, as there's more than enough to sell in the territory. Hearing this, both Logan and Dwayne are stunned, asking what they could possibly sell. This is when Philip comes with the idea of selling food. Logan seems to be mesmerized by Philip's idea, but Dwayne goes mad, asking why they would sell food, and if they even have that kind of surplus. Philip says that they should be doing it to prepare for the war with Befros, as they didn't sell the surplus food back then. That being said, their war ended quickly, and once the Civil War started, food prices skyrocketed. Philip says that even selling just half would solve their financial problems. Then, he says, with the remaining money they could even build ranches, which Logan seems to consider. He thinks that in the long term, in order to mass-produce thousands of crossbow cavalry, it's something they will definitely be needing. He thinks that right now, they are relying entirely on imports, but to sustain the army, they'll eventually need their own supply. So he tells Philip and Dwayne that this is a good idea. Hearing this, Dwayne once again gets mad, while Philip cheerfully smiles, saying he already knew Logan would be on par with him. He tells Dwayne to let Philip handle that matter, and he tells Philip to squeeze out as much profit as possible, and use the leftover money to buy lumber as well. He then tells Dwayne to start preparing for the construction of the second town, and Dwayne abides. Dwayne then reaches into his inner breast pocket to give something to Logan. He hands him a letter, claiming it came for him, but was sent to Dwayne's office by mistake, and Logan thanks Dwayne for the care of giving it to him. The letter bears a black seal with no crest, and that's how Logan knows it's from the Information Guild. Philip and Dwayne bow as they leave, telling Logan that they will be on their way out, and Logan wishes them farewell, telling them to go on with their work. He then starts reading the letter he opened earlier. The letter informs Logan in the matter of the whereabouts of one matching description in the search request he has made, yet Logan doesn't seem to remember any persons searching. Eventually, he recalls the event, as he has made that request the day he first learned the heavy pressure sword from his master. He asked them to find the unaffiliated superhumans who were active during the Imperial War. It looks like it took them some time, but they found one. The letter reads that his name is Churn Crow, not exactly the name Crown Logan has mentioned, but there's a high chance it's the same person. Hearing this name, Logan cannot believe that from all the people it had to be that guy, a developer who succeeded in mass supplying low-grade artifacts, and one of the top 10 merchants in the Empire. He covered his entire body with artifacts he made himself, and unlike a typical mage, fought on the front lines, sorcerer who slaughtered Grandia's forces. He was called the Massacre Sorcerer, Crown. Logan clenches the paper tightly, remembering that because of the low-grade artifacts he supplied to the Empire, they say Grandia's downfall came nearly twice as fast. As an enemy, he is an extremely dangerous opponent, so Logan's best option is to recruit him. If that fails, his only remaining option is to kill him instead. Next, it seems we are the Imperial Border Outpost. At the entrance, a soldier stands guard as a hooded figure approaches. Before entering the Empire, the guard tells the figure to halt for a moment, He asks the guy if he is a merchant, and he says that he is indeed a merchant from Grandia. Hearing this, the guard says how he has heard that things are a bit chaotic there these days. He then turns his head around and reaches towards the figure with his hand, saying that it must be tough for him. Logan, who seems to be the hooded figure, doesn't say anything at first. He then lets a gold coin fall in the guard's hand, as he agrees with him. The soldier looks at the coin and tells Logan that there is no need to worry anymore. He grants Logan entrance into the kingdom and tells him that their empire is peaceful. Seeing the plains, Logan says that it's been a while since he's last been in the empire. Logan says that according to a report from the Informational Guild, the person he is looking for isn't living in a major city, but in a border territory, thinking that he doesn't know why a future superhuman would heil up in a place like that. But the fewer people around, the better for him. In order not to stand out, Logan has intentionally used magic to disguise himself and change the color of his eyes, as having red hair and red eyes makes him stand out to the rest of people too much. Looking at the horizon, Logan thinks he might be lost. Suddenly, a man shouts at him from behind, grabbing his attention. As he clearly approaches Logan with the intent of sparking a conflict, he tells him that he is moving way too fast, calling him a redhead. 3 men, appearing to be bandits, surround Logan and mock him, saying that his head looks like a blood clot. One of the men then points his sword at Logan and tells him to put his bag down. He threatens Logan, saying that if he resists, he will make him bleed just as red as his hair. Yet Logan renders unimpressed by this display. Sometime later, it looks like Logan has arrived at an estate that bears the crest of a dragon or lion. The bandits, all beaten up, tell Logan that they've arrived at the destination. The bandit that was threatening Logan earlier now places his hands together, begging him to let them leave, and Logan thanks them for their guidance and lets them go. They thank Logan as they leave, and Logan simply huffs, thinking about their stupidity. Logan steps inside the city, looking around at the people on the street. It seems that it is full of merchants, as some are trading materials, like leather imported from Rusfelheim, which is of excellent quality. He then sees a nobleman with his servant. The servant tells his master that they should be resting there for a while, and the master agrees, telling him to find a quiet tavern or something. A boy is eager to sell his newspapers, while a woman is talking to her friend about a trendy dress she has seen in the city the other day. Looking around, Logan cannot believe it, as he has heard this was a border castle, but it's just as clean and lively as most cities in the kingdom of Grandia. Logan then pulls out a map and says that the place where the man he is looking for lives is supposedly isolated, even within the castle. He then says that even so, he must be at the right place. He then looks up with his now blue eyes, knowing he came to the right place. It seems that he ended up at a gothic-looking castle, grim and witty. He looks up at the manor, without saying a thing, and placing the map back in his bag. He goes to knock on the door, when he realizes something. What if the man is already a superhuman? Logan thinks that the man was infamous for his nasty temper, so there's a good chance this ends in a fight if recruitment fails, and that the man is probably a slow-cast type mage. If this is so, Logan thinks that he might just be able to kill him. He then slaps himself on the face. He wonders what the hell is he thinking, as he must do everything in his power to recruit him, not kill him. So he will put aside his past life's grudge for now. He then knocks on the door, asking if there's anyone inside. The door opens, and someone asks who the hell is knocking so loudly outside. A man with a thick beard and mustache appears, saying that he's even told the Lord not to make noise around there, which makes Logan shed a sweat. Looking at the man in front of him, he thinks that he's never seen him before, so he asks if he is Churncrown. He tells Logan that he is Churncrown, asking him what business he has there, while Logan assesses his level as a 5th-class mage. Logan tells Crown that he has traveled a long way to meet him, and asks if Crown could spare a moment of his time, yet Crown simply calls Logan a random punk and tells him to get lost. He then slaps the door in his face, leaving him to talk with himself. Seeing this, Logan is not sure what to say or do, so he thinks that he should just revert to his old plan of killing the guy. Yet he restrains himself, saying that he must recruit him, as there's no better ally than this, so he just needs to hold on and endure, while once again knocking on the door. He asks Crown to at least hear him out, when what appears to be lightning magic surrounds Logan all around, at a voltage which Logan says could kill a normal person. Seeing this, Logan calls the guy a son of a bitch, and gets mad. He then thinks that if he doesn't want to talk, he will force him to, and so he breaks down the door. He steps in, telling Crown that they have to talk, and Crown realizes that Logan is not a normal guy, while he seems to prepare an attack. Seeing this, Logan is left speechless. It looks like the weapon Crown is preparing to use is the Orb of Massacre, exactly the one he feared. The spell constantly protects Crown's surroundings and automatically repels enemies, an offense-defense type of artifact. Logan remembers that Crown was weaker in direct combat compared to other superhumans, but with the orb, he unleashed unmatched firepower in civilian massacres. However, looking at him, Logan says that he is probably not at that level, since he's only a 5th circle mage at the moment. Logan asks Crown if what he is doing isn't perhaps a bit harsh for a guest from far away, but Crown asks Logan what kind of guest breaks down the door to enter. Logan clams down and tells Crown that he wasn't seeing visitors, so he left him no other choice. He then throws something at Crown. Reaching its feet, Logan says that this must fully compensate for the door. It is, of course, a bag full of gold. Seeing the money, Crown starts sweating intensely, and then tells Logan that he could spare a moment to talk. They sit inside the parlor on the couch, with Logan having his sword by his side, and Crown having his orbs of massacre behind him, while he asks Logan what he wanted to talk about. As Logan tells Crown that he has rumors about him, saying that he came to offer him a recruitment proposal. He also thinks that he has no manners whatsoever by the way he is talking. The word rumors in particular seems to grab Crown's attention, and he asks Logan what kind of rumors he's been hearing, which Logan finds interesting. He then realizes that this is the sound and appearance of a man that certainly has something to hide. Logan tells Crown how he has heard that he is a master of artifacts, and that just by looking at the things behind him, it makes it obvious that the rumor was true. Hearing this, it seems that Crown's short fuse started burning as he shouts at Logan, asking him where he's heard that. Logan tells Crown that he has been looking for a skilled mage, and that the Information Guild pointed him out. Crown's eyes light up, asking Logan what Information Guild is he talking about. Yet Logan looks directly into his eyes, with no emotion whatsoever, and tells him that this is a detail he cannot share. He tells Crown that he's only came after hearing his reputation, and that it sounds like he's got quite a few sins stacked up, making Crown shout to defend himself, as he swears that he's lived an honest life. Logan looks at his sword, thinking that maybe it's because he's been holding a grudge from his past life, but to him, what Crown is saying sounds like someone who's lived a filthy life would say. Even if he's capable, his personality is a problem, so Logan will have to deal with him there and then, since he cannot Crown stabbing him in the back. To Logan, the Orb of Massacre looks weaker than in his past life, at best a 3rd-class artifact, so if he decides to kill Crown, it wouldn't be hard. He then thinks that he should put it to the test, so he looks at him, addressing him as Sir Mage, and posing an impertinent and sparking question. That being if he's ever heard of the name Crownit, which instantly makes him change his facial expression. Hearing the name, Crown realizes that Logan is not who he says he is. The Orb of Massacre then begins to change color, from blue to red, a sign that the man might be through with talking. He lets out a psychotic smile and he goes directly for Logan's neck, saying that this is where Logan is going to shake hands with death. From outside, it looks like a big explosion has shattered the back wall of the mansion as rubble splatters all around. Crown has left a giant hole in the wall in front of which Logan stood, and he is nowhere to be seen. Crown, however, seems weakened after the attack, since he probably used quite some stamina on it. Suddenly, his facial expression changes into one of wonder. A wave of force throws Crown and his balls away. Seeing this, Crown cannot believe Logan has dodged his attack. He then says that Logan is quite lucky, but this is as far as he will get. He then riles up his own aura, preparing another attack, and asks Logan if he thinks he is a match for his orbs. In response, Logan raises his own sword, prepared to counter Crown's attack, yet Crown calls it a pathetic attempt. Crown attack, leaving behind a big explosion and flames. Seeing the aftermath of his own attack, Crown wants to say that Logan's efforts are praiseworthy, yet not enough. Even so, he might have spoken too soon, as once again he is left speechless by what's unfolding. The whole room is lit up by Logan's aura, and the flames seem to reach the ceiling. Even Crown's orbs seem to suffer from its effects, as next, it looks like they split right through the middle. Crown is also thrown into the wall behind him, and what remains of the orbs falls to the ground. Looking at the floor, Crown cannot believe it. He starts screaming that his artifacts are destroyed. Logan then steps forward and asks Crown how guilty of a conscience must he have for him to react like this, addressing him by the name everyone knows, yet no one dares to speak. Mr. Crownit. With his back plunged into the wall broken behind him, Crown speaks now words in front of Logan, yet you can see the disbelief and anger on his face. Shivering, he asks Logan how he dares speak that name, as he went to extreme lengths to destroy all traces of himself. It looks like there are almost no record of Crownit before he became a superhuman, Logan says, as Crown asks him just who he is. But looking at him now, he looks like nothing more than a runaway fugitive. While debating if he should try to dig up his past, Logan menacingly asks Crown where he thinks he is from. Hearing this, Crown gets annoyed. He then grabs one of the rocks near him and tells Logan not to play around with him. Logan notices that, but it might be too late to react. It looks like Crown had one more orb prepared and hidden. He uses the orb and creates a giant explosion, which seems to engulf him and everything else in front of Logan. It looks like Logan managed to surround himself with mana, blocking Crown's attack, and is now looking towards the floor. It looks like Crown has used the explosion to create a hole in the ground, towards the basement. This is when Logan realizes that Crown has been hiding another artifact. Then, he takes his sword and jumps in the hole after Crown. Logan lands in the basement, which seems more like a library of sorts, with books everywhere. Logan looks around and concludes that this must be Crown's laboratory. Suddenly, a voice disturbs Logan from behind, calling him one sticky bastard. It looks like Crown is now using some sort of staff artifact, which allows him to fly. He shouts at Logan to die, as he prepares yet another attack. Crown then seems to cast two different spells at the same time, lightning and air magic. Seeing this, Logan cannot believe the speed of Crown's casting. As the spells approach him, Logan can only wonder if Crown is indeed simply a class mage. Even so, as Logan prepares Lux, he says that Crown's power is merely average. Suddenly, a wave of powerful energy hits Crown, leaving him to wonder just what this is. Logan holds up his sword, and Crown says that all his magic is being dispersed, and it's clear that this is Logan's doing. Logan then uses his sword to send a powerful slash of aura towards Crown, which he tries to block using his artifact. Seeing the sheer force Logan has, Crown asks himself just who this man is. Logan, composed, prepares one last attack, pointing the tip of his sword forward, like he is prepared to stab Crown. Logan strikes, missing Crown's head and neck by inches. But that wasn't his primary target anyway. He went for Crown's hand, making him drop the artifact he was using. Or rather, by the way Crown screams, it looks like Logan might have cut his hand altogether. Crown starts shivering, and Logan tells him that he brought this upon himself. Once again, Crown is filled and led by anger, so he screams at Logan that he will kill him, and prepares yet again a powerful spell. He conjures an orb of mana, preparing to throw it at Logan with all his might. Yet Logan doesn't seem to show the slightest bit of worry. Crown throws the attack at Logan, but he doesn't seem to move 1 inch. Within the next second, though, he goes to close the distance between himself and Crown, preparing his own attack. He hits Crown right in the gut, and tells him that his attack was too slow to catch him. His attack is so powerful that it makes the rubble all around splatter and fly once again. Crown spits up blood, and his eyes redden. He falls to the ground, and Logan remains straight. He looks down at Crown and huffs, signaling that the battle is over. Logan then looks up at the ceiling, from which bits have started to fall, and realizes that it's about to collapse altogether. Crown's laboratory, the laboratory of a man who would have been known as a master of artifacts, is going to turn into nothing. Looking around, Logan says that he would have liked to take a closer look around, but it's too dangerous. Even so, he cannot help it. He will take a close look and leave. That's when he notices a bunch of books and paper left on one of the tables. It looks like a notebook of Cornet's research, and Logan says that in his past life, Crownet had invented a method to imbue magic, not just onto precious metals as rare as mithril, but also on normal metals. And that is what allowed for the mass production of low-grade artifacts. Looking at it, Logan sheds a sweat and thinks that the method might be in that book. He then starts taking all the stacked notebooks, saying it won't hurt if he will use them. He looks around, wondering if there might be anything else of value, when he sees a piece of armor on another table. He seems to remain speechless when he realizes what he sees. A necklace, a ring, and a pair of armor gloves, which Logan believes to be artifacts. He takes the necklace in his hand and says that he doesn't feel any special energy from them, so it must be around a Class 3 artifact. He places his hand on the gloves, saying that it's a shame, but even so, he will gratefully take them. Suddenly though, as he approaches the gauntlet, he notices something. The gauntlets seem to be absorbing his force. Seeing this, Logan remembers that this is just like when he took the artifacts from Bifrost. He then places one of the gauntlets on his hand and says that he should test it out. He starts infusing them with force, and the gauntlet seems to take it all in. The gauntlet looks like it easily took in every ounce of force that Logan gave it. Then, a bright light shines from inside Logan's fist. This is when the true power of the gauntlet shines through. Logan says that it feels like his strength has multiplied. Even his body's durability and force have been greatly enhanced. Logan thinks that the effects are similar to the Wind God's boots, and says that he didn't think he would ever again see something like that. He wonders if they were made by the same person who made the Wind God's boots, and says that in any case, this isn't something the current Crownet would have been able to make. So he wonders just who could have been behind this. This is when it occurs to him. People might be gathering there, so he must take what he can and leave before anyone sees him. With this, Logan has achieved what he came here to do. Although Crownet died, he wasn't worthy of life anyway. Logan took as many of his belongings as he could carry and said that now it's time to return to his territory. Struggling to carry everything, as he goes upstairs, he hopes his bag is still intact. He then thinks of his home and hopes that nothing bad is happening there at the moment. At the same time, at the estate, Ranyan seems to be talking to some knights, asking them if they came to join the order. 3 knights stay before him, and they say that indeed, this is why they came, and tell Ranyan how they've heard that the young master there is recruiting talents. Ranyan says that he understands, while moving his feet into a stance. Together with Victor and Eileen, tell the 3 men to draw their swords and fight, to prove themselves. The knights, however, seem a little reluctant to fight. It looks like before this events, the one to greet the knights at the estate was Dwayne, which informs the men that Logan is away at the moment. Hearing this, one of the knights starts making a fuss, saying that the only reason they came all the way here was because they've heard that the Grand Young Lord was recruiting knights, and now he hears that he is not even there. They start screaming at Dwayne that this is disrespectful, and that they've gone through a lot of trouble to get there. Yet it seems like Dwayne is annoyed by this, and wonders if this is really how someone looking to get recruited should act. As this is happening, Heinkel seems to be noticing the scene as he passes by. He sees this, and wonders if they are guests, while also seeing they are wearing knight uniforms. As Heinkel approaches, Dwayne introduces him, and says that he came just at the right time. He explains to Heinkel that these men are knights that came from the front lines, and they want to meet the young master in order to negotiate terms. And hearing this, Heinkel thinks that they must have lost their lord in the Civil War. Dwayne then tells the man that Sir Heinkel is the McLain Knights commander, and the man that was screaming earlier now says that you can see Heinkel has a commanding presence. One of the other men then places his hand on his chest and introduces himself as Dylan from Gayfield. He then goes on to boast about himself, saying that for Heinkel's information, in his hometown, he was being called Swift Blade Dylan. Heinkel, however, remains unimpressed by this, and Dwayne goes on to mock him, asking what blade he said he was. Another one then goes on to introduce himself, saying he is Tenon from Tyna, and that his nickname was Steelblade Tenon, and the other says he is Jacob from Tahinan, also known as Mighty Jacob. Hearing this, Heinkel places his hand forward and says that he understands. He then says that they must have plenty of skills in order to receive such titles, as even he doesn't have one yet, calling the men lucky. The man laughs it off, saying that Heinkel is flattering them, and that they are just nicknames from Blackwood's villages, and Dylan wants to say that enemies feared him. But here things are different. But he doesn't get to finish his sentence. Heinkel gets serious and tells the man that this was enough talking. He tells the man that he only has one thing to say. He tells the man that their young master is someone who rewards ability fairly. If they want to get good treatment, they must prove themselves. Therefore, they have spoken enough words, so they have to now show Heinkel their actions. He asks the men if they can do that, and they look at each other. They start smiling and tell Heinkel that of course they can. Next, it looks like one of the knights is lying face up with one eye open. He opens his other eye as well, and with his tongue on the side of his cheek, he looks towards the sky. He wonders why he is lying down while his sword lies next to him, and some knights seem to look at him from behind. It looks like Heinkel set up a sparring match between them and some kids. Looks like Dylan was going to take it easy on the little lord among them and earn a few points, but things didn't go as planned. Looks like Ranyan was too much for the men to handle. As he stands on the ground, remembering what was happening, a voice calls for him to wake up. This was Ranyan, and it seems like his voice made the men stand up in an instant. Ranyan tells the man that they've barely exchanged a few blows, and asks him if he is giving up already. He then menacingly stays above the men, and asks if he was perhaps planning to go easy on him. The man denies it, saying that this was not at all his intent. Then he hears some knights from behind talking, saying that they would never do that. Rather, they would wish the young lord would go easy on them. Seeing this, Dylan wonders why they are acting like this, and asks himself if McLain people get trained to kiss up the lord's ass or something. In response, Ranyan says that this is not it, and that these men were going to go easy on him because they thought he looked weak. Ranyan then says that he is still weak. If he looks weak, he becomes a burden to his brother, and he cannot have that. Hearing this, the 2 men on the side realize that what's about to happen is going to be bad for the rookie. They scream at him, asking him what he is doing, and urging him to pick up his sword, but Dylan doesn't seem to get it. He cannot understand why everyone is freaking out, and the knight shouts again, saying that when the young lord pronounces the word brother, the ones fighting him at that moment have no escape. This is when Dylan turns around and sees that Ranyan has imbued his sword with aura. Seeing this, he remains stunned and starts to sweat intensely, while Ranyan simply tells him to come at him with everything he's got, having a murderous intent in his eyes. Ranyan then hits the man, making rubble splatter all around. Seeing this, the two men on the side think that Dylan might be dead, and the other says that he might be coming their way next, so they must prepare. From behind, Heinkel seems to be enjoying the show. Bro simply smiles and lets out a sigh of relief. Looking at the scene, Eileen says that this Dylan fellow, or whatever he was called, at least had quick footwork, and Victor corrects her, saying that he was calling himself the Swift Blade, which Heinkel notices. Heinkel asks Eileen what they've thought about the other two guys, and Eileen says that they weren't that bad either, but they were a bit cheeky. Victor intervenes, saying he agrees with Eileen, and he doesn't know if the man deserves the Steel Blade name, but he seemed useful enough. Hearing this, Heinkel says that if this is so, then this rookie also passes the test. He then looks at Victor and Eileen, and tells them that he knew entrusting them with these rookie matches was a good idea. Then something grabs his attention from behind, and the light seems to change. It looks like Ranyan is using his aura, putting everyone down left and right, as Eileen says that he looked kinda stressed lately, and Victor says that this might be because he hasn't grown much, yet Heinkel tells them that this might be something a little bit more sensitive than that. He then once again looks at Eileen, and says that Logan has been gone for 10 days now, and asks her if they know where he actually is. Eileen replies that she's not sure, as she didn't hear anything either, and Victor nods his head in agreement. That being said, Eileen thinks that knowing him, he will probably return after doing something incredible as always. At the Magic Tower, it looks like Logan has come to see Clayton, and has also dumped everything he has found in Crown's laboratory that was related to magic on Clayton's desk. Seeing this, Clayton is not sure what to say. As Logan lets the last bits of sand fall from his backpack, Clayton asks him what exactly is all of this. Logan smiles and prepares to tell Clayton. He tells Clayton that he has found this in some mage's lab, and they looked like research materials, so he thought he would bring them to Clayton just in case. Clayton then asks if Logan wants him to check them for him, and then realizes something. He asks Logan if these are some other Magic Tower's classified materials, because Clayton would want nothing to do with those, but Logan assures him that this is not the case. He tells him that they are just slime things that belong to some guy who picked a fight and died, but doesn't mention the fact that he was the one that went looking for the guy first. Clayton looks at the book for a second without saying anything. Then he tells Logan that if this is the case, then it won't be any problem, and Logan thanks him, saying that he will leave it to Clayton's capable hands. Clayton says that this is okay and that Logan can go. Clayton proceeds to leave, but Logan doesn't seem to move from his spot on the other side of the desk. Clayton notices this and wonders what's up. He wonders why Logan is still there and asks him if he perhaps has other business he must attend, but Logan just stands there and smiles. Logan then places his hand on his neck and tries to tell Clayton something. It looks like Logan is asking Clayton if he could look through them faster, as in right then and there. This seems to get Clayton a little annoyed, and Logan can see that. He tells Logan that he's kinda busy at the moment, with work that Logan has given him nonetheless, that being the bomb development. If he works on this at the same time, it will take even longer. Clayton looks at Logan, asking why he is still there, and Logan thinks that this is the first time he has seen Sir Clayton this mad since the Earth Tower incident. Even so, he cannot back down either. Logan tells Clayton that the least he can do now is at least see if there's anything useful among the materials. Hearing this, Clayton looks down at the pile of books in his hands and wonders if this is really that important in order to make Logan push aside everything else. He places the books down and thinks about it. He then tells Logan that he will do it, and Logan starts smiling like he is 10 again. Clayton opens one of the books and tells Logan that lightly skimming them will take a few hours at most, so he should go bathe or something down in the guest quarters and rest while he does the job, but he doesn't finish his sentence. It looks like Clayton has found something interesting in the books, and Logan asks him what's wrong. Clayton wonders what on earth he sees there, and once again Logan asks him what he has found. Clayton then raises his gaze from the books and tells Logan to be honest with him, and Logan says that he shall do so. Clayton asks Logan if he is absolutely sure if these didn't come from another magic tower, and Logan says that he is absolutely sure, thinking that Crown wasn't affiliated with any tower. Clayton then goes back to reading through the books, and Logan asks him why is he acting so weird, and if he has found anything useful in there. Hearing this, Clayton once again raises his gaze, telling Logan that the contents of those books are beyond useful. He tells Logan that this is research on permanently imbuing magic into regular items, and Logan realizes that he has hit the jackpot with this. Clayton says that there are still gaps, but the foundation is fully built. If this gets completed, the academic world, or rather the whole world, will be turned upside down, and Logan can only try to keep a straight face while hearing all of this. Besides, Clayton has something of a bonus. This research allows Clayton to also make the bomb Logan wanted, which once again upon hearing, makes Logan turn into a child that looks like he's just seen candy for the first time. Inside a bar, two men are talking, with one of them asking the other when the operation is going to happen, to which the men replies that they're going to do it tonight, at the northern estate. Hearing this, the first man asks if they are going to do it this soon, to which the other guy says that there is no need to hesitate, as only one top-ranked lord could stop them. The other men ask him if they shouldn't perhaps take more caution and verify things a bit more. That is because he has heard that this so-called grand young lord of the place made even Bifrost's twin blades suffer a loss. So it looks like they are talking about Logan. To this, the other guy says that he shouldn't believe all these rumors, as he is only a 21-year-old kid, and the other guy says that this guy reached high-ranked title at 21. The rumors say that he fights like his level increases during battle. To this, the guy with long hair says that Logan sounds just like a protagonist from some novel, only if he'd known. Still, he says, if those rumors are true, he would like to test them himself. In the night, at the estate, thighs look quiet and peaceful. Logan is in his study with his artifacts behind him, looking over some documents. Someone disturbs Logan, saying that the town's gotten pretty big lately. This is Rick, who tells Logan that there is a market who opened there recently, near the Tomoto Fallen Warrior Memorial, and Logan asks what is up with that. As Rick arranges some books, he tells Logan that there are plenty of interesting goods coming in that you could take a look at. Rick tells Logan that he is planning to visit that market during his vacation, to which Logan replies that he thought Rick would just sleep his whole break. Hearing this, Rick turns around, with blushing cheeks, prepared to tell something to Logan. He says that he cannot do that, as his girlfriend would be upset if he did that. Logan replies by wishing Rick a fun time, without even raising his eyes from the paper he is reading. And seeing this, Rick asks if Logan could at least look at him with a little warmth. He then turns around to his books, and says that he wasn't even expecting anything from Logan, and that is when Logan tells him that he is kidding. Then he startles Rick by throwing a bag towards Rick, telling him to get Layla a nice outfit with that, and also get himself something tasty. Seeing this, Rick is moved, unsure of what to say or do to thank Logan. He jumps over to hug Logan, saying he loves him, but Logan shouts at him to get away from him, with his face looking like the one of a murderer. Rick then tells Logan that he should also take a break and go on a date with Lady Eileen or something, but Logan doesn't say anything to this. He then tells Rick that he should give him those money back in order to be able to take Eileen out, but he did like Flash and left so fast you couldn't even see him. Logan then thinks about the idea of a date. He thinks of him and Eileen together, while wondering how can anyone do something so carefree in a time like these. In the end, as the picture of Eileen smiling is brought into perspective, Logan thinks that he's got way more important things piled up. Even so, his eyes seem to have been lit up by this thought. His whole mind is clouded, thinking about this idea. He then slaps himself, saying that this isn't the time for that. Anyway, after the war with Bifrost, Sir Eileen seems to have realized something, and she's been devoting herself to training every single day. Besides that, the Civil War's movement isn't looking good either. According to the Information Guild's report, the balance of power between the two factions is tilting faster than Logan has expected. It is true that he wanted to end the Civil War quickly to avoid national exhaustion, but their side isn't fully ready yet. Of course, thanks to the formation of the Vigilante Corps and recruiting knights from outside, their current military power has already surpassed what they had before the Tomoto campaign. That alone gives Logan the power to rival a border marquis, but that also means it's still only on that level. He cannot be satisfied with this yet. He needs a bit more time. He thinks that he needs to finish this quickly. Someone lands on the roof, just above his room window. It seems like Logan notices this. He instantly grabs his sword and turns towards the window. Looking towards the window, he said that just now, he had felt a killing intent. He puts on his gloves and thinks that it wasn't too far from there, and thinks that an intruder might be around. He takes his stance and looks at the window. Even so, nothing seems to happen, but Logan doesn't move an inch. Still, Logan remains composed, with no unnecessary movement or sound to be made at this moment. A red glare then reflects from both the window and Logan's eye. The window breaks and someone tries to use a sneak attack and kill Logan in one strike, but he manages to dodge it. Seeing this, Logan cannot believe it. The attacker is using a force blade, and Logan counters it with the same technique. Seeing this, the attacker is being pushed back. The both stand face to face, as the attacker was sent a couple meters after Logan parried an attack. Seeing this, he cannot believe that he had been pushed back. Logan asks him if it doesn't feel electric, as he prepares his next attack and grabs his attacker's attention. Logan goes in for an attack on the assassin, but he manages to block it. Seeing this, Logan finds it laughable for a snake attacker to let his guard down. This being said, Logan will try and finish him while he has the momentum, but he might be in some trouble, as he notices something behind. Another attacker was prepared to take Logan down, coming from behind him. Seeing this, Logan was taken by surprise, not expecting there to be another one. The attacker strikes, and rubble flies all around. Even so, it looks like he didn't manage to touch Logan. It appears like they are the guys from the bar, and the hooded man tells his man that they must take this seriously. Taking a better stance, Logan looks over at his attackers and says that by the looks of it, they are both high-ranking knights. Standing before them, Logan asks them if they really have no pride, ganging up on someone like him while wearing masks. To this, one of the men replies by saying that this is the price for defying that person. They then go on to attack Logan at the same time, shouting at him to die quietly. Hearing this, Logan thinks about the term that men used, that person. He uses his boots artifact and jumps over the two men in order to avoid their attacks. One of them looks at Logan and says that he is quick on his feet. Logan then prepares his attack, diving down with his sword forward towards the men. As he approaches the men, he infuses his sword with aura. Seeing this, the guy with long hair pushes his comrade away. He blocks Logan's attack and huffs in relief. He then pushes Logan away and says that his attacks are dull. They look at each other, and it looks like the long-haired men might be stronger than he appears. Logan jumps back, and the guy that was pushed away tells his friend not to jump out of nowhere like that. And his pal says that Logan's technique is just a cheap imitation of a force blade, as in the end, they're all high-ranking level. Unless some miracle like in the rumors happens, the mission will be completed as they've planned. Logan thinks about his situation. As for someone capable of commanding more than 2 high ranks, and with enough grudge to attempt an assassination on him, it can only logically be one person. That is, of course, Jordan Valtermine. This being said, those intruders are surely not the only ones. If others are attacking the entire estate, and even one more high rank is there, things might be bad for him. And it seems like this really is the case, as inside another room, someone's blade is dripping blood on the floor. Seeing this, Marianne realizes that he has been hit. He is Patrick, placing a hand over his hurt shoulder. As he looks towards his attacker, he curses the name of Valtermine, asking how he could dare something like this. Through Logan's broken window, you can see the attackers preparing their next strike. One of them plants his feet behind and prepares to jump. He leaps high into the air and places his sword behind his back. He then unleashes a powerful attack towards Logan, a long-range aura blade. Seeing this, Logan realizes that his opponent can extend his attacks. In the last second, Logan manages to react. As the attack comes close to his face, he gets down, with the blade passing mere inches above his head. With this, the attackers might have given him a new haircut. The impact of the attack then makes Logan fall on his back. He gets back up, and looking at his attacker, he says that his swordsmanship and techniques are quite textbook. But for his ability to freely change the reach of the force, Bald is a nuisance. Logan then wants to speak about the other attacker, but he should be quick, as a blade is approaching him from above. Logan notices this, and needs to come up with a strategy fast. Even in the last second, Logan once again barely manages to dodge the attack, but this time, with the cost of a shoulder injury, the attacker falls back, as Logan barely manages to stand upwards. Seeing this, the silver-haired attacker smiles. Looking at him, Logan thinks that he appears from the darkness like a ghost, and disappears again, as if melting back into the dark, which Logan finds to be a bizarre attack. This top-tier force user with an assassin's background reminds him of the ghosts from the Empire, of which he has only heard of in his past life. Once again, Logan feels a sharp pain. It seems that his leg has also been wounded. It looks like the other attacker is just as fast as his comrade, and Logan thinks that this is no time to be distracted. As the fully masked figure jumps for another attack, which Logan manages to block, he thinks that this is a clear crisis. Realistically, he's just a high rank, so there's no way he can handle 2 top ranks. Even so, with that being said, Logan does not feel like he is going to lose. Seeing his perseverance, the 2 attackers are stunned and speechless, unsure of what to say or do. The silver-haired guy even gets annoyed, calling Logan a stubborn bastard. He then clenches his sword harder, and once again jumps towards Logan with murderous intent, screaming at him to die. That is when Logan realizes what he must do to avoid this crisis ending badly. He uses his wind boots, leaping away from the attackers. In an instant, he gets behind his assassins. As he does, he manages to wound them both, saying that whether it's an artifact or a secret technique, he must use whatever he can and focus solely on defense. If he does that, the opportunity to strike back will surely arise. He then takes a look back at his attacker and says that it will be an opportunity, just like the one that stands to come now. It appears that his opponents are overheating. They're forcing out power beyond their limits, not thinking of the aftermath. As the man attacks Logan with a powerful technique which engulfs the entire room, Logan says that they are also desperate. Logan, however, manages to parry most of his opponent's attacks. As he does so, he thinks that with just one clean hit, he would be dead. His feet are clearly being pushed back. Clenching his sword harder, Logan says that each blow is overwhelming and that if he keeps blocking them directly, his body won't hold up. It also appears that his attacker might be aware of this, as the linged in his eyes come back as he prepares to strike again. With full force, he leaps towards Logan, once again screaming at him to die. Fully composed and approaching Logan, the attacker states that this is the end. Even so, his composure seems to be broken within the next second. With veins popping up everywhere around his face, he is not happy at all. Once again, Logan has managed to block his powerful attack, this time holding his sword handle with both hands and pointing it towards the ground while still holding it in the air. An amazing display of strength, as he doesn't budge 1 inch in doing so. After this, Logan smiles from behind the sword, as it appears he might be taking the control of this fight. Seeing this, his attacker calls Logan a persistent bastard, having a sweat break from his forehead. He then hits Logan, throwing him towards the wall behind him. Logan is pushed back, with blood splattering from both his stomach and leg. As he tries to regain his momentum, the silver-haired man prepares to strike from above, informing Logan that his insolence ends there. As he prepares to lend his attack, the silver-haired man mocks Logan, saying there is now someone like him has managed to defeat Bifrost's twin blades. He has seen plenty of brats crushed by their own inflated reputations. The man says that Logan has held out well, but there is no way he can withstand the next blow. In the end, he is just one of those brats, or so he thinks. As next, Logan opens his eyes, and something feels different in his aura, and in his eyes. Seeing this, even the attacker seems stunned. Logan's sword is moving. It's moving beyond conscious thought. Logan is not fighting with his head anymore, but with his body. That is when Logan unleashes an attack so powerful and fast, none of the attackers expected. Seeing this, the silver-haired man can only think of the rumors he has heard about beforehand. According to them, Logan was someone that seemed to rise in level as he fought, but he didn't believe those rumors. This is what brought upon him his demise, as Logan lets go of his conscious thought and unnecessary movements, preparing to fight solely with his spirit. The next day, it seems that a council has been made to discuss the events of the night. A council formed of Heinkel, Philip, Dwayne, and Clayton. It seems that their investigation of the events that took place last night revealed there were 13 intruders in total, and that all of them have been killed. Heinkel then asks what are the casualties, and Logan says that on their side, they have 5 dead soldiers, 12 injured, and to Logan's distress, 1 more, that one being Patrick. It seems that he was gravely wounded protecting Logan's mother, and she seems to only stay by his side as he is being treated by doctors. All of this being said, Heinkel says that, considering the level of the intruders, that's still relatively low damage. Logan says that Heinkel is right, as they were made up of top and mid-tier attackers. Even so, none of them had a known face. Heinkel then asks who would pull something like this off. Logan then gets up from the table and says that he believes this was the work of Jordan Valtermine. Hearing this, both Dwayne and Philip start shouting that he cannot do it. There is no way they can stand against the Duke's house. Even worse, they might have to face the entire Second Prince's faction. Hearing this, Logan smirks. He asks Dwayne why he assumes he would pick a fight with the Duke's house, leaving Dwayne to wonder. Logan says that he has some common sense, and is aware that if they touch the Duke's house now, they are dead. If he were the Duke, he would wipe himself out first as well. From this, Juan Douglas would be the only one benefiting. That is why they have to endure. No matter what filth is done to them, whether it's the lord of their soldiers dying, they have to bear it. Dwayne asks why that is, and Logan screams that this is because they are weak, because they have no power. He looks at Heinkel and Clayton, asking if this isn't pathetic. He then asks if he is the only one angry about this. Logan then looks at Heinkel and asks him how the knight's training is coming. That is when Heinkel tells Logan that they are fully prepared. Hearing this, Logan is happy, saying that this is good. He then says that still, thanks to all of the ones present, he feels hope. Hope that one day, they will properly repay this humiliation. Hope that they will have the strength to do so. Logan then bows down to his subordinates. Seeing this, everyone jumps to their feet, with Heinkel even screaming at Logan not to do that. Logan keeps his head down as he prepares to speak to everyone. He asks everyone to keep pushing just a little harder, and soon enough all of McLain's glory will belong to them as well. Seeing this, everyone is touched, with Heinkel almost dropping a tear, and Clayton and Philip smiling. They all agree with Logan, saying that they do everything in their power to help him. After Jordan's midnight assault, Logan and his close aides steeled their resolve to develop the territory, and as a result, everyone started working harder. Dwayne was writing and finishing stacks of documents within a day, while being helped by Philip and Damien, as they are thinking they will be working overtime. Heinkel is pushing all of his knights further in training, as they are carrying whole boulders on their back, and Heinkel telling them that if they are force users, they don't just give up because they've hit a wall, but they take one more step when they feel they've hit their limit. That spirit also reached all the citizens of McLain. 2 lumberjacks see this, and they ask themselves if this extra harsh training is due to something happening. The other informs his friend of the attack that took place last night, and tells him that Patrick has almost died, and that a war could break out. Hearing this, the man calls it insane, saying that no one else would take in refugees like them. They then look at the knights and say that this really isn't the time to hesitate. They cannot lose their home again, and the other says that he has also heard that Logan is recruiting for the Vigilante Corps. In the end, it looks like Valtermine's assault led to an increase in volunteer applicants for McLain's Vigilante Corps. And just like that, 3 months have passed. Thankfully, Logan says, it looks like the Duke isn't going to pull anything else, at least for now. It's already been half a year since the Civil War began, and now it has come to the elite factions clashing head-on. Therefore, Logan says that they probably don't even have the capacity to send assassins anymore. Patrick says that this makes sense, as people are looking at them from the street, wondering if they came out on a patrol. Patrick then says that right now, the Second Prince's faction is being pushed back. As he looks at some kinds in a sandbox, Logan says that they kept losing ground on the Central Front, and now they've been driven all the way west to Valtermine's territory, the border between Valtermine and the Royal Domain, and they also lost one of the twin castles there. On top of that, Logan thinks about his own contribution to this. Bifrost, one of the Second Prince's faction's core powers, lost their territory to them, cutting off their supply lines. So now, in order to maintain their power, they're probably shouldering the Bible's supplies too. That made a losing faction collapse even faster, so that aligns perfectly with his plan. After hearing everything, Patrick goes on to speak, saying that he probably shouldn't even think about such a thing as a knight. But thanks to the Civil War, their house has grown tremendously. Just like Patrick said, by recruiting knights from families ruined by the war, the number of knights is now 170, which surpassed the force they had before the Tomoto Castle campaign. Besides, they also seem to be loyal knights, as they all turn to salute Logan and Patrick with smiles on their faces when they see them. If they also include crossbow cavalry, trainees, and the regular troops, Logan says that they now have 3,500 troops, as one knight tells a trainee to salute the Lord. If they add to that the 5 castles they took from Bifrost, plus the Sylvan and Teslan, and the vigilantes recruited from the 2 other towns, the number goes even higher. Logan says that the total amounts to around 10,000, and Patrick tells everyone they're doing a good job. Seeing Logan and Patrick, 2 other knights wonder if they should also go and greet them. Most importantly, it looks like Logan's training has been fruitful. He is now able to fully use the Force Blade, a power where force itself becomes both weapon and armor, the hallmark of the high rankers. Seeing this, Patrick says that it looks like Logan has already surpassed him, but Logan says he is not quite there yet. He places his hand near his mouth and says that he still can't grasp the 4th form of the Divine Sword Manual, Blazing Flame Slash. Even so, everything is progressing faster than he has been expecting. Therefore, Logan tells his father that he thinks it's about time they put it to use. Patrick asks him what he means by that, and then suddenly, he realizes something, asking Logan if he is really going to do what Patrick thinks he is about to do. Logan then looks up to the sky and says that he is going to end the Civil War. Towards the southern mountains, it seems like goblins are rumbling within a forest. All of a sudden, they get distracted by some sound. It's an earth golem, holding a blue marble. Seeing it, the goblins jump on him, preparing to eat him whole. The golem crumbles, even before being touched by the goblins, and they are left to look down at the rubble. Seeing this, they start laughing at his weakness. However, they do not expect what is coming next. A huge explosion kills all the golems in an instant. The golem once again stands tall, as there is nothing left of the goblins, but the rubble and fire caused by the explosion. Logan then comes behind the golem and says that this is nice. He's happy with the power output held by the marble. He then tells Clayton that the only thing left to do is to shorten the activation time by about half a second, and Clayton says that he will keep this in mind. Hamar then comes and tells Logan that they've used up all the prototypes they have brought, and asks if they shouldn't head back soon. Hearing this, Logan cannot believe it, as he told Hamar to make more, but Hamar thought 1 crate would be enough. Logan thinks about it, and he's happy with the results, as clearing out a whole goblin village only took them about an hour. He then says that this is quite encouraging. Logan then looks back, and they all seem to be affected by some kind of shaking. They hear a scream that is so powerful it hurts their ears, and Clayton says that it's coming from the distillation zone. However, Logan doesn't really seem to care where it's coming first, and he leaps away, saying that first they have to run. Somewhere safe, all three of them catch their breath in the shade of some trees. Clayton asks what that thing was, and Logan says that he has no idea, but that the sound of the bomb must have awakened the local predator. Logan then takes a look towards the place where they fled from. He says that the deep regions of the southern mountains are famous across the continent for being a demonic zone. Clayton and Hamar seem to still be on guard as Logan huffs and tells them that they've done a great job. He says that they've had very little intel, but the product turned out much better than he expected. Logan even thinks that it might have even felt better than the one from his previous life. Clayton then explains that the bomb Liberatio has firepower on par with a second-class spell, yet it only has the cost of a 20th of a first-class scroll, which is a revolutionary efficiency. All thanks to the research Logan has brought, says Clayton, as Logan also gives credit to Clayton for it, and Hamar raises his hand, saying that he has also helped. Logan says that this is fair, as without the blueprint, it would be impossible to replicate. Therefore, the method for making Liberatio must be strictly protected. Clayton then says that only he and Hamar know the complete process, and Hamar continues by saying that without knowing the ratio and mana tuning formula, no one could copy it, even if they saw it. Logan says that this is really good work. Logan says that as thanks, he will increase the Magic Tower's support fund by 30%, which makes Clayton shiver in happiness. Also for Hamar, he will reduce his contract term by 3 years, which Hamar cannot believe. However, Logan also continues by saying that if the formula leaks, all of this will be void, and Clayton and Hamar seem to be okay with this. Hamar even swearing on his life that he will keep it a secret. Clayton then says that since the mood's right, this is a good time to show Logan something else. As they were developing Liberatio, they also tried making something else as well. Clayton and Hammer are calling it Rapid Fire Crossbow Artifact Edition. Seeing this, Logan is left speechless. He cannot believe they've developed an artifact version of the crossbow. Next, it appears like Clayton has conjured a much bigger golem for Logan to try his new toy on. He points his new crossbow towards the golem and prepares to shoot. The crossbow releases several shots one after another within a second. The firepower is so great the golem is brought down and engulfed by flames instantly. Logan is amazed by what the crossbow can do, and Hamar asks if it's okay for the golem to be shut down like that, and Clayton says that he is just a clay doll, so he doesn't feel anything. Clayton then asks Logan what he thinks. A DN tells him that each shot has the same firepower as Liberation, and Logan asks if the range was doubled as well. Clayton tells Logan that he is correct, and that they've applied mana resonance to the string, and the range increased dramatically. Clayton explains that it fires 2 bolts at a time, dive times, so after 10 bolts, it breaks as its single use. Besides, Clayton and Hamar needed a full day just to make one, and the production cost was high. Looking at it, Logan thinks that even if they make 1 per day, that's only 365 per year. Still, this level of power is hard to pass up. Logan tells Hamar to prioritize issuing them to the leadership first, and he asks them to make as many as they can over the next 2 months. Hearing this, Clayton says he understands, but Hamar also seems to have something he wants to say. He asks Logan why only 2 months, and Logan puts on his characteristic smirk, telling Hamar that they will need them around then. Next, an information letter is taped on one of the castle's walls, which is being read by a ton of farmers and people. The letter informs them that Tomoto Castle's McLain territory's second town has been finished, and that anyone who wants can move in. Reading this, one of the farmers says that he is living fine there and wonders what he would move, and someone else says that those who move will be given a new house and farmland. Hearing this, people are somewhat skeptical. One person from the Sylvan Castle McLain territory even says that he is not really feeling it. Ever since the Lord changed, Sylvan's been way more livable. He says, so who would go through the trouble of leaving their home? All of a sudden, a man from the back of the ground leaps high and says that he will do so. Him and another couple of men say that they will take on that hardship. They say that their hometown is already destroyed, and that they are giving out free homes and farmland, asking when else are they going to get a change like this. The man from before looks at them, not sure what they are about, and someone explains to him that they are war refugees. So the man that leaped forward tells all the refugees to go, and they leave towards the new town. Logan places a totem on the map, symbolizing the place where the new town is. He then says that the second town was built between Sylvan and Tomoto, right in the middle. He then asks Dwayne why he thinks he did that. Hearing this, Dwayne thinks that maybe Logan did it because the 2 castles are really far apart. That is when Logan tells Dwayne that is perfectly right. The distance between Tomoto and Sylvan is about 3 days on foot, so if someone invades through this gabe, defending it becomes a real headache. Hearing this, Dwayne asks Logan if he thinks someone might invade, and Logan says that he does, and says that this is why the residents of this town are required to train with the vigilantes. Dwayne agrees, and says that he will make sure this will happen, but asks Logan who he thinks will be invading, as the new McLain's town is on the Bifrost Plains. Logan says that the town is guarding the old McLain's plains, so it will be a great line of defense, but that still doesn't answer Dwayne's question, as he is still wondering who will be invading, and falling into doubts. Even so, his doubts will be answered as midsummer begins. It appears that Logan has made up his mind to join the Civil War. Hearing this, no one can believe what Logan is saying. Dwayne puts his hands on Logan's table and shouts that he hoped he was wrong, but asks if he is serious. Why the hell would Logan do that? Dwayne asks, as their territory is thriving right now. They are guaranteed prosperity just by staying out of it. Hearing this, Logan thinks that if he only cared about protecting this land, he wouldn't be wrong. But this is now what Logan wants, and it mustn't be that way. Logan tells everyone that if they stay like this, no matter which side wins, the McLains will fall. After hearing this, both Philip and Dwayne are left speechless. Dwayne says that this is a bit extreme, and Philip says that Dwayne is right. At this rate, the First Prince's faction will definitely win, and they haven't opposed them. Patrick then intervenes, slamming his hand on the table, scaring both Dwayne and Philip. Even Marianne seems to be frightened by this display. Patrick then asks Logan what is his reason for this. Logan looks at his father and thinks of a response. He averts his gaze down, introspecting and wondering if once the First Prince's faction will stop after devouring the Second Prince's faction. In short, Logan says that the answer is no. In his previous life, after winning the Civil War, the First Prince's faction wasn't satisfied and consumed even those who had stayed neutral. But this kind of talk probably won't hit home right now, so he needs to bring it closer to something they can feel directly. Logan says that the First Prince's faction includes two families they are very familiar with. One is Logan's in-laws. During a sudden land conflict in the past, when they were in trouble, the Kairos coldly cut off support. Hearing this, Marianne let her gaze down in shame, and Patrick didn't say anything. And then there is the one that unilaterally and rudely demanded a broken engagement, the Wolves. Both families are major financial backers of the First Prince's faction. Logan says, if the war ends like this, Logan asks if they really think they'll leave them alone after gaining power. But Logan says that this is something no one can predict. How those two families view them is unknown until they simply ask them. But that is not what matters for Logan. What matters is that they have feelings towards them, and Philip asks if then they shouldn't just side with the First Prince's faction for now. Hearing this, Logan thinks that he has gotten Philip right where he wanted him, and he replies that they shouldn't. Logan then tells them that they will be joining the Second Prince's faction. Hearing this, Heinkel, Philip, and Dwayne go completely out of their minds. No one understands why they would want that, as they're losing right now. Logan says that he understands how everyone is feeling, but asks them to think about it. If they join the winning side, how grateful will they really be? It's better to side with the losing faction and turn the tide. There's more to gain that way. Heinkel is not sure what to say, and Philip asks if he thinks there is a way to turn the tides. Dwayne then asks what if they're just boarding a sinking ship. Logan says that for sure the ship's already lost a few sails, and the hull's about to get a hole in it. But Logan says there is a way. It still has enough power to sail. Hearing this, Philip and Dwayne are not sure what to say, as Logan is about to say something everyone knows, but also dislikes. Not even Patrick or Heinkel want to hear that line. However, Logan smirks and says it anyway. Has anything ever gone wrong when he acted on something? Hearing this, everyone is at a loss of words, as they cannot say it has. Even so, Dwayne is not convinced and goes to talk to Logan. He gets close and remembers Logan of the assault from a few months ago, which Logan said was Valtermine's doing. Therefore, why side with the Second Prince's faction? Hearing this, once again Logan starts smiling and tells Dwayne not to worry, with his expression changing towards revenge. A vein on Logan's cheek pops up, and Logan says that he will make them pay dearly for that in due time. Next, it appears that Logan has really contacted Valtermine and told him he wants to join them. Hearing this, Jordan Valtermine screams at Logan, asking if he is out of his mind. Hearing this, Logan smiles and says he figured it might sound that way. Logan then says that if Valtermine is against it, they have no issue joining the First Prince's faction instead. Hearing this, Valtermine goes mad, with his eyes starting to open wide and his veins popping up, as Logan asks him if he is really going to turn them down, addressing him as Excellency. Sitting in his chair, Jordan Valtermine reiterates Logan's last words, how he does not mind joining the First Prince's faction. He then grabs the armrests of his chair, making it crumble under his force, Seeing this, the two servants in his study start sweating, as Valtermine asks Logan how he even dares say something like that. Valtermine then throws the whole table across the room and asks Logan if he is toying with him. Valtermine starts sweating, and his veins are popping up all over. It's clear that this has infuriated him greatly. Picking up the communication orb, one of the servants kneels before Valtermine, with his head bowed, trembling as he is holding the orb for his lord to continue his talk. Seeing the way he reacted, Logan thinks about what must be going on in Valtermine's side. Seeing him get this worked up, Logan guesses things really are going badly for him right now. Logan then continues to speak, saying that he wouldn't dream of being rude to His Excellency, especially after recently receiving such a frightening gift, referring to the assassination attempt. Hearing this, Valtermine is left speechless, as he realizes that Logan knows it was him. Even so, Valtermine negates everything, telling Logan he knows nothing of any gifts. Even so, he then tells Logan that he is not reaching out to join him out of his own good heart. Rather, Logan must want something else. Valtermine then directly asks Logan what his goal is. To this, Logan says that it's not an unreasonable request. He tells Valtermine that after they win, he wants formal recognition of the Bifrost lands the McLain has taken, half of the Marquis Kalia territory adjacent to McLain, and the Countship Thor ancestor lost. To join their side, Logan will need guarantees of all these three. Logan asks Valtermine what he thinks, and Valtermine asks Logan if he is serious. Logan goes on to reply that considering the risk they will be taking, he doesn't think those are excessive demands. Hearing this, Valtermine starts laughing, putting on a big smile. He tells Logan that these requests are not even worth negotiating. Even so, there's something else Valentine wants to bring into discussion. He tells Logan that if he can say that same thing to his face, he will acknowledge it. Logan stays silent for a few seconds, and then speaks. To Valtermine's surprise, Logan accepts to come and speak with Jordan Valtermine face to face. He then smiles, and tells him that he will be paying him a visit very soon. Next, we are at Bifrost Castle. It seems like a unit of knights has been assembled to take Logan towards Valtermine's camp, having prepared 2 to 3 weeks worth of supplies. Before leaving, somebody calls Logan by name. This was Patrick who is concerned, asking Logan if he does not think that those demands were a bit too much, saying that they'll probably use cannon fodder. Logan turns to his father, and with a smile he replies that right now, even a cannon fodder is something desperately needed by the Second Prince's faction. Besides, Logan tells Patrick even he gave his approval after witnessing Liberatio's power, and Patrick says that, indeed, that was certainly one hell of a weapon. The image turns to Hinkle, smiling to Eileen, and Patrick continues, saying that even the retainers acknowledged it could turn the tide of the war. Even so, Patrick's concern seems to be somewhere else, telling Logan that he wonders if they can truly protect it. Besides, Patrick asks Logan if he really intends on making the Second Prince king. Patrick then sheds a sweat and lets his head down, thinking back at the Grand Noblesse, that incident which fully ignited the Civil War. It seems that Patrick has noticed something then. As he watched Larry Klett die, Logan was smiling. Patrick thinks that he might know the meaning behind that smile, but maybe this intervention is the continuation of that event. Logan then speaks and tells Patrick that these are troubled times. Today's enemy could be tomorrow's ally, and today's ally could be tomorrow's foe. Logan says that it's between all that where they must secure as much gain for their house as possible. Hearing this, Logan once again sheds a sweat and smiles. He then thinks that he must really be getting old, with all these unfounded worries troubling him. He then leaves along with Logan and his knights, praying that only glory may await at the end of this path. He then orders his people to open the gates. They all proceed through the gates. Patrick then continues his monologue, saying that if any darkness stands in that path, may at least one thing happen. He looks at Logan and prays to his God, that in the end, at least over him, may God's light shine brightly on his son's future. Once again, one of those moments where men might shed a tear, for a father, praying for his son's success in any situation. Hopefully God will listen to Patrick's prayer. As they leave, Logan's eyes light up, and a big smile brightens his face. Logan orders his followers to march, as once again, Patrick prays. On the walls of the twin castle Alun, a man stands with a telescope in his hands. The man takes a look as he notices something in the distance. Through his lens, he sees a banner with the flame emblem. He then turns around and screams that he can confirm the presence of McLain. Hearing this, Valtermine steps up, saying that Logan has really shown up, placing his hand on the wall and looking over it. He then takes a look at Logan's troops, analyzing them. He sees the knights, which Valtermine says are completely normal. Then he notices Logan's rumored crossbow cavalry. Altogether, Valtermine says that Logan seems to have brought over 4,000 troops. Besides, he also brought mages. Behind Valtermine is Bifrost, who says that they must only be rabble. Bifrost tells Valtermine that they wouldn't have had time to recover from being crushed by his troops, and sweating, he says that Logan must have only been filling up numbers. Even so, it seems like someone else tells Bifrost he might be wrong. A man with a monocular tells Valtermine and Bifrost that their formation looks disciplined, and their gear isn't ordinary. He then asks Roger if he's not perhaps letting his bias cloud his judgment. Hearing this, Bifrost gets mad, and also states the name of this man, Lucien. Bifrost then asks Lucien if isn't he the one overestimating people with unclear intentions and giving them too much credit. This being said, Valtermine doesn't really seem to care about Bifrost's opinion, so he just turns his head around and asks Lucien what his view on this is. Lucien then tells Valtermine, much to Bifrost's annoyance, that if Logan is serious, then they will be a major force. But there is something even more important than this. He says that at the end of the day, they've managed to humiliate a count, didn't they? Referring to Bifrost. Hearing this, Bifrost cannot believe what he is hearing, getting more nervous with each passing second. Bifrost then looks at Lucien, stating his full name, Lucien Thalos, calling him a lazy good-for-nothing, always getting in the way without doing anything himself. Bifrost thinks if he weren't Valtermine's nephew-in-law, that sly bastard would have gone neutral long ago. After listening to everything Lucien has to say, Valtermine agrees to let Logan meet with His Highness the Prince. He says that they will accept them, but Bifrost starts shouting in disagreement. Seeing this, Jordan turns towards Roger with a menacing look on his face, and doesn't say a word. Even so, Bifrost understands that it would be best for him to shut the hell up before ending up in some unmarked grave somewhere. Valtermine then places his hand on Bifrost's shoulder. He turns towards him and tells him to think about the bigger picture. They will use them to damage the First Prince's faction and seize the opportunity for a turnaround. Bifrost should just keep that in mind. Roger clenches his teeth and lets his head down. He says he understands, and Lucien smirks in the background. Valtermine then turns towards the guards, ordering for the gates of the castle to be opened, letting Logan and his troops through. What Logan sees when entering the castle leaves him astounded. Valtermine and some other guy holding a giant hammer, with troops behind, seem to be expecting Logan. Seeing this, Logan calls it a grand welcome. As they stay in the middle of the court, a voice is heard, acknowledging the coming of McLain, and Valtermine and the others seem to let their heads down. It seems like some people are carrying this person towards Logan, as he says that Logan refused him when he personally offered him to join his faction. And so, does Logan really think that now he will be welcomed, just for coming in with a few troops? Seeing this man, Patrick and Logan are wondering who the hell is this idiot. I'm asking myself the same question. Looking towards the second prince, Logan says that honestly, he doesn't know that much about him. What he does know for sure is that compared to the tyrant first prince who ruined the country in his past life, the second prince was even more poorly regarded. Logan kneels before the prince and says that even at a glance, his personality is obvious enough. As Logan does this, he can hear other people screaming that Logan and his army shouldn't be allowed to join the faction, calling them two-faced bastards, and Logan wonders if they even realize their situation. Even so, taking a look behind the second prince and the others, Logan realizes something. The leadership isn't so brainless as the soldiers, as to not feel even a shred of shame for the words the soldiers are calling them. After this formality, the second prince takes a look at Valtermine, making him understand that it's his turn to take the tides. Valtermine understands and says that he will be taking the word, and the second prince says that he will turn in, as he is tired. Valtermine then goes forward, addressing Patrick. He shakes hands with Patrick, welcoming him aboard. He then tells Patrick that he is more polite than Logan, but Patrick defends Logan, saying that his son is also polite. Valtermine asks if that is so. He then turns his head towards Logan, seeing him with Roger Bifrost, and says that he doesn't see it that way. In reality, it seems like Logan has gone to greet Roger, saying that it's been a while. He then smiles and asks Bifrost if he has been well. Seeing this, Bifrost is visibly annoyed, but refrains from any words. He slaps Roger's hand and says that this is ridiculous. Logan takes his hand away and asks Bifrost if this isn't a good situation. He then tells Bifrost that the southern unification he's always wanted has finally happened, annoying him even further. Bifrost frowns, with bulging veins appearing everywhere. Roger starts trembling in fury, asking Logan if he really has the nerve to speak with him right now, and Logan thinks that he only wanted to tease him a bit, but that his reaction was priceless. Looking towards Bifrost, Logan thinks that if he pushes him a little further, the Count might attack him right there. If that happens, Logan thinks that he could just kill him in self-defense. This, however, will not happen, as the Moon Knight appears and asks Bifrost to restrain himself, addressing him as Excellency. He then insults Logan, saying that if you get too close to shit, then you will just end up stinking. Yet Logan only continues smiling, thinking that this was all a waste. Roger takes his knight's advice and leaves the matter as it is, but at the same time, tells Logan that he will be closely watching him. He then leaves, turning his back on Logan. Currently, the Alun Castle together with its neighbor, Allen Castle, are the twin castles that once belonged to the Duke of Valtermain. Their names come from 1,000 years ago, named after 2 moons lost in the mythical age. Back then, the orc hordes had taken root in the southern plains, and these castles were fortresses to protect human lands. Unfortunately, however, with the beauty of their ancestral legacy lost, the twin castles have become battlegrounds for a horrible civil war. In the war room, it seems that Valtermain and everyone else is preparing an attack. Logan thinks that this war is a war not for land, but for the throne. So no matter how it's done, if they defeat the rival prince, it all ends. Yet, Logan thinks, neither heir to the throne is the kind to sacrifice himself to end the war. If left alone, like in Logan's past, the civil war will rip the nation out by its roots. These strategy meetings are pointless. Thus, Logan thinks that the only thing they must do is kill the ones who need to die and end the war. As Logan wants to say what will come next, Jordan Valtermain interrupts his thought and says what their strategy will be. It looks like Valtermain wants for the McLain forces to strike the enemy from behind, a decision which Logan doesn't seem to like. Logan turns his head towards Valtermain in disbelief. It might be pointless, however, as by their looks, it's clear that everyone is also against him. Logan, however, sees something strange. One soldier stares at him with a strangely unreadable face, which Logan thinks might be hostility, or rather, curiosity. This is, of course, Lucian. Seeing this guy, Logan wonders what has happened to him in his past life. While Logan thinks about this, Valtermain notes the fact that Logan didn't respond, and asks him if he refuses to abide by his plan. Valtermain then asks Logan if he should summon his father, Baron McLain, who gave him full authority in the matter, and Logan says that this will be unnecessary. Logan reiterates what Valtermain has said, posing it as a question, if he wants for Logan and his troops to strike the rear, and Valtermain says that he is correct. Valtermain then tells Logan that the enemy and them already know each other's elites, so the only variable left is the McLain house. Therefore, Logan's side must create the opening, but it seems like Logan thinks about something else, that being the fact that Valtermain is sending the McLain house to die with this order. How on earth is Valtermain expecting to flank a battlefield with over 50,000 troops when he only has 5,000 troops? Logan then thinks that Bifrost will be grinning ear to ear after hearing this, which he already is. Logan opens his mouth, thinking about Valtermain's proposal and preparing to reply to him. It appears much to Valtermain's surprise, and to ours, after what he's just said, he will comply. No one in the room can believe this. Lucian seems to be the only one expecting this. Logan then asks if he should plan the operation himself, and Valtermain prepares to make a fist. He does so, and tells Logan that he grants him the permission to do so. Standing at the head of the war table with Bifrost next to him, Valtermain is thinking, if the McLains would have refused, he was planning to split up their forces and strip them of command, and legally seize those infamous crossbows. If they refused even that, he would have had them lead the charge at the front lines. This being said, Valtermain thinks that Logan clearly has some trick up his sleeve. He then asks Bifrost what he thinks that is. Bifrost doesn't know what to answer, but thinks that these are the same guys who kept defying expectations and even took his land, so you cannot assume anything when it comes to them. Seeing this lack of reply, Valtermain, while preparing to drink from a glass, says that there is no need to overthink it. He says that if someone accepts a suicide mission without protest or hesitation, then unless he is an idiot, there must be something else. Lucian, who was actually the one placing the glass in front of Valtermain, says that it's confidence. Valtermain looks at the glass and says that even his knights would struggle, but Logan says he can do it. Lucien then says that if Jordan will lead the charge, then the enemy will also fight with everything they've got. Then asks if they would do the same against McLain, and Valtermain thinks. Lucian then says that it's simple. If Logan is not a fool, then he will bring results. If he is a fool, then he'll just get himself killed fighting the enemy. Either way, they lose nothing. Somewhere else, it looks like someone has heard that Logan and his house have joined the second prince's faction. This is Duke Juan Douglas, of the first prince's faction, who asks himself if the McLains are crazy or if it's just Jordan that has lost it. A man with white hair and a goatee says that it doesn't matter. Either way, for him, it's just more dead men walking. Juan laughs and asks the man if what he said isn't a bit cold, addressing him as Kyros. It means that this man must be Lord Kairos. And to our confirmation, Juan even asks him if his child and Logan weren't once betrothed. Hearing this, Kyros changes the look on his face, and says that it was a bond which ended long ago. Next, the castle's gates are opening. Soldiers on horses are rushing through them. For a time, both factions focused on assassination rather than full-scale war. The war, which had seemed to enter a ceasefire, was reignited by the struggling Second Prince's faction. On the battlefield, it looks like Logan, Patrick, and others are advancing with their troops. Patrick says that seeing it like this, it really is a massive army. Even after months of battle, they still have nearly 1,000 knights and are maintaining a force of 50,000 in total. This being said, Logan says that the enemy won't be easy either. Under the command of the frost sorcerer, Juan Douglas, there's a mage corps 100 strong. Hearing this, Patrick sheds a sweat. He takes a look around and says that they are against foes like that, but the Second Prince's army is still keeping its distance from them. Patrick then says that if anything goes wrong, they could all die out there, and Logan says that it would be only natural. Logan says that this current maneuver is likely because they don't trust them, so they acted first. He then refers back to his own words. Kill the ones who need to die as quickly as possible in order to end the war. Logan says that this is the first step towards that goal. At their distinct ends of the front, Jordan stays tall on his horse, and the Second Prince looks like he's just awakened. At the other end, Juan Douglas does the same, while the First Prince eats something in his chair. This is when Jordan gives the command for his troops to charge forward. The soldier sounds his horn, and horses start to rile up. The battle begins, with thousands of soldiers marching up. Seeing this, Patrick realizes that he also must command his troops. He turns his head and tells everyone to move. The McLain's banner stands tall as they are advancing. Fast and steady, they are approaching the battlefield. Looking over the troops, the Second Prince tells Jordan that they've humiliated them at their first meeting and dumped a ridiculous mission on them. So he asks Jordan if he thinks that they will mobilize. Hearing this, Jordan is not sure what to reply. Yet, as Logan strolls through the battlefield, he simply says that they'll have to wait and see, as they will soon find out if they are serious or not. Lucian, however, seems to be sure of it, much to Bifrost's displeasure. It seems like Juan also got the word that the McLain forces are circling around. Hearing this, he says that those lunatics really must have lost their minds. A soldier says that they must think that war is just a game of toy soldiers. A flag is then raised, with a blue kind of cross. One of the knights informs Juan that the House of Terran Zahid offered to intercept them, but Juan tells him to leave this one to the House Wolves. He says that they've made some bold claims before, so he should better show results. And indeed, it seems like Kairos and his troops are prepared to face Logan. It seems like Kairos is remembering something. A man asking him if he doesn't regret breaking the engagement, as if he wouldn't have. Logan would have had no choice but to join the First Prince. Looking at the man, who was actually Juan Douglas, Kairos says that shining platinum hair and bright blue eyes must certainly be proof of royal blood. Even so, he thinks that this mage, referring to Jordan, who inherited more from his maternal side than paternal, seeks to break through the limits of unreachable status and sit in a place he never should have reached. Kairos thinks that McLain, having once strayed from his path, must already be considered a target for elimination, and so Kairos tells Juan that if that were the case, he would have lost his connection to Jordan. Therefore, in breaking the bond, he has gained something far greater, so why should he cling to something small? But Juan says that even so, he feels a bit regretful. Kairos then says that he will be taking care of that regret in the next battle. Hearing this, Valtermine tells Kairos that he sounds confident, and says that Logan and his house are the ones that humiliated Bifrost. To this, Kairos says that it was just a trick, and that the trump card is already where it's supposed to be, in the hands of his family. It looks like Kairos has got a crossbow. Suddenly, he is disturbed by a noise. A soldier with a telescope informs him that Logan and his troops are approximately 800 meters away. They can see the McLain banner, and Logan at the head of his army. Seeing them, Kairos thinks that if only they would have faced a different border count instead, maybe Logan would have also had a fighting chance. Crows then gives his troops the order to charge. He tells his people to use the new weapons and wipe them out. Kairos's people are charging for the battlefield. With this, Kairos tries to time his attack. Thinking of when to give the order, he waits and waits as he gets closer to Logan. He needs to close just a little more distance before the crossbows are in range. Kairos thinks that he is going to ruin Logan with his own creation. He smirks, mocking Patrick inside, apologizing to him. However, Kairos might be the one taken by surprise, as he hears Logan shout for his people to load their weapons. Hearing this, Kairos is not sure what to expect. Kairos wonders why Logan is loading them at this range. He does not know that Logan has improved his weapons. Logan shoots, and the arrow, imbued with mana, flies across the battlefield with immense power. It lands on the ground, scaring some horses. It looks like its reach is just behind the enemy line. Seeing this, One soldier says that they are still way out of range. This concern, however, is nothing compared to what's about to happen with the arrow. A giant explosion unleashes, engulfing everything around it. Seeing this, the soldiers realize that it must be magic, as they are thrown down from their horses. Kairos and the others came to a halt, watching what happened. Seeing the attack, Kiros cannot believe it, having no idea what to do. He clenches his teeth and asks what kind of trick Logan has pulled this time. Logan, however, seems to be looking towards his enemies and says that the front line is shaken. He then turns to Clayton and prepares to give him a command. The words don't even have to be spoken though, as Clayton nods and turns to his disciples. He tells his disciples that now is the time to act. They seem to be impeding rocks with mana. Clayton takes a look at his disciples, particularly at one with blue hair. This is none other than Victoria, and Clayton asks her if he is sure about this, and Victoria says that she is fine, and that she can do it on her own. Victoria, now a trained apprentice of Clayton, is determined to show the enemy her strength and composure, fighting with all her wits and might. Just a little while ago, it looks like Kaisalon has seen the weapon his enemies use, realizing they also have automatic crossbows. Seeing this, Logan places his hand above his eyes in order to block the sunlight, and says that as long as they aren't holding weapons that just happen to look the same, that's likely what it is. However, Kaisalon wonders how Logan can even see them from this far away, while Logan thinks that it was a weapon that would have eventually been leaked anyway, but he didn't think Bifrost would be the one to do it. Then he realizes that it must have actually been Rena when they've seen each other for the first time after she broke the engagement. Logan then turns around and orders everyone that has explosive crossbows to move to the front. He says that before their enemies can use their automatic crossbows, they will permanently destroy them. Then, a golem's hand can be seen rising from the ground. Clayton and his disciples are creating a ton of these guys. Right next to them, in a crate, there's a ton of blue marbles. The golem goes and grabs a handful of these. These are of course the explosives Clayton and Hamar have developed, Liberatio, and Clayton tells everyone that they have plenty, so they can throw as many as they need. Everyone says they understand and prepare to fight. Victoria clenches her hands and thinks that she has already mastered first circle magic, so she is sure she can do it by herself. Or actually, he will make sure to show everyone that she is capable enough to do it all by herself. She is doing it all for one reason. She is doing it for her brother's sake. And as she thinks that, she gives her golem the order to throw. And so, the golem prepares. The bombs fly like bullets towards the enemies. As they fall down, they turn red. Seeing them, one of the enemy soldiers asks what that is. Unfortunately for him, after that, everything explodes, being engulfed by flames. Seeing this, Kairos is left speechless, unsure of what to do or even say. One of the soldiers informs Kairos that Logan is using magic and tells him that their forces are 1,000 strong and that a mage is powerful enough to take down such numbers. Hearing this, Kairos gets mad and realizes he must do something at once. He then orders his cavalry to attack, making them march forward. Kiros reasons that if Logan's forces and his are mixed, he won't be able to use large-scale magic. Kaisalon then tells his soldiers to reload their crossbows. After that, he tells everyone to fire, and so they do. Arrows are raining from the sky, approaching the enemy at unbelievable speeds. Even so, the enemy blocks the arrows with ease using their shields. Seeing this, Kaisalon says that this is normal, as once you reach the level of a knight, you won't fall to mere arrows, so the most they can do is knock them off their horses. Kai then looks at Victor. Looking back, Victor nods in understanding. He then turns his head and orders the crossbow cavalry to split. He tells everyone to maintain their distance and attack the enemy's broken formation from the sides. Soldiers on the battleground seem to struggle to block the incoming arrows. One of them even says that if they hadn't been thrown off their horses, this barrage of arrows wouldn't do anything to them. Then, arrows are coming from his side. The soldier notices this, but is not sure what to do. They all seem to fall like leaves in the wind after being struck by arrows. Victor can also be seen riding into battle. His blue and red eyes look majestic as he prepares to lead the soldiers, an order that was given by Logan. A memory is being shown, where Logan tells Victor that he is sure Victor wonders why he'd have to do such a thing after having become a knight and wants to continue, but Victor cuts him off, saying that he will do it. Hearing this, both Clayton and Logan are stunned. He seems to only have one request towards Clayton, that he protects his sister at all costs. With a menacing expression on his face, Victor says that he doesn't know what he would end up doing if anything would happen to her. Hearing this, Logan smacks him on the head, telling him to chill down. He tells Victor that Sir Clayton will take good care of Rhea, so he has nothing to worry about. He just needs to focus on taking care of himself. even if it's just for his sister's sake. Victor then bows and says that he understands. Victor then says that the fact he is able to have such concerns, as well as dreams for the future, is all thanks to Lord Logan. While riding into battle, Victor thinks that Rhea still needs Logan's protection. He thinks about Rhea and Logan, and says that his own safety and comfort comes after theirs. After that, he stops, and orders his troops to attack from the rear, and raze their enemies to the ground. Logan can then be seen looking at the battlefield. It appears that he is using mana to see further. Logan tells Patrick that it looks like Victor and his crossbow cavalry are heading to the rear, and Patrick says that this is their cue to go. Patrick turns his head around and orders his knights to come and assist him. Max Pareda and his soldiers also seem to be there, and he even asks why he is there when he is commanded to go. He obeys the order and runs towards the battlefields. Looking to the side, Kisalon notices something. He raises his fist high into the air and tells everyone to hold their fire. In the middle of the battleground, and man in armor huffs. This is the Wolves' Knight Captain, Nick Marcel, also called the Swordbreaker, holding a giant long blade. Looking up, Nick seems to be left speechless by what he sees. He notices that the attacks have stopped and wonders if Logan's soldiers might be left with no ammunition. This is not it, of course, and when he realizes, his expression changes to dread. Logan and the other knights are approaching the battlefield. Seeing this, Nick realizes that they are attacking head-on and wonders why in hell would they do that, as they are just mere backwater knights led by a single high-ranking Night Lord. Nick then plants his feet steadily on the ground. He grabs his sword tighter and prepares. Taking his stance, Nick says that a war is controlled by knights and mages anyway, regardless of what arms a soldier bears. As long as they manage to push back their opposing order of knights, they can regain their chances at victory. As Logan and the other approach, Nick imbues his sword with mana. He goes to attack Logan while he shouts at him to die. Sudden why, his sword crumbles under the pressure of the force, turning into bits. He swings his sword, and the shards from the blade are all flying towards Logan and his crew. Seeing this, Logan wonders if Nick has purposefully broken his sword and used force on the fragments, saying that this must be the reason for which he was being so careful with it, as it was only a one-time use. Suddenly, Logan slams his leg forward on his footrest. He leaps high into the air while gripping Lux in his right hand. He imbues his sword with mana and says that crossbows aren't his only ace. Then he slams the ground with every inch of his power, making earth shatter beneath his feet. Seeing this, it looks like Nick was carrying more swords, and he manages to pull one out before Logan's attack hits. He blocks Logan's attack while he is being pushed back. Nick smiles and thinks he has managed to block it and that he is out of danger. Unfortunately for him, it looks like he was wrong, and Logan's attack is concentrated in a single spot of his sword, like the tip of a drill on a wall. Logan breaks Nick's sword, and Nick can only look at the sword coming towards his eyes. He tries to dodge the attack, but it ends up piercing through his chest entirely. Logan then comes in for the kill, as now, Nick's guard is broken for good. Logan attacks, and this time there is no way Nick does anything against this powerful swing. Blood splatters on Logan's cheek, coming from Nick's neck. Nick's body is left on the ground, and his head seems to be rolling away from it. Logan stands tall and shouts for everyone to hear that he has taken down the enemy knight captain. Hearing this, Kairos is scared shitless, wondering how this could even be possible. Looking around the battlefield, Logan thinks that in such a brief clash, they have suffered more losses than in half a year of civil war. Seeing the situation he is in, Kairos wonders what he should do next. He turns towards his troops and tells everyone to retreat and fall back. With this, the soldiers turn their flag around. They run as fast as they can away from the battlefield. Kairos the coward seems to be the first one in line. As he runs away, he thinks that he won't bleed his forces today just to slow the enemy down. He then looks at his crossbow. He tries to take it in his hand, but it slips. The weapon he has fought so much to obtain is now lost. Logan is left standing in the middle of the battlefield. He shouts for his troops not to pursue Kairos, but to regroup and reorganize. Logan looks at Kairos running away, thinking that they fell back the moment their front collapsed. Looking around, he thinks that still they've got their knight's commander, and that they won't be able to stop them now. And it looks like Patrick has also taken down 2 or 3 advanced knights as well. Heinkel comes to Logan, and he tells him that among their knights, they have 5 seriously wounded and 2 dead. And as for the soldiers, only around 100 were injured. He starts smiling and says that this is an overwhelming victory. Hearing Heinkel's praises, saying that it's amazing to pull off something like this against a border duke, Logan blushes and thinks that they should calm down and not get ahead of themselves. Heinkel then notices something. He looks towards the army and wonders if they've also seen it clearly on their end. He thinks of Duke Jordan Valtermine and says that he will show him even more material might. Therefore, he should think carefully about how he plans on treating them. And in reality, it looks like Valtermine is amazed. Jordan thinks that this battlefield may look fierce on the surface, but the ones actually being ground down are just the weak lesser nobles. They, who who have nothing to lose, need only watch safely from the sidelines. Watch those pretending to be obedient as they turn into traitors. Jordan thinks that this skirmish was planned for exactly this purpose, and tells the nobles behind him that by judging by the clear outcome, they're at least on par with the Marquis of Kyle. With this, the nobles standing behind him cannot believe what Jordan has said. Seeing the fright on their faces, Jordan asks what is the problem, as the power they have is effectively theirs now. Hearing this, the two nobles think that this is an invalid point. The nobles say that if Logan were to really betray them, they would be in trouble, and Jordan thinks that it would be even more serious, as they wouldn't just be in trouble, but crippled. Jordan then looks up at the sky. He looks at the flags, and thinks back to the demands Logan had. Recognition for occupying the Bifrost territory, half of the Kalia Marquisate, and the Count title. Looking at the banners, Jordan thinks that they were confident enough to make such arrogant demands. He grabs the reins tighter and thinks he will let it slide for now. But the price for that arrogance, he will make sure Logan will pay that price one day. Jordan turns around to his commandants, telling them to signal to all units that McLain will soon strike the enemy's rear. Jordan then looks back at the battlefield and says that this is a full-scale war now. On the other side of the battlefield, it looks like the first prince has heard of wolves retreating, and he is not at all happy about it, asking if they are pulling some sort of trick behind his back, or if they were all just a bunch of ragtag fools all along. Juan Douglas, who brought this information to the first price, says that it looks like those bat bastards were hiding more venom than they'd thought. Hearing this, the first prince starts screaming, asking if he is us gonna stand there and watch. Juan keeps his cool and tells the first prince that not is the time to fortify their defenses. Juan then turns his gaze around. He tells the first prince that once the McLain who moved to the rear starts attacking, the main front will charge in as well. Therefore, the first prince should stay close to Juan. Seeing this, the first prince wonders what the hell this is, and Juan has no reply. Juan gets mad thinking about Logan, calling him and his people bat-like bastards. He looks towards the battleground and wishes for them to just come a little closer. As Logan and his people are coming closer and closer, Juan thinks that even if he will take some losses, he will tear them to shreds. At this point, it looks like everyone is looking at what Logan is going to do. Lucian seems to be the only one that thinks that this situation is completely ridiculous. The most noble men of the country are ignoring the battlefield before them. They only have eyes for that faraway barony, and say that this makes you wonder who this war is even for. The McLain troops are approaching faster and faster. Seeing what is happening, Juan can't even believe it. Jordan also wonders what in the hell Logan and his people are doing. It looks like Logan has decided to move away from the rear. Patrick asks Logan if they are really just gonna keep going, asking him what are they even going to say when they get back. Logan turns to his father and says that they probably never expected them to actually hit the rear in the first place, and that they've just wanted them to stir up some chaos and die off. Logan then takes a little piece of cloth and says that instead of joining that pointless death, they're going to do something that matters. He shows Patrick the piece of clothes, and Patrick asks Logan what he is planning. Logan smiles and tells Patrick that they are going to start looting empty houses. A week later, it looks like Juan and the first prince are staying inside a room, with the first prince eating some grapes. The first prince tells Juan that they've heard nothing about the McLain ever since that incident, and asks if they have vanished into thin air, as Juan is reading something from a piece of paper. Suddenly, a soldier rushes into the room. He smacks the door open and shouts that there is an emergency. Juan, annoyed, shouts at the soldier, asking what is all this ruckus in front of His Highness, and the soldier apologizes, but says that the matter is truly urgent. He goes near Juan and whispers something to him. Hearing this, Juan Douglas is completely stunned. Seeing his expression, the first prince asks what is the matter. Juan turns towards the prince and speaks the name of Turin Castle. This name seems like it's stirring up fear in the first prince's eyes, and Juan continues and says that actually it's not just Turin Castle, but also Alston and Firenze. Juan, sweating, tells the first prince something that no sovereign would ever want to hear in a war. All their supply bases have been burned down, and the first prince is left speechless. Next, Logan is staying in front of one of these castles. Looking at the flames, he says that it burns well, as he holds a piece of paper in his hand. He looks down at it and says that it's a good thing they've followed this route. Logan thinks back to Felix's child naming ceremony and thinks that he squeezed it out of Kairos Bastard, the Kairos' trade route. He is the biggest grain merchant in the country, so it was obvious the first prince's faction would be handling the supplies now. Logan huffs, and it looks like not even he can't believe it, as 3 castles in 1 week is truly impressive. He lets go of the piece of paper and says that the first prince's faction must have really let their guard down. As the paper burns in flames, Logan takes one last look at the castle and tells his people that now it's time to withdraw. He smiles and thanks his uncle for this delicious meal. Next, it seems we are back at Alun Castle. Inside, a huge banquet is being held. People are chatting, and one guy says that they are giving McLain quite a grand welcome upon his return, and that apparently it was all by the prince's order. One of the knights remarks that since they are at war, everyone's in full gear, and there's only juice instead of alcohol. Besides, all the key figures of the factions are in attendance. Therefore, the knights present are asking themselves if the prince plans on treating McLain as at least a border count. One of them asks where Count Bifrost is, and his friend, sipping from the juice, replies that Bifrost said he was tired and went to rest. Hearing this, the other one turns away his head and prepares to sup from his glass as he thinks about something. Right now, it really looks like another key power has joined the faction. Logan can then be seen talking to Jordan, and he starts by addressing his broken promise of attacking the rear, offering his utmost sincere apologies. Hearing this, Valtermine tells Logan not to worry about it, as frankly, it was an unreasonable situation. He then looks at Logan and asks him if he didn't achieve another kind of military feat. Looking up at Jordan, Logan thinks that the more he sees him, the less fitting his nickname feels. He wonders if a blazing sword can really suit such a cold serpent. Logan thanks Jordan for understanding, and Jordan says that it is only natural. He then says that to those who achieve merit, proper rewards must be given, this being one of his core principles. Hearing this, Logan thinks that this would be the time for him to bring something else into discussion. He asks Jordan if he can consider his terms accepted, and it looks like everyone is now looking at them. Jordan remains silent for a second. He then smiles and tells Logan that he will give them positive consideration. Jordan wants to say something else, but Logan cuts him off. He once again starts enumerating the things he wants. The recognition of Bifrost territory, half of the Kalia Marquisate. Last but not least, the Count title. Logan smiles, and he asks Valtermine if he can take those as a green light. Seeing this, Jordan remains silent. Jordan looks at Logan and asks if he didn't just say that he will give those positive considerations. He tells Logan that this isn't something that he can decide on by itself, as he places his hand on his shoulder. At this point, it looks like something is happening with Logan. With Jordan's hand on his shoulder, he feels a strange aura. Jordan smiles and tells Logan that youthful boldness is nice and all, but Logan should also consider his elder's circumstances. It looks like Logan is struggling to answer. As this happens, Jordan tightens his grip, and Logan understands. Jordan is suppressing his opponent's aura and makes them psychologically shrink away in a way so subtle that the enemy doesn't even notice. And Logan says that this is a very fine skill to have. Logan bows and says that he might have overstepped and apologizes to Valtermine. With his hand still on Logan's shoulder, Valtermine says that there is no need for that, as it happens when you are young, all while Logan seems to be trembling under Jordan's aura. Seeing this, Logan thinks that it's fine. In the end, he already got what he wanted anyway. Jordan then continues, saying that if he stops to think about it, the weapons Logan has used this time are quite impressive. He then poses the question to Logan, asking him if he would consider sharing them with him, as with those, they could easily win this war. And Logan gets irritated, saying that Jordan is basically advertising a free will. Logan says that he is sorry, but they don't have any spares left, so it will be a bit difficult. Once again, Jordan uses his ability and asks Logan if that is so. Once again, it looks like Logan is pressured into saying that he is really, truly sorry, but this is not what he thinks. Even so, Jordan smiles. He lets go of Logan's shoulder and says that he has been holding onto him too tightly. He tells Logan to go and enjoy himself a bit and get some rest. He turns his head around towards Logan and says that it looks like the next battle is coming soon. Looking back at him, Logan thinks what a bastard Valtermine is. Thanks to his force core protecting his spirit, Logan has managed to fight Jordan's ability. If it would have not been for that, Logan would have been completely manipulated. Logan turns around to leave and wonders if this is really something a superhuman should be doing. As he does so, someone asks Logan if there is really no quantity available. This is Lucian, who tells Logan that he could at least provide a sample or a blueprint. Logan turns around, trying to remember Lucian's name, and he thinks that the members of the faction are all causing a stir after another one. Logan tells Lucian that the blueprint isn't particularly difficult, but even if they start producing now, it will take quite some time, so he doubts it would be of much use. Lucian points his finger at Logan and says that if they force all their capabilities, they might be able to make it in a short time. Hearing this, Logan says that if Lucian puts it that way, he cannot say no, which seems to take Lucian by surprise. Lucian and Logan join hands, and Logan thinks that of course the crossbows will be made weaker, like the ones the wolves used, and the Liberatio will be given as a complete fake. But still, he tells Lucian that after all, they are all in the same boat now. In the end, they won't have time to verify it anyway. A few days later, it seems like they are all once again on the battlefield. One man, sweating like a pig, prepares to say something. Logan and Patrick's expressions seem to be really surprising, and the man states that he will kill all of the Second Prince's idiotic bastards, completely crushing them. Looking at their enemy, The second prince even asks Jordan if they really had a night order like that, and Jordan says that he is not sure. Jordan even wonders what they were thinking putting those guys in the vanguard. It looks like the man talking was the Kairos Knight Captain, Intermediate Knight Alan. Looking at the enemy charging ahead, the Valtermine army wonders if their entire army is made up of mercenaries, and that they are pretty sure even the captain is only intermediate level, but at least their equipment looks solid. Seeing this, the second prince's knights smile. One of them goes forward and says that he will take down the captain himself. As he charges forward, shitting himself, the captain says that in order to prove their innocence, their knight order has to take the lead. It looks like that has already been discussed in closed chambers. It looks like they did that because of what Douglas and his highness thinks. They suspect that their Kairos leaked the supply base location to McLain. Kairos gets up from his seat and says that if they want to avoid suspicions, this is the only option. The man hands the captain a piece of paper and tells him that he will take care of his family for the rest of his life. He basically screams and tells him not to worry about this, and begs him to give his life for this. So this is what the man will do. He charges into battle and says that he is ready for it. As he approaches, he can see the second prince's knight smiling. The knight imbues his weapon with aura, and he shouts at the Kairos captain to die. He then starts spearing the man away. As this happens, the captain activates the scroll he got from the man, which emits a blue spell. It looks like everyone and everything around it is being sucked into a black hole. The spell is quite powerful indeed. There is nothing that remains of the Wolves' Knight Captain. Seeing this, Logan and Patrick are stunned. Not even Jordan or the second prince can believe it. In reality, it looks like the enemy has used a cold scroll, and the knights are all freezing in an instant. This guy right here kinda looks like a White Walker. Looking at what just happened, Jordan, the second prince, and everyone around has their mouths wide open in disbelief. But Jordan's expression changes in the next second to one of fury, as all the knights that were close enough are imprisoned in a giant block of ice. Jordan can only curse Juan's name. Seeing what just happened, Logan tries to get a grasp of the situation, thinking that it could have been a chain explosion. No, in reality, he realizes it was magic, and Logan thinks that the secret is finally out. One of the weapons that defeated the second prince's faction in his past life, the Blizzard Scroll. Logan looks at the scene and thinks that Juan Douglas, a Sixth Circle mage, probably made this scroll. Logan says that people who can create them are rare, and even the materials themselves are priceless. That explosion wiped out 3 knights from the Viscount's family. Looking at the battlefield, even Jordan and the second prince can't believe what they see, and Logan thinks that, judging by their reaction, it must be the first time it's been used in the current civil war. Jordan then screams, asking his troops what they're doing, and ordering them to charge forward. Hearing this, Patrick says to Logan that they must also go, and Logan nods his head, saying that he understands. All of a sudden, a heavy noise startles them. One knight is coming from behind the troops. As he approaches the battlefield, the soldiers are stunned to see him, and he tells everyone to make way. One of the soldiers recognizes this knight. This is no other than the half-giant Luther Kale. Seeing him, the soldiers tell each other to move aside and not say anything, as he will probably kill anyone who gets caught up in this situation. Another knight then appears, prepared to take Luther on. This is the Tempest Blade, Wicked Kalia. With his blade resting at the side of his eye, Kalia prepares for the fight. In an instant, he leaped towards the battlefield. Seeing this, Luther also leaps into the fight. As he prepares to strike, he screams at Kalia, letting him know that this is the day he will destroy him. Kalia, prepared for the fight, tells Luther that he will be the one to end this, calling him a musclehead. The mighty hammer and the sharp sword are on the verge of making contact. Seeing the fight, the knights and soldiers are left astounded. 2 aura users have just collided, and the battle is magnificent. Seeing the sheer power these 2 guys have, Logan tells his troops to avert their gaze if they are not skilled enough, as facing their aura head-on will shatter their minds. Looking at the battle, Logan cannot believe it. Even with his senses, he is barely able to track their movements. A duel between a superhuman specialized in extreme physical enhancement and someone focused on elemental control. Logan thinks that just watching this is a learning experience, but Patrick doesn't seem to be on the same page. After he snaps out of it, Logan calls for Victor. He tells all crossbow cavalry to charge. In the middle of the battlefield, Count Jahid's knight Captain Rommel awaits their attack and says that if they can block the crossbows, they're just ordinary soldiers, so he orders his troops to raise their shields. He then smirks and says that they are prepared for Logan's weapons. All of a sudden, Victor gives the order for the cavalry to part and surround the enemy. This looks like a move that Rommel didn't expect at all. He turns his head towards Victor, wondering what they are doing, and he is just going to pass them by. Seeing this, Rommel turns to his troops, prepared to give them a command. However, right when he is about to say the sentence, he notices something coming from above. A rain of arrows is approaching, and they don't seem to be normal arrows either. Rommel infuses his shield with aura and tries to block the arrows, with his shield crumbling under the pressure of the force. Rommel realizes that Victor's squad wasn't the only one. Kaisolan then gives the order for his soldiers to fire again. Looking behind, Rommel can see one of his guys being downed by an arrow to the head. Seeing this, Rommel gets angry, saying he cannot believe they would be downed by arrows fired by mere soldiers, and thinking that the dumb fools let their guard down. Rommel then shouts for all his troops to hear that they need to wrap their shields in force, just like they've trained. Kaisolan also advises his troops, telling them to remember the battle from Tomoto Castle. He tells everyone not to panic just because the enemies are using force. They are skilled warriors who can pierce a knight's helmet with a single bolt. As he continues to block the arrows with his shield, Rommel wonders what kind of arrows can have this much destructive power. He can't think for long about it, though, as everything has gone up in flames behind him. The scared soldiers are screaming of an explosion in the rear, or bombs, but in reality, the answer is magic. It turns out that Clayton and his disciples have joined the battle, and Clayton tells his mages that they have plenty of liberatio, so they just need to keep throwing at them. Looking back, Rommel wonders what the heck is going on now. Victor then takes command and tells his troops to finish off the survivors from the blast. Seeing what is happening, Rommel cannot believe it. Their army is being crushed with only arrows and bombs of mere soldiers. As a sword raises high into the air, Rommel wonders, what the heck are the McLain Knights doing? Unfortunately for Rommel, he was just about to find out, as a deep cut made his blood splatter all around. This was Heinkel's blade, downing Rommel for good. Heinkel then claims that they are just finishing off the weakened enemy knights and says that there is no one here who can't do that simple task. Looking at the battlefield, Logan says that this is the best way for them to minimize their casualties. Logan goes on to say that Patrick might think this is cowardly. However, his father cuts him off and says that there is no idiot there who'd think that. Looking towards the battlefield, Patrick says that there is something more important happening anyway. Since Count Jahid has fallen, one side of the First Prince's front has collapsed, and Logan says that if the First Prince's army realizes that, they'll begin retreating soon. Logan then thinks that they've already achieved enough merit, so there's no need to waste more strength. This isn't their all after all. Kaisolan sees the flag waving in the back and realizes that this is the retreat signal, and tells his troops to signal it to Victor at the front. Victor, looking towards the crowd of knights, sees the waving flag. Without looking, he shoots one more soldier from the opposing team with his crossbow. Looking towards the battlefield, Logan says that it looks like even Victor's battalion is fully retreating, and that the First Prince's faction is retreating as expected. Logan turns to his dead and wants to tell him what they will be doing once everyone is gathered, but suddenly, he notices something. A new round of explosions has begun at the front of the battlefield. Seeing this, Logan realizes that it must be the Blizzard Scroll all over again, and cannot understand how they have so many. Logan sees Heinkel riding towards him, and he asks if the front line force is safe. Heinkel tells Logan that, fortunately, even Victor's squad, which was at the front, is safe, and that pulling the troops back early was pure luck. Hearing this, Logan is relieved. Seeing what just happened, Jordan gets mad and starts screaming, asking Juan if this is the filthy way of escaping all he's got. After that, Jordan orders his troops to chase them. However, his captains don't seem to agree, as one soldier tells them not to pursue them, but to get as far from the blast as possible. One guy, on the ground, even asks if Jordan wants all of them to die. Looking at the lot, Logan thinks that they are powerful, but a ragtag bunch as well. This was the same as the Second Prince's faction in his past life. Suddenly, Logan gets another one of those feelings. He feels a powerful aura approaching. Victor also seems to sense it, but it might be too late. From above, a giant ice boulder seems to be falling from the sky. Seeing that, Logan and Heinkel are both wondering what the hell that thing is. Logan doesn't waste any time and prepares to use his wind boots. He jumps off his horse, right towards Victor. While preparing to strike, Logan thinks about that terrifying surge coming from inside, and thinks that it'll be dangerous if they are going to leave it alone. Therefore, they have to stop it, no matter what. Logan infuses his blade with aura. In one swift motion, he is going to destroy this ice boulder. Logan starts screaming and swings his sword. Once the sword makes contact, the boulders start to shatter. Logan falls on his back, and the boulder starts emanating a green light. Seeing this, Logan remains stunned. Seeing what just happened, Heinkel is worried for Logan, as the cold feels extreme. Heinkel, on his horse, rushes towards Logan, asking him if he is all right. Logan seems to be all right, but he starts cursing Juan Douglas's name because of the cold. Looking at his sword, Logan says that the Ice Mage sure holds a nasty grudge. It looks like Logan can't even melt the ice on his sword using force. He starts thinking that Juan detonates a mass of rare scrolls, and even this kind of dangerous magic. These are truly powers befitting a superhuman. Looking towards his sword, Logan notices something. The ice infused with force has cracked. That is when Logan has a realization. After some time near a campfire, two soldiers are talking, mocking the way the first prince's bastards fled like that. The soldier is then looking up, saying that things sure started going well once McLain showed up. The other once commands Logan's strength, saying that he cut through Juan's magic like it was nothing, and that those barony brats are surprisingly skilled. From behind a tent, it looks like Bifrost is listening to what those soldiers have to say. One of them says that they've racked up back-to-back achievements, so they'll definitely get the reward they've demanded before. And the other one agrees, saying that Duke Valtermine is clear-cut about rewards and punishments, so this must be the end for Bifrost. Hearing what they've said, Bifrost gets mad. At this rate, he thinks, things are looking good for him. Therefore, he says that the civil war mustn't end like this. Next, are outside a castle, with a lion crest carved above the front gate. Inside, someone bangs a hammer on a piece of wood. It was one of the dwarves brought in by Logan as the center of this picture. Doesn't look so good. He throws one of the crossbows into a crate full of the others. Timar falls to the ground, and Hamar asks him what he is doing, telling him to move faster. However, Tamar seems to be too exhausted and asks Hamar for a break. Hamar gets close to Tamar and starts screaming that there will be no short break as he is coming soon. As someone approaches them, Hamar says that he's a real beast, that one. A brute, really. He comes there every single day to monitor them, and he is even worse than his brother. Suddenly, the man makes his presence known, presenting his apologies, and Hamra starts trembling, startled. This was no other than Runyan, telling Hamar that he only came to show some support, and Hamar is left speechless. Runyan smiles, and tells Hamar that he understands this is uncomfortable, but asks Hamar to bear with him. He tells them that all the success they are hearing from her front lines is thanks to his weapons. Hearing this, Hamat and Tamar grab each other by the neck, laughing, and telling Runyan that there is no discomfort at all, and that they simply wish to do their best for the territory. Hearing this, Runyan smiles and says, "That's a very admirable mindset." With this, they remain standing face to face with each other, smiling and laughing. Then, thinking they have fooled Runyan, they start sweating. Runyan then huffs and looks down at Hamar and Tamar. Runyan then tells Tamar and Hamar that since there isn't much progress being made, he will grant them some leave, which makes their eyes light up. Runyan gives them some ideas, suggesting that they might consider visiting the marketplace, as he has heard there are many sights and foods to be found lately. He tells Tamar and Hamar that they'll have to go with an escort knight though, and tells them that this will surely help them lift their spirits. Looking at the two of them, Runyan remembers a conversation he had with his brother. It looks like Logan told Runyan to remain home on purpose. Logan tells Runyan that this civil war isn't theirs to fight, and that there's no need for the main family to go. Hearing this, Runyan lets his head down, and realizes that if anything happens, then he will have to be the one to succeed the family. Hearing this, Logan comforts Runyan, saying that this won't be the case, but still, it's one more reason for Runyan to remain at home. They have more castles to defend now, and the militia needs supervision during training. After all this, Runyan tells Logan that he is not a kid anymore, which seems to startle Logan. Runyan then puts on a kind face and tells Logan to go ahead, as he will protect the territory in his stead. Hearing this, Logan is at a loss for words. His little brother has really grown. He bows his head down and tells Runyan that he will trust him. One more thing before he leaves. Logan tells Runyan to keep a close eye on Hamar, as once they start getting attention on the battlefield, Hamar might become the target of an attack or kidnapping, so they need to protect him no matter what. That is why now, Runyan, dressed in armor, follows Hamar through the market. Seeing that people start to notice him, Runyan suggests that they should wrap up the market tour and head back. Hearing this, Hamar says that it's only been 3 days and insists on them getting some skewers that look delicious. Before Runyan gets the chance to say anything else, Hamar runs off, saying that he will also get one for the young lord. Suddenly Runyan notices something. It appears that there might be a force user among the people of the market. On alert, Runyan looks around and says that it is an aura so foreign that it trips his force core, which means that the attacker might be using some method to conceal their force, and most likely, there's more than one as well. All of this being said, Runyan calls on Hamar, saying that this is enough, just as a merchant passes Runyan by, pushing a cart full of hay. As he gets close to Hamar, he seems to change his attitude. It appears that the hayman is the assassin Runyan felt, and he is trying to get Hamar. Before he gets a chance to do anything though, Runyan hits him on the back of his head, asking him what the hell he thinks he is doing, and the man falls to the ground. With one hand, he grabs the man by his shirt and lifts him. He then laughs it off, and says that this poor man has overexhausted himself. He then lets go of the man, who falls face first to the ground, and tells a nearby guard to take him to a more safe place. which is most likely a prison. A couple of meters away, Hamar seems to have fallen in the hay, and Ranyan thinks that it's just as his brother predicted, but at least now, they have captured one. The more prisoners, the better. Within the next couple of minutes, like nothing has happened, another merchant holds up 2 skewers and tells Hamar that his food is ready, and Hamar happily tells him to hand them over. Hamar is happy, saying that those look really delicious, but Ranyan, still cautious, tells Hamar that once he gets that, they are heading back home. However, it looks like this might not be the end of the situation. A mountain of a man places himself of Ranyan, basically blocking his sunlight. Very rude of him if you ask me. His head so bald it shines the light all around. It looks like this was all a trick to block Ranyan's view of Hamar. The merchant approaches Hamar with the skewers, and Ranyan thinks there is no way this would be right. Suddenly, the merchant turns the skewers around and prepares to stab Hamar, who is looking down at his wallet, trying to pay for his food. Seeing this, Ranyan immediately pulls out his sword, realizing that these two must be working together. With one technique, the flashblade slash, Ranyan manages to impair both of his enemies. Or maybe he was wrong, as one guy now stands flat on the ground, and the merchant is terrified. Someone starts screaming, "Murder!" But Ranyan smirks and says that no one is dead just yet. As Hamar turns around, asking Ranyan what the meaning of all this is, the merchant pulls out a knife from behind the counter, for another attempt. Once again, is not fast enough, as in the next instant, Ranyan serves him an elbow to the face. Then he hits the man's hand, and he drops the dagger. He calls for the knights to restrain these bastards and search the surroundings. Ranyan doesn't get to finish his sentence, as next, a loud noise attracts his attention to the back. It looks like someone has blown up a building behind him. That is when Ranyan realizes that it might be where the workshop is. Next, another conversation from the past is shown. Logan tells Ranyan that the repeating crossbow is a weapon that will spread eventually, but Liberatio must never be allowed to. Never. The people see the explosion and start panicking. Looking at the direction the smoke is rising from, both Hamar and Ranyan realize that they must hurry back and see what's happened. Ranyan turns around and tells Hamar that they must head back immediately. Just seconds after, another knight rushes towards Ranyan, and Ranyan asks him what is going on, telling him that they are in a hurry right now, so he can explain later. However, this might not be the case, as the man tells Ranyan that it's an urgent communication from headquarters. Hearing the word headquarters, Ranyan realizes that it must be from Logan. That is when the soldier tells Ranyan that troops from the First Prince's faction are currently moving toward McLain Castle. It looks like a whole army is approaching the castle. Hearing this, Ranyan is not sure what to do. Without a second thought, Logan orders the man to summon all militia and knights to stand by, and the knight obliges. Ranyan tells Hamar that they should head back to the shop for now, and Hamar agrees. With his hand on the sword, Ranyan realizes that they are under attack from inside and out, calling the enemies bastards. Annoyed, he prepares his sword and says that he will crush them all to pieces. Honestly, I think I might be more afraid of this guy than I am of Logan. Just look at that vein on his neck and his eyes. He's a menace. Someplace else, Logan is nervously pacing the floor. He walks left to right, touching his arm with 2 fingers, waiting. Suddenly, Ranyan's voice can be heard from the communication channel. Logan tells Ron that he was worried, as they haven't been in contact for days, and asks him what happened at the estate. That is when Ranyan tells Logan that the First Prince's army was annihilated. Hearing this, Logan is relieved. Fortunately, Ranyan says, they were only a Viscount's forces, so the militia armed with repeating crossbows and Liberatio, along with a few keen knights, were enough to defeat them. With this, Logan praises Ranyan for his good job. However, Ranyan also has some bad news for Logan, telling him that there was an assault on the workshop just before the attack. With this, 3 dwarves were captured, which made Logan jump from his chair. But Logan tells him that it's all right. Logan tells Ranyan that unless it was Hamar or Clayton, the other workers don't know the formula for Liberatio anyway, so they should be good. Besides, Logan tells Ranyan that he is sure he has caught a few of the attackers, so if they interrogate them, they could easily find who's behind this. But Ranyan doesn't seem to be so sure. Ranyan turns his gaze around and tells Logan that all the ones who were captured committed suicide. He tells Logan that this was also his fault, but Logan only smiles and says that it's okay. However, Ranyan says, according to the knight who faced the kidnappers, something was odd. The man says that he only got a glimpse, so he's not sure. But the face of the kidnappers was someone familiar. Hearing this, Logan is stunned. Ranyan tells Logan that he was short and agile, and he seemed to be at least a top-tier knight. Hearing this, Logan thinks about the description and who it might be. However, Ranyan goes on and tells Logan that this alone wasn't enough to identify the culprit, and once again apologizes, which makes Logan think that he is completely deflated. Logan then tells Ranyan that for now, what he should do is have the militia trained to be even more thorough, and Ranyan asks if he thinks something like this might happen again. Logan tells Ranyan that they are just speculations, but in the worst-case scenario, they must be ready. Hearing this, it startles Ranyan, asking if this is really possible. Logan turns his gaze around and says that it could happen. Logan then turns his head to look out the window. He thinks that it was a good decision to leave Renoan behind at the territory, as thanks to that, the damage was limited. It was a clear raid targeting the new weapon, and the First Prince's faction assault on their main castle. Since they both happened at the same time, Logan realizes that they couldn't both be part of Juan's scheme. He then thinks that this war has dragged on for too long, and is currently dragging on without any progress. The reason is, the First Price faction doesn't react to any provocation, and is held up in their castle, heavily fortified. Their base, Harun Castle, was chosen only because McLain burned down all the nearby supply depots, so they had no choice but to retreat far and settle there. And the First Prince's faction, unable to retreat further, is focusing all its troops on defending the castle. However, Logan thinks, what if someone were to charge in at the cost of their life? And if that created an opening in the fortress, the war could end quickly. But no one wants to make that kind of sacrifice, not even the Duke of Valtermine. And even amid all that, things are going to be even worse. Someone is banging their hand on a table and saying that McLain gave His Excellency a fake recipe for the bomb. A few days later, at the leadership meeting, Bifrost is telling Jordan that McLain must immediately disclose the correct method so that the faction can begin mass production. Looking at what Bifrost is saying, Logan says that, yet, they are wasting strength on nonsense like this. And Logan replies by asking Bifrost as he ran experiments in the middle of all this. Logan asks Bifrost where he even got the bomb materials, as there is no place that has them available right now. Bifrost says that fortunately, he had personally collected materials for testing, and then it miserably failed. Logan asks Bifrost if he is sure he wasn't the one to mess it up, and hearing this, Bifrost gets annoyed. Bifrost starts screaming at Logan, telling him to watch his mouth, asking Logan if he thinks he is some kind of pathetic first circle mage, as he is actually a fifth circle. Suddenly, Bifrost's expression changes. Jordan tells Bifrost that this is an official meeting, and to please mind his manners, and Bifrost apologizes. Even so, he turns towards Logan, and tells him that the Count isn't one to fabricate nonsense. Jordan then asks Logan if he can prove that recipe, and he is not sure of what to say. Jordan tells Logan that since he keeps getting supplied with Liberatio, it looks like he has plenty of the materials at hand, so it shouldn't be hard for him to demonstrate. Hearing this, Logan is cornered, so there isn't much he can say. Bifrost once again started screaming, asking Logan why he could not answer, asking if Logan really thought he could deceive His Excellency and the faction. This time, Jordan also raises his voice, telling Bifrost that this is too much, and tells Bifrost that this is going to be his final warning. Hearing this, Bifrost settles down in his corner. Seeing all the fuss Bifrost is creating, Logan asks himself why he is looking so confident all of a sudden, as he's staying already on shaky ground. That is when Logan puts all the pieces together. According to the knight who confronted the kidnapper, he had a familiar face, a small framed top-tier knight, and he spoke with certainty about a bomb formula only a few would know. Logan figured out who the knight was. Bifrost must have been the kidnapper. If that small elite knight was Aslan, then their claim makes sense. Then he must have interrogated the kidnapped dwarves and realized the flaws in the face recipe Logan gave them. However, Logan thinks that even if they are desperate, this is quite a gamble. He then thinks that this could be useful, and as he rises from his chair, he tells everyone that it wouldn't be hard to prove. Much to Jordan and Bifrost's surprise, Logan says that he will arrange a demonstration soon, which for now is just a small lie. He then tells them that rather than doubting the weapon's formula, they should focus on breaking out of this stalemate. In the end, Logan says, this crap isn't even what they care about. As they know, their territory was clearly attacked by the First Prince's faction, so what truly matters is something else. Even though they've managed to repel them, there's no guarantee it won't happen to other territories too. Hearing this, Jordan says that attacking the First Prince's faction now is tough, as they are too full of murderous intent right now, so striking prematurely would only bring heavy losses. Logan then smirks and thinks that they all know it, but no one wants to take responsibility. Logan then says that the McLain family will strike Harun Castle, and he will take that burden. This leaves both Jordan and Bifrost stunned. Kalia and Lucian also didn't seem to anticipate this. Logan smiles and thinks that the time has come to break this deadlocked war wide open. Hearing what Logan's just said, Jordan asks if he is serious about this. Logan thinks that Jordan must wonder why he would go this far. As for now, the Second Prince's faction has the advantage, but if the war drags on for years, the situation changes. The war is dragging on. The moment that unspoken consensus forms the very nature of the war will change. From a war of assassinations, targeting each other's kings, and a contest of strength side by side, it will change into one where every last ounce of strength is squeezed out. A total war to devastate the enemy's territories. And until the war reaches its end, the commoners will be conscripted, naturally ruining the harvests. And with ruined crops, the lords will resort to forced requisitioning. Forced requisitioning creates refugees, and those refugees turn into slash-and-burn farmers or bandits, causing problems. A kingdom ruined in this wat will be swallowed by the empire. That is why they must settle this civil war before that happens. Logan goes on, telling Valtermine that he is not saying this without reason. The McLain family is prepared to accept every risk this battle brings, and they are prepared to make sacrifices. Jordan wonders why Logan would do that. With all he has achieved so far, he is already the top contributor, so why would they choose to sacrifice themselves? Looking at Jordan, Logan thinks that as expected, he is not going to believe him so easily, so he's going to try something else. Logan tells Jordan that of course, they are not going to do this for free. In addition to what was already promised, they want additional rewards, and Jordan wonders what kind of reward Logan could request. However, he plays his game, and he asks Logan what reward that is. Logan smirks and prepares to state his request. He wants a marquise title for McLain, and the entirety of the Kalia Marquisate's lands. Besides, he wants for Jordan and His Majesty to guarantee everything in writing, then he will definitely see it through. An excessive reward, Logan thinks. An outrageous demand sweet enough to risk sacrifice. Even if he has to stake everything, his family and himself, this might just work. Everyone is now looking at Jordan, who says that the requested reward is excessive, far too excessive. He then clenched his fist and asked if Logan wanted a written guarantee. Jordan asks Logan if this means that he doesn't trust his word, and Logan says that this is not the case, but rather, he will need a justification to convince his family. Logan tells Jordan that he would appreciate his understanding, while Jordan thinks that Logan has volunteered for this sacrifice for this reason only, just to indulge in such greed. Jordan then looks down and thinks. He tells Logan that this is fine then, but there will be one condition. Logan will have to leave 3 wagons of Liberatio behind. That way, Jordan says, the main forces won't lack firepower when attacking Haroun Castle. Hearing this request, Logan thinks that Valtermian is suspicious till the end, but even so, that much is acceptable. So he agrees. Whatever he plans to do with the Liberatio, Logan and his troops won't be there by then anyway. Bifrost can then be seen with a weird expression on his face. He is about to do something he wishes he didn't have to. He stands up and says that the Bifrost will also attack the Haroun Castle. Hearing this, Logan is stunned. Jordan asks Bifrost if he isn't overreaching himself, and Bifrost says that he is absolutely not. Roger says that he won't ask for any excessive reward. Rather, he will sacrifice himself out of loyalty to this great cause. Looking at the scene, Logan thinks that Bifrost would never do that. So unless he has gone mad, he has some other hidden motive. In fact, there is no question about it. He definitely has one. At the Haroun Castle, things are also unsettling. With a glass of wine in his hand, the prince cannot believe the news that was brought to him. The army they've sent to the McLain castle was annihilated. The prince says that they've sent Baron-class forces, so how could they lose to a mere barony? He then asks Juan if the McLain main forces weren't away from the territory, and Juan informs the first prince that even the commoners were trained with crossbows. And judging by how they've grown until now, they've clearly been preparing for more than a day or two. Juan thinks that they must have been planning for this war long ago. The first prince, and with fury, throws away his glass and says that they can't just stand by while those pests are swarming up his territory. So Juan should just send a superhuman or whatever else it takes. He tells Juan to end this childish game immediately, asking if he can or not, and Juan is at a loss for words. At this moment, it seems we can see who is truly in control, as when Juan speaks, the first price appears to be scared shitless. Yeah, I know you dislike it when I say that, but look at his damn face. Bro looks like he is about to shit a brick. Juan reaches with his hand forward and asks the first prince if he has forgotten his teaching from when he was young. The prince, afraid, tells Juan that this is not what he meant. As his hand approaches the prince's face, Juan says that he should simply do what he was taught. He should trust his grandfather, as he has always done, and wait. As he places his hand all over his face, however, in the last second, it looks like Juan moved his hand towards his shoulder, and he grabbed the prince with force. That is when the prince lets his gaze down and says that he understands. Juan then huffs. Juan then picks up the glass from the ground and says that it's not all bad news, as first they are also producing their repeated crossbows. As soon as they are produced, they plan on deploying them on the walls. Then they might try for those bombs, and the prince smiles. Unfortunately, they couldn't figure out the production method for that. Moreover, because of someone's doing, There was even a kidnapping incident inside McLain's territory. Thanks to that, their security has become stricter, making it difficult to approach. The prince then screams, asking who dared to do such a thing before reporting to him. Juan says that speaking of that, they have received some interesting news about it, and the prince asks what it is. Juan then looks down at the last sip of wine in the glass. He then says that things might turn out to be quite entertaining. Somewhere else, the McLain soldiers are marching. One of them asks why there are so many hills around this place, and says that he will be exhausted before they reach the Haroun castle. Another one turns to him and says that the terrain here is really awful, but still, it's better than the Bifrost route. It looks like the Bifrost forces are going to cross a mountain in order to get where they have to arrive, which is going to be painfully tiresome. They also notice that today's formation is a bit unusual, as the crossbow cavalry were always at the front before, but today, they are coming from the very rear. As they see all the higher-ups, Kaisalan, Victor, Heinkel, and Eileen looking to the rear, they wonder if there might be something they must watch out for. They stare for a second and think. Then they dismiss it, saying that they are sure the commander has thought this through. Just as they say that, someone says that troops are emerging from the mountains in the rear. The banner is a rose burning amid the flames. It's none other than the Bifrost army, and the soldiers immediately realize that they were supposed to head for the south gate and wonder why they are here. That is when Logan gives the order for all the troops to guard the rear. It looks like they are preparing for the battle. The two soldiers now wonder what is going on. Looking at Logan, they wonder if he knew about this. Patrick, standing right before Logan, says that it's just as his information reported. It looks like Roger was acting suspiciously, so he had someone tail him. He has been following behind Logan. Logan thought that at most, he was going to leak information to the enemy and make them clash with them, but it seems like he has decided to attack them directly instead. Logan says that this is actually better, and Patrick wonders how that is. Logan prepares to unsheath his sword and says that there is only one thing left to do. They will deal with Bifrost here and then withdraw from this war. As the grass blades fly above the ground, the Bifrost are approaching the McLain. Logan stands tall on his horse, with his sword drawn, next to Heinkel and Eileen. As Bifrost comes close, Logan speaks, asking him what brings him to this road. Logan states the fact that they were supposed to take the east gate, while Bifrost was to attack the south gate, and so Logan asks if this wasn't what they'd agreed upon. Hearing this, Bifrost asks if the route wasn't up to the field commander's discretion. As the Moon Knight and Aslan stare Logan and his comrades down, Bifrost says that they've also wanted to avoid the enemy's gaze, so they chose this path, and Logan argues, saying that this would make it hard to coordinate the operation. Much to Eileen and Heinkel's surprise, Bifrost doesn't back down. Instead, he says that he has his own ways, and for the god knows what time, reiterates the fact that he is a fifth circle mage. More importantly, with the grand mission right ahead, hearing this, Logan gets suspicious, asking Roger if he wants to be in the front line, and Bifrost says that if Logan won't mind, then he would be more than happy to do it. It's clear that Roger has something prepared in his mind, and Logan is onto him. However, Logan simply smiles, huffs, and tells Roger that he can go ahead. Roger thanks Logan for the understanding, and turns to his troops, telling them that they will be marching past the McLain forces. The second his horse's feet move, the soldiers are on standby, not moving 1 inch, prepared for the battle. Victor looks Roger dead in the eye, with his crossbow ready. Just as before, the two are facing each other, only this time, a little closer. Seeing this, Roger realizes that Logan didn't mean what he said. Instead, he looks like he has no intention of letting them pass. Logan then addresses Roger, asking if he didn't just say that the route was up to the field commander, and tells Roger that they were thinking about changing their direction as well. To Roger and his knight's surprise, Logan tells Roger that they will fall back for now, and Roger is left speechless, wanting to ask Logan what he is thinking. Then, Logan shouts for all his troops to hear that they will be returning to base, and everyone acknowledges. Seeing this, Roger asks Logan what he is doing. That is when Logan tells Roger that they should stop pretending, both of them. He looks Roger dead in the eye, and asks him if he should contact the Duke right now, and asks if he thinks this is something that can be excused as the commander's discretion. Hearing this, Roger gets visibly angry. This is the moment Roger stops pretending and tells everyone to engage, exactly as planned. Hearing this, Logan also gives the order for all his units to prepare for battle. Logan grabs tight on Lux, and says that this is where they will end Bifrost. Next, Roger raises a staff, probably an artifact, and tells all his mages to gather up. He then strikes the ground like Moses did to the Red Sea. It looks like they are going to put all their power into this one attack. Seeing that they are starting to use wind magic, Logan wonders if this is going to be a spell for Bifrost to protect themselves. This is when Logan realizes what Bifrost is actually doing. It's not just his body he is wrapping around Mana, but a massive barrier covering thousands of troops. Seeing this, Logan turns to Clayton, asking him if something like this is even possible. And Clayton says that if it's a grand mage performing the spell, maybe it is, but Roger is only a 5th circle mage. Clayton then says that the only way this makes sense is if that staff is an incredibly powerful artifact. Even so, Clayton concludes that at this stage, it is too inefficient and reckless, as even if they hold out as long as possible, they'll only last for an hour or two at most. Hearing the words hold out, Logan realizes something. Logan starts thinking, why would Bifrost think he can win just by stalling for a few hours, as he must know that makes no sense. Logan thinks that there must be more to it, as B4's managed to put up the barrier. Looking at Roger putting on a smirk, Logan wonders what Bifrost is waiting for. Logan thinks that they should defend for now and observe the situation. However, Logan can't believe what he sees next. Some projectiles, changing colors from blue to red, are flying right towards him. It looks like Bifrost has created his own version of Liberatio. As Bifrost awaits the impact, he smiles, asking Logan if he really thought they would just stand and watch. Seeing the balls approaching, Eileen screams the name of the weapon. She then thinks that the only way out is to strike it down. Even that might not be a viable idea. There are too many of them approaching. Eileen might also be the first one they strike. Suddenly, a yellow flash rips through the sky, leaving Eileen to wonder what is happening. In the next instant, all the Liberatio projectiles explode, lighting up the sky even brighter than it was before. Seeing this, Eileen says that it must have been some kind of net. Heinkel also seems to be stunned. Once again, all the projectiles explode before reaching any of the McLain soldiers. Eileen acknowledges that the Liberatio exploded while caught in the net, and that golden light, she is familiar with that. In the next instant, Logan can be seen landing on the ground. And it's not any landing, but a superhero landing. As he touches the ground, he starts huffing. He then smiles, and looking at the sky, he cannot believe what he did just worked. His body moved before he could even think. In his own words, at first it was Dan Guillaume Cham, a single powerful strike, but that alone couldn't stop all the Liberatios. It looks like Logan realized that right then, that much force wasn't needed, but what was needed was just enough power to destroy the bombs. Most importantly, he needed wide coverage. What just happened was a technique born from a moment of crisis, a perfect harmony of reason and instinct that created a variation of the divine sword technique. Even Logan can't understand how he has managed to do that. Seeing the result of his failure, Roger orders his soldiers to throw more bombs, but the soldier informs him that they don't have any others, as those were barely smuggled in. Seeing that the attack has stopped, Logan also realizes that they are out of stock and that they must have stolen those from Valtermine. Roger's determination doesn't seem to stop there, as trembling, he says that they need to hold McLain back there. He then gives the order for his knights to charge at the McLain army. Seeing this, Logan says that they are finally going out in the end, and tells his own knights to prepare for a charge attack. Logan then prepares to use his wind boots artifact. As he approaches the cavalry, he says that this is the moment to crash Bifrost's head on. Suddenly, a red light appears before him, an attack which pushed Logan back, but he managed to parry it. Seeing this, Logan says that they have finally shown up, the Bifrost twin swords. With this, we can easily say that both Aslan and the Moon Knight are more than prepared to take on and kill Logan. Next, a moment from the past appears, with Franz struggling to block an attack. It seems that the one who launched this attack was Asla, now telling Franz that this is his win. Seeing this, Franz gets annoyed, and Aslan tells Franz that his whip-like blade is perfectly effective, but it lacks decisive power. Franz says that he is aware of that. While it has extended flexibility and reach, it easily falls to the strength of an equal level. Aslan then tells Franz that if he doesn't want to lose again to him next time, then he should figure out some countermeasures. Franz says that he should just forget it, as he could spend a lifetime after awakening his force blade on that and it still wouldn't work. In the end, it's just a quirk of his sword. Besides, Franz says that he alone is not the twin swords of Bifrost, which sparks Aslan's interest. Aslan acknowledges this, as Franz smiles, and wonders why he's suddenly remembering his old days. As this is happening, Franz can only come up with one explanation for this. His life is flashing before his eyes. It seems like he wasn't able to parry or block Logan's attack, and he is now coughing up blood. With this blow, Logan tells Franz that it was about time they said their goodbyes. Then, he uses his blade to cut through Franz like he was made out of butter. Seeing this scene, Aslan runs to help his friend. He starts screaming his name, but it might already be too late. Aslan leaps towards Logan, calling him a bastard. Logan, however, doesn't move an inch and simply awaits his attack. Blinded by fury, Aslan shouts at Logan that he is going to kill him as he prepares to strike. Unfortunately for him, This kind of attack is going to be met with an easy parry, as Logan dodges and hits Aslan's back with a powerful slash. After that, Aslan starts coughing up blood as well. Looking at Aslan falling to the ground, Logan tells him that in the end, without an artifact, he cannot be called the Swift Knight. Seeing this, Aslan picks himself up, calling Logan a brat. Then, before he gets the chance to say anything else, he notices something. Logan has unleashed yet another powerful attack, hitting the ground and sending a wave of mana towards Aslan. It looks like that might be the end for the not-so-swift knight. Fortunately for him, Roger intervenes in the fight. He waves a spell that blocks the attack and saves Aslan. Seeing this, Logan realizes what happened and thinks about what he should do next. He grabs his sword and slashes through the magic with mana, only it was too late. Aslan has already run away. Logan then notices something, a sound that catches his attention. It looks like the windshield is about to collapse, leaving the Befros soldiers defenseless. An arrow then hits one of the enemy soldiers behind Logan. Seeing this, Logan wonders if the shield is getting weaker, and wonders if that means Roger Befros is getting tired as well. However, this might not be the case, as a powerful wind slash is approaching Logan. Logan barely manages to block the surprise attack, saying that this is truly an incredible force. Logan realizes that Roger is not actually tired, but he simply weakened the strength of their shield to focus their mana on attacks. Struggling to block all the incoming attacks, Logan's only choice at the moment is to call Roger a bastard. It looks like Roger might be prepared to sacrifice his troops just to take Logan down. Roger then shouts at Logan, calling him and his family abominable, as not only did they steal all his castles, but they've also cut down his right hand. Hearing this, Logan reminds him that in this story, Roger is actually the traitor, and he was the one who lost against his greed for Logan's land. Then Logan notices Aslan trying to attack him from behind. He manages to block Aslan's attack, and the sound of the two blades clashing can be heard across the battlefield. Logan also tries to counter Aslan's attack, but Aslan dodges. Aslan then leaps back as one of Roger's wind blades comes towards Logan. As he blocks Roger's attack, Logan thinks that both he and this monkey are assaulting him without any respite to force his defense to collapse. Logan thinks that it would sure be easy to sweep everything away with long-range attacks, but he needs to conserve his strength. At this moment, it's clear that Roger is still hiding something. Logan then realizes something. He looks down at his sword and thinks that he can just use that. He clenches hard on his sword, preparing a technique. Then the blade looks like it starts warping. Logan gets it close to his head and prepares to attack. He unleashes his attack, and the blade looks like a whip. With this, it looks like Logan has managed to counter all of Befros's attacks in one motion. Seeing this, Logan is happy that his attempt worked. He has managed to use the Moonlight's whip-like flexible force blade. With this, he can conserve his strength while launching long-range attacks. Looking down at his sword, Logan thinks that stopping all those bombs earlier helped him figure out how to use it. Moreover, the fourth form of the Divine Sword's secrets is also within reach. However, Logan doesn't get to finish the sentence, as Aslan starts screaming at Logan, asking how he dares to do that. How dare he insult Franz's technique like that? In reality, Aslan can't understand how Logan even managed to figure it out in the first place. It's not just Franz's technique. Aslan wonders just how this kid could grow so quickly. Running towards him, Aslan wonders if it could be a hard effort. But no, if it had been a matter of effort, he would have ground his bones to dust. All of that, just so he can stand up to those fools who look down on him. Aslan thinks of how he managed to rise to his current standing through his will alone. No one's resolve could even stand against his. So as Logan prepares to attack once again, the only question in Aslan's mind is how. Like a demon, prepared to eat the soul of the innocent, Aslan is filled with rage, screaming, engulfed in mana, screaming at Logan, asking him if he is more dedicated than him, something he cannot perceive, not after all he had been through. Seeing Aslan coming towards him, Logan realizes that he is overheating. In fact, Aslan has far surpassed that and is now burning away his very life force. While preparing to use the whip blade, Logan says that Aslan has wagered his life on this battle. He then unleashes his whip, trying to end Aslan. With blood flowing from his mouth, Aslan keeps going forward, telling Logan that he has seen through the weakness of that technique long ago. And right now, Logan must also realize it. His body feels heavy, and the air is weighing down his movements. Logan wonders if this might be Roger's doing. It looks like Aslan also anticipates Logan's question, and while he clenches hard on his sword as the veins everywhere on his face start popping out, he says that the fatal weakness in his brother-in-arms, which Franz was never able to overcome, along with Befor's power, is going to be his end. He prepares to unleash his most powerful attack yet on Logan, saying that with this, he shall put an end to Logan. He then screams that Logan should curse his own genius as he dies. However, Logan might not be on the same page as Aslan. He opens his eyes and tells Aslan that, unfortunately, he has put his own life on the line for this. This is the moment Aslan realizes he has made a fatal mistake. Aslan thinks of the fight he had with Franz, and how Franz said that his attack lacked decisive power. While his technique has extended flexibility and reach, it easily falls to the strength of an equal level, and so Aslan's sword is broken in two. In his final moments, Aslan is left to wonder how that could be, when the answer is so clear and right before his eyes. Inches away from his demise, Aslan must have realized that Logan is not his equal, but in reality, he is way more powerful than he could have ever been. With this, it looks like Logan has managed to get rid of Aslan as well. Seeing the scene, Roger is left petrified for a second. He is fueled with rage, and it looks like his humanity is running away from him, as only animalistic behavior might remain. He screams Logan's name, letting him know that this won't be the end. Once again, some events from the past are shown, with Bifrost wondering how he ended up in this situation, as not long ago, the McLains were insects who couldn't even reach his toes. Yet now, they have stolen his land, and even taken down his loyal subordinates. Roger starts grinding his teeth, saying that he won't let things end like this. Then, the mages behind him notice a change in his mana. Suddenly, one of the mages behind him looks like all the life has been sucked out of his body. He then collapses to the ground, as Bifrost still stands tall in front of them. Seeing this, Logan realizes that Roger is absorbing the mana of others. As he prepares a powerful attack, Roger shouts that he will end Logan with his own two hands. At the same time, something seems to catch Logan's attention. It appears that Roger's spell is also affecting Eileen and Victor, leaving them out of breath, as Eileen notes that the air is suffocating. Patrick starts wondering what this pressure is, and Heinkel exclaims that it feels like his whole body is being torn apart. Logan even thinks that it feels like all the air around them is in Roger's grasp. Logan believes that while it's still a trick that uses the wind, it's way different from Wiccan Kalia's aura, and it's not mana either. This can't be anything other than raw magic power, the power Roger calls the authority of the Sixth Circle. Seeing what Roger is capable of, Logan says that he must have surpassed his limits for a moment through the use of that artifact. Roger, however, doesn't seem to care one bit about whatever Logan has to say, as next, he simply launches an attack towards him, shouting for him to die. Roger unleashes what looks like multiple magic power tornadoes that are all approaching Logan at the same time. Seeing this, it surely looks like Logan is in trouble this time. He realizes that he needs to dodge this attack, but looks at his sword, which doesn't seem to work properly. However, the light lux shines, reminding Logan of a tale passed down like a legend, a masterpiece imbued with the soul of a master-level dwarf, resonating with its master's soul over a long time. When fully tamed, something extremely rare happens. It manifests its unique trait. Its class might remain unknown, but its power awakens in the form most fitting to its master. In Logan's case, it's going to be time acceleration. Logan thinks that this technique is similar to Velocitas, but not just the mind, but the entire body is accelerated. As Logan opens his eyes, it's clear that immeasurable power is now flowing through his body. As the magic tornadoes engulf the entire battlefield, we cannot even see Logan anymore. Out of nowhere, Logan's mana bursts out of the magic dome. Seeing what just happened, Roger is paralyzed in fear. Logan has not only dodged the attack, but is also just a couple of feet away from Roger. As he approaches Roger, Logan says that this must truly be a pitiful end. Due to his last spells, Roger's appearance has altered, and he now looks like an old and ragged man, with no prospect for the future. Logan hangs onto his sword tightly, saying that he will end it there, and so he unleashes an attack on Bifrost. A powerful beam of mana is reaching the enemy, who is too weak to block it. Roger looks at the approaching projectile in disbelief, wondering if there's anything else he can even do at this point. In the end, he closes his eyes, awaiting his impact. Logan's attack connects, and everything around explodes, and Roger can't even be seen anymore. Next, Logan can't even believe his eyes. It looks like Bifrost was able to conjure one more spell, a barrier, which was enough to shelter him from Logan's attack. Then he starts coughing up blood. He raises his gaze and starts shouting Logan's name. I think I might have nightmares with this face later. Seeing this, Logan is not even sure of what to do next. As he stands kneeling on the ground, Bifrost says he can't go like this anymore. Then, once again, he conjures a spell using his artifact. A giant ball of mana appears above his head. Like a vampire thirsty for blood, Roger looks at his own demise, telling Logan that they should die together. Seeing what Roger is about to do, Eileen and Victor are concerned for Logan, shouting at him to retreat. Even so, Logan leaps forward towards Roger. This time, his slash did not miss, as he was right behind Roger in an instant. As he cuts through his flesh, Logan tells Count Befores that he can die alone, and Roger starts screaming in pain. Then his arm falls to the ground. Logan turns his back, Looking over his shoulder at Roger's dismembered body, Roger starts shivering as blood waters the ground, and Roger contemplates what just happened. The magic is taking more and more of a toll on his body, as his fingers look like those of a zombie, and he can only think about the strength he had, which he has now lost. Logan looks down at Roger with pity. The great count he once was is not being replaced by this monstrous figure, with no hair and spots of missing skin. Roger wants to say something, but instead of tears, blood starts flowing out of his eye socket. Roger lets his head down and addresses Logan. Barely standing anymore, he blames Logan for everything. With no remorse, Logan asks him if those are his last words. Roger tells Logan not to think this is going to be it, as his hand is literally fading away on the ground. In fact, all of his body is fading away as he speaks, like ash in the wind, while Roger starts speaking about Logan's family. With Roger's body disintegrated, Roger's final words are a warning to Logan, telling him that he and his entire family will eventually follow after him. Looking down at Roger, Logan doesn't say a word. Eileen and Victor can only look around and see the aftermath of the battle. While standing next to Heinkel, Patrick, mesmerized, says that Roger's magic is still lingering in the air. Also a witness, Clayton says that since it was magic fueled by his very life, the after effects are great. And Kai Solan says that Roger has been annoying till the very end. As a hawk flies above them, Clayton says that still, this won't last long. I don't know why, but I have a feeling this hawk is actually Bifrost. Next, it looks like there has been quite a lot of collateral damage on the battlefield. Yet finally, people can rest. Logan, however, seems to be the only one who is not satisfied with this result. He looks up at the hawk with murderous intent. He realizes that this is not it. Then he shouts at his comrades, letting them know that it's not over yet, and that they should prepare for battle. It looks like Logan was finally able to see what Roger was hiding. The hawk into which Roger has transformed himself is diving towards the ground. Then, it looks like it lands on someone's shoulder, a man who has the hawk as his very crest, from what we can see. That is none other than Wiccan Kalia, who has come to take care of Logan for Bifrost, along with the Storm Sword army. There were more than a few suspicious things about Bifrost, so his reason for coming along in this campaign was obvious. He wanted to strike at the McLains during the Harun Castle operation. Since Roger Bifrost deliberately stalled for time, the enemies colluding with him might have already been on their way, but even so, he never imagined those enemies would be an army of Transcendent. Logan looks at Kalia and cannot believe his eyes, wondering if Juan doesn't care one bit about the fact that one of his main camps might get destroyed. Seeing the army, Heinkel quickly commands the troops, telling everyone to form ranks as fast as they can, and as soon as the squad gathers, to open fire all at once. Heinkel commands his troops to command the Transcendent at the rear, that being Wiccan Kalia. That being said, Kaisalan and Heinkel look visibly scared. Then, a rain of arrows falls upon Kalia and his army. Seeing the arrows approaching, Kalia is not shaken one bit, even joking that with that many arrows, you'd be a sitting target. However, it's too bad that he won't get to see that sight. He then uses his wind technique, blocking and destroying all the arrows, as his army doesn't even have to raise a shield or move an inch. The arrows then fall like dead flies from the sky. As they reach the ground, most of them are broken in two. Seeing this, Logan is amazed, saying that the barrier Bifrost made by purging his life force into the artifact was nothing. Kalia managed to sweep it away with a single gesture, while saying that it's too easy, and that now it's his turn. He takes out his sword and says that it's time to play. Kalia leaps from the ground high into the air, and says that now, he will show Logan and the others his specialty. Kalia then starts introspecting, saying that since the very first time he picked up a sword, the thrust he repelled 100 million times. Once he became transcended and infused it with wind, it has become a vortex that sweeps across the battlefield. Kalia then points his sword towards Logan and his troops, preparing to use his technique. He shouts the name of the technique, Vortex, and launches the attack. All of a sudden, something catches his attention. Logan has also unleashed a slash, trying to stop Kalia. It looks like the two attacks clash with each other, even remodeling the battlefield. Then, Logan falls to his knees as he feels a sharp pain. His attack didn't land, but it was shattered instead, and his force core also seems to be under a lot of pressure. In the next instant, Kalia got within a few feet of Logan, and as he prepared to strike Logan down, he shouted at him to focus. Looking down, Kalia's sword is just inches away from Logan's chest, so he must come up with a solution fast. Or maybe he won't have to, as someone leaps to help him. This is no other than Patrick, who manages to intervene in the very last second. The explosion created by the two of them engulfed everything, making everyone unable to see anything. Looking back, Logan seems furious. It looks like Patrick was able to protect Logan, but not without cost, as he starts coughing up blood as well. Unfortunately for Logan, He doesn't get even a second to rest. Kalia is onto him again, attacking him out of nowhere. But that's not going to stop Logan, as he starts thinking that even if he is a transcendent, he won't just take this helplessly. He uses his mana and points the tip of his sword at Kayla's sword. He then uses his technique, Dam Jum Cham. From what it looks like, Logan isn't able to even touch Kalia with this technique, as his sword passes right through him. Seeing this, Logan calls it after images. After this, Callus steps back and starts praising Logan, saying that it's even better than what he has heard. He looks Logan in the eyes and calls him quite an impressive young man. Hearing this, Logan is unsure of what to say. Unfortunately, only after that does Logan realize Kalia has actually managed to hit him, and bad at that. After he sees this, Logan leaps back on the defensive. Then, Logan thinks of how Kalia was actually mocking him, as the attack was just a single gust of wind. Looking at Lux, Logan believes that the acceleration can only be used once a day. This means that they must defeat the Transcended with force alone and block yet another one of Kalia's attacks. Unfortunately for Logan, he keeps getting cut by Kalia. He is no match for his speed. Even so, Kalia continues to praise Logan, saying that even in this state, he still manages to protect his vital points, calling him impressive. Patrick then screams for his son from the back, catching Kalia's attention. Seeing that Patrick might want to get away, Kalia turns to him asking where he thinks he is going and starts attacking Patrick. Seeing this, Logan gets scared for his father's well-being. Patrick then starts coughing up blood. Hearing Logan scream, Heinkel also gets distracted. He turns his head and realizes that something is deeply wrong. Kalia has badly wounded Patrick, to the point where blood flows out him like a river. Seeing this, Logan thinks that now it's not the time to hesitate, and he intends to use the resurrection bracelet he got from the former king. With this, the wound from his shoulder instantly heals. Seeing this, Kalia realizes Logan must possess a healing artifact. Logan then goes in for an attack on Kalia. However, as the attack approaches, Kalia seems unbothered. He blocks it, and says that this attack is similar to one of Bifrost's Knight's technique. Kalia then uses wind which he wraps around his sword. With this, it pulls on Logan's force blade. Kalia's technique is so powerful, it's tearing Logan's force blade apart. Seeing the power he has, Logan remembers how Kalia was known for speed, rather than strength, and yet the gap between them is still huge. Logan is being bowled by Kalia forward. With this, his stance is being broken. Heinkel then screams Logan's name from the back. Logan turns his head around and sees Heinkel looking towards him. He turns his attention towards Heinkel, startled by his presence. Holding a crossbow in his hand, Heinkel tells Logan to remember his very first training. Then his attention is being pulled towards the 2 arrows in the crossbow. That is the moment Logan realizes what he has to do. It looks like he's going to use the wind boots in order to stop Kalia. He leaps behind him to avoid the attack, and in the next instant, he picks up Patrick, intending to retreat. Kalia turns around and shouts at Logan, asking him if he thinks that running away will help him accomplish anything. Then, an explosion takes place, right in Kalia's face. The explosion was created by the crossbows, and Kalia can't believe Logan has this kind of firepower. In the next instant, Heinkel unleashed yet another round of arrows, and then again, trying to keep Kalia in check. Victor and Eileen do the same, trying to create an opening for Logan, as Eileen tells everyone to fire everything they have. It looks like Logan has made it back safely, as he lands down on the ground. Seeing this, Heinkel lets his weapon down and turns his attention towards Logan, who now says that he has finally understood the first training. The famous McLain Knight's order drill, carrying your comrade and running, was actually teaching the knights how to evacuate the Lord, and seeing that Logan has finally caught on, Heinkel tells him that he is proud of him. In reply, Logan tells Heinkel that he would never forget that drill, as it was the special one made for when Logan joined. Special as in the one Heinkel introduced to get rid of Logan. However, Logan smiles and huffs. Logan then lets Patrick down and prepares to go, but not before telling something to Heinkel. He takes out his sword and says that he will go and entrust his father to him. Heinkel nods and tells Logan to leave it all to him. Logan then uses the wind boots to leap back to the battlefield. Looking towards the battlefield, Eileen said that between Sir Heinkel and them, they have fired nearly 30 shots, so not even a transcendent should be able to come out of that unscathed. She turns towards Victor, asking him what he thinks, and Victor replies that he's the one who overpowered Lord Logan one-sidedly. His expression remains vigilant, and says that he doubts Kalia will go down that easily. Eileen then tells Victor that she was just saying, and asks Victor if he doesn't know anything about fighting spirit, battle morale, and that kind of things, and with an unchanged and unhinged expression, Victor says that he is familiar. Just as Eileen thinks that Victor is a really difficult person, someone calls on them from behind. This is Rhea and Lord Clayton, and as Victor sees her, his whole attitude changes. Bro takes out his sword, as if something is already attacking Rhea. Then, Both Victor and Eileen seem to remain completely stunned by what they see. Ria tells them that explanations will come later. Right now, there's something more important at hand. Ria asks them to protect Clayton, who seems to be dealing with some kind of fire creature or spell. Logan's sharp blue gaze cut through the dust as Kalia tensed, his fist ready to strike. Kalia quickly moved to defend against a huge golden slash, the impact forcing his head back as the energy burst out. Logan, glowing with golden energy, dropped from above with his sword, aiming a heavy blow at Kalia, who braced for it. Staring intently, Logan suddenly declared he saw something. As Kalia stood there covered in swirling energy, Logan explained that Kalia's aura briefly turned into a raw force right under his feet, like the energy was running in reverse. Logan admitted he couldn't tell if he was seeing this because his mind was extremely sharp from the fight, or if Kalia's power had just dimmed after the last explosion. A sudden intensity flashed in Logan's eye. He realized he still had a chance and decided to take it. When the group led by Clayton and his disciples came out of the dust, they spotted the approaching enemy, and someone yelled that it was the Storm Sword Army. A grim-looking Clayton stared at the approaching forces, questioning if it was them before realizing with shock that a transcendent had actually shown up. Logan quickly yelled Lord Clayton's name. Clayton urgently threw out his hand to catch an artifact Logan tossed to him, shouting for him to use it right away. Staring in shock at the powerful item he had just received, Clayton questioned if it was Bifrost's artifact, and started to ask Logan why he had given it up. Looking down at the priceless object in his hand, Clayton then admitted to Logan that although he had accepted the artifact instantly, he knew he normally wouldn't dare to take such an item. Clayton immediately used the artifact Logan gave him, clutching it as he realized its immense power. The scene then erupted into a chaotic storm of fire and light as the full force of that power burst forth from the ground. Kneeling amid the swirling flames, the frantic Victoria shouted an alarm to her group, desperately telling her master that the young lord was fighting the Transcendent yet again, while her brother Victor and Eileen watched the chaos unfold. With an extremely stressed look on his face, Clayton yelled out that he saw the problem, but quickly followed up by declaring that the current situation was completely different from what they had faced before. Clutching the glowing artifact tightly amidst the surging fire, Clayton explained in detail that the item held immense power, declaring it contained easily enough energy for someone like Bifrost to cast truly terrifying and monstrously huge spells of magic. With intense worry and determination, and as the artifact glowed, Clayton declared that with this kind of power, even the specific magic they had worried about should now be possible. As the scene erupted around him in a terrifying storm of fire, Clayton dramatically declared that among Earth element mages, what they were witnessing was nothing less than the gateway spell to becoming a transcendent. Logan's focused expression shattered as a new person stepped powerfully and suddenly onto the battlefield, forcing the warrior to look sharply over his shoulder at the unexpected interruption of his fight with Kalia. With an intensely focused and strained roar, Clayton slammed his fist down and yelled out "Gravity Control," unleashing the immense power of the artifact to manipulate the forces around them. With a face grim and strained from exertion, Kalia was violently slammed downward by the sudden gravity control attack, the sheer force of the spell causing the ground to explode and shatter all around him. As the intense gravity control attack slammed down, crushing the ground, Kalia cried out in shock, realizing the immense pressure that had hit the battlefield. Straining under the crushing force, Kalia desperately tried to fight through the spell with his sword up, frustratedly realizing that the gravity effect didn't vanish even with his aura. He then exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how this could possibly be sixth circle magic. Still struggling, Kalia glared at Clayton and yelled out his astonished question, demanding to know if the McLain family actually had a mage after all. With an angry, determined shout of "Damn it!" Kalia forcefully turned his body to direct his fierce gaze back toward Logan, thinking that even though he was trapped by the magic, he wouldn't lose to that brat. His expression then shifted to genuine terror, as he immediately worried that his knights and soldiers were different and could suffer massive casualties from the gravity magic. Gritting his teeth in regret, Kalia furiously realized he shouldn't have rushed here at Bifrost's request, bitterly concluding that he should have brought the entire main force to deal with the overwhelming threat. Logan maintained a focused and solemn expression, his eyes fixed intently on the action as he silently absorbed the gravity of the battlefield situation. With a determined, intense stare, Logan addressed his opponent, telling the Marquis to withdraw his troops and stating plainly that he didn't want to fight any longer. A pronouncement that seemed to leave Kalia utterly confused. With his face etched in sweat, fury, and fierce determination, Kalia gritted his teeth, visibly showing the immense physical and emotional strain the prolonged and chaotic battle had put him under. As he strained under the immense gravity and saw his opponent, the furious Kalia shouted at Logan, declaring he was not to be tricked. At the same time, his own body was encased in a swirling blue aura, and his sword was brandished in preparation for an immediate attack against Logan. With his face etched in strain and sweat, the furious Logan shouted, "Damn it!" as his sword, now radiating a bright orange aura, was pushed forward into the ongoing unseen attack. Logan was forced to unleash a massive arc of brilliant orange fire, but it was intercepted by an overwhelming wave of sharp blue aura from Kalia. Logan's frustrated voice was heard saying he didn't want to fight. Kalia's relentless attack continued without pause. His face was contorted in pain and effort as a shout was forced from him while his sword violently impacted the opposing force. With his face twisted in frustrated rage, Kalia was heard shouting that his opponent only relied on brute force attacks. This complaint was immediately followed by a shocked thought. How was he deflecting the aura with raw force? With an angry, strained expression, Logan was heard shouting at his opponent to stop this, while also questioning if the other man even thought he'd come out alive if the fight continued, given the destructive power they were both using. With an angry, wild-eyed glare, Kalia shouted at Logan, telling him not to make him laugh, and declared that as soon as Logan's mage was found, the fight would come to an end. Logan was then seen shouting at the top of his lungs with intense frustration, desperately trying to explain his position by saying that was precisely the point he was trying to make. With an intensely determined look, Logan's voice was heard confronting Kalia, as he firmly declared that the war itself was not something they intended to wage. The Marquis, Kalia, was left with a look of stunned disbelief and silence on his face after hearing Logan's intense declaration. As Kalia swung his weapon amidst the clash of auras, he questioned Logan about what he meant. Logan immediately answered by forcefully ordering him to think about it. Standing above his opponent, Logan's voice was heard first, declaring that they had been betrayed by the Second Prince's faction. He then questioned why they would continue fighting in the war after that, concluding that they no longer wanted to be involved in faction struggles. With a sharp gaze and a slight smirk, Logan then directed a pointed question at the stunned Kalia, asking if he was planning to let only the Second Prince's army benefit from their conflict. As Kalia tightened his grip on his weapon, his internal thoughts were heard. He immediately dismissed Logan's suggestion as nonsense, followed by the strong suspicion that he was being tricked into lowering his guard. With his face etched in strain and determination, Kalia's thoughts were heard again, as he reluctantly admitted that if the battle keeps going like this, there was a possibility that Logan's shocking words might hold some truth. A close-up of Logan's intensely focused eyes was seen, indicating he was weighing a grave decision. With a look of sudden realization and urgency, Logan then turned and shouted a clear command to his forces, ordering the knights to cease combat. Logan's forceful order continued, his voice ringing out with intense, wide-eyed fury. Regardless of the damage sustained, the primary objective was for everyone to attack Marquis Kalia. The knights responded with a unified, obedient roar of approval. The shocked and furious Kalia looked up with wide, disbelieving eyes, his internal thoughts labeling Logan a lunatic for the suicidal command. As enemy figures charged at him from all directions, Kalia's frantic internal thought was heard, questioning in disbelief if they were insane to follow such a reckless command. With a desperate, almost crazed expression, Kalia's frantic voice then shouted at the approaching enemy, demanding to know if they were trying to commit suicide. The full weight of the combined attack slammed down, forcing a cry of intense pain and physical strain from Kalia, whose face was tightly contorted. Clayton's voice was then heard shouting a forceful command for everyone to attack, his face contorted in effort, as he simultaneously declared that Kalia would be held down by the renewed gravity magic. With a fierce, furious snarl, Kalia raised his weapon defensively against the charging forces, his voice spitting out a curse against the bastards who had betrayed him. His face remained tightly contorted in a mask of furious, disbelieving rage as he glared at the advancing troops, even as Logan's voice was heard loudly ordering the knights to charge. As Logan's forces charged, Kalia's own troops were heard shouting a desperate command to stop them, followed by an urgent plea to protect the Lord. A close-up showed Kalia's intensely strained eyes, indicating he was making a critical, painful decision. As figures continued to charge at him, Kalia's voice was heard, reluctantly shouting that he would accept Logan's proposal of a ceasefire. This declaration was met by the silent, intense, and focused gaze of Logan. Kalia shouted at Logan to call off the attack first, and Logan was then seen complying with the demand. Hearing Logan's order, Clayton lets down his artifact, stopping the attack. Clayton shielded his face and cried out a sound of strain or discomfort, while his disciple Victoria was seen urgently calling out his title to him. Logan clamps his hand over his mouth, a massive choked cough racking his body as a stream of blood spills out onto his armor. Still standing after that fight, he grips his sword and just manages to mutter, "Thank goodness." looking completely spent, but relieved he actually survived the damn thing, looking like total shit. Logan realizes his opponent held back. If the other guy had seriously committed to fighting to the death, the resulting damage would have been absolutely catastrophic. Logan is completely wrecked now, maybe on the verge of collapsing. Logan's opponent, Kalia, steps up to the battered warrior and says his full name, Logan McLain, immediately snapping the exhausted man's focus. Startled that he's been called out, Logan turns his weary gaze back toward Kalia. Against a sprawling mountain vista, two powerful figures face an inevitable confrontation. The armored knight stands ready to defend his conviction against the other's long, flowing robes, as dark leaves spiral in the brilliant light. The formidable commander, likely Kalia, makes a pivotal declaration, his gaze unwavering against the swirling sky. He accepts the terms, stating he will believe the promise to withdraw from the war, an uneasy truce sealing their fate. Logan, clad in reflective armor, issues a dire warning under the bright sky. A betrayal of the truce means war will instantly resume. The exhausted warrior demands no useless oaths, only an end to the wearying conflict. The powerful warrior Kalia, looking stern and focused under the bright light, issues a cold ultimatum. His eyes fixate on his counterpart, asserting that a person of their status must possess the power to keep their word and uphold the ceasefire. Logan, with a slight confident smirk, delivers his final sharp instruction. Clad in brilliant armor, he warns his counterpart to return quickly, signaling an intense, unspoken threat that underscores the fragile nature of their new agreement. Logan then delivers a shocking intelligence report to his stunned opponent. The Second Prince's faction is preparing a swift, imminent attack. The warrior, with a mischievous grin and visible injury, reveals a stunning piece of deception. He confesses to waiting until the attack started to send his crucial communication, then amends the statement, claiming he will send it now. Consumed by fury and deceit, the figure in the mantle screams a defiant vow of remembrance at McLain. He then issues a frantic, desperate command for all troops to retreat at full speed to the main camp immediately. In his shining white and burgundy armor, the confident warrior offers a relaxed salute as his opponent flees, solidifying his tactical victory amid the bright mountain setting. Bathing in the dazzling sunlight, Logan stands victorious on the hillside, a faint smile gracing his lips. His successful manipulation has turned the tide, securing a crucial temporary advantage in the complex political conflict. Island, with a surprised expression and hair blowing in the wind, stands beside the one-eyed Kaisalon, sensing a deeper, unsettling strategic calculation behind his triumphant pose and the sudden enemy retreat. The terrifying truth is suddenly revealed as Logan collapses, covered in dirt and grave injuries from the earlier fight. His subordinates shrieking, "Young Master!" and Lord Logan realize the massive personal toll of his tactical victory. Injured and exhausted on the ground, a desperate thought cuts through Logan's pain. He realizes his immediate crucial priority is to send word to Valterheim quickly, a final, urgent strategic task before succumbing to his wounds. A single, intense eye, burning with absolute resolve, stares into the light. Even as he fades, Logan's final, desperate thought is dedicated to ensuring his enemies, those bastards, are decisively countered by his last transmission. Cradled by Island in the dim forest, Logan's final conscious thought echoes. The desperate move guarantees his enemies will turn on themselves and fight each other to the death. After the intense duel, the battlefield is silent. Two swords stand driven into the earth, framing a figure lying defeated in the grass. This silent moment marks the absolute defeat of a warrior, his armor glinting under the sky. Lying wounded and defeated, the perspective reveals the double betrayal. The collapse was caused first by Bifrost's ambush, and immediately after, they were ruthlessly attacked by the First Prince's army, cementing their downfall. His head wrapped in bandages, the injured warrior speaks into the magic sphere, his voice strained. He directly challenges the distant Valterheim, demanding to know how he is expected to continue fighting after suffering such a staggering series of catastrophic setbacks. Valterheim glares into the communication sphere with a look of barely contained fury and severe irritation. His clenched jaw and tight grip on the desk show the immense pressure he is under, confirming the gravity of Logan's dire report. Within the lavishly appointed ornate room, Valterheim sits at his grand desk, his expression grim. He admits his stunning miscalculation. He never imagined that Bifrost would use the powerful bombs directly against Logan. Valterheim angrily accepts the devastating defeat. "It's all my negligence." Separately, the bandaged Logan, standing over a grand landscape, reveals the deeper betrayal while a knight holds the sphere. "Bifrost was undoubtedly your excellency's confidant." The injured warrior demands to know how Valterheim can claim to have known nothing of the intricate, devastating scheme Bifrost carried out. Valtermine, suppressing his rage and clenching his fist, forces himself to hold back from retaliating. He realizes if even the McLains leave, the momentary advantage they barely secured after Bifrost's downfall will be instantly gone. Across the communication sphere, Valtermine firmly instructs the bandaged Logan to calm himself and think. He presents his rebuttal, arguing that if he had truly intended to strike him, he wouldn't have just sent only Roger as an emissary. Logan closes his eyes in pained thought beneath the sunset sky, accepting the cold logic of the situation. He acknowledges that Roger's involvement was his own decision and reluctantly concedes Valtermine's strategic argument is certainly true. Valtermine, recovering his composure, offers a broad, knowing smile, using the concession to regain control. He asserts that the massive damages suffered will be fully compensated once the catastrophic and debilitating war is finally over. An ominous red background emphasizes Logan's sudden, violent reaction to Valtermine's promise. His intense gaze and controlled fury question the offer, demanding to know if he is joking about compensation only being granted once the war is over. Facing Logan's anger, a visibly annoyed Valtermine begrudgingly offers a concession. He turns away slightly, commanding his subordinate to immediately speak his demands, stating he will at least hear him out despite his clear irritation. The wounded Logan, bandaged and solemn, stands against the bright natural backdrop. After absorbing Valtermine's reluctant assent, he pauses, gathering his thoughts before delivering the critical, impassioned demand he fought so hard to make. Logan delivers his stunning ultimatum, his family, and he will return to their territory immediately. A thunderstruck Valtermine leaps from his chair, completely shaken by this massive pivotal power play. Utterly aghast at the sudden colossal shift in power, Valtermine stares in disbelief at the communication sphere. He frantically pleads for an explanation, demanding to know why his vital subordinate would suddenly abandon the entire war effort. Staying defeated among the dust and debris, Logan confirms the heavy reality of the ambush. They suffered heavy losses and cannot continue fighting. Furthermore, the brutal betrayal means they can no longer trust any faction in the war. Under the striking sunset, the injured Logan delivers his final, irreversible decision. Because of the betrayal and devastating losses, he firmly states that the entire McLain family intends to withdraw entirely from this war, shocking his distant superior. In his ornate chamber, a pale, desperate Valtermine leans heavily on his desk, utterly defeated by the news. The powerful figure begs for a pause in the negotiations, frantically demanding, "Wait a moment," to reconsider the catastrophic withdrawal. A stern-faced Valtermine listens intently as Logan prepares to deliver a final strategic blow. The injured warrior, framed by the bright window, states he will provide one piece of information as a chilling final courtesy before his departure. In a terrifying climactic reveal, Logan drops his final truth. The force that attacked them at Bifrost's request was none other than Wiccan Kalia. Valtermine reacts below with stunned, wide-eyed horror, completely unable to process the scale of this final betrayal. Across the swirling magic sphere, Valtermine's mind races. He questions Kalia's unexpected presence, but his terror focuses on the true shock. The heavily injured Logan actually survived a direct confrontation against such a formidable foe. Having made his demands and delivered the crushing information, Logan ends the communication with an ice-cold final courtesy. Looking down into the sphere, he coolly wishes Valtermine good health, before abruptly cutting the connection, leaving his superior stunned. In the tense aftermath, a furious Valtermine bites back a scream, his jaw clenched so tightly the muscles twitch. His face, illuminated by a harsh red light, betrays his absolute impotent rage at Logan's final betrayal. With the catastrophic loss of his key ally confirmed, Valtermine unleashes his full, uncontrollable fury. The impact of his fist against the ornate desk generates a literal shockwave of sound and shattered material, a testament to his devastating rage. Valtermine, now in a state of frantic urgency, issues a pair of earth-shattering commands. His silhouette demands an immediate call for Lucen Talos, then orders a massive deployment, requiring them to prepare the entire army for a sudden massive military action. His world collapsing, a frantic Valtermine clutches his head, screaming in disbelief. "Damn it!" He thrashes in agonizing frustration, unable to comprehend how the hell things turned out like this after Logan's pivotal move. Holding the now silent, shimmering magic orb, the soldier lowers it to the grass, ending the desperate, crucial communication with Valtermine. The scene shifts back to the battlefield, highlighting the stark contrast between Logan's victory and the devastating injuries he concealed. Logan rips away the false bandage, revealing the ruse that deceived Valtermine. Standing tall, he raises his hand and declares the play finished, ending the charade with ruthless confidence and undeniable authority. As Logan's command echoes, Soldiers disguised as corpses stir to life across the battlefield. Rising from the grass, they marvel at their deception. Astonished, they truly fooled Duke Valtermine with such a daring stratagem. Two armored soldiers rise and approach Logan, their voices filled with awe and disbelief. They admit their astonishment at having tricked Duke Valtermine, recognizing the brilliance of the ploy that turned certain defeat into cunning victory. In the last few skirmishes, the first prince's faction has taken serious damage, and with this, the second prince's faction has lost Bifrost. A wounded Patrick, his muscular physique strained, is firmly supported by the broad-shouldered Heinkel, as Patrick grimly observes that the major conflict's recent events have left both warring factions deeply anxious. As tensions rise, Logan confirms with a slight confident smile that the recent military setbacks are an immediate precursor to an inevitable siege that will soon begin, escalating the war. Logan then goes on to say that Valtermine must quickly end the war before their withdrawal becomes known, especially since their powerful weapon, Liberatio, is now lost to them. Patrick, heavily leaning on the support of Heinkel, confirms the calculated strategy to let their enemies self-destruct, while Logan silently agrees, securing their advantage from the foreground. Logan, his face marked by a fresh bandage, offers a confident, assured smile beneath the warm twilight, promising that he will explain everything in time, cementing his central role in the unfolding strategy. Hearing this, Patrick simply lets his head down and agrees with Logan. A relieved Lord Logan happily turns towards the towering Lord Clayton, who grasps his magical staff, and Victoria, acknowledging their crucial presence after the conflict's end. In a high-impact, emotional close-up, Logan firmly clasps Clayton's hand with overwhelming sincerity, expressing his heartfelt gratitude with an emphatic, "Thank you so much," after the conflict's end. After their grueling survival, the younger Logan sincerely thanks Clayton for his magic. Yet, the rugged Clayton humbly credits their victory instead to his powerful staff. Logan, however, disagrees, stating that the staff is only as good as the one who wields it. Hearing this, Clayton bows his head and thanks Logan for the acknowledgement. Logan then turns to Victoria, telling her that she has also worked hard on her first campaign, making her blush. Hearing all of this, Victoria is at a loss of face, even though her face brightens, letting us understand that she is very happy to hear those words. Logan then starts thinking, saying that, unlike force, which can manifest through training, though rarely, mana is much closer to an innate gift. Most mages, from a young age, can already sense or use mana, and because of that, many carry the arrogance of being chosen. However, this is not the case for Victoria, as we can see. Looking at Clayton and Victoria, Logan thinks that these two don't seem to have that worry, but he should still ask the tower to pay attention to Victoria's character training. This tendency is stronger among high-ranking mages, and at the peak of it is Juan Douglas. His mother was a royal princess, and he was born the heir of a ducal house. As a child, he was praised again and again as a genius of magic. He reached the level of a sixth circle mage at barely 40. Logan reasons that his noble birth means his character really shows, but still, even that won't hold forever. A few days later, it seems we are back at the Haroun Castle. Right in front of the main gate, a giant explosion takes place. Juan seems to be fighting, trying to stop the bombs thrown his way by the enemy, but he's struggling. He shouts at his troops to stop the damn things, but the soldiers are shivering because of the extreme cold, unable to do much, asking themselves why they can't even stop a single weapon of those. Valtermine can then be seen giving the order for his people to advance. He tells everyone to detonate every bomb they have, thinking that he meant to save a few for research, but it looks like his goal might have changed. Suddenly, Valtermine notices something. Luther and weakened Kalia are going toe-to-toe in a fight. Looking at the fight, Valtermine thinks that only if they had died in the fight against the McLains, this whole war would have been way easier. Next, something seems to catch Kalia's attention. The wall behind him has started collapsing. Seeing this, Juan starts screaming, asking if Valtermine thinks he will just let that happen. He uses a powerful spell, creating a wall of ice. Seeing this, Valtermine realizes that Juan has used the Blizzard Scroll, saying that Juan still had one of those left, calling him a sly bastard. Juan thinks that the second prince's army sought to secure victory with the McLains gone, and yet they've had to use up one of their trump cards here. Meanwhile, the first prince's army faces an uncertain future if its momentum fades. Since the Civil War began, this was the fiercest battle yet, and in the end, the battle once again fell into a standoff. A figure, sipping from a cup of coffee, addresses the Sword Duke, telling him that this fight carried a different meaning than before, because now, the direct factions themselves had finally begun to clash. Hearing this, the Sword Duke says that the mask figure is right, and now, the factions that suffered losses are seizing peasants and grain alike, preparing for all-out war. Lately, he says, the capital is overrun with refugees fleeing conscriptions, turning it into utter chaos. Therefore, the Duke says, the reason for which the person has come to him in disguise must be tied to this. This was, of course, none other than Logan. Logan takes off his hood and asks Felix not to be angry when he's going to hear him out, and to please just consider it carefully for once. Hearing this, Felix asks Logan what it is that he needs such a grand preface for. Logan looks down and tells Felix that he might not be aware of this, but he was the one who forced the two factions' main forces to clash. Hearing this, Felix is left in shock. Then, Logan says that now, he intends to rally the neutral powers and strike the weakened factions from behind. Logan then lets down the cup of coffee and tells Felix the reason he came to him. Logan wants Felix to become the central figure of it all. Hearing this, Felix gets visibly angry, clenching his fist behind his back, and asks Logan if he means for him to get involved in this war. Felix says that back when His Majesty's state funeral was held, Felix asks Logan if he has forgotten that he was the one who suggested that Felix declare neutrality. Hearing this, Logan says that he remembers, and he also recalls that Felix had made him one request. Hearing this, Felix lets down his head, with his mouth corners going down, clearly disturbed by this. Logan says that Felix promised him that when he came to him someday with a request, Felix would think it over carefully. Felix nods and says that he indeed promised that. Felix then asks Logan what he is thinking, what is on his mind. Logan then goes to speak. The third prince appears on frame, looking at a picture of his late father, the former king. Looking at the picture, the third prince can only feel sadness as Logan finally reveals his final step, to make the third prince king. Logan delivered his stunning ultimatum, declaring that he intended to make the third prince the new king, a plan he would execute regardless of whether his companion helped him or refused. With an intensely strained and focused expression, the Sword Duke Felix silently glared at Logan, his eyes narrowing in furious thought as he absorbed the audacity of the demand. The Sword Duke erupted in fury, yelling that Logan was insolent and demanding to know if the young man realized what he was saying. But Logan calmly responded that he spoke only because he knew full well that neither faction would leave the McLains alone. Logan pressed his argument, reminding the Sword Duke that if the master were to help him, the entire endeavor would end much more easily and with far less bloodshed. Sighing deeply, Logan continued his calculated appeal, asserting that if he succeeded, the two princes' children would still be too young to matter. Logan stated that by royal law, the crown would then go to the third prince, and when that time came, the Sword Duke, as his master, would have to fight the factions himself to protect the new king. The Sword Duke asked if Logan was threatening him, but Logan calmly denied the accusation, stating he was simply stating reality. The Sword Duke stared silently for a moment, then addressed Logan directly, asking him what he thought honor was. Turning toward the bright window, the Sword Duke started to answer Logan's question, explaining that all his life he had lived keeping the words he spoke. As the Duke continued speaking, he stated that even for the smallest of things, he strove to honor his words, even if it cost him his life. The Sword Duke explained that after 70 years of living that way, people eventually came to trust his word, and even if their oaths were different, they respected what he said. He concluded that the respect he earned from keeping his word became both his strength and his honor. Looking at Logan, the Duke stated that the respect he earned from keeping his word was what honor truly meant. Standing bathed in the light, the Sword Duke finished his explanation, declaring that the life he lived was defined by the honor he described. Logan questioned the Duke's actions, demanding if the older man thought he would simply stand by and watch the nation fall, adding that the Duke would save the country by giving up his honor. The Sword Duke, his face contorted with strain, countered Logan's argument by demanding to know if saving the nation by sacrificing one's honor could truly be done. As the Duke slammed his fist onto the desk, he stated that he saw no solution at all and demanded to know what Logan saw that made him so certain of his plan. As the Duke stared up in disbelief, he furiously cried out Logan's name. The Sword Duke, his face strained and etched with deep concern, stared intently at Logan, who met his gaze with a calm, unwavering focus. Logan, gripping his hand tightly, admitted to the Duke that he was not certain of his plan, but firmly stated that it was simply what must be done. The Sword Duke, looking unconvinced, leaned forward and asked Logan why the plan simply must be done. Logan answered the Sword Duke, declaring that the Civil War was only the beginning of a larger conflict. Logan stated grimly that at the current rate, the entire nation would be devoured by the Empire. The Sword Duke reacted with stunned disbelief, questioning Logan's severe warning. Logan pressed his point further, asking the Duke if the late king's death did not seem strange to him. Logan declared that there were suspicious circumstances in His Majesty's death. though he admitted there was no proof of this, neither in his past life nor in this one. Logan stated that the Civil War broke out unnaturally right after the king's death, and the events he stirred up, along with his past visit to the Empire, all served to convince him of a larger plot. Logan concluded his argument, revealing that the Empire was preparing for war, which meant that the truth was mixed with lies. With his back turned and his expression hidden, Logan addressed his master, stating that if the Duke's honor was a life lived in truth without lies, then Logan himself must be a dishonorable liar. Fixing the Duke with an intense gaze, Logan declared the one truth he knew. If he could stop the Empire's plan, he would cast aside honor as many times as it took. Staring directly at the cloaked figure before him, the Sword Duke placed a hand on Logan's shoulder and asked him to return, calling the young man his only remaining student. The Sword Duke sighed and finally consented, admitting that there were many suspicious points in the king's death, but he concluded that what Logan was proposing was too great for him to believe outright. However, the Duke warned that even if everything Logan claimed were to unfold, the rising young figures like Jordan or Juan would still present massive obstacles to their success. Focusing his intense gaze on the Sword Duke, Logan demanded to know if the older man thought he would simply stand by and watch the nation fall, adding that he would immediately sacrifice his own honor if it meant saving the country. The furious Sword Duke shouted that Logan was no different than the others who would manipulate the third prince. The Duke recalled that Jordan was always full of spirit, always hoping the nation would move in the right direction. From what the Sword Duke saw, at least back then, Jordan was genuine. Logan, looking stunned and distressed, repeated the full name, that Jordan Valtermaim. However, the Sword Duke explained that once Jordan inherited the dukedom and his daughter bore a prince, he changed. The Duke then questioned Logan, asking him how he could be so sure that he would not end up being the same. Logan watched the Duke clench his fist tightly before meeting the older man's gaze with an intense, focused look in his eyes. Turning slightly away from his master, Logan quietly concluded that he felt the same way too. Logan, staring out the bright window, admitted that he too had seen many men like that. With a somber, determined look, Logan added that he despised them. Logan pleaded with the Sword Duke, asking his master to believe him, while the Duke remained silent and thoughtful. The Sword Duke challenged Logan to prove his intent, reminding him that he had claimed he would attempt the plan without the Duke's help anyway. The Duke conceded that at the very least, he would not stand in Logan's way, and then repeated his demand, "Prove it." The Sword Duke, his face intensely strained and close to Logan, emphasized that Logan must prove the cause was worth breaking the Duke's oath for. Logan, his own eyes wide with resolve, met his master's intense demand. The Sword Duke, turning his back to Logan and stepping toward the light, added one final instruction before Logan left. The Duke instructed Logan that he would meet the third prince. Logan reacted with a startle, questioning the mention of the prince. The Duke revealed that the third prince was currently taking refuge in the residence. The Sword Duke, turning back to look at his surprised pupil, questioned whether Logan was planning to make the third prince king without even asking the person concerned. Logan, looking away in slight embarrassment, responded that the revelation had simply caught him off guard. Logan, having composed himself, met the Duke's gaze with a determined, unwavering smile. Facing away, the Sword Duke quietly thanked Logan. The sun shone brilliantly through the tall, ornate window, casting golden light across the room. The third prince, a young man with blonde hair and striking green eyes, as Logan, still cloaked, entered the room and approached the third prince, he greeted the royal, stating that it had been a while since they last met. The prince turned with a start. The third prince responded with a sly smile, acknowledging that it had indeed been a while. Logan, smiling broadly, asked the third prince if he had been well, adding that he had come to fulfill the promise they had made that day. The third prince looked surprised and slightly unsettled by the mention of a promise. Logan then clarified the promise, stating that, as he had told the prince that day, he had taken care of Roger Bifrost. Logan, meeting the prince's gaze with a confident, unsettling smile, declared that it was time for the prince to take the throne. The third prince looked surprised and repeated the phrase, "The throne." Logan remained composed, but the third prince quickly countered, pointing out that he was currently hiding and being sheltered, not at the palace, but in a duke's residence. The prince further noted that Logan himself was concealing his noble lineage simply to meet with him. The third prince then asked Logan how claiming the throne could be possible in their current situation. Logan, placing a hand over his chest with conviction, firmly declared that it was possible. The third prince recoiled in disbelief, stammering that Logan claimed the feat was possible. Logan, standing before the prince, then explained the initial advantage. The Civil War had already weakened the factions of both the first and second princes. Logan, smiling confidently at the third prince, declared that he had the forces ready to finish off what remained in one swift blow. The third prince gasped in shock, demanding to know what Logan meant by having such forces. The third prince chuckled lightly and responded, saying he'd heard of Logan's feats on the battlefield, noting the rumors that Logan even fought the storm sword. Logan then concluded that the prince had been paying attention to the flow of the war, calling the insight admirable. Logan declared that twice that firepower was already waiting in his territory. The third prince reacted with astonishment, questioning the declaration and asking if it was true. Logan, with a confident grin, concluded that if the neutral powers were to move, they could easily sweep aside the weakened armies of both existing factions. The third prince looked overwhelmed and slightly distressed by the implications of the plan, asking Logan if the neutral powers would truly support him. Logan, smiling knowingly, reminded the third prince that he knew the nobles, asserting they would never refuse a chance to seize a new seat of power. Logan continued, stating that even without his master's aid, the McLains already possessed more than enough power. Logan asserted that as time passed, the situation would only become more favorable for their plan. The third prince, looking deeply into Logan's eyes, finally agreed, stating he would trust Sir Logan. An external voice then reflected that convincing the third prince was the easy part, noting the prince's own insistence that they must do it, explaining that this necessity arose because the only other choice was death. As they clasped hands in agreement, Logan thought to himself that his task now was to find more passengers for the ship. Then his father-in-law could be seen reading a letter, visibly distressed and wondering aloud what the document contained. Logan's father-in-law, staring at the letter, realized that it had finally come to him. Grasping the papers tightly, he exclaimed that these were the faction's proposals. Seated at his opulent desk, he observed that the conditions the factions were offering were absurdly favorable. He then questioned whether they even intended to keep those promises. With a worried look, Logan's father-in-law turned to the cloaked figure, asking Logan what he thought of the proposals. Logan, meeting his father-in-law's concerned gaze with a knowing smile, replied that words could promise anything. Logan's father-in-law questioned Logan, asking if he was saying the proposals were all bluff. Logan affirmed this, explaining that the factions just wanted to drag in even one more house to their cause. Logan's father-in-law sighed, conceding that the factions must be desperate. Logan confirmed his father-in-law's observation, explaining that after the recent clash at Harun Castle, both factions had suffered heavy losses. Logan's father-in-law, placing a hand on the stack of letters on his desk, surmised that Logan had come to ask him for his opinion. Logan's father-in-law then stood up, looking at Logan, and correctly concluded that Logan's idea was to use this chance while the factions were weakened, to rally the neutral powers and resist them. With a hand covering his forehead in distress, Logan's father-in-law further questioned if Logan's plan involved their Floyd family to become the rallying point for this resistance. His hand still pressed to his forehead, Logan's father-in-law stressed that this was a matter of the Floyd family's very fate, and not a decision he could make lightly. His father-in-law continued, realizing that if the Floyd family was to be the rallying point, that must mean Lord Felix had already refused. Logan, looking troubled, leaning towards his father-in-law, stated there was one critical fact the older man was unaware of. When asked, Logan revealed, with a confident smile, that his father-in-law did not grasp the true strength their house had achieved. The older man was stunned. Logan elaborated on this power by explaining they had recently engaged and defeated as many as 2 or 3 border lords simultaneously. The father-in-law stared in intense disbelief, as Logan added that they had even managed to repel the Storm Sword's army. The shocked father-in-law shouted the name of Wiccan Kalia in response. Logan then suggested his father-in-law could verify this claim by consulting Lady Aileen. In a burst of rage over his daughter's involvement in the fighting, Logan's father-in-law threw the papers in his face, shouting an expletive and interrupting Logan's confirmation that Aileen had indeed been present. Reeling from the attack, Logan urged him to settle down. Logan managed to complete his thought, saying that Lady Aileen was actually very proud of her father-in-law. Finally, Logan collected the scattered letters, sighed, and moved to conclude the matter. Logan's father-in-law began to seriously weigh the options, considering the combined influence of the McLains and the Sword Duke. He concluded that if the remaining neutral nobles could be successfully gathered, then they truly did have a chance. Following his moment of intense contemplation, Logan's father-in-law declared his firm decision. He would gladly join Logan's side. With Logan and his father-in-law shaking hands in agreement, the text marked the moment. 8 months after the Civil War had begun, the neutral forces began to stir. A few days later at McLain Castle, the scene shifted to an interior hall where a fully armored Ranyan suddenly rushed forward, urgently shouting for his brother. Ranyan rushed up to his brother, expressing how glad he was that Logan had returned safely. Ranyan explained that everyone else had returned a few days ago, so he was worried when Logan failed to show up. Logan smiled broadly and inquired if anything happened at the castle while he was gone. Ranyan, for his part, quickly replied that just as Logan ordered after they withdrew from the factions, they immediately maximized the production of both Liberatio and repeating crossbows. Logan smiled, acknowledging Ranyan's effective work, and immediately pressed him for information, asking for any news from the Central Front. Ranyan looked away thoughtfully and directed Logan's attention to the side, noting that things had been quiet since the clash a week ago. Logan then voiced his surprise, wondering why, even if the losses were heavy, the enemy forces were resisting for this long. After expressing his surprise about the long silence on the Central Front, Logan was interrupted by Ranyan, who quietly and politely inquired if there was some kind of problem. Logan, smiling faintly, quickly dismissed his concern. Logan smiled, stating the object was his reward. Ranyan looked down, surprised by the object, and simply questioned what it was. Ranyan was then stunned to see that Logan was giving him Fregus, the sword belonging to Moonlight Knight Franz. Logan stood confidently with his arms crossed, stating that the weapon Ranyan was looking at was an artifact estimated to be of Class 4. Ranyan, utterly stunned, exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how something like that could possibly be used by him. Ranyan quickly stepped back, stating he simply could not take the artifact. Logan, utterly confused by the rejection, immediately questioned why Ranyan was refusing the gift. Ranyan refused the artifact, asserting that the sword he already possessed was more than enough for him. Logan, however, dismissed Ranyan's certainty, teasing that his current sword might awaken natural magic as well. Ignoring the possibility that his own sword might awaken magic, Ranyan then firmly presented the artifact back to Logan, asking him to give it to his sister-in-law instead. Ranyan stated that Aileen would be the next mistress of the McLain family, and naturally, her safety was more important. Logan, holding the sword, chuckled faintly as he acknowledged Ranyan's position as the likely next head of the house, before calmly considering the title of Sir Aileen. Ranyan then provided a cheerful explanation of Sir Aileen's new role, mentioning she recently had a new set of armor made. Ranyan further noted that since Master Hamar crafted it, the defense was absolutely guaranteed, adding that Aileen did not have proper armor until then. Logan mused that she had used her previous reward money to buy the armor. He noted that she purchased such an expensive mithril alloy armor. Logan reflected that while Aileen's action was admirable, if she had bought true mithril, she would not have had enough money left to purchase a sword. With a sudden burst of resolve, Logan declared that they should immediately give the artifact to Sir Aileen. As Logan declared they should give the artifact to Sir Aileen, the recipient immediately countered, stating that the gift was too much, and she could not accept it. Logan, looking surprised, questioned her refusal. Stuttering slightly, she then questioned what merit she earned in the recent battle to deserve such a treasure. Aileen further justified her refusal by expressing concern that accepting such a valuable treasure would hurt the morale of the other knights. As Aileen voiced her concerns about the morale of the other knights, 3 armored knights nearby noticed Logan, exclaiming in surprise that it was the young lord. Seeing the nearby knights and hearing Aileen's concerns, Logan realized that she was worried about what the others thought. As Logan looked at Aileen's worried expression, he reassured her that it was fine, but Aileen quickly asserted that was not what she meant. After being corrected by Aileen, Logan smiled broadly and clarified that the gift was not intended for Sir Aileen, the knight, but instead was a wedding gift for his fiancée, Lady Aileen. Logan continued to speak to his fiancée, explaining that because of the state of affairs, they had not even held an engagement ceremony, and he had not given her anything. Logan smiled genuinely and extended the gift toward Aileen, asking her to please accept the wedding present, stating that the weapon should be the proof of his vow to keep their promise someday. He then asked his fiancée if that was not what a gift was truly meant to be. Logan concluded his vow with a confident, knowing smile, wishing that the gift sword would help his fiancée achieve even greater martial strength. Seeing the depth of Logan's vow, Aileen blushed intensely and whispered softly, questioning if he was making a proposal. With an intense blush, Aileen met Logan's gaze, pointing out that they were going to marry anyway, asking the question as if it were obvious. Logan smirked slightly and conceded that it was indeed a proposal with a sword. Aileen smiled intensely, her face flushed as she replied with a simple thank you to the young lord. The two then gently touched hands over the blade, finalizing their engagement. Aileen then smiled radiantly, holding the sword close and stating that there could be no more perfect proposal for her than this. Logan reacted to her passionate statement with a look of stunned surprise. Aileen smiled radiantly and enthusiastically promised that she would work hard too. Logan immediately questioned what exactly she planned to work hard at. Aileen then enthusiastically pulled on Logan's hand, suggesting they have a sparring match since it had been a while. Logan mused internally that Aileen must mean improving her swordsmanship. He immediately agreed to her plan. Somewhere else, an unknown figure held a pipe, reflecting that it had already been a month since the massacre at Harun Castle. The figure noted that it had been quiet ever since. He continued to speak, acknowledging that the damage was heavy, sure, but questioning if the recovery was taking too long, observing that at one point it seemed like their second prince's faction might win. However, things got uncertain after those McLain bastards withdrew. Just as the figure observed the heavy losses of the opposition, someone suddenly burst into the room screaming the Baron's name and announcing a message from Valterman. Another figure, seated and startled, anxiously demanded to know what the message said. The frightened messenger stammered that the message simply says something that feels a little strange. The Baron slammed his hands onto the desk and with a powerful voice declared that all nobles loyal to Prince Romain must hear the message. The Baron, speaking with intense seriousness, declared that from this moment, they would temporarily halt the war against the First Prince's faction and instead form an alliance with them. He then screamed that this alliance was formed specifically to root out the vile McLains. Logan's father-in-law, speaking through a communication orb, surmised that it looked like information leaked within the neutral faction. Acknowledging the severity of the situation, Logan stated that now the two factions had formed an alliance and were coming for their territory. The father-in-law reported that the enemy forces hadn't departed yet, but they were definitely assembling their troops. Logan continued to muse that the enemy forces could invade as early as next week. As he weighed the imminent threat, Logan chastised himself for being careless. He reflected that since the neutral factions held their ground until the very end in his past life, he had overestimated that they would do the same this time. He concluded that this was why they had been able to pause the civil war for a month after Harun Castle. Reflecting on the motivations of the hostile factions, Logan thought they were using the accusation of treason as their pretext to remove the threat from their side. He realized that if the neutral factions were defeated, they would join the other side as a defeated army, which was not a bad deal for the winning faction. Contemplating the dangerous political maneuvers of the neutral houses, Logan crossed his arms, inhaling sharply in thought. With the revelation that their political maneuvering had backfired, the father-in-law, appearing pale and worried, interrupted Logan's thoughts to ask if he was all right. Logan quickly assured his father-in-law he was fine, but asked for forgiveness as he needed to end the call right there. The father-in-law stammered, questioning if Logan had a plan, to which Logan calmly replied that he did, of course. Despite the suddenness of the enemy alliance, Logan grimly smiled and stated that this wasn't entirely unexpected. A sudden gust of wind swept across the verdant green cliffs, sending leaves spiraling high into the clear blue sky. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a desperate shout from Victoria, who screamed for everyone to clear the way. Responding to Victoria's desperate cry to clear the way, a massive golem surged forward over the grass. Startled by the sight of the massive golem, one of the men exclaimed his surprise. He stared in astonishment at Victoria, wondering if that kid was controlling these golem constructs. The man noted that the girl looked about the same age as his daughter. The man holding a farming tool frantically gestured toward the golem, shouting for it to come over here. The immense golem smashed its colossal fist into the ground, causing the earth to shatter and send massive chunks of rock flying. After the initial impact subsided, a long, deep trench was left carved into the field. A nearby figure shouted for the continuation of the exercise and demanded that Lord Clayton perform his magic. Hamar stated he guessed he would only need to repeat the effort a dozen or so times more, while the bearded Clayton, chuckling, reflected that it felt like he had heard those exact words many dozen times already. Hamar then insisted that if he gave up now, his excellent staff would cry, and told Clayton to look at how hard his youngest disciple was working. After complaining about the constant need for the time staff, Lord Patrick McLain and Logan stood together over a map as Logan explained their objective. Logan stated they were scraping golems from the soil of the northern mountains and using them as materials to build a rampart. After discussing the plan with his father, Patrick, Logan thought the initial plan was simply a brute force method, but noted that the earthworks were truly impressive. Observing the magicians at work, Logan decided that they were experts in grunt work, concluding that it was the Earth Magic Tower after all. Logan reminded himself to make sure they received proper pay and vacation for their labor. Continuing to survey the plans, Logan noted that the rampart would be built on the eastern side of the new McLain Plains. He noted it was already well known that McLain Town was their center. Logan explained that if the enemies were to come united, instead of wasting their strength attacking castles on the Bifrost Plains, they would head straight for the town. Considering the enemy's most likely path, Logan declared that was exactly why they had to build the rampart there for defense. As Logan confirmed the plan to build the rampart for defense, Lord Patrick spoke, addressing his son by name. Patrick questioned if Logan's master, the Sword Master, had said anything about the current political situation. Logan briefly considered his response, then smiled faintly and assured his father, after stating his master had not yet said anything. Logan thought that since the whole country knew the factions were targeting the McLains, the Swordmaster must already be aware. Logan then paused in his thoughts, anticipating the next point. Logan then resolved that was the life his master had lived, and conceded the point, replying with a single word and stating that he could not force his master's honor for his own safety. He then resolved that this hardship must be overcome on his own. A week later, the rampart was successfully completed. Observing the newly finished structure, Logan noted that since the rampart was built in less than half a month, its design was simple. Despite the rushed time frame, they made the structure as large and strong as possible. Logan noted that the construction even had a moat prepared, which was most splendid. Although it is selfish of him, Clayton declared that he wanted to name his creation Aegis. Logan smiled in response, noting that a wall bearing the god's shield name would be nice, hoping that, as the name states, God would stand by them. Aileen urgently commanded the warriors to keep their eyes on the advancing enemy to the east, while simultaneously aiming for the ones to the north, to which a soldier immediately shouted back that he understood. With an urgent, intense look, Victor warned his sister Rhea not to dare stray from him and his brothers. Rhea, looking back at her brother, told him not to worry about her, but instead to watch himself. A horn blared loudly over the castle. Logan, standing in his armor, looked ahead as a soldier urgently announced that enemies were spotted ahead, coming from the east. A flag bearing the symbol of a lion flashed past, prompting an urgent shout that it was the Volterman army. From the south, enemy forces were immediately reported after Douglas's army cavalry rushed forward, banners marked with crossed swords flying as the engagement began. Wiccan Kalia, visibly aggravated, demanded to know if the enemy really planned not to attack at all, his anger growing stronger as he lamented that they had been lied to in the face, while the McLains built these enormous ramparts behind their back. He furtherly wonders if this lack of honor is truly coming from someone who should be the Sword Duke disciple. Wiccan Kalia addresses Douglas, stating that if they had not assigned an observer to the Sword Duke, they would have never realized what was happening. Juan Douglas responded affirmatively. He couldn't even think the McLains would ever be planning such mischievous tricks. Douglas finishes his resolution, stating that this is for the better, as they were already the first on the list to be eliminated after the war was over. So this is the perfect moment to turn this mount into their grave. Valtermine grits his teeth, calling the McLains some wicked traitors who are looking down on him. His strategist reminds him that he should be focusing on the true goal of this war. Through this war, they have to steal the McLains' production method for their new weapon formula. Valtermine knows it very well, and is sure that they will seize it without fail before Douglas does. Looking at the enemy's troops, Patrick starts to doubt their plan, but Logan, smiling and full of confidence, states that their plan will work without fail. Their enemies are nothing more than a temporary alliance. Logan also thinks that now, he has a new method to restrain their aura. While Logan raises his sword, he shouts that winning is guaranteed, and that all soldiers should prepare for battle. Aileen and Runyon, Victor and the Earth Tower mages, Clayton and one of Logan's most trusted men, Patrick and the Knight Commander, all wait for Logan's orders with determination. After a moment of preparation, Logan shouts fiercely that those who dare invade the McLain territory should have their necks met by the blade. Inside a dimly lit room, Juan and Jordan are talking using the communication orb. Juan says that even though he is sure Jordan is already well aware of this, and even though they are in the midst of a civil war regarding the succession to the throne, they must still work together to punish traitors. Juan then asks Jordan if there is anything he knows about them, and says that they should share such knowledge freely between themselves. Even so, Jordan doesn't seem so convinced. Jordan thinks about what Juan said, and concludes that Juan came to him in order to glean intelligence because he doesn't know anything, yet he dares to act so arrogantly. Jordan then tells Juan that he didn't hear anything about there being big changes to McLain's military strength. However, he says it might be similar to when the Wolves had faced defeat. Hearing this, Juan smirks and says that it's only been a few months since then, so the most they could have done is conscript a few more soldiers. Therefore, Juan says that what they must be wary of is the young red-headed brat of the McLain, and that bothersome weapon of theirs. But Jordan disagrees, and asks Juan if there isn't more from him that he should share. Juan asks what Jordan means, and Jordan tells him not to play dumb. Jordan smiles and says that in the end, the last to fight them was his subordinate, Wiccan. Then Jordan changes his tone, almost screaming, asking how Logan and the others even managed to ward off a superhuman unscathed. Juan himself wonders how that happened. He then thinks that Wiccan tends to let his guard down. On a map, it seems that someone has drowned Logan, Clayton, and Logan's little brother Ronyan inside the walls of a castle, and Jordan and Juan are attacking from two different sides. In perspective, one is attacking from the front, going directly for the gates of the castle, and the other goes towards the side. Luther uses his aura to move faster and prepares to jump headfirst into the fight. As he does, he says that he will break through their defense. At the other side of the attack, Wiccan does the same, telling his comrades to trust his wind and advance. In the end, death might be like the wind, always by his side. Above the Easter ramparts, Kaisalan is looking at the approaching troops. He sees those two and thinks that they've sent superhumans as the vanguard to block the arrows and bombs. Then Kaisalan tells everyone to prepare to fire. As he approaches the rampart, Luther sees this and thinks that there won't be any fun fighting some soldiers. Then he notices something which startles him. It's unlikely that the McLains had this many crossbowmen before, and yet he cannot believe the number of arrows that are approaching him. Luther looks like he might be in a pickle. Then he starts grinning, riling up his mana. He swings his big-ass hammer, blocking and destroying all the incoming arrows. Then he turns his gaze towards the back for a second. It seems like his efforts were not enough, since a lot of soldiers and knights still got hit and taken down by the arrows. Above the northern ramparts, Ronyan takes command, telling the Vigilante Corps to prepare to fire. Looking at the approaching army, Ronyan thinks that the enemy must not have anticipated this. After all, they've armed and trained over 10,000 civilians with crossbows. Ronyan smiles and says that his brother is truly amazing. Back to Luther, it seems like he got annoyed by the arrows, and so he crushed one under his foot using mana. Real man material over here. Luther then screams and says that none of these petty precautions will be able to stop him. He leaps using his mana, trying to reach the wall. Seeing this, one of the mages gets scared, seeing that one of the superhumans is approaching him. He prepares his staff, saying that he won't let him get close. As he gets closer to the rampart, Luther notices him. Then, a giant golem appears, prepared to stop Luther from his ascension. The golem slaps Luther so hard that he plummets to the ground like a comet. Fortunately for him, it seems he ended up in the water near the walls. Seeing what just happened, Luther cannot believe they've used the ramparts themselves to create a golem. Clayton then appears, saying that he is not done yet. Luther seems to be hit again by what he assesses to be intermediate magic. This magic creates more pressure on Luther, which doesn't allow him to swim up, and at the same time drives the air out of his lungs. This is the moment Clayton gives the order to the soldiers to attack the half-giant while he is stuck in the moat. From afar, it seems like Kalia is watching this scene. He realizes that they have Luther. Kalia remains calm, preparing to attack himself, thinking about what just happened, and saying that, as big as Luther is, his size makes him a more vulnerable target for intermediate magic, so this is a bad matchup for him. Moreover, given that their second-in-command is overwhelmed by the defense, Duke Valtermine has no choice but to step in directly to save him. As a golem rises from the ground, Kalia thinks that Logan should only have 2 Circle 6 mages. 3 golems later, Kalia says that this should be a piece of cake for him. One of the golems raises his hand, and from within emerge 10 charges of Liberatio. The golem then throws all the bombs towards Kalia. Seeing this, Kalia wonders if those are the bombs he has heard Logan is using. He then prepares his sword, saying that this is not going to work on him a second time. He creates a swirl of wind using his sword, catching all the bombs inside. Then he smirks, calling out for Logan, and just as he wished, Logan jumped out of nowhere, attacking Kalia head-on, but Kalia managed to block it. Kalia then swings his sword, which drives Logan back a couple of meters. From his stance, it looks like Kalia might be at a small disadvantage. He looks at Logan, saying how he managed to trick him quite thoroughly last time. Logan then tells Kalia that if he hadn't picked a fight with them, then Logan would have kept his promise. To this, Kalia calls Logan a liar, but notices something is off. Kalia crashed auras with Logan just now, so he doesn't understand how he is completely unscathed. Aura is the authority of destruction. It the only natural for the weaker power to collapse in front of this superior light. The balance between their powers doesn't make sense. Kalia looks at Logan's hands, wondering if he is using a defense artifact, and says that if this is so, then he shouldn't be able to block his aura repeatedly. As their swords clash again, Kalia thinks that he will end it with his next blow. Unfortunately, it looks like Logan has blocked this attack as well. That is when Kalia realizes what is happening. Logan is facing his aura head-on with nothing but his sheer force. How much has our boy grown? From making PP enhancement pills to being able to fight a superhuman with nothing but sheer force. So proud of him. Once again, Logan and Kalia clash, and the battle between them almost looks like two black holes collapsing into each other. Even so, it seems like this fight is still taking a toll on Logan's body. Last time they fought, after witnessing the process through which Wiccan Kalia's aura is released, Logan had figured out a method to avoid it. However, while he can avoid it, his attacks won't have any effect on him. Therefore, Logan has no other option but to put that plan into action. Somewhere else on the battlefield, someone speaks, saying that they've never expected to see this in their life. A countryside baron whose name no one even knew until recently is making a mockery of this country's giant. And in the end, he is forced to draw his blade. This is, of course, no other than Jordan Valtermine. With a killer stare, Jordan approaches the rampart, saying that the playtime is over. On the other side of the battlefield, golems are throwing bombs towards the soldiers from the ramparts, while the crossbowmen are shooting arrows. With all of this, one man stood unflinched, looking at the chaos. Juan Douglas cannot be intimidated by such representations of weak power. At first glance, he says, "This fight is really strange. Although it appears that the Second Prince's forces have suffered more losses, it's actually their forces who are suffering far more casualties." Juan says that their condition shouldn't be much different from the McLains. Therefore, Juan is wondering what the hell Logan is thinking. When the two factions first declared war, naturally, chaos fell upon all vassals. However, as they didn't have much time left, Logan and the others had to quickly regain their composure and seek a solution. Among them was the construction of great ramparts on the new McLain lands. Another one was to alienate the two factions. Hearing this, Batrick, Logan, and Heinkel are wondering what Philip means. Philip does say that he knows he has made an odd choice of words, but still, he asks everyone to hear them out. Philip explains that while the factions might be united right now, there can only be one king. However outraged they may be at the McLains, Philip asks if that wouldn't be secondary to the throne, and both Patrick and Logan agree. Philip continues, saying that while getting rid of an eyesore, it would be nice to acquire bombs and crossbows. It would also be great if the other faction were to suffer great casualties. What they will do is take advantage of such thoughts and embolden them further. Logan asks Philip if he means what he thinks he means, and Philip says that he does. First, they will burn one of them, and for some reason, I think that one might be Kalia. Kalia still thinks about what Logan is doing. However he looks at it, it's not an artifact. Therefore, Logan must be really facing him with force alone, which he cannot believe. Normally, Kalia thinks, both his forces and organs would have been crushed and turned to mush by now. Logan then tells Kalia that he's getting nervous because things aren't going the way he thought they would. Logan then enhances his attack with aura and fire, prepared to go for Kalia's neck. Seeing this, Kalia is laughing, thinking that an attack that's grand only in scale would never make a scratch on him. However, he doesn't finish that sentence. Just as Logan's sword is approaching, Kalia realizes something. It looks like his aura is unable to stop this attack. With just an inch away from his head, I don't think there is any way Kalia escapes this. Logan's attack is so powerful that Kalia falls from the sky like a rock tied to a bus, tied to a truck, tied to something even harder. The sheer force is astounding. Kalia's soldiers see this, and they rush to see their commander. One of them screams, letting the other know that their commander was struck by an enemy attack, just as a Liberatio bomb falls right next to him. A second later, everything explodes, making Logan look like a god of war walking through the sky like he is levitating. Logan plays with a Liberatio bomb while looking towards the ground. Wiccan Kalia doesn't seem to have taken any damage from Logan's attack. In fact, he is naturally unharmed. However, he does look like a drowned rat, and not a happy one. Looking at the battlefield, Logan thinks that they did just as Philip suggested, and they've launched most of their bombs and bolts at the First Prince's faction's forces. If Juan Douglas has eyes to see, he would already have noticed that his forces are suffering far more casualties. Then Logan thinks that it definitely seems like their morale has dropped a notch, as they don't seem to be advancing anymore. If they agitate them just a little more, Logan will achieve the result he wants. That's when he gives the order. He wants to tell everyone to use all their bombs and bolts on something, but he is interrupted by someone. Jordan Valtermine is approaching the eastern rampart. Seeing this, Logan is unsure of what will happen. The blazing sword of Jordan Valtermine is something they might not be able to withstand. Seeing his attack, everyone is scared shitless. Logan gives the order, and everyone fires towards Jordan. Looking towards the bolts coming at him, Jordan does not react whatsoever. He just raises his hand and says that this is tiresome. He then clenches his fist, and everything seems to be engulfed by a red explosion. All the arrows are being burned to a crisp before they even come close to touching Jordan. Seeing this, even Patrick acknowledges Jordan's power. The way all of these arrows are burned by his aura. Jordan is like a flaming meteor. Seeing this, Clayton orders everyone to retreat. Then he uses his staff to conjure up a spell. He does so, and he points it towards Jordan. It seems to be the same gravity magic he used on Luther before, pushing Jordan into the ground. Seeing this, Jordan says that the McLains really did have a mage. He looks Clayton in the eyes and says that surely he must be the one who created Liberatio. While Clayton is holding Jordan on the spot, Patrick turns to his knights, telling them to throw the bombs. They do so, but the attack seems to be blocked by a hammer. Seeing this, Patrick has pieced together what is happening. The half-giant Luther has rejoined the fight. Luther asks Jordan if he is harmed, and Jordan replies with another question, asking Luther if he came because he thought Jordan would lose to them. Jordan tells Luther that he alone is enough there and orders him to go help the first prince's man and take down the other rampart. But Luther is reluctant, saying there's something that's bothering him. Hearing this, Jordan asks what it is. Luther turns around, prepared to answer Jordan while looking him in the eyes. It looks like the first prince's men are nowhere to be seen, which, upon hearing, makes Jordan's face drop. Luther continues, saying that as of this moment, he believes they've started retreating. Somewhere in the woods, Juan says that they cannot afford to mistake their priorities. Through this battle, they will obtain the McLains' new weapons and lay waste to the second prince's forces. And finally, ascend His Highness, the first prince, to the throne. Juan says that Jordan gladly offered himself to be their meat shield. Therefore, they cannot let this opportunity pass. Jordan, however, seems pretty pissed by this turn of events. As bombs and arrows are approaching him, he lets out a battle cry, letting everyone know he means business. Somewhere in the back, a red flag is raised. Seeing this, Jordan says that this is the flag that denounces a state of emergency. Looking at the flag, Jordan thinks that Juan, that fox, would never suggest an alliance without some kind of scheme. Jordan was well aware of that, but he wasn't expecting this. He wasn't expecting to be used as a human meat shield. He screams as he slams his sword into the ground, shaking the ground. With this, Clayton lost his composure and said that he had to recast gravity. Unfortunately, he might not be able to, since Luther is already praying for him. He prepares his attack and says that he can finally see the mage's face. It looks like this might be it for Clayton. However, just at the last second, someone with golden force blocks his attack. This is, of course, Logan, who got in front of Clayton just when he was needed. Seeing what has just happened, Jordan seems taken aback. He asks Logan what he is doing there and where the Tempest Blade is. Logan tells Jordan that he was wondering the same thing, as he suddenly ran away without looking back, and that perhaps he's caught up with something. While Jordan does not want to acknowledge it, Logan McLain is a difficult opponent. What bothers him even more, though, is His Highness Romaine, who remained back in the camp. Jordan thinks that if his fight against McLain takes too long, he is sure Juan will immediately aim for His Highness. Jordan clenches his teeth, thinking about what he must do. He then turns towards Luther and tells him that they are retreating. Jordan shouts for all his forces to retreat, but Logan runs towards him, asking if Jordan thinks that he will just let him do that. Logan then gives an order of his own, for everyone to aim at the two superhumans, and once again, bombs, men, and arrows are flying towards Jordan. Seeing this, Jordan gets annoyed, calling it a foolish desperation. Jordan swings his sword, and once again, all the attacks are turned into ash. Even so, the attacks keep flowing. Jordan protects Luther's back and tells him to go first, and Luther does as ordered. Looking at Jordan, Clayton says that all projectiles are rendered worthless in front of that flame-like aura, and Logan replies that he had expected it, but he didn't think it would be to this degree. Looking at Jordan, Logan says that it was just as expected from the blazing heat sword of the kingdom, and Jordan addresses Logan, saying he will ask him just one question before he leaves, which seems to get Logan's attention. Jordan asks him if when he had faced off against Kalia's brat, he used sixth circle magic. Hearing this, both Logan and Clayton seem to be really surprised. Logan looks for just a split second towards Clayton, and then he goes on to speak. He replies with a question of his own, asking Jordan if he is really asking because he doesn't know. He asks Jordan if Juan didn't even tell him, which makes Jordan's veins pop up like he is about to murder everyone standing before him. I would run away as soon as and as far away as possible if I saw someone looking at me like that. With this, Jordan says that now he understands. Juan has tricked him from the very beginning. Jordan gets to the edge of the rampart and warns Logan not to be at ease because he forced both factions to retreat. Looking at Logan with the corner of his eye, he tells him that with this, his death has only been delayed for now. He then leaped towards the ground, holding his enormous sword like it was a simple knife. Seeing this, Patrick assessed the situation, saying that he took all their attacks himself, and then just retreated at the very end. Patrick says that he must recognize, even if he is their enemy, that it is indeed impressive, and Logan agrees. Even so, Logan says that their plan has gone smoothly. As predicted, Douglas realized that their losses were too great, and immediately gave up on their truce to retreat. As Kaisalon comes to check on Clayton, Logan continues, saying that, Judging by the question Valtermine just asked him, it seems he also hid the sixth circle magic in its entirety. Heinkel says that the distrust between the two factions has simply revealed itself. Now, if only they'd destroy each other, that would be the best course of action for them. Logan says that they will make sure that happens, and Patrick asks him if he will have to do that thing after all. Logan says that he does, and that they will move when night falls. Later at night, it seems something is about to happen at the Northern Mountains 2nd Prince's army camp. One man is being informed that His Grace is currently in the central barracks, and acknowledges that this is done in order to protect His Highness Romain. To this, another one replies that this would make him anxious. This man is the 2nd Prince's army count, Pavel Cherno, who says that this would only be because the 1st Prince stabbed them in the back. Cherno says that they had them from the start, and that forming this ridiculous truce was a mistake to begin with. He goes on chugging his wine, as one soldier tells him that maybe he should tone it down a bit, as they are at war. Big mistake from the soldier, as the reply is a mug to the head, and Cherno is screaming at him, telling him not to order him around. Cherno tells him that what those knights have to do is just guard the outskirts properly, so that they aren't attacked by their enemies. As the knight falls to the ground, Cherno asks what is wrong with him, and gets scared. He says that he didn't throw the mug that hard, and then realizes that no knight would be downed by that, and wonders what is going on there. He gets out of the tent, asking why nobody is answering him. What he sees almost gives him a heart attack. All his knights are dead, and he is wondering what the hell this is, as he is wondering if this was an assassination, and who could have done that. As all of them were high-ranking knights, someone is approaching him from behind. This is none other than Logan, prepared to strike Cherno down as well. With just one swing of his blade, he falls to the ground, and his blood drips down Logan's blade. Logan then kicks Cherno's mug, saying that he must have been one of the most stupid knights he has seen, drinking while entrusted with guarding the border. Logan raises his sword and says that they don't have even 1 ounce of vigilance. The 2nd Prince seems to have been informed of the attack as well, and he cannot believe it. The knight tells Jordan and the 2nd Prince that all the high-ranking knights in Cherno are dead, and the 2nd Prince turns towards Jordan, asking him what is going on. Jordan asks the knight if there were no other witnesses, and the knight says there is one more piece of information. Apparently, they say the perpetrator ran away incredibly quickly, almost as if they were being carried by the wind. Hearing this, Jordan thinks he knows who this was. On top of that, the ability to quickly dispatch 5 high-ranking knights, and hearing all this, the 2nd Prince asks Jordan if he has any idea who it could be. Jordan says that he does, and that 2 people could have done it, Logan or Kalia. He then thinks of Juan, and narrows it down to just one. He says that there was no doubt, it is the Tempest Blade, Wiccan Kalia. The 2nd Prince, hearing it was a superhuman that did this, goes crazy, but Jordan tells him there is nothing to be worried about. Jordan tells the knight to call over the advanced knights right now, all of them who are quick on their feet and swift in their movements, and the 2nd Prince asks if Jordan is going to make an attack himself. Jordan tells Romain that if they do not respond, not only will his reputation be affected, but the morale of his men will also be impacted. Romain agrees and says that on top of that, they have hidden the existence of a mage, and they must pay them back for deceiving them. The 2nd Prince looks back at Jordan and tells him to teach them a lesson. Jordan looks down at Romain, smiles, and doesn't say a word. He places his hand on his chest and tells the prince that he will do as he wishes, with Lucan listening to the entire conversation from behind a curtain. He thinks that something doesn't feel quite right about how everything is unfolding. Back in the woods, Logan is fleeing from the camp of the 2nd Prince. The smirk on his face confirms that things are going just the way he wants them to go. In the morning, Logan seems to have arrived at the western ramparts of Fort Aegis. Disguised, he looks back and says that this should be enough to throw them off. As he takes off his hood, someone thanks him for his hard work. This is none other than Dame Eileen, who is approaching him. Logan huffs and tells her that it's just the 2 of them right now, so she should speak comfortably as she normally does. That's when Eileen blushes and says she understands. Logan tells her that she has woken up quite early, as the sun has barely risen yet, and Eileen is unsure of what to say. One night, from behind Eileen, he speaks through his teeth, saying that it's not that she works up early, but rather that she was waiting without rest. However, he does not finish that sentence, as Eileen kicks him in the ankle, and once again states that she just happened to wake up early today. As the poor guy is crying on the ground, Eileen asks Logan how the operation went, and he is stunned by what Eileen just did. Honestly, well deserved. Snitches get stitches. Logan smiles and says there weren't any problems with the attack itself. With this, the animosity between their enemies should have deepened. Ideally, their truce would not collapse entirely, but Eileen says she doubts it will be that easy. Eileen then realizes that she shouldn't have said that and apologizes to Logan. Logan tries to calm her down and says that it's all right, and that they cannot afford to stay entirely positive right now anyway. For now, Logan says, they will be observing their movements. Next, we're at the south of the new McLain Plains, the First Prince's army central barracks. Juan, Kalia, and the First Prince are discussing. Kalia says that 2 days have already passed since the retreat, and asks if they shouldn't start moving again. Juan says that not yet, as the Second Prince's army is refusing to communicate. Kalia then asks if it's true what he has heard about last night's attack on their camp. Hearing this, the First Prince slams his hand on the table. He asks if Juan or Kalia thinks they've gotten scared and given up because of that, calling them pathetic. The First Prince says that it would be better to just take them and become the king, which makes Juan huff and Kalia sweat. I think it became clear to everyone that no matter who wins this war, none of the princes will actually be ruling. All of a sudden, a knight rushes in, letting Juan and Kalia know they are under attack, as they have received reports of an attack on the outskirts of the encampment. Hearing this, the First Prince has no idea what to do, as always, and Juan asks about their casualties. The knight says that it's the count in charge of guarding the camp, and 5 advanced knights were killed. Kalia turns to Juan, wanting to tell him what has happened, but it looks like Juan is already aware. He replies with a simple yes, as the mana around here is shaking up the ground. He clenches his fist, calling Jordan a fool for this. Juan turns to Kalia and tells him that the two of them will be moving when the sun rises. If they continue to refuse communication, they will meet with them directly to settle this. In the morning, it seems like this is exactly what has happened, with Jordan and Luther saying it's a surprise they have come there directly. Looking at Juan and Kalia, Jordan says that he is at a loss for words, seeing the aloof Duke Douglas himself. Jordan asks Juan what he has come here for, and Juan replies, saying that it would seem their communication device isn't working very well, so he thought that, as his friend, he has a responsibility to come here and fix it. He then asks Jordan if it isn't quite immature to lock in and refuse to speak just because they've lost their temper. Upon hearing that, Jordan goes mad. He takes out his sword, saying that Juan felt scared of being hit himself, so he betrayed them and ran away. Then he proceeds to attack Juan, and this can be seen from across the 3 lines. As I have said before, this is not a guy I would take on. Just look at this aura. Clenching his sword even tighter, Jordan tells Kalia to move aside, unless he wants to die, and then proceeds to hit him again. Jordan's sheer power is way too much for Wiccan to withstand, as with this attack, he starts coughing up blood. However, it seems this might end in a stalemate, as Juan tells Jordan to move his sword away. That is, if he still wants a subordinate when this is done. It looks like Luther has been engulfed by Juan's ice magic. Jordan and Juan are staying face to face, preparing for the smallest opening to attack. Jordan seems to be taking the initiative and preparing his next attack. Just as Jordan is about to attack Juan, someone comes and tells them to calm down. This is Lucan, telling them that this is not the time to fight among themselves. Seeing him, Jordan asks why he is there. Lycan tells Jordan how he feared that this was not going to be a trivial meeting, and he sees now that coming there was the right decision to make. Juan asks him what he could do about this situation, asking if he is going to support Jordan and fight them. Lycan tells him that he has no intention to fight. However, he asks that they view this situation with a cool mind, rationally. Jordan then asks what Lucan means by that. Lycan asks them to remember the reason for which they have formed this temporary truce. That is Logan McLain. In fact, this whole citation is because of him. He is the man who raised a formidable force from a small territory to take down a count. A man of his talents rode on the coattails of the Sword Duke and gathered the neutral forces to plan his treachery. As such, Lucan says, they must crush him before he grows any further. That was their original goal. However, Jordan says that he cannot trust these men. Lycan then continues, saying that those betrayals and attacks were plots formed by McLain to brew animosity and kill the truce. That makes Jordan wonder. Kalia also thinks about this, how this wouldn't be the first time he's manipulated others' emotions. Everyone then remembers what Logan said before. How does he not want a war? He told Jordan that if they threaten him, they will have no choice but to join the First Prince's faction. Lycan goes on, saying that Logan is a foul, underhanded man whom they cannot afford to underestimate. Once again, he asks them to stay calm and think about who the enemy is, the one and only Logan McLain. The next day, we are back at the Aegis Castle. A soldier sounds the horn, as an army has been spotted to the east. Logan and Patrick are on the rampart, watching and waiting. What he sees doesn't make him so happy. It looks like his plan failed, and Valtermine and Jordan have come together. Logan asks himself if they are trying to show them that the alliance is unbreakable, and Patrick asks if the operation has failed. Looking closer, Logan said it didn't. Wiccan and Luther don't look very good, as they are covered in wounds, and they appear to have serious internal wounds as well. Heinkel is a mountain of joy, saying that if the superhumans sustained internal wounds, that must mean the two factions butted heads. Logan agrees, saying there is no doubt about it. Logan looks at Lucan, saying that he has no idea how they were able to join hands again after colliding like that, but this is definitely doable. Logan then calls for both his father and Sir Heinkel. He asks them if they think they would be able to last in a fight against superhumans. Hearing this, both Patrick and Heinkel are asking what he means, what he is trying to do. Logan tells them that if, at this fort, they can muster up all their strength to buy time, Logan has but one job left to do. He will surely go and kill both the princes. Next, the army gets the order to move forward. Jordan and Juan are the ones leading the army, and as Jordan gets on his horse, he says that he will stay at the front. He then turns towards Juan and tells him that he hopes this time Juan won't do anything foolish like betraying him. To this, Juan replies sarcastically, asking Jordan if he is worried, and telling him that he has grown old. This seems to upset Jordan. In a display of power, he unleashes his aura and leaps towards the rampart. Seeing this, Patrick shouts for everyone to hear that the blazing heat sword is coming. Patrick then turns towards Logan, telling him that it's time for him to leave, and Logan agrees. He leaps off the rampart and aims for the woods. Seeing this, Heinkel tells Patrick to just give it up. Given that Logan is the fastest among them, it only makes sense for him to take out the princes. Patrick agrees, but says that while this is true, the hole in their forces is far too great, so they must hold as desperately as they can. After hearing this, Heinkel nods in agreement. As the knights are approaching the rampart, one of them shouts, saying that now they are in the McLain's range. Just as soon as he says that, Kaisolon gives the order for his soldiers to fire. Brother Grick and Rhea are also present, and Gick tells Victoria that it's time for them to begin, and Victoria agrees. Rhea starts riling up her magic power. Suddenly golems start rising from the rampart walls. Seeing them, one of the Valtermine soldiers sees him and gets scared shitless. Someone else shouts that they are throwing a bomb and that everyone should be careful. Suddenly something is happening to the ground. Everything turns into a swamp, where both soldiers and horses are caught, turned into sitting ducks. However, it seems that this powerful spell wasn't Clayton's doing like usual. Even the other mages are amazed by what they are seeing. It looks like the one who managed this feat was Brother Gick. After this, Grick's eyes light up, and a tear looks like it's falling from the corner of his eye. He is so happy that he starts screaming, asking if the others have seen it, as that was real earth magic, not just for building walls. Kaisolon also seems to be happy for him, telling Clayton that it looks like Grick has been bottling up a lot, and Clayton has nothing to say, but laughs at the matter. The only person still with their mind at this seems to be Rhea, who screams at Grick to leave the celebration for later as the enemy is approaching. Grick gets it together and says that now they can toss plenty of bombs at them since their feet are bound. With this, the golem throws the bombs towards the enemy. Right now, there is no way for them to escape, as they have sunken half of themselves in the mud. One soldier screams his lungs out, just as one of the bombs is about to explode. All of a sudden, someone else uses a spell to counter the bombs. An ice shield is created, which blocks all the bombs at once. Seeing it, the soldier recognizes glacial magic belonging to Juan. Juan tells his men not to fall victim to such subpar magic. Seeing what just happened, Rhea cannot believe that ice magic can withstand Liberatio's blow, and Grick is also down, as he somehow managed to create the perfect opportunity, but was unable to quantify it. Kalia comes to Juan, saying that they cannot leave everything to the second prince's soldiers, so he too will head into the fray. Hearing that, Juan is not happy, asking him what he plans to do with his body in this state. He says that Jordan's aura is poisonous, and that if he weren't an aura user, Kalia would have never been able to use force again. Kalia apologizes to Juan, and Juan tells him that he can still be useful, as his eyes are better than his. He asks Kalia to find Logan McLain, and Kalia turns around his gaze. However, he tells Juan that he doesn't see him anywhere. That is when Juan asks himself, how can he be nowhere to be seen when Jordan has been rushing to the front? He realizes Logan is planning something. Juan then tells Wiccan to assist him. He starts conjuring up a spell, and says that they will lure him out. On the rampart, Heinkel is shooting a crossbow. After he does so, Patrick asks Heinkel how he can do it. He asks Patrick how he's supposed to face him, and Heinkel asks what got into Patrick all of a sudden. Patrick turns his face away and tells Heinkel that because he serves an unworthy man, he is forced to endure hardships he wouldn't have to otherwise. On top of that, he ended up facing the strongest beings in their kingdom. Hearing all of this, Heinkel goes on to speak. He asks Patrick if this is really the time to be saying such things, as he should focus instead on shooting down the enemy. Heinkel then turns his head around, as Patrick is still talking, saying something about how he is pouring out his soul, and he doesn't even care. But Heinkel isn't listening anymore. He just thinks about the word Patrick used. Hardships, he called them. There is no way he would consider it that, he thinks. Just as Valtermine has reached the base of the rampart, Jordan then riles up his aura and prepares to jump. He leaps high above the rampart, prepared to strike Patrick and Heinkel down in one go. And it looks like they have been taken by surprise, because the looks on their faces are not what I had expected. Heinkel is sweating so much I'm looking for a towel, but I can't find one around here. Immediately after, a giant explosion engulfs everything in sight. It looks like Logan has also heard the sound of the explosion and turned his head around to see what has happened. This is when he realizes that Valtermine has arrived atop the rampart walls. That was way faster than he had expected. Therefore, he must hurry and take out the princes and end this war, no matter what. Then a giant ball of ice appears. Logan senses something and stops. He leaps back down on the rampart and turns his gaze around. He then sees the glacial magic, just like before. Logan thinks that just like before, it's a massive sphere of ice, and if that explodes, this whole area will be razed to the ground. This is when Logan curses Juan Douglas's name. Juan, however, seems to be thrilled by this. Logan leaps from the rampart again, this time aiming for the ice sphere. As he approaches, Logan notices something. Looking more closely, there is something around the sphere, which appears to be a wind aura, a sphere of ice constructed by the glacial mage and Wiccan Kalia's wind aura. Given that, it doesn't seem like he'd be able to cut through it as easily as last time. Even so, Logan says he cannot afford to give up without trying. If he uses that method to block out Wiccan Kalia's aura, he might just do it. However, Logan doesn't get to try, as Kalia interrupts him from behind. He then asks Logan if he does not hear what is happening behind him. Jordan is basically decimating his entire army alone. Screams, cries of agony, and the wails of soldiers in utter despair. One soldier looks up at Jordan, unarmed and shaking. With the sun high in the sky behind him, Jordan takes his stance again. He takes his sword and prepares to strike it at the unarmed soldier. Juan tells Logan that he is lost. Ranyan and Eileen, Victor, Rhea and Grick, Patrick and Kaisalon, and even Clayton all seem to be cornered. Heinkel then calls for Clayton. He looks him in the eyes, trying to make him regain his composure. Heinkel then tells Clayton that he has a request. Next, it seems we are witnessing a memory. Two McLain knights are talking, as one asks the other how many hours it has been, and the other replies that this has been going on for 2 or 3 hours. A red-haired knight is sitting on the back of someone in a planche position. By the discussion the two other knights have, this is the young Lord Patrick, cleaning his sword, as the other man is sweating intensely and shaking. Patrick then asks the man what he did wrong. Then he addresses the man by name. This is the young Heinkel who says that his mistake was punishing another Viscount's knight. Patrick asks Heinkel what he means by the word punish, and says that he hopes Heinkel is not proud of the fact that he ignored him and did as he pleased, while Heinkel also wants to say something, addressing Patrick with his title, Young Master. Heinkel screams that they were the ones to insult Patrick first. How could he have stopped himself after hearing them insult Patrick? Patrick then gets up from Heinkel's back and says that he, the heir to a mere barony, has become a high-ranking knight. That level of envy is nothing to him, says Patrick, as Heinkel is finally able to rest. Then Patrick offers Heinkel his hand and says that still, something remains unsaid. He looks Heinkel in the eyes and thanks him. Just look at how gorgeous that MF is. I would be shaking if I saw him too. Majestic. This looks like it was Heinkel's memory, as next he narrates how he had only found out later that when the Viscount came demanding that Heinkel would be punished by him personally, the young master at the time, Patrick, had personally bowed his head to save Heinkel. Heinkel says that this man is not someone to be treated in such a way, and that he is bound to reclaim the past glory of McLain and rise to higher places. Therefore, Heinkel dedicated himself to raising him on high. 10 years went by, and he had become the captain of the knights. The McLains remained a small rural barony, and the young master remained a high-ranking knight. Nothing had changed for them. Then, someone came along, saying that he would like to formally greet Heinkel. He lets him know that from then on, he will be participating in the Knight Order's training. This was nobody else but Logan McLain. At the castle, the battle continues. Luther, standing in front of some other knights, tells them that he will be blocking the attack. They should use this opportunity granted by Jordan to attack the ramparts and climb up. From above, Ranyan is preparing a powerful strike with his force. Shockingly, the one he is fighting is Jordan himself. Unfortunately, not only does the attack not have any effect, but Ranyan is also taking a toll because of Jordan's aura. Jordan then pushes Ranyan right into the wall behind him. He lands violently into the wall, with Patrick left to scream his name and see if he is okay. Patrick says that he already told him not to face the aura directly, and Eileen asks how he's supposed to face him if he cannot attack directly. At the other side of the field, Logan is still battling Kalia, and while looking at his sword, he says that even the cold emanated by Frigus can only hold off, at most, that blazing heat. Kalia stands in front of the giant ice sphere and tells Logan to give up and admit his loss already. If he does, then His Highness will show mercy and end things at the cost of only the McLain's household lives. Or Kalia asks, there might be another way. He asks Logan if he plans to die there, along with all his other subordinates. Logan stares for a while without saying anything. Then he tells Kalia that he cannot do that, because he had made a promise to someone. Back to the moment when Logan told Heinkel and Patrick that he would use this chance to kill both princes. The conversation was a little longer. Patrick told Logan that the only one among them capable of facing a superhuman is him. Patrick wants to go on and say that this is too much for any of them, but Heinkel stops him and says that they should try it, stunning Patrick. Patrick wants to ask Heinkel what he is thinking, but he seems pretty confident. Heinkel then asks if they have ever gone wrong following the young master's suggestions, which Logan didn't expect. Heinkel smiles continuously. He then says that he believes in the chance the young Aster has brought forth. As Patrick and Heinkel are approaching Jordan, Patrick shouts for the crossbows and bombs to keep coming. Then, Patrick notices something. He sees Heinkel riling up his aura and tells him to stop, but he doesn't. As Heinkel continues to approach, Logan's voice can be heard, saying that their territory's people have an unwavering trust in his words. It wasn't always like that, but he made it so. Tired of Logan's monologue, Kalia asks him if there's a point to all this chattering. Logan then clenches his sword tighter and then bows his head. He tells Kalia that they believe he will succeed and are putting their lives on the line. Hearing this, Kalia says that Logan has sentenced them to die in vain and asks Logan if he perhaps feels guilty about it. Logan lets down his sight and thinks. He replies to Kalia and tells him that he doesn't. Logan then attacks Kalia, saying that he cannot afford to lose any time. Logan thinks that he has promised to all those of McLain a future different from that of his past life. That is why he has to become stronger. He must grow faster than anyone, and without limit. That is when his sword lights up. Logan says that he has no time to sit still and prepares to land his attack on Kalia. This is the Divine Sword Secret's fourth form, the Scorching Slash. This is when Kalia realizes that this was the technique that blocked his aura. And yet again, it seems he is pushed back. He cannot withstand the power of Logan's blow. The impact is so powerful that he goes right through the ice sphere. As Logan stands amidst the flames of his aura, Heinkel's voice can be heard, saying that the eldest son of McLain is nothing more than a rascal who invites trouble. Or this is what he used to think, though he started to view him in a new light as he endured that absurd training. After that, he gathered soldiers and granted them extraordinary weapons, and he somehow found and gathered mages one after another. On top of that, he picked up a young slave and made a knight of them, and now even his fiancée. Nowhere else on this continent would you find such a strange grouping of people. So Heinkel asks what will become of McLain. How far will they manage to go? I cannot believe I am saying this, but for Heinkel though, it seems like the journey might end there. Jordan has driven his blade right through his chest and pinned him to the ground. Seeing this, Patrick cannot believe his eyes. Even his sword has been broken in half. Eileen and Ranyan are rushing towards him, screaming that they must save him, but Jordan seems unbothered. His aura seems to be enough to keep those two away from him. Eileen cannot withstand the head, and Ranyan tells her to take cover behind his sword. Looking towards the sky, Heinkel thinks of how strange this whole thing is. His body is in so much pain, and the core of his force is wrecked, but his senses feel sharper than they've ever been. He thinks of all this while Eileen, Ranyan, and Patrick are trying to figure out a way to save him. Heinkel then shouts to Clayton that now is the time. Clayton obeys and he starts using a spell. He conjures up a series of golems all around Jordan. They hug him tightly and hold him up. As he looks down, Jordan's expression changes into one of annoyance and fear. Heinkel is holding a crossbow, aimed at Jordan's head. As he realizes that nothing can be done, Jordan starts screaming. Unfortunately for him, the arrow goes right through his forehead. Then a big explosion takes place on the rampart. Seeing this, even Logan stops to look. He's not sure what to think. Sir Heinkel might have sacrificed himself in order to take care of Jordan once and for all. The explosion engulfed everything that was near enough. Seeing what just happened, both Patrick and Ranyan are screaming for Heinkel. Then Ranyan sees something. A figure rising from the ashes, bearing Jordan's silhouette. Ranyan leaps towards him, telling him to stand right where he is. Unfortunately, he is not fast enough, as another mage comes and scoops him up. This was none other than Juan, who tells Jordan how pathetic he looks. Seeing this, Ranyan stands down, knowing he cannot take on Juan alone. Logan also arrives there, and Ranyan fills him in, saying that Jordan escaped, and that he will gather the knights and chase after him. But Logan says there is no need for that. Ranyan wants to say something about it. Protest. But Logan continues his sentence, saying that he will be the one going after Jordan. Logan then asks about Sir Heinkel, and Ranyan is not sure what to tell him. Clayton and Patrick are standing at his side, looking over him. There's a big hole in his chest, a lot of blood, and half of his face is gone from the explosion. Seeing him, Logan asks what happened. Patrick, unable to believe what is happening, says he does not understand, and asks Heinkel why he did this. Clayton watches Patrick shaking and feels like he needs to say something. He tells Patrick that Sir Heinkel told him something during the battle. He said that once he gives a signal, even if only for an instant, they should use all their power to hold down Jordan. Then, he would take advantage of the explosive bolts and take him down for good. Logan thinks and says that using them in such proximity means he would be caught in it. Heinkel then coughs. Seeing this, Patrick sends for a soldier to bring him the highest grade healing potion they have, but Logan tells him to wait. He entrusts Heinkel with his bracelet of resurrection. He tries to put it in his hand, saying that maybe with this, even his right hand would be restored. But Heinkel smacks his hand. Heinkel tells them that his fight ends there, however, not the war. He says that the McLain's fight isn't over yet. Heinkel takes Logan's hand in his as Logan tries to put on the bracelet. He tells Logan to please keep the bracelet for himself and open the path to McLain's future. Logan looks down, almost as if he abstains from crying. He then tells Heinkel that he will definitely win this, so as such, he must survive. Logan calls him by his title, Captain, and Heinkel nods. Logan then leaves. Heinkel remains with Patrick and the knight who brought him the potion, saying he is sorry. He acted out and caused trouble again. Patrick, however, does not care and doesn't want to know what it is, telling Heinkel to shut up and get some rest, while pouring the potion down his throat, and tells him that he won't thank him this time. It looks like Logan has left for the forest. From behind, someone calls for him, catching his attention. This is none other than Victor, running after Logan as fast as he can, asking him if he chases after Jordan. Victor tells Logan that he will go with him, but Logan says that he cannot, and that he will remain at the castle. Logan says that one of the enemy leaders has escaped, so Juan will be anxious too. They will probably attack more quickly to seize the chance of victory. Douglas, who's usually at the defense, might take the front lines. He, Ranyan, and Dame Eileen are to remain at the ramparts, regardless of what happens. Victor doesn't seem happy, but he says he understands. Victor asks Logan how he is planning to chase after Valtermine, and Logan says that he has an idea of where he might be. Logan thinks that there's only one place that bastard would head to in this kind of situation. Therefore, there is nothing for Logan to lose, even if he is wrong. Logan then grabs Victor's shoulder and tells him that he is leaving this to him. Victor then raises his gaze and nods. He tells Logan that he will be waiting, as Logan leaps away once again, going to find Jordan. This encounter makes Logan think. He thought he would never leave Rhea's side, but he said he would be waiting. Therefore, Logan cannot let him down. Logan then starts thinking, where would he go if he were Jordan Valtermine? The war isn't going as favorably as he thought, and their allies cannot be trusted. Logan looks around, thinking that the camp of the First Prince's faction is in the southern forest. On top of that, given that he has suffered an unexpected injury, things are clear. Jordan would want to secure victory even the slightest bit faster. This is what Logan thinks, just as a head rolls down near him. A voice can then be heard by Logan, asking him if he could please pick that up for him. Jordan continues saying that it's supposed to be a gift for a friend of his, but he dropped it. Jordan then gets out of the forest, and it seems like the explosion has also taken a toll on him. Half of his face is burned, and he tells Logan that he knew he would come to this place. He then goes on and says that they appear to be in the same boat. Seeing him, Logan offers his congratulations. He tells Jordan that he has used his own 2 hands to behead the man that Logan has failed to kill, despite the assassins he sent for him. Logan then says that he knows a skilled assassin whom he could introduce Jordan to. Logan then says that he was the one who beheaded the Second Prince's factions, Margrave. And after hearing this, Jordan calls Logan a bastard. He then looks at Logan and starts laughing frenetically. He screams that it was Logan, not Juan, but Logan. Seeing this, Logan asks him if he really didn't know. Jordan says that he didn't, but he had his suspicions about it. However, rather than suspecting McLain, a common enemy, wouldn't it be better to use this as a reason to take down Juan? That is when Logan realizes that Jordan has provoked the first rinse on purpose to force a conflict, calling him a cunning bastard. Jordan then goes on to say that he and Juan are having a tiresome relationship, though that is over now as well, says Jordan as he kicks the head of the first prince. Logan then proposes to Jordan that they just quickly deliver the gift and end this thing once and for all. Logan continues, saying that this is what seems to be the best path forward for this nation, and Jordan starts laughing, saying he never took Logan for a patriot, and calling him a man full of surprises. Jordan then picks up his sword, saying that even though he dies to see humans' reaction, fate is ever the cruel mistress, giving him a new obstacle for every step forward he takes. Hearing this makes Logan smile. He faces Jordan and says the same goes for him as well. For a second, Logan and Jordan are just staring at each other. Jordan is then clenching his teeth, a sign of impatience. He leaps to attack Logan, shouting at him to die. Logan leaps forward, trying to beat Jordan's speed. Finally, they clench swords. Logan pushes harder, and he seems to be having the upper hand in this fight. He stares Jordan down and says that this time, he will end it for sure. Once again, Logan and Jordan are clashing their swords. The metal of the blades is grinding on each other. Jordan pushes through with all his power and manages to push Logan away. Seeing Logan's power, Jordan tells Logan that he thought Kalia lost to him due to his injuries. But it seems that wasn't everything. Jordan realizes that Logan is blocking aura, and asks him how he can do that. Logan changes the subject, saying that Jordan is also severely injured right now. So he asks if he isn't afraid he might end up like Kalia. To this, Jordan replies by asking why he should fear anything. He then tells Logan that everything will end the moment he shows Juan the prince's head, and asks if Logan really thought he was going to be scared of him. Logan continues, asking if Jordan really thinks everything will end so smoothly. Once the war is over, he'll have to deal with the aftermath. There are already countless refugees, and many talented people have either died or become destitute. Once again, Logan and Jordan are clashing their swords, with immense power emanating from both sides, as Logan asks Jordan if he thought about them. In response, Jordan screams, asking Logan if he, a mere kid, is trying to teach him about war. He then asks Logan how he can achieve victory with minimal fighting, who to persuade, and what can you do to force someone to give up their claim to the throne. As he prepares to slash Logan down, he says that not even the Sword Duke was able to do it. How could Logan even think that he would be able to do that? He then strikes Logan, and the explosion can be seen from miles away. Victor and Ranyan see it, and they realize it comes from the southern forest. Victor also concludes that this is where Logan was headed, and wonders if he is fighting Valtermine. While thinking about this, Luther is attacking from behind, asking Victor how he dares to get distracted during a fight. Victor indeed let his guard down, and he now realizes in what a pickle he is. Luther manages to hit him hard with his hammer due to this. Seeing this, Ranyan and Eileen both jump to his rescue. However, this is not going to cut it. With just one swing of his hammer on the ground, Luther has thrown them away. They both basically fall on their ass in front of Luther. Then the whole ground seems to be crumbling. This seems to be due to a magic spell. The caster of this spell is none other than Clayton. With this, Clayton manages to push Luther away from the others. Even Luther is amazed, saying that he cannot believe Clayton was able to immediately reassemble the ground. He looks at Clayton and says that this is a very intricate spell. But then, something happens. Clayton is being frozen alive. Once again, the only ones left that can fight are Eileen and Ranyan. Clayton himself doesn't understand how this is possible. The mage who is doing this is aiming at him precisely from so far away. This mage is, of course, Juan Douglas. While casting the spell, Juan also notices something. He sees the explosion coming from Logan and Jordan's battle. They're going head to head, but Jordan seems to be having the upper hand. Once again, Jordan unleashes a slash towards Logan. Seeing this, Logan does not understand how he can unleash so much power despite being severely injured. The slash is getting closer and closer to Logan. Jordan also lets Logan know that he has put quite a bit of strength into that attack. Yet Logan has managed to block it with mere force. Then he fell to the ground. Jordan then looks up and says that Juan must have caught on to the first prince's murder with that explosion just now. He then turns to Logan and asks him what he would do in Juan's place. Logan then stands up and tells Jordan that he would go to kill the second prince, just like Jordan would as well. Jordan laughs, saying that Logan is indeed right, and that just because Juan's loss was decided, that doesn't mean he would just allow him to win. This is how the two of them have always been, reaching further up to get ahead of the other. He then looks at Logan and says that he is just like them as well. Jordan then says that at first, it was all for the sake of his household. For the sake of his country, he moved forward with unwavering resolve, but somewhere along the line, he ended up quite high up. However, everything changed the moment his daughter gave birth to a prince. He still had so much left. He could still climb higher, so why would he stop there? He once again leaps to finish Logan off, reiterating his question. Once again, Logan manages to block his blow. Not without any consequence though, as Logan's arm was broken from the impact. Jordan continues his monologue, telling Logan that he talks like he himself does not have the same greed inside. However, Logan quietly gathered the neutral forces, and now he aims to place the third prince on the throne, and Logan tells him that he is better than the two other useless princes. After hearing this, Jordan tries to pierce Logan directly with his aura, calling him arrogant, and saying that it's not like he has seen the future. Just at the last second, Logan manages to stop his attack. Jordan then goes on, laughing, saying that he can't exactly argue that they aren't useless. However, the king is nothing more than a puppet. In reality, men like him, Logan and Juan, are the ones pulling the strings. Logan calls this nonsense and wants to argue about Jordan's reasoning, but he doesn't let Logan finish the sentence. Just above him right now, with his sword almost piercing through Logan's armor, He asks if that is so, why does the Sword Duke not want to support him? This seems to break Logan's composure. For just a second, his sword hand is shaking. Jordan notices this. He raises his leg, prepared to deliver another blow. With this, he hits Logan directly in the side. The pain he feels must be unimaginable. Logan is thrown meters away from Jordan. As Logan coughs on the ground, Jordan thinks about the Sword Duke again, laughing, saying that he is the only different man. Jordan says that the Duke truly is aloof, as the moment he noticed his ambition, he coldly cast him aside, simply turning his back on Jordan. Now that he thinks about it, it seems that Logan himself was cast aside. It looks like Felix told Logan before that Jordan is similar to how Logan is now. He even asked him directly, how is it that Logan can be so sure that he won't end up like him? Logan also gets annoyed. He tells Jordan that he has also seen many like that. He remembers his past. Ambitious and arrogant people are not thinking about anything else but themselves. Logan despises people like that. Once again, Logan gets up to his feet, prepared for another round with Jordan, in the forest that has become an oven, basically. Jordan raises his sword high, prepared to attack Logan. But in the next second, Logan disappeared, leaving Jordan astounded. Jordan then sees that the ground itself is shaking. Logan then thinks about his future. His bracelet activates, and Logan says, this is the moment. Seeing this, Jordan realizes it is bad. Mana from all around is gathering around Logan, engulfing him. Then his wounds start to heal themselves. He opens his eyes and says that this is why he wants his master to believe in him. On the battlefield, it looks like someone new is joining the fight. Seeing this, everyone from Juan and Kalia, Luther, Ranyan and Victor, even Patrick and Eileen cannot believe it. The flag with the eagle emblem can be seen from all around. This is the Sword Duke Felix Esperanza, who has joined the fight, saying that just this once, he will put his faith in Logan. This is why he wants Logan to prove himself. Felix wants to see that Logan is worth for him going against his own word. It seems like the only reason Felix came is the news he has heard. His most trusted vassal told Felix that at the moment, two forces are converging upon McLain, leaving behind the minimum amount of forces to keep each other in check, while sending all of their elite forces to conquer McLain. Hearing this, Felix cannot believe it. He wonders how those idiots could ever be so reckless. Seeing this, the Duke's wife is unsure what she can say to try to comfort him. Then, from behind her dress, a small girl appears, with his face in his palm, Felix thinks. Then the little girl calls to him, saying Dada. She is of course Stella, the Duke's daughter. Felix picks her up and says that she has gotten pretty good at running, while the little girl keeps calling him Dad and Daddy. Felix looks at his daughter, saying that he knows Logan is a mess of a student, but he couldn't have been so happy without him. Looking at Stella, the Duke's eyes light up like never before. He then summons Luis and tells him to get the knights and cavalry ready. He tells his wife he is sorry, but he will be back soon. She smiles and looks at Felix. They hug each other tightly, and she says that she will be waiting, alongside their loving daughter. Seeing the Sword Duke, Luther gets excited. He leaves Ranyan behind and says that he is much better than these children. Ranyan screams after Luther, telling him to stop, but someone else urges Ranyan to stop it as well. Patrick tells Ranyan that the monsters in this battlefield will be dealt with by the Sword Duke now. Ranyan, however, is not so sure. Not knowing the Sword Duke, he wonders if this is really possible. Felix then raises his hand and gives the signal for his troops to advance. It looks like Felix has split his forces, and he is attacking from both sides at the same time, which takes Kalia and Juan by surprise. Juan screams at his troops, telling them to prepare to defend. Felix then unsheathes his sword, and Juan says that he is going to do it. Looking at him, everyone is wondering what he possibly could do. Felix points his sword towards the mass of knights and soldiers and imbues it with mana. He then releases a powerful attack, basically destroying all of them at once. All of them have been raised from the ground and into the air, unable to move their bodies, wondering what is going on. Then, a series of fast slashes is triggered, cutting all of them up. Without even moving an inch, the Sword Duke just killed countless soldiers. His sword is covered in blood. He then notices something strange. Juan is trying to use his magic to trap him inside the ice. At the same time, Luther is coming from behind, trying to strike Felix down. Kalia also joins him, using his wind aura. He is being attacked from 3 sides at the same time, but that is not going to be enough. With just one swing of his sword, he destroys Juan's magic and injures Luther and Kalia. Luther and Kalia are thrown back, trying to stand their ground. Felix gets down from his horse and asks the 3 of them why they don't also call for Jordan, if they don't think that they can cut it. Luther turns around, asking Juan if he even uses his magic properly, as Felix doesn't seem bound at all. In response, Juan, visibly taking a toll, asks Luther if he thinks they would have lasted this long without it, and tells him to concentrate on the matter at hand. Seeing Felix, Juan thinks, what happened to his promise of keeping neutrality? Did maybe Logan seduce him? Or does his promises mean nothing? Felix then nods. He looks at Juan and says that he doesn't think he could bear to see Stella if he lost his student like this, and Juan tells him that he has grown old. He tells him that it's about time he retires, and once again, all three of them attack at the same time. Back in the forest, Logan's aura seems to have changed. Right now, he is engulfed by a blue-colored aura. Seeing this, Jordan is going mad, not knowing what is happening. All of Logan's wounds and injuries have healed. Jordan then once again leaps to attack Logan, asking him what he did. Logan manages to block his attack on time. Then, he even pushes Jordan back a notch. This is when Jordan realizes he doesn't have the upper hand anymore, as Logan is much stronger than him, and his wounds are all healed. He then thinks that he must have simply grown tired. Jordan then pushes through, releasing even more aura. Seeing this, Logan catches on to something. He leaps back, creating some distance between him and Jordan. He looks down at his hand and says that this heavy pressure from the air is coming from afar, but he can feel it. This is Felix's force blade. Jordan sees Logan smile and tries to take him by surprise, aiming straight for his head, but Logan blocks his attack. Logan then tells Jordan that he has taught about it, and that he is right. Just like Jordan said, and just like Felix did, Logan might change someday. After all, those who've gotten a taste of power can't help but chase it more. However, Logan says as he is pushed back, some people have placed their trust in him. Their clash continues. Logan goes for an attack on Jordan. He remembers what Heinkel told him, to secure the future of McLain. He was a complete wreck. Jordan then cannot believe his eyes. Logan is about to use the force blade on him. This is the moment he will prove himself and show that he didn't just do as he pleased. Every single one of their beliefs is pressing down on his shoulder. This is why Logan cannot betray their trust. Hearing this, Jordan tells him to stop talking and just burn, releasing a tremendous amount of aura. He goes in for the kill on Logan. Logan, with his blade high, awaits. Just as Jordan strikes, Logan dodges, leaping into the air. Jordan realizes that this is the end for him. From above, Logan prepares to strike Jordan down with his force blade. He looks down, having a clean shot at Jordan. He aims, and with a vengeful look on his eyes, he does it. He uses the fourth form of the divine sword, the scorching slash, his most powerful technique. With this, Jordan is basically turned into ashes. I don't think there can be anything that could save him anymore. He himself is screaming in pain, asking what just happened. Looking at Logan, Jordan wonders when he even managed to get above him. Why is his aura losing out against that weakling's force? Then, a giant explosion engulfs everything. Seeing this, Runyon wonders if this is caused by his brother. Eileen, however, is simply concerned for Logan. It seems like Logan walks away from the whole ordeal without any injuries. He looks down at his blade and says that it activated at the perfect time. Lux's time acceleration is a skill he can't use in quick succession, so he saved it till the end. This fourth form of the divine sword scorching slash allows Logan to move at triple his normal speed and cut through aura. With this, Logan wants to say that Jordan wouldn't have any chance, but he is cut short by Jordan coughing on the ground. Jordan looks towards Logan, unable to rise from the ground. Logan, looking down on him, addresses him by his title, the Blazing Heat Sword, and tells him that he has lost. Seeing his situation, Jordan realizes Logan is right. He then starts laughing, saying that he took down the first prince, and soon the second prince will fall without him. Therefore, Logan has managed to sit the third prince on the throne, so he really must be Duke Felix's student. However, Jordan says, things won't go Logan's way, because Jordan asks, who will listen to that young prince? He is surely afraid of Logan as well. Hearing all this, Logan gets annoyed, so he grabs his sword tightly and asks Jordan if those are his last words. Just as Jordan is about to take his last breath, he looks upwards. He calls Logan a bastard and tells him to move aside. In his final moments, he wants to look at the sun. Back at the castle, the war doesn't seem to be over. There are now golems handling maces and fighting the knights of the second prince. Whoever is controlling them is not playing. Seeing what just happened, one of the knights gets scared, while his comrade tells him to gather himself. As the mana stone is the golem's weak point, they just have to destroy it. Unfortunately for him, it seems it might not work on this one golem, as he does not have a mana stone. I don't know who taught about this, but they've basically created a crude and primitive Terminator. Just as the soldier is about to say there is no way he doesn't have a mana stone, the mace is inches away from his head. Then, in the next instant, he is thrown several meters away, as blood splatters everywhere. At this point, I would just go home, start a small farm, and go on with my life. Why do I have to fight in some crazy people's war? Going back, it seems that this golem is being summoned by Clayton, this being the power of a sixth circle mage. He then charges his golem to go forward for the other knights as well. One of the knights complains about the mages as Eileen lands behind him. In one swift motion, she takes out the knight, looking beautiful as she does. Eileen thinks that their foes are shaken by the arrival of the Sword Duke. As she thinks about the next step, and how if Logan would just be able to return safely, all would be done. Someone steps up behind her. This is a simple knight, who says that Eileen has a good armor and a fine sword. Therefore, she must be an elite of the McLain. In his very small head, he thinks that he will be able to take Eileen's head and earn himself a reward. He grabs his sword tightly and prepares to attack Eileen from behind. Unfortunately for him, just as he was going to do so, Logan lands on him, basically defeating him, without even trying. Without even noticing, as he doesn't even know what he landed on. Then, his attention is being pulled towards Eileen. She is ecstatic to see Logan and runs directly up to him. Seeing Logan, Eileen says that it's a relief to see him safe, and Logan says that he is glad Eileen also seems to be well. Then she says that she could see the forest explosion from there, and though she was going to go crazy just watching this, if Logan had fallen, like last time after the fight against Wick and Kalia, Eileen doesn't know what she would have done. Seeing this, Logan says that Eileen must have been worried about him, and she goes red instantly. She gets shy, and says that it's not like she wasn't worried at all, but maybe not enough to put it like this. This girl is in over her head. She then tells Logan that everyone was worried for him, and that they have faith in him. Hearing Eileen babble, Logan starts smiling. He walks closer to Eileen, and thanks her for believing in him. Hearing this, Eileen calms herself down. Then she says that Logan cannot just say that to her. Logan agrees, and says that he will organize something after all this is over. But before that, there is one more thing he has to do. He must finish this war. Logan starts screaming for everyone standing on McLain's soil to listen well. He, Logan McLain, has taken the heat of Reuter von Grandia, the first prince, and Jordan Valtermine. Seeing the bloody bag, Kalia and the half-giant are left speechless. Juan himself cannot believe what Jordan just did. Logan continues, saying that their coalition has failed and that they should stop fighting. The army of Valtermine cannot believe this, wondering if they have truly lost this war. While this is happening, someone is riling up their aura, as a soldier says that a kid like him could never win against an aura user such as their lord. He says that there is no way, as something seems to be happening to them. A force blade user is bringing all Fodom to the ground. This is Felix's doing, who lets everyone know that if they will not admit defeat, they can come and face him instead. If this is what they want, he will handle them himself. With this, it seems that the soldiers cannot say anything anymore. Then, the house is fractal. Rohan and Antony say they will no longer fight, and that they will lay down their arms. Juan cannot believe the state they are in. Looking at the situation, he says that this is ridiculous, and that everything has gone to ruin, and it's all because of him, because of Logan McLain. Felix then addresses Juan directly. He asks if he will continue fighting. Juan turns around, unsure of what to say. Then, he appears to be swallowing his words. He lets down his staff and says that he will surrender. Seeing this, Luther and Kalia ask if Juan has no shame and how he can do something like this. As the ice is melting off Felix's face, he tells Juan that he has made a wise choice. Then, the Sword Duke once again riles up his chakra to use the Force Blade. This time, the power is so great that not even a superhuman can withstand it. Luther and Kalia seem to be in great pain. As they fall to the ground unconscious, Felix says that these two youngsters need a nap. Seeing this, Juan says that Felix has knocked out 2 aura users just as soon as he was out of his spell, and he calls Felix a monstrous old fart, like he was some kind of wise shit. Juan then says that he will step away for now, but he will bide his time to at least take down Logan McLain. But that seems to somehow conflict with Felix's plans, as he is calling surrender an amusing notion. This being said, Juan is visibly scared. He tells Juan that he could always tell what he was thinking just by looking at his expression. Felix then raises his sword as Juan asks what he is doing, and Felix tells him that he never intended for him or Jordan to live. Juan tries to beg for his life, but Felix tells him that they will be seeing each other in hell. Juan's last words were mercy, and while I believe Felix is highly capable of both mercy and forgiveness, Juan won't have any from Felix. He beheads him, leaving his body to fall to the ground. Felix is left the only one standing on the battlefield among 3 superhumans. Then, a familiar voice calls Felix from behind. This is Logan, running up to him. I can confidently say that Logan is actually acting like a child whenever Felix is around, happy that he has come. Looking all majestic, Felix prepares to tell Logan something really important. He then smacks Logan on the head and tells him that he is going to give him a hernia. Felix then asks Logan what his next plans are. Massaging his head to get rid of the pain, Logan tells Felix that he has mobilized their forces to find the second prince. After that, Logan intends to head to the capital, and Felix doesn't understand what Logan wants to do. Logan looks directly into Felix's eyes and says that he needs to settle this civil war. After the battle was over, Logan traveled to the capital city, Grand. Just as he arrives at the gate, someone is waiting for him. His father-in-law, who tells Logan that he had heard about his victory 4 days ago. Logan gets down from his horse and looks at the man. He thanks him for meeting him there. Seeing Logan, Count Floyd smiles. In the back, Eileen blushes. Ranyan laughs at her, and Victor is just clueless. Count Floyd tells Logan that his story has spread to the capital, so not even the royal guards will try to stop him there. And Logan says that if this is the case, then they should set off to take care of what's left. Finally, Logan has reached the Grandia residence. Looking up, Logan says that the kingdom's civil war was the biggest hurdle for him to overcome since his regression. And now, the McLains have overcome that obstacle. A lot has changed these past 3 years, but still, Logan cannot be complacent with this victory. There's another hurdle to surpass there. The conquest wars of the Empire, the final nail in the coffin to take out the civil war-wrought kingdom, and the ones whom Logan has fought until his death. Logan remembers that his father passed away early in the war against the Empire, and Ranyan, an aura user, was captured and killed by the Empire on the front lines. Back then, the king used Ranyan as a distraction while he ran away. That, Logan says, will never happen again. According to his memories, the war against the Empire begins in 6 to 7 years, but the kingdom's future has already changed, thinks Logan as a man runs towards him. As the man tells Logan that he is the commander of the Royal Knights, and how he has heard plenty of stories about him, Logan thinks that he cannot predict what effect the chances of the timeline will have on the future. Therefore, he needs to be prepared. Logan then tells the captain that, before he meets His Majesty Rogers, he would like to search for any remaining traitors. He then tells the commander that he hopes for his cooperation. Then someone starts yelling to be let go. This person asks Logan if he knows who he is, and if he sees the crest of House Douglas on him. Another one, tied up, says that he is Roran Valtermine. He is the third grandson of Lord Jordan Valtermine, and he orders Logan to be let go. Logan, however, seems to be disgusted. Word of the battle had reached there 3 days ago, so he thought those involved would have run away already. They must have thought they were immune or something. The commander turns to Logan and tells him that these were all the people who were involved, but the residences of Count Talos and Wolves were empty. The commander suspects they must have run away. Logan thinks about Rena and says that there is no way that Shy Fox would have stayed. Logan then gives the order for the commander to kill all of them. Once they hear this, all of them start begging for their lives, suddenly calling Logan Lord and forgetting about their titles. Some soldiers are even reluctant to do it, hearing them beg like this. However, their begging means nothing to Logan. They cannot be trusted, so the slaughter begins. Logan then asks someone if he has confirmed the deed went through. This is Victor, who tells Logan that he did, and that all the blood relatives of the betrayers are now dead. Logan then tells Victor that the royal palace is next, and Victor doesn't understand what Logan means by that. Logan tells the commander and Count Floyd to bring over the first and second prince and their children. Also, the old aristocrats who used the royal place to shelter themselves are all to be brought down there. Count Floyd asks if this is really okay, and if it has been discussed with the Sword Duke. Logan says that this is necessary, and that he will bear all responsibility. Hearing this, the commander of the Royal Knights cannot believe that he is going to kill the royal family, and says that Logan really does as he pleases. Logan, however, thinks that with this, all royal bloodlines unrelated to Roger von Grandia, the third prince, are now gone. Logan thinks that the second prince, whom they are still searching for, bothers him, but it'll only be a matter of time before they can find him. Therefore, the preparations to stop the Empire begin now. The next day, Logan seems to be at the Esperanza residence. The commander lets Logan know that the prince is being escorted by the Sword Duke, so he will be there soon, and Logan thanks him. Then, the commander realizes that Logan is a student of the Sword Duke. Why is he asking him to be his guide? At this point, the commander thinks, it will seem like the Royal Knights work for him. Then the doors of the estate open. From within, knights in expensive armor are coming out. At a balcony, the third prince exits to see Logan, Victor, Ranyan, and Eileen. The third prince then tries to say something, but it seems he shies away. Logan looks up at him, and the prince looks down at Logan. The prince is at a loss for words after being placed in the spotlight. To help him, Logan goes down on one knee. He then states his name and title and says that he greets His Highness, Roger von Grandia. With him, the others also fall to their knee and address Roger as His Highness. Seeing this, the prince is still at a loss of words, formally addressing Logan as Lord. Logan then raises his head and says that he has finally fulfilled the promise he has made to the prince, and that he is sorry for coming so late. Then, the prince thinks about Logan's promise. He starts laughing, and says that he never thought Logan would keep his promise like this. He looks Logan in the eyes and tells him that he has done well. Seeing this, the commander cannot believe the respect with which the prince is presenting Logan. Logan then gets up from the ground and tells the prince that they should go. He will be the one escorting the prince to the palace. Hearing this, the prince looks like he is dreaming. Then they are all heading towards the gate of the estate. Somewhere in the forest, two people are talking. The prince tells someone that this is not the way to the palace. To this, The person replies that he never told the prince they were going to the castle. The man then takes out a hidden blade and tells the prince to follow him. Seeing this, the prince gets scared. This person seems to be Lucan, who is now approaching the prince, while he is asking Lucan what he's going to do. As Lucan approaches, the prince starts screaming, trying to stop him. However, it seems like Lucan does not care about him anymore. As blood flows to the ground, Lucan says that things really went out of hand. As he wipes his knife, he says that he expected the fall of the second prince, but Logan McLain did what was most unexpected. Lycan then throws his cloth to the ground and says that his mission ends here. He goes on his way through the forest and says that he is looking forward to his reward. I have no idea if I'm right or not, but I am 99% sure this guy is some kind of empire spy or royalty, because he is too smart to be some simple count. Next, it seems like some carriages are coming to the palace. A meeting of sorts has been established. It seems that this has been Logan's doing, calling all the nobles to the capital for this meeting, and some of them are calling him Koki for it, while others say someone should hold their tongue. One noble says that the McLains have taken out nobles, and even royalty for being treasonous, while another one says that he knows he is being trusted by the next king, but he feels they are going a little too far. Some other guy then says that for those of them that have kept neutral is really not that bad. Either way, they are all neutral, just like McLain has been. He then says that they've all suffered, stuck between those two sides, so surely there's something in for them, while the other think that they haven't done anything for the third prince either. After that, one guy loudly steps into the room. He announces the coming of Lord Logan McLain. He then remains posted by the door, while it is opening to the outside. Logan then steps in. Seeing him, all the nobles have gone quiet. Logan thanks everyone for showing up after such short notice. He tells everyone that the reason everyone was called there today was to create a new government. Seeing this, spirits rise, and people become increasingly more interested. Count Floyd joins in the discussion and tells Logan that driving out the traitors and creating a new country is all thanks to him. They will all trust him to do the right thing. No one could ever think to supersede Logan, says Count Floyd. The other nobles also join in and say that they have no doubts about Logan's recommendations, and that they will all do as he wishes. Hearing everyone's thoughts, Logan thinks that they are all really kissing his ass, and that this is exactly what he intended. Then he tells everyone to let him speak his mind first. A man goes around handing envelopes with the candidates' names, and Logan tells the nobles to speak up if they have any objections. Seeing the names, one of them starts sweating. It appears that Logan has thought really hard about that selection, and it seems he is very pleased with the selection he has made. The situation of the country is then discussed. The civil war is over, but not everything has been taken care of. It took over a week just to clean up the battlefield, and the Sword Duke, who oversaw everything, took another week to return to the capital Grand. And not long after he returned, the coronation, the culmination of all efforts, has happened. The Archbishop Crimson Matthew comes into scene, speaking about how the coronation ceremony of the 42nd King of Grandia, the 1,000-year kingdom, begins now. One young lord and his father are watching this event, with the youngling being impatient, and the father telling him to pay great attention, as he is their house's heir. He then tells his son to look right of the throne in particular, as there are two people he needs to pay attention to the most. The key figures in this civil war are standing on chairs next to each other, Logan and Felix. The youngster says that he knows who they are. The Sword Duke and his student, and even someone like him with no training, can still feel their immense power. The Lord says that those two are the new centers of power, so they need to make a good impression on them. Then he prompts his son to look to the other side. They are the newly appointed ministers, the first one of them being Count Floyd. The new prime minister is the father-in-law of Logan McLain. All the other ministers are on his side as well. The youngling asks his father if this is really okay, as he is sure the nobles must have spoken out against that. But the father poses a good question. Who would dare? Those were the orders of that Knight of Blood, which seems to be Logan's new nickname or title. Felix then asks Logan if he has heard that discussion. Felix continues, saying that they have called him the Knight of Blood, and Logan tells Felix that he doesn't need to listen to everything they say. Felix then asks why he shouldn't, as it's the name Logan has made for himself, but it's clearly not one he desired. Logan then lets down his head and tells Felix that he didn't think he should have bloodied Felix's hands with everything. Felix does not agree, and says that there are only excuses, but it's fine, as Logan is at least aware of what he has done. Felix turns his head and says that people always change, like he has changed to protect him. Logan says that he is truly sorry about that, but Felix says he has nothing to be sorry for, since it was his choice as well. Yet, Logan must be aware of the man he has become. If he forgets, then the path towards becoming a monster will open. Felix continues saying that Logan might become just like Jordan, who died in his arms, and Logan assures Felix that he will keep that in mind. Even so, Logan still has something to ask his master. He asks if something has happened between Felix and the Archbishop, as Felix is staring at him like he is about to commit murder. Felix then tells Logan that he is just an annoying man, but Logan cannot believe it. Felix then tells Logan that the Archbishop wishes for Stella to be sent to the church, which catches Logan by surprise. Logan then realizes that this must be because of what happened at the ceremony. Felix tells Logan that this is nothing he needs to be worried about, as while he is with the church, he cannot force a duke to do anything. Then he says that what matters the most here is the coronation, as the third prince walks in. Bro looks majestic. The Archbishop then presents the prince with his crown. Looking at it, Roger's eyes light up. The crown shines so bright it's basically glowing. All of the nobles are staring at it. Logan calls it the crown of a regent, a fifth-class artificate, only bestowed upon the descendants of Grandia. As the Archbishop goes to place the crown on Roger's head, he kneels. The whole room then lights up. Roger von Grandia is the new king of the Grandia kingdom. It looks like the light of the crown has turned into mana and found its way to the prince. Logan saw this while meeting the previous king, but he couldn't tell because he wasn't trained enough. There is a high-ranking protection magic on the crown. With such power in the crown, it should have been difficult for the king to be assassinated so easily. Logan wonders if maybe it wasn't the Empire's doing. As he is sitting on the throne, Roger says that for the glory of the new chapter of Grandia, he will reward the servants of the king who have served. He then prompts Sir Logan McLain to step forward. Logan does and kneels before Roger. He goes on to say that Sir Logan, who stands before him, is the hero who has slain the traitor Jordan Valtermine. He is also a pillar of the kingdom, following thee in the path of Felix Esperanza. Even so, he rates Logan's tactics much higher than his physical might. Hearing this, Logan is about to lose all the air in his lungs. The king goes on, saying that Logan had foreseen the misfortune that would befall his nation years prior. He took down the corrupt nobles and promised him the crown. Logan, however, thinks that he has almost messed up countless times, even while he knew the future though. The king continues, saying that Logan has served the nation dutifully, and he shall reward Sir Logan McLain and the House McLain rightfully so. First, he will receive half the territories taken from Marquis Cullia, and half territories taken from Marquis Cale. Besides that, there is one more thing. He restores the previous titles and honors of the House McLain, and orders a promotion to the level of a marquisate. Furthermore, the king awards Logan McLain the title of Count, separately from the promotion of House McLain. The king then says that he is present there thanks to him. Therefore, all the subjects of the land are to treat Logan as they would him. Hearing this, Logan cannot believe it. Logan basically starts crying, hearing how far the king is going for him. How far has our boy come? Where is Patrick to see him at his biggest moment yet? After everything that has happened, the nobles cannot believe the amount of gratitude and gifts Logan is receiving. Half of the Cullia and Cale territories, and also a promotion at the same time. Besides, Logan is also going to receive a separate countship for himself. And the most important thing, which probably scared most of the nobles, the king has ordered everyone to treat Logan as if he were the king himself, which seems to be the biggest reward Logan has actually received. After hearing everything the king had to say, Logan turned towards his master. Felix is sweating, wondering what the heck is going on there. Speaking through looking at each other, Logan shakes his head, wanting to say that he did not think he would receive this much either. The king then speaks and tells Logan that he would have loved to do more for him if he had the means, but he is apologetic. This was all he could do. What more would bro want to do? Give him the royal palace? The king then asks Logan if there is anything else he wants to ask for, which leaves the nobles with their mouths open. Logan looks away and thinks about it. He then tells the king that he has a small wish, and the king immediately tells him to speak his mind. Logan says that even though his house is one of the marquis now, it's excessive to receive both the territories of Cullia and Cale. Logan worries that this won't be a good precedent for their future descendants, and the king agrees. The king then tells Logan that he is in the wrong, as rewarding the greatest contributor to their nation with only one title would be an even worse precedent. Logan then smirks and says that if this is the king's wish, he will obey. Then he says that he would wish for the Terran lands, currently in the middle area of their kingdom. Hearing this, the king is unsure why Logan would want that. Even the nobles wonder why Logan would want those barren plains with the closed mines. The king tells Logan that the territory he wishes for was indeed the center of their mining industry, but that was 200 years ago. He asks Logan if he wants those lands, which are not even close to his territory, and Logan says that he does. The king asks Logan if he wishes to make him look bad, but Logan replies that he is worried that the excessive rewards the king gave him might harm his image. Of course, in reality, Logan is asking this for a reason. Even so, it's not bad to leave a good impression of being humble. The king then says that he understands Logan's wishes, but he is not okay with just this. Therefore, he will also bestow upon McLain the upper lands of Cullia the area that connects the Terran region and McLain. Logan thinks that this wouldn't be bad for some extra income. Logan bows his head and says that he will receive the king's kindness with gratitude and thinks that his people should be happy with this. Then, the other rewards were handed out quickly. To Duke Felix, Esperanza was given the title of Archduke and awarded the lands of Dukes Talos and Cherno to be incorporated into the new Archduke's lands. Felix thanks the king, but Logan thinks that his face doesn't seem that happy. Logan then says that he has barely managed to convince Felix to receive this, as he is so far away from being greedy. This was also a strategic move, as Logan says that with all the marquises out of power, if the Empire declares war, they would be defenseless without Felix protecting the western border. Logan says he is sorry, but Felix is the only one he could trust with this task. On top of that, Felix will receive one more honor, the king says. As he is still inexperienced, Felix will be appointed as a royal advisor to the court. Upon hearing this, Felix is taken by surprise. He turns towards Logan, visibly unhappy, and I would say angry. Looking towards Logan, he wonders if this was his doing. Once again, Logan turns his head away, wondering who else could be trusted with that position. It seems that the king has noticed Felix's looks and calls his name. Felix clenches his fist tightly and says that he appreciates the position. Logan starts sweating and says that he should get out of there as soon as possible. The rewards then continued, and even reached the nobles who didn't do anything. Logan, however, thinks that those nobles should view this as an advance payment for their future services. This guy has really become ruthless. As they are receiving the rewards, some of these nobles even say that they only wish to serve the kingdom. The king then prompts everyone to raise their glasses. This is the way they will bless the beginning of their new Grandia. A week-long feast then followed, with everyone having a good time. Everyone in the streets was just praising the king. As Victor and Ranyan are strolling the streets, Ranyan says that everyone seems pretty happy. He then thinks about Logan, saying how he seemed really tired after the war, but he was all smiles while talking to Patrick, which made Ranyan feel relieved. Victor then tells Ranyan that Logan is a strong one, so he will be okay. Ranyan then tells Victor that he is still family, so there is no way he cannot worry about him. There is something else he wants to discuss. Ranyan tells Victor that he is still talking very formally to him, even though he told him to act casual when they are alone. And Victor replies that Ronnie is the brother of his master, so this only feels natural. Ranyan tells Victor not to worry about that and to go see the festival for themselves, and Ranyan tells him to go alone. Ranyan then turns his head towards a counter. He says that there are many jewelry items for sale because of the war, stuff that girls would really like, which grabs Victor's interest. Ranyan then tells Victor that if he's not coming, he should just tell him what Rhea likes, as he will make her a gift, which seems to annoy Victor. That is when Victor changes his mind and tells Ranyan that he will come along. It seems to me that Ranyan is learning more things from Logan than he should, like how to manipulate others. Victor seems to be his Rick. Wonder what happened to our Rick anyway. Ranyan is then looking for something when he notices someone in the crowd. He sees Logan and Eileen holding hands. Ranyan then calls for them from the crowd, making Victor feel uncomfortable. He even places his hand over Ranyan's mouth to stop him. Victor turns his head towards Ranyan and nods his head in disapproval. That is when Ronnie realizes something. They then run away, but it seems like they were already noticed. Logan asks Eileen if she has also just heard Ranyan, but she says she is not sure. Eileen then tells Logan that this is the first outing they've had in a while, so he should forget about work and take a break, and Logan agrees. Strolling through the festival, Logan says that he can't even remember the last time he was able to take a break like this, and Eileen starts laughing at him. Then she notices something. She sees the aura around her sword, and she remembers something. She remembers the moment Logan gave her that sword, saying it was not a gift for the Floyd Knight, but for his fiancée, Eileen. She thinks that Logan proposed to her that day, just like that. At first, this engagement was for her to become a knight, but when Logan said "to my fiancé" and "to the knight," those words made her very happy. She spanks her cheeks, trying to get a hold of it, saying that this is not it, and Logan notices. Eileen then thinks that she has accepted his proposal, so they should get married soon, and her father also wants it to happen. That is why she was surprised by the sudden bodyguard mission, but seeing the festival, she wonders if this isn't a mission at all. Maybe Logan actually feels the same way she does. They look so good together. After all the narrating I've done, I hope I will at least get a wedding invitation. During their walk, it looks like Logan wants to tell something to Eileen. He asks her if it's not uncomfortable to be in armor all the time, and she says that it's not, and that this is what's expected of a knight. Then Eileen thinks that she should have put on a dress. Then, Logan says that he thinks Eileen is right. He then tells Eileen that what she's wearing is an excellent suit of armor. Hearing that, Eileen blushes. Logan explains that the armor is made with mithril, so it's bound to be of great quality, and it was perfectly made for her, so it's comfortable to wear. Logan then tells Eileen that just as expected, she really is a model knight, and Eileen says that Logan shouldn't go that far, and wonders if this is a normal conversation for a date. Short answer, it's not. Then they walk into the shop of a blacksmith, and looking at a sword, Eileen says that it's of great quality, while she thinks about this date. While it might not be normal, since none of them are anyway, catching an assassin on a date is surely nothing short of abnormal. Eileen says she is having so much fun. In the evening, it seems we are back at the estate. Logan says that they've arrived home, and Eileen can't believe it. Then, she says that she didn't mean it the wrong way. Then, Eileen addresses Logan, calling him by his title, Lord. She asks if he didn't perchance forget anything, and he asks what, wondering if this is about money or something. Then Eileen, like any woman, clarifies some of it, asking that Logan might have perhaps forgotten to tell her something, but the stupid bastard doesn't catch on. He might be a master strategist and a great swordsman, but it seems he might be shit with women. However, after 1,000 years, it seems like he catches on, or so I thought, because Logan then tells Eileen to forgive his lack of manners and apologizes for making her stand guard during a festival. This is definitely not what Eileen expected to hear. He tells Eileen that he will make sure she gets some days off later, and that she should head back and rest for now. Bro threw the shit against the fan, and it's about to hit, but he doesn't stop there. He even tells Eileen that it will probably be best if she enjoys the festival with friends and family as well. Hearing this, Eileen leaves without saying a word, while the clueless bastard asks her where she is going. Hearing this, she stops in her steps and reiterates Logan's question. With a maniacal expression on her face, she tells Logan that she's going to clock out, and by the look on Logan's face, I believe that he has finally caught on to the fact that he has done something wrong. Then, Eileen runs towards the estate, leaving Logan to look at her from behind. Right now, drop me a comment with what you think will happen next between these two. While you're at it, leave a like as well. Thanks. Seeing this, Logan finally wonders if he has done something wrong, while Victor and Ranyan are watching the scene from behind. Then they both run towards him, with Ranyan realizing that Logan is in trouble. In the morning, it seems like at the Esperanza estate, a discussion is taking place. By the looks of it, Logan told Felix what he did, and he is just as mesmerized as any of us, asking Logan if he really has no idea what he did wrong. Logan replies to Felix, telling him that he thought about it all night, but he hasn't got a clue. Felix lets his head down and says that even he wasn't this obtuse in his youth. Then he tells Logan that he needs to remember Eileen is still his fiancée, and says that this is enough. He tells Logan that it's time to raise his sword. He tells Logan that he will help him overcome his weakness, and Logan says that he is ready. Logan says that in this civil war, he has had many strong opponents and had fierce battles, and in that process, he's seen what remains to be achieved past using aura. But seeing alone is different from surpassing it itself. He needs the help of another, and Felix tells him that if he can withstand the aura now, he has grown. Then he tells Logan that he has done a good job so far. Then grabbing his sword tighter, with a crazy grin on his face, Felix tells Logan that now, he will make him put in some work. Seeing this, Logan realizes that he is in way over his head. He tells Felix to wait, addressing him as master, as Felix menacingly approaches him. He asks Felix if they are still training, but he doesn't reply with a single word. Then with a killer expression on his face, Felix attacks. From the sides, Felix's servant tells his daughter to stand out of the way. Later, Logan fell to his knees. However strong he might have been, he couldn't even leave a scratch on Felix. With the training room destroyed in the background, Logan apologizes to Felix for any trouble he might have put him through during the coronation, and Felix says that he has no idea what Logan is talking about. Logan raises his head from the ground and tells Felix that he just wanted someone trustworthy by the king's side. Hearing this, Felix gets even angrier, with what I strongly believe might be actual flames around him, and not just aura, and tells Logan that he pulled him out of retirement, without even discussing it with him first. Logan then turns his gaze away. Felix then looks down at Logan. Then he thinks that what Logan said was better than an excuse. He then tells Logan that they will stop there for today, and Logan thanks him. He then asks Logan when he will be returning to McLain, and Logan says that he will do so as soon as the festival ends. Felix says that this is really soon, and asks if he will be leaving his men behind, and Logan tells him that he will bring everyone with him. Felix then tells him that the king has placed his faith in Logan, and it would be good to leave a few knights to help guard him. Hearing this, Logan tells Felix to stop gauging him like that, and that he will actually do it if he keeps nooging him like that. Logan then says that he hoped the Knights of Esperanza would do that. Felix says that this is just great, and he told Logan not to be greedy, so he cannot suggest anything more. Then, Logan says that he has just one thing to ask of Felix, and Felix asks what that is. He tells Felix to start preparing for the Empire's invasion immediately, which leaves Felix astounded. He says that Logan suspects the Empire of the previous king's death, but to prepare immediately. He asks Logan if he really believes the Empire will attack, and he says that he does. Felix says that the Empire is currently undergoing an internal struggle of its own. They said it would take at least 5 years to settle, and the Empire hasn't attacked any country during that period of time. Logan says that while this is true, they have countless records of invading other nations after they've had a new emperor. Felix stays silent and thinks about it. He tells Logan that he doesn't have to worry so much. As long as he is in charge of half of the western border, they will be prepared. Logan thinks that Felix was prepared in his past life as well, but still failed. Now, they are in a better place than they were before. Therefore, Logan thinks that there is no reason for him to push any further there, as they have the same goals. So Felix's sword points in the same direction as his. Felix then tells Logan to come to the capital more often. He then says that he is the advisor to the king, but he doesn't want to be busy at this age. Hearing this, Logan tells Felix that he thought Felix wanted him to be a little more distant from power. Felix explains that he just didn't want Logan to change, and if he doesn't, he is sure Logan will be a good servant to the king. Logan wonders if that is really true, and while it would be embarrassing to say himself, he is currently more powerful than even the king. Then he wonders, how many kings could tolerate a subject that's more powerful than they are? King Roger, who is predicted to be a great king, must soon realize his potential. Felix then tells Logan to continue with his training, but Logan says he thought they were finished. Felix then said that he did say that, but since Logan is leaving so soon, he must get as much out of him as possible, and starts reigniting his aura. Logan's reaction is totally valid. I, for one, would be pissing myself. Felix then tells Logan to keep at it, even after he returns home. If he does, Felix says, he is sure Logan will continue to evolve. Hearing this, Logan smiles. The next morning, in a discussion with his father, Patrick goes to tell Logan something. He tells him that he is not allowed to train or work. Hearing this, Logan doesn't know what his father means. He looks terrified, actually. It seems like the cause of his father's sudden restriction goes back a few days. It seems like the rumors started pouring in that the McLains are leaving the capital. The nobles start talking about how there's not a single knight left behind, and wonder why they would gather all that power and do this. Another one then says that Logan's father-in-law is the prime minister and his master is the sword duke. They then realize that the relationship between Logan McLain and the king might be deeper than initially thought. Next, it seems we are in the camp at night. Logan is reading a letter from someone, saying how they would consider it their greatest honor if Logan could stop while passing by their lands. And Logan wonders if this person is insane, wondering why they would want 1,000 soldiers within their land. Logan then throws the piece of paper on the fire and says that it's not worth reading. After that, one soldier tells another to get some sleep, and the other replies that he is on guard duty. Overhearing this, Logan thinks that maybe he should have stopped once to let them rest, while someone comes and tells Logan that he seems tired. This is Eileen, wondering if Logan is worried about something. Seeing her, Logan wonders what happened. Eileen didn't even look straight at him for a while, and wonders if now she's feeling better. Logan thinks that he doesn't know what it is, but he shouldn't worry Eileen, and so he tells her that it's nothing, and it's not even worth bothering her over, and Eileen gets mad again. She turns her back on Logan, and says that he doesn't have to bother her at all, and Logan wonders if he messed up again. Eileen then tells Logan that if he keeps looking so concerned, his soldiers will end up tense as well. She looks Logan in the eyes, and tells him that she doesn't know how far ahead he is planning everything into the future, but he should also look at the ones by his side now. Eileen then excuses herself and leaves. Suddenly Logan grabs her hand. Seeing this, Eileen blushes. She turns around to find Logan on one knee, and she addresses him as Lord, while Logan goes on to say something. I think this might be the moment we are all waiting for. Logan says that he thinks he's regretting it a bit. Maybe he should have pushed himself to enjoy the festival more, or see the sights in the capital. All those small regrets amounted to something else. All those small regrets, Logan says. He wants to spend them with Eileen. I think I might cry. Logan then gets a hold of himself. He then wonders what the hell he just said. Then he sees how happy Eileen is. With a tear dropping from her right eye, Eileen tells Logan that he should have just said so, calling him a dummy. She steps in, telling Logan to do more once they are back, this time together, whatever that might be, as long as they are together. Then Eileen closes her eyes and leans in towards Logan. Logan leans in as well, and the tension is palpable. Not even mere inches away, their soft lips are about to conquer the distance between their souls and create a bridge of love, or so I thought, but their armors are just enough to stop them as their chest plates bump into one another. One of these days, I might murder one of the writers. With Logan red as a bird, he says that Eileen's armor is quite marvelous. She then leans in again, and this time, kisses Logan on the cheek. As she pulls away, she gracefully glazes Logan's hand and index finger. She then wishes Logan a good night. Then she rushes to get to her tent, once again leaving Logan standing there and looking after her. It seems that he is also mesmerized, as the only thing he can do is touch the place where Eileen kissed him. I can't even describe this. I, for one, am going to stop reading if they don't kiss soon. Back at the McLain estate, our most trusted coin master, Dwayne, is raising a glass, or rather a pint of wine, to celebrate the return of their heroes home. And so, with everyone gathered around the room, all raise their pints. Rick, whom I thought was dead or something because I haven't seen him in ages, tells everyone to step aside, as the pride of McLain Lord Count Logan McLain has returned home, and Logan tells him to stop it. Dwayne then tells Rick that the side is no slouch either. He then points towards Patrick and tells everyone to pay their respects to the new Marquis, while Patrick tells him that he is drunk. Patrick then gets up and says that this is enough, and that there is someone else everyone should all pay respect to. Patrick then looks towards the other end of the room, where Viscount Heinkel is. Heinkel, with half his head bandaged and one missing arm, smiles and looks towards Patrick. Such a sorry sight to see, but this man is a hero. Heinkel laughs and tells Patrick that he flatters him. Looking at him, Logan smiles. Walking through the castle, Logan tells Heinkel that he heard he woke up from his father while he was in the capital, and also that Heinkel has retired. Hearing this, Heinkel says he is thankful for that. All was thanks to Patrick with his new power as a Marquis. Logan said that Patrick also intended to give him land, but Heinkel said it was too much. Back then, he thought he would have been okay with dying if it helped increase the chances of McLain's victory just a little bit. With some luck, he says, he survived, and McLain was victorious. So what else could he have asked for? Logan said that it wasn't just a little bit of luck, as if Heinkel would not have wounded Jordan Valtermine, then he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Hearing this, Heinkel laughs, saying that this is great to hear. Heinkel then asks Logan if he knows his father's dream, but Logan seems to be unaware of it. Heinkel then tells Logan that he wants to regain the lost glory of McLain's past. This is what Patrick always used to say, and it was Heinke's dream as well. Logan then looks at Heinkel, wondering what he thinks. He stops in his tracks and says that thanks to Logan, his wish is satisfied, and he wants to dream even bigger. Hearing this, Logan is amazed. Heinkel goes on, saying that he can no longer serve as a knight without an arm in the force, but he can still teach new soldiers. So he asks Logan to please appoint him as his training officer. Heinkel tells Logan how he wants to continue dreaming by Logan and Patrick's side. I know I've said that before, but I must say it again. This is enough to make a grown man cry. Logan tells Heinkel that there is no issue. He then tells him that whatever dreams they may be, he will see more than he wanted. The next day, Logan and Patrick are talking. Logan told Patrick about what Heinkel said last night, and Patrick calls him a little rascal and says he is so serious for no reason. Logan says that this is true, but he sees it now as well. Logan says that he will head down to the town immediately, since he needs to take care of work and continue training. Patrick, however, doesn't seem to be happy about what he hears. Patrick says that he is asking this just in case, but he wonders if Logan dislikes him, or the people there. Hearing this, Logan doesn't understand what his father means. Patrick says that other people can take care of the war's aftermath, and Logan replies by telling him that while this is true, it would be more satisfying for him to take care of it, as he also has a plan in mind. Patrick then asks Logan if that plan is so urgently in need of attention to worry those around him by endlessly working. Given what Patrick said, it seems like this is not a discussion anymore, but a parent giving his kid some good advice. Patrick gives his ultimatum, telling Logan that there will be no training and no working for a week from now. He then tells Logan that if he even tries to do something, he will leave him out of all family matters for the foreseeable future. Logan asks Patrick what he means, while Patrick tries to take him out of his office, saying that this is all for his own good, and tells him to go get some rest. Suddenly, someone can be seen running towards them. This person calls for Patrick. This is Dwayne, and when he sees Logan as well, he says that this is great timing, but Patrick tells him to stop and not say another word. Dwayne says that this is urgent, and Logan gets in front of his father and tells Dwayne to speak. Logan is waiting for Dwayne's news, while Patrick seems to be prepared to fuck him up. Dwayne then tells them that he has no idea what's going on there, but they should listen to what he is about to say. He has a message from Kalia, Dwayne says, and both Patrick and Logan leave their childish behavior aside, with Logan asking if Dwayne means Kalia, as in Wiccan Kalia. Dwayne then confirms, saying that 201 knights of Kalia, including their knight commander, have come to the McLain. They have requested a transfer under Logan's command. On the day of King Roger's coronation, the punishment for the losing side was decided. Most got off with a fine or an imposed limit on troops, but nobody expected the two marquises to survive, and the king also exceeded all their expectations. King Roger said that the two marquises would have found it particularly difficult to disobey any orders from the dukes, so he would specially pardon them from death, demote them to counts, and take half of their lands. Hearing this, all the nobles are astounded. Besides, the two former marquises will serve the Esperanza Knight Order for 10 years. Logan looks towards Felix, and he says that he is already aware. Felix lets his head down, and says that the two of them were only influenced by the greed of Jordan and Juan, and that they're not greedy, and those with such powers are national assets, so it would be a shame to lose them like this. And Logan thinks that certainly they will need everyone at their disposal to fight against the Empire, but to think even the greatest knight of Kalia would come too, Wiccan Kalia is sure to be displeased. Patrick then asks Dwayne how many have come, and Dwayne goes on. 201 knights is the total number, which leaves both Patrick and Logan astounded. Logan says that this is almost double their own number of knights, and Patrick says that it will be troublesome having that many, including their special knights, as it will make it harder to integrate everything. This is the moment Logan gets an idea. Logan says that this might not be as difficult as they think, and Patrick asks if he has a solution. Then he starts explaining it to Patrick. It looks like Logan has summoned all of them to the training grounds of the estate, and now presents himself. He says that he assumes everyone knows him. The crowd replies affirmatively. One man huffs. This is the ex-commander of the Kalia Knight Order, the advanced knight Jorye, who is happy that the formal knight training has begun. However, Jorye seems to have discussed this whole thing before going with Kalia. Wiccan seems unhappy while talking to Jorye in his chambers. Wiccan was the one who suggested to Jorye to leave and go to McLain, and leave his weak master. Jorye only thinks about his master still, and says that in order to pay back his grace and not dishonor the title of Knight Commander of Kalia, he will become an important man here at McLain, while Logan tells everyone that they will have the first training session of the new McLain Knights. They say that they will start with a casual McLain greeting first. Hearing this, it seems like the Knights don't know what to expect. It looks like they have been submitted to the Logan McLain Knights training, carrying each other on the back like a horse. Then, climbing the side of the mountain, while one McLain Knight awaits at the top. When he gets to the top, the McLain Knight spits in his face. With this, Jorge is left on the ground. He wonders if these guys are messing with him. He realizes that it can't be, as everyone has received the same training, and asks if these bastards do this every day. This must be the reason others say that medium knights of McLain can be a threat to even high-ranking knights elsewhere. Logan says that now, since the greeting is over, the Kalia Knights will be taught the Iron Blood Sword, which is a medium-skill sword technique of the McLain Order. Logan says that everyone will have a McLain Knight instructing two of them at a time, and to treat them as their personal master as they learn from them. Jorge says that an advanced knight like him will surely be taught by a noble, and that this is an opportunity for him to learn. Jorge then turns around to see his master, and says that it's nice to meet him. His teacher will be Henderson, a high-ranking knight, who says he is pleased to meet Jorge. Hearing this, it seems like Jorge was taken by surprise. Earlier, Logan specifically called Henderson to him. Logan tells him that he should have talked to him sooner, and Henderson asks what he means. Logan says that he has heard Henderson became a high-ranking knight in the last war. Henderson says that this is right, and that he got pretty lucky, and Logan tells him that he is sorry, and that the news caught him really off guard, and says that he thought those three would reach that level first, most likely referring to Eileen, Victor, and Runyon. Henderson said it's nothing, as he also thought the same way. He goes on to say that those three actually caught up to his 15 years of training in just a couple of years, and he is sure all of them will become high-ranking knights soon. Logan said that, still, Henderson was the first one to reach it, so he should feel proud. Besides, Logan says that he is very well respected, and that everyone voted for him to become the next Knight Commander, but Henderson says he is not sure he deserves it. Logan then poses a challenge. With all that said, he asks Henderson, between him and Sir Jorya, who he thinks the next Knight Commander should be. This was something Henderson surely didn't expect. Next, it seems like Jorge is training. His breath is almost gone after learning the technique. Henderson praises Jorge, saying that he has gotten so far in just 10 days, saying it's amazing. Jorge then looks behind at him and grabs his sword tighter. He thanks Sir Henderson, saying it's all thanks to his teachings, but Henderson says it's only thanks to the work Jorge has put into it. Jorge asks Henderson why he is so kind to him, but Henderson says he is just following orders. Jorge then says he was Henderson's opponent not long ago. Henderson says that only 30 people among the Order are truly from McLain, and that the others joined after, just as Jorge has. Hearing this, Jorge lets his gaze drop, saying that he is ashamed, but he thought he would receive a major position there right away. Henderson tells him that it's quite possible since he is an advanced knight, saying that their lord thinks quite highly of talented people. Jorge then says that he wants to know how Henderson feels about it, but it seems that takes him by surprise. He asks Henderson if he is not opposed to this, and Henderson says that a knight follows orders, and that his thoughts do not matter. He doesn't care which way they go, as long as their knights become stronger. Then he stands there, all cheerful and smiling like a saint. Actually, I really think that he might be the nicest person on that training ground. I like this dude. He always seems chill. Jorge wants to say something but stops at the last second. He then bows down and says that he, Jorge, commanded by his lord, swears to follow Sir Henderson as his superior knight. Seeing this, Henderson is not sure what to say. He asks Jorge what he is doing, while also looking at the other knights on the training field. Looking from a balcony, Logan says that it seems like the Knights of Kalia will fit right in. Logan tells his father that they also have their new knight commander, and Patrick says that Henderson is a great knight. But even so, Patrick says that he always thought of Ranyan as their next commander. He tells Logan that if he takes over the house, it would be more suitable for his brother to handle his army, and Logan thinks how he never thought about taking over. That is the moment Logan tells Patrick that he intends to have Ranyan take over Patrick's title. Hearing this, Patrick cannot believe it. It seems he is almost upset. Patrick asks Logan what he's talking about, and he says that Ranyan is perfectly qualified for it. But Patrick does not agree, saying that Logan has done so much for the family until now. Logan then tells Patrick that he is aiming for something even bigger. Hearing this, Patrick asks Logan what he is talking about, but Logan tells him he cannot disclose it right now, but he will understand in the future. He says that just as before, everything will become clear, and Patrick asks him what he is planning on now, while someone eavesdrops on their conversation. Patrick says he doesn't understand, as the person behind the wall clenches his fist, but Logan says he will soon. This person listening in was none other than Ranyan, who now wonders if he is getting in the way of his brother's future. These few chapters have truly been amazing. A well-deserved pause from all the fighting and a lot of plot and story development. I wish we had more of this as the manhwa progresses. Don't forget to drop a comment with what you think down below. Later in Patrick's study, Patrick tells Logan that now, since the problem with the knights has been taken care of, Logan needs to go get some rest. But once again, it seems like Logan is reluctant. Patrick tells him to take a break, asking Logan if he is really going to pretend that nothing happened, and Logan laughs, saying he's not. But of course, with Logan, there is a but that Patrick doesn't even want to hear. Logan tells his father that there are a lot of problems that need to be taken care of there, so they should first hold a meeting. He then assures his father that after that, he will take a vacation. It looks like once again, Patrick folded, and a meeting has been called. Patrick grabs the marble rail with one hand and tells everyone that now, the first McLain General Meeting will commence. Logan speaks, saying that with the war over, their house has been elevated, so they now have lots of new changes to sort out, so they should discuss them and slowly figure them out. Then, someone raises their hand. This is Clayton, saying he has made progress on the research direction Logan proposed earlier, so they need some funds to continue. Hamar then speaks as well, saying that he needs more men in the workshop to increase crossbow production. He needs at least 3 times as many staff as they have now. Dwayne then shouts, saying that what they need most right now are more people in admin, as they cannot handle the office work. Hearing them, Patrick thinks that they all seem like important decisions. Logan then thinks that he must take each of them one by one. First, the research by Clayton, which regards the crownet he asked about, infusing ordinary metal with magic. Once that research is complete, they can start mass-producing artifacts. Second is Hamar's workshop. Everyone in the kingdom knows about their crossbows, so they need to prepare to mass-produce and sell them. But they cannot handle that volume with the current number of people, so they need more dwarves in their workforce. With the consecutive awards and victories, their territories have grown massively. Logan thinks that they have 20 castles alone, so they need more people. Logan asks if there are any other requests, and he sees someone's hand about to raise. It's Ranyan's hand, it appears. Ranyan wants to say something, but it looks like words are not coming out, and Logan tells him that he can speak up. Ranyan says that with their increased reputation, they've gained a lot more merchants and refugees in their lands, but with that also came burglaries and thievery as well. The nobles realize that Ranyan means they need security, and say that they've heard how their soldiers have been having trouble. Therefore, Ranyan proposes to revise some of their rules. It seems like this would be a very bold move, as no one was expecting that proposition, not even Logan. Ranyan proposes that instead of having their soldiers take care of security, they could create a special security force to take care of it. They could therefore use older soldiers and retired knights at the helm, and say that he thinks there would be a good change in their policies to handle security. Hearing what Ranyan proposed, Logan is really proud, seeing how Ranyan has come up with a strategy employed by large cities in the Empire on his own. Logan then tells Ranyan that it is a really good idea, and that they will implement it. Logan tells Ranyan to take care of it, and says that he thinks it would be more successful if Ranyan begins by taking over a castle himself. Ranyan, happy, wants to say that he will do his best, but then, a second later, his enthusiasm dies. Logan notices this, and wonders what is up with him. He looks down at Ranyan, with his eyes on the floor, and wonders why he looks so down today. Logan then decides that he will have to talk with him later. Logan then says that they should talk about issues with the administration next. Logan says that it wouldn't be difficult to recruit more people, but asks Dwayne how many they would need exactly, and Dwayne says that they would need around 30. Philip then jumps in, saying that they should be ready to work immediately. Dwayne then says that there is one more thing. As Logan already knows, the people in that room are people he can already trust. Therefore, Dwayne proposes that they pick the persons that will take care of each castle from among themselves. Hearing this, Patrick realizes what that means. Dwayne wishes for the Castellans to be picked right then and there. Patrick tells Dwayne to suggest someone, and he asks if he can suggest himself. Patrick laughs and tells him that, of course he can, as he will stay there and command everyone else. Someone else then raises their hand. Damien says he has another idea that could work. They could have nominations, but they would first need clear guidelines for this to work. Damien proposes to send knights first to the new castles in Kalia and Terran, which makes Logan and Patrick wonder why they would do that. Damien goes on explaining that new territories, especially ones that were hostile to them, are sure to have pushback at first, so they could send soldiers as Castellans to take care of that, saying that intermediate knights should be enough. Patrick tells Damien that this is a really good idea, and that he will take it into account. Seeing this, Logan huffs, thinking of who Damien was in his past life, the strategist of the freedom fighters, now simply being happy that his idea was taken into consideration. It seems so different from his past life, Logan thinks, and so he says that he will have to give him something more important to do soon. Then, Patrick says that he will start picking out Castellans based on Damien's idea, so everyone should start suggesting people. And so, by a show of hands, everyone starts suggesting someone else. Patrick laughs it off, saying that everyone is really eager, and Logan says that they can all be proto-nobles at this point. Patrick happily looks at his crowd of trustees. 3 years ago, they had only had one castle, and he could not believe they had grown so much. Patrick then places his hand on Logan's shoulder, saying it's all thanks to him. He looks towards Patrick and smiles. It looks like he is really proud of himself, and who wouldn't be? At the royal palace, the sky looks beautiful. Felix is walking the halls of the palace. He then meets with a guard. The king knows who is coming and welcomes Felix inside. With his head bowed, Felix enters the room. He sees the king at his desk, writing something. He realizes that he must have been busy working, but then something strikes Felix. It looks like the king is a little red on the cheeks. He has been consuming some alcoholic beverages. Felix asks if he's drinking so early, and the king laughs it off, saying that his uptight sword duke is already chasing him. He picks up the glass and tells Felix to be more relaxed, as that is only to soothe up his nerves. Asking what nerves he is talking about, the king replies that he is remembering his brothers who died, and to commemorate his past. He was living in his brother's shadow, struggling to survive. He finally feels like he earned his freedom, so he should be able to celebrate a little. Felix wants to talk some sense into him, but the king asks him why he came to him, and then a knock on the door can be heard. A guard tells the king that he brought what he has asked for, and Felix turns around to see, with the king very happy. Then some maids come in. They're all dressed nicely and carry plates of food as if they were about to hold a feast, and I don't think these girls are here only to carry the food either. Felix asks what all of this is, as a butler gives His Majesty the king another drink. As he pours it into his glass, the king acknowledges that Felix has never seen this man before. He tells Felix that this man has worked in the castle previously. He was good at reading people, so he asked him to be his chamberlain. The man then bows, saying that he humbly greets the sword duke. He then introduces himself as Cleo. Seeing this, Felix looks almost frightened. What in the world is becoming of the young king? In the McLain administrative office, Dwayne is sitting at a desk, and the other administrators are sitting around a long table, handling some documents. Some of them then look at Dwayne. Fabian gives Dwayne some documents, and Dwayne thanks him, praising his work. It looks like these documents are about the harvest in Castle Tesron and the building of the wall around the town, which Dwayne was expecting. All of these people don't really seem to like Fabian. Then some other administrator tells Dwayne to wait a moment. The man tells him that there was a small mistake in the budget, so he can use Rohiter's cross-checking method to prevent this in the future. But it looks like Dwayne does not know what that even is. Logham laughs, saying that he should teach him this, and Dwayne agrees. He praises Fabian and Lochman, saying that even though they are new, they've helped him a great deal. Lochman says that he is thankful to him, and that they should be helpful to their lord for hiring them, and Fabian tells him to let them know if he needs anything. Those guys are the demi-barons, former administrators of Douglas and Valtermine. Seeing this, the other administrators don't look happy at all. Later in a tavern, someone slams a pint of beer on the table, clearly unhappy. They are the 3 administrators from earlier, and one of them asks why they had to hire nobles to help them. They, being commoners, as if they will have to suck up to those runts from now on, while the other says that this will probably be the case. One of them says just how happy they were in the meeting from a month ago, after hearing that they will be receiving more people. When they had hundreds of applications, they were tired but happy. Their only wonder is why there were only nobles who applied. One of them explains that this happened because their own lands went to ruin because of the war, and the other says he already knew that. However, the worst thing they say is having to watch Dwayne dealing with them. They are nobles, but they still have to work under Dwayne. One of them even thinks that while he doesn't say much, Dwayne surely has it rough. Later, Dwayne seems to be called to Logan's office. He tells Logan that the new people they've hired are doing their part. In fact, he says, Lockman and Fabian are better than he is, and Logan asks if that is so. Dwayne then let his gaze drop, clearly ashamed and sad. Dwayne tells Logan that he really thinks so, but Logan simply disregards it, telling Dwayne that this is great, and thanks Dwayne for everything, dismissing him. However, Dwayne doesn't leave, yet he stays there, looking at the ground. He then gets Logan's attention, as he wants to tell him something. Logan asks what it is, but it looks like it's hard for Dwayne to tell him. With a tear or a drop of sweat falling from under his eye, Dwayne speaks his soul. He tells Logan that he wants to retire. Hearing this, Logan is mesmerized, as he wasn't expecting this at all. He gets up from his chair, almost screaming, asking Dwayne why he would want something like this, and Dwayne tells Logan about it, ever since Sir Heinkel did the same. With his gaze still to the floor, he tells Logan that he thinks it might be the time for him to step down. Logan tells him that Sir Heinkel is in charge of training the new soldiers now, asking him if he knows that. However, Dwayne says that this is irrelevant to the situation, and that lately, he feels like he is past his usefulness. Logan, breaking a sweat himself, wonders what Dwayne even means by that. Dwayne explains that the new men are all better than he is, and for a commoner like him to be above them, it would be unpleasant from an organizational perspective. He then tells Logan that he is sorry. Logan tells Dwayne that it was his mistake for not knowing how he feels, and tells Dwayne that they should stop and think about it for a moment. However, Dwayne is not sure what to say about it. A couple of seconds go by, with Logan not saying a thing, and Dwayne looking constantly to the ground. Suddenly, Logan screams, signaling that he has come up with the solution. He tells Dwayne that from now on, he will also be a noble, as this solves everything. Hearing it, it is clearly something Dwayne wasn't expecting. Logan walks towards Dwayne, saying that both him and Patrick were too careless, and that the workers who have been by their side throughout the war need sufficient rewards. This was an oversight on their part. Dwayne says he thought Logan already used up all the slots provided by the king, but Logan places his arm around his neck and says that he is sure to give them a couple more positions if he asks, as he surely won't refuse him. Dwayne tells Logan that it feels like this would be an abuse of his power, but Logan tells him it's fine, saying he will take the blame for his loyal workers. Later, it seems we are back at the castle. Felix stands outside a door, thinking about what just happened. His Majesty explains his drinking by telling Felix that it was all part of a ceremony, and this is the last rite of the 27-fold ceremony, so Felix should just allow him this. Felix says that the 27-fold ceremony is for the 9 fods of heaven, with 3 days dedicated to each god, to honor the dead. He asks His Majesty how drinking like this in the middle of such a solemn ceremony is any kind of rite, but the king cuts him off, that Felix worries too much, and that he can control himself. Hearing this, Felix is at a loss for words. He shuts his mouth, clenching his fist, and apologizes to His Majesty. The king then looks at his glass, saying that maybe they've got a little sidetracked, asking Felix why he came all the way there. Felix tells him that he came here to ask what their next move is for the House Wolves. He raises his glass, with Cleo looking at him with a weird expression, as the king says he will address that shortly. He thinks that they have wronged him, but a demotion and leaving them with half their lands should be enough. Once again, it's becoming clearer that Cleo is involved in the king's decisions. As he walks the halls, Felix thinks that the king has been through much, and he is sure he needs time to grieve. Once he is done, he will return to his old self, or so Felix wants to believe. Then, someone comes to tell Felix that a communication from the crown arrived. He asks the man why he is telling him this, and the man goes on to say that it's related to His Majesty. Then Felix understands. He then tells the man to bring him up to speed. At the McLain estate, it seems Logan is communicating with the king through one of those communication channels. Or actually, he thought he was, as once he was going to greet His Majesty, he sees is actually Felix answering. Seeing him, Felix says that it's been a while, and he is clearly not happy about that. Felix tells him that His Majesty is occupied with other matters, and to speak with him instead, and Logan asks what's going on. Felix, clearly mad, says nothing, placing his hand on his head. He then continues, saying that not yet, at least, and Logan asks him what he means by that. Felix tells him not to worry about that, and instead tell what he called for, and Logan tells him that it's not much. He then goes on explaining the situation to Felix. Felix understands that Logan only wishes for the title, and not lands or other rewards, and Logan says that this is right. Felix tells him that he will talk to the king on this behalf, but he should remember something. This will be the last of the titles he gets to award, and Logan says he understands. Then, the communication ends. After that, Logan takes a deep breath and relaxes. He thinks about how Felix acted, how he knows he was supposed to scold him, but he seemed different from usual, as he even ended their call without saying goodbye. He thinks that something really happened. Dwayne then bursts into the room, tears in his eyes, basically running towards Logan. He hugs Logan, not understanding how he could do something like this for him, while for Logan, it looks like he doesn't know how to get Dwayne down from him. He then tells Logan that he will serve McLain until his last breath, while once again Logan screams at him to get off him. Later that night, we can see a woman dressed in a white dress. One knight asks her to wait, looking anxious about what is happening. He asks the lady if she is really leaving, saying that if anything happens, he might be at fault, as she gets inside a carriage, saying that it cannot be helped. She says that their house was lost after the war, even as her father knelt in the royal palace for 4 days. But this isn't the end, she says. She still has a lifeline. It is none other than Luna, the bitch of house wolves, or whatever her bitch name was. I swear that to this day, she was the most annoying character, and I haven't read the next chapter before, so I can't wait to see what is happening, and I'm thinking she might go to see Logan. Drop a comment and let me know what you think. While at it, please also leave a like as it helps a lot. Thank you all. You are an amazing community. In the morning, it seems we are back at the McLain estate. Logan is reading something from a scroll about someone who has done much to contribute to their family. He, of course, talks about Dwayne, saying that for all his hard work, he is awarded the title of Baron. Signed, His Majesty Rovers von Grandia. Hearing this, all the administrators are jumping to hug Dwayne, as Dwayne, with his eyes overflowing with tears from the emotion, cannot finish thanking Logan for this. Lockman then comes to congratulate him as well. Lord Fabian is behind him, and they are all smiling. Dwayne looks relieved and really thankful. Everyone then goes on cheering for Dwayne as Lockman and Fabian are looking at the scene. Fabian, smiling, says that with loyalty and ability alone, commoners can become nobles. Looking at Logan with a certain calm and pride in his eyes, Fabian tells Lockham that he thinks he did well coming to McLain, and Lockham agrees. Later, it seems like a test of senses is being held. Logan, present for that, says that it's not just administrators but a lot of soldiers' applications as well. And thanks to Eileen's suggestion, they've also started getting female applicants as well, so it's really lively there. Heinkel says that after the test suggested by Logan, a lot of their new soldiers began awakening the force. He then says he hopes they will have a lot of good recruits today. Logan then points towards someone, saying he senses a weak force on some of them already. Then Heinkel points towards a girl, asking if Logan is talking about her. They both pointed at the same person, which stunned Logan. He cannot believe Heinkel is also able to sense the force as well. He is astounded because it's a weak internal force, not outwardly displayed, and he thought he was the only one who could sense it. Heinkel says that after he lost his force, he's gotten quite a bit sensitive to it. He then says that he feels very fulfilled here, as he can tell who will become a knight. Logan thinks about what Heinkel said, getting more sensitive to the force after losing it, as he never heard about anything like that even in his past life. He then realizes that it's really rare for a knight to survive losing their force, and if he thinks about it, Heinkel is not alone, as he himself experienced something like it before. He died once in his past life, so his force was definitely destroyed, but after regressing, he gained a superhuman sense. If he knew how this worked, he could awaken his aura as well. Heinkel then sees that Logan had a sharp pain in his head, and asks Logan if he is okay. Logan then says that he is alright, and he just got dizzy for a second. He then tells Heinkel that he will get going now, and Heinkel lets him know that he will send a report of the test later. Logan then runs off into the forest. Heinkel looks at him and thinks that Logan might have been unwell, but as he is running, he sees his force is stronger than ever. Logan continues running through the forest. As he is doing that, he thinks that he must go to an isolated place, because he needs to activate his force now. Suddenly, his plans get derailed. He encounters Patrick, asking him where he is in such a hurry. Logan tells him that he was going to train, and Patrick asks if he is going alone. Then, Eileen also runs towards them from the forest. Patrick then asks if she is doing the same as Logan, and Logan asks her what's wrong. Eileen tells Logan that among the new female recruiters today, there are quite a few good ones. Logan asks if she refers to the tall one, and Eileen says that she does, and that there are others as well, while Patrick simply watches. Patrick then asks them if they are always like this, with a somewhat bothered expression on his face. They both look at him, and Logan asks what he means by it. Patrick explains that what he means is that they are a young couple always thinking about work. Then he bluntly asks them when they will get married. Later, near a river, Logan is sitting down, with Lux near his side. It looks like he ended up running away from that conversation. He thinks that Eileen is surely mad again, as she takes him by surprise, approaching from his rear. However, she doesn't really seem mad, but she is surely blushing. Logan says that he is sorry and that he embarrassed himself. Eileen, however, looks at him smiling. Eileen tells him that it's all right, as she was also surprised, but still, she didn't end up running away. And once again, Logan apologizes. She then says that she didn't come for any apology, and Logan seems a bit surprised by that. She then asks him when they get married. She then tells him that they should at least decide on a date so that this doesn't happen again, and Logan blushes. Then she posed an even more interesting question, asking Logan if perhaps he didn't want to marry her. Hearing this, Logan loses his demeanor, sweating, and starts to scream that this is not it at all. Realizing this, he stops. He tells Eileen that he is sorry, and she says that what he said is a relief. She then speaks her feelings, saying how she thought she'd just been rejected by her fiancé. Then she brushes her hand through her hair. Seeing this, Logan is unsure of what to say, but I think we can all agree that she is looking at how beautiful the evening light makes her seem. Logan says that Eileen is too good for her, and that this is why he thinks this won't work, and Eileen asks why. Logan starts fidgeting, saying that there is so much to do, and that it will only get worse. He tells her that he will be busy for 5 to 6 years at least, and that he will be a terrible husband. He then tells her how sorry he is. Eileen then goes on to speak, and Logan is not sure what to expect. I would even say he is afraid of what she might say to him. Eileen once again surprises him, saying that if this is the case, he will need someone to help him stabilize. While Logan is busy, she says, he will need a stable household to keep it all together. Logan then says that this would be unfair to Eileen, and she asks why that would be. She softly places her hand on his cheek. She says that Logan would be a great husband who is aware of his flaws, and then asks if all that hard work keeping him busy wouldn't surely be for the good of their house. If that is the case, then it's obvious that she will be busy as well, as her knight and her wife. Logan looks at her, fully blushing, unable to get a word out. He then places his hand over hers, saying that he was thinking about it all wrong and that he has been a fool. He then kisses Eileen, their reflection looking at a painting in the clear water of the glossy river, and tells her that he wants to get married. In a carriage, Luna has finally arrived at her destination. As predicted by my stupid mouth, she has arrived in McLain and acknowledges how much it has changed. The knight serving her says that they should go back, as Luna has already annulled her engagement with Logan, but it looks like she is not here for Logan. She tells her knight not to worry. As Logan is happily sitting next to Eileen, she tells her knight that Logan wouldn't have forgotten her. I swear I will be the one cutting her head off if she interferes with these two. While the McLains have been taking care of their interior, there was a new rumor going around the capital Grand. It appears that the runaway count, Chiron Wolves, has returned. He was the one who disappeared during the battle, and now he disgracefully returned, kneeling before the crown. Chiron shouts, begging His Majesty to listen to his plea. He offers all of his house's properties, saying that he only wants to repent for his past mistakes. The only thing he asks in return is for his life to be spared. 4 days after Cunt Wolves came kneeling, the king finally spoke. An envoy reads the king's will, saying that he will accept the proposal made by the wolves. Hearing this, Chiron is happy, but there is more, which he did not expect. The king's envoy tells him that his house will be demoted to a viscounty, restricted to a single town, and all his other lands must be surrendered to the crown. Thanks to this, House Wolves lived on. At the wolves' estate, the sun is shining once more. Inside, Rena is asking her knight Rockfern what he thinks. Dressed in black and white, she asks him if she is looking like they are going through a hard time. The knight tells Rena that she looks perfect. However, Rockfern says that he has a fiancé now, and asks Rena if this will really work, and she says that being engaged won't make him blind, which now makes it clear that she is referring to Logan. Rena says that Logan has followed her around ever since they were kids. He seemed prideful when he broke the engagement, but he couldn't truly hide his sorrow. Otherwise, Rena asks, why would he really have fought back that hard, just to receive 3 million gold? While saying this, Rena thinks that they are in desperate need of that gold. She then thinks that her father already did everything in his power to allow their family to continue existing, so she will do what she can to bring the family back up. Rena then turns her head, thinking that Logan is there. The door then opens. Rena clenches her skirt and says that it's just as she has predicted. She tries to look all charming, saying that it's been a while since they last saw each other. However, she stops mid-sentence, looking surprised. Logan entered, reading a document, not even looking at Rena. He then raises his gaze, and without posing even a shred of interest, says that indeed it's been a while. He tells Rena that he is sorry, but he is quite busy at the moment, as he has a lot of things to handle, and Rena acknowledges that. Logan then asks Rena what brings her there. Rena tells Logan that she wishes to apologize for her previous mistake and build a new bond between their families. Hearing this, Logan says that if she is really serious, there is one missing element. He asks Rena if the Viscount wolves shouldn't be there themselves, emphasizing the demotion of Rena's family. Rena remains quiet for a second, and then tells Logan that her father is currently indisposed after fighting for their family. Logan sighs and says that this is unfortunate, while concluding that Kairos probably didn't want to bow his head to an old friend and his son. Logan then tells Rena that they have no need for their family's help, and Rena says that she is, of course, aware of it. Logan then goes to stand up, saying that if this is the case, then this discussion is over. That is when Rena caves in and asks Logan not to go. She says that there is still more to discuss, and Logan tells her to hurry it up, as he is really busy. Rena clenches her skirt tighter, realizing that Logan is much more combative than she had expected. She then says that she needs to put some emotion into this, and starts biting down on her lower lip. She starts crying, saying that she came here to ask for Logan's help. She asks Logan to think of their past and help their family. Rena then blushes, with a river of tears flowing from her eyes. Seeing this, Logan is taken by surprise. That's the moment Rena realizes she has him. She wipes her tears, telling Logan that she is sorry, but her emotions got the better of her. She lets her head down and says that her suspicion is confirmed. Smiling under her hair, Rena says that Logan hasn't forgotten her. Knight Rockfern thinks he recognizes that expression. Logan also cannot believe he was taken by surprise by this. Flashbacks of his past nightmare are coming back. Rena wipes her face and says that, moreover, the wolves are going through hard times, but they were one of the biggest merchants at one point. She tells Logan that their distribution networks and know-how built over generations still exist, but Logan doesn't see the point. Rena then places her hand on her chest. She tells Logan that they can sell the new weapons developed by McLain and promises a 30-fold return on costs. Realizing what Rena is doing, Logan starts nagging. He gets up from the couch and says that they can take care of that on their own, and tells Rena to go now, but she prompts him to wait. She uses her trump card and tells Logan that she will promise him her hand in marriage. Rena goes on to explain that if this happens, their families will be inextricably tied, but Logan tries to leave faster, waving at Rena, thanking her, but saying he is not interested, as he is going to get married soon. Rena smiles, asking Logan if this is because she broke the engagement in the past, and blaming Douglas for pressuring her. She then tells Logan that she has documents proving that from back then. Once again, Logan doesn't care, and heads directly for the door. Seeing this, Rena realizes that there is one last resort. She falls to her knees and tells Logan to wait. She asks Logan if he didn't love her, which seems to weird Logan out. Rena says that if this is about her new fiancé, she is happy to simply be Logan's concubine. She says that she can do anything that Logan asks of her. Seeing this, I think Logan is getting mad. In reality, it looks like he starts laughing uncontrollably, surprising Rena. Rena asks if he is okay, and Logan apologizes while fighting a tear from his eye. He places his hand on the door handle and tells Rena that he is sorry. After opening the door, he tells Rena that he has no interest in her. He then tells Rena to take care on her way back, leaving her on the floor. After that, Rena and Rockfern also leave the room. As they do, Rena bumps into someone. She falls to the ground, and the person she bumps into asks if Rena is alright, saying they are sorry. Funny enough, this is Eileen, the most beautiful and kind-hearted fiancée of Logan, saying that she should have been watching where she was going. Rena, annoyed, is furious. She slaps Eileen's hand. Then Rena leaves with her knight, and Eileen is left to wonder what the hell that was. Logan appears from behind a wall and asks Eileen if she came for him. While walking the corridor, Rena hears the voice of Eileen from behind. She then turns her head. Eileen tells Logan that her mother wanted the three of them to have tea together, and Logan says he would be happy to do it tomorrow. Eileen tells Logan that there is no need to overdo it while he is busy, and Logan says that there is no such thing as busy when it comes to Eileen, as they are family. Seeing this, Rena gets furious. She leaves and slams the door on her way out. Seeing this, Eileen says that Rena is a really strong-willed lady, and wonders if she would be interested in becoming a knight. But Logan, annoyed by her behavior, says that Rena surely is strong-willed. Eileen then asks Logan what the documents he is carrying are. Logan then looks down at the piece of paper and tells Eileen that he was thinking about creating a merchant group in McLain. Hearing this, Eileen sounds surprised. She is then excited, asking Logan if this is the reason for how busy he's been, and if there's anything she can do to help him. Logan, however, says that it's fine, as he can leave this to someone else. In a study, it looks like Logan has already brought all the necessary documents to someone. This is Philip, who cannot believe Logan is leaving this to him. Logan says that indeed he is, as he couldn't think of any better person to do it. More so, with how he has managed to handle Impo Rick in the past, Logan really thinks Philip has a knack for selling things, so he wants Philip to be the head of the McLain merchant group. Hearing this, Philip wonders if Logan is serious and how he could blindly trust him like that. Philip then realizes there is still that contract that binds the two of them. Philip's life is in Logan's hands, which should make him easier to trust. Logan also says that he was thinking of selling off the surplus grains first, as that will be worth at least 10 million gold. He then tells him that he has completed the documents Philip will need, so he will give him servants, guards, and workers. Logan then tells Philip that he has around 100 million gold coins in reserves for Philip to use as he sees fit, and Philip can't even comprehend that large sum. He then tells Philip that his commission will be 0.5% of the profits. That makes him stand up. Philip asks Logan what it is that he wants from him, and Logan says that there are only two things he wants. One of them is obviously for the merchandising guild to make a profit. The other is for Philip to create trading routes and connections within the empire. Hearing this, Philip is not sure what to say. Philip thinks that most large merchant groups already trade with the empire, but to say it so explicitly makes Philip wonder. Philip tells Logan that this wouldn't be a normal trading route, and Logan thinks that Philip is sharp. Philip asks Logan how deep he wants this connection to be, and Logan tells him that it needs to be deep enough to trade information, or perhaps even absolute unwavering loyalty. Logan says that he would prefer that later on, but he knows it would be really difficult to achieve. The Gold Bug was one of the top 10 richest men in his past life, but he cannot expect that from Philip yet. He is now with the McLains, so to the Empire, he is an outsider. This situation is different from before, where the Gold Bug renounced his citizenship for the Empire. So until the war occurs, Logan would find it beneficial to have some influence on the Empire's provinces. Philip then tells Logan that he will need time and people. He says that he needs a large player in the Empire Logan could connect him with, and for at least 5 years. With these conditions, he can try. Hearing this, Logan drops a sweat. He tells Philip that the person he has called over fits that description exactly, and Philip asks if Logan already called for someone. Logan then tells Philip that this is the large player he talked about earlier. Hearing this, Philip thinks he cannot believe Logan has already done that, as only a few people in the Empire can say they have such connections. One of them died in the previous war, and another family ended in ruin, and there would be but one other family. A man can be seen begging Marianne to save them. To save their family, that is. Marianne, however, can only look down with sadness at the man. Later, he tells Logan to ignore these people. She tells him that she has said what she had to as their daughter, and Logan says that they were the ones who abandoned them in the war with Tezron. However, Logan tells Marianne that he won't ignore them. There is something he will need from them. Someone extends their hand and tells a person to say their greetings. He points towards the leader of the Kairos merchant group that will be assisting Philip, Varen Kairos, who is also the successor of this group. Philip asks if he is Kairos, as in the grain merchant, and Logan asks if this isn't a great connection. Logan prompts his uncle to say hello, and introduces Philip Claude as the head of the merchant group, and Varen says that at least Philip has a surname. Varen asks Philip if he is a noble, and Philip tells him that he is only a commoner and that he doesn't know who his ancestors are. Hearing this, Varen asks Logan if he really has to serve a commoner, and Logan asks if he dislikes it. Logan then says that he doesn't think Varen can afford to do that, and he also guesses that if this is the case, Kairos must be doing fine after all. With this, Varen joins hands with Philip, saying that he will do his best to support him, and Philip says that he is looking forward to working with Varen. A few days later, it looks like the McLain banners can be seen high in the sky. Lots of carriages are leaving the estate. The people living in the city are asking what all those carriages are for, and another one replies that they are for some merchant group, and it seems like Philip is the one owning them. Someone then calls for Philip from behind. This is Logan and Dwayne, and Philip tells them that there was no need for them to come, but Logan says that it was he who put him up to this, so he should at least say goodbye to Philip. Logan then says that he also has something to give to Philip, but he doesn't understand what Logan means by that. Logan pulls out a piece of paper and tells Philip that he missed it. Seeing this, it looks like Philip is unsure of what's happening, as this is his contract. As Logan pinches it with both his hands, Philip wonders what the meaning of this is. He then rips the contract in half right in front of Philip. Seeing this, Philip cannot believe it. A magic light appears, and it looks like the contract's power is nullified. Logan says that it's late, but this is Philip's reward, and that he has forgotten how much Philip has done for him all this time. Dwayne smiles. This was clearly unexpected to Philip, and emotions are overflowing him. So are his tears when Logan calls him Philip, head of the McLain merchant group. With a couple of tears falling towards the ground, Philip says that he will definitely do it. He wipes his tears away as he tells Logan that he will do his best. Logan and Dwayne then simply smile at him. With this, the carriages have left the castle. Logan says that now that they are off, he should take a look at his new territories, and Dwayne asks if Logan will be going to Kalia himself. Logan says that he will be going to Terran, which prompts Dwayne to ask Logan why he would want to visit that wasteland. Logan tells Dwayne that, in case he forgot, McLain used to be barren too, and Dwayne asks Logan if he plans to build a dam there as well. Logan then says that this could be a possibility, but he needs to check something first. Logan is then approached by his brother, and it looks like he has been looking for Logan for quite some time, and Logan asks if he is there to see Philip go. Then, Logan notices something. He sees Ranyan all dirty and messy, and asks him if he is sick. Logan then realizes that this is not the case. In fact, he can see that Ranyan has gotten stronger, and that he is as powerful as a high-ranking Force user now. He goes to ask Ronnie how he is trained, as he doesn't want him to hurt himself, but Ranyan tells him that this is not about the training. He tells Logan that he just found the way after changing his mindset. This is why Ranyan has concluded. He tells Logan that he wants to go on a warrior's pilgrimage. A warrior's pilgrimage is a wandering journey of trial and experience, meant to hone both martial and interpersonal skills. It may sound grand, but many die during the journey, so it's not as popular nowadays. Logan thinks, why would Ronnie volunteer to undergo such hardship? Ronnie tells Logan that he has been thinking a lot, and there's nothing for him to do here. Hearing this, Logan asks him what he means by that. Ranyan is training the knights and taking care of security, but Ranyan says that he only filled in what Logan could have done by himself. He then says that this is really not what he is good at. Logan realizes that this must be the reason he wants to leave, and thinks that he would eventually become an aura user soon, even if he just stayed here. And so Logan asks him who told him about this. He asks Ranyan who made him want to go on this pilgrimage. That is when Ranyan reveals that it was all thanks to Logan. He asks how that happened, and Ranyan says that it's been happening since forever. He tells Logan that he is the pillar of this family now, but he always was his rock. There were indeed some issues between those two events, but even so, Logan was always the first to step up when their family was in trouble. That is why Ranyan has always stayed behind, whatever happened, as he was sure Logan would be able to take care of it. He relied on that faith on the battlefield, but now, he thinks it's only holding him back. Ranyan then tells Logan that he is sure he will be holding him back if this continues. Hearing all of this, Logan does not want to accept it. He tells Ranyan that this is not because of him. Instead, it's he who is holding Ranyan back. Logan then thinks that Ranyan, the youngest aura user, should have been the result of all his hard work to restore his family's glory. Never came to be. Ranyan awakened the Force earlier than in his past life, and has been learning the divine sword secrets, so he must have lost his motivation to become stronger. But still, Logan only thought of holding him back as he searched for the answer. Logan then remembers the events of his past life and how Ranyan was killed by the Empire. Now, he is standing right in front of him, waiting for a blessing. Logan wants to say something. However, he stops and simply smiles at Ranyan, and realizes that this person standing in front of him is not the Ranyan from his past life. The next day at dawn, Logan asks Ranyan if this really is all he needs. Ranyan tells Logan that it would have been nice to have an official send-off, but Ranyan says that he will only be away for a little bit. Hearing this, Marianne asks if this is true, as Ranyan said this could take years. She asks Ranyan why he is putting himself through this, which makes him laugh. Marianne asks Ranyan if he even realizes how much she has cried when he left to battle, and Patrick seems a little jealous, as he says she only told him good luck. Ranyan then tells his mother that, as he has previously mentioned, this is necessary, both for the family and himself. Knowing she won't change Ranyan's mind, Marianne starts crying. She asks Ranyan not to do anything dangerous. He reassures his mother, while Logan clearly knows this won't be the case. However, this seems enough for Marianne to be able to calm down. With this, she hugs Ranyan tight. He leaves, smiling, telling his family that he will be off now. Patrick wishes Ranyan good luck, and Marianne tells him to send letters. As he walks the way away from the estate, Ranyan sees someone. A man has been waiting for him, asking how long it takes him to say goodbye. This is Victor, who has prepared a horse for Ranyan, saying he thought Ranyan might have forgotten it was today. These two stand like brothers, face to face. Victor tells Ranyan not to get lazy with the training, and Ranyan says that he will take him on with one hand when he returns. Mocking him, Victor asks if he is even going to survive, and if he even knows how dangerous this world can be, calling him a spoiled little brat. Hearing this, Ranyan laughs, saying that everyone is underestimating him. Victor smiles and looks at Ranyan. They bump fists, and Victor wishes him good luck. In a workshop in the woods, a banging sound can be heard, a hammer hitting rock. This is Hamar, making a sculpture, saying that he can finally see the end of his 142nd noir. Logan comes in and asks Hamar who that is, and he tells Logan that it's his love from 200 years ago, a beauty that not even his skill can replicate. Logan asks if she was truly that pretty, and Hamar says yes, and tells Logan to stop bothering him, as the eyes are the most important part of the statue. Then, Logan comes even closer, which seems to annoy Hamar. It seems that this causes Hammer to strike the wrong pressure point. With this, his whole statue is ruined. Logan says that he didn't do anything, and Hammer asks him why he is even there. Logan places his hand on Hamar's shoulder and says that it looks like he has plenty of time on his hands. He then tells Hamar that they need to go on a trip. With tears in his eyes, Hamar remains silent. Later, it looks like they have been traveling through some kind of desert and towards a closed mine. Seeing this, Hamar is really annoyed with Logan. He asks him if he calls this a trip, as there's nothing around to see. Hamar then asks Clayton how he ended up here as well, and Clayton tells him that he used all the money for the magic tower, and Hamar asks how that is even possible. Clayton said that he didn't want to, but experimental materials alone take millions, and the success rates are so low. Clayton then starts crying, and Hamar tries comforting him. Logan asks him why he is doing that, as he already said he would help him out. Besides, if they succeed in developing these Terran lands, millions will soon feel like pocket change to them. Logan asks them what is up with their reaction, as Terran is the kingdom's greatest mining city. Hammer said that indeed it was, around 200 years ago, but now, it's barren with only abandoned mines. What could they hope to gain from there? Hearing this, Logan starts laughing and asks them what they think they could find. He then answers his own questions, stating that they will be mining mana stones. Hearing this, it looks like Hamar and Clayton's attitude changed. Clayton cannot believe there are mana stones buried here, and Hamar already asks where he must dig. Logan then points his finger at them and says that this is exactly why they are here, to find the mana stone. Realizing that Logan actually has no idea if they can even find it, both Clayton and Hamar get even more annoyed and call Logan a bastard for dragging them out there. Mana stones can be used to produce artifacts, scrolls, communication orbs, and even facilitate casting magic. They are consumables used in almost every aspect of magical practice, and their immense value can easily change a nation's fortune. This is why the discovery of a mana stone deposit could hasten an invasion from the Empire. However, Logan believes the risk is still worth it. In the past, the Empire invaded the kingdom and discovered mana stones in Terran. Therefore, if Logan's group can find the deposit first and research the crown net, their plan will be complete. Terran should become not just the greatest city in the kingdom, but the greatest weapon manufacturer on the entire continent. Logan then tells Hamar and Clayton to prepare to dig. One of Clayton's golems prepares to strike the mountainside wall with enormous force, shattering it with just a single punch. As the golem breaks through the rock, Hamar notes that things are proceeding smoothly. Clayton then casts a spell with his staff, expanding the hole the golem dug to effectively create a grand entrance for their new mine. Logan praises the work, calling Clayton amazing. As the golems open up the mine shafts, Clayton uses his magic to solidify the earth, managing 40 golems simultaneously. Logan remarks that it's only a matter of time until the mine is up and running, then offers Clayton and Hamar some food. Clayton estimates that, at this speed, restoring all 120 shafts will take about 4 days. Hamar and Clayton taste the sandwiches Logan brought, looking amazed after just the first bite. Hamar admits he wasn't expecting a noble to be such a good cook. Logan almost reveals that this is because he used to be a mercenary, but he swiftly rephrases, claiming he once knew a mercenary who was an excellent cook. Clayton finds this intriguing, having never heard of such a thing. 4 days later, a torch is lit deep inside the mine. Logan moves forward, followed closely by Hamar and Clayton. Hamar notes that this is the 82nd mine shaft they've opened, while Clayton encourages them to keep going since they are almost there. Placing his hand on a wall, Clayton feels something. He points at the rock, stating that this spot is special. When Logan asks what he feels, Clayton replies that he recognizes the energy. He then starts laughing, now absolutely certain that he's found a whole vein of mana stones right behind the wall he is touching. Hamar warns him not to shout too loudly, lest he bring the whole mine shaft down on them, but Clayton doesn't care. He is overjoyed to have found the mana stones. Logan shares his excitement, flashing Clayton a pleased smile. Back at the estate, Dwayne receives a call from young Master Logan. He answers through the communication orb, stating his name, and Logan doesn't waste a second, simply telling him to pay close attention. Logan orders Dwayne to hire as many workers from Haroon as possible. When Dwayne questions why this needs to be done immediately, Logan explains that it doesn't matter if he has to overpay the dwarves. He just needs them sent to Terran right away. Annoyed by Dwayne asking for further explanations, Logan simply tells him to hurry up and promises to explain later, to which Dwayne complies. Later, a caravan of carriages approaches Terran. It appears Dwayne has managed to send over 5,000 workers and 152 dwarves, fully supplied with materials and food. Logan holds the communication orb, overseeing the arriving carriages. Seeing the massive influx of workers through the orb, Felix asks Logan if he truly intends to rebuild Terran, and whether he actually found anything worthwhile left there. Logan confirms he found something, vaguely mentioning it looks like steel and copper. He decides it is better to keep the mana stones a secret from his master for now. While a soldier directs the dwarves to follow Hamar, Logan asks Felix what the king had to say. Hearing this, his master Felix asks if the king ignored his messages again. Logan clarifies that he hasn't contacted the king directly, believing it more appropriate to report to Felix first. Logan repeats his question about the king's response, and Felix's expression visibly sours. Felix tells Logan not to worry, and assures him that the king remains positive about his efforts. However, he admits it will be difficult for the crown to provide financial help. Logan realizes the crown must be struggling, despite taking the entire wolf's fortune. He wonders if they simply didn't have much money to begin with, which would explain why Reyna had approached him the way she did. He recalls her claiming she wasn't poor, merely modest. Even so, Logan tells Felix that it is fine, knowing he shouldn't complain to his master. Felix then adds another comment from the king. Terran will be exempt from taxes for the next 10 years. This completely surprises Logan. Hearing a sudden noise from Logan's end, Felix pauses, but Logan quickly dismisses it as nothing, secretly wondering if he can get that tax exemption in writing. Overjoyed, Logan secretly praises the heavens just outside the orb's field of vision so Felix can't see his reaction. While Felix agrees to talk to the king about providing the written document, Felix then asks if Logan can visit when he has the time, as there is something they need to discuss. Logan realizes it must be important if Felix won't say it over the communication orb, and his master confirms this assumption. Logan agrees, promising to visit in a couple of months. Felix says he cannot wait to see him, and the communication cuts off. Logan shivers with excitement at the news. He throws his hands to the sky, celebrating that 10 years of zero taxes is more than he could have ever asked for. Clayton approaches and points out how happy Logan looks. Looking at Clayton, an idea seems to pop into Logan's mind. However, Clayton interrupts, saying there is something he must address immediately. With sweat dripping from his forehead, he tentatively asks if the mine is properly developed and yields a steady supply of mana stones, and if a portion of them could be reserved for the magic tower. Without a second thought, Logan agrees, and Clayton can hardly believe it was that easy. Logan elaborates that he plans to supply the tower and the workshop first, and then sell the remainder through secret channels. Clayton is astounded that they will be the very first to receive the mana stones. Logan places a hand on Clayton's shoulder, asking warmly if he and the Golem Magic Tower aren't his partners for life. Logan looks incredibly smug and sassy in this moment, so much so that he seems almost untrustworthy, putting on a highly flamboyant charm. Oblivious, Clayton is deeply touched, unable to believe that Logan has considered them so highly. Logan then proposes a new idea. Clayton should just move the entire Magic Tower to Terran. It would be much more convenient to have fresh mana stones ready for immediate use. Internally, Logan knows this will also speed up the research on the Crown Net. Smiling, and completely unaware of Logan's ulterior motives, Clayton promises to strongly consider it. Hamar, on the other hand, is highly annoyed. Having almost finished planning everything, he doesn't understand why the Magic Tower needs to be moved there too. Logan urges Hamar to look at the bigger picture. If the workshop and the Magic Tower are centralized and work together, they can mass-produce artifacts. Logan appeals to Hamar's pride, telling him to imagine a grand magic workshop where he is the master, and everyone chants his name. The Great Workshop of Master Hamar, ruler of Terran, a legend among dwarves. An imaginary scene plays out, showing dwarves cheering for Hamar, for giving them such great lives in the city. Hamar envisions himself practically crowned king of the city, adorned with beautiful flower garlands around his neck. Of course, this is just Logan sweet-talking Hamar, painting an overly rosy picture to get him on board. Easily swayed, Hamar declares he will do his best for his master, and Logan happily agrees that this is the perfect course of action. After all the preparations are finalized, Hamar delivers the second-week report on Terran's development. He states that the key construction areas outside the fortress are wrapping up, and the accommodations for the laborers have been completed. The preparations for the mine are also proceeding swiftly. Logan praises him, saying he expected nothing less, and that Hamar is doing a great job. Then, playfully but firmly grabbing Hamar by the scruff of the neck, Logan mentions there is still one more thing he needs. Annoyed, Hamar asks what it is this time. Logan explains that the Tenon River flows behind the northern mountains, while the Luther River runs to the south. When Hamar questions the relevance of this, Logan tells him to listen closely. If they build a dam connecting the two rivers, Terran would prosper even more. Hearing this, Hamar loses his temper, declaring that he doesn't even want to entertain such an outrageous idea. Smiling, Logan addresses him as the Great Workshop Master, insisting that the dam will only benefit his workshop. Overwhelmed, Hamar falls to his knees, calling Logan a monster. Unfazed, Logan explains his grand vision. He believes that securing the Mana Stone mine, restoring Terran, and studying the Crown Net will finalize their preparations to face the Empire. Once those goals are achieved, the only remaining tasks will be to gather more intelligence and enhance the kingdom's army. He reflects on how, just 4 years ago, he didn't even know where to start. However, Logan quickly checks himself, realizing he shouldn't get ahead of his plans. He cannot afford to repeat the same mistakes he made at Tomoto Castle. He tells himself he needs to calm down and be patient. Watching the intense look on Logan's face, Hamar senses that something troublesome is brewing. He tells Logan he must have gone completely insane, which only causes Logan to burst into frantic laughter. Later that night at the capital, the king takes a sip from a glass before furiously slamming it down onto his table. He calls for Cleo, who arrives without a second of delay, asking what His Majesty requires. The king remarks that the alcohol is exceptionally fine and asks for its name. Cleo explains that it is a premium liquor from the Empire called Flamma, a name the king has never heard before. Cleo adds that the name means flames in the ancient tongue and pours the king another glass. The king stares at the drink, briefly wondering if having more is a bad idea, but he picks it up anyway. He then asks Cleo for his thoughts on Logan McLain. Cleo is taken by surprise, asking if the king is referring to his loyal subject who ended the uprising and the war. The king confirms this, stating that while he is grateful to Logan and knows he ought to be, something in Logan's gaze leaves him unsettled and unsure. Sometime later, the king takes a stroll through the palace gardens flanked by his knights. Looking up at the beautiful sky, he remarks that he feels a bit better after getting some fresh air. His thoughts drift back to Logan. He realizes he has been on edge regarding matters concerning him. Even during official meetings, the king struggles to control his emotions when Logan's name arises, making his subjects, and even the Sword Duke, visibly uneasy. Gazing at the sky, the king thinks of his father and mutters that he still has a long way to go. Just as a few leaves fall from a nearby tree, the tranquility is shattered. In a matter of seconds, a unit of assassins descends upon the king. Startled by the sudden ambush, the king and his knights are caught off guard. The leader of the assassins issues the command to kill the king, and 6 of them dive straight into action. 2 knights immediately position themselves to protect the king at all costs. After a rapid assessment, they count 3 high-ranking and 15 mid-ranking assassins. Commander Louis decides to target the mid-ranked foes first, unleashing a skill that cuts through 3 of them simultaneously. Glancing back, he sees one of the fallen assassins and notices another positioned dangerously close above the king's head. The assassin leader urges his men not to fall back, reminding them that their sole purpose is to kill the king. However, he is caught completely by surprise when Commander Lewis unleashes an aura blade. Though the strike misses a fatal blow by mere inches, it successfully severs the assassin's hand. Having just lost his hand, the injured assassin leader hesitates, unsure of his next move, before finally ordering a full retreat. As the assassins begin to fall back, Commander Louis refuses to let them go easily, declaring that they won't escape his sight. While fleeing, one of the assassins rips a piece of parchment and hurls it toward the commander. It is a powerful lightning spell aimed directly at the king. Seeing the imminent danger, the commander abandons the pursuit, diving back to tackle the king to the ground and shielding him with his own body. A massive orb of light erupts behind them in a blinding explosion. Fortunately, the king remains unharmed. Commander Louis asks if His Majesty is all right. As they look around, they realize that all the bodies of the fallen assassins have vanished. The commander orders the present knights to search for any remnants. One knight voices his disbelief, wondering who would be foolish enough to attempt an ambush in the heart of the palace. Observing that the remains of the assassins appear to have burned up completely, the knights question why the attackers didn't use such a powerful spell scroll right from the start. Kneeling on the ground and facing his palace, the king is deeply shaken. He wonders where the garden guards went, and how such a large force managed to infiltrate without raising a single alarm. He calls out to Commander Louis, who promptly responds. The king asks Louis who he thinks would take command of the kingdom if he were to die there. Startled by the grim question, Louis is unsure how to reply, but it is painfully clear that the stress of the attack is taking a severe toll on the king's mental sanity. Meanwhile, back in Terran, Hamar is busy directing the laborers. Logan is engaged in a serious discussion through the communication orb with Felix. Felix delivers grim news. The king suspects Logan orchestrated the attack from the previous night. Felix explains that the assassins were all mid- and high-ranked force users, and investigators found evidence that the guard duty chart had been deliberately tampered with. According to Felix, the king implied that the only people capable of pulling this off were Logan and Felix himself. Logan is utterly baffled. He cannot understand why the king would suspect him after everything he did to put him on the throne. Why would the king think he wanted him dead? Logan insists he needs to see the king in person to uncover the root of these suspicions. However, Felix remains grave. He tells Logan that he will handle the preparations in the capital, but when Logan asks for clarification, Felix drops a bombshell. The king will not allow a private meeting with Logan. Instead, he insists on having someone present to keep Logan in check. Hearing this, Logan realizes that the situation at the capital is far worse than he had imagined. The scene shifts back to the royal palace. Logan kneels before the king, respectfully stating that it has been a while and expressing his genuine happiness at seeing his majesty. The king, however, does not share the sentiment. The guarded look in his eyes makes it clear that he is deeply wary of Logan's presence. Sensing the king's open hostility, Logan brings up the recent assassination attempt. He mentions that he heard about the unpleasantness that befell the capital and is profoundly relieved to see the king unhurt. The king remains unconvinced, coldly asking if that is truly what Logan thinks. Both Logan and Felix are visibly taken aback by the remark, especially when the king presses further, asking if Logan isn't actually disappointed that things didn't go his way. Astonished by the accusation, Felix watches as Logan directly asks if His Majesty is implying that he orchestrated the attack. Instead of answering directly, the king points out that he has heard the McLains are continuing to expand their military forces, despite the civil war having ended. He notes that Logan already stands above all other subjects in the nation and questions his underlying motivation for amassing such power. Hearing this, Logan realizes he had never considered how his actions might be perceived from the outside. Operating under the assumption that the king would always be on his side, he had sincerely believed everything he was doing was clearly for the good of the kingdom. Realizing the gravity of the misunderstanding, Logan decides he needs to be completely honest. Rising to his feet, Logan addresses the king with a grave warning. He believes the Empire is preparing to attack their kingdom. The king is caught off guard and asks if Logan has any tangible proof. Logan admits that, for now, it remains only a strong suspicion, but he points to the Empire's historical patterns regarding regime changes. He explains that 7 out of 10 times a new emperor is crowned, the Empire inevitably attacks its neighbors. This reasoning gives the king pause. He acknowledges that this is indeed an alarming statistic. Gripping the armrests of his throne, the king mutters that the probability is high enough that a ruler cannot reasonably criticize a subject for continuing to consolidate their defensive power. Felix steps in to reason with the king, reminding him that as the protectors of the southwestern region, the McLains are simply fulfilling their duty. The king still seems hesitant, though he admits to Logan that his earlier accusations may have gone a bit too far. Felix then gently suggests that His Majesty might consider cutting back on his alcohol consumption, a remarkably blunt comment that takes Logan completely by surprise. The king replies stiffly that he will handle his habits as he sees fit, but he ultimately offers an apology to Felix. Turning back to Logan, the king concedes that his suspicions were an overstep, adding that there is no one else he should trust more. After all, Logan is the very reason he sits on the throne. Despite these placating words, Logan can clearly see that the king remains deeply guarded against him, realizing with dread that the situation will only deteriorate further if left unresolved. Next, it looks like Logan has contacted Damien, asking him if he knows of any way to catch the assassins. At the same time, Damien doesn't understand why Logan would think he would know something about that. Damien then says that he's just part of the staff they're hired because he writes good poetry. Logan says that this is true. However, he thinks that there's no one else he can turn to. He cannot use the Knights of Esperanza, who serve in the Royal Knights. The head mage of the Royal Magic Tower is absent as well. Therefore, Damien is the only one left, the strangest of the Independence Army in his past life, the one they called the Evil Brain. Logan tells Damien that he doesn't have to be scared, and just tell him what he thinks, given the circumstances. However, Damien doesn't seem to be so trusting when it comes to Logan's words. He then places his hand on his chin and starts thinking about it. He says that assassinating the head of a nation is an act of desperation, and Logan agrees, saying that it sure is, and it could decide many things. Damien then continues, saying that this seems different, and that they had that many men, but still retreated too quickly, and were proficient at cleaning up after themselves. That's when Logan realizes that the assassins were not actually planning on killing the king, and Damien agrees, saying that this may as well be the case. Logan then wonders why, and what they would do after all of that, and Damien tells him that when something happens that makes no sense, it's usually caused by the one who stands to gain the most from it. However, if nobody gains anything, then what they were after could be to hurt the one who stands to lose the most from it. And that is when Logan realizes who this person is. It can only be him, and Damien asks why that would be. Logan realizes that with this, he has been made a suspect of this attack. The preeminent noble sought out to kill the king, which could explain things. They wanted to create a divide between Logan and the king. Logan then asks Damien if he were behind this whole attack. What would he have done, and where would he have run? Damien remains quiet for a couple of seconds. He then tells Logan that he wouldn't run away, which doesn't make sense for him. Damien explains that nobody identified him or tracked him using magic, and nobody would know if it was him. If he were to take off his mask, if he didn't make it out of the capital in time, then he would be hiding nearby. Even if you wanted to hide in plain sight, you can't exactly disappear into a crowd when you are missing an arm. The best place to hide would be somewhere in the back alleys, where it wouldn't be odd to be missing a couple of limbs. The most likely place would be the slums outside the capital walls. So this is exactly where Logan will be heading next. Strolling the streets and reading a document, Logan thinks that the only identifying details of the assassin is the right arm he lost in combat. According to the Information Guild, there are 7 people without right arms in this neighborhood. The Knights of Esperanza will be helping with the search, and it looks like Louis has come along with Logan. Logan thinks that if he cannot find something after all this, he will have to assume that the perpetrator has made it out of the capital. Then Logan stops and looks at 2 beggars in a back alley. Using his aura detection, he thinks that he has found them. 3 force users begging on the street. One of them tries to manipulate Logan, asking him for a coin and calling him Lord. Appearing unwillingly, Logan takes something out of his pocket and gives it to the man, who thanks him. It looks like he's holding 3 coins imbued with aura. Instead of giving the coins directly to the man, he throws them right at their chests. Realizing what's happening, one of them flees immediately. He jumps up high, trying to make himself lost by running on top of the buildings. The man recognized Logan and realized he is in serious trouble. Logan runs after the man and shouts at him that he's got him. Then he uses his sword to attack the man, and he manages to cut his shoulder. With this, the rat falls to the ground. Logan then realizes that there was one assassin without a right arm, and that this is him. He points his sword at him and tells him there is no escape. The man seems to be full of desperation. All of a sudden, he starts disappearing like ashes into thin air, saying that he's no assassin. In the next second, there is no one left in front of Logan. Seeing this, Logan called him a lunatic. Then he started having a strange feeling. Logan drops his sword and realizes what's happening. The man basically dissolves himself into poison. Realizing the danger he's in, Logan leaps high into the air to escape the toxic cloud. Glancing down, he reflects that even in his past life, poison was the final threat he faced. Judging by the strain on his face, the toxin has clearly taken a toll on him. He manages to land safely on the roof of a nearby building. Channeling his aura, he purges the poison's effects from his body, and within seconds, he looks as good as new. He remarks that while he successfully drove the toxin out with raw force, the assassin still managed to escape. Staring down at the empty spot where the man vanished into thin air, Logan mutters that the situation is utterly maddening. Back at the castle, Logan is once again kneeling before the king. He reports that all the assassins killed themselves, a revelation that clearly unsettles the monarch. Logan explains that everything happened in an instant, making it impossible to uncover their affiliations or backers, and he respectfully offers his apologies to His Majesty. The king does not appear particularly appreciative of Logan's efforts, leading Logan to believe that the monarch will now fully suspect him of orchestrating the assassination attempt. However, the king suddenly addresses Logan as Count and orders him to raise his head. To Logan's surprise, the king states that the failure is not Logan's fault, but his own, admitting that their security preparations were simply too lax. It seems the king has finally come to his senses, as he sincerely thanks Logan for everything he has done. Both Felix and Logan are visibly taken aback by this unexpected outcome. The king confesses that after the recent events, he realizes he may have been far too harsh. Stepping down from the throne, he approaches Logan and asks the count to forgive this inadequate ruler. He then places his right hand reassuringly on Logan's shoulder, reiterating that if he cannot trust Logan, there is no one else he can trust. Witnessing this display of humility, Felix flushes with pride, deeply moved by the king they helped put on the throne. Logan, however, catches the subtle expression on the king's face and immediately realizes it is a facade. There is much more going on beneath the surface than the king is letting on. Nevertheless, Logan plays along, graciously thanking the king for his trust, and the two share a seemingly warm laugh. Later that day, Cleo pours the king another glass of the foreign liquor and smoothly asks if he enjoyed his meeting with Count Logan. The king bitterly repeats the word, "enjoy." As he takes a sip, Cleo smiles. It is painfully clear that the king is falling under the influence of both the alcohol and his advisor. Suddenly, the king smashes his glass onto the table. He snaps at Cleo, declaring that he absolutely did not enjoy the visit. He vents that the meeting was merely an attempt to clean up his own mess, after foolishly revealing his true feelings. The king suspects that while the Archduke, a man who has only ever looked in one direction his entire life, might not have noticed, Count Logan certainly sensed his true intent. He laments that the gesture was the greatest apology a ruler could offer, yet it also felt like a humiliating sign of submission. He bitterly notes that if either of his elder brothers had taken the throne, they would never have endured such an indignity. He blames his situation on being the third prince, constantly overshadowed by his brothers, and reduced to a powerless coward locked away in the background. Cleo listens to this outburst in silence. He then quietly pours His Majesty another glass. Looming beside him like a dark shadow, Cleo urges the king to listen as he drinks, stating softly that he has a suggestion. A week later, a carriage arrives in Grandia. Damien steps down and thanks the guard for the ride. Gazing around in awe, Damien can hardly believe he is actually standing in the grand capital of the kingdom. Passers-by are staring, whispering, and wondering if the vehicle belongs to the prestigious McLain family. Damien reminds himself that he is only here because the young master summoned him. He wonders why Logan would call for a mere low-ranking administrator like himself. If it has anything to do with the recent assassination attempt, Damien thinks nervously, he would much rather stay out of it. The next day, Damien arrives at the McLain villa in the capital. He asks one of the staff if he is in the right place. The man stops sweeping the grounds, acknowledges him, and respectfully asks if he is Mr. Damien Natal. When Damien confirms his identity, the servant informs him that the count is not currently present. Damien asks where he went, and the man explains that distinguished guests have arrived at the royal palace today, prompting an urgent summons for Logan. Damien ponders who these guests could possibly be. Someone important enough to urgently summon the young master is highly unexpected. He wonders if anyone with that much influence even exists within the kingdom right now. As it turns out, the guest is a special envoy from the Ares Empire. Count Christian Morgan has arrived at the royal palace. As he and his entourage stride confidently through the castle halls, the local nobles stare in awe, whispering that his striking complexion is undeniable proof of the imperial bloodline. Count Morgan finally stops before the throne. He kneels and bows deeply. Once the king acknowledges him, Christian formally greets His Majesty, the King of Grandia. The king looks down at Morgan and asks what brings an imperial envoy to their court. Morgan smoothly replies that, although a bit delayed, he has come to congratulate His Majesty on his ascension to the throne and to deliver a personal gift from the emperor himself. Watching this exchange, Logan and Felix are visibly displeased. Logan leans in and whispers to Felix, asking if the Empire usually makes such sudden, unannounced visits. Felix grimly replies that they certainly do not, adding quietly that he had assumed His Majesty was informed of this visit beforehand. Logan then asks Felix why the arrival of Christian was announced so late, saying that because of that, the schedule was even postponed. Felix says that a major incident just occurred, and His Majesty said it simply slipped his mind. Logan, of course, thinks that of all things to forget, the imperial envoy should not be one of them. His Majesty then thanks the envoy for the valuable gifts. There are relics here, a fifth-class artifact that enhances vitality, and even jewels that can no longer be mined, which are all priceless treasures. The king then asks that, after receiving such gifts, perhaps he should offer some things in return, but Christian says that the emperor does not seek any remuneration. However, there would be only one thing the emperor would want, and then he turns his gaze to Logan. He extends his arm and says that the emperor has extended an invitation to Logan, to the young hero who resolved the kingdom's troubles. Hearing this, both Logan and Felix are surprised, and neither of them seems pleased about it. Logan goes on to explain that the emperor of the Ares Empire is Caesus von Ares, the very conqueror who took over the kingdom, instigated the imperial war, and served as the main antagonist the Grand Deliberation Front targeted in his past life. Yet, despite fighting against him previously, Logan had never actually seen the emperor's face until the day he died. Now, he can scarcely believe that this same emperor is extending a personal invitation to him. After Count Christian Morgan delivers the emperor's invitation to Logan, a stunned silence falls over the room. Everyone remains speechless. Breaking the silence, the king himself suggests to Logan that it might be a good idea to attend. Logan, however, clearly does not share this sentiment and simply stares at the king without saying a word. The king presses on, remarking that the visit would be beneficial for the alliance between their two nations, and gives Logan a forced, fake smile. That's all it takes. Realizing the king might be plotting something, Logan turns his gaze back to Morgan. He knows there is no way the Empire would genuinely try to curry favor with the king. However, it might be a different story if the Empire were trying to curry favor with Logan. Remaining silent for a minute, Logan carefully considers his next step. He finally tells Christian that he will accept the invitation, but he requires some time to prepare for a meeting with the Emperor. Hearing this, Morgan replies that His Majesty is very generous and has already allowed Logan plenty of time. Tossing a scroll into the air, Morgan announces that the Spring Festival will take place next spring in the imperial capital of Assyria and asks if Logan would like to attend then. Logan instantly grasps the Emperor's true plan. It is already winter, and the journey alone takes 3 months. Unable to voice his frustration, Logan clenches his fist, realizing he has no choice. He simply states that he understands and will do his best to prepare. The king then announces that it is time for the welcome party for Count Christian. Later, Logan is seen exiting the palace. Felix hurries after him, asking if he is really leaving without partaking in the festivities. Logan turns around and explains that he has an urgent matter to attend to in his own territory. When Felix asks if he is truly that busy, Logan can only offer his master an apology. He then asks Felix to please keep a close eye on His Majesty while he is gone. Felix is confused by the request, mentioning that he thought Logan and the king had already made up. Logan replies that he is asking because he wants to maintain that fragile peace. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Felix bows his head, promising to do as Logan wishes, and agreeing that a misunderstanding like the one before cannot be allowed to happen again. Even so, Felix has something else he wishes to discuss. He notes that the envoy from the Empire was quite friendly, and asks Logan if he still genuinely believes the Empire is going to start a war. Without a second's hesitation, Logan confirms that he is absolutely certain of it. When Felix asks why, Logan tells him to consider the gifts they received today. Felix doesn't understand why Logan is making a fuss over them, so Logan elaborates. The gifts included an elixir for health and a decorative gem bestowed directly by the Emperor, meaning they cannot even be sold for funds. He asks Felix pointedly if there was anything among those gifts that is actually useful for bolstering the nation's military power. Looking at it from this perspective, Felix realizes Logan might be right. Logan then asks if Felix thinks he wants to doubt the peace, adding that maintaining peace would obviously be the best scenario. However, if a war were to occur, their past inattention would become a painfully fatal mistake. Felix bows his head, deep in thought. He assures Logan that he will not let his guard down, and Logan gratefully acknowledges this. Felix then mentions that he will provide Logan with a guard for his journey to the Empire. When Logan asks who it will be, Felix playfully replies that he will keep it a secret for now. As Logan tries to guess who Felix might send, Felix adds that, despite being so busy, Logan should try to visit more often. Noting that Stella has been looking for him lately, Logan promises to visit as soon as his work is finished. With that, Felix takes his leave. Logan wishes him good health and heads toward the palace exit, taking in the scene. Watching him go, Felix can hardly believe Logan doesn't even glance back, and quietly mutters to himself that Logan should be careful. A few days later, back in McLain Town, Logan is in his office as Dwayne brings in a massive pile of documents. Since Logan has only just arrived, he asks what all the paperwork is for. Dwayne explains that these are the accumulated reports. Logan stresses that they must hurry, as he has to leave again for another half-year very soon. Shocked, Dwayne asks why he must depart for such a long time. Logan promises to explain later, insisting they get through the reports first. Dwayne begins by detailing the whereabouts of Master Ronyan. He reports that Ronyan is currently in the southern part of the Empire, working as a mercenary under the alias Rohan. Logan notes that if he is in the south, he must be facing a lot of monsters. Dwayne confirms this is correct, adding that Madame Miriam fainted after hearing the news. A reaction Logan admits is entirely expected. He mentally makes a note to get Miriam some medicine for her nerves. Next, Dwayne mentions a report from Philip. The scene then shifts to later in the day. Logan has left his office and is observing a group of soldiers marching on the training grounds. Speaking to Kai Salon, Logan asks if these are the soldiers from the first generation he selected 4 years ago. Kai Salon replies, saying that Logan is correct, and that these are indeed the soldiers who were first phased into the sensory test. Logan uses his mana to assess their aura, and says that this is surprising. He thinks that so many soldiers can use force properly, and that a large number of them will become knight-level forces. Kai Salon then says that it's too early to be surprised, and Logan wonders why. Kai Salon then says that 5 of them have already awakened, and Logan cannot believe it. He asks Kai Salon who they are, and where they are, and then Kai Salon points his finger at them. He says that during the sensory test, they were the ones who showed exceptional talent in one area. He never believed that the test would have this effect, and says that it's truly impressive. Logan then thinks that this is the Empire's method. The Empire is probably already choosing soldiers using this sensory test throughout the entire nation, and its territory alone won't be able to narrow that gap. They need more talent, Logan thinks, and if they can use this method throughout the kingdom, it would make things a lot easier. Then a bird can be seen approaching Logan. It's a black crow that has landed right on his arm. Logan quickly realizes that this is a message sent from the Information Guild. Kaizalan sees the bird and asks Logan if he is raising it, but Logan says it's not his. He then takes a look at the document that's being carried by the bird. It's about the commission on the identities of the 5 people from 4 years ago. 3 of the 4 unconfirmed individuals have been identified. These are the whereabouts of the independent superhumans that he made a commission from long ago. Those who chose not to be affiliated anywhere even after reaching the superhuman stage in his past life. One of them, Victor, the noble slayer, came under his command and killed the sorcerer of carnage, Crownet. These people will become mercenaries for the Empire and infiltrate the kingdom in 5 years. That's why Logan has only 2 options on how to deal with them. One would be to win them over, and the other, more grim, is to kill them all. After finding out this information, Logan goes to speak with his father. He explains the situation to him, and it looks like Patrick is not really fond of the idea of offering some talented people a way to work with them, and if they refuse to kill them. He cannot even believe that Logan would ask him, a Marquis, to do that. Yet Logan says that normally he'd be the one doing it, but he has to go to the Empire. Patrick then says that he has received a lot of requests in his life, but this is the most outstanding of all. He asks Logan why he would make such a request, and Logan says that it's because they will stand with the Empire someday. Patrick cannot believe that this would be the reason why Logan would do such a thing. However, Logan says that there is some other reason. He tells Patrick that they will all become superhumans, and Patrick cannot believe it. Logan then tells him that there is no way he can prove it right now. However, if they don't stop them right now, they will become truly dangerous, especially that one named Ban Johnny. Patrick then goes to lift his teacup, preparing to take a sip from it. He tells Logan that he is his son. However, he has no talent when it comes to strategy or negotiation. Even so, Patrick pauses for a moment and stares at Logan, noting that he has always proven himself with his results. At this, Logan begins to smile. He humbly replies that he wouldn't be standing there today if it weren't for the people who believed in him. Hamar, Clayton, Rhea, Eileen, and Victor. If it weren't for Dwayne, Kaizalan, Damien, and Philip, he would have nothing. He acknowledges that if it weren't for his brother Ranyan and his parents, things would have turned out completely differently. Later, declaring that there is no time to rest, Logan asks Rick if he has packed all of his belongings as he finally prepares to leave for the Empire. Meanwhile, in another location, a man is seen walking alone through the woods. Suddenly, he hears a rustling noise from behind. A wild animal is preparing to ambush him. A massive bear lunges out of nowhere, ready to kill the man. Just as it is about to take its first bite, something abruptly stops it. Someone intervenes, sending the massive beast flying away with a single devastating punch. The traveler watches in horror, unable to comprehend what just happened, as the bear slumps to the ground, completely unconscious. The savior, a remarkably small man walking through the forest, tells the terrified traveler that the situation almost became dangerous, and the traveler mutters a quick thanks. The savior explains that he was just about to ask for directions to a specific place when he spotted the bear. However, the traveler becomes panicked, momentarily mistaking his savior for another monster. Overwhelmed by the sheer shock of the encounter, the traveler suddenly faints, collapsing to the ground. The savior watches in silence before pulling back his hood, sighing that this is incredibly annoying. It is revealed that this man is none other than Sir Luther, who had merely been trying to ask for directions to the McLain estate. Later, when Sir Luther finally arrives at the McLain estate, Logan is absolutely stunned. He never imagined that the secret guard his master had mentioned would turn out to be Sir Luther himself. Sir Luther stands at the gates, casually carrying the unconscious traveler in his arms like a baby. Baffled, Logan asks who the man is, and if Sir Luther is responsible for his condition. Sir Luther bluntly explains that the man simply went into shock and fainted the moment he laid eyes on him. A guard then takes the unconscious man away from Sir Luther. As the knight does so, Luther stares at the ground in silence. He tells Logan he knows exactly what he's thinking, that for an envoy from another nation, a smaller or less intimidating guard might be more appropriate. However, since someone might try to stab Logan just from seeing his face, that is precisely why Luther is here. Logan concedes that this might be true, especially acknowledging that he had previously lost to him. Logan then asks Luther if he holds any resentment toward him. Luther retorts, asking how that would even be possible, yet a palpable tension still lingers in the air. Approaching Logan silently, Luther finally sighs and says that after all this time, it is what it is. It doesn't matter anymore, and Logan just needs to point him to a place to sleep. Logan quickly stops him, insisting that he would never dare treat a superhuman so casually. He urges Luther to let him know if he needs anything at all, but Luther dismissively replies that he requires nothing. Behind Logan's back, his knights can be seen quietly snickering, prompting Logan to remain silent. A faint blush spreads across Luther's face, though it is unclear whether he is annoyed by the laughing knights or simply flustered by Logan treating him so exceptionally well. Breaking the silence, Logan announces that he is going to have a proper meal prepared for him. Later that evening, Luther takes a stroll through the estate to clear his mind, reflecting on how embarrassing their earlier interaction had been. Glancing to the side, something catches his eye. He spots Logan and Victor engaged in a fierce duel. Logan critiques Victor, telling him his movements are sluggish, and asking if he is tired, to which Victor firmly insists that isn't the case. Watching them, Luther marvels that Logan doesn't seem the least bit nervous about his impending audience with the Emperor, especially considering everything that just happened. Luther's mind drifts back to a conversation he had with Felix before leaving the capital. Felix had asked Luther to help Logan out during their journey. While clarifying he wasn't forcing him, Felix suggested that if Luther observed Logan and found him talented, he should step in and guide the young man as his senior. Recalling this request, Luther quietly wonders to himself if he is even qualified to take on such a mentoring role. Suddenly, Logan calls out his name, snapping him out of his thoughts. Logan asks if Luther enjoyed his dinner. Luther admits that it was incredible and thanks him, to which Logan expresses his gladness. Tossing his sweat towel aside, Logan then boldly asks Sir Luther if he would care for a duel. He casually suggests it would be a great post-meal exercise, a proposition that leaves Luther completely taken by surprise. A couple of minutes later, Logan and Luther take their positions in the middle of the training grounds, with Victor watching intently from afar. Logan tells Luther that out here, they can fight freely without worrying about breaking anything. Looking down at his sword, Logan reflects that while fighting superhumans has given him a vague grasp of aura, he hasn't had the chance to experience it directly in a while, making this bout an excellent opportunity. Luther picks up his massive hammer, pointing it squarely at Logan. He warns that even though they are merely sparring, he isn't going to go easy on him. Logan shifts into his combat stance, replying that this is exactly why he wanted to fight. Without wasting another second, Logan channels his aura. Moving like a bolt of lightning, he instantly closes the distance. Watching the rapid approach, Luther realizes that Logan's footwork is identical to the Sword Duke's. Luther swings his hammer with crushing force, but Logan smoothly dodges the blow. In the blink of an eye, Logan launches a fierce counterattack, his blade stopping just inches from driving straight through Luther's head. Suddenly, a massive shockwave and explosion engulf the entire area. Watching from the sidelines, Victor is utterly mesmerized by the clash. As the smoke slowly clears, the view shifts to Logan's feet. Looking up at his opponent, Logan asks if his defense isn't perhaps a bit like cheating. Luther has entirely coated his body in aura, utilizing the energy as an impenetrable, full-body shield. Mocking Logan, Luther retorts that if he considers it unfair, he is more than welcome to use the technique himself. Internally, however, Luther is sweating. He knows that if this fight goes poorly, he will be completely humiliated. He acknowledges that Logan managed to dodge his attack and strike at a vital point simultaneously, admitting to himself that these are indeed moves worthy of the Sword Duke's disciple. Even so, Luther refuses to back down, confident he can handle the situation. He tells Logan that this isn't his first rodeo, noting that he has spent his entire life fighting someone insanely fast. In a blinding instant, despite his large and imposing frame, Luther moves with enormous speed. He charges at Logan, complaining that he has fought fast opponents so often that he is sick of it. This sudden burst of agility clearly catches Logan off guard, but he still narrowly manages to dodge the heavy strike. Leaping high into the air, Logan prepares to retaliate. Using the very air as leverage, he readies a devastating downward strike to finish Luther off once and for all, confident that even a superhuman wouldn't be able to evade it. Yet Luther isn't fazed in the slightest. Watching Logan's descent, he lets out a smirk and prepares his counterattack just as Logan's feet touch the ground. Suddenly Logan freezes, realizing that Luther's massive hammer is hovering mere inches from his face. Astonished, Logan asks if Luther is intentionally varying his attack speed. Luther smirks, explaining that this is simply a slow guy's way of confusing a faster opponent. Luther explains to Logan that the moment an opponent believes they hold the speed advantage, he doubles his own speed to strike at their blind spot. Logan finds this fascinating. He thinks to himself that Luther makes it sound far easier than it is, wondering exactly how the man manages to double his speed so abruptly. Luther warns Logan that he isn't sure this will remain fun for him. Logan, however, smirks and insists that he will find a way to make it fun. With that, he begins to imbue his sword with mana. Luther watches, initially confused by Logan's actions. Logan declares that he has a hidden move of his own and raises his glowing blade toward the sky. Seeing the gathering energy, Luther realizes exactly what Logan is doing and can scarcely believe his eyes. The memory of Felix's parting words echoes in his mind. If you find him worth observing, guide him as a senior. Luther reflects that he initially thought Felix was mocking him, but now he understands how wrong he was. Logan is undeniably a profoundly talented young man who stands as a national hero, whereas Luther views himself merely as a pathetic surviving traitor. He had cynically wondered who should really be teaching whom. He had never imagined there was a way for Logan to utilize aura, or at least, he hadn't thought it possible for a single second. Watching Logan now, Luther finally grasps the true weight of Felix's request. He realizes that when Felix spoke those words, he already knew it would come to this. Logan then addresses Luther, launching a full-force attack and declaring that he is about to show him his new move. However, the scene cuts to just a few minutes later. Luther is still standing tall, calmly lowering his heavy hammer. Logan is soundly defeated, sprawled at his feet, unsure of what to say. Luther simply looks down at him and calls him pathetic. He tells Logan that he initially thought the young man had fully awakened his aura, but judging by his clumsy execution, it is only half-baked. Luther states that if Logan had truly awakened as an aura user, he wouldn't have been so easily overwhelmed. When Logan genuinely asks if he did something wrong, Luther stares in disbelief, asking if he is seriously asking that question. Despite his harsh tone, he praises Logan's underlying achievement, pointing out that Logan just managed to manifest aura while still confined to the physical limitations of a mere Force user's body. Logan innocently asks if that isn't just a natural step in the process of learning aura. Hearing this, Luther yells in exasperation, declaring that aura absolutely does not awaken that way. He jabs a finger into Logan's chest, explaining that the moment a Force user surpasses human limits, aura emerges as a power wielded purely by instinct. It is not something one can simply comprehend and logically imitate with the mind. Hearing this, Logan is left completely speechless. Gripping his sword tightly, he thinks to himself that while he didn't fully understand aura either, isn't converting Force into aura something all aura users intuitively know? He rationalizes that being able to control Force with extreme precision and sensitivity is the bare minimum condition. Therefore, if one can master the divine sword technique, manifesting aura shouldn't be that difficult. Suddenly, a profound realization washes over Logan. Anyone he teaches the divine sword technique to could potentially ascend to the level of an aura user. Struck by this revelation, Logan falls deep into thought while Luther watches him closely. Breaking the silence, Luther tells him that the fact that Logan might one day be able to explicitly explain the process of becoming an aura user is far more incredible than him merely becoming a superhuman at his young age. Placing a reassuring hand on Logan's shoulder, Luther solemnly advises him to hide his aura entirely until he becomes a true, fully awakened aura user, especially while they are in the Empire. Logan nods, sincerely thanking Luther for his concern and guidance, agreeing that keeping it hidden is the most sensible course of action. Just then, Victor approaches, offering Logan water and a towel. Logan thanks him, noticing that Victor seems eager to say something. Bursting with excitement, Victor congratulates Logan on officially awakening his aura. Hearing this, Luther and Logan exchange a knowing glance and simply smile at the misunderstanding. Logan gently pats Victor on the shoulder, telling him that it isn't quite what it looks like. As Logan and Luther walk away together, Luther chuckles, remarking that young people certainly have vivid imaginations. Left standing there, Victor remains utterly confused by their cryptic exchange. Looking back over his shoulder, Logan tells Victor to get to sleep quickly, reminding him that they leave for the Empire at dawn tomorrow. Just before departure, Patrick calls for Logan with a tear in his eye. He asks Logan if he's really going to travel so lightly, which grabs Logan's attention. Turning to face his dad, Logan tells him that 18 nights are more than enough, especially with Sir Luther coming along. But it turns out Patrick is actually worried about the lack of manpower. He points out that Logan is heading to meet the Emperor without a single attendant, or even a carriage. Patrick fears this will shame the kingdom, but Logan tells him not to sweat it. Logan explains that the Empire is going to look down on their kingdom no matter how fancy he presents himself. Patrick doesn't quite get it, so Logan thinks about his past. Back when he was in the Independence Army, the Empire's people had massive egos that perfectly matched their high status. He remembers a harsh moment from his past life, standing completely beaten up in a line of refugees. When the crowd asked a guard why they couldn't get in after waiting since dawn, the guard just brushed them off. He told them that entering the Empire wasn't going to be easy, and ordered them to wait patiently. The Empire basically views everyone else as inferior. Count Christian, the guy who gave Logan the invite, was the same. Even a mere count from the Empire wouldn't show respect to the king of another nation. Because of that, Logan thinks all the fancy decor is a total waste of time. He figures that as long as he's a foreigner, their stuck-up attitude won't change. But as soon as Logan actually arrives at the Empire, he's in for a massive surprise. 2 knights come out to greet him, going above and beyond to make him feel right at home. Logan has absolutely no idea why they're being so incredibly welcoming. After a 2-week journey, they arrive in Lutzelheim. Logan knew they wouldn't turn away a diplomatic envoy, but this is way overboard. One knight even pulls up a chair for him and hands him a massive pint to drink. Then it hits him. The knight's attitudes completely flipped the second they saw the Emperor's invitation. It turns out this invite has some serious magic cast on it. Count Christian told him that as long as he holds onto it, it's going to make his trip through the Empire an absolute breeze. Logan has taken it, thanking the Count and feeling relieved that he won't have to deal with any annoying border interrogations. But the perks don't stop there. Suddenly, a man rushes up, apologizing for making them wait. He introduces himself as Dimitri, the mayor of Lutzelheim. Logan can't believe even the mayor came out to personally greet them. Later on, they're riding in a carriage through the city, and literally everyone is treating Logan like royalty. One guy tries to hand him a rare dragon fruit from the west, while another brags about selling Calcutta beast horns and pearls. Every merchant in town is trying to grab his attention. Taking in the sights, Victor mentions that the city looks completely different from the way it did 10 years ago. He explains that Lutzelheim is the greatest city in the eastern part of the Empire, maybe even the whole eastern continent. Right on cue, a merchant walks up to Victor trying to sell him a ribbon, pitching it as the perfect gift for a lover or family member. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Dimitri and Logan are chatting. Dimitri brags that the city has 500,000 permanent residents, and even more when counting the travelers. Logan smoothly chimes in, guessing the transient population easily tops 1 million. Dimitri is visibly stunned that Logan knows so much about his city. He says he's honored by Logan's knowledge, but Logan just brushes it off, pointing out that anyone traveling from Grandia to the imperial capital has to pass through here anyway. Dimitri watches Logan closely. While the others are gaping at the city, Logan is not showing any wide-eyed admiration. He is just quietly observing everything. Dimitri brings up that a group of merchants from McLain recently rolled into the Empire. He was actually blown away by how fast they managed to set up a branch in Lutzelheim, so he decided to lend them a little help. Logan raises an eyebrow, asking if the mayor normally keeps tabs on every single merchant group. Dimitri plays it off, saying he is always attentive since they are so close to Grandia. Hearing this triggers Logan's memories. His mind immediately flashes back to a vivid scene from his past life as a mercenary. He remembers the brutal Imperial War, and wonders if this guy was the mayor back then too. Was Dimitri secretly prepping for war, even during peacetime? Looking around the streets, Logan realizes the city's security level is practically identical to what he faced in his previous life. He cracks his knuckles and decides this is definitely something he needs to look into. Finally, the carriage pulls up to their destination, the official residence of Lutzelheim. Victor's jaw drops, admitting he has never seen a building this massive outside of the Magic Tower. Dimitri casually offers to prepare a guest suite so Logan can rest as long as he wishes. Logan thanks him, promising he will not forget this generous treatment, which makes Dimitri smile. But then Dimitri drops a comment that catches Logan totally off guard. With a sly look, Dimitri says he would very much appreciate it if Logan remembered him once he rises to the upper echelon of the Empire. Logan is visibly disturbed. He asks Dimitri what he means by that, and Victor looks just as confused, wondering what exactly Logan is planning to do. When Logan presses Dimitri about the upper echelon comment, Dimitri explains that an invitation straight from His Imperial Majesty is not just handed out for nothing. Logan tries to clear the air, insisting Dimitri must have a misunderstanding since Logan entered the Empire as a diplomatic envoy. But Dimitri is not so sure. He tells Logan he is mistaken. This is no standard diplomatic summons. It is an exclusive invitation from the Emperor to Logan McLain himself. The Emperor is obsessed with hoarding talent, and most people who get a personal invite end up staying right by his side. Dimitri assures him the Emperor will surely grant Logan a position befitting his abilities. Now, Logan realizes exactly what Dimitri is going on about. He pushes back, stating that even so, he does not believe he will defect. Even if his home falls short of the Empire, he has a reliable family after all. Dimitri simply smiles, and tells Logan he is just saying this in case, but Logan should keep the advice in mind. Hearing this entire exchange, Sir Luther finally snaps. He gets furious, yelling at Dimitri not to look down on their kingdom. Logan quickly puts his hands up and tells Luther to calm down, but that just makes Luther even angrier. He asks Logan how he can stay calm when Dimitri is spouting utter nonsense and telling a foreign envoy to naturalize. Logan quietly mutters to Luther that this is not nonsense to them. He explains that Dimitri truly believes Logan will be pleased by the offer. Meanwhile, Dimitri asks if he perhaps offended them in some way. That is when Luther finally grasps the sheer scale of the Empire's superiority complex. Even so, Logan is internally panicking. If what Dimitri said is true, it means the Emperor fully intends to recruit him. He knows this ruler cares for nothing but gathering talent regardless of age or gender. Immediately after ascending the throne, this conqueror expanded his territory by a third and crushed the strongest nation in the West. If Logan refuses an offer from a ruthless man like that, will he even be able to return home safely? He seriously considers turning back right then and there. But before he can make a move, a man radiating a terrifying aura steps onto the scene, announcing he heard the Emperor's guests have arrived. The sheer pressure makes both Logan and Luther tremble. Dimitri immediately turns and acknowledges the newcomer. Luther leans down to match Logan's height and whispers a warning. This guy is no ordinary man. He is a superhuman. The man marches straight up to Logan and asks if he is the Count of McLain. When Logan confirms it, the powerhouse actually bows, declaring it an honor to serve him. He introduces himself as Blake the Fierce and announces that from this moment on, he shall safely escort Logan to his Imperial Majesty. The moment the name is dropped, Logan instantly recognizes the man standing before him, Blake Evander. Logan's mind immediately flashes back to a vivid battlefield from his past life as a mercenary. He vividly remembers the brutal war with the Empire, where Blake was the very first superhuman to smash straight through Grandia's borders. In that timeline, Blake put his own life on the line and successfully slaughtered Grandia's strongest superhumans. With its core fighting force completely wiped out, the helpless nation of Grandia simply crumbled to dust. Snapping back to the present, Logan, holding on to this secret knowledge, can barely believe what he is seeing. Someone with that kind of monstrous, nation-toppling strength is being assigned as a mere guest escort? Logan politely apologizes, telling Blake that he would like to decline such excessive concern. But Blake is not taking no for an answer. He respectfully insists that he simply intends to guide the Emperor's guests with the absolute highest guarantee of safety, and asks the Count of McLain to reconsider. Logan is completely stunned that a powerhouse like Blake is actually bowing his head to him. But before he can process it, Sir Luther steps up. He bluntly tells the general that he is already serving as Logan's escort, so an extra guard simply wouldn't make a difference. Hearing this, Blake smirks. He mocks Luther, saying it seems that in their little kingdom, merely having a bulky frame is enough to grant someone a command. Luther is taken completely by surprise, but Blake doesn't stop there. He glares right into Luther's eyes, telling him to know his place and make himself scarce, straight up calling him bulk. Naturally, this absolutely infuriates Luther, and his aura immediately starts flaring up. The two powerhouses just stare each other down, fully prepared to brawl right then and there. Panicking, Dimitri intervenes, begging Logan to stop his companion. He frantically warns Logan that Sir Blake is a literal general of the Empire, and definitely not someone a superhuman from a small nation can handle. Hearing this, Logan steps in. He calls out Sir Blake's name, instantly grabbing his attention. Logan tells the general that if he can defeat Sir Luther, then he will gladly accept him as an escort. Inwardly, Logan realizes this is the perfect setup. He thinks that using this clash as a chance to personally witness the skills of the Empire's superhuman isn't a bad idea at all. He then adds a massive wager, promising Sir Blake that even if an accident were to occur, it absolutely will not cause a diplomatic problem between their nations. This guarantee makes a wide smile spread across Sir Blake's face. He tells the Count of McLain that he will gladly oblige him and reaches for his sword. Drawing his blade, Blake tells Luther he is going to teach him just how vast the world outside his little backcountry really is. Unfazed, Luther tightly grips his massive hammer, growling back that they'll soon see who will be teaching whom. Dimitri is completely losing his mind. He cannot believe this is actually happening, and more than anything, he can't understand why they have to do this right on his estate. Barely a second later, the sheer force of their clash makes it look like the tower of the residence is being ripped apart. The two superhumans are suddenly fighting each other at a speed that defies words. But right from the opening strike, it is painfully clear that Luther is struggling just to match Blake's insane power. Meanwhile, Dimitri is reduced to curling up in a ball behind Logan, just desperately trying not to get hit by the shockwaves. Watching the chaos unfold, Logan can hardly believe what's happening. Luther Kale is getting completely pushed back. As they clash, Luther realizes that Blake's fighting style is actually pretty similar to Wiccan's, but there's a huge difference. Wiccan has way more raw power. Frustrated, Luther tries to smash Blake with his massive hammer, calling him a little rat, but he doesn't even get the slightest chance to connect. In the blink of an eye, Blake vanishes and reappears right behind Luther, fully prepared to strike him down. That's the terrifying moment Luther realizes Blake is insanely faster than Wiccan, and he barely manages to dodge the fatal attack. Watching this, Logan instantly flashes back to his past life as a mercenary. He remembers Felix drilling into his head that there are plenty of ways to control distance in a fight, but overwhelming speed is one of the deadliest. Being the fastest on the battlefield basically gives a fighter the advantage in almost any matchup. Seeing their insane exchange of speed and power, Logan deduces that Blake must be a superhuman who specifically specializes in speed. Meanwhile, Dimitri is curled up in the background, literally crying his eyes out over his completely destroyed garden. Annoyed, Luther curses Blake out, calling him a bastard, and goes in for another heavy swing, but Blake easily dodges it and instantly counters with a lethal killing blow. In the very next second, a massive explosion completely engulfs the battlefield. Victor and the other knights are left speechless, unable to believe what they're seeing. But as the wind finally blows the heavy dust away, the craziest sight is revealed. Logan actually stepped right into the middle of the fight. He placed himself between the two clashing superhumans and calmly tells Sir Blake that this will be enough. Sir Blake is completely dumbfounded. He realizes Logan just perfectly protected his giant companion from the attack, and he has absolutely no idea how Logan pulled it off without even being a superhuman himself. Luther tells Logan he's deeply ashamed, but Logan just brushes it off, telling him it's totally fine. Blake's insane speed just made him a terrible matchup. Impressed, Blake tells Logan he truly is a man worthy of His Majesty's praise, which actually catches Logan off guard. Regardless, Blake claims victory and smoothly asks if he can now formally escort them to the Imperial capital. Logan smiles and accepts, but internally, Logan is stressing out. Thanks to his memories from his past life, he knows for a fact that Blake is actually on the weaker side of the Empire's superhumans. If this monster is considered weak, Logan realizes there's zero chance he can stand against the Empire with just brute force alone. Logan turns to Sir Blake and tells him he just has one request. Blake asks him to speak freely, and Logan tells him straight up, he needs information. Fast forward 2 days later, and a totally depressed Dimitri is standing in front of his ruined estate. He tells Logan it's a real shame he has to leave so soon, and begs him to visit again. Logan puts on a fake smile, thanking the mayor and saying he had a great time, but inside, he's just praying he can get out of there before Dimitri asks him to pay for the damages. Just before he can slip away, Dimitri grabs Logan's hand, bows deeply, and desperately asks Logan to remember him. Logan just sighs, realizing the guy is still hopelessly pushing for him to naturalize into the Empire. Right after that awkward goodbye, Blake tells Logan it's time to go, and points to the ready carriage. As Logan climbs inside, Blake takes a seat right by the entrance. As they get moving, Blake suddenly asks Logan if he actually knows why His Imperial Majesty summoned him. Logan obviously doesn't know the exact reason, so he guesses it might be out of appreciation for his strategic efforts during the Civil War. Blake shuts that down immediately. He tells Logan that from what he knows, His Majesty isn't the type to do sentimental things like that. When Logan asks him to explain, Blake apologizes if he's disappointing him, but reveals a dark truth. The Emperor only cares about superhumans. He wouldn't care if Logan was the kingdom's ultimate hero. If he's not a superhuman, he's nothing to the Emperor. This hits Logan hard. Why would a ruler who only cares about superhumans personally summon him? It doesn't make any sense. He wonders if it's because of his repeating crossbow, or maybe the Emperor somehow saw the hidden potential of a superhuman inside him. This mystery leaves Logan deeply unsettled, wondering exactly what kind of ruthless monster the Emperor really is. Meanwhile, in an entirely different location, inside a massive, echoing hall, a brutal scene plays out. A massive bull is being violently torn apart by 4 savage dogs. A servant stands nervously before His Majesty's towering throne, announcing the good news that his fighting dogs have achieved total victory. Hearing this, the Emperor flashes a sinister smile, praising the dogs' strength. The servant eagerly adds that they are a gathering of the strongest breeds on the entire continent. The Emperor slowly repeats his words, the strongest breeds, and then asks a chilling question. Out of those 4, which specific dog is the absolute strongest? The servant stammers, totally unable to answer. With a cold, ruthless tone, the Emperor orders his servant to throw the dogs into the pit against each other. He declares that a bloodbath is the only way to find out. The true strongest will be the only one left alive. Next up, Blake shouts out a command, calling for his soldiers' attention. He orders them to present arms, and instantly, his entire massive legion snaps to attention with perfect precision. He introduces the troops to Logan as the East Third Corps, and Logan is absolutely blown away by the sight. Blake chuckles, telling Logan that when he asked for a favor, he definitely didn't expect it to be a simple request to observe his troops. He praises Logan, noting that a young hero really is built differently. Logan humbly replies that he just wants to learn how to improve his own lacking territory, but internally, Logan is sweating bullets. This is really bad. Blake has over 1,000 knights alone, and including the regular soldiers, Logan estimates the Third Corps is at least 25,000 men strong. This single army rivals Valtermine's entire force in scale, and this is just one of the Empire's 8 corps. Trying to gather more intel, Logan casually asks Sir Blake what kind of weapons his soldiers wield, specifically asking if they use crossbows. Blake just looks at him funny. He asks Logan why they would ever use such inefficient weapons. Laughing the whole thing off as an amusing joke, Logan plays it cool, saying it was just an example, but inside, he breathes a massive sigh of relief. At the very least, the Empire doesn't have repeating crossbows like his forces do. Fast forward a bit. During the month-long journey heading to Assyria, Logan compiles all the information he's gathered and has Philip's network verify it. Sitting in the carriage and reading through the documents, Logan realizes his inferences were spot on. Philip filled in the rest of the blanks, and Logan thinks to himself that Philip is doing a fantastic job expanding their connections inside the Empire. Suddenly, Blake announces that they've finally arrived. Stepping out of the carriage, everyone is left in complete awe at the incredible, shining scenery surrounding Assyria. While the others are captivated by the beautiful sight, Logan knows better. Sir Blake smirks, telling Logan that if he's overwhelmed by just this, it would be concerning, promising there is far more to see inside. And as they walk through the city, it's painfully clear. These people are operating on a totally different level. Suddenly, Logan stops dead in his tracks in front of a statue of a man riding a horse. The sight triggers a vivid memory from his past life as a mercenary. He stares down at the pavement, fully visualizing the brutal past. This exact spot used to be the secret base of the Grandia Liberation Front. Standing there holding this secret knowledge, Logan realizes that the current timeline is actually way better than his previous life. The Civil War concluded successfully, and his faction is much stronger now than they ever were back then. But even with all that, a heavy knot of anxiety still twists in his gut. Victor walks up to him, snapping him back to reality, and asks what he's thinking about. Logan gives him a reassuring smile, saying he was just reflecting on everything they've seen since entering the Empire. He then asks Victor how he feels about the place. Victor shakes his head, admitting he's completely overwhelmed. The buildings are massive, merchants are selling bizarre items he's never even heard of, and the sheer scale of the massive armies and superhumans is terrifying. Victor points out that the Empire is absolutely overflowing with insanely strong men, and then drops his gaze, sadly admitting he doesn't know if he'll ever become that strong. Logan is left totally speechless. He suddenly realizes he hadn't even noticed how quiet Victor had been lately. This heavy insecurity is what's been weighing his friend down the whole time. Logan steps up to reassure him. He explains that back in ancient times, the population was way smaller, making Force users incredibly rare. Victor asks if that's really true. Logan taps a finger on Victor's chest and tells him that knights back then couldn't even put their own armor on without help. He asks Victor to imagine how those ordinary people felt looking at Force users. It's the exact same way they feel now looking at aura users. Victor tries to argue, pointing out that Logan has awakened his aura, but before he can spill the secret, Logan violently shushes him, making sure no one overhears. Logan looks him dead in the eye and guarantees him that absolutely nothing is impossible. He promises Victor that one day, he will become a superhuman too. This promise makes Victor's eyes totally light up. Filled with renewed passion, Victor slams his fist against his chest in a crisp salute. He vows that the revival of the McLain family, winning a war with the Empire, or whatever else his lord wishes for, he will personally make it happen. Logan is deeply moved, barely able to believe his friend's fierce loyalty. Averting his gaze, Logan softly says that whether back then or now, he was never actually fighting alone. Victor doesn't quite catch the hidden regression meaning behind back then, but Logan just claps a hand on Victor's shoulder. Logan admits that even he was feeling a little put down by the Empire's overwhelming power, but that realization snaps Logan back to high alert. He mentally slaps himself, realizing he needs to get it together. This is absolutely not the time to be daydreaming about the past. He is standing right in the Emperor's home. A short time later, Logan is standing right in front of the massive entrance to the palace's main hall. Blake turns to him, asking if he's ready, because His Imperial Majesty is waiting just past those towering doors. Blake announces that his escort duties officially end here. Logan thanks him for his service, and Blake bows deeply, stating he did his absolute best to fulfill his duties as His Majesty's vassal. He adds that he truly hopes to see Logan again on friendly terms. Logan mulls over the words, politely agreeing that it would be nice, before turning his focus entirely to the heavy gates. A booming voice suddenly announces that the guests of Grandia are entering. As the massive doors slowly creak open and Logan steps inside, his heart pounds. He knows the Emperor is waiting just ahead, out of absolutely nowhere, from all the way across the massive hall. Logan's gaze locks directly with the Emperor's. Logan is stunned that their eyes could even meet from such an insane distance. But something even more terrifying is happening. The sheer, suffocating presence in the room is overwhelming. His Majesty's voice booms out, ordering Logan to come closer, grandly calling him the hero of Grandia. As Logan forces his legs to step forward, pure anxiety floods his veins. He can feel eyes burning into him from literally every single corner of the throne room. Seeing the towering figure of Luther behind him, the gathered nobles and guards start whispering. They question what's up with the giant man, and openly wonder if the normal-looking kid in front is really the one His Majesty chose. Some even mockingly ask where Grandia even is. Logan's mind is racing, wondering what the hell is actually happening. A strange magnetic pressure keeps drawing his eyes straight toward the Emperor. But then, no. Logan suddenly realizes something infinitely more horrifying. He feels a crushing, incredible spirit filling the entire room. At first, he assumes it's the Emperor's aura, but then he realizes the pressure is coming from way closer. It's coming from right next to him. Logan looks at the knights lining the hall, and his blood runs cold. He realizes that every single one of them is a superhuman. Looking around the massive hall, Logan quickly realizes there are about 10 people in the room exerting intense pressure. He calculates that at least half of them are completely on par with Felix. Assyria alone has 7 magic towers, 8 East Core, and 7 West Core. Counting only their leaders, that means the Empire boasts at least 32 superhumans. Staring up at the Emperor, Logan can barely believe the vast power gap between their two nations. Suddenly, His Majesty raises his hand and calls for a specific man in the audience. The crushing aura in the room instantly forces Logan to his knees, sweating profusely. The Emperor tells Logan that he's heard a lot about him. He asks if Logan really killed a superhuman, noting that his reputation is clearly no lie. Logan wonders if this whole setup was just a sick test. He humbly tells His Majesty that he was merely lucky, but the Emperor just smirks. He declares that they can simply verify that luck right here and now, and loudly calls out for Jerome. Turning his head, Logan spots him and instantly wonders if this is the infamous Jerome Decade. His Majesty points directly at Jerome and orders him to contend against Logan. The Emperor grandly announces that this will be a match between the Empire's rising star and the hero of Grandia. He states that he simply wishes to see for himself who is more exceptional. Without a second of hesitation, Jerome bows and abides by the command. Logan cannot believe he's being forced into a brutal fight the absolute second he arrives, especially without anyone even asking for his consent. But then the dark realization hits him. This is exactly why he was invited in the first place. He is here solely for His Majesty's sick amusement. Seeing the situation spiral, Sir Luther steps up and frantically tries to intervene. He calls out to the Emperor, arguing that Lord Logan is here strictly as a representative of their kingdom, and demanding a sudden death match completely violates normal diplomatic procedures. But His Majesty doesn't care about Luther's presence at all. He coldly states that the invitation was for Logan McLain alone. The Emperor then turns his terrifying gaze to Luther, mockingly addressing him as the superhuman of the kingdom, and asks if he is actually objecting to an imperial decision. The crushing aura bearing down on them is too much. Realizing the immense pressure, Luther immediately drops to his knees before he can even mutter a reply. Seeing no way out, Logan speaks up, stating that if His Majesty wishes it, he will comply. He stands up tall and boldly declares that if any accidents happen during the duel, he trusts he won't be held responsible. Hearing this bold threat, Jerome furiously calls Logan insolent, but the Emperor absolutely loves it. He bursts into laughter at the mention of accidents, casually explaining that he merely wanted to see them test their abilities, and surely Logan didn't intend a battle to the death. Undeterred, Logan looks right at the Emperor and asks, if they're going to clash, wouldn't it be way more entertaining to just go all out? His Majesty laughs even harder, highly amused that Logan truly believes he can win. The Emperor turns to Jerome and asks if he thinks the same. Jerome scoffs, proudly telling His Majesty that he will absolutely not be bested by mere talent from some backwater country. Logan locks eyes with Jerome, his mind racing with regression knowledge. He never thought he'd end up fighting this guy right off the bat. In the future timeline, Jerome becomes legendary. He is known as the first sword of the continent, the absolute strongest aura user alive, and a key ambassador to the Grandia Liberation Front. But Logan grounds himself in the present reality. Jerome isn't that overpowered monster just yet. Minutes later, they are standing across from each other inside the courtyard, fully prepared to fight. Even the high-ranking nobles of the Empire are totally stunned. They can't believe a full-blown duel is happening right in the middle of the Imperial Palace. But as one noble quietly points out, who could possibly oppose His Majesty? It's painfully clear that absolutely no one dares to speak up. One noble even scoffs that since Logan is just an ordinary knight, this execution should be quick. Jerome steps up, trying to mock Logan before the fight. He sneers that Logan might have gotten extremely lucky killing a superhuman once, but he is gravely mistaken if he thinks lightning strikes twice. Logan couldn't care less about the trash talk. He simply thanks Jerome for the advice and asks if they can just begin already. Hearing this pure confidence, Jerome growls that Logan is aggressively courting death, demanding to know if he is truly prepared. A vassal of His Majesty steps forward to ask if both participants are ready. Logan instantly recognizes this man. It's the current first sword of the continent, Triss Hansby. Logan realizes that most of the suffocating pressure he felt in the throne room earlier was coming straight from this guy, though seeing the legend in person feels totally surreal. Jerome confirms he is ready, respectfully addressing the first sword as Master. Logan also confirms his readiness. Glancing toward the throne, Triss announces that, since His Majesty is watching, both fighters must display their absolute utmost abilities. However, Triss lays down one strict rule: the use of artifacts is strictly forbidden. Watching from the sidelines, Luther realizes exactly what this rule means. Triss is just trying to ensure Logan doesn't instantly die. The watching nobles are completely reeking of imperial superiority. They whisper among themselves, totally confident that Logan is about to taste brutal defeat. They agree that while he might be considered strong in his little backwater nation, he's about to quickly learn his place within the mighty empire. And right as those words leave their mouths, Logan and Jerome launch at each other at the absolute highest speed possible. Jerome heavily infuses his sword with pure aura, prepping a lethal strike. Logan pumps his own blade full of force, quickly running the calculations. He knows that if he were fighting the current first sword, Triss, he couldn't even hope to compare. But against Jerome, the mere rising star of the Empire, it's a completely different story. With absolute ease, Logan perfectly blocks Jerome's blistering attack. Everyone in the courtyard is left completely speechless. Even His Majesty and Triss Hansby watch in total awe. Jerome is visibly stunned, unable to comprehend how Logan just effortlessly blocked his aura. Without missing a beat, Logan smoothly switches his stance, fully preparing to counterattack. Watching closely, Luther realizes this is the exact turning point. Logan's regression knowledge is paying off perfectly. He knows Jerome will eventually gain massive fame as the invincible first sword in 20 years. But right now, the kid is still way too inexperienced. This glaring weakness hands Logan the total upper hand in the fight. Logan swiftly pulls his sword away and launches a vicious attack from an angle Jerome completely didn't expect. They clash blades violently, and Jerome barely manages to dodge Logan's lightning-fast follow-up. Logan keeps the pressure dialed to the max, maintaining total control. He unleashes a lethal thrust right at Jerome's head. Logan moves so fast that he actually manages to slice a clean scratch right across Jerome's face, drawing first blood. Seeing his prized disciple bleed, Triss shouts Jerome's name, fully intending to step in and stop the match. But Jerome screams at his master to stop, begging His Majesty to let the fight continue because he is just wounded. One noble bluntly points out that just wounded is a massive understatement, considering the blood pouring down Jerome's face. Suddenly, Jerome places a hand over his bleeding face. It turns out he possesses some kind of insane healing power, and the wound completely vanishes in seconds. Seeing this, Logan grips his sword tighter, wondering if Jerome is finally going to get serious. After all, a superhuman is still a superhuman. Surprisingly, Jerome actually apologizes to Logan for looking down on him. Logan is totally caught off guard by the sudden respect. Jerome admits that despite Logan not being an aura user, he flawlessly deflected a pure aura strike, and that twisting counterattack was unlike anything he had ever seen. He humbly declares that Logan most definitely deserves the title of young hero. But then, Jerome's eyes darken. He issues a chilling warning, telling Logan he had best prepare himself for what's coming next. Logan glares right back at Jerome. His mind is completely made up. This is his ultimate chance, and right here, right now, he is going to utterly destroy the future first sword of the continent. Before Jerome Decade becomes the legendary first sword of the continent, Logan knows exactly what his future holds. His mind flashes back to a vivid scene from his past life as a mercenary. During the brutal war of conquest over Grandia, Jerome secures a massive victory by straight-up cutting off Juan Douglas's head. After that devastating kill, Jerome becomes the #1 assassination target for the Grandia Liberation Front. But here is the crazy part. Absolutely no one dared to actually attempt it. Why? Because of his ridiculously broken superhuman trait, absolute sight. With his overwhelming dynamic vision, he can crush any attack a step before it connects, and pierce any defense a step before it's raised. Logan remembers that his old comrades tried countless methods to take him down, but with Jerome's insane energy reserves as a superhuman, absolutely nothing worked. But right here, right now, Decade is just a rookie. Logan and Decade clash violently, the sheer force of their strike kicking up a massive cloud of dust that engulfs the courtyard. Leaping back, Logan prepares his next move. He stares down at Jerome, recalling another crucial detail from his past life. Whenever Jerome used his absolute sight, his eyes would flash with a slight silver light. Looking at him now, Logan spots it, but Jerome's control is clearly lacking. Logan decides to test exactly how well this rookie can defend himself. Logan pumps his sword with energy and prepares to strike Jerome down from above. Recognizing the stance, Jerome sneers, cockily declaring that he won't fall for that strange curving attack technique a second time. But Logan instantly switches it up. He slips all around Jerome in an absolute blur, launching a flurry of strikes. Jerome barely manages to escape the attacks, dodging by mere inches. Logan unleashes a deadly combo. His main sword pierces straight along its path, while his force blade freely curves and changes directions. By doing this, Logan has completely removed all the imperfections of Fran's Moonlight Sword. Even so, Jerome proves he is operating on a totally different level from Fran's. He somehow manages to block every single attack Logan throws at him. His absolute sight is no joke. He even sees Logan coming from behind a full couple of seconds before the attack actually happens. Anticipating the strike, Jerome drops low and slides to the ground to dodge, instantly countering with a vicious sweeping attack while Logan is seemingly wide open. But Logan completely outplays him, leaping high into the air to evade the sweep before prepping another strike. It is painfully clear now that the massive difference in technique heavily favors Logan. As their swords lock in another fierce clash, Jerome desperately struggles to keep Logan's blade away from his torso. Digging deep, Jerome finally manages to push Logan's sword away, a move that actually catches Logan off guard. Jerome immediately leaps back to reset his stance. Jerome is absolutely furious. He cannot believe a mere force user is keeping him on the back foot right in front of his majesty. Desperate to redeem himself, he heavily imbues his sword with pure aura and bursts forward with a tremendous amount of speed to close the distance. Logan is genuinely shocked. He didn't expect Jerome to have this much capability left, but then he sees it. A bright silver light flashing behind Jerome's eyes. The rookie has managed to focus it. The terrifying realization hits Logan. Jerome is already starting to master his power mid-fight. For Logan, this means one thing. He absolutely cannot afford to be pushed back right now. He has to crush Jerome right here before the monster can grow any further. Logan instantly activates his shadow step, vanishing and reappearing right behind Jerome. Jerome is terrified, wondering how Logan moved so insanely fast. Logan knows from his past life that there are only 3 ways to break absolute sight: an overwhelming number of attacks, overwhelming magic, or overwhelming speed. Logan fully commits to speed. He unleashes a blistering barrage of attacks, moving as nimbly as a ghost, so that all Jerome can do is desperately defend. The crowd is watching in absolute awe. Even the current first sword of the Empire is stunned, completely unable to believe that their rising star is being pushed back by this impossible speed. Watching from the sidelines, Luther is hyped, thinking Logan is doing incredibly well and silently cheering for him to keep the pressure up. But after unleashing this massive wall of attacks, Logan is frustrated. Jerome somehow managed to block every single hit. Logan mutters that this guy is a literal monster. That is when Logan comes up with a crazy, desperate way to completely break his defense. He violently plunges his sword straight into the ground and dares Jerome to try and block this. Jerome is totally confused, having no idea what Logan is going for. Suddenly, the entire ground starts violently shaking. Blinding rays of light burst from where Logan stabbed the earth. Then, shooting up from right underneath Jerome, a concentrated ray of light blasts straight toward his right eye. A massive explosion rocks the courtyard. When the smoke clears, everyone is left completely speechless. Nobody can believe what just happened. Jerome's sword drops from his hand. A single strand of hair falls to the ground, followed by a flowing river of blood. The higher-ups of the Empire gasp as they realize the horrifying truth. Jerome just permanently lost his eye. But wait, At the exact same time, Logan starts violently coughing up blood. It turns out that even while losing his eye, Jerome still managed to launch a lethal counterattack. He truly proves he deserves the future title of First Sword of the Continent. Despite the damage, Logan smiles. With this devastating blow, he has successfully achieved his ultimate goal. But this is far from over. A furious voice booms from behind him. Triss Hansby, the current First Sword of the Continent, screams at Logan, asking how he dares to permanently maim a precious talent of the Empire right in front of His Majesty. Exploding with full force, Triss leaps at Logan. In a single instant, he brutally grabs Logan by the neck, slams him down into the ground, and raises his sword, screaming that Logan is going to pay for his sins with his own life. Seeing Logan get slammed into the ground, Luther completely loses it. He whips out his massive hammer and leaps straight at Triss, screaming at him, demanding to know how he dares pull a stunt like this. But Triss isn't even slightly fazed by the giant's presence. He calmly raises a single finger, heavily infusing his finger with pure aura. Before Luther can even process what's happening, Triss unleashes a force so fast, it can't even be called a motion. With just a simple flick of his wrist, Triss sends the hulking Luther flying several meters through the air. Luther crashes down, violently spitting up blood. It's painfully clear right then and there. The First Sword of the Empire operates on a completely different dimension than anyone else. Gripping his sword tighter, Logan makes a grim decision. He figures he's going to die here anyway, so if he's going down, he is definitely taking at least one of these monsters with him. Catching on to Logan's fighting stance, Triss scoffs, mocking his desperate will for survival. The First Sword raises his blade, coldly telling Logan to just die. But just a split second before Triss can execute the fatal strike, a booming voice echoes through the hall. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" It's His Majesty, the Emperor. Glaring down from his throne, the Emperor is clearly annoyed. Triss instantly freezes, sheathes his sword, and drops into a deep bow. He desperately tries to justify his actions, claiming Logan dared to permanently maim a precious talent of the Empire right in front of His Majesty, so he must die a miserable death to uphold the Empire's absolute authority. But the Emperor is not having it. He coldly reminds Triss that he was the one who gave the order for the fight. By calling the outcome disgraceful, is Triss actually trying to mock the Emperor's decision? Panic instantly washes over Triss. He starts bowing even harder, literally slamming his forehead into the hard ground, frantically swearing he would never do that, and was only acting in the best interest of the Empire. That just pisses the Emperor off even more. "I am the Empire," he snarls. He points out the sheer audacity of Triss defying a direct imperial order, and then having the nerve to claim it was for his sake. Hearing the Emperor's terrifying tone, the First Sword of the Continent starts violently trembling. He slams his head into the ground so hard it cracks, begging for forgiveness, and admitting he completely crossed the line. Watching this, Luther and Logan are totally stunned. Logan wonders why a powerhouse like the First Sword would grovel this hard. He figures that since Triss recognized his mistake quickly, and he's still the strongest aura user on the continent, he'll just get a slap on the wrist. But Logan couldn't be more wrong. The Emperor coldly strips Triss of all his authority over the Imperial Knights and completely revokes his peerage, meaning he just casually stripped him of his title as the First Sword. And the craziest part? Triss actually raises his head, blood literally pouring down his face, and profusely thanks his master for his generosity and light punishment. Logan is utterly speechless. He just witnessed the absolute terrifying authority of the Emperor to make a literal superhuman happily yield his entire life's work without a fight. The Emperor then casually brushes off the duel. He declares that, while Jerome's wounds are unfortunate, they are completely plausible in a real clash between martial artists, so no blame will be assigned. Turning to Logan, His Majesty praises his logic-defying performance, officially declares him the victor, and promises a grand reward. The surrounding nobles let out a collective sigh of relief. The Emperor then extends his arm to Logan, grandly calling him the hero of Grandia, and makes a massive offer: pledge loyalty to the Empire, and he'll be granted wealth, authority, and glory far beyond his wildest imagination. Logan freezes. If he just nods his head right now, he secures ultimate safety for his family, and avoids making an enemy out of the terrifying Empire. It would be the easiest choice in the world. But then, a vivid memory from his past life as a mercenary hits him. He remembers standing behind Captain Lewis on a bloody battlefield. In his previous life, he didn't fight for grand ideals or deep loyalty to his kingdom. The only thing that kept him going was pure, unadulterated rage. He died with that rage, and now that he's back, he refuses to ever forget it. Logan steps forward, kneels before the throne, and drops a bombshell. He looks the Emperor in the eye and plainly states that he cannot serve a foreign sovereign. the entire hall goes dead silent. The nobles are completely speechless. Even Luther is panicking. No one has ever refused the emperor. For a split second, His Majesty is stunned, but then he bursts out laughing. He admits it's been a very long time since anyone dared to say no to him, and honestly, it just makes him want Logan even more. The emperor stands up, tells Logan he showed him something truly magnificent today. He orders Logan to stay at the palace a bit longer to experience the empire firsthand. Fully confident Logan will eventually change his mind. Clutching his sword, Logan just respectfully thanks him for his grace. Sometime later, Logan is resting in a luxurious guest room provided by the emperor. A man walks in, introducing himself as Bishop Plantus, a high-ranking servant of Acheron, the god of gold and commerce. He respectfully tells Logan it's an honor to meet him. Logan is polite, apologizing for troubling the bishop since his wounds aren't that bad. But the bishop just smiles, calling Logan brother, and assures him the emperor has more than compensated for his time. Logan is internally freaking out. The emperor didn't just send some random healer. He sent an actual bishop of the 9 gods just to patch up a few scratches. As the bishop steps closer to examine him, Logan completely ignores his own injuries and immediately asks how Sir Jerome is doing. The bishop sighs, revealing that Jerome's wounds are actually healing unusually well, but unfortunately, they couldn't save his right eye. Hearing this, Logan breathes a massive internal sigh of relief. His brutal plan worked perfectly. The bishop then warns Logan that aura-inflicted wounds can have delayed effects, so they need to treat him immediately. Hovering his hands over Logan, the bishop starts chanting a prayer to the 9 gods, using raw divine power to heal the damage. It's totally different from the holy magic Logan saw during Stella's naming ceremony, and the effects are insane. Logan has never seen internal wounds heal so incredibly fast. The bishop is actually surprised, noting that he's never seen aura dispelled so cleanly from a body, praising Logan's immense physical resilience. Logan just smiles and thanks him, secretly knowing it was actually his hidden force core that pushed the lingering aura out. But just as the session wraps up, the bishop casually asks if Logan is really from Grandia. When Logan confirms it, the bishop's tone shifts. He mentions that he's been hearing a very strange rumor out of the Grandia parish lately. The bishop explains that there are supposedly children being born over there who are completely immune to divine power. He locks eyes with Logan and asks if he happens to know anything about this. Logan's blood runs cold. He instantly realizes the bishop is likely prying into Stella's secret situation, and Logan really doesn't like where this is going. Logan's mind immediately races back to a crucial moment in the past. He vividly remembers Stella's naming ceremony, where she was supposed to be officially blessed by Bishop Crimson. But something absolutely insane happened that day. Stella somehow completely repelled the bishop's divine power. Right after that shocking moment, Philip received an official invitation to indoctrinate Stella into the church. Internally, Logan is sweating bullets. He was absolutely certain that only Bishop Crimson and himself, since he possesses the rare ability to actually see divine power, should have been able to notice that anomaly. But clearly, the secret leaked. Playing it cool, Logan cautiously asks the imperial bishop if this strange phenomenon is perhaps a serious problem. The bishop explains that it isn't exactly a danger, but it isn't totally unprecedented either. However, here is the massive catch. A phenomenon like this usually only happens maybe once or twice across the entire continent in a whole century. Yet suddenly, it seems to be happening in rapid succession, right over in Grandia. Seeing Logan's perfectly masked, clueless expression, the bishop sighs, concluding that Logan genuinely had no idea about any of this. Logan respectfully apologizes for not being of any help with the matter. The bishop just waves it off with a polite smile, casually mentioning that in the end, it could all just be a baseless false rumor anyway. But Logan isn't buying that act for a single second. He knows exactly how these high-ranking religious figures operate. He thinks to himself that if it were really just a silly rumor, there is absolutely zero chance the bishop would have gone out of his way to interrogate him about it in the first place. A full week passes after his intense meeting with the emperor. To completely avoid the emperor's watchful eye, Logan decides to just stay locked in his quarters. As expected, the emperor doesn't personally come looking for him, but something even stranger starts happening. While Logan is deep in training with Victor, a vassal interrupts to announce he has a guest. It turns out the eldest son of the Hubert barony has come all the way to personally greet him, and he brought a lavish gift, and he is far from the only one. Next comes the Viscount of Coughs, bragging that he works in the Assyrian tax office, bearing another expensive gift. Then the Viscount of Pomagnate from the treasury drops by with his own present, followed by even more nobles. Watching this endless parade of aristocrats, Victor is totally confused and asks Logan if they should do something about it. Logan just sighs asking what is up with all this absolute nonsense. Later, staring at a literal mountain of accumulated presents, Luther asks if all of this really came from those guests. Logan confirms that every single one of them brought amazing things, ranging from low-grade artifacts to priceless elixirs. Logan knows that no matter how wealthy the Empire is, nobles handing out treasures like candy is definitely not a common occurrence. Then it hits him. Logan realizes this must be the Emperor pulling the strings from the shadows. It perfectly matches what the Emperor said before, that once Logan saw what he stood to gain by joining the Empire, he would surely change his mind. Realizing he's being aggressively bought out, Logan seriously considers just packing up and leaving. He figures that since he was personally invited by the Emperor, they wouldn't dare make a diplomatic move against his kingdom just because he left early. But then he shakes his head, realizing that's way too optimistic. His official entrance into Assyria is legally scheduled for the day of the spring festival. He knows he can't leave until that is over. So even though it's incredibly frustrating, he just has to wait it out. Just as he resolves to stay put, there is a sharp knock at the door, and someone asks if Sir Logan is present. Luther cautiously investigates, and Logan realizes it's the palace steward. At first, Logan groans, assuming it's yet another noble bringing a gift, but the steward presents him with an official invitation. Logan takes it, asks who sent it, and his heart drops the second he sees the heavy imperial seal. It's a direct invitation from His Imperial Majesty. Later that night, an absolutely massive, extravagant party is in full swing. People are drinking, cheering, and loud music fills the grand hall. Logan is there, sticking to the edges, when a stunning noblewoman spots his striking red hair and red eyes. She struts over, excitedly asking if he's the man from all the rumors. Logan politely introduces himself, and the woman flirts, asking if the rumors were actually false because he is way more manly than they said. She playfully asks if all the men in Grandia are built like him, and Logan just laughs it off. Suddenly, from behind him, he hears someone aggressively calling him a punk, demanding to know if he is the special guest invited by the Emperor. Two arrogant nobles start openly mocking Logan. They loudly complain that inviting some absolute rookie from a tiny backwater nation is far too gracious of His Majesty. Logan watches them with narrowed eyes, wondering what the hell is about to happen. Right on cue, two heavily armed Imperial guards march into the room and take strict positions on either side of the massive entrance. They loudly announce the arrival of His Imperial Majesty. Instantly, every single person in the hall drops to their knees to greet the Emperor. Logan is the absolute only one left standing, merely offering a polite bow. Seeing the entire room groveling, Logan finally decides to drop to one knee as well. As the Emperor walks through the sea of kneeling vassals, he stops dead in his tracks right in front of Logan. He looks down and smoothly asks if the star of Grandia, Logan McLain, is enjoying the party. Logan is completely caught off guard and isn't sure how to respond. The entire room is watching them, desperately wondering what the Emperor is planning. To everyone's absolute shock, the Emperor invites Logan to sit right by his side at the head table. As the Emperor personally pours him some wine, he casually mentions that he heard Logan had been hiding in his quarters ever since the duel. He explains that this is exactly why he decided to personally summon him out. The Emperor tells Logan that a man must experience the vastness of the world to truly broaden his perspective, and smoothly asks if Logan doesn't agree. The surrounding vassals are absolutely losing their minds. They cannot believe a foreign kid was invited to sit by His Imperial Majesty's side. One noblewoman even dares to whisper, questioning why a mere foreigner would ever receive such royal treatment. Logan politely thanks His Majesty for the excessive consideration, but boldly fires back, asking what more a caged bird could possibly experience. He tells the Emperor straight to his face that this golden cage would merely suffocate him. The Emperor just smirks, telling Logan that the Empire's sudden, intense interest must feel overwhelming right now, but he needs to widen his gaze. He leans in and asks Logan a chilling question. Is it not your kingdom that is actually shackling you? Hearing this, Logan is left completely speechless. The Emperor continues his psychological play. He suddenly complains that his wine glass is too small and orders his steward to bring something much larger. The steward quickly obeys, bringing out two massive bowl-like containers and setting them on the table. Watching the Emperor pour bottle after bottle of expensive wine into the massive bowls, Logan realizes the Emperor doesn't actually intend to casually drink from them. Logan finally asks the burning question, why go to such extreme lengths for someone like him? He points out that the mighty Empire surely has no shortage of talents far greater than himself. The Emperor freely admits that right now, that is technically true. However, he reveals that even Triss, the first sword of the continent, did not display anywhere near as much ability as Logan has at such a young age. He declares that Logan has the ultimate potential to completely surpass the first sword. Because of that raw potential, the Emperor announces to the entire hall that Logan's worth to him has far surpassed the worth of the entire kingdom of Grandia. The crowd gasps in absolute shock. They cannot believe the Emperor just publicly declared that a single man is worth more than an entire nation. They whisper that this is the highest praise imaginable. No matter how small Grandia is, the Emperor just deemed this kid more valuable than millions of lives. The Emperor then looks Logan dead in the eye and tells him to think very carefully about whether letting his immense talent rot away in a tiny, weak nation is truly the best path forward for him. Logan stares back, seriously wondering if the Emperor genuinely means what he is saying, or if he has just completely lost his mind. After emptying several bottles into the massive bowls, the Emperor finally declares them full. He tells Logan that this specific wine actively purifies a knight's force and acts like a powerful medicine. It is a premium imperial delicacy, and the royal palace only produces 100 bottles of it a year. He tells Logan he will pour him as much as he wants, urging him to drink to his heart's content. Logan respectfully thanks him, while the surrounding nobles furiously whisper about how insanely generous this is. Logan picks up the massive, heavy glass and starts chugging the wine. As he drinks, the heavy weight of the situation finally crushes him. He is now absolutely certain just how terrifyingly obsessive the Emperor really is. There is absolutely no way a man this obsessed with power would ever abandon his grand conquest. Logan realizes that if he decides to naturalize right here and now, the Emperor would immediately force him to prove his loyalty by standing on the front lines, and he would be ordered to personally lead the brutal takeover of Grandia. Slamming the empty bowl onto the table, Logan looks the Emperor right in the eyes. He boldly declares that he can never accept the offer. He states clearly that his kingdom and his history are absolutely everything to him, and firmly asks His Majesty to permanently take back the offer. The Emperor remains completely speechless. The entire room erupts in panicked whispers. The nobles cannot believe Logan just flat out rejected His Majesty to his face. They literally call him a dead man walking. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. A powerful noble steps out from the crowd, telling His Majesty he would like to raise a single matter. The Emperor turns and asks Duke Travis what he wants. Duke Travis smirks, announcing he recently heard a very interesting story regarding Grandia, and he wishes to share it with His Majesty. Hearing this, Logan is instantly, deeply disturbed. He glares at the old man, desperately wondering what he is about to reveal. Hearing that it concerns Grandia, the Emperor commands the Duke to speak. Duke Travis loudly announces that there is a confirmed story from when Sir Logan successfully suppressed the Grandia Civil War. Logan's blood runs ice cold. He realizes exactly what this bastard is about to say. Duke Travis looks right at Logan and tells His Majesty the dark secret. Logan has successfully created a devastating special weapon that has never existed in the world before. Logan curses the Duke in his mind, realizing his greatest advantage just got leaked. Hearing about this mysterious new weapon, the Emperor's amused expression vanishes. He looks deadly serious, turning to Duke Travis and demanding to know exactly what kind of weapon he is talking about. Logan stays in his quarters, swinging his sword, trying to shake off the nerves. He tells himself that the Emperor didn't push him to take back the offer, and since the guy seems so damn confident, he probably won't hunt him down if he dips when the festival ends. That's one less thing to worry about. Anyway, the biggest problem Logan needs to squash right now is this desire to go superhuman, right here and right now. His force core is vibrating like a trapped animal, and seeing all these other superhumans has pushed it to a breaking point. But he can't do it, not while the Emperor is watching him like a hawk. If he awakens now, the Emperor will just spin it as proof that the Empire is the place for him, and order him to stay forever. And if that happens, he can kiss his dream of going back home goodbye. He forces his core to calm down. After a deep breath, he figures maybe this delay is actually for the best. If Sir Luther was right, that this isn't something you can just fake by thinking about it, then nobody just accidentally becomes a superhuman this easily. If he plays his cards right, he can use this time to get ready for a full-scale revolution. He's not falling behind, he tells himself. Suddenly, his chamber door swings open, and someone is calling for him. Logan looks over, and Victor catches his attention. Victor tells him he has a guest. Logan brushes him off, telling him to just ignore them, but Victor isn't having it. He's clearly scared out of his mind, practically shaking as he insists he cannot just ignore this guy. Seeing Victor like this, Logan realizes something is seriously wrong. He walks past Victor, pushes the door open, and steps into the room. Sitting in the chair is the first sword of the continent, Triss Hansby. Just one look from that guy, and Logan feels a chill run straight down his spine. Seeing Logan, Triss Hansby gets up from his chair, and Logan asks him if he has come seeking revenge. Looking towards him, Triss Hansby asks what he means by that. Then, Logan's knights prepare to draw their swords, and Logan also prepares to do the same. Triss Hansby looks down and asks Logan if he thinks he'd bear such a grudge when His Majesty has already forgiven him. Hearing this, Logan is not sure what to think about it. Logan's knights remain on standby, and Logan asks Triss Hansby why he has come here. Then, Triss Hansby tells Logan that His Majesty is concerned about him, and that he hasn't left the estate once since the party. Therefore, he gave Triss Hansby direct orders to personally show him the wider world. Hearing this, it's clear that this is not a request Logan can deny. Triss Hansby's aura is basically filling the room. Seeing this, Logan says that it is just like fire. Triss Hansby then says that this is simply the materialization of spirit. Seeing this, Logan cannot believe it. It's the first time he has seen spirit, and he wonders if one's spirit alone can take such a distinct form. Triss Hansby tells Logan to focus his mind sharply, because if he lets his focus split, then his soul itself may be destroyed. Then, Logan tries to withstand Triss Hansby's spirit. He thinks that it's hot, and it's like he's really being enveloped in flames. At this rate, he'll end up burning to death, he says. Then, he uses his core as a shield. He basically exteriorizes a barrier of aura in order to repel the flames, and it looks like it works. It's hard for him, but Logan manages to do it. However, the flames come back, and Logan thinks that his force core is not enough. He then wonders, if this is so, how is he still holding out? He then says that, to begin with, his clothes aren't burning at all, and he realizes that his soul is the only one taking damage. Logan then looks to Triss Hansby and says that there's only one thing he can do against such an overwhelming ability, a power that deflects aura, and that even divine power cannot cure, a secret that can cut through all abilities, he says, and so he does, repelling all the flames at once. Seeing this, Triss Hansby cannot believe it. Logan gets up from his knees, and Triss Hansby asks him what happened. Looking towards him, Logan simply smiles. Triss Hansby then points his finger at Logan and swipes his finger down. It seems to have been an attack, but Logan can't understand what happened. He realizes that he's just been sliced apart and wonders if this is how he dies. He says that this is just absurd. Logan then says that no, he cannot let things end like this. Seeing this, Triss Hansby once again doesn't understand what's happening. Logan gathers all the aura he has and reassembles his body. Seeing what just happened, everybody is stunned. Victor and the soldiers come towards Logan to see if he is alright. One of the soldiers asks Logan what is wrong, and Logan can't even tell him. It looks like none of them saw what just happened. Triss Hansby then explains to Logan that what just happened was the soul blade. He explains that it was a sword strike that can cut through one's soul. It is a secret technique that aura users learn when approaching the pinnacle. Triss Hansby tells Logan that if he wishes to learn it, then he must stay in the Empire. Looking towards him, Logan curses Triss Hansby, and it's clear that Triss Hansby doesn't like Logan at all since Logan blocked all the techniques he revealed. Triss Hansby says that Logan cannot be considered a mere talent. If he cannot be controlled, then he must die, he says. A couple of days later, Triss Hansby and Jerome are sitting in a room drinking tea, and Jerome asks Triss Hansby if the matter from a few days ago was properly resolved. Then, looking at his master's face, Jerome tells him that he doesn't look so happy. His master then addresses Jerome, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Triss Hansby places his mug back on the table, saying that Logan withstood the materialization of spirit despite not even being an aura user. Hearing this, Jerome cannot believe it. He asks his master if that is so, saying that he has to be at least at that level to be a worthy opponent. Hearing this, Triss Hansby is not sure what to say. He thinks that Jerome has such a big heart that it overshadows any concerns. But even then, someone like Logan cannot be controlled, and so he would be better off dead. However, on the other hand, he wishes to see the future that such a brilliant talent will shape. Triss Hansby lowers his gaze and sighs, wondering what he is supposed to do at this moment. Later, in His Majesty's study, Logan kneels before his desk, greeting the Emperor. His Majesty tells Logan that it's been 3 weeks since the party, and asks him if he has received his gift. Hearing this, Logan gets annoyed, seriously wondering if that mug really thinks that was a gift. Logan tells him that, yes, it was a great help. His Majesty then tells Logan that Therese told him Logan was surprisingly impressive, and asks him what his thoughts were, and if he had changed his mind about his proposal. Hearing this, Logan remains silent for a second. Then, he apologizes to His Majesty, saying that the reason he's come to see him today is in order to convey his intentions to return home. Hearing this, His Majesty cannot believe it. Everybody in the room seems to be scared by what's about to happen. His Majesty then unsheathes a knife and asks Logan if he is aware of something. He asks Logan if he is aware that not once in his life has he ever given up on something he desires. Hearing what the Emperor just said, Logan rises from his knees and tells him straight up that, if that is so, then the only way His Majesty will take him is in death. Looking towards Logan, the Emperor asks if he would really be willing to lay down his life. He points his knife directly at Logan and asks if that young king truly means so much to him, adding that, in his eyes, the king doesn't appear worth swearing loyalty to. Logan thinks to himself that the Emperor is not wrong. Preparing to speak, Logan tells His Majesty that he simply desires his freedom. Hearing this, the Emperor asks Logan if this is the truth. Logan averts his gaze, smiles, and tells the Emperor that, with all due respect, his king cannot force him to do anything. However, that isn't the case for His Majesty, and as such, he cannot remain in the Empire. Hearing this, the Emperor cannot believe it. He starts laughing hard, and asks Logan if he means he'd rather return to his kingdom, just because he can ignore his own king as he wishes. Logan tells him that he is correct. His Majesty asks Logan if he has completely lost his mind, and the two guards standing guard cannot understand what is happening at all. His Majesty tells Logan that he's more interesting than he thought, while Logan cannot understand why he is laughing so hard. Then, His Majesty tells Logan that he will send him off. Logan cannot believe that it really worked, and that it was so simple. However, His Majesty suddenly drives his knife straight through the wooden table in front of him, telling Logan that he cannot leave without complying with one more wish from the Emperor. Several days later, it looks like two knights are walking on a field. Looking back, they wonder just what the Emperor is thinking. Several wagons pulled by horses are carrying gifts, which are all presents for the young master. Seeing this, Logan cannot believe it. It looks like they've had this conversation already, and Logan told His Majesty that it is way too much. Even so, His Majesty told Logan to just take it, as he cannot afford for others to say that he wasn't generous with his guests. He also told Logan that his true intentions lie elsewhere. Then a servant presents Logan with a special crate. Inside, there's a piece of armor called the Divine Pauldron. His Majesty had explained that it's an artifact he is giving to him, since Logan will surely become a superhuman soon. His Majesty then told Logan to think hard about what it means for the Emperor to grant him arms. Looking at the artifact, Logan realizes that now, everyone back home will think that he and the Emperor are on friendly terms, especially the king. Standing in his camp, looking down at the pauldron, Logan wonders what he should do. He looks down at the thing and says that this artifact gives him a strange sense of familiarity. The wind god boots and the Herculean gauntlets, they seem to work perfectly together. Then, just as he puts the artifact on, Logan realizes the power, saying that he knew it. It looks like the artifact the Emperor handed over absorbs force and actually has a hidden ability. Logan watches it generate a magic shield and realizes this thing is a fourth-class magic artifact. Putting Bifrost and Cronut aside, he can't believe the Emperor didn't know about this, and he wonders why he's the only one triggering it. But he pushes that curiosity aside. There's something way more important right now. He calls for Sir Luther, who immediately asks what's going on. Logan checks to make sure they've actually cleared the Imperial capital, then flashes a grin. He shows Luther his force core and drops the bomb. It's finally time for him to awaken. Meanwhile, back in the capital, the Emperor is taking a stroll through the castle gardens. Suddenly, a shadow steps up from behind and asks if there was really any need to go that far. The shadow points out that, even if the artifact was supposedly useless, showering another nation's knight with that much goodwill seems excessive. But the Emperor just turns his head and disagrees. He says the kid had the spine to provoke him right in the heart of the Imperial Palace. If he wants to bend a will that strong, he has to invest at least this much. The shadow warns him that Logan still refused the offer, and might even end up as an enemy of the Empire. The Emperor just shrugs it off, saying that if that day ever comes, he'll simply crush him. The shadow stays quiet for a second before bringing up another problem. It seems His Highness, the second Imperial Prince Barros, intends to make a move in Grandia. Knowing the prince's inclinations, the shadow fears there's a strong chance he'll end up clashing with them as an enemy. The Emperor mulls it over but decides they'll just wait and see. As far as he's concerned, when young talents clash, they naturally grow from it. Plus, His Majesty adds, it'll be fun to watch. We cut back to the Logan's camp, where he is awakening. Nobody dares to take their eyes off Logan. They are all just staring, completely amazed at what's happening. One knight asks Sir Luther if an awakening usually takes this long, and Luther tells him that normally, it ends in an instant. Hearing this, the knight gets worried, and asks if that means there's a problem. Luther just tells them that his own awakening took a long time too, so they'll just have to wait it out. He adds that it likely means Logan is going to undergo a massive change. Cut to the next day. All the soldiers have fallen asleep right there on the field. As they start waking up, one of them spots Logan. Luther approaches him and asks if he succeeded. Logan just keeps his head bowed and walks toward his companions. Then he raises his hand, completely imbued with aura, and tells Luther that he will show him right away. He's going to show him the exact power he just gained. The two of them get ready to throw down, and Luther tells Logan to come at him. Looking at Logan, Luther thinks he hasn't really changed much on the outside, so he wonders if the kid just underwent a standard, normal awakening. Deciding he has to confirm it for himself, Luther leaps at Logan in an instant, preparing to smack him straight into the ground with his giant hammer. But Logan just flashes a confident smile and doesn't even budge an inch. The explosion that follows completely engulfs everything. Victor can't even see what is happening through the dust. He panics, wondering if Logan just got crushed by the hammer, but then the smoke clears, and he realizes that is absolutely not the case. The armor that just cracked isn't Logan's. In reality, Sir Luther was the one who took the hit. Luther is stunned, saying it all happened in a split second the moment their weapons clashed. Logan deflected the massive hammer with a mere twist of his sword, and that wasn't even the craziest part. At the exact same time, Logan stepped back and immediately countered with frightening speed. Luther admits that if this had been a real life or death battle, that strike would have taken his head clean off. Luther asks Logan if he ended up getting a speed-type trait, but Logan just tells him no. He hasn't even shown his trait yet. Hearing this, Luther is mind-blown, realizing that this insane speed and power is just the baseline result of the awakening reinforcing Logan's body. Logan then grips his sword with both hands and tells Sir Luther to seriously prepare himself. An overwhelming amount of aura suddenly erupts from Logan's body. Seeing this, Luther can barely believe his eyes. He clenches his hammer tighter, gathering as much mana as he can to match Logan's pressure, and tells the kid to show him what he's really got. Looking at Luther, Logan realizes he can see it. He can see every single one of his opponent's weak points. His strength and senses have more than doubled, and the way he views the world itself has completely changed. This isn't just ordinary growth, it's an absolute exaltation of the soul. Even if it only lasts for a moment, he is able to perfectly reach a higher level. Logan then thanks Sir Luther. In an instant, he goes on the offensive. He sweeps his sword in a blinding flash, prepared to take Luther down, and his blade simply slices straight through Luther's defensive aura. Seeing this, Luther is left speechless. His own dense aura was just cut clean through by a kid who only awakened a minute ago. Looking at Logan, Luther admits that he really managed to get an unbelievable trait. Once the dust settles, it's obvious who came out on top. Logan is still standing there, gripping his sword, while Luther is flat on the ground next to his giant hammer. It definitely wasn't a walk in the park for Logan, as he's huffing and puffing after taking the giant down. He clenches his sword tighter and realizes his gut feeling was spot on. He was able to experience reaching a completely higher level for 5 solid minutes. That is his trait. He figures that as he gets more skilled, the rate he grows stronger will naturally slow down. Every time he beats one wall, an even higher one is waiting. But if he can just vault over that wall, even briefly, it changes the whole game. Off to the side, the knights are peeking over, wondering if the beatdown is finally over and if it's safe to approach. Logan catches his breath and thinks to himself that he's managed to snag a practically impossible trait. Victor nervously walks up and asks if he's really done it, if he's truly become a superhuman. Logan breaks into a huge smile. His face lights up, and he tells Victor that yeah, he is officially an aura user now. Hearing this, Victor and the knights absolutely lose it, cheering and jumping around Logan, ecstatic that their master has leveled up and become their first superhuman. Logan is thrilled to see them so hyped, but he quickly tells everyone to keep a tight lid on this for now. Victor nods, promising to keep it a secret. Logan notices that his knights don't even question why it needs to be a secret anymore, and he wonders if he's accidentally ingrained a bad habit into them. Just then, Luther hauls himself off the ground. He tells Logan that thanks to him, he just witnessed something truly incredible. He lifts his massive hammer and flat out asks Logan to let him follow him. Logan is completely thrown off by this and asks Luther if he's messing with him, but Luther is dead serious. He explains that he already cleared this with his master Felix. He told the Sword Duke that if he saw real potential in Logan, he would join him to help push the kingdom forward, assuming it actually meant a better future for the kingdom. Logan is kind of speechless. After all, the last guy who claimed to be so concerned about the kingdom ended up starting a massive civil war. Luther gets a little annoyed at the comparison and barks that he'd probably do the same if some old monster stronger than him was breathing down his neck. Luther brushes it off, saying Logan clearly would have handled things differently. He points out that even while surrounded by the Empire's superhumans and facing the Emperor's crazy proposal, Logan never flinched. Luther mentions he's heard Logan is already at odds with the new king, but the way Logan stood his ground in the Empire proves what kind of incredible kid he really is, combat skills aside. Hearing all this praise, Logan is honestly a bit surprised. In his head, he's just thinking that he only wanted to get revenge on the Empire, but somehow everyone is framing it like he's some noble hero pulling off an incredible deed. But hey, Getting a powerhouse like Sir Luther to join his forces is an absolute win, so Logan doesn't overthink it and officially welcomes Sir Luther to House McLain. Some days later, it looks like Logan has arrived back where he came from, and somebody has been expecting him. That is, of course, Dimitri, the mayor of Lutzelheim, who tells him that it's an honor to have him visit Lutzelheim once again. The mayor tells Logan that he has heard the news from a messenger, and it seems that His Majesty has taken a strong liking to him. And of course, he knew it from the moment he saw Sir Logan. Seeing him, Logan thinks that Dimitri is the same as always. Besides, he thinks that it's not like this man is going to be the only one, and so he simply thanks the man. Then, he thinks about what the other people will say, that he is the young hero who has received the Emperor's backing, with everyone asking him if he would stay at their estate for a while, and offering their daughters for marriage. In every city that he stayed at, nobles wanted even a crumb of that pie. They constantly reached out, giving him the attention he never wanted, and just like that, he spent 3 or 4 days at each city he passed. It has taken a month and a half to reach Lutzelheim. Strolling through the estate, it seems that the mayor told Logan that someone wanted to see him. It happened that this person was passing through the east, and His Highness the Second Prince wishes to meet Logan. Hearing this, Logan cannot believe it. He thinks that it was a shame that he wasn't able to meet the prince as well, especially the second prince, he thinks. He then tells the mayor that he would be very interested to meet him, and the mayor tells him that the prince is in his chambers right now. He then tells Logan that they should strike while the iron is hot, and it's better to meet him sooner than later. Logan gets annoyed hearing this. He then prepares to open the door for Logan and tells him to enjoy his time as they dine together. The door opens, and Logan gets a glimpse of the room. The prince sees Logan's red eyes and red hair, and tells Logan that he's just as he's heard. He then stands up from his desk, telling Logan that it's a pleasure to meet him. He then presents himself as Baros von Ares, and starts smiling at Logan. Seeing this, Logan doesn't seem to like it. However, he gets closer and tells His Highness that it's an honor to meet him. The prince asks Logan why he is speaking formally to him. He tells Logan that he is not a subject of the Empire, or of the prince. Therefore, he's just a guest, and he has been acknowledged by His Majesty, so he cannot treat Logan carelessly. He then turns his back towards Logan, and asks if this isn't so. He then looks towards the 3 guards that stand behind him. Without even saying a word, they understand what needs to happen, and they tell His Highness that it will be as he wishes. Seeing them, Logan says that they are 3 of the highest class knights, and he wonders if that means the Empire is overflowing with such knights, or maybe it means that the second prince is just that special. Logan then goes to sit down and asks His Highness why he sought him out. His Highness tells him that everyone in the Empire has taken an interest in Logan. Of course, his interest in him might be slightly different, he says. He simply wished to meet him as the hero of Grandia's civil war. Logan thinks that this is fair because he wanted to meet him as well. However, the circumstances might be different, as Logan calls him a crazy, murderous bastard. In his past life, Baros von Arias won the Battle of Succession and became the next emperor. He used many people as test subjects in unknown magic experiments, and most sacrifices were abilityless citizens from conquered lands like Grandia. The purpose of these experiments remains a secret until his death, but it's a fact that he killed over 10,000 people for them. If the current emperor is a brutal conqueror, then this man is a demon who will turn those conquered lands into hell. Despite that, he was considered a benevolent ruler within the empire. The prince then invites Logan to eat, saying that the food at Dimitri's estate is delicious, and Logan tells him that if this is so, he shall partake. Honestly, Logan would eat without even looking back. Just look at the amount of food and those lobsters. The prince then tells Logan that he's never heard about his military achievements before, and that he's managed to turn around a hopelessly disadvantaged situation and achieve victory. Logan says that the prince flatters him, and he wants to say something else. However, the prince interrupts him, saying that Logan didn't strike him as someone who would clash with the king. Hearing this, Logan stops eating, and asks the prince what he means by that. The prince says he heard a common rumor in the kingdom that Logan would do so, but perhaps that is not the case. Hearing this, Logan wonders why a prince would be interested in rumors like that, and tells the prince that there's no reason for him to clash with the king. The prince then says that it appears rumors are merely rumors after all, and tells Logan to pardon his curiosity, apologizing. The prince then says that he's prepared a gift for Logan, so he asks Logan to allow him to make up for it. However, Logan says there's no need for that. The prince then tells Logan not to worry about it, and just take it, and so a knight places a chest on the table. Opening the crate, Logan sees a communication crystal inside, which will allow Logan to contact him directly just once. If Logan ever needs his help, the prince asks Logan to contact him for anything, and so Logan takes the orb into his hand. He then thinks about it. He wonders why the prince would secretly provide him aid like this. He then tells the prince that he will gratefully accept this gift. thinking that he doesn't know what the prince is planning, but he'll have to make sure he never has to use this. However, it seems that something awful has happened in the kingdom. Victor just told him that an incident occurred there. Hearing this, Logan is not sure what to say or do. It seems that just as he got the gift, he might have to use it. Victor tells Logan that while he was away, an urgent transmission came from the estate, and Logan asks what it was about. That's when Victor tells Logan that terror attacks are occurring throughout the kingdom. Hearing this, Logan asks why this is happening all of a sudden, and requests more detail from Victor. Speaking through the communication orb, Dwayne tells Logan that the situation is absurd, and it seems that the first prince had an illegitimate son. Hearing this, Logan cannot believe it. He wonders how that could even happen. On the streets, it looks like another civil war is coming, with people saying that the rightful king is His Highness Clavis, and everyone demands that the third prince, now the king, step down, calling him a tyrant. Despite the resemblance, I really do not believe this is his child. In the Imperial Palace, Logan is looking at the communication orb, clearly distressed. He wonders what he should do now. He wonders what kind of bullshit this is, as an illegitimate son is now trying to usurp the throne. He taps his finger on the table, wondering if this guy named Clavis even exists. Then, he averts his gaze towards Victor. Then, on the communication orb, Damien appears. He asks Logan what's the matter, and Logan greets him, saying that it's been a while, and asks Damien how the establishment of the intelligence organization is going. Hearing this, Victor remains stunned. He cannot believe that Logan is creating an intelligence organization. It looks like this matter was discussed a few months ago. At that point, Logan told Damien that this was one of the things he needed. Damien asks Logan what he is talking about all of a sudden, and Logan tells him that he shouldn't be surprised, since most preeminent families have one. Logan tells Damien that the recent assassination attempt on the king made him realize that there is a limit to the information they can get on the surface. Damien agrees with Logan and says that if they only rely on information that reaches their ears, they're bound to miss things happening under the surface. However, Damien says that is beside the point, and places his cup of tea back on the table. He then shouts at Logan, asking why he is the head of this organization. Logan laughs, and says that Damien was a great help during the fight and the pursuit of the assassins. Logan tells him that this proves he has enough talent. Hearing this, Damien cannot believe Logan thinks that alone is enough, and Logan tells him that the reason he called Damien to the capital is that no matter how talented he is, it would still be hard for a rookie to build it from scratch. Then, he tells Damien that the Archduke Esperanza and Count Floyd's family will be helping build that intelligence organization. Logan then says that the organization was also a basic precaution to keep the king in check, but he didn't expect that they would be using it so quickly. Back in the present, Damien tells Logan that, with the help of the two families, the organization is growing smoothly. Logan then replies, saying that if that is so, then they must have some information regarding the recent terror attacks. With this, Logan prompts Damien to put his wicked mind to work. Damien then tells Logan that he's sorry, but in reality, the organization is still in its early stages. Its members are little more than mouths to feed. Hearing this, Logan cannot believe it, and Damien says that he's sorry. Logan thinks that he expected too much for an organization that's not even a year old, but even so, it looks like Damien does have some information. Damien tells Logan that there is a rumor going around, and Logan asks what that is. Damien tells Logan that when the terror attacks happened, Clavis was there, and Logan wonders if there are eyewitness accounts and says that this at least means that Clavis really exists. Logan says that no, that's not it. He thinks that the conspirators' focal point is a figurehead royal descendant with no faction and no power. Logan thinks that someone must be plotting something using Clavis. Logan then stands up from his chair and tells Victor to finish preparations for their departure by tomorrow morning. They will be returning earlier than planned, and Victor says he understands. By morning, the carriages reach McLain town. Seeing all of this, the kids of the county wonder what all of that is, and people are saying that it looks like the young lord has done something big again. Finally, it looks like Logan has reached his estate. In the study, someone is writing on a piece of paper. It's Eileen, and it looks like she's buried in paperwork. Then, somebody steps into the room. It is Logan, who opens the door and sees his fiancée. However, what he sees does not please him. Eileen looks exhausted, and it looks like the work she's been doing has been taking a toll on her. When Eileen realizes that Logan has returned and seen her in this state, she panics. Logan tries to ask Eileen how she's doing, but Eileen ducks behind the desk, telling him to wait. Seeing this, Logan doesn't understand what is happening at all. Then, Eileen pops back up, now looking as beautiful as a princess. She says that she was so absorbed in her work that she even forgot the young lord was coming. She tells Logan that she looks a little messy and apologizes for it. However, Logan simply looks down, averts his gaze from her, and tells Eileen that she looks as beautiful as ever. As he comes closer, Logan asks Eileen what she is doing in the office, and asks what all those documents are. Eileen replies that Logan's father entrusted her with approval authority. Hearing this, Logan asks where his father went, and Eileen tells Logan that he went on a business trip. Eileen tells Logan that Patrick said he had to complete the task the young lord entrusted him with, and Logan realizes Patrick must be looking for unaffiliated superhumans. He remembers asking Patrick to do that before he went to the Empire, and Logan thinks that he was so busy that he even forgot. Eileen then asks Logan whether anything special happened in the Empire, and Logan is not sure what to say about that. Then, Logan raises his hand in front of Eileen. He clenches his fist tightly, and aura begins to emanate from his fist. Seeing this, Eileen is stunned. Seeing that Logan is now an aura user, she cannot contain her happiness and simply jumps into his arms while Logan tells her to come down. Logan falls backward with Eileen on top of him. She looks at Logan and says that it's truly amazing, and that she knew the young lord would awaken soon. However, for a knight, there's no greater glory than this, she says. Seeing her, Logan realizes that Eileen is even happier than he is. Logan then asks Eileen if she would like to see a little more, and Eileen tells him that if that's okay, she would love to. Logan is about to continue speaking when somebody bursts open the door. It is Dwayne, exclaiming that the young lord has already returned. However, the pose Dwayne catches Logan and Eileen in looks quite inappropriate, though it is also strangely beautiful. Seeing this, Dwayne closes the door just as fast as he opened it and says he's sorry for intruding, and Logan tells him that it's not what he thinks. They both get up, and Logan asks Dwayne what happened. Dwayne asks them to excuse him, and apologizes for bringing this up as soon as Logan arrived. However, he must inform Logan that another terror attack is underway. He then tells Logan that he needs to head to the capital immediately. Sometime later, the scene shifts to the royal palace in the capital. 4 horse-drawn carriages have arrived. Logan quickly gets out of the carriage and enters the palace. Inside, he finds his master, and Felix acknowledges his presence. Logan asks Felix if the meeting has started, and Felix tells him that it has not, and that everyone has only just arrived. More importantly, Felix says something seems different about Logan, and Logan doesn't say anything. However, Felix clearly notices the change and comes closer to Logan, asking him if he has already awakened. Logan asks him why he is whispering, and Felix tells Logan not to underestimate an old man's intuition, since no rumors have spread yet. Felix assumes Logan is hiding it. Logan tells Felix that Sir Luther and the trip to the Empire were certainly helpful. Hearing what Logan just said, Felix reacts to Logan's mention of the trip to the Empire, saying that he heard about what Logan did there, and that Logan rejected the Emperor's offer. Felix then bows to Logan, thanking him for choosing this country. Logan then looks away, saying that he just chose his homeland, and there is no need for Felix to thank him. Teasingly, Felix says that that's why he's thanking him, calling Logan a punk. He then walks away, telling Logan that they should talk about this later, and they should go in now. The doors then open. Sir Palman reports that the recent terrorist incidents occurred in Jahid County, in the northeastern region of the kingdom. Count Taran Jahid was executed for assisting the first prince during the civil war. However, the rebels have illegally occupied his castle. The palace minister says that the rebels' military strength is estimated to rival that of a Margrave, but the real problem is that remnants of the first prince's faction continue to flock to their banner. Their numbers are growing as they speak. One noble then asks if those bastards are out of their minds. They are men who lost the civil war and have nothing left to lose, and this is why no remnants should have been left behind. If their army is truly around the size of a Margrave's, then Archduke Esperanza and House McLain will have to step in personally, the noble says. The minister says that if the two of them join forces, it should be a piece of cake. Of course, they will also provide their private soldiers. Logan looks at the man, wondering how they can laugh at a time like this. The king then intervenes, saying that will not do, as it would place too great a burden on Archduke Esperanza. The king says that Esperanza is currently guarding the capital and the borders, so taking on the suppression of the rebellion as well would be too much. Then the king turns towards Logan and says that he believes House McLain alone will suffice. He then asks Logan if this is something he can do. Logan thinks that the king is not exactly wrong. If they add the private soldiers of the houses to McLain's elites, they will be able to minimize casualties. However, he wonders why he has such a bad feeling about this. Even so, Logan simply says that he understands, and that he'll take full responsibility and wipe the rebellion out. Hearing this, everybody starts clapping, with the nobles saying that this is very reassuring, and exactly what they expected of the McLains, calling him reliable. The king then smiles, and tells Logan that if that is so, then they will put their faith in Count McLain. However, it is clear that the decision is not solely the king's. 2 weeks later, Logan has rallied his soldiers. Henderson, the McLain Knight commander, says that 70% of their forces have already assembled and are standing by. He then hands Logan a piece of paper, and Logan tells him that he did good work. Logan then asks Henderson how the Knight Order has grown so much, and Henderson tells him that many of their soldiers have been awakening one after another recently. That's when Logan realizes that the sensory test is finally beginning to bear fruit. Henderson then says that they've also recruited knights who lost their positions after the Civil War, and their numbers are significant as well. Looking at the piece of paper, Logan says that if they add the support from other houses to that, their total strength has nearly doubled. Logan then tells Henderson that if that is so, then he should leave only the essential personnel behind and mobilize the rest of their forces. Henderson asks if there is a need to go this far, as they have support from other houses as well. Henderson asks if they aren't taking on too much of the burden, and Logan says that they have to uproot them completely in one decisive blow. More importantly, His Majesty is the real concern. Given the assassination attempts and the rebellion in the first year of his reign, it would be a lie to say the king is not anxious. If this situation continues, it could damage Logan's relationship with the king as well. Logan says that there must be no misunderstanding like before. Eileen then comes into the room and asks to speak with Logan. Eileen says that Logan needs to come to the communication room for a moment. After Logan enters the communication room, the palace minister tells him that the king has been injured, and Logan asks if the royal castle's security has been breached again, and the minister says that it seems so. Hearing this, Logan is clearly disturbed. The minister then tells Logan that in light of this, His Majesty has a request. Hearing this, Logan is unsure of what to say. Speaking from his bed, His Majesty requests that Logan's Knight Order be dispatched. The minister says that since the rebels are aiming for the throne, the king wishes to reinforce the capital's defenses with elite troops. Eileen then tells Logan that this is nonsense. Of all possible times, they cannot do this right before a war with the rebels. However, Logan says that he understands, and that they will dispatch the Knight Order immediately. Eileen, clearly disturbed by this, tries to stop Logan, but he tells her not to worry, since they still have the crossbow cavalry. However, it looks like the minister has something more to say, and he is deeply ashamed to relay it. The minister says that His Majesty can no longer trust the royal garrison, and he wishes for the crossbow cavalry to reinforce the capital's security as well. Hearing this, both Logan and Eileen are left speechless. Seeing this, Logan cannot believe it. Eileen starts screaming, asking the minister whether His Majesty expects them to send the crossbow cavalry in addition to the Knight Order and fight with only apprentice knights and common soldiers. However, the minister says that even so, there are other houses that are providing troops, but Eileen says that even then, they can't really compare to soldiers who've trained together for years, and the minister doesn't know what to say anymore. However, Logan simply tells the minister to tell His Majesty that they will comply. The minister asks if Logan is serious, and Eileen seems really disturbed by this. Logan thinks that all he can do right now is endure it. Suppressing the rebellion comes first. There will be time to protest after it is over, and since they have troops from other houses, it should not be a problem. However, the minister receives another message, and he is clearly unhappy about it. Logan can clearly sense that something is wrong. Logan tells Sir Palman that if he has something to convey, he should do so now, and Sir Palman doesn't even know how to say it. Sir Palman tells Logan that it's not his decision, but an order from the royal family. While the McLain army targets the rebels' base, the nobles' forces are to split up and eliminate the remaining rebel forces. Hearing this, Eileen asks the minister if he realizes that the private soldiers of the other houses make up more than half of their army at this time. Besides, they are heading straight for the rebels' main base right now. The minister says that he is merely relaying the orders, and since this is an order from His Majesty, he must surely have a plan. Logan looks up, rises, and says that His Majesty may do as he wishes. They will handle the rebels' main forces, and the minister thanks him. The minister begins to say that His Majesty will remember the McLain's devotion, but Logan suddenly closes the communication orb right in his face. Eileen tells Logan to reconsider this, but Logan appears to have no other choice. It's obvious the king is trying to get them killed, Eileen says, and Logan tells her that he knows that, and even so, they should accept this order. Eileen asks why on earth they would do that. As anyone can see, it's an unreasonable demand, and Logan says that this is exactly the point. Anyone can see that. Even the king himself knows it. Hearing this, Eileen doesn't know what to say. Logan thinks that it's obvious the king has ulterior motives, but they lack the information to expose them right now. Logan says that he's sorry, but they must endure this for now. Logan says that this will be the last time they tolerate the king's tantrums, and it's clear that the king's behavior has Logan on edge. At the royal castle, an aide tells the king that House McLain has agreed to follow the orders. The aide says that they have confirmed that the Knight Order and the crossbow cavalry have already departed for the capital, and hearing this, the king doesn't seem pleased. The king says that he intended to use Logan's resistance as an excuse, but Logan simply accepted the order. He prepares to drink from a glass of wine. The king wonders what Logan is thinking, and whether he truly believes he can win with only the remaining forces. The aide suggests that Logan may be relying on the Earth Magic Tower, which would explain why Logan willingly gave up his troops. The aide then says that even if that's true, it won't be easy for him. However, the king says that not easy isn't good enough. He wants something else. He wants Logan McLain to die there. At this time, however, Logan is riding toward Jahid Castle. He raises his sword and orders all his forces to march, and they set out. 2 weeks later, it seems that they have arrived at Jahid Castle. Inside, a knight approaches his commander, saying that the McLain army has arrived outside the castle, and the commander asks for their numbers. The knight says that there are about 50 knights and 7,000 soldiers, and hearing this, the commander says that this is not even half of McLain's usual forces. He adds that the rebels have the repeating crossbows the McLains were so proud of, along with countermeasures against their bombs. The commander smiles and calls them fools. He then says that the McLains will get a taste of their own weapons. In front of the castle, Logan, accompanied by Luther and Clayton, is preparing to start the attack. He looks at the gates, then he shouts, saying that the rebels should listen well. Anyone serving the descendant of the old era's tyrant will be executed. Hearing this, some of the knights start faltering, and they seem like they don't really want to fight. Logan continues, saying that if they don't want to die, they should drop their weapons and surrender now. However, the commander appears and tells everyone not to make him laugh. They will never believe the words of the noble slayer who slaughtered the entire royal bloodline. This is the advanced knight Richard, and he tells Logan McLain that he is the real tyrant. Richard says that they will not stop fighting for His Highness Clavis. Seeing him, Logan says that that's an advanced knight he's never seen before and asks Luther if he knows Richard. Luther says that it's his first time seeing him too, and he doesn't think he even showed up during the Civil War. Seeing this, Logan thinks that an advanced knight who never appeared during the Civil War might be connected to the mastermind behind all of this. Then, Logan draws his sword and tells everyone that it is time. Logan declares that he will smash them to pieces, and the attack begins. Clayton's golems begin hurling Liberatio bombs toward the castle. However, before they reach the walls, a barrier stops them. Seeing this, Clayton cannot believe it. Logan wonders whether the rebels have a mage powerful enough to block explosions with fourth circle magic. Clayton then asks Logan what they should do. However, when Clayton turns to the side, Logan is no longer on his horse. Logan has dismounted and is preparing to go and destroy the enemy forces himself. That's when the enemy starts firing their crossbows. Luther stands in front of Logan and the others with his shield, telling them to move out of the way, while calling the attackers bastards. It's clear that none of those arrows can even reach Logan if Luther is the one protecting him. That's when the enemy crossbowmen realize that they have no chance against Logan with arrows. Logan then leaps high into the air, preparing to attack. With a swish of his sword, he cuts through the barrier. Seeing this, none of the soldiers can believe it. The barrier has been destroyed in just one of Logan's attacks. Logan then lands on the ground, looking toward the enemy crossbowmen. Then, 3 men leap down from the walls. They are clearly enemy commanders. Seeing them, Logan wonders if all 3 of them are advanced knights. Then, Richard tells the other 2 to charge. Logan is prepared to take them head-on, saying that they must all want to die. It's clear that Logan is now on another level compared to them. With a single swing, Logan ends the fight. All 3 are cut down, and they cannot believe what just happened. They start coughing up blood, and they realize that Logan is a superhuman. They all fall to the ground, leaving Logan as the only one standing. Seeing this, the soldiers exclaim that the advanced knights were all taken down in one hit. That aura. They realize that Logan is an aura user, and then an explosion follows. The bombs previously stopped by the barrier now rain down on the rebel soldiers. Clayton is channeling all his mana. He says that the barrier is now down, and the golems are hurling Liberatio bombs faster and faster. Explosions follow all over the battlefield. The soldiers start running, screaming for someone to save them. One of them sees Logan on the battlefield and says that he will at least take Logan down with him. He then takes out his crossbow and tries to aim it at Logan. All of a sudden, a golem appears behind him. It's clear that the rebel forces have no chance against Logan at this time. While Rhea holds off the enemy soldiers, Greek tells all the other mages to launch the Liberatio bombs at will. Seeing this, Logan cannot believe that Rhea can already control this many golems. Victor is also impressed. saying that Rhea recently reached the 4th circle, and her mana control and application already surpass what is expected at that level. Sir Clayton has not stopped bragging about how she is a genius who will go down in history. Victor and Logan then look up at the walls. The castle walls are collapsing. Logan then turns around, screaming that they've waited long enough. He tells his soldiers to finish off the rebels right now. 1 week later, people in the capital are talking about what happened. In a tavern, one man asks whether they are talking about the McLains and the rebels, and another one says that he has heard it too. They say Logan crushed them despite being outnumbered more than 2 to 1. A girl then says that the other nobles haven't even finished wiping out their remnants yet, and a noblewoman asks how Logan even managed to do that. One of the noblemen then says that it sounds ridiculous, but word is that Logan has awakened as a superhuman. His Excellency Count Logan McLain has arrived at the royal castle. He's carrying a bag, and he's prepared to meet the king. All the waiting nobles stare as he enters the room. They can see his incredible aura, and wonder how he could become a superhuman at such a young age, and what he is carrying. Logan then steps in front of the king's throne. Looking at Logan, the king is unsure of what to say. He sees the bag that Logan carries on his shoulder. Logan then throws it at the foot of the king's throne. It looks like Logan has brought with him the head of the king's enemy. Seeing this, the king cannot believe it. The nobles wonder what it is. Logan then nudges Clavis's head with his foot. Logan then kneels, saying that His Majesty's servant, Logan McLain, has crushed the rebellion and brought him the head of Clavis. Seeing this, the king has no words left. It's clear that this is not the ending that he was expecting, and the king is now in a worse position than he was before. Thank you for watching. See you next time.